Chapter 1, Getting Married to the Comatose Goddess. Parallel World, Blue Planet. Bang, bang. There was a knock on the door of the rental house. Xin Yang frowned. The landlord came to ask for rent before the rent due date? When Xin Yang opened the door, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Outside the door was an unfamiliar middle-aged couple who looked very impressive. Why did they come to the urban village? Excuse me, who are you looking for? Xin Yang asked in a friendly manner. The man took a deep breath and said, Xin Yang, we are looking for you. Can we talk in the room? Please come in. Xin Yang let the two of them into the house. The middle-aged couple looked around. Although Xin Yang's place was rather shabby, it was still clean. Who are you, you two? The three of them sat down and Xin Yang asked in confusion. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and then said, My surname is Zhang. Mu Shui is our daughter. We have something to ask you. Xin Yang's face changed. He looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Mushui was the president of his previous company. She was extremely beautiful. They accidentally had sex after drinking at the company's annual meeting, and he was subsequently fired by the previous company. Mr. Zhang, I really didn't mean it. Xin Yang said embarrassedly. The middle-aged man raised his hand. We know. If you did it on purpose, you'd already be in jail. We're here to discuss something else with you. Xin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. You say. Mu Shui has become a vegetable. Xin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could Ms. Jiang become a vegetable? I saw Ms. Jiang after that night, and she was fine. There was pain in the woman's eyes. Zhang Mushua's father, Zhang Wancheng, said in a deep voice, Don't be nervous. Mushua's becoming a vegetable has nothing to do with you. She became a vegetable more than a month after that night. Xin Yang was stunned. It has been 6 or 7 months since the incident. Zhang Mushue has been in a vegetative state for almost half a year? Mr. Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Mushue's mother said, Xin Yang, we came here because we hope you can get married with Mushue. Mushue is pregnant, and she's carrying your child. Ah? Xin Yang's eyes widened. A deadly hit? Zhang Wancheng lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, After Mushue became a vegetable, she went to the hospital for a checkup and we discovered she was pregnant. The doctor said she couldn't have an abortion because it would greatly reduce her chances of recovery. Zhang Wancheng paused when he said this. We've consulted many doctors over the past few months, but Mushue hasn't woken up yet, and the chances of her waking up are getting lower and lower. She is our only daughter. Xin Yang said, You want me to marry her and have her give birth to a child? I'm afraid it would be extremely dangerous for her to give birth. Zhang Mushue's parents were silent. Don't they know? Zhang Mushue's mother couldn't help but shed tears. Xin Yang, we want you to get married with Mu Shui. First, we want you to have a happy marriage. Second, we want our child to have a father. There is a third point that Zhang Wancheng didn't mention. If Xin Yang did something to Zhang Mushue after marriage, maybe it would stimulate Zhang Mushue to get out of her vegetative state. Xin Yang said, If the child is mine, I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a father after the birth. But there is no need for me to marry Mr. Zhang. Bringing happiness to a happy place is just superstition. He is so young and he marries a vegetative woman? Even if he agrees, his parents may not agree. Zhang Mushue's mother took out a card from her bag. Xin Yang, there is 5 million in this card. After you get married, we will give you 300,000 living expenses every month. Mu Shui has a villa, and that villa will belong to you in the future. Xin Yang's heart beat faster. 5 million plus 300,000 per month for living expenses, plus a villa. Use this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? I agree. Xin Yang agreed immediately. If you refuse, Zhang Mushue's parents may ask for more money, but don't be too greedy. Xin Yang, Mu Shui is in such a state now, holding a wedding banquet might cause a lot of criticism. If you get the marriage certificate but don't hold a wedding banquet, maybe Mu Shui can recover in the future. It's not too late to hold a banquet then. Zhang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Xin Yang nodded. Mr. Jiang, what is the doctor's estimate of Mr. Zhang's chance of recovery? 1%. Xin Yang sighed inwardly, the probability was too low, and it was likely to decrease as time went by. Jiang Wancheng stood up and said, "Let's go. Today is the best day. Qin Yang, you and Mu Shui should get your marriage certificate today." The three of them went downstairs. A stretched Rolls-Royce was waiting for them. Qin Yang was not surprised. He knew that Jiang Wancheng was the richest man in Haicheng, with assets worth hundreds of billions. An hour later, Qin Yang and his friends arrived at a villa complex. The car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. "Master, madam." The four nannies bowed respectfully when entering the villa. Jiang Mushue's mother said, "His name is Qin Yang. He will marry Mushue soon, and he will be the male owner of this place in the future." "Mr. Qin." The four nannies shouted in unison. Qin Yang nodded without saying anything more. Jiang Wancheng and the others took Qin Yang upstairs, and soon Qin Yang saw Jiang Mushue lying there quietly. Her face looked a little pale. But the appearance is still as good as ever. Mu Shui. Jiang Mushue's mother held Jiang Mushue's hand, tears flashing in her eyes. Although Jiang Mushue had been in trouble for a long time, she still felt extremely uncomfortable every time she saw Jiang Mushue. Jiang Wancheng said, "Mushue, Qin Yang is here. We've contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau staff, and they'll be here soon. Mom and Dad want you and Qin Yang to get married." Qin Yang looked at the instrument next to him. There was no unusual movement on the instrument. "Director Jiang, can I kiss Mu Shui after we get married?" Jiang Wancheng nodded, "Okay." He also looked at the instrument next to him. There were still no abnormal fluctuations on the instrument. Soon the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau came over. Jiang Wancheng and the others took out Jiang Mushue's photo, and the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau photoshopped it and prepared a group photo for Qin Yang and the others. Bang! With the official seal, the marriage certificate is ready. Ding! Emotional system activated. Jiang Mushue can gain emotional points by experiencing emotional fluctuations. Emotional points can be used for lottery draws. Qin Yang was stunned. He actually awakened the system? System, there should be an initial gift package, right? Qin Yang tried to recite it silently in his mind. The initial gift package is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for raising his mental strength to S level. Qin Yang felt a warm current flowing into his head. His mental strength increased rapidly and his mind became exceptionally clear. The promotion will end soon. Qin Yang felt that his memory was much stronger. He could now clearly remember things that happened before he was 3 years old. He also remembered what happened with Jiang Mushue that night. This is Jiang Mushue's first time. "Xiao Qin, you two will be husband and wife from now on. I hope you can take good care of Mu Shui. If Mu Shui recovers, we will give you 100 million. Civil Affairs Bureau staff left Jiang Wancheng Road. Qin Yang secretly clicked his tongue. "My father-in-law is so generous. Director Jiang, I will take good care of Mu Shui." Qin Yang promised. "Jiang Wancheng, you and Mu Shui are married now, so you should change your address. For now, just call me Uncle Jiang. You call my wife Aunt Liang." Qin Yang nodded and called out, "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang." Chapter 2: Preparing to move in and live together. Jiang Mushue's mother, Liang Lan, said, "Xiao Qin, give up your current house and move in. You don't need to worry about the hygiene of the house and Mu Shui's care. You should talk to Mu Shui more often." Qin Yang nodded. Living in that rental house is not as comfortable as living in this big villa. "Xiao Qin, do you have any questions?" Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mushue lying on the bed and asked, "Uncle Jiang, what caused Mushue to become like this?" Knowing the reason might increase the chances of waking her up. Jiang Wancheng sighed. She fell and hit her head. "We took her for a checkup and found nothing serious, but she just wouldn't wake up. We really have no other choice. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, I will find a way. I want to tell my parents about my marriage to Mu Shui later." "Can." Jiang Wancheng nodded. "You can tell your parents any time. If the time is right, we can have a meal together and talk about it." "Okay." After chatting for a while, Qin Yang left. He needed to move some of his things over. "Honey, will this method work?" Liang Lan said with tears in her eyes. Jiang Wancheng frowned. "There's no other way. Let's just try it out." With Mu Shui's looks, even if she was a vegetable, Qin Yang would still do something to her. Maybe it can stimulate Mu Shui to wake up. Naturally, they would never have thought of such a crooked idea before. It's different now. The doctor told them that the chance of recovery was only 1%. They have to go all in. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang had already had a relationship, and she was pregnant with Qin Yang's child, so it would be best for her to marry Qin Yang. Muxue, open your eyes and look at your mother. Mom and Dad are here, don't ignore us. Lian Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and said with tears in her eyes. Jiang Mushue's expression didn't change at all. Her brainwaves are also very, very calm. Qin Yang took a taxi to the rented house. Normally he is reluctant to take a taxi. There is now 5 million in that bank card, and Jiang Wancheng and others give him 300,000 every month. The taxi fare is not worth mentioning. System, Jiang Muxue is now a vegetable. How can I make her have emotional fluctuations and gain emotional points? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, just because the machine can't detect it doesn't mean Jiang Muxue won't have emotional fluctuations. As for what means you use, that's not the business of this system. All right. My mental power has reached S level. What are the levels? What is S level? Qin Yang changed the question. The rewards from high to low are SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Host, your mental strength is now hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. You have a photographic memory. After training, you can control objects, perform mental attacks, and sense the mental fluctuations of others. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Will I be able to communicate with Mu Shui spiritually then? System, she won't be able to respond to you for now, but you can send her some information so she can feel it. Qin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This may still cause Jiang Muxue to have emotional fluctuations. It would be embarrassing if you get a system but can't use it. System, do you have system space? Don't tell me you don't have it. This is the most basic thing. Qin Yang said in his mind. System, yes, the size of the space is proportional to your strength, host. Currently, the system space is only 500 cubic meters. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Even if the strength does not increase anymore, 500 cubic meters is not small. A 40-foot container is only 55 cubic meters. 500 cubic meters can hold a lot of things. Moreover, the system space can be increased as the strength increases. System, what kind of rewards can I get from the lottery? Qin Yang asked curiously. System, various rewards are possible. The lowest level of the lottery requires 10 emotional points, and the emotional points required for each higher level increase tenfold. A maximum of 3 draws per day. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Since it is possible to draw various rewards, we should be able to obtain the means or items to treat Jiang Muxue in the future. Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Wancheng asked for his number, and he thought it was Jiang Wancheng calling. He picked up the phone and saw that the call was from Manager Yang of the Nyoma company where he currently worked. Qin Yang, please go back to the company immediately. There's an urgent job at the company. Please go back and work overtime. Manager Yang on the other end of the phone said in a tone that would not allow for refusal. Qin Yang frowned and said, Manager Yang, I worked a lot of overtime last month, but I didn't get a penny of my salary. I can't add this class. Manager Yang said, Qin Yang, you're still young and need to train yourself. Having a job is already pretty good these days. If you don't come, you don't have to come. Qin Yang, Manager Yang, I have no problem leaving, but the company cannot reduce my salary and overtime pay by a single cent. After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. He had long since given up wanting to join this crappy class. I work like a horse in the company every day and get paid very little. In comparison, Jiang Mushue's company was much better, with good salary and benefits. However, he got into trouble after drinking, and he left the company after Jiang Muxue talked to him. More than half an hour passed. The taxi was approaching the urban village where Qin Yang lived. Master, just pull over. Qin Yang said to the taxi driver. The taxi driver nodded, and the car stopped soon. Qin Yang got out of the car and entered a nearby bank ATM. He inserted the card and entered the bank card password. The bank card password is on the card. Query. Press the query button and the bank card balance will be displayed. Your account balance is 5 million yuan. Qin Yang's heart beat faster when he saw the results displayed. Although he knew that the Zhang family would not deceive him given their strength, he was still very excited when he saw 5 million on the card with his own eyes. Stay calm, stay calm. At least I am a systematic person now. Xin Yang muttered to himself. With a system space of 500 cubic meters and an S-level mental strength, Xin Yang knew that it would not be difficult for him to make money in the future. And why should we work so hard to make money? He tried to find a way to make Su Mushue wake up so that he could earn 100 million. After withdrawing the money from the bank card, Xin Yang did not touch the money for the time being. 10 minutes later, Xin Yang arrived at the rental house. Xin Yang, do you want to check out? The landlord actually got into the room before him. Xin Yang nodded. The landlord said, the house is damaged in many places. According to the contract, I have to deduct your deposit of 1,000. Xin Yang frowned. Where is it damaged? The landlord pointed out several places. Xin Yang sneered, landlord, you must be mistaken. These places have been damaged for a long time. Are you blaming me for it? Besides, there will be some normal wear and tear when renting out a house. The landlord's face darkened. If I say it's broken, it's broken. You won't get a single cent of your 1,000 yuan deposit back. Xin Yang was angry. He narrowed his eyes and a powerful mental force surged. In the eyes of the landlord, Xin Yang became extremely terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a murderous demon. Don't kill me. The landlord's knees went weak and he fell to the ground. His face turned pale and he almost peed himself out of fear. Don't kill me. The landlord knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. After knocking his head about 10 times, his forehead was bleeding. Will the deposit be refunded? Xin Yang said coldly. The landlord nodded repeatedly, refund, of course. Not only the deposit, but all the rent you paid before will be refunded to you. Snort. Xin Yang snorted lightly. His mental strength converged. The landlord felt the terrifying pressure leave him. He stood up and quickly returned Xin Yang's money to Xin Yang, then he quickly fled from the room. Xin Yang is so scary. The landlord touched his forehead. His hands were immediately covered in blood. You start gaining emotion points in chapter 3. Beep beep. After the landlord left, Xin Yang called home via video. Son, are you taking a break today? Xin Yang's mother Qinping asked with a smile on her face. Mom, I recently negotiated a big deal, and the company gave me a lot of bonuses. I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you. You and Dad, don't be too stingy on food and clothing. Son, so much bonus for one order? Shen Ping was surprised. Xin Yang thought to himself, this is a big order. A lifetime order, the initial bonus is 5 million. If everything goes well, there will be a 100 million yuan bonus. Mom, this is nothing. There are people in the company who get much higher bonuses than me. Xin Yang said. Shen Ping, son, you take the money yourself. Your father and I are not short of money. We have saved some money. When you get married, we will help you with the bride price. Xin Yang muttered to himself that he had already obtained the marriage certificate. Or marry one get one free. Jiang Mushue was still pregnant with his child. However, Xin Yang planned to talk about this matter later. The incident happened very suddenly and he himself was still a little confused. Mom, I still have a lot left. This 20,000 is a gift to you as a token of my filial respect. You can spend it as you wish. After chatting for a while, Xin Yang hung up the video. He transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother. This money was not part of the 5 million. He had saved at least 30 to 50,000 yuan from his previous work. He knew that his parents might not spend the money if he transferred it back, but his parents would feel much more at ease if he could transfer the money back. Not long after, Xin Yang packed up his things. He packed up all his belongings into a suitcase. After thinking about it, Xin Yang also tied up the quilt. He didn't plan to take the quilt to Jiang Mushua's villa, but he didn't want to leave the quilt to the landlord by throwing it at the nearby garbage station. More than an hour later, Xin Yang returned to the villa. It was already evening. As soon as Xin Yang entered the villa, he smelled the fragrance of food. Xiao Qin, Auntie will take you to your room. Liang Lan took Xin Yang to the second floor. Xin Yang's room is opposite Jiang Mushua's room. In Jiang Mushua's current condition, it is not convenient for Xin Yang to sleep with her. Jiang Mushue also has monitoring equipment on her body. Xiao Qin, this room is the second bedroom. You and Mu Shui are now the masters of this house, but Mu Shui's situation means you have to live in the second bedroom. Liang Lan said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang quickly said, Aunt Liang, don't feel wronged. This second bedroom is about 40 to 50 square meters, much larger than the house I rented. Do you feel wronged about living in a villa? He's not that pretentious. Liang Lan seemed to be hesitant to speak. Aunt Liang, if you have anything to say, just say it. Liang Lan nodded and said, there is indeed one thing. You and Mu Shui are married, so kissing and hugging are fine, but in Mu Shui's situation, you have to be cautious about your sexual life as a couple. Mu Shui is only 6 or 7 months pregnant now. It's not that it's completely impossible, but we should try to take it step by step and observe. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Aunt Liang, I understand. Liang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt embarrassed to talk about this kind of thing with her son-in-law, but if she didn't say it, could she let Jiang Wanqing say it? Soon the two of them arrived downstairs. All the food was served, a huge table full of dishes. There were only Qin Yang and the other 3 having dinner. There were 4 nannies in the villa, but they dined alone. Xiao Qin, today is your wedding day with Mu Shui. Even though there's no wine, we too should still have a drink. Jiang Wanqing took out a bottle of collectible mutai. Honey, let me drink some too. Liang Lan spoke. Soon, Qin Yang and the other 3 had their drinks poured. Qin Yang raised his glass and said, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang, I toast to you. I haven't had the chance to say sorry to you for what happened that night. Liang Lan sighed slightly. We're a family now, so there's no need to say these things. Maybe what happened that night was God's will. If it hadn't happened, Mu Shui wouldn't be pregnant, and it would be even harder for us to accept it. Jiang Wanqing drank the wine in the glass silently. If my daughter hadn't been pregnant, perhaps recovery would have been easier. But who can say for sure? Maybe it will be difficult to recover, and there will be no children. One glass after another, Qin Yang and his friends finished 2 bottles of wine. Jiang Wanqing has a good alcohol tolerance, Liang Lan is also okay. Qin Yang used to have an average alcohol tolerance, but now he finds that his alcohol tolerance has increased. In the past, I would feel a little dizzy after drinking 3 or 4 taels. Now that it has gone down by 7 or 8 taels, Qin Yang feels it very clearly. The increase in alcohol tolerance should be due to the increase in mental strength. Qin Yang said in his heart. His mental strength is now more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. Xiao Qin, you can drink quite well. When Mu Shui recovers, we'll have a good drink together. Jiang Wanqing patted Qin Yang on the shoulder and said. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shui will definitely wake up. After this disaster, Mu Shui's life will definitely be smooth sailing. Jiang Wanqing nodded. Xiao Qin, your Aunt Liang and I will go back first. If you have any questions, please call us. Even if we are not in Haicheng, we can arrange for someone to come and handle it immediately. Okay. Qin Yang sent Jiang Wanqing and the others outside. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions, and they are all very busy people. It's getting dark. Qin Yang arrived at the room where Jiang Mushui was. The 2 nannies have already given Jiang Mushui a massage. The 4 nannies hired by the Jiang family are all very capable. 2 of them have good medical skills and the other 2 are special grade nurses. Mr. Qin, we'll come back for rounds at 10 p.m. One of the 2 nannies said. After saying that, they bowed and left. Qin Yang sat down beside the bed. Jiang Mushui lay there quietly like Sleeping Beauty. Qin Yang looked a little dazed. He never expected that he would marry Jiang Mushui. And Jiang Mushui was pregnant with his child. After a while, Qin Yang came back to his senses. He lowered his head and moved closer to Jiang Mushui to admire her carefully from a close distance. Jiang Mushui is very beautiful. There are few female stars in movies and TV who can compare to her. It's beautiful. Such a goddess actually became my wife. Qin Yang said softly. Time passed slowly. Qin Yang did not kiss Jiang Mushui immediately. Instead, he let his mental power carefully enter Jiang Mushui's brain. Jiang Mushui became a vegetable. But there is still mental power inside her brain. Qin Yang let his mental power come into contact with Jiang Mushui's mental power. Jiang Mushui, I'm Qin Yang. Qin Yang spoke. He passed this information to Jiang Mushui through his mental power. Emotional value +3. A system prompt appeared in Qin Yang's mind. There was no sound, but Qin Yang could receive the message. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He quickly looked at the brainwave monitor next to him. The lines on it were still very stable and there was no change in the electrocardiogram. But the system has already prompted you to obtain emotion value. Mu Xue, you are pregnant. It's your child and mine. Emotional value +9. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. It seems that gaining emotional value is not that difficult. Mu Xue, I have another good news for you. Your parents found me, and we got married today. You are my wife now. Emotional value +15. There was still no abnormal fluctuation on the instrument, but the emotional value Qin Yang obtained was real. Chapter 4, He kissed Jiang Mu Xue. Mu Xue, wake up. I'm going to kiss you. Mood value +8. I'm sitting right next to your bed right now, and I can kiss you if I just look down. Emotional value +5. Should I kiss your cheek first or your lips first? Emotional value +2. Qin Yang's next words were completely devoid of emotion. System, what's going on? System, host, Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength is very weak. Her mental strength should be almost exhausted for the time being. Qin Yang was stunned. Her mental energy was completely depleted in just a few words? How weak must Jiang Mu Xue's mental energy be? However, if it weren't for this, Jiang Mu Xue might have woken up much earlier. System, can Jiang Mu Xue be restored? She is not brain dead, so her mental strength can naturally recover. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it can be restored. System, can I only obtain emotion points from Jiang Mu Xue? Yes. Qin Yang shook his head secretly. It seems the only option left is to fleece Jiang Mu Xue. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Mu Xue. Jiang Mu Xue's stunning face and delicate red lips were incredibly alluring, but Qin Yang hesitated for a moment before kissing her. Jiang Mu Xue's mental energy was completely depleted at this moment, so when she kissed her now, Jiang Mu Xue showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. The user experience is greatly reduced. It would be better to wait until Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength recovers before kissing her. Sitting up straight, Qin Yang reached out and touched Jiang Mu Xue's pretty face. No kissing yet, let's touch first. So tender and smooth. Qin Yang's heart fluttered. Jiang Mu Xue's pretty face felt so good to touch. If you touch other places. Qin Yang's heart beat faster. However, he did not reach out to do so for the time being. He could gain emotional points from Jiang Mu Xue's emotional fluctuations, so he would leave it for now and slowly accumulate emotional points later. Jiang Mu Xue is already his wife, and she is pregnant. He is still in a vegetative state. You can't escape. Mu Xue, you should get some rest. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Qin Yang left the room. If I stay a little longer, I'll probably be tempted to do something. Qin Yang went to the study. This villa has 3 floors plus a basement. The second floor has 3 bedrooms and a study, the third floor has Jiang Mu Xue's yoga room, music room, etc., and there is a gym in the basement. The study is quite spacious, and there's a brand new computer on the desk. During dinner, Qin Yang heard Liang Lan mention that Jiang Mu Xue rarely used the desktop computer in the study. She used a laptop instead. Qin Yang started filming very soon. He checked the computer specifications and was very satisfied. This computer has very powerful specs. It's perfect for gaming. However, Qin Yang did not start playing the game immediately. He got up and went to the large bookshelf, took out a book, and Qin Yang opened it and began to read quickly, glancing at each page for only 4 or 5 seconds. 2 minutes later, Qin Yang finished reading 20 or 30 pages. He closed his eyes and tried to recall. He remembered exactly what he had just read. Truly photographic memory. Qin Yang was extremely excited. Time continued to pass, and Qin Yang continued reading. Having acquired the ability to remember everything he read, he lost interest in games and found the feeling of quickly acquiring knowledge extremely enjoyable. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang felt tired. In just 2 hours, he finished reading more than a dozen books, and he had already memorized and understood the contents of the books. His mental strength is hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary people. Not only is his memory enhanced, but his comprehension ability is also greatly improved. However, his comprehension ability didn't improve by 100-fold. If you actually put something like Chen Xuesen's manuscript in front of him, he would be just as dumbfounded as an ordinary person after reading it. Knowledge needs to be accumulated continuously. Although I'm a bit tired, I can still keep going. I don't know where my limit is right now, Qin Yang said in his heart. After getting a drink of water, Qin Yang returned to his study to continue studying. 2 more hours passed gradually. Qin Yang felt extremely tired, and his head was also starting to ache. Although it hasn't reached its limit yet, it's close, Qin Yang said in his heart. He took stock of the books he had finished reading. He finished reading 18 books in the first 2 hours, but only 12 books in the next 2 hours. His efficiency slowed down considerably after his mental energy was depleted. System, how much mental energy do I have left? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, your current mental strength is about 30 times that of an ordinary person. Qin Yang was stunned. System, why am I so tired even with so much left? Host, even an ordinary person would be very tired if they had this much energy left. No matter how much mental energy they consume, they would still have 20% left. Qin Yang nodded slightly. So that's how it is. System, please explain in detail. Over 80% are full of energy, 50% to 80% are in average condition, and 30% to 50% are in relatively poor mental condition. Qin Yang, how long will it take me to recover? The system said, host, that's not necessarily true. If you have deep sleep, 4 or 5 hours is enough for a full recovery. If you have poor sleep quality, it may take more than 10 hours. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. The recovery time is relatively short. I checked the time, it was already quite late. After taking a shower, Qin Yang returned to Jiang Mushue's room. My wife is very beautiful, my family is rich, and she doesn't talk too much. In many people's eyes, she is probably perfect. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He wouldn't think that way. He knew perfectly well that Jiang Mushue was a very nice person, and that he could gain more emotional points if Jiang Mushue woke up. He can still get another 100 million. It's been 5 hours. I wonder how Mushue is recovering. Qin Yang once again sent his mental energy into Jiang Mushue's mind. Mushue, I'm about to kiss you. Emotional value plus 13. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Jiang Mushue's mental strength seems to have recovered quite a bit. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Leaning down, Qin Yang kissed Jiang Mushue's lips directly. Emotional value plus 14. Emotional value plus 9. Jiang Mushue quickly provided several emotional points, initially a lot, but less later. Until there is none left. Qin Yang also used his mental power during this process. He used his mental power to transmit his feelings to Jiang Mushue. They only kissed for a short while, and didn't even stick out their tongues, so why did it end so abruptly? Qin Yang transmitted a message through his mental energy. But Jiang Mushue still didn't provide any emotion points. We'll continue tomorrow. Qin Yang returned to his bedroom, satisfied. System, how many emotion points do I have in total? Qin Yang asked in his mind. 88. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He remembered that the first time he got 42, which meant he had just obtained 46 emotion points. Has Jiang Mushue's mental strength improved? Qin Yang said in his heart. He estimated that this was the case. Jiang Mushue's spiritual power was originally stagnant, but now he is beginning to bring it to life. System, you can draw a prize with 10 emotion points, right? Let's try one. Qin Yang thought to himself with some anticipation. Chapter 5, is Jiang Mushue pregnant with a daughter? Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for increasing his length by 1 centimeter. As soon as the system finished speaking, a warm feeling appeared. Qin Yang glared. System, Master Qin, do I need to increase the length? System, host, you can cancel the reward. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, forget it. The reward is already here, so why should I return it? System. 10 points of emotion value have such an effect. It seems that the effect of the emotion value lottery is still very good. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. System, host, I need to remind you that no matter how much emotion you spend, you may get a very bad reward, but you may also get a very good reward. It's just that the higher the emotion value, the higher the chance of getting good things. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I still have 2 chances today, give me 2 more. He was very satisfied with the reward just now. System, lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for winning a bucket of mineral water. Xin Yang. This is great if you're in the desert. But he was in the city, and mineral water cost more than 10 yuan a barrel. Winning the lottery. Congratulations! The host's physical fitness has increased by +1. The average physical fitness of an adult male is 10 points. After the upgrade, the host's physical fitness will be 12 points. A faint warmth spread throughout the body. Xin Yang clearly felt that his strength had increased. The arm muscles also increased. Wow, this is amazing! Xin Yang was amazed. He usually has a fitness habit and has maintained it for a long time, so his physique is slightly better than that of ordinary people, and now it is easy for him to gain a little more weight. All he gave was talking to Jiang Mushui. And take advantage of Jiang Mushui. System, if my physical fitness is improved, will my strength, speed, and so on be improved in all aspects? Yes, host. Xin Yang smiled. This was good. It would be much more troublesome if speed, strength, etc. were to be improved separately. Moreover, Xin Yang thought that was not reasonable. How could the speed be increased without increasing the strength? Sleep, sleep. Xin Yang lay down and fell asleep quickly. This bed is much more comfortable now than the one in the rental house, and he is already very tired from the huge mental consumption. Ding ding, ding ding. The alarm clock rang the next morning. Xin Yang sat up and slapped his forehead. I forgot to cancel the alarm last night. He has already resigned, so why does he need to go to work? After washing up, Xin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Mushue is eating breakfast. Mr. Qin. The two nannies who were feeding Jiang Mushue shouted. Xin Yang was surprised. Jiang Mushue opened her eyes. She kept her eyes closed yesterday. Is Mushue awake? One of the nannies shook his head and said, Mr. Qin, no. Opening the eyes of a vegetative person is just a conditioned reflex. Although Miss Zhang's eyes are open, she can't see. Her eyes were sometimes open and sometimes closed. Xin Yang stared into Jiang Mushue's eyes. Her eyes were big, but lifeless. Mushue can eat? Xin Yang asked. Another nanny was feeding Jiang Mushue breakfast. She said, vegetative patients can't eat like normal people, but most vegetative patients have a swallowing reflex and can eat liquid food. We prepare Miss Zhang's food into liquid form and feed it to her. You need to take your time when feeding. Xin Yang nodded slightly. Is there any problem with nutrition? Don't worry, a specialized nutritionist has calculated the nutritional needs of both Miss Zhang and her daughter. The nanny's face changed slightly as soon as she finished speaking. She actually revealed that Jiang Mushue was pregnant with a daughter. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. Is Mushue pregnant with a daughter? Mr. Qin, I don't know. Xin Yang, don't be nervous, I like daughters. Little cotton padded jackets are so nice. I saw other people's cute daughters on the internet and wanted one too. I didn't expect to actually have one. Mr. Qin, Miss Jiang is pregnant with a girl. The masters won't let us tell you, so please don't tell anyone. The nanny who just let the cat out of the bag said nervously. Their job is not tiring and the salary is high. If they are fired, it will be difficult to find such a good job again. Don't worry, I won't tell. Xin Yang smiled and said, I am Mushue's husband. As long as you do a good job, I will definitely not fire you. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Xin Yan looked at it for a while. Jiang Mushue can swallow, but she eats very slowly. Feeding a vegetative patient like Jiang Mushue still requires a lot of patience. Xin Yang left the room and went downstairs. Soon the nanny downstairs brought breakfast to the dining table. Mr. Qin, please have your meal. Thanks. Xin Yang sat down and started eating breakfast. The Jiang family was wealthy, but their breakfast was not extravagant. Of course, compared to what he had eaten before, it was definitely much better. These days are so wonderful. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. After breakfast, Xin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room. She had already finished breakfast and the two nannies had temporarily left. Mushue, we just kissed on the lips last night. Let's have a deep kiss today. Xin Yang used his mental power to communicate with Jiang Mushui. Emotional value +14. Xin Yang held Jiang Mushue's face and kissed her little mouth. Then he kissed her deeply. Emotional value plus 16. Emotional value plus 13. No emotion value was generated in less than a minute. This time, I gained a total of more than 50 emotional points, which was a little more than the second time last night. Qin Yang reluctantly let go of Jiang Mushui. It felt much worse to kiss her without any emotional reaction. System, Mushui's mental energy is depleting too quickly. Qin Yang said in his mind. System, wait until she gets used to your kisses. You can kiss her for 10 minutes without draining out her mental energy. Quick consumption is not a bad thing. She recovers some of it after every consumption. Qin Yang nodded secretly. That's true. Qin Yang calculated that he had 58 points of emotion value left yesterday, and he just got 54 points, a total of 112. He can use 100 points of emotion to draw a lottery. System, one draw with 100 emotion points. There was anticipation in Qin Yang's eyes. 100 emotion points, don't draw a single piece of garbage. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level calligraphy skill. A huge amount of calligraphy information flooded into Qin Yang's mind. After absorbing all this information, Qin Yang felt as if he had spent at least 20 years of hard work on calligraphy. I can actually gain skills directly, not bad. Qin Yang was delighted. Since calligraphy skills can be acquired, medical and martial arts skills can definitely be acquired as well. He can become stronger by acquiring martial arts skills. If you acquire medical skills, it will be possible to cure Jiang Mushui. System, what is the level of B-level calligraphy skills? The system said, F level is for beginners with less than 1 year of study, E level is for beginners, and the study time is about 1 to 3 years, D level is 3 to 10 years, and C level is 10 to 30 years. Without good talent, your C rank is basically over. Reaching rank B requires both talent and hard work. Qin Yang nodded secretly. If you don't have talent, your upper limit is really not high. After 30 years of calligraphy practice, you can only reach C level. It seems that B level is indeed very strong. Chapter 6 Mental Power Training. Qin Yang went to the study excitedly. He saw the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone in the study yesterday. After laying out the paper and opening the ink, Qin Yang picked up a calligraphy brush. He used to admire other people's calligraphy on Douyin TikTok. His family was from the countryside and was quite poor when he was a child, so he didn't have the means to learn calligraphy. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. The powerful and vigorous calligraphy fell onto the paper. Wow, this calligraphy is amazing. Qin Yang looked at his own handwriting with delight. His skill level was definitely better than that of the masters on Douyin. Seeing my calligraphy improve so much, I feel so good. Although we can only take advantage of Mu Shui, the effect is good, so it's not a big problem to only take advantage of her. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. System, I have 12 emotion points left. Can you give me another 10? Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your appearance has increased by 1. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This one was pretty good too. He's not particularly handsome. It would be great if his looks could be improved. The changes are minor and others won't notice. Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Manager Yang Jida's angry voice rang out. Qin Yang, you haven't even come to the company yet. Do you believe I'll fire you? Qin Yang's expression turned cold. Manager Yang, you really have a bad memory. You said yesterday that if I didn't come yesterday, I didn't need to come today. My understanding is that the company has already dismissed me. They should pay me my full salary and overtime pay, not a penny less. Yang Jida was furious. The company's big boss happened to come over for an inspection today and found that they were short-staffed, and it turned out to be one of his own men. He gave him a good scolding. Qin Yang, come here right away. I'll let it slide that you deliberately didn't work overtime yesterday. Yang Jida said in a deep voice. Qin Yang chuckled, then I should thank you? Manager Yang, have the finance department settle my payment within a week. You wish. You have the right to be fired for absenteeism. Yang Jida said coldly, you have half an hour to get to the company, or you won't get a single penny of your salary this month. After saying that, Yang Jida hung up the phone immediately. Oh. Qin Yang didn't take it seriously. In the past, if Yang Jida threatened him like this, he would have had no choice but to go. He was poor and lacked ambition. He needed a salary to support himself. Now he has the system, and he has 5 million in his account. His mental strength has reached S level. He has the ability to say no. Xin Yang arrived at the gym in the basement on the first basement floor. The basement is semi-open, with excellent ventilation and natural light. The gym window faces a relatively large lake. After locking the gym door, Xin Yang checked it over. After confirming there were no surveillance cameras, Xin Yang took out a coin. Rise. Xin Yang controlled the coin, making it tremble and fly up. The coins began to fly around him. Xin Yang obtained S-level mental power, which gave him basic mental power control ability, but more refined control required him to spend time practicing. Calligraphy skills are not required. He directly acquired calligraphy skills. A few minutes later, Xin Yang controlled the coin to fly into the distance. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Xin Yang eventually discovered that his maximum control distance was 20 meters. Within this range, he can control it flexibly. Once the coin flies out, he can control it to fly back. This doesn't mean that Xin Yang's attack range is only 20 meters. He can control the hidden weapon to accelerate within 20 meters, and when it reaches 20 meters, he can instantly release the control. At this point, the hidden weapon can fly out due to inertia. Time passes by every second. Xin Yang became increasingly adept at controlling the situation. Wah! The coin flew around him at high speed. Xin Yang went to the window. Call out. He controlled the coin to accelerate straight forward, reaching the limit of 20 meters, and then instantly released his mental control. The coin flew out at a speed of 200 to 300 meters per second. Coins still don't work very well. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Since the shape of the coin is difficult to control and the wind resistance is high, Xin Yang felt that it would be better to switch to steel balls later. The speed at which the steel ball is fired can definitely be increased significantly. Wah! Xin Yang continued practicing coin control. Coins aren't ideal for long-range attacks, but they're good for regular mental control practice. Knock knock. There was a knock on the gym door. What's up? Xin Yang went over, opened the door, and asked. The nanny outside the door said, Mr. Qin, managers from 3 luxury brands have come over. They have brought a lot of clothes, so please feel free to choose. Xin Yang was surprised. Aren't luxury brands all known for their high-end image? Door-to-door service? Did Aunt Liang give the order? The nanny said, Madame Liang sent them. Madame Liang said you can keep any of the clothes you like. Xin Yang went upstairs. 3 managers from different brands stood in the living room. They had all brought quite a few clothes based on approximate sizes. These models are simply not available on the market. Mr. Qin. Upon seeing Xin Yang, the 3 managers quickly bowed. Although Xin Yang was dressed very plainly, they already knew that he had become the son-in-law of the Zhang family. Zhang Wancheng and Liang Lan only have one daughter, Zhang Muxue. Zhang Muxue also became a vegetable. Xin Yang might be the one to take the helm of the Zhang family in the future. Thank you for your help. Xin Yang smiled slightly. Xin Yang quickly tried on the clothes they had brought. He is 1.8 meters tall and has a decent physique. Wearing high-end clothes makes him look completely different. In one word, handsome. An hour later, Xin Yang left behind 6 sets of clothes. Given his current status, he doesn't have many clothes, but Xin Yang knows that his height and build might change. Buying too much might be a waste. How much? Xin Yang asked. One of the managers quickly said, Mr. Qin, you don't need to pay. General Manager Liang has already prepaid for it. Xin Yang nodded, I still want to know how much these cost. The 3 managers quoted prices. The 6 outfits together cost nearly 2 million. Xin Yang clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking, this is robbery. He only picked out 6 outfits, not many. If he had picked out a dozen or 20, the clothes would have cost several million. The 3 managers quickly said goodbye and left. Beep beep. Xin Yang dialed Liang Lan's number. Aunt Liang, thank you for sending these clothes. They're all very expensive. Please don't send them anymore. I can just buy some clothes at the mall myself. On the other end of the phone, Liang Lan smiled and said, Xiao Qin, you and Mu Shui are getting married, so you'll need some clothes to make it look good. I was thinking of having someone make custom-made clothes for you, but time is tight, so let's just buy some clothes to make do for now. Xin Yang thought to himself, is this even passable? Aunt Liang, these are very good. Xin Yang quickly replied. Xiaoqin, we're very busy today, so we won't go. Try to spend as much time with Mu Shui as possible every day. Okay. Qin Yang agreed. Even if he didn't gain emotional points by spending time with Jiang Mushui, he had to do his best since the Jiang family had provided the money. Chapter 7, Telling Ghost Stories to Jiang Mushui. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushui's room. Two nannies were giving Jiang Mushui a massage. Qin Yang's gaze fell on Jiang Mushui's abdomen. Jiang Mushui had a nutritionist strictly controlling her nutrient intake, so she hadn't gained weight, but her belly had still grown quite a bit. The baby in her belly was already 6 or 7 months old. Mr. Qin, we will give Ms. Jiang a massage 3 times a day, each time for 20 minutes. We also turn her over every 2 hours to prevent pressure sores. One of the nannies said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang and the others asked you to come, so I believe you must be professionals in these areas. Can you teach me? That way I can give Mushui massages in the future. The two nannies nodded. They taught with great care. Qin Yang has a photographic memory. He learns very quickly. He learned almost everything after the two nannies taught him only once. Mr. Qin, we'll head out now. After the massage, the two nannies left the room. Qin Yang gently placed his hand on Jiang Mushui's stomach, and his spiritual energy carefully entered her abdomen. Qin Yang quickly sensed the small life inside, and he could tell that its spiritual power was connected to his. It's definitely my daughter. Qin Yang quickly made a judgment. The hospital's test results may be wrong, but his judgment based on his mental power is absolutely correct. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mushui. His eyes were much gentler than before. Although his relationship with Jiang Mushui was just an accident, Jiang Mushui is now genuinely pregnant with his child. Mu Shui, do you know? You are 6.5 months pregnant. Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Mushui using his mental power. Emotional value plus 12. You have been in a vegetative state for 5 months. The doctor said your chances of recovery are very low, but I can communicate with you and I believe you will definitely recover in time. Emotional value plus 9. Let me tell you a story. Qin Yang began telling ghost stories in a low voice. He had a photographic memory and could clearly remember all the ghost stories he had read. Emotional value plus 3. Emotional value plus 1. Jiang Mushui contributes some emotional points every now and then, although it's much slower than when he kisses her. But before he can finish telling a ghost story, Jiang Mushui runs out of emotional points. If Jiang Mushui could speak right now, she would definitely complain wildly, saying that of all things to say, she had to tell a ghost story. My dear daughter, let daddy tell you a story too. Qin Yang reached out and touched Jiang Mushui's belly softly. The fetus already had hearing at 4 months, so the little one in Jiang Mushui's belly was already more than 6 months old. Qin Yang began to speak slowly. He also communicates with the baby using his mental powers. Through spiritual communication, children can clearly understand what the speaker is saying. Soon, Qin Yang felt a wave of joyful mental fluctuations. Unfortunately, this doesn't provide any emotional value. Lian Lan called after lunch. She first inquired about Jiang Mushui's situation. Lian Lan, Xiaoqin, there's something you need to be careful about. Now that you're married to Mu Shui, some people might make things difficult for you. I see. Qin Yang knew that even though Jiang Mushui was in a vegetative state, there were countless people lining up to find a son-in-law for the Jiang family. It's very simple, the Jiang family is rich. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions and only has one daughter, Jiang Mushui. There are countless people eyeing the Jiang family's assets. The main reason he was able to get ahead is that he has someone in the key position. Jiang Mushui is carrying his child. The news of your marriage may spread soon. Don't be afraid if anyone messes with you. You can call me anytime. Your Uncle Jiang and I will back you up. Liang Landau. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan were quite nice. Despite the Jiang family's wealth, they didn't treat him arrogantly. They didn't even mention him marrying into the Jiang family. Aunt Liang, thank you. Liang Lan smiled and said, no need for thanks. We're family now. Just take good care of Mu Shui. We'll transfer 100 million to you as soon as Mu Shui recovers. By the way, you should prepare these next few days. Your Uncle Jiang and I will set up a few tables and introduce you to some people. Qin Yang asked in surprise, didn't we say we wouldn't be having a banquet? Liang Lan, this isn't a wedding banquet, it's just a formal introduction of you as the son-in-law of the Jiang family to a few people. We will announce to the public that the wedding will be postponed. Okay. Qin Yang pondered after hanging up the phone. He needs to seize the time to improve his skills. He needs to develop his mental strength properly. After leaving the residential area, Qin Yang found a hardware store. He bought several bags of steel balls of various sizes. The smallest steel ball was only 3 millimeters in diameter, while the largest reached 8 millimeters. Boss, give me 10 boxes of these blades too. Qin Yang picked up a box of thin blades and said. When encountering enemy steel balls, you can attack from a distance, but in close combat, using blades to attack is more lethal. Okay. The boss packed everything into a large sack. After taking a taxi home, Qin Yang carried the sack into the gym. Receive. Qin Yang received the steel balls and blades into the system space. There were a great many steel balls of all sizes, enough for Qin Yang's training and future use. Let's give it a try. The smallest steel ball appeared in Qin Yang's hand. He used his mental power to accelerate the steel ball, which was instantly accelerated to more than 500 meters per second. This speed is faster than a bullet fired from a regular handgun. Call out. The second steel ball was launched soon after. This steel ball is larger and slower, its range is shorter than the first one, but its power is greater. Steel balls are definitely much more useful than coins. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang quickly took out the smallest steel ball. He first let the steel ball fly to a distance of more than 10 meters behind him. Under the control of mental power, the steel ball began to accelerate from behind, and was released after accelerating for more than 30 meters. Call out. The steel ball flew out at lightning speed. The speed reached over 600 meters per second. It's about 100 meters per second faster. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. The acceleration distance increased by 70-80%, but the speed of the steel ball only increased by less than 20%. In actual combat, this approach is not particularly useful. He might as well have fired more steel balls from his hand. The steel ball fired from his hand was powerful enough. Chapter 8: Acquiring Hacking Skills. After dinner, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room and locked the door. He connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushue's. Mushue, you have a great figure. Is there a D? Mood value plus 17. If you don't tell me, I'll just have to experience it myself. Emotional value plus 14. If Jiang Mushue were conscious enough to control her eyes, she would definitely make herself glare fiercely at Qin Yang. Mushue, don't be so emotional. The main reason your parents want us to get married is so that they want me to help you. If I kiss you, hug you, and touch you every day, maybe you'll wake up. Mood value plus 11. Qin Yang swallowed. Jiang Mushue was incredibly beautiful and alluring. He reached out and touched her body through her clothes. Mushue, I'm treating you. Touch therapy. Emotional value plus 9. Emotional value plus 7. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted in half a minute. She provided 60 or 70 emotion points in just a short while. Adding the points he gained from reading her ghost stories earlier, Qin Yang's emotional value had reached a staggering 123 points. Mushue, you must be feeling quite comfortable, right? I'm very comfortable. Qin Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand. It would be better to continue treatment until Jiang Mushue has recovered. System, draw a prize, 100. Qin Yang said in his mind. He only drew twice today, and he still has one more chance to draw. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining C-level hacking skills. A flood of information rushed into Qin Yang's mind, and with the help of the system, he quickly integrated and mastered it. Hacking techniques? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. It's a bit of a shame that it only reached level C. Level C hacking skills are basically the limit that ordinary people can reach, but those who are very talented are more than that. While not on par with top-tier hackers, it's still pretty good. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. His skill level is certainly not enough for intrusion, but with this level of knowledge, he knows a lot about hacking, which at least allows him to be more careful about protection in his daily life. For example, when treating Jiang Mushue, or when training at the gym, he can store his phone in the system space so that he won't be monitored by others. Mushue, I'll treat you later. Qin Yang left Jiang Mushue's room with a smile. He has figured out the pattern. Given Jiang Mushue's current situation, she can harvest 4 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once after dinner, and you can even get another chance to get something for nothing after midnight. However, sometimes you might not get enough. Jiang Mushue's mental strength recovery is not constant. Sometimes it recovers quickly, and sometimes it recovers more slowly. Now, you can get a maximum of 60 or 70 emotion points at a time, and more than 200 emotion points in a whole day. Wah! Xin Yang went to the gym to train. Tiny steel balls were flying rapidly around him. System, with my current mental strength, how many can I control at the same time? 4. Xin Yang thought to himself, I need to practice harder. Theoretically, he could control up to 4 steel balls at the same time, but in reality, he could only control 1. System, it would be so much better if you just gave me the control skills too. Host, if you gain control abilities at the same time, you will likely only gain a level mental power. Xin Yang, let's forget about it then. It's better to get S-level mental power, which I can cultivate myself. Inside a luxury villa in the eastern part of Haichang. Dad, why did you call me back? A young man returned home, kicked off his shoes, and asked a question. Come here. A middle-aged man sitting on the living room sofa said in a deep voice. The young man sat down next to his father. Dad, what's so serious? The middle-aged man, Lin Xingde, frowned deeply and said, There's something going on with Jiang Mushue. She's married someone else. What? Lin Juanyao's eyes widened. When did she wake up? Lin Xingde shook his head. She hasn't recovered yet, but the Jiang family has already arranged for her to marry a man named Qin Yang. The child in her belly should be Qin Yang's. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth. Son of a bitch. Who is this Qin Yang? I'll kill him. Lin Junyao spent a lot of time pursuing Jiang Mushue. Half a year ago, he went abroad, and when he came back, Jiang Mushue was in a vegetative state. Later, he also discovered that Jiang Mushue was pregnant. Lin Junyao was furious. He felt like he had been robbed of his tower. Although Jiang Mushue was completely indifferent to him. He felt that he had been betrayed, but that was just his own perception. Xin Yang's family background is very ordinary. He used to be just an ordinary employee at Jiang Mushue's company. Lin Xingde said. The Jiang family has a lot of assets and many companies within the group. Jiang Mushue was only in charge of one of the group's branches before. How could that be? Lin Junyao was somewhat incredulous. Has the Jiang family gone mad, letting Jiang Mushue marry an ordinary person? Lin Xingde frowned. Use your brain and think about it carefully. Lin Junyao shook his head. Dad, just say it. I'm a little dizzy after drinking alcohol. Lin Xingde lit a cigarette and said, Jiang Mushue is pregnant. The child in her belly is of the Jiang family bloodline, and may be the only bloodline in the future. If Jiang Mushue were to marry another man, do you think the chances of this child being born safely would be high? Lin Junyao shook his head. I'm afraid it's not high enough. If the child survives, the Jiang family's assets will probably belong to him in the future. What will happen if he tries to find his biological father later? Lin Xingde said, the Jiang family wants their child to live, and they also hope to motivate Jiang Mushue to live. In this situation, it would be most suitable for Jiang Mushue to marry Qin Yang. Lin Juanyao's expression changed. Does the Jiang family want Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue to continue their relationship? What kind of crazy idea are they coming up with? Lin Xingde shook his head. They can't do anything. Jiang Mushue has been in a vegetative state for 5 months, and she's pregnant. The chances of her waking up on her own are very low. Fuck. Lin Juanyao's face darkened. The woman he had his eye on was pregnant with another man's child, and now Qin Yang might have slept with Jiang Mushue again. Lin Junyao was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. Junyao, just a woman. Whether Jiang Mushue has had other men is not important. What is important is the future distribution of the Jiang family's assets. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth and said, that's true, but the thought that Jiang Mushue was actually won over by Qin Yang, an ordinary person, makes me furious. What right does an ordinary person like him have? Dad, when did this happen? Lin Xingde, someone discovered that Qin Yang went in. I checked and found that Qin Yang had worked at Jiang Mushue's company. Then it was discovered that Qin Yang and his wife had registered their marriage. Lin Junyao frowned deeply. Dad, is this legal? Jiang Mushue is in a vegetative state. She cannot express her wishes. Lin Xingde, have you forgotten that she was pregnant? If the Zhang family said that she was willing to marry Qin Yang before, would it be difficult for them to get a marriage certificate with their influence? Lin Junyao. He got angry at the thought that Zhang Muxue was pregnant. Chapter 9, Giving Qin Yang a car? Lin Juanyao's face was extremely gloomy. Dad, Qin Yang and Zhang Muxue are already married. Am I just supposed to stand by and watch? That would mean there's no hope left. Lin Xingde exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Don't worry, this news will spread soon. We're not the only ones who want to form a marriage alliance with the Zhang family. Let's observe the situation first." Lin Junyao said angrily, "I don't understand why Zhang Muxue was pregnant with Qin Yang's child before?" Lin Xingde shook his head. Qin Yang used to be an employee of Zhang Muxue's company. He was later fired, which is probably related to this matter. It's hard for outsiders to know exactly what happened. Lin Junyao narrowed his eyes. Dad, how about we find someone to write a short essay online? Maybe we can send Qin Yang in. Lin Xingde glared at him and said, "Don't do anything reckless. Qin Yang is now the son-in-law of the Zhang family, and what you're doing will damage Zhang Mushue's reputation. The Zhang family is heartbroken by Zhang Mushue's condition. If anyone dares to rub salt into the wound, the Zhang family will definitely punish them to death." Lin Juanyao's expression changed slightly. The Zhang family's all-out attack is no joke. Although the Lin family is quite powerful, it is still far inferior to the Zhang family. Dad, I was just saying. Lin Xingde, just know about this. Think carefully about what to do. Just because they got married doesn't mean there's no hope. Maybe Zhang Muxue will get a divorce when she wakes up. Lin Junyao nodded. Qin Yang is a country bumpkin from the countryside. Zhang Muxue definitely wouldn't be interested in him now that she's recovered. Zhang Wancheng went to another city on a business trip. Beep beep. His phone suddenly rang. Honey, is something the matter? Zhang Wancheng answered the phone and inquired. Liang Lan's voice came through. Honey, are you busy right now? If you're not busy, I have something to tell you. Not busy. I just finished a meeting and returned to the hotel. What's up? Liang Lan, honey, I got a call. Someone already knows that Qin Yang and Mu Shui have registered their marriage. Zhang Wancheng narrowed his eyes. So soon? It seems someone is watching Mu Shui's villa. Qin Yang's coming and going from that villa was likely seen by someone. Checking with the Civil Affairs Bureau will show that they've registered their marriage. Liang Lan said, I think so too. When should we host a few tables to introduce Qin Yang to some relatives and friends? Zhang Wancheng thought for a moment. I have things to do tomorrow and the day after. If you have time, let's do it the day after tomorrow. Liang Lan, I should have time the day after tomorrow, so I'll talk to Qin Yang and set the time for the evening of the day after tomorrow? Zhang Wancheng agreed. Ask Qin Yang if he has a driver's license. If he does, have him pick a car from my garage. Liang Lan asked in surprise, you're willing to do that? Those cars of yours are all your prized possessions. Zhang Wancheng sighed inwardly. Can a car enthusiast have a daughter? I just hope Qin Yang can help Mu Shui recover. Liang Lan's eyes dimmed. It's certain that Zhang Muxue is their most precious treasure, and their hearts are breaking when she becomes a vegetable. Okay, I'll talk to Qin Yang. The most expensive of your cars costs tens of millions. If Qin Yang picks one, don't be upset about the price later. Liang Landau. Zhang Wancheng. Let him choose. With my daughter like this, I'm not very interested in messing around with those cars anymore. You can remind him that supercars aren't so easy to drive. Liang Lan said, let's talk about it when you get back. Then you can call Qin Yang over and deliver it to him yourself. All right. I should be back the night after tomorrow. Liang Lan, then I'll invite Qin Yang over for dinner the day after tomorrow. He still doesn't know where we live. 2 small steel balls flew around Qin Yang. He practiced until late at night and finally managed to control 2 steel balls. It's really not easy to do 2 things at once. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He can only barely control 2 balls right now, and he doesn't dare let the steel balls fly too fast for fear they will hit him. It's past midnight, I should go check on Mu Shui. Qin Yang stored the steel ball in the system space. Qin Yang arrived at Zhang Mushue's room soon. Zhang Muxue lay quietly on the bed. If it weren't for the various monitoring devices around her, Jiang Muxue would look no different from a normal person who is asleep. Xin Yang sat down beside the bed. He reached out and grasped Jiang Muxue's delicate hand. At the same time, Xin Yang also connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value +1. Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Muxue, it's just holding hands, don't be so stingy. After all, I'm about to kiss your lips, hee hee. Emotional value +5. Xin Yang did not kiss Jiang Muxue immediately. Muxue, are you feeling any better? I can clearly feel that your mental strength has increased. If this continues, you will definitely be able to recover in the future. I woke up one morning to find my husband was pregnant and I had a baby. Isn't that amazing? Emotional value +7. Xin Yang smiled and said, "It's the middle of the night now, I'm too lazy to chat with you for too long, let's get straight to the point." As Xin Yang spoke, he leaned down and kissed Jiang Muxue. Emotional value +15. Mood value +11. Jiang Muxue contributed a lot of emotional points in a minute, and then she calmed down. Xin Yang kissed her on the cheek. "Good night, my wife." Back in his room, Xin Yang asked the system. He had just received a total of 71 emotion points, and with the ones he already had, his emotion points were almost over 100. Should we save up to 1,000 points before participating in the lottery? Xin Yang muttered in his heart. After careful consideration, Xin Yang decided against it. He hadn't drawn many prizes yet, and he could wait until he had drawn a few more before preparing his big move. What he needs now is to develop further. A night passed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang while Xin Yang was having breakfast. One of the 4 nannies went to open the door, and there was a girl outside holding a bouquet of flowers. "Miss Tang, please wait a moment," the nanny said to the girl outside the door. "Mr. Qin, Miss Tang has come to see Miss Jiang. Miss Tang is Miss Jiang's friend." The nanny approached Xin Yang and said. Xin Yang walked towards the door and soon saw a woman. This woman is also a great beauty. However, her looks are slightly inferior to Jiang Muxue's. "Hello, I am Xin Yang." Xin Yang greeted him with a smile. The girl sized up Xin Yang. "My name is Tang Yin, and you?" "I am Muxue's husband." Tang Yin was stunned. "What? How come I didn't know Muxue had a husband?" Xin Yang smiled and said, "We just got our marriage certificate the day before yesterday, it's normal that you didn't know this news. Thank you for visiting Muxue. Please come in." Tang Yin walked in with a slight frown. Xin Yang seemed to be deep in thought. Tang Yin's approach actually posed a slight threat to him. "System, is Tang Yin a trained martial artist?" Xin Yang asked in his mind. "System, host, this system does not have this function. You need to determine the situation of others yourself." "Okay." Xin Yang remained calm. Tang Yin posed a slight threat to him at close range, but this threat disappeared as soon as the distance increased. Tang Yin's strength is far inferior to his. Chapter 10 Information about Martial Artists. Xin Yang secretly observed for a moment. Tang Yin walks in a slightly different way than ordinary people. Coupled with the subtle threat Tang Yin posed when she approached, Xin Yang judged that Tang Yin was very likely to have practiced martial arts. "I never thought there were actually people practicing martial arts. I just don't know what the strength of a powerful martial artist is." Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Tang Yin is still very young. Since there are indeed martial artists, there must be others who are much stronger than her. Such martial artists would pose a much greater threat to her at close range. Xin Yang felt a sense of urgency. "I need to hurry up and make myself stronger." Xin Yang, Muxue is still unconscious, isn't she? She's in a vegetative state. How could you two get married? Tang Yin took the water handed to her by the nanny and asked in confusion. Xin Yang said, "It was arranged by Muxue's parents. They called me over and asked me to get a marriage certificate with Muxue." Tang Yin's heart stirred. "Is Muxue carrying your child?" Xin Yang nodded slightly. Tang Yin frowned slightly. She was Jiang Muxue's best friend and knew some things. Jiang Muxue's first time was unexpectedly given to an ordinary person. Xin Yang is handsome, but she feels that he is just average in other aspects and definitely not good enough for her best friend. Tang Yin thought about it, but didn't say it out loud. Xin Yang is already married to Jiang Muxue, and it was arranged by Jiang Muxue's parents. What right does she have to criticize? Xin Yang, I want to go up and see Mu Shui. Okay, you go by yourself. Xin Yang did not go to the second floor with Tang Yin. Tang Yin went to Jiang Mushue's room, while Xin Yang went to the gym to train. Mu Shui, I've come to see you. Do you remember me? Talk to me. Tang Yin sat down beside Jiang Mushue's bed and said. Jiang Mushue had just finished eating and was now half lying down. She opened her eyes, but her gaze was empty and devoid of light. Mu Shui, I just saw your husband. I didn't expect that you were already married when I came here. It was your parents' decision to marry Qin Yang, so I can't say anything. If you object, you'd better wake up soon. Tang Yin held Jiang Mushue's hand and said softly. Jiang Mushue did not react at all. Mu Shui, I have good news to share with you. I have finally reached the early stage of dark force. My strength has increased a lot. These days, I punch any disobedient kid. Tang Yin chatted on and on with Jiang Mushue, sharing some of the things that had happened to her recently. An hour later, Tang Yin stood up. She looked at Jiang Mushue with sadness in her eyes. They used to have endless things to talk about, but now Jiang Mushue was lying there and could not give any response. Mu Shui, I'm leaving. I'll come see you again in a few days. Tang Yin walked out of the room with a dejected expression. Where is Qin Yang? Tang Yin went downstairs and asked a nanny. Mr. Qin is at the gym. Tang Yin nodded, and she quickly arrived at the basement level. Qin Yang paused his cultivation. His strong mental power allowed him to sense someone approaching. Knock knock. Tang Yin knocked on the gym door. The door wasn't locked. Tang Yin pushed open the door and entered the rather large gym. Xin Yang, I have a few words I want to say to you. You're not trying to say I'm not good enough for Mu Shui and that I should leave her, are you? Tang Yin. This is just a melodramatic plot from a novel or TV show. Although Mu Shui is my best friend, it's not my place to make decisions for her. Xin Yang smiled slightly. That's good. If you say that, you won't need to come here anymore. Tang Yin's lips twitched. Xin Yang, I hope you will treat Mu Shui better. Mu Shui is so pitiful now that she's become like this. She's also carrying your child. If you don't treat her well, I won't let you off the hook. As Tang Yin spoke, she unleashed a powerful whip kick. Bang! The whip kick landed on the sandbag. The sandbags, weighing over 100 kilograms, were kicked high into the air. Xin Yang feigned surprise and asked, Tang Yin, have you practiced martial arts? Tang Yin nodded. Tang Yin, I am very interested in martial arts. Can you tell me if internal energy really exists? What are the different levels of martial arts from the lowest to the highest? Are there other people with superpowers in the world? Xin Yang asked. It's important to understand just how strong the other powerful individuals are, otherwise, you might unwittingly get yourself into big trouble. I'll tell you this for Mu Shui's sake. Martial arts are divided into Ming Jin and Hua Jin. Each realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfect stage. Internal energy is real. Reaching the late stage of dark force allows one to possess internal energy. Tang Yin said calmly. There are some people with superpowers in this world, but not many. There are very few people with superpowers in our country. Some studies have shown that the more mixed the genes, the more likely it is to produce people with superpowers. Xin Yang nodded. How strong is a martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm? Tang Yin said, martial artists who have mastered the transformation realm are revered as transformation realm grandmasters. A powerful transformation realm grandmaster can be invulnerable to swords and spears. This spear is not a modern firearm, but an ancient long spear. Xin Yang pondered to himself that if he developed his S-level mental power properly, his combat strength should not be lower than that of a grandmaster of internal energy. Thanks. Xin Yang smiled. Tang Yin, I can tell you these things without any problem, but if you want to practice martial arts, I can't help you. You're over 20 years old, and you've long passed the golden age for practicing martial arts. Xin Yang shook his head. Don't worry, I won't ask you for help. We're not that close. Tang Yin, I can roughly guess what Aunt Liang and the others are thinking. They hope you can help Mu Shui recover. If you can help her recover, I'll give you 5 million. Xin Yang looked at Tang Yin with some surprise. She's a rich woman too. Tang Yin, Mu Shui is my wife now. It's my duty to help her. I don't need you to give me this money. Tang Yin said, you two might get divorced. Whether you get divorced or not, as long as Mu Shui can wake up, I will definitely give you the 5 million I just promised. Goodbye. After Tang Yin finished speaking, she turned and left. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room on the second floor. He hadn't yet harvested Jiang Mushue's emotional points this morning. Mu Shui, Tang Yin just came to see you. Xin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's mental energy. Emotional value plus 5. Tang Yin also hopes that I can help you recover as soon as possible. In order to help you recover faster, I will massage you more often. Mood value plus 11. Xin Yang lifted the thin blanket covering Jiang Mushue, and his hand landed on Jiang Mushue's long, fair legs. Xin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Mushue's legs are amazing. Emotional value plus 15. Mu Shui, don't get agitated, I'm just treating you. Xin Yang said, and slowly began to stroke it. Emotional value plus 12. Emotional value plus 10. Every few seconds, the system would receive some emotion points. Xin Yang's hand reached its destination, and Jiang Mushue was still giving emotion points, but by this time, the amount of emotion points given was already quite small. This time, I was given 80 emotion points. In addition to the original points, there are now over 170 emotion points. The upper limit has increased a little bit again. A satisfied smile appeared on Xin Yang's face. Chapter 11. You're the stupidest one. System, spend 100 emotion points to draw a prize once. Xin Yang said in his mind. If you can participate in the lucky draw, seize the opportunity to claim your reward. Save your chances of winning anything above 1,000 emotional points for another time. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining B-level vehicle driving skills. A massive amount of information flooded into Xin Yang's mind. This driving skill encompasses not only ordinary cars, but also trucks, race cars, and even tanks. It's actually a B-level reward. A look of joy appeared in Xin Yang's eyes. 100 emotion points can get a C-level reward, which is the normal level. If it is lower than C-level, it is a bit of a loss. If it is higher than C-level, then spending those 100 emotion points is very worthwhile. Car driving skills, this is still very practical. Xin Yang got his driver's license when he was a sophomore in college, but he never touched a steering wheel again after that. He had basically forgotten everything he learned in driving school. Getting B-level driving skills now is incredibly satisfying. There are 5 million in that card, we can consider buying a car. Xin Yang said in his heart. He now lives in a villa community, which is quite far from home, and there are no public transportation options nearby. There are 2 cars in Jiang Mushue's villa. One is driven by the nannies to go out to buy groceries and such. The other is Jiang Mushue's Bentley, which is worth several million yuan. Neither car was suitable for him. Although he married Jiang Mushue, he didn't drive her car properly. Beep beep. Xin Yang's phone rang at that moment. Aunt Liang, is something the matter? The call was from Liang Lan. Xiao Qin, there's something I need to tell you. Some people already know about your marriage to Mu Shui. Your uncle Jiang and I are planning to hold a small banquet the day after tomorrow to officially announce it. Aunt Liang, I'm fine. Liang Lan smiled and said, there's one more thing. You haven't been here before. Your uncle Jiang will be back from his business trip tomorrow night. I'll have the driver pick you up for dinner. Okay. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, how is Mu Shui? Are there any abnormalities in her electrocardiogram and EEG compared to before? Aunt Liang, not yet. Liang Lan was silent for a moment before saying, Xiao Qin, keep an eye on the progress. If there's no effect, push forward. Right now, the most important thing is for Mu Shui to wake up. Good. Liang Lan hung up the phone. Pain was evident in her eyes. Xin Yang thought to himself, he had already made progress. He had already kissed Jiang Mushue's lips and massaged her upper body. Jiang Mushue's mental strength is gradually recovering, but it is still very fragile, and she is unlikely to wake up in a short time. Even if he did that with Jiang Mushue, it wouldn't make any difference in this situation. It will be officially announced the day after tomorrow. My parents might find out after it's officially announced. Xin Yang said in his heart. He has to tell his parents this news himself. It wouldn't be good for them to find out he's married from someone else. I'll talk to my parents tonight. Xin Yang muttered to himself. He went to the study, picked up a book, and started reading. He needed to practice his mental strength, and he also needed to read more books. Time passes by every second. Xin Yang read one book after another. Zhang Mushue's study has a wide variety of books, and he can absorb a lot of knowledge from reading them. After lunch, Xin Yang went to Zhang Mushue's room again. Mushue, I'm going to your parents' house for dinner tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, they're going to officially announce our marriage. Emotional value +5. You must be pretty bored, let me read you a book. Xin Yang lay down next to Zhang Mushue and began to read. He read the book and remembered it clearly. He didn't even need to pick up the book. Xin Yang read it fluently. Emotional value +2. Emotional value +1. As time passed, Zhang Mushue would occasionally give some emotional points, though the emotional points were given much more slowly since this wasn't a ghost story. It took Zhang Mushue about an hour to exhaust her mental energy. System, draw 2 prizes. 100 emotion points at a time, 10 points at a time. Xin Yang said in his mind. His emotional value is now over 150 points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining D-level singing ability. Xin Yang. We lost money. However, we haven't lost money before, and this is only the first time. Since there's a possibility of losing money in the lottery, it's only a matter of time. Xin Yang felt his throat become itchy, his vocal cords underwent some changes, and at the same time, a lot of singing experience and techniques flooded into his mind. Cough, cough. Xin Yang cleared his throat. He tried to say a few words, and his voice changed subtly, seeming to become more magnetic. Not bad, not bad. Since I didn't put in any effort, any reward is a bonus. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 1, currently at 13 points. A gentle warmth quickly spread throughout Xin Yang's body, and soon Xin Yang clearly felt that his strength had increased. The muscle definition on his body is also more pronounced. The average adult male's physical fitness level is only 10, and it's not easy to reach 13 through exercise. TSK, your abs are back. Xin Yang lifted his shirt and took a look. He used to have 8-pack abs, but after graduation, he didn't train as much and they quickly disappeared. Now it has finally reappeared, and it looks even better. Pop. He kissed Zhang Mushue on the cheek. Xin Yang got up and left Zhang Mushue's room. He read books in the morning and planned to exercise his mental strength in the afternoon. Gradually, it got to 3 or 4 o'clock. Bang, bang. A nanny knocked on the gym door. Mr. Qin, Mr. Luo Zihong, the second young master of the Luo group, is here. He wants to see you. Roche group? Xin Yang was puzzled. He didn't know much about these things. But he still came out of the gym and went downstairs, where Luo Zihong was already waiting for him in the living room. Seeing that Xin Yang was staring intently at him, Xin Yang sensed a lot of hostility from his eyes. They've come with ill intentions. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. But he remained completely calm. He only sensed hostility, not threat. Luo Zihong is just an ordinary person. Even if the Luo group is extremely wealthy, what is there to fear? He is now the son-in-law of the Zheng family. The Zheng family is wealthy, and he has a system, so he is not afraid even without the Zheng family's support. The 2 nannies in the living room quickly left. Young Master Luo, what brings you here? Xin Yang smiled slightly and asked. Luo Zihong stared at Xin Yang. Your name is Xin Yang, and your parents are just ordinary farmers, am I right? No. Xin Yang shook his head. Xin Yang, you probably don't know much about the Luo family. The Luo family and the Zheng family are old friends. Mu Shui and I have known each other since childhood, and we are very good friends. Our Luo family's assets are 2 to 300 billion. Luo Zihong said in a deep voice. Xin Yang smiled and said, I'm married to Mu Shui. Since you and Mu Shui are good friends, are you here to give a gift? Luo Zihong. Chapter 12. Xin Yang's parents were dumbfounded. Luo Zihong said with a gloomy face, Xin Yang, I'm here to tell you something. There are some people you shouldn't get involved with. If you know what's good for you, you'd better divorce Mu Shui as soon as possible. Xin Yang frowned. What can we do now? I already touched it. Mu Shui is now pregnant with my child. Luo Zihong's breathing became rapid. Xin Yang is infuriating. Xin Yang, don't pretend to be confused. If you touch a woman you shouldn't, the consequences will be very serious. Xin Yang took out his phone. Young Master Luo, let me call Aunt Liang and ask her if you're doing this to get money from the Zhang family. Luo Zihong. He said with a dark face, you make a phone call over something so trivial? Are you even a man? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you anymore. I'm going to see Mu Shui. Xin Yang pointed to the gate. The door is there. Luo Zihong said with a dark face, Hey Qin, Mu Shui and I are good friends. Can't I go up and visit her? Xin Yang said calmly, I am Mu Shui's husband. If I don't agree to you going to see her, then you can't go to see her. There must be a lot of people after the Zhang family's money, but you're the dumbest one. I couldn't help but jump out first. Luo Zihong glared at Qin Yang, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Qin Yang, do you think that marrying Zhang Mushui will make you a superior person? You're dreaming if you think you can rise to the top in one step. Mu Shui will definitely divorce you when she wakes up. Qin Yang said calmly, that's our business. Whether we get a divorce or not isn't up to you. If you don't leave, I'll call Aunt Liang and explain the situation. Grass. Luo Zihong turned and left with a dark expression. He knew that Zhang Mushui's parents would definitely support Qin Yang now. The fact that Qin Yang is now able to marry Zhang Mushui must be arranged by Zhang Mushui's parents, who want her to wake up. As for how Qin Yang woke Zhang Mushui up, Luo Zihong didn't want to think about it. He could probably guess how he did it. Thinking about these things made him feel suffocated. From now on, Luo Zihong doesn't need to ask me for permission when he comes to visit. Don't open the door for him, just let him be turned away. Xin Yang said to a nanny who had returned to the living room. Okay, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, it was my fault for letting him in directly. Xin Yang waved his hand, it's not your fault. I'm still in the basement. You shouldn't have made him wait outside for so long. Luo Zihong should have been to this villa before. The nanny nodded. He has indeed come here a few times before. But Miss Jiang wasn't particularly interested in him, she didn't have any close male friends. The nanny explained. Xin Yang smiled, he knew Zhang Mushui was innocent. My mental strength has improved, and my memory of that night is very clear. This is Zhang Mushui's first time. Just don't let him in the door again. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he returned to the gym in the basement. The Zhang family has assets worth hundreds of billions. Luo Zihong is the first to cause trouble, but he certainly won't be the last. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. If he didn't have systemic pressure, his income would definitely be high. Some rich people don't get their money through legitimate means, and who knows what kind of methods they might use in the future. Wah! Qin Yang practiced controlling the two steel balls. He knew there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Those who were after the Zhang family's money had to consider the Zhang family's formidable strength. He still has time to continue strengthening his abilities. As evening approached, the night gradually fell. After finishing dinner, Qin Yang went to his study. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed his father Qin Hai's video call. Dad. Qin Yang called out as the video call connected. Son, are you short of money? We can still make money without spending your money. I'll have your mom transfer the 20,000 yuan you transferred back to you. Qin Haidao. Qin Yang mostly video chats with Chen Ping. When he video chats with his own father, he's usually busy. Dad, I don't need money. I have something very important to tell you. Where's Mom? Qin Yang said. Qin Hai called out to Chen Ping, who came over. Son, have you found a girlfriend yet? You'd better hurry up with this. You're almost 25. If you don't find one soon, your dad and I will have to set you up on blind dates. Chen Ping continued rambling on. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, Mom and Dad, I've already registered our marriage, and my partner is pregnant with my child. Qin Yang's parents. They couldn't believe it. Qin Hai frowned deeply, what's going on? You don't need a household registration book to get married anymore, but they are still your parents, so why don't you tell them about this? Dad, this is what happened. When Mu Shui's parents approached me, I was completely bewildered. Now that I'm sure they're serious, I'm telling you all. They gave me 5 million, so I'll transfer 1 million to you. Qin Yang said. Qin Hai took a deep breath, don't transfer the money. Mu Shui is carrying your child, you shouldn't even accept this money. You're not marrying into the family. Xin Yang, Dad, if I don't take this money, the Jiang family will suspect that I have bigger intentions. 5 million is nothing to the Jiang family. Xin Hai was taken aback. That's true. You can keep this money, we don't want it. If you have the chance in the future, you should return this money to the Jiang family. Xin Yang shook his head inwardly. Still? Once you've got the money in your hands, you can't just give it back. He worked very hard giving Jiang Muxue massages and treatments, okay? Shenping, son, Muxue is in a vegetative state. Although you two are married, I'm afraid it's not very reliable. If she doesn't wake up, she will remain in a vegetative state forever. If you wake up, you'll likely get a divorce. Xin Yang thought to himself, divorce won't do. If I get divorced, how will I gain emotional points? Mom, the divorce rate among young people is very high these days. If I marry someone else, the divorce rate will be just as high. Chen Ping sighed, that's true. Son, your dad and I will take the high-speed train to Haicheng tomorrow. We'll visit Mu Shui and then go see our in-laws. Xin Yang, Mom and Dad, you don't object, right? Xin Hai and Chen Ping shook their heads. Jiang Muxue is pregnant with Xin Yang's child. Son, is it appropriate for us to come? Xin Hai asked. Xin Yang, Dad, you're my parents. I'm getting married, can't you come and see if there's anything inappropriate about it? Xin Hai said, tell Mushue's parents that they might not want to see us right now. If they don't want to see us, we'll just come to visit Mushue. Xin Yang nodded. Xin Hai and Chen Ping were a little confused when the video call ended. I thought my son didn't even have a girlfriend, but I never expected him to get married and be 6 or 7 months pregnant. Honey, pack your things. I'll book the high-speed rail ticket to Haicheng for tomorrow. Xin Hai took a deep breath and said. Chen Ping nodded. Xin Yang dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. Xiao Qin, is there something you need? Jiang Wancheng is currently eating at a restaurant in another city. Uncle Jiang, is it convenient for you to talk now? It's convenient, you tell me. Chapter 13 Xin Yang's parents are coming. Uncle Jiang, I've already told my parents that they want to visit Mushue tomorrow. Would you like to meet her? Xin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, of course you should see him. Aren't we having dinner together tomorrow night? You and your parents can come together. Okay, goodbye Uncle Jiang. After hanging up the phone, one of Jiang Wancheng's deskmates said, Mr. Jiang, I heard a rumor that your daughter Mushue got married, and this Xiao Qin is her husband? Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. Mr. Jiang, whose child is he? Another big shot at the table asked. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin doesn't come from a big family, but he's a good person. My wife and I both like him. Where were we? Let's continue our previous topic. The others wisely refrained from mentioning it again. Xin Yang video called his father again. Dad, I just called Uncle Jiang. We'll go to Uncle Zheng's house for dinner tomorrow night. Xin Hai was a little nervous. Son, shall we go straight to the Zheng family's house? Xin Yang, Dad, come here first and see Mushue. Then we'll go to the Jiang family together. Xin Hai hung up the video call. Soon Shenping came over from another room. Honey, I think I just heard you video chatting with our son? My son said he'll be having dinner with Mushue's parents tomorrow. Xin Hai Dao. Shenping was also a little nervous. Honey, the Jiang family is so rich, won't they look down on us? What if we go there and ruin things between our son and Mushue? Xin Hai was silent for a while before saying, don't overthink it. My son and Mushue are from 2 different worlds. It's normal for them to get divorced later. Chen Ping nodded slightly. That's true. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. It's time for the first emotional reward of the evening again. Mushue, Luo Zihong came by this afternoon. Xin Yang waited for a while. Jiang Mushue didn't offer any emotional value. Luo Zihong held no weight in her heart. I've told my parents about our marriage, and they'll be coming to see you, their daughter-in-law, tomorrow. Mood value plus 18. My parents and your parents are having dinner together tomorrow night. Emotional value plus 15. Xin Yang said, if they don't click, your parents might make us get a divorce right away. What do you think? Should I sleep with you tonight to talk things over? Emotional value plus 13. Emotional value plus 10. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted in a short time. you're so easily amused. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He had no intention of sleeping with Jiang Muxue at the moment. Having deep and simple conversations with Jiang Muxue is very enjoyable, but it will definitely be much harder to gain emotional points after having sex. Given what has already happened, it will be difficult for him to gain emotional points from Jiang Muxue through kissing and hugging, let alone gain emotional points by simply talking. That little bit of happiness is nowhere near as satisfying as the improvement in one's abilities. System, how many emotion points do you have now? Qin Yang asked in his mind. 122 points. But host, you've already drawn the lottery 3 times today. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Qin Yang read a book to Jiang Muxue, reminding her that gaining emotional points required a balance of tension and relaxation. She couldn't always rely on special methods, otherwise it would be very difficult to gain them in the future. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Come in. Qin Yang said without even looking up. Liang Lan was outside the door. She pushed the door open, and sunlight shone on Qin Yang as he leisurely read a book. Little Qin. Liang Lan smiled and called out. Qin Yang quickly raised his head. Aunt Liang. Xiao Qin, Muxue probably can't hear your voice. Liang Lan looked at Jiang Muxue lying on the bed and said sadly. Qin Yang smiled and said, I believe she can do it. As long as she perseveres, I think Muxue will definitely wake up. Aunt Liang, why don't you talk to Muxue for a bit? I'm going out for a bit. Wait a moment. Liang Lan quickly replied. When are your parents arriving, by high-speed rail or plane? Qin Yang, they set off early this morning, taking the high-speed train at 8:30 a.m. and arrived here around 2 p.m. I went to the high-speed train station to pick them up after lunch. Liang Lan nodded. I'll have my driver come over at noon to pick you up. Qin Yang quickly said, Aunt Liang, no need. The driver will come with us to pick them up. My parents might feel uncomfortable. I'll just take a taxi to pick them up. All right then. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Don't take a regular taxi, spend a little more money to take a luxury car to pick up your parents. I'll have the driver come and pick you up around 5 o'clock. Qin Yang nodded and left. He needed to go out and buy some gifts to take to the Jiang family that evening. Liang Lan had some doubts. Qin Yang seems to be much more handsome than before. Could it be because he's dressed better now, which makes him more handsome? Muxue, Mom has come to see you. Liang Lan sat down on the edge of the bed and held Jiang Muxue's hand. She felt that Jiang Muxue's complexion seemed to have improved a little. Is it my imagination? Liang Lan carefully examined Jiang Muxue. There were no changes in the electrocardiogram or brainwave, but Liang Lan felt that Jiang Muxue's complexion had indeed improved. Qin Yang and Muxue have already had sex, and Muxue has benefited from it, so her complexion has improved? Liang Lan thought to herself. She herself has experienced this firsthand. She gets annoyed if she doesn't get nourished for a long time, but her mood and complexion will improve significantly after she gets nourished. Liang Lan is overthinking it. Qin Yang has not yet had a physical relationship with Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's improved complexion is due to some recovery of her mental energy. The first time Qin Yang only got 42 emotion points, but now he can get about 80 emotion points at a time. Although the electrocardiogram and brainwaves haven't changed yet, the improvement in mental strength will definitely benefit Jiang Muxue. Half an hour later, the 2 nannies arrived at the bedroom. They're coming to give Jiang Muxue a massage. Has anything unusual happened these past 2 days? Liang Lan looked at one of the nannies. The nanny, named Li Wanyue, replied, Madam, Luo Zihong from the Luo group came yesterday. He talked with Mr. Qin, but we don't know the specifics of their conversation. Liang Lan frowned slightly. She could guess what Luo Zihong wanted to do by coming over. Anything else? Li Wanyue thought for a moment and said, when we were giving Miss Jiang a massage, Mr. Qin learned massage from us, but we don't know if he actually gave Miss Jiang a massage. That's all. Tang Yin has been here, they have already reported that. Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin is Muxue's husband. It's perfectly normal for him to give Muxue a massage. Don't come into Muxue's room when he's there. Li Wanyue and the others nodded. Have you noticed that Muxue looks better? Liang Lan inquired. Li Wanyue and the others nodded. Madam, we all feel the same way. Liang Lan's eyes lit up. It seems this wasn't just my imagination. Chapter 14: A chance encounter with a female classmate at the mall. System: how many emotion points do I have? Xin Yang asked in his mind. System: host: the current score is 288. The harvest reached over 120 last night after dinner, and we harvested twice more, once last night and once this morning. System: is it difficult to get an A-level reward by using 100 emotion points to draw a prize? Yes, with 100 emotion points, getting a B-level reward is already pretty good. The chance of getting an A-level reward is less than 1%. Xin Yang, if we use 1000 points to draw a prize, wouldn't the chance of getting an A-level reward increase by more than 10 times? It costs 10 times more to get a higher level of emotional points. If the chance of getting a higher level reward only increases tenfold, then it's better to use fewer emotional points to try your luck at the lottery. Yes, host. Xin Yang asked, if I want to improve the skills I've already acquired, can I continue to improve them? System: host, you can continue to improve. You can draw a lottery later to obtain higher level skill replacements. So all the emotional points I spent were wasted? No, the effects can be stacked. Xin Yang nodded secretly. That's okay. It would be very sad if the original emotional points were wasted. System: 100 emotion points, draw twice. Xin Yang said in his mind. He plans to accumulate emotional points after these two draws, and then spend 1000 emotional points on a lottery to see how it goes. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining B-level cooking skills. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 3, currently at 16 points. A flood of information rushed into Xin Yang's mind, and at the same time, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Xin Yang quickly finished learning the cooking skills. His B-level cooking skills brought him to the level of a master chef, a level that ordinary people without strong talent could never reach, no matter how long they studied. System: I got 1 point of physique twice from the 10 emotion points lottery, but I only got 3 points from 100 emotion points. Xin Yang mentally complained. System: host, the reward is uncertain. Also, the higher your physique, the more difficult it will be to improve. Perhaps in the future, even 1000 emotion points will only increase it by 1 point. All right. The physical fitness improvement program ended quickly. Xin Yang felt his strength had increased significantly. Even a slight increase in physical strength is noticeable, but this time it's increased by 3 points. Xin Yang felt that even without using his mental power, with his current physical strength of 16 points, he could defeat 4 or 5 ordinary people. Another benefit of improved physical fitness is he will definitely have the upper hand when he spars with Jiang Muxue in the future. Xin Yang hailed a taxi outside the residential area and headed to the mall. He bought a lot of gifts, spending tens of thousands of yuan. These gifts were certainly nothing to Jiang Wancheng and his family, but as a son-in-law, he couldn't come empty-handed on his first visit. Xin Yang spent his own savings on these gifts. He hasn't touched those 5 million yet. Xin Yang? The familiar voice reached Xin Yang's ears. Xin Yang turned his head and looked over. Xin Yang, it really is you. The speaker was a woman who was about 40 or 50 points attractive. If the maximum score is 10, Jiang Mushue's looks would be 9 out of 10. There are very few people in the entertainment industry who can reach 9 out of 10 in terms of looks. 4 points is for ordinary people. A score of 4 or 5 in looks is considered above average. Guo Xiaolan, it's been a long time. Xin Yang smiled faintly. Guo Xiaolan approached and looked at Xin Yang in surprise. She and Xin Yang were college classmates. Xin Yang was a handsome guy, but how come she didn't notice how handsome he was in college? Improved physical fitness has made Xin Yang's physique better. His S-level mental strength gives him an extraordinary demeanor. In addition, the clothes Xin Yang was wearing cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Out of 10, Xin Yang scored a little over 6 in college. Although he didn't reach the level of a campus heartthrob, he was still pretty good. Now, Xin Yang's looks are definitely at least an 8 out of 10. His looks are still top-notch even in the entertainment industry. Xin Yang, you've changed so much in just over 2 years since graduation. Guo Xiaolan said in disbelief. Xin Yang chuckled, I guess it's not just me, many of my classmates have changed quite a bit since graduation. Guo Xiaolan, did you stay in Haicheng to work after graduation? Guo Xiaolan nodded. Suyu is also in Haicheng. Xin Yang's mind drifted to Suyu's image. Suyu was the most beautiful girl in their class. He had pursued Suyu before, but Suyu didn't agree because she thought his family's financial situation was too bad. She has nothing to do with me and Haicheng. I'm already married. Guo Xiaolan looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Qin Yang, you got married? Why isn't there any news in the class group? Recently married. I have something to do, bye-bye. Qin Yang waved goodbye to Guo Xiaolan. Guo Xiaolan took out her phone and browsed Qin Yang's WeChat moments. Qin Yang did not post any news about his marriage on his WeChat moments. Girls, guess who I ran into? Guo Xiaolan sent a message in a small group. Who did you run into? Soon, someone in the group asked out of curiosity. I just ran into Qin Yang, he's so handsome. He's gotten so much more handsome than he was in school. He's kind of like the domineering CEO from a romance drama. Requesting photos. Guo Xiaolan, where's the picture? More people started posting in the group. Guo Xiaolan looked at Qin Yang, who hadn't completely disappeared yet, and took out her phone to zoom in and take a picture of him. The photo isn't very clear, but you can get a general idea of what it is. Is this Qin Yang? Qin Yang's demeanor is quite different from before. He's definitely handsome. There are only about 10 people in this group, and some haven't even posted yet, but a lot of messages have been posted quickly. Qin Yang said he got married. Does anyone know anything about this? Guo Xiaolan sent another message in the group. I've never heard of Qin Yang getting married. At Suyu, are you aware of this news? Inside an office building. Suyu sat in her office, carefully examining the drawing. She could tell that Qin Yang's clothes were definitely not cheap. Qin Yang got married? Suyu saw the message. She simply didn't believe it. Qin Yang, Guo Xiaolan told me you're in Haicheng. I'm in Haicheng too. It's been a long time. How about we have dinner together tonight? Suyu sent out the message with great confidence. Qin Yang had pursued her, and she thought he was easy to win over. Qin Yang saw the message quickly. That's really reality. Qin Yang shook his head secretly. He had indeed pursued Suyu before, but was rejected. That was fine, others naturally have the right to refuse. However, he later discovered that Suyu was extremely materialistic. He quickly lost interest in Suyu. No time, no appointment. Qin Yang replied with a simple message. He was going to have dinner at the Zhang family's house with his parents that evening. And even if he had time, he didn't want to have dinner with Suyu. Qin Yang, shall we meet tomorrow? I'll be spending a lot of time at home with my wife lately, so I haven't had any time. Suyu. She scoffed inwardly, playing hard to get, huh? I'll see how long you can keep playing hard to get. Okay then, let's make time again sometime. Suyu sent Qin Yang another message. She didn't believe Qin Yang wouldn't take the initiative to ask her out. He. Qin Yang immediately blocked and deleted Suyu. Chapter 15. Son, did you get plastic surgery? Qin Yang can accept a little bit of materialism. We're all just ordinary people, it's normal to like a little money. But Suyu is not just a little bit materialistic. Qin Yang had seen Suyu get out of a luxury car, and before she got out, she kissed a middle-aged man who was driving. If Suyu preferred someone mature and stable, then it wouldn't matter if that middle-aged man was her boyfriend. The problem is, that middle-aged man wasn't her boyfriend at all. Fortunately, by this time Qin Yang had long since lost interest in Suyu. Otherwise, seeing it would probably make me a bit emotionally distraught. Beep beep. Not long after, Qin Yang's phone rang. The call was from one of Qin Yang's close roommates. Old Qin, you're married? Qin Yang answered the phone and the other party said in surprise. Oh Yang, the news travels really fast. Qin Yang smiled faintly. The other person's name is Ouyang Wu. He should come from a well-off family and be a righteous person. He had borrowed money from Ouyang Wu several times when he was in financial trouble, and Ouyang Wu always readily agreed. Old Qin, stop joking around. Aren't we still brothers? I didn't even know you got married. Ouyang Wu sounded annoyed on the other end of the phone. Qin Yang, Ouyang, this is a special case. We've only registered our marriage, but we don't know when we'll have our wedding banquet. If we do have the banquet, we'll definitely invite you to our wedding. Ouyang Wu's expression was strange. You didn't get someone pregnant and get married because of the baby, did you? Qin Yang. Ouyang Wu actually guessed it right away. Old Qin, you're not saying anything? Is that really the case? Xin Yang, the situation is similar to what you described, but the real situation is a bit more complicated than you put it. Let's meet for a late night snack sometime, and I'll tell you then. Oh Yangwu, I'll come to Haicheng. Let's meet tonight. Xin Yang said irritably, what's your rush? I don't have time tonight, so don't rush off to Haicheng. Oh Yangwu, I'm not here specifically for this matter. My family's business in Haicheng has run into a small problem, so I came to check on it. I'll be in Haicheng for the next week. We can meet anytime you have time. Xin Yang agreed and then hung up the phone. He took out his phone and checked the group messages. Everyone in the group chat is talking about his wedding. He graduated just over 2 years ago, and no one else in his class has gotten married yet. He was the first. Several people in the group tagged Xin Yang. Some people also sent him private messages. Thank you for your concern. I am indeed married. We have just registered our marriage. We don't know when the wedding banquet will be held yet. My wife's situation is special, so it is not convenient for me to disclose her information. Please forgive me. Xin Yang sent a message in the class group. Suyu saw the message quickly. She frowned slightly. Could Xin Yang really be married already? Xin Yang, are you really married? Suyu sent a message to Xin Yang. She froze, realizing the message hadn't been sent. The message had been sent, but a red exclamation mark appeared before it. Xin Yang has blocked me. Suyu quickly realized this. Her face suddenly turned very ugly. She had hoped that Xin Yang would take the initiative to contact her, but she didn't expect that Xin Yang had blocked her. Hateful. Suyu gritted her teeth. Xin Yang, I'd like to see who you marry. Do you think she'll be prettier or more outstanding than me? Suyu was quite confident in herself. After buying his things, Xin Yang went home. Lian Lan is still alive. Aunt Liang, there's something I need to tell you. I ran into a college classmate at the mall today. All the classmates now know that I'm married. Xin Yang said to Lian Lan. Lian Lan, Xiaoqin, it's good that you've publicly announced your marriage and aren't flirting with other girls. However, Mu Shue's situation is special, so it's best not to mention her. Xin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, I know. Lian Lan said happily, Xiaoqin, when you and I both think Mu Shue looks much better now. It seems that letting you marry Mu Shue was the right choice. You should continue to help Mu Shue. If Mu Shue wakes up, I will put in a good word for you. You two have a child, so it's entirely possible for you to stay together. Xin Yang nodded. When Mu Shue wakes up, we can try living together for a few months. For several months, he was confident that he could completely win over Jiang Mushue. You'll be able to continue earning emotion points then. Liang Lan said, a few months is too short. If Mu Shue wakes up, you two will have to spend at least a year together. If you feel it's not working out after a year, then it's not too late to get a divorce. Marriage is not a game. Xin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, I have no objection. I will wake Mu Shue up as soon as possible. Xin Yang wanted Jiang Mushue to wake up within a month, and at the latest, no more than 3 months. You should know that Jiang Mushue is already 6 or 7 months pregnant, and she will give birth in 3 more months. As her belly grows bigger, her risks also increase. Xiaoqin, be careful. Don't make any large movements, so as not to hurt the fetus. Liang Lan coughed lightly. Xin Yang. Did Liang Lan have some misunderstanding about him and Jiang Mushue? But there's not much to explain about this. The more I explain, the more awkward it becomes. Anyway, they're a married couple, so it's normal for things to happen between them. Aunt Liang, I will be careful. I'll go upstairs and check on Mu Shue. After Xin Yang finished speaking, he quickly went up to the second floor. Jiang Mushue lay half reclined on the bed, her eyes open. The nanny in the room saw Xin Yang enter and then left. Mu Shue, your mother has come to see you. You look better now, she thought we did that. Xin Yang communicated with Jiang Mushue using his mental power. Emotional value plus 13. My parents are already on the high-speed train. They'll arrive in a few hours. It's time for the ugly daughter-in-law to meet her in-laws. Emotional value plus 10. I'm not teasing you anymore, let's continue reading to you. You still haven't finished listening to the book I read to you this morning. Xin Yang picked up a book next to him and started reading. An hour later, Xin Yang put down his book. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was almost depleted, and it was noon, so he had to eat lunch and go to the high-speed rail station to pick up someone. Wife, I'm leaving. I have to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up your parents-in-law. Qin Yang said to Jiang Mushue. Emotional value +3. Jiang Mushue's last bit of mental energy was exhausted. More than an hour later, Qin Yang arrived at the high-speed rail station. After waiting for about half an hour, his parents came out. Both of them were carrying some local specialties they had brought from home. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang greeted him with a smile. Qin Hai and Shen Ping stared at Qin Yang in disbelief. When did my son become so handsome? Son, did you get plastic surgery? Shen Ping asked, puzzled. Qin Yang. He said irritably, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't get any plastic surgery. I just exercise more this year, and besides, the clothes I wear now are much more expensive. You've changed so much. Chen Ping said. Qin Yang, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. This outfit of mine costs 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, so it has to have some effect, right? His parents knew him too well. He has to fool people. His changes from before are indeed significant. 300,000 or 400,000? Chen Ping's focus shifted instantly. Aunt Liang had the manager of the luxury store come to my home to provide service. I picked out 6 outfits, which cost a total of 2 million. On average, a set costs over 300,000 yuan. Qin Hai and Shen Ping were stunned. They couldn't even imagine spending hundreds of thousands on a single outfit. Chapter 16. Let me tell you a secret. An hour later, Qin Yang and his group arrived outside the residential area. Qin Yang's luxury ride-hailing car entered the residential area. Qin Hai and the others looked out the car window. The environment of the residential area was excellent. Villas are nestled among the greenery. This way. Qin Yang was giving instructions. The car soon arrived outside Jiang Mushue's villa. Qin Yang and the others got off the bus. The 4 nannies inside the villa quickly came out. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, hello. The 4 nannies bowed simultaneously. Qin Hai and Shen Ping were a little at a loss. They had only seen such a scene on TV, and had never seen it in real life. Hello. The 2 quickly replied. For nannies helped carry the things inside. Once inside the villa, Qin Hai and his group proceeded cautiously, as many of the items in the villa clearly weren't cheap. Mr. Qin, Madam Qin, please have some tea. The 2 nannies quickly brought over 2 cups of tea. Thanks. Qin Hai and Shen Ping spoke somewhat reservedly. Qin Yang instructed, Chung Hong, you all go and do other things first. Yes, Mr. Qin. The 2 nannies took their leave and left the living room. Shen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. You brat, you've got too much money. You could have just taken a regular taxi, but you took a Mercedes. I can't say anything to you in the car. Qin Yang, Mom, we can't skimp on this money. If you take a regular taxi, it'll make Aunt Liang and Uncle Jiang look bad. All right. Shen Ping thought about it and realized that made sense. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Mom and Dad, relax. Once you're here, make yourself at home. Aunt Liang said this villa will be mine in the future. Qin Hai and the others did not take Qin Yang's words seriously. Let's go see Mushue first. Good. Qin Yang led his parents to the 2nd floor of the villa, and the 2 maids in Jiang Mushue's room quickly left. Qin Hai and Chen Ping saw Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue was lying half reclined on the large bed, her eyes open, but without any spirit in them. Son, Mushue is so beautiful. Chen Ping exclaimed in amazement. In reality, a 7-point beauty is considered very pretty. Jiang Mushue's looks are a perfect 9 out of 10. Qin Yang, rich people have good genes, so it's hard for them to be ugly. However, there are very few rich people as beautiful as Mushue. It's a pity that beauty is often envied by heaven. She is now in a vegetative state. She can open her eyes, but she can't see anything. A look of pity appeared in Shen Ping's eyes. Qin Hai, son, the Jiang family is so rich, is there really no way to cure Mushue's condition? Qin Yang shook his head. Mushue has a brain problem. Recovery is not an easy thing, but in the last 2 days, Mushue's complexion has improved. I believe that Mushue will definitely recover in the future. Qin Yang sat down on the edge of the bed as he spoke. He took Jiang Mushue's hand. Mushue, my parents have come to see you. They were right by the bed. As he spoke, Qin Yang used his mental power. Emotional value +7. Chen Ping said, "Son, Mu Shui is pregnant. Is the baby alright? How many months along is the baby? If Mu Shui hasn't woken up by the time of delivery, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Qin Yang, the child is very healthy. Mu Shui is now 6 or 7 months pregnant. Ideally, she should recover within a month, and at the latest, she should wake up within 3 months. Any later than that would be extremely risky." Qin Hai frowned deeply. For a person who has been in a vegetative state for nearly half a year, it is probably not an easy thing to recover in 3 months. Well. Qin Hai sighed. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry, I believe Mu Shui will definitely recover within 3 months. Its strength is growing rapidly." Qin Yang had confidence in his own abilities and in the system. "Mu Shui, it's almost 4 o'clock. I'm going to your parents' house for dinner with my parents later, okay? Be good at home." Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Mushui using his mental power. Mood value +6. Emotional value +3. Qin Yang stood up and said, "Mom and Dad, let's go out. I'll show you around this villa." It was designed and decorated according to Mu Shui's specifications. Qin Hai and the others followed them out. Seeing Jiang Mushui like that made them feel bad too. Jiang Mushui is now their daughter-in-law, and she is carrying the Qin family's child. "This is my bedroom. This is the study. Upstairs is Mushui's yoga room, music room, etc. The basement level houses a gym, a home theater, and other facilities." Qin Yang took Qin Hai and the others on a tour. "Son, how much does this villa cost?" Chen Ping asked in a low voice. "Qin Yang, I checked the housing prices before. Based on the size of this apartment, the price should be between 30 and 40 million. Qin Hai and Chen Ping. Tens of millions is an astronomical figure for them. Qin Hai walked over and closed the gym door. "Son, we are from a completely different world from the Jiang family. Even if you and Mu Shui got married by accident, the possibility of you getting divorced in the future is also very high. You need to be mentally prepared." Qin Yang looked at his parents. His parents are just ordinary people, and they were already quite reserved when they arrived here. They would definitely be even more nervous when they saw Jiang Mushui's parents. Perhaps they would feel so inferior in front of them that they wouldn't be able to lift their heads. In addition, he worried that his parents would not call in when they encountered trouble in the future, but would silently suffer in silence. Qin Yang thought to himself, "System, are you sure you can perfectly conceal my physical constitution and mental strength?" System, confirm. "Dad, I have a secret to tell you. You must keep this a secret." Qin Hai and Chen Ping both looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang reached into his pocket and took out a coin. The coin flew up from his palm. "This." Qin Hai and the others stared wide-eyed at the coin. Qin Yang controlled the coin to fly around him. After a while, Qin Yang collected the coin and said, "Dad, you saw it. I have special abilities. My mental strength is very strong, and I can help Mu Shui. But I don't know how many people have special abilities, nor do I know how the country treats people with special abilities." Chen Ping's face showed worry. "Won't they catch us and use us as guinea pigs?" Qin Hai asked, "No one else knows this, right?" Qin Yang shook his head, "Others don't know. Even Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang don't know this now. My plan is to quietly improve my strength and quietly treat Mu Shui. No matter what, we must ensure Mu Shui and the child's safety." Qin Hai and Chen Ping nodded. Qin Yang continued, "I'm quite strong. If Mu Shui wakes up, it's entirely possible for us to be together. Dad, you don't need to worry too much about that. Even if we get divorced because we don't get along, with my abilities, I can live a good life even with a child." He knew very well that his parents were worried about him. There are martial artists and people with superpowers in this world, and even if psychic abilities are exposed, it's not a big problem. The existence of the system is something that absolutely cannot be mentioned. "Son, we'll keep it a secret. Since you have the ability and the plan, we can rest assured," Qin Hai said in a deep voice. Chen Ping, "Son, can you really save Mu Shui? Mu Shui is in a vegetative state and pregnant. She's had such a hard time." Qin Yang, "I'm about 70-80% confident. I can't guarantee 100% that this is something." Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. A 70–80% chance of success is already quite high. Chapter 17. The two parents met. Xinhai solemnly warned Xin Yang, son, it's best not to use your special ability normally, lest you really get caught and used as a guinea pig. The government is unlikely to do such a thing, but some private research institutions might. There are such plots in foreign movies. Xin Yang smiled and said, Dad, I know. I will definitely act cautiously until I am very strong. Xinhai nodded slightly. This ability of mine has also brought other benefits. What are the benefits? Xinhai asked curiously. Xin Yang said, I can now remember everything I see. It's a pity I didn't have this ability sooner, otherwise I wouldn't just have gotten into an ordinary university, I could have gotten into the best school. Photographic memory? Xinhai and Shenping were shocked. Xin Yang controlled the coin to spin around, and to them it was just like that, looking almost like a juggling act. But they know how impressive it is to have a photographic memory. Son, are you serious? Shenping said excitedly. Xin Yang nodded, I really have a photographic memory. I can now read an entire book in about 10 minutes. And I can quickly understand most books after reading them. Mom, if anyone asks about this in the future, just tell them that I've always been a fast reader since I was little. That way, they won't suspect that I've awakened some kind of superpower. Xinhai and the others nodded. Shenping frowned, son, something's not right. If you've always been a fast reader, why didn't you get into a better school? Xin Yang thought about it. Just tell me I don't like studying. No matter how smart you are, it's useless if you don't love learning. Shenping nodded. Xinhai, son, when are we going? Do you think our clothes are appropriate for visiting the Zheng family? Xin Yang looked at Xinhai and the others. They had already worn their best clothes. Suitable. Mom and Dad, just relax. With my abilities, we don't need to fawn over the Zheng family. Even if Jiang Muxue and I divorce, our family will still be fine in the future. Xin Yang said with a smile. Shenping, son, don't get cocky just because you're capable. If Muxue wakes up, you two should try to live a good life together. You already have children. Xin Yang nodded. His system can only be bound to Jiang Muxue, and can only obtain emotional value from her, so of course it has to be locked. Even if Jiang Muxue wanted to leave him, it wouldn't be easy for her to do so. Gradually, it became 5 o'clock. Xinhai and Shenping had been resting for an hour or so. A stretched Rolls-Royce pulled up outside, and Xin Yang got up. He saw Jiang Wancheng get out of the car. Dad, Mom, Uncle Jiang is here. Xin Yang said. He hurriedly went over and opened the villa's door. Jiang Wancheng walked in from outside and said with a loud laugh, My dear in-laws, hello. You must be tired from your journey. Hello, in-laws. Xinhai and Shenping quickly replied. Jiang Wancheng shook hands with Xinhai and smiled, Father-in-law, Muxue and Xin Yang's marriage should have been discussed with you in advance, but Xin Yang himself is probably a little confused. He said he would tell you later. Xinhai, it's alright, it'll be fine to find out later. My dear in-laws, Xin Yang and Muxue ended up having a relationship by some twist of fate, and our family is truly sorry about this. Jiang Wancheng shook his head. It was just an accident. I hope that accident will lead to a happy marriage. Xinhai nodded. The group sat down, and Jiang Wancheng said with a smile, My dear in-laws, Xiaoqin and Muxue are married. He is the master of this household. Make yourselves at home here. No matter what happens in the future, this villa will always belong to Xiaoqin. Xinhai quickly said, My dear in-law, this is unacceptable. This villa costs tens of millions. How could Xin Yang accept such an expensive villa? Jiang Wancheng raised his hand. My dear in-law, please listen to me. If Xiaoqin helps Muxue wake up, it would be right for us to give him a villa. But if Muxue doesn't make it through this ordeal, Xiaoqin and the child will need a place to live. Xinhai nodded slightly. Jiang Wancheng said that, so he couldn't say anything. My dear in-laws, please have a seat. I'll go upstairs to check on Muxue, and then we'll set off. Jiang Wancheng stood up and said with a smile. Good. Jiang Wancheng quickly arrived at Jiang Muxue's room upstairs. He knew very well what Jiang Muxue's condition was like before. Now, seeing Jiang Wancheng makes my eyes light up. He noticed that Jiang Muxue's complexion had indeed improved significantly. Little Qin, not bad, not bad. In just a few days, Mu Shue's condition has improved significantly. Jiang Wansheng said happily. Xin Yang just came up with him. Xin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shue's complexion is better, but her brainwaves and electrocardiogram still haven't changed much. Take your time. Jiang Wansheng said, it's good that things are getting better. Let's not keep your parents waiting, let's go downstairs. Soon Xin Yang and his group got into the Rolls-Royce. The three of them sat in the back, while Jiang Wansheng sat in the front passenger seat. Xin Yang and his group arrived in about 20 minutes. Jiang Mushua's villa is quite large. Jiang Wansheng's villa is much larger. Xin Yang estimated that the building area of this villa exceeded 1,000 square meters. There is also a large garden surrounding the villa. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, welcome, welcome. Liang Lan greeted them with a smile outside the villa. Hello, mother-in-law. Xin Hai and the others quickly greeted them. After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Yang and his group arrived at the villa. Xin Yang put down some of the gifts he had bought and looked around. He noticed that the decoration of Jiang Wansheng's villa was quite old-fashioned. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please have a seat. Dinner will probably take another half hour. Liang Lan smiled and invited Xin Hai and the others to sit down. Xin Hai and his group looked somewhat reserved. Even knowing that their son has special abilities and that the Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions, the pressure from being part of a wealthy family is still considerable. Xin Yang didn't seem to feel anything. As someone with a cheat system, I have the confidence to back it up. My dear in-laws, Xin Yang and Mu Shue have only registered their marriage. Given Mu Shue's current situation, the wedding cannot take place. Here's what we're thinking, let's leave it at that for now. If Mu Shue wakes up, let them have some time to adjust. If they both feel it's right, then we'll hold the wedding ceremony. What are your opinions? Liang Lan said with a smile. Shen Ping shook her head, we have no objections, this arrangement is fine. Xin Hai nodded as well. Xin Yang asked, Aunt Liang, may I go to Mu Shue's room to take a look? You're her husband, of course you can. Xiaoyan, take Xiao Qin to Mu Shue's room. A nanny nearby nodded respectfully and said, yes, madam, Mr. Qin, please come with me, I will take you there. Xin Yang followed the nanny to Jiang Mushue's room on the second floor. No one has lived here for more than half a year, but the room is clean. Why did Mu Shue decide to move out in the first place? This place is quite nice. Xin Yang looked around Jiang Mushue's room and asked. The nanny who brought Xin Yang was named Zhao Xiaoyan. She said, Master and Madam have many friends, and people often come to our house. Miss prefers quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed. So Miss moved there after graduating. Xin Yang nodded slightly. You can go out now, I'm just looking around. Okay. Chapter 18 Jiang Wansheng's suspicion. Half an hour passed in a flash. Xin Yang came out of Jiang Mushue's room and went downstairs. Xin Yang's parents and Jiang Mushue's parents had a good chat. Xiao Qin, you've come at the right time. Dinner is ready. Liang Lan said with a smile. Okay, Aunt Liang. Xin Yang quickly washed his hands and went into the restaurant. There were only 5 of them eating, and the table was full of dishes. My dear in-laws, please have a seat. Xiao Qin, please sit down too. Jiang Wansheng greeted him with a smile. The 2 nannies poured wine for Xin Yang and his family. Jiang Wansheng raised his glass and said, My dear in-laws, you have come from afar and must be tired. This glass is a toast to you. My dear in-laws, you're too kind. Xin Hai quickly replied. After a few rounds of drinks, Jiang Wansheng said to Xin Yang, Little Qin, I need to introduce you to some relatives and friends tomorrow. There are a few things I need to remind you of. Uncle Jiang, please speak. Jiang Wansheng frowned and said, The news has spread, there will be quite a lot of people, and there will be some people we didn't originally plan to invite. For example, Grandpa Mushue. Xin Yang was stunned. Jiang Wansheng looked at Xin Hai and Shen Ping and said, My dear in-laws, there's something you need to know. Someone might come looking for you later. My dad doesn't approve of Xin Yang and Mu Shue getting married. Xin Hai and the others' expressions changed slightly. Jiang Wansheng continued, I have 2 older brothers. My eldest brother has 2 sons, and my second brother has a son and a daughter. My father favored sons over daughters, and he valued his 3 grandsons very much. Mu Shue is a girl. My eldest and second eldest brothers' families are also quite wealthy, but compared to me, their money is nothing. My eldest brother's family has tens of millions, and my second eldest brother's family only has 3 to 500 million. Qin Hai and Chen Ping were secretly amazed. Only 3 to 500 million? My father wants me to leave the vast majority of my assets to my 3 nephews, not to Mu Shui, let alone to the child in Mu Shui's belly that hasn't been born yet. Liang Lan said, "Of course we disagree. We have a daughter, why should the property be left to our nephew?" We argued about this many times before Mu Shui's accident. Qin Hai and the others shook their heads secretly. A feud between wealthy families. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Jiang Mushue's seemingly ordinary fall turned her into a vegetable. Could there be some hidden story behind this? He wouldn't have thought this way before. But now that Qin Yang knows there are people with superpowers in the world, is it possible that someone with superpowers might sabotage his fall? And what about that accident between him and Jiang Mushue that night? Could it not have been an accident at all, but rather an attempt to ruin Jiang Mushue's reputation? Looking back now, he realizes that Jiang Mushue's condition was a bit off. Perhaps it wasn't simply because he was drunk. If Jiang Mushue has a relationship with him after drinking, and if the matter blows up, it will be a major stain on her reputation, whether she wants to get married or take control of the group. However, Jiang Wancheng did not make a big fuss about it. After the incident, Qin Yang was simply dismissed. If one plan fails, the other side might come up with another wicked scheme. Jiang Mushue's fall may not have been an accident. Fathers and daughters, did you understand? Seeing that Qin Hai and the others were not speaking, Jiang Wancheng asked them. Qin Hai nodded, understood. Many older generations still favor sons over daughters. Since your father did, why didn't you have another child? Is there really a throne in your family that needs to be inherited? Jiang Wancheng sighed. We originally wanted to have another child, but we couldn't conceive. The test results showed that it was a problem with my body. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could someone have sabotaged Jiang Wancheng's health? If so, this pool is a bit deep. However, without evidence, he couldn't say much right now, as doing so would risk alienating Jiang Wancheng and his family. If he successfully sows discord among Jiang Wancheng and his group, he could very well become the biggest beneficiary in the future. Jiang Wancheng would also take this into consideration. Shao Qin, some people might be very impolite tomorrow. You might suffer some injustice. Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang and said. They can help Qin Yang if it's an outsider, but what if it's Jiang Wancheng's father, elder brother, or second elder brother targeting Qin Yang? They'll really have a hard time performing then. Qin Yang nodded, and Liang, I understand. If it's an elder talking to me, I don't mind being wronged, but if it's a peer targeting me, I won't hold back. Jiang Wancheng, Shao Qin, if someone of your generation is targeting you, there's nothing wrong with you retaliating. If someone of your generation is targeting you and it's really going too far, you can also completely refute them. But what about my dad? He's almost 80 years old. Qin Yang quickly said, Uncle Jiang, don't worry. Old Master Jiang is so old, and he is still Mu Shui's grandfather. Of course I won't argue with him. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Shao Qin, let's have a drink. Qin Yang quickly toasted with Jiang Wancheng. My dear in-laws, please forgive this little trouble at home. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Hai and the others and said. Qin Hai, I understand, this kind of thing is normal. Not to mention wealthy families like yours, this kind of thing happens a lot in rural areas too. Son, be careful what you do tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded, Dad, I know. Uncle Jiang, is there anything else I need to be careful about tomorrow? Jiang Wancheng, there's one more thing to note. If anyone asks, just say that you and Mu Shui are in love, and that you only started dating secretly because we objected. I only let go of my worries after drinking too much that day. The child in Mu Shui's belly is the fruit of your love. Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan added, we will tell the public that Mu Shui has wanted to marry you for a long time, but we objected, which is why we didn't get married. Given her current condition, we want to fulfill her wish. Qin Yang nodded again. Liang Lan, Shao Qin, drink less today. Tomorrow, some people will definitely try to force you to drink more. If you drink too much today, your alcohol tolerance will definitely decrease a lot tomorrow. Okay. Qin Yang's expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized a problem. His alcohol tolerance has increased significantly compared to before. With his current tolerance, the amount of alcohol he drank at the company's annual party that night was not enough to make him drunk. So he was pretending to be drunk when he had sex with Jiang Muxue. He was certainly not faking being drunk at the time. But if Jiang Wancheng knew that he had an excellent alcohol tolerance, he would definitely think that he was probably not drunk that night. Uncle Jiang will realize this problem sooner or later. Qin Yang frowned secretly. It seems I need to be a little more honest with Uncle Jiang and the others about my strength. Jiang Wancheng poured Qin Hai another glass of wine. My dear-in-law, Qin Hai shouldn't drink too much. I can drink with you. My dear-in-law, I'm not a big drinker. I've almost finished drinking. Qin Hai quickly replied. Capacity for liquor. Jiang Wancheng paused for a moment, then glanced at Qin Yang. The investigation he had conducted revealed that Qin Yang had drunk a lot of alcohol at the annual meeting. But converted to liquor, it would definitely not exceed 1 Jin 500 milliliters. A few days ago, Qin Yang drank 7 or 8 ounces of alcohol and was completely fine. Oh my god, Uncle Jiang realized it. Qin Yang said in his heart. With his strong mental power, he sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Wancheng's eyes. Chapter 19 Xiao Qin, are you a person with superpowers? Jiang Wancheng continued eating without showing any emotion. He hit it very well, but Qin Yang's mental strength was S-level, and Qin Yang could clearly sense the changes in Jiang Wancheng. Finally, the meal was over. Qin Hai had drunk a bit too much, so he sat there drinking tea and resting. Chen Ping and Liang Lan were chatting. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, Little Qin, I'll take you somewhere. Jiang Wancheng led Qin Yang to the underground parking garage, which was temperature and humidity controlled and contained about 10 cars. These cars were all collected by Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, take whichever car you like. I used to love cars when I was young, but now that I'm older, my interest in them has decreased. Jiang Wancheng smiled. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Wancheng. Although Jiang Wancheng was smiling, he was not happy. This smile could fool others, but it couldn't fool him. Uncle Jiang, do you know anything about people with superpowers? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng paused for a moment. I know a little about it. Tang Yin went to your place, and it was Tang Yin who told you about this? Qin Yang shook his head. Uncle Jiang, what were you thinking about during dinner, right? Jiang Wancheng narrowed his eyes. I did think of something while we were eating. Your alcohol tolerance is quite good. At the Muxue Company's annual party, you drank quite a lot but you were still quite sober. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, even if you have a high alcohol tolerance, wouldn't you pretend to be drunk in that situation? Jiang Wancheng. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Uncle Jiang, just kidding. I was really drunk at the time. Jiang Wancheng frowned and said, Xiao Qin, I need an explanation. Don't tell me your alcohol tolerance has suddenly increased recently. Uncle Jiang, you guessed right. Qin Yang said seriously, my alcohol tolerance has indeed increased dramatically. Jiang Wancheng's lips twitched. Do you remember my first question? Jiang Wancheng, you asked me if I know anything about people with superpowers. Xiao Qin, are you a superhuman? Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, life is so strange. I used to live in a tiny rented room, working like a dog, earning only 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. After marrying Muxue, I gained superpowers, and my alcohol tolerance also increased. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, can you show us your special abilities? Qin Yang took his phone out of his pocket. Under his mental control, the phone flew up. This. Jiang Wancheng stared blankly at the floating phone. Qin Yang controlled the phone to fly around him once. Uncle Jiang, I swear on my integrity, I was really drunk before. My strength has only recently improved. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. I believe you. If you had this kind of ability earlier, you would have become rich long ago. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Muxue's complexion has improved because I've been communicating with her using my mental energy every day these past few days. Jiang Wancheng's eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, you can communicate with Muxue? Qin Yang nodded. Currently, it's a one-way communication. Muxue can receive some of the information I send her, but her mental strength is too weak to send me messages. However, under the stimulation of my mental energy, Muxue's mental energy is slowly recovering. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. Very good. It seems that letting you get married was the right decision. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you have to keep this a secret for me. My superpower has just awakened, and my strength is still growing. I don't want the outside world to know that I am a superpowered person for the time being. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely keep your secret. I won't even tell your Aunt Liang. At this point, Jiang Wancheng's expression became serious. Xiaoqin, now that you've become a superhuman, there's something I want to ask you. Do you think it's possible that Mu Shue's fall was sabotaged by some superhuman? Xin Yang thought for a moment and said, that's possible. It's not difficult for a powerful superhuman to do something secretly. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. He had actually had this suspicion for a long time. But despite his suspicions, he had no evidence. Xiaoqin, I want to ask you a favor. If your superpowers become powerful in the future, find out who the mastermind is. Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Qin Yang nodded, Uncle Jiang, I will investigate. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out the truth for Mu Shue's safety. If Mu Shue wakes up, the other party might try something else. Jiang Wancheng's expression changed slightly. Xiaoqin, let's not talk about this anymore. Whichever of these cars you like, it's yours. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the cars, some of which cost several million yuan, while others cost tens of millions. Uncle Jiang, may I take a look at them all? Certainly. Qin Yang admired each of the vehicles one by one. Finally, Qin Yang stopped in front of a Porsche 918. Uncle Jiang, if you're willing to part with it, I'll choose this one. Qin Yang said with a smile. This Porsche 918 isn't really suitable for everyday driving, but compared to others, it's quite suitable. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, of course I'm willing to part with it, but such a supercar isn't something an ordinary person can handle. You haven't driven a car since you got your license, can you drive it? Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I definitely couldn't have done it before. But my mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people now. After a little adjustment, I should be able to drive normally. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Alright, then this car is yours. You've been drinking today, so you can't drive it. I'll have someone else drive it back for you. Good. Not long after, the Porsche 918 drove away. Qin Yang was in the passenger seat, and the driver was Jiang Wancheng's driver. Xin Hai and Chen Ping sat in the Rolls-Royce they had arrived in. Qin Yang and the others returned in about half an hour. Son, this car must have been expensive, right? Xin Hai looked at the Porsche 918 in the garage and asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, I checked on the way, it should be around 16 million, which is considered average among Uncle Jiang's cars. Dad, Uncle Jiang knows I have psychic abilities. Qin Hai nodded slightly. They're good people, there's no need to hide it from them. It's best not to tell anyone else besides them. Qin Yang originally intended to keep it a secret from even Jiang Wancheng and the others. There was no other way Jiang Wancheng had discovered the anomaly. Mom and Dad, you should take a shower and go to bed early. I'll go check on Mu Shue. Qin Yang soon arrived at Jiang Mushue's room upstairs. Jiang Mushue lay there quietly, like Sleeping Beauty. Mu Shue, I've gone to your boudoir. I even lay on your pink bed for a while. Qin Yang held Jiang Mushue's hand and sent her a message. Emotional value plus 15. It's just sleeping in your bed, why are you so agitated? Don't even mention your bed, I've slept in all your bodies. Mood value plus 17. Mu Shue, I've been drinking today, so I won't kiss you. Let me give you a massage. Qin Yang quickly began to give Jiang Mushue a gentle massage. Emotional value plus 14. Emotional value plus 12. Chapter 20 Everyone, he is Qin Yang. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Mom and Dad, did you sleep well? While eating the breakfast prepared by the nanny, Qin Yang asked. Chen Ping, your dad slept very soundly after drinking, and I was a little unaccustomed to it, so I fell asleep quite late. Son, your dad and I discussed it and will go back as soon as possible. Qin Yang frowned. Mom, why the rush? You finally managed to come all this way, why not stay a few more days? Xin Hai said, this is what we're thinking. If Mu Shue wakes up and you two get along well, you'll get married. Our family still lives in the old house, so we need to hurry up and build a new one. Dad, don't you want me to return that 5 million? Xin Yang chuckled. Xin Hai, you can pay it back when you have money. But who knows when you'll earn a lot of money on your own. You and Mu Shue might get married in about 6 months. We need to hurry up and buy the house. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Dad, our house needs to be rebuilt. Since we're rebuilding, don't be stingy and reluctant to spend the money. I'll transfer 3 million of the 5 million to you. 1 million for the main structure and 2 million for the renovation. Chen Ping was taken aback. Son, are you spending so much? Don't spend the money, or you won't be able to earn this 3 million later. Xin Yang. He's got a cheat code with a system. If he can't even earn this little bit of money, he might as well buy a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Mom, you can rest assured. I'm currently in a period of rapid skill improvement, so I don't want to make money. If I wanted to, it would be very easy. Xin Yang said, don't be in such a hurry to go back. You've come all this way, so you should stay here for at least a couple of days. Otherwise, the villagers will probably start gossiping when you go back. Okay. Chen Ping nodded. Dad, did you bring your bank card? Send me the card number, and I'll go to the bank to give you the money later. After breakfast, Xin Yang went to the bank. He had thought that transferring such a large sum of money would be very troublesome, but to his surprise, because the card belonged to Jiang Muxue, it was very easy for Qin Yang to transfer 3 million to Qin Hai's bank card. Qin Yang transferred 1 million of the other 2 million to his own account. The bank card belongs to Jiang Muxue, so it doesn't need to be returned to Jiang Wancheng and the others, but using Jiang Mushua's bank card isn't very convenient either. Dad, did you get the text message notification? Xin Yang asked when he got home. Xin Hai nodded. He was a little dazed when he saw the bank text message. Let alone 3 million, he had never even had 300,000 in his bank account. Mom and Dad, the dinner is in the evening. I'll take you to see some tourist attractions in Haicheng during the day. Xin Yang smiled. Xin Hai shook his head, you don't need to show us around. Your mother and I can just visit some tourist attractions on our own. You stay home with Mu Shui and make sure she gets treatment as soon as possible. Really not going to? Xin Yang asked. Xin Ping, although there is a nanny at home, it would be bad for us to leave Mu Shui alone at home if we all left. And you have things to do tonight. We might have to start preparing for this afternoon. Xin Yang nodded slightly, then let's do it this way. Mom and Dad, don't be stingy with the money. Once you have enough, your travel experience will definitely be greatly enhanced. Beep beep. Just then, Xin Yang's phone rang. It was Liang Lan who called. Xiao Qin, I found you a great tour guide. She can show you around Haicheng. The tour guide should be here soon. Before the call ended, Xin Yang saw a car approaching outside. Aunt Liang, thank you. Liang Lan said, why are you being so polite with Aunt Liang? I'm quite busy during the day, otherwise I would have personally shown your parents around. I know Haicheng very well. That's all for now, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yang went outside. Liang Lan not only arranged a tour guide, but also a driver. Xin Hai and Chen Ping quickly got into the car and set off. With a tour guide and driver, Xin Yang had no worries at all. Xin Yang went upstairs to Jiang Mushue's room. Mu Shui, your parents are going to introduce me to some relatives and friends today. Our marriage will be made public then. Emotional value plus 15. Your grandfather, your eldest and second uncles will all be there. Your cousins and other relatives will also most likely be there. The scene is expected to be very lively. Do you think a fight might break out? Emotional value plus 13. Xin Yang and Jiang Muxue chatted. Jiang Muxue remained silent, only continuously providing emotional points. 5 minutes later, Jiang Muxue was completely exhausted. System, what's my emotion score? Xin Yang asked in his mind. Host, your current emotional value is 408. Xin Yang nodded slightly. Gaining 300 emotion points every day is no problem. The day after tomorrow, his emotion points will reach 1000. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get. Gradually, it got to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Beep beep. Jiang Wancheng called. Xiao Qin, I've sent you the location. It's our own hotel, get there early. Xin Yang, okay, I'll set off right away. Boom. Xin Yang quickly drove off in his Porsche 918. While supercars aren't very comfortable to sit in, the driving experience is exhilarating. Xin Yang arrived at his destination in half an hour. Along the way, Xin Yang felt a lot of envious glances. The journey was full of emotional value. Unfortunately, the system cannot receive their emotional values. After parking his car, Xin Yang went to the top floor. Mr. Qin, please come in. Two waiters opened the door to the private room. Thanks. Qin Yang straightened his clothes and entered the private room. It was still early, but more than a dozen people had already arrived in the private room. As soon as Qin Yang entered the private room, everyone looked at him. Uncle Jiang. Qin Yang walked towards Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng nodded and said with a smile, "Everyone, let me introduce you first. This is Qin Yang." Mu Shui has not yet woken up, so Xiao Qin has not changed his address yet. Xiao Qin, this is Director Huang from the Public Security System. This is Mr. Wang, the General Manager of Hongyu Group. This is Mr. Lin, the CEO of the Lin Group. Jiang Wancheng introduced them to Qin Yang one by one. His relatives had not yet arrived. Those who had arrived first were all Jiang Wancheng's local friends. They are all from powerful backgrounds. Director Huang, General Manager Wang, General Manager Lin. As Jiang Wancheng introduced Qin Yang, he called out to him repeatedly. He had strong mental power and could remember everyone clearly. What a handsome young man. Xiao Qin and Mu Shui look very well matched. President Jiang, I have to say something fair. Xiao Qin is so handsome, it's perfectly normal for Mu Shui and Xiao Qin to date. Your opposition forces them to date secretly. Everyone spoke with smiles. Jiang Wancheng, we were definitely against it before. We only have one precious daughter, so naturally we wanted her to marry well. Now we've come to terms with it. As long as you are safe and healthy. I just hope Mu Shui can wake up soon. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shui will wake up. Jiang Wancheng nodded, I firmly believe that too. Chapter 21. You are our brother-in-law, right? Not long after Qin Yang arrived, several young people came. Jiang Mushue's three cousins were among them. Hello, you must be our brother-in-law Qin Yang. I am Mu Shui's older cousin, Jiang Haolong. The tall, muscular young man at the head of the group extended his hand. I am Qin Yang. Qin Yang reached out and shook hands with the other person. Soon, Qin Yang felt a powerful force in his right hand. The other person didn't genuinely want to shake his hand. It was meant to give him a warning. Qin Yang smiled faintly. He also increased the force with his right hand. His physique was 16 points, and unless the opponent was a martial artist, their physique should be inferior to his. Jiang Haolong narrowed his eyes. Qin Yang actually dared to resist? Jiang Haolong hadn't used his full strength before, but now that Qin Yang was resisting, Jiang Haolong quickly used his full strength with his right hand. Qin Yang also quickly increased his strength. Jiang Haolong's expression changed slightly. He was not a martial artist, but he had practiced martial arts. Most people's hand strength was much weaker than his, but he did not expect that Qin Yang's hand strength was no weaker than his. Big cousin, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Qin Yang said with a smile. He continued to increase the force in his hands. Jiang Haolong, I know that my third uncle has a wide network of connections, so we came early to communicate and learn more from the elders. His expression looked off. Qin Yang was much stronger than him at this moment. Qin Yang's right hand was clamping his hand tightly like an iron clamp. Big cousin, you are so diligent, I need to learn from you. Qin Yang smiled and said. He continued to increase the force in his hands. Jiang Haolong felt like his hands were about to be crushed. Brother-in-law, let's learn from each other. A look of pain appeared in Jiang Haolong's eyes. Good. Qin Yang nodded with a smile. He finally let go of Jiang Haolong's hand. Jiang Haolong silently pulled his hand behind his back. His hand was trembling. If Qin Yang applied any more force, he felt that his hand might be crushed. That bastard Qin Yang actually has such great strength. A hint of fear flashed in Jiang Haolong's eyes. Second cousin, third cousin, let's shake hands too. Qin Yang smiled at his two other cousins. Well, it's good that we have our eldest cousin as our representative. It would be too much trouble to shake hands with so many people one by one. Jiang Mushua's second cousin, Jiang Hao, coughed lightly. He knew his own brother was very strong, and when he shook hands with Qin Yang, it was his brother who suffered the loss, not Qin Yang. Wouldn't they be asking for trouble by going there? Qin Yang, how's your calligraphy? Grandpa loves calligraphy, and he often tests us on it. Jiang Mushua's third cousin, Jiang Haoren, said. He was carrying a bag containing writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. He was quite good at calligraphy and had won a first prize at the municipal level. Calligraphy? It's all right, Xin Yang said. He originally knew nothing about calligraphy. But he has now obtained a B-level calligraphy skill, a level that ordinary people cannot reach even after practicing for 20 or 30 years. To reach the B level, talent and hard work are both indispensable, and it's best to receive frequent guidance from renowned teachers. Xin Yang, you're being modest. You said it's all right, so your calligraphy must be very good. Shall we go over there and have a discussion? Uncle's calligraphy is quite good, we can ask him for some pointers, Zhang Haoren said with a smile. Their sole purpose in coming here today is to embarrass Xin Yang and make him feel ashamed of himself. Zhang Wancheng has invited quite a few guests today, and he knows it would be unwise to directly confront Xin Yang and Zhang Haoren. Ahem, Haoren, I'll guide you later. There are quite a few guests today, so I'm afraid I won't have the time. As Zhang Wancheng spoke, he gave Xin Yang a wink. Third uncle, then you go ahead with your work. We're just writing this for fun. We'll ask Grandpa for his feedback later. Zhang Haolong laughed. He had just suffered a setback shaking hands with Xin Yang, and he knew Zhang Haoren's calligraphy skills. They were also skilled in calligraphy. Naturally, he wanted to get his revenge. Third uncle, we won't disturb you, Zhang Haohu also said. Mr. Zhang, it's still early, let them write. Your Zhang family has a good atmosphere, the young people get together to practice calligraphy, while my family members just play cards when we get together. Mr. Wang, the general manager of Hongyu Group, said with a smile. Zhang Wancheng hesitated for a moment. In his opinion, Xin Yang was definitely no match for Zhang Haoren and the others. His father liked calligraphy, and they had all studied it. Zhang Haoren's calligraphy was very good, and Zhang Haolong and the others also wrote well. Uncle Zhang, we're just writing this for fun, Xin Yang smiled and said. All right then. Zhang Wancheng nodded. As long as Xin Yang's writing isn't too bad, there shouldn't be a big problem. After all, most of the people present weren't very good at calligraphy. Xin Yang followed Zhang Haolong and the others to a table. Zhang Haoren laid out the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone he had brought, and asked, Big brother, are you going first? Second brother, second, I'll be third, and brother-in-law, how about fourth? Zhang Haolong shook hands. His hand still hurts. In the past, I, as the eldest brother, would go first, but today the protagonist is my brother-in-law, so let him go first. As for the rest of us, it doesn't matter who goes first or last. Zhang Haolong spoke up. Zhang Haohu laughed and said, how about we have a little prize? The one who writes the worst will have to drink 3 cups of wine as a penalty. It doesn't have to be a big cup, just 1 or 2 cups will do. Okay. Zhang Haolong, Zhang Haoren, and the others readily agreed. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Zhang Haohu asked. All eyes turned to Xin Yang. Sure. Xin Yang smiled and nodded. Even if he's going to drink, what's he afraid of? Even if his alcohol tolerance doesn't increase, he has a system space. The system space is several hundred cubic meters. Who can outdrink him? The wine he drinks can be directly stored in the system space. Brother-in-law, here you go. Zhang Haoren chuckled and handed the calligraphy brush to Xin Yang. Zhang Wancheng and a few others also gathered around. What do you usually write? Xin Yang asked. Zhang Haoren, we usually write a poem. If you think it's too much, you can write 1 or 2 lines. If you think it's too little, you can write a longer one. Xin Yang nodded. He dipped his brush in ink and wrote. My hair bristles with rage, I lean on the railing as the rain subsides. I raise my eyes, look up to the sky and roar, my heart filled with fierce ambition. 30 years of fame and glory are but dust and dirt. Xin Yang began to write in a flowing, natural style. His calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, pleasing to the eye. His B-level calligraphy is already very strong. Reaching grade A would likely place them in the top 10 nationwide. At this level, it's no problem for it to be in the top 10 in the province. Zhang Haoren won the first prize in the city for calligraphy, but that was only compared to some young people who participated in the competition. Xin Yang's top 10 ranking was among the top 10 of everyone in the province. Their value is on a completely different level. Xin Yang quickly finished writing everything with a relaxed expression. Xiao Qin, your handwriting is amazing. President Zhang, your calligraphy is excellent, but I think Xiao Qin's calligraphy is probably no less than yours. The people around exclaimed in amazement. These people are all quite influential. Even if they can't write, they still have a certain level of appreciation. Jiang Wancheng stared at Qin Yang in surprise. He never expected Qin Yang to give him such a surprise. My handwriting is not as good as Xiao Qin's. I never expected Xiao Qin's calligraphy to be so amazing. Jiang Wancheng exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. Big cousin, who's next? Jiang Haolong and the others. With pearls and jade before them, even tiles and stones are hard to compare. Even if they wrote it down, it wouldn't compare to Qin Yang at all. Chapter 22 Jiang Mushui's grandfather's opposition. Jiang Haoran was so frustrated he felt like he was going to vomit blood. He brought his writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the dinner party, intending to suppress Qin Yang and show off, but Qin Yang unexpectedly threw out a trump card. What should we do now? It would be very shameful to admit defeat outright. If they were to write, they could only play supporting roles for Qin Yang. Haoran, you go first. Jiang Haolong looked at Jiang Haoran and said. Among them, Jiang Haoran is at least slightly better. The difference between his calligraphy and Qin Yang's calligraphy is smaller. Good. Jiang Haoran nodded. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Qin Yang smiled and handed the calligraphy brush to Jiang Haoran. Third cousin, you brought all these things. You must be very skilled. I will definitely learn from you. Jiang Haoran. Qin Yang's words sounded harsh. But he really couldn't refute it. Anyone with eyes could see that he brought these things, and considering their earlier attempts to belittle Qin Yang, it was all an attempt to suppress him. It's perfectly reasonable for Qin Yang to make a few sarcastic remarks about Jiang Haoran now. Call. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Haoran began to write. His handwriting is actually quite good, but with Qin Yang's calligraphy as a precedent, it's easy for people around him to see that his skill level is far inferior to Qin Yang's. Jiang Haoran finished writing very quickly. In the past, he would write relatively long poems. That would extend the time available for public displays of divine power. This time he chose a short poem. Haoran's calligraphy is also very good. It's really very good, much better than what I write. Some people around still praised it. Jiang Haoran used to appreciate compliments, but now he finds them extremely grating. Big cousin, come here. Jiang Haoran looked at Jiang Haolong and the others. Jiang Haolong and the others had no choice but to bite the bullet and start writing. Their calligraphy was much better than that of ordinary people, but it was still no match for Jiang Haoran, let alone Qin Yang. Especially Jiang Haolong. He and Qin Yang shook hands, their grip tightening, and his hand was still sore. I lost. Jiang Haolong took a deep breath and admitted defeat. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to have such good calligraphy. You've been hiding your talent. No wonder you won Mu Shui's heart. Jiang Haolong looked at Qin Yang and said. The way some people around Qin Yang looked at him changed. They could understand the meaning behind Jiang Haolong's words. Jiang Haolong was implying that Qin Yang had ulterior motives, and that Qin Yang might be deliberately getting close to Jiang Mushui with designs on the Jiang family. Jiang Haowu feigned confusion and asked, Brother-in-law, your calligraphy is so good, why don't you make money from it? You only get a few thousand yuan a month at my sister's company. Qin Yang smiled. Second cousin, you really have a knack for business. But if I were to make money this way, I probably wouldn't be able to reach this level. Everyone seemed to be thinking about something. Some people said, Xiao Qin is right to do this. Only by being single-minded can one reach a high level. If calligraphy is tainted by money, it will smell of money. Jiang Haowu looked at the person who had spoken. He didn't dare to refute. Although the person speaking was not as wealthy as Jiang Wancheng, he still had assets worth tens of billions and had deep connections in official circles. Such a person was someone he could not afford to offend. Xiao Qin, let me introduce you to our new guest. Jiang Wancheng smiled and changed the subject. Many of the guests who arrived later were of even greater importance. Some came from powerful business families, some were high-ranking officials, and others came from formidable martial arts families. Qin Yang discovered 4 martial artists. 2 of them were quite average, even less capable than Tang Yin. There is someone who is better than Tang Yin. The most impressive one was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Qin Yang sensed an extremely strong threat from him at close range. If the distance is very close and there is no preparation, Qin Yang felt that he would definitely be killed if the other party attacked. But as long as the distance between the two sides increases slightly, Qin Yang believes that in a life or death struggle, the one who dies will definitely be the other. His overall strength is still much greater. However, his close combat skills were far inferior to his opponent's. The opponent was a warrior, while he was now a mage. The door to the private room was pushed open again, and Liang Lan helped an old man walk in from outside. Qin Yang had seen the old man's photo before he was Jiang Mushua's grandfather. Qin Yang was stunned. He sensed a strong mental fluctuation. This mental fluctuation actually came from Jiang Mushua's grandfather. Grandpa Mushua's mental strength is much weaker than mine, but it should still be at least at level B. Qin Yang said in his heart. He never expected that Grandpa Mushue was actually a superhuman, but he didn't know what kind of superhuman he was. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Everyone stepped forward to pay their respects. Dr. Jiang? Could Grandpa Mushue's special ability be in the field of healing? Qin Yang said in his heart. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yang. Qin Yang's calligraphy is amazing, even how Ran can't compare to him. Jiang Wancheng stepped forward a few steps and said with a smile. Qin Yang naturally followed Jiang Wancheng forward. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Qin Yang bowed in greeting. Jiang Wancheng's father, Jiang Xinghua, said in a deep voice, Third son, I do not agree to Qin Yang and Mushue's marriage. If Mushue wakes up, I will make other arrangements for her marriage. You arrange for them to divorce. Jiang Haolong and his group were overjoyed. Liang Lan, Dad, my husband and I used to oppose Xiaoqin and Mushue's marriage, but it was Mushue's idea. Mushue has been lying there for almost half a year. My husband and I intend to respect Mushue's wishes. We will absolutely not arrange for her to divorce Xiaoqin. Jiang Xinghua shook off Liang Lan's hand that was supporting him. Cough, cough. Jiang Xinghua coughed violently a few times. Qin Yang noticed something was wrong with Jiang Xinghua's mental energy. Jiang Xinghua might have misused his special ability, causing problems with his mental energy. His mental state issues affected his physical health. Jiang Xinghua is not yet 80 years old. Many elderly people at this age are still in good health. However, Jiang Xinghua is not in good condition. Qin Yang, what do you have to say? Father is the head of the Jiang family, and he does not approve of you two being together. A middle-aged man behind Jiang Xinghua said in a deep voice. Qin Yang recognized this man. He was Jiang Mushua's second uncle, Jiang Wanchuan. The three Jiang brothers are, the eldest, Jiang Wanyue II, Jiang Wanchuan, and the youngest, Jiang Wancheng. Qin Yang calmly said, according to the marriage law, as long as I don't agree, even if Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang are Mushue's parents, they can't force me to divorce Mushue. Are the Jiang family rules greater than the national law? Jiang Wanchuan. Jiang Xinghua suddenly smiled, you did a good job. You didn't give up on Mushue easily because of the pressure. You've passed this test. But this is only the first hurdle. Xiaoqin, it won't be that easy for you to marry Mushue. Many people present breathed a sigh of relief. Old Jiang, your acting skills are amazing. We were all fooled by you. We thought you were serious. Yes, Mr. Jiang, your acting skills are impeccable. Everyone spoke up. The tense atmosphere immediately eased. Mr. Jiang, I will try my best. Qin Yang said earnestly. He shook his head inwardly. Old Jiang was just saying that on purpose. He possessed extremely strong mental power, and he could sense that Elder Jiang indeed wanted to forcibly separate them, but he resisted. At this point, it was no longer appropriate for Elder Jiang to insist. He had to protect the Jiang family's reputation. Chapter 23 I have a lot of knowledge, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Wancheng gave his father a deep look. Others may not know, but he knows his father well. His father is not someone who changes his mind easily. Moreover, he had been strongly opposed to it privately before. Everyone. Jiang Wancheng clapped his hands. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, everyone knows me now. The handsome young man next to me is Mushue's husband, Qin Yang. Xiaoqin and Mushue have already registered their marriage. He is now my son-in-law, Jiang Wancheng. Today, we are all relatives and friends. I hope you can take care of him in the future. Liang Lan also stepped forward. She said, we used to be against them, but after getting to know them, we think Xiaoqin is a pretty good person. My husband and I both approve of Xiaoqin as our son-in-law. Mu Shue's wedding has to be postponed because she's not ready yet. Let's get together today and introduce Xiao Qin to everyone first. After Liang Lan finished speaking, she waved to Qin Yang. Qin Yang walked over to Liang Lan's side. Xiao Qin, my husband and I often have to travel for work. Now that you're married to Mu Shui, you'll have to take good care of her from now on. Liang Lan said with a smile. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, please don't worry. And please rest assured, all of Mu Shue's relatives and friends who care about her, I will definitely take good care of Mu Shui and won't let her get hurt again. As he said this, Qin Yang paid attention to the expressions of Zhang Wanyue and the others. He noticed that two people were acting slightly strangely. One is Zhang Wanyue, and the other is Zhang Wanyue's wife. Could it be that they did something underhanded? Qin Yang said in his heart. This possibility is not low. Zhang Wanyue is the eldest of the three brothers, including Zhang Wancheng, and he has two sons, Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haowu. His assets are still the least among the three brothers. Although his assets were tens of millions, which was a lot compared to ordinary people, Zhang Wanchuan had 300 to 500 million, while Zhang Wancheng, the third son, possessed terrifying assets of hundreds of billions. He was the eldest of the three brothers and the poorest. It's quite normal for him to feel unbalanced. Of course, these are all just speculations at the moment, and Qin Yang certainly wouldn't tell Zhang Wancheng this without solid evidence. Zhang Wancheng himself probably had his doubts. He didn't need to say it. Everyone, please take your seats. Zhang Wancheng greeted him with a smile. Everyone took their seats. Qin Yang and Zhang Haolong, along with other young people, sat together. The food and drinks had already been served, and Zhang Haolong poured himself a glass of wine. He said, "Gentlemen, I lost the calligraphy contest. According to our previous agreement, I have to drink 3 ounces of wine. A man cannot break his word, so I will drink this wine first." After he finished speaking, he poured 150 milliliters of baijiu using a decanter. Then he downed the entire bottle of liquor in one gulp. Good. Brother Haolong has an enormous capacity. Everyone praised it. After downing 3 ounces of baijiu, Zhang Haolong remained unfazed. Everyone, don't look at me. You've all forgotten, today my brother-in-law is the main character. We should show him the utmost respect. That's right. Brother-in-law, let's have a few more drinks today. Zhang Haowu and Zhang Haoren spoke up. They were very unhappy with Qin Yang. Zhang Haolong had suffered a setback when shaking hands with Qin Yang, and in the calligraphy competition, they were all defeated by Qin Yang. Drinking is their perfect opportunity to get revenge. Surely they can't all outdrink Qin Yang, right? Dear friends and family, thank you all for coming. My husband and I would like to offer you a toast to express our gratitude. Zhang Wancheng and Liang Lan stood up. After Zhang Wancheng finished speaking, the two of them finished drinking the baijiu in their glasses. Good. Crash. Many people applauded and cheered. Zhang Wancheng smiled and said, "Dear friends and relatives, everyone here is an acquaintance. Please make yourselves at home. There are no rules today. Just enjoy your food and drinks." Good. The atmosphere in the private room quickly became lively. Brother-in-law, shall we go together for a bit? Then you'll probably have to go around to the other tables to offer toasts. Zhang Haolong said with a smile. There were 10 tables in total, and each table had a cup, which added up to half a jin 250 milliliters. They used small wine cups that cost 5 coins. Okay. Qin Yang nodded. He sneered inwardly. It would be better if Zhang Haolong and the others didn't force him to drink. If they did, Zhang Haolong and the others would all be lying down today. Cheers. Qin Yang and the others quickly downed a drink. Brother-in-law, it's time for you to show your skills. Everyone's here for you, so you should pay your respects to the bar. Zhang Haoren said with a smile. Qin Yang nodded slightly. That's to be expected. Soon he brought the wine to Zhang Wancheng's table. Grandpa Jiang, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, eldest uncle, second uncle. I salute you. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he drank it all in one gulp. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang toasted everyone at the tables. He didn't cheat, he drank the wine honestly. Half a pound in total is no problem for him. Brother-in-law, I toast you. Brother-in-law, you have a good capacity for alcohol. I'll toast you too. As soon as they returned from toasting, Zhang Haolong and his group took action, one after another going up to Qin Yang to offer him a toast. Qin Yang welcomes all who come. The wine is stored in the system space as soon as it reaches his mouth. His strength has increased somewhat, and his system space now exceeds 500 cubic meters. The wine entered the system space and all gathered in a small corner. Xiao Qin, take it easy. Halon, you can't keep getting Qin Yang drunk like this. Liang Lan approached Qin Yang and said. Third aunt, don't worry. Third aunt, we won't force my brother-in-law if he can't drink anymore. Liang Lan nodded. Seeing that Qin Yang seemed to be in good spirits, she didn't say anything more. Time passes by every second. Some people from other tables would also come to Qin Yang for drinks, and in just over an hour, Qin Yang drank at least 3 jin of baijiu Chinese liquor. Zhang Haolong and his friends were starting to have an existential crisis. They were all about to get drunk, but Qin Yang was still fine. Qin Yang always had someone accompany him when he went to the toilet. Zhang Haolong and the others confirmed that Qin Yang had not vomited the wine. Brother-in-law, shall we switch to larger wine glasses? I don't find drinking from these small glasses very enjoyable. Zhang Haoran said to Qin Yang. Yes, it would be better to use larger wine glasses. Let's change them all. Zhang Haolong and the others also agreed. Qin Yang waved, and a waiter quickly came to his side. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Could you please bring us 8 large beer mugs? Okay. The waiter quickly brought over the beer glasses. Zhang Haoran said, Brother-in-law, we only changed the wine glasses, we didn't say we were going to switch to beer. Qin Yang nodded, I didn't say I wanted to switch to beer. After saying that, Qin Yang poured himself a large glass of baijiu. Zhang Haolong and the others felt a chill run down their spines. But since they were the ones who suggested switching to larger cups, how could they back down? Soon, Qin Yang and the others poured themselves some baijiu Chinese liquor. Each cup must contain half a jin 250 grams. Everyone, let's have a drink first. Qin Yang picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. The wine entered my mouth and quickly went into my system space. This. Zhang Haolong and the others were all dumbfounded. That's incredible. Big cousin, you guys drink up. Qin Yang pretended to be almost drunk and stammered. Zhang Haolong and the others exchanged glances. Let's give it our all. Zhang Haolong and the others started drinking. They refused to believe they couldn't get Qin Yang drunk first. Chapter 24 Liang Lan discovered something unusual. After Zhang Haolong and the others finished their drinks, their faces turned grim. Some people quickly picked up some food. Some got up and went straight to the restroom. They can drink half a jin 250 milliliters if they drink slowly, but drinking half a jin directly is too much of a shock. Big cousin, you're the oldest at this table, I'll toast you. Gurgle gurgle. Qin Yang took the initiative and confronted Zhang Haolong. Zhang Haolong. He has a high alcohol tolerance, but this makes him feel a bit nauseous. Big cousin, if you can't drink anymore, let's call it a day. I can't drink anymore either. Qin Yang finished drinking and said. Zhang Haolong gritted his teeth and poured himself a full glass of wine. Qin Yang probably drank 4 jin in total, but he only drank about 2 jin. Gurgle. Zhang Haolong drank it all in one gulp. I'm going to the bathroom. After finishing his drink, Zhang Haolong quickly stood up and said. He stumbled to the bathroom, where Qin Yang had filled the glass again. He looked at Zhang Haohu and said, Second cousin, this cup is for you. Wait a moment. As Zhang Haoran spoke, he took Qin Yang's wine and smelled it. Qin Yang laughed and said, Third cousin, is this wine? Zhang Haoran nodded. Gurgle. Qin Yang quickly finished the glass of wine. Zhang Haohu hesitated and did not pour the wine. Qin Yang picked up a bottle of wine and poured half of it into his glass. Second cousin, want a drink? Like I said, if you're not drinking, that's it for today. Drink until you're satisfied, don't force yourself. Qin Yang smiled. Zhang Haohu gritted his teeth and drank it down. He refused to believe that Qin Yang could challenge them like this and he wouldn't get drunk. After drinking that glass of wine, Zhang Haohu seemed to see his great-grandmother. He also quickly got up and went to the toilet. Third cousin, would you like some more? Speak. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Haoran and smiled. Zhang Haoran's alcohol tolerance was worse than Zhang Haohu's. He had already vomited twice in the toilet. When he saw Qin Yang looking at him, fear appeared in his eyes. He got scared. If he drinks anymore, he'll probably end up in the hospital. Forget it, forget it. Let's stop drinking here for today, and drink again later. Jiang Haoran admitted defeat. Jiang Haolong had just returned from the bathroom when he saw Jiang Haoran back down. He was both frustrated and relieved. Qin Yang's alcohol tolerance is simply monstrous. After drinking 4 or 5 caddies of liquor, Qin Yang still seemed fine. They were all quite heavy drinkers, yet Qin Yang managed to suppress them all by himself. Does anyone else want a drink? Qin Yang's gaze swept over them. None of Jiang Haoran and the others uttered a sound. Jiang Haolong, who had just returned, also kept his mouth shut and didn't say another word. Qin Yang smiled. You guys can't do this either. As Qin Yang ate his food, he slowly drank his drink. Jiang Haolong and the others. They will definitely retaliate if others say they are not good enough. But right now, I lack confidence. Some of them had already drunk 2.5 gin 1.5 kilograms, while others had drunk 1 or 2 gin 0.51 kilogram, which was far more than their usual amount. Even though they had all vomited, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn, this guy is a monster. Jiang Haolong thought to himself. Qin Yang had already drunk 4 or 5 gin of strong liquor, and they knew that he hadn't vomited even after going to the toilet. Little did he know that most of Qin Yang's wine had entered the system space. Qin Yang initially drank half a gin 250 milliliters. With his current physical condition and powerful mental strength, half a gin of liquor is nothing to him. The other tables had almost finished drinking as well. The dinner party ended not long after, and everyone left. Xiao Qin, are you alright? Jiang Wancheng approached Qin Yang and asked him, knowing that Qin Yang had a high alcohol tolerance but that he had drunk too much. Fine. Qin Yang shook his head. Jiang Wancheng nodded, that's good. You've been drinking and can't drive. I'll have someone take you home. Qin Yang nodded. He and Jiang Haolong and others arrived at the parking lot. Seeing Qin Yang get into the Porsche 918, Jiang Haolong's face turned even uglier. He knew that this was a car collected by Jiang Wancheng, and now he had actually given it to Qin Yang. Their family's total assets are only around 40 to 50 million. Qin Yang's car is worth over 10 million. More than half an hour later, Qin Yang returned home. It was still early, and his parents were still out sightseeing with the tour guide. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. We need to hurry up and harvest Jiang Mushue's emotional points. Mushue, your dear husband is back. Emotional value +5. Your parents have already introduced me to their relatives and friends. They even said we've been in love for a long time. Mood value +11. Mushue, this is the only way they can introduce us. If they don't, we can't even get our marriage certificate. We are mutually in love, but your parents don't approve, so we can only date in secret and make it a fait accompli. Emotional value +13. Qin Yang slowly communicated with Jiang Mushue. He found it quite amusing to tease Jiang Mushue every day. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan also arrived at the house. Honey, my dad went a bit too far today. Don't take it to heart. He's just a bit stubborn. Jiang Wancheng said. He could tell that Liang Lan seemed a little down. That's not it. I know my dad's temper very well. Jiang Wancheng asked in confusion, then why are you unhappy? Liang Lan remained silent. Honey, what's bothering you? Tell me. I've had quite a bit to drink, so I really can't guess what you're thinking. Jiang Wancheng rubbed his forehead and said. He wasn't drunk, but he had certainly drunk quite a bit. Liang Lan sighed, I'm not unhappy. Okay, go take a shower and go to bed early. Jiang Wancheng suddenly thought of something. You discovered that Xiao Qin has a very high alcohol tolerance? Liang Lan nodded slightly. She said in a muffled voice, he drank several kilograms of liquor and wasn't drunk. He didn't even drink a quarter of it at the company's annual party. Even if he took hangover medicine, it wouldn't be as effective, would it? Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin and I have discussed this issue. I'll call Xiao Qin first. Soon after, Jiang Wancheng called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, your Aunt Liang has noticed your drinking problem. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, why don't you talk to Aunt Liang about it? It's okay if Aunt Liang knows, but don't tell anyone else. Good. Jiang Wancheng led Liang Lan to the study. Honey, what's going on? You two are being so secretive. Liang Lan asked, puzzled. Jiang Wancheng, you know there are people with superpowers in the world. After Xiao Qin and Mu Shui got married, he became a person with superpowers. His alcohol tolerance has increased a lot compared to before. Lian Lan stared blankly at Jiang Wancheng. Honey, are you sure? Jiang Wancheng nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Qin controlled his phone to float in front of me. Mu Shui's complexion improved because he used his superpower. Lian Lan asked in surprise, does Xiao Qin have healing abilities like Dad? Jiang Wancheng shook his head. It shouldn't be. But he must have recently awakened his superpower. If he had superpowers, he would have been rich long ago. Why would he be working a job that pays only a few $1,000s a month, toiling like a slave at the company? Lian Lan nodded, that makes sense. She let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that Qin Yang didn't pretend to be drunk and have sex with their daughter. Chapter 25, Xiao Qin, what special ability do you have? Lin family. Lin Xingde returned home. Dad, what's going on? Lin Junyao asked anxiously, did Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue's relationship break up? Qin Yang is a country bumpkin from the countryside. He probably wouldn't perform well in that kind of situation, would he? He had originally planned to attend the dinner party tonight, but Lin Xingde didn't take him. Junyao, be more composed. Lin Xingde said in a deep voice. Lin Junyao took a deep breath and said, Dad, I've been waiting for so long and I'm really anxious. What's going on? Lin Xingde sat down. Qin Yang performed better than we expected. Grandpa Jiang objected, but he did not separate Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue. Lin Junyao frowned. Dad, Qin Yang did a great job? Lin Xingde nodded slightly, he did very well. You should know that Jiang Haoren's calligraphy is excellent, right? I know, he showed off in front of me. Lin Junyao pursed his lips. Lin Xingde, Qin Yang's calligraphy is better than his. Jiang Haoren brought some things over hoping to show off, but he ended up getting a lesson from Qin Yang in front of many people. Ah? Lin Junyao couldn't believe it. Although he couldn't quite stand Jiang Haoren's pretentiousness, he had to admit that Jiang Haoren's calligraphy was indeed impressive, and Qin Yang's calligraphy was even better than Jiang Haoren's. Dad, the calligraphy is so bad it's almost unrecognizable, isn't it? Can Jiang Haoren admit defeat? Lin Xingde, the difference is not just a little bit. Even people who don't understand calligraphy can see the gap between the two of them. Some people who do understand calligraphy say that they are not in the same league. Lin Junyao frowned deeply. Qin Yang's excellent performance greatly reduced his chances. Dad, can Jiang Haoren tolerate this? If I were Jiang Haoren, I would have made Qin Yang drink until he died during dinner. Lin Junyao said. Lin Xingde. He said irritably, then you're in trouble. Jiang Haoren and the others teamed up to try and get Qin Yang drunk, but they all ended up being drunk by him. Qin Yang drank 4 or 5 gin of liquor and acted like nothing had happened. Lin Junyao was stunned. 4 or 5 pounds? Dad, did Qin Yang cheat and then throw up in the bathroom? Lin Xingde shook his head, he definitely didn't throw up. He had other people with him when he went to the toilet. But Jiang Haoren and the others probably all threw up. Don't ever challenge him to drinking contests again. Lin Juanya's lips twitched. Dad, I'm not stupid. Lin Xingde, Jiang Mushue's parents support Qin Yang, and even if Grandpa Jiang opposes him, they will still support him firmly. If you take action now, you will definitely get a rude awakening. Lin Junyao nodded helplessly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Qin Hai and Chen Ping did not return last night. Qin Yang opened his phone and saw the photos Chen Ping had sent. They went out to sea on a luxury yacht last night. Mom, the sunrise over the sea is beautiful. Qin Yang replied to a message from his mother, Chen Ping. Soon Chen Ping sent a message, Son, your dad is fishing, and he's already caught several sea fish. Chen Ping quickly sent the photos. Mom, I'm just glad you're having fun. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. After getting up and washing up, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room first. Mushue, here's a good morning kiss for you. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue. Then he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue's lips. Emotional value plus 20. Mood value plus 17. Jiang Mushue stopped providing emotion points after 1 minute, and Qin Yang gained 95 emotion points in just 1 minute. I gained almost 100 emotion points in a single session. Unfortunately, Mu Shui is now in a vegetative state. If he weren't in a vegetative state, his emotional value would definitely be much higher. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. But if Jiang Muxue hadn't been in a vegetative state, he wouldn't have had the chance. Bang, bang. A knock came at the door. Come in. Qin Yang thought it was the nanny knocking on the door. He was a little embarrassed when Liang Lan walked in through the door. She almost saw him kissing Jiang Muxue. Aunt Liang. Qin Yang called out immediately. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, I came to see Muxue. I heard from your uncle Jiang that your special ability allows you to send messages to Muxue? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan's expression became agitated. Then tell Muxue that we miss her very much. Qin Yang said, Aunt Liang, I already told you. I believe Muxue can receive the message I sent her. After the message is sent, Muxue's mental strength will fluctuate a bit. Liang Lan glanced at the electroencephalogram EEG display. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang, the instruments didn't show anything, but it's absolutely true that Muxue's mental energy fluctuated. Liang Lan held Jiang Muxue's hand. She asked in a trembling voice, Xiao Qin, is it possible for Muxue to wake up? What do you think her chances of waking up are? We can't live without her. Qin Yang thought to himself, he can't live without Jiang Muxue either. His system was tied to Jiang Muxue. If Jiang Muxue dies, how will he gain emotional points? Aunt Liang, I think I can wake up. The chances of recovery are currently around 50% to 60%. Qin Yang considered for a moment before speaking. He said it was a bit low, a bit conservative. Liang Lan was overjoyed. Xiao Qin, are you sure? The doctor said the chance of waking up is less than 1%. We've also looked for people with superpowers, but they couldn't treat it either. Qin Yang nodded. I'm sure. Aunt Liang, does old Jiang have healing abilities? Liang Lan was surprised. Xiao Jiang, how did you know? Qin Yang, I sense that he has strong mental power, and I also heard others call him Dr. Jiang. I think it is highly likely that he has healing abilities. Muxue's grandfather does indeed have healing abilities. He has healed many people and accumulated a lot of goodwill, but he has been unable to use his abilities for 10 years. Liang Lan Dao. At this point, Liang Lan asked in surprise, Xiao Qin, you sensed Grandpa Muxue's spiritual power, but he didn't sense you? Is your spiritual power stronger? Qin Yang nodded. My mental strength is indeed stronger. Elder Jiang should not have sensed my spiritual power. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, what kind of superpower do you have? Can I see it? Qin Yang nodded. A larger steel ball appeared in his hand. The steel ball moved rapidly throughout the room. Aunt Liang, I don't know any other people with superpowers, and I'm not really sure. I might have a telepathic ability, and I can control objects just because I have strong mental power. Qin Yang controlled the steel ball to stop in front of Liang Lan. Liang Lansong made a move. The heavy steel ball landed in her hand. Aunt Liang, I haven't been awakened to my special ability for long. My mental strength is pretty good, but my control needs more training. I hope you can keep this a secret for now. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan nodded, don't worry, we will. Xiao Qin, are you alright after drinking so much last night? Qin Yang laughed and said, Aunt Liang, actually I didn't drink that much. I controlled most of the alcohol and excreted it directly from my body. I see. Liang Lan suddenly realized, you're quite cunning. Qin Yang, when I was toasting everyone earlier, I drank all the wine. Later, when Zhang Haolong and the others tried to get me drunk, I had to use a little trick, hee. Chapter 26 Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haowu are here. Around noon, Zhang Haolong finally woke up. He felt a splitting headache. He was still fairly clear-headed when he left last night, but once he got home, the alcohol hit him and he got completely drunk. He didn't sleep well all night and vomited several times. Haolong, how are you feeling? Zhang Haolong went out of the room, and his mother asked him something. Good. Where's my brother? His mother said, he's still sleeping in his room. He got very drunk last night, just like you. Go check on him, it's almost lunchtime, he should get up soon. Zhang Haowu was woken up shortly afterward. He looked completely exhausted. Brother, how come that bastard Qin Yang can drink so much? Zhang Haowu rubbed his forehead and said. He also felt that his headache was severe. Zhang Haolong, this bastard deliberately tricked us. He has such a high alcohol tolerance. He pretended to be drunk at first, but then he stopped pretending and provoked us to drink with him using such a big glass. Jiang Haohu gritted his teeth. Brother, we can't let this go like this. We need to think of a good way to teach Qin Yang a lesson. It would be best if he could get a divorce from his cousin. He'll be nothing if they get divorced. Jiang Haolong, don't rush into this. Qin Yang isn't that simple. That bastard has incredible strength. I've practiced martial arts, and I'm not as strong as him. Jiang Haohu said angrily, I can't stand it. My third uncle even gave him his Porsche 918. That car is worth 15 or 16 million. I wanted to drive that car for a spin, but my third uncle wouldn't let me. Jiang Haolong thought to himself, it's no wonder my third uncle wouldn't lend it to me. Who knows what Jiang Haohu will do in the car once he drives it out? Calm down first. My third uncle and aunt are very supportive of Qin Yang. It won't be easy for us to make Qin Yang and my cousin divorce. Once the news spreads, more people will take action. Jiang Haolong said in a deep voice. Jiang Haohu, how come Qin Yang's calligraphy is so strong? I thought Hao Ran's calligraphy was powerful enough to suppress him, but I didn't expect Qin Yang's calligraphy to be even stronger than Hao Ran's. He was probably quite angry last night too. Jiang Haolong said in a deep voice, that's not important. Hao Ran's calligraphy is excellent, and Grandpa values him, so he can get benefits from it. But Qin Yang is just an outsider, and Grandpa doesn't agree to it. His calligraphy skills are impressive, but his third uncle and the others think highly of him. Zhang Huanyue then pushed open the door and came in. Dad! Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu called out hurriedly. Zhang Huanyue said, you want to deal with Qin Yang? Don't take any action for now, and try your best to ease the tension between you and him. Ah? Jiang Haolong and the others were puzzled. Zhang Huanyue said, our partners called and gave us a random excuse to terminate our cooperation. It must have been instructed by your third uncle. Jiang Haohu's expression changed, why is third uncle like this? We will suffer significant losses if the cooperation is terminated. Zhang Huanyue frowned and said, your third uncle didn't say anything last night about your targeting of Qin Yang, but he saw it and he's expressing his dissatisfaction with what happened last night. You need to outwardly ease tensions with Qin Yang. This also has an advantage, it can lull Qin Yang into a false sense of security. Jiang Haolong nodded slightly. We'll deliver the fatal blow when we find the opportunity. Jiang Haohu said in a muffled voice, this is really unpleasant. Can't we go to Grandpa and have him go to Uncle San? Zhang Huanyue shook his head. Even your third uncle isn't that obedient. Otherwise, he would have made Qin Yang and Mu Shui divorce. Jiang Haohu nodded helplessly. In the afternoon, Qin Yang practiced at the gym. He can now skillfully control 2 steel balls, and can barely manage to make a third steel ball fly. Knock knock. Mr. Qin, we have a guest visiting. A knock sounded at the door, and the nanny said from outside. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the first floor. It turned out to be Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu. The nanny didn't open the door, they waited outside the villa gate. Crack. Qin Yang opened the door. Jiang Haohu, brother-in-law, you need to change your nanny. We are Mu Shui's cousins. We came over and asked them to open the door, but they refused and left us standing outside. Qin Yang said, I told them that, except for a very few individuals, no one should be allowed to open the door. What if something happens to Mu Shui? Jiang Haolong frowned and said, we are her cousins. We came to visit her. Would we harm her? He. Come in. Qin Yang said calmly. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu entered the villa's living room. Eldest cousin, second cousin, what brings you here? Jiang Haolong, brother-in-law, we were wrong last night. Mu Shui is our cousin, and we don't want her to marry poorly. I just wanted to test you. Looking back now, we went a bit too far. And you're not just ordinary, you're actually quite good. Jiang Haohu took a deep breath, brother-in-law, we came to visit Mu Shui and apologize to you. I hope you won't take what happened last night to heart. Qin Yang chuckled and said, my 2 cousins, you're overthinking it. You're Mu Shui's cousins, and nothing serious happened last night. Why would I hold a grudge against you? How about this, you all stay for dinner tonight. We didn't have enough fun last night, so let's have a good drink tonight. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu. If they drink again tonight, they'll both end up in the hospital. Jiang Haolong coughed lightly, brother-in-law, let's drink again later. I drank a bit too much last night and haven't recovered yet. Let's go see Mu Shui. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He led Jiang Haolong and the others to Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Mushue's eyes were open. His eyes still had no sparkle, just like before. Seeing Jiang Mushue like this, Jiang Haolong and the others were relieved. They certainly didn't want Jiang Mushue to wake up. Their greatest wish was for Jiang Mushue and the child to die. Brother-in-law, Mu Shui has been in a vegetative state for more than 5 months. I'm afraid the chances of her recovering are very low. Jiang Haolong said. Qin Yang, I believe Mu Shui can recover. Big cousin, don't you all want Mu Shui to recover? Jiang Haolong coughed lightly. Of course not, we are family, of course we hope she recovers soon. Qin Yang sneered inwardly. You wish. They would benefit greatly if Jiang Mushue died. Jiang Haowu, seeing my cousin like this makes me very sad. How did she end up like this? Brother-in-law, please take good care of my cousin. We'll be leaving now. Jiang Haolong and his group left quickly. They came here today just to ease tensions a bit. Another thing to do is to see what Jiang Mushue's current situation is. They were still kept in the dark that Jiang Mushue had recovered. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken is up to no good. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Jiang Haolong and his group seemed alright on the surface, but Qin Yang had strong mental power and could sense their malice. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, is there something you need? Jiang Wancheng answered the phone and inquired. Uncle Jiang, Jiang Haolong, and Jiang Haowu just arrived. They went upstairs to check on Mu Shui. I sometimes need to leave, so should we hire a few bodyguards to protect Mu Shui? Jiang Wancheng chuckled and said, we do have bodyguards. The property management of this villa is handled by our own property management company, and all the security guards in the community are outstanding retired soldiers. The number of security guards is still twice the normal amount. Qin Yang suddenly realized. No wonder I often see security guards. He thought that this was the standard configuration for villa communities, but he didn't expect that Jiang Wancheng had doubled the number of security guards. Chapter 27 Lao Qin, can a vegetative person get pregnant? That evening, after harvesting Jiang Mushue's emotional points, Qin Yang went to the school he graduated from Haicheng. He invited Ouyang Wu to have a late-night snack that evening. Old Qin, over here. Ouyang Wu arrived first and called out to Qin Yang when he saw him. Qin Yang was quite surprised when he got closer. Ouyang Wu actually gave him a sense of threat. He never expected that his best friend was a martial artist. The sense of threat posed by Ouyang Wu was even stronger than that posed by Tang Yin. This shows that Ouyang Wu is stronger. Ouyang, it's been a long time. Qin Yang sat down next to him and said with a smile. Ouyang Wu stared at Qin Yang. What's going on? Old Qin, how come you suddenly got married? Qin Yang, do you know the Zhang family of Haicheng? Ouyang Wu was taken aback. The Zhang family, the richest family in Haicheng? Qin Yang nodded. It's that Zhang family. I used to work in a subsidiary of the Zhang group. The president of the company was Jiang Mushue, the daughter of the Zhang family. I had sex with Jiang Mushue after drinking at the company's annual party. Ouyang Wu looked at Qin Yang with a strange expression. He gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. Qin Yang, I never expected that after that one shot, Jiang Mushue got pregnant, and now she's more than 6 months pregnant. Jiang Mushue later became a vegetable. Ouyang Wu. He asked incredulously, can a person in a vegetative state get pregnant? Qin Yang nodded. A person in a vegetative state can get pregnant, but given Mu Shue's condition, childbirth will be extremely dangerous in the future. This. Old Qin, you're confused. You don't need to marry someone in a vegetative state. Even if you don't get married, your child will still be your child. And isn't your marriage to her a form of adopting a son-in-law? Ouyang Wu shook his head. Qin Yang, my marriage to Mu Shui is not an arranged marriage. Besides, the conditions offered by the Jiang family are really too good. What are the conditions? Ouyang Wu asked curiously. Knowing that Qin Yang wasn't marrying into the family made him feel much better. Qin Yang said, give me 5 million upfront for the wedding. I'll also receive 300,000 a month for living expenses. The villa we live in now is worth 30 to 40 million, and that villa will also belong to me in the future. Ouyang Wu. Given these conditions, what if Jiang Mushue grows up to look like Sister Feng? Qin Yang, Mu Shui is very beautiful. Yang Wu patted his chest. I'm so angry, Lao Qin, why didn't such a good thing fall into my lap? Xin Yang gave him the middle finger. Damn you, you're the kind of person who's afraid of his friends suffering, but also afraid of them driving a Land Rover. Hey hey. Yang Wu chuckled. Does your sister-in-law have any other pretty sisters or cousins? Xin Yang pursed his lips. You don't need to think about it, Mu Shui is an only child. Yang Wu was stunned. He didn't know the specifics of the Jiang family before. Jiang Mushue's father is the richest man in Haicheng. She is his only daughter, and yet Jiang Mushue has become a vegetable? Xin Yang nodded. Yang Wu's expression was grave. You're in danger. There are definitely more than one or two people interested in the Jiang family's wealth. Regardless of whether Jiang Mushue wakes up or not, Lao Qin, you're in danger. I think there might be something wrong with Jiang Mushue becoming a vegetable. Xin Yang, she just fell down. Yang Wu sighed. He looked around and saw no one else. Old Qin, this world isn't as simple as you think. There are martial artists and people with superpowers in this world. How did you know? Xin Yang asked. Yang Wu chuckled and said, because I am a martial artist. And I've reached the mid-stage of inner strength. Xin Yang, Yang, let's not talk about this now. Let's find a quiet place to talk about it later. An hour later, Xin Yang and his group moved to a different location. Yang Wu said, martial arts practitioners are divided into Ming Jin manifest strength, and Jin hidden strength, and Hua Jin transformative strength, and each realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfect stage. Xin Yang nodded. Tang Yin had told him all this. Since Yang Wu was at the mid-stage of Dark Force, Xin Yang estimates that Tang Yin is more likely at the early stage of Dark Force. Yang, since there are martial artists and people with superpowers in this world, how can we guarantee the safety of wealthy people like Uncle Jiang? Xin Yang asked. Yang Wu, old Qin, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, can he stop a sniper rifle or withstand airplanes and cannons? In the face of the state apparatus, martial artists are nothing but fleeting clouds. Touching a super rich man like Uncle Jiang would have a huge impact. Anyone who dares to touch him will be crushed by the state apparatus. Moreover, no matter which family does this, it will inevitably face joint resistance from many other super rich individuals. Xin Yang nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Yang Wu, the world has rules that govern its operation, and martial artists and people with superpowers must abide by these rules. Martial arts families are powerful, but they are nothing compared to a nation. Many martial artists and people with superpowers serve the country. In the past, some martial artists have acted recklessly, but such martial artists and their families have never had a good ending. Xin Yang said, you said Mu Shue's fall might not have been an accident. Yang Wu said, although there are rules, as long as the benefits are big enough, there will still be people who secretly cause trouble. It's very difficult to find out whether her fall was an accident. And she's not her father. Even if there is a national investigation, the scope will definitely be much smaller. At this point, Yang Wu sighed. Old Qin, you're in real danger right now. I don't know anything about the Jiang family. Does Jiang Wancheng have any brothers or sisters? Xin Yang nodded, I have 2 older brothers. Uncle Mushue has 2 sons, and Uncle Air has 1 son. Yang Wu. Old Qin, your situation is extremely dangerous. Ordinary families would fight tooth and nail over a few 100,000 yuan. It's no wonder that no one is fighting over Jiang Wancheng's wealth, who is the richest man in Haicheng. Why didn't he have more children? Xin Yang reached into his pocket and took out a coin. Yang, let me show you a magic trick. Xin Yang controlled the coin to make it float. Yang Wu's eyes widened, you're a superhuman? Damn, Lao Qin, we've lived together for 4 years and I had no idea you were a superhuman. You kept it a secret for a long time. Xin Yang, I only recently awakened. But you are the one who has kept your martial arts skills a secret from me for so long. Are we still brothers? Yang Wu said somewhat awkwardly, well. Old Qin, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that there are national regulations that martial artists cannot casually display their strength in front of ordinary people. Why? Xin Yang asked in confusion. Yang Wu, the country does not want ordinary people to become obsessed with martial arts. Practicing martial arts requires talent and a lot of resources. If many people become obsessed with martial arts, it will hinder the country's development. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Old Qin, when did you awaken your superpower? What kind of superpower is this? Is it a combat-type superpower? Qin Yang, I only awakened my powers after I got married. Are combat-type abilities better than non-combat-type abilities? Yang Wu shook his head. That's different. Some non-combat abilities can make money quickly, but for you, having combat abilities will make you much safer. Chapter 28 The number of strong people in the country. Qin Yang laughed and said, I should be able to fight. I can control steel balls and blades for attacks, but my superpower has only been awakened for a short time, so I need more time to practice. Yang Wu, a matter manipulation ability? Old Qin, you can spend money to customize some throwing knives. They don't need to be big, just 2-inch small throwing knives will do. Their performance will be much better than steel balls and ordinary blades. If your attack power is not enough, you can make up for it with equipment. Qin Yang nodded slightly. This is something we can prepare. It can be used when encountering very strong enemies, but ordinary steel balls are sufficient for ordinary enemies. The steel balls he shoots can reach speeds of 500 meters per second. Killing ordinary enemies is a piece of cake. Compared to specially made throwing knives, steel balls have another advantage. Steel balls have no distinctive features, while specially made throwing knives do. Old Qin, that is, Jiang Mushui is pregnant, and the child in her belly is yours. Otherwise, I would definitely advise you to retreat. With your abilities, finding a beautiful wife would be a piece of cake. Yang Wudo. Qin Yang thought to himself, retreating was impossible. The system had acquired emotional value and bound it to Jiang Mushui, and his strength would only grow stronger in the future. What was there to be afraid of? Yang, I'll be all right. No one should make a move anytime soon. Qin Yang said. Yang Wu, no one will kill you for the time being. Killing is a last resort until other methods fail. They will definitely try other ways to force you to leave. Old Qin, you need to be careful not to fall into a trap. Qin Yang asked, for example? Yang Wu thought for a moment and said, there are many. I've heard some common tactics from others, let me tell you about them. For example, they might find a beautiful woman to seduce you into having an affair, or they might lure you into gambling and incurring huge gambling debts. In more vicious cases, they might even try to make you addicted to drugs. Qin Yang was deeply moved. These tricks are indeed very effective against ordinary people. It exploits human weaknesses. I will be careful. Nothing much, I'm staying home every day now. Qin Yang said. Yang Wu nodded, that's good. You've only recently awakened your power, so the most important thing is to master it. Everything else is secondary, your own strength is the most important. Qin Yang, don't talk about me. Didn't you come here because you had something to take care of? Have you finished taking care of it? Do you need me to ask Uncle Jiang for help? Yang Wu shook his head. It hasn't been resolved yet. But this matter doesn't need your help. It's not a big deal. My family asked me to handle it so they could train me. Qin Yang nodded, then you can handle it slowly. Yang, do you have any martial artists at the transformation realm level in your family? My grandfather was a master of internal energy transformation. Yang Wudao said, martial artists who have reached the transformation realm are revered as grandmasters of the transformation realm. Are there many masters of internal energy transformation in our country? Qin Yang asked. Yang Wu shook his head, how could there be so many? There is a hurdle between ordinary people and the Ming Jin level. Many people may not be able to reach the early stage of Ming Jin even after practicing for several years. The transition from the perfection of Ming Jin to the initial stage of Ing Jin is also a hurdle. From the middle stage of Dark Force to the late stage of Dark Force is another level. Reaching the late stage of Dark Force will greatly enhance one's internal strength. The transition from perfected internal strength to the early stage of internal strength transformation is a huge hurdle, and many martial artists are stopped here. Qin Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. This was truly no easy feat. How many are there nationwide? Qin Yang asked. Yang Wu thought for a moment and said, on average, I think there should be 3 to 5 per province, and I estimate there are more than 100 nationwide. So little? Qin Yang said in surprise. 3 or 5 per province is far too few, isn't it? This is only 1 in 10 million of China's population of over 1 billion. Yang Wu, if it weren't for the rarity of martial artists at the transformation realm level, why would they be revered as transformation realm grandmasters? By the way, Old Qin, there are 2 transformation realm grandmasters in Haichang. Haicheng has a population of over 10 million. It's normal for a big city like this to have two grandmasters of internal energy. Xinyang asked, Ouyang, how powerful is a grandmaster of internal energy? Ouyang Wu, it depends on the specific level. If it's dealing with ordinary people wielding cold weapons, a strong person in the early stage of the transformation realm could probably handle 1,000 people. A mastery of the transformation realm allows one to defeat 10,000 enemies. In ancient times, powerful martial artists were very formidable. Even now, a grandmaster who has reached the peak of the transformation realm cannot withstand sniper rifle fire. Xinyang secretly weighed the options in his mind. If he were to control the blade and go on a killing spree, killing 1,000 people with his S-level mental strength would certainly not be difficult. As for 10,000 people, their mental strength is probably insufficient. His strength should have reached the grandmaster level of transformation realm, but he is unlikely to have reached the perfected transformation realm level now. It seems I still need to acquire more emotional points to further improve my strength. Ouyang, how much do you know about people with superpowers? Xinyang asked. Ouyang Wu, I don't know much about people with superpowers. The number of people with superpowers in our country is very small. Compared with martial artists, they are only about 1/10 of the number of martial artists. There are people like you, Lao Qin, hiding in the shadows. Our culture dictates that we like to conceal our strength. There are very few martial artists abroad, but there are many people with superpowers. Xinyang, I've heard people say that the more mixed the genes, the more there are? Ouyang Wu nodded. Recent research abroad has shown that the generation of superpowers is mainly the result of genetic mutations, and the more mixed the genes are, the higher the possibility of mutations. This possibility has both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, it's possible to become a superhuman. On the other hand, it's possible to develop some genetic diseases. Xinyang said, it's similar to hybridization of plants. It's possible to cultivate new and better varieties, or it's possible that the hybrid varieties are not as good as the original ones. Ouyang Wu smiled and said, more or less. Xinyang asked curiously, Ouyang, do foreign superhumans often clash with our country's martial artists? Ouyang Wudao said, there used to be a lot of conflicts. Now there are fewer conflicts. After all, everyone wants to live a peaceful life. Whether or not there are conflicts depends on the overall international situation. My grandfather said that future conflicts might escalate, and he often urged me to improve my strength as soon as possible. I also want to move quickly, but getting promoted is easier said than done. Ouyang Wu shook his head helplessly. Xinyang laughed and said, your cultivation at the mid-stage of Dark Force is quite impressive. You should be considered one of the better ones among the younger generation. Hee, that's true. Ouyang Wu grinned, old Xin, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. You need to go back and practice your skills. You have to stick to it every day. Xinyang nodded. He has a pretty good understanding of it. They have gained a more accurate understanding of their own strengths. There are certainly martial artists in the country who are more powerful than him, but his overall strength should be stronger than that of an ordinary grandmaster of internal energy. I can use 1,000 emotion points to participate in the lottery tomorrow. I wonder what I'll get. Xinyang said in his heart. Xinyang returned home about half an hour later. Son, your dad and I have visited quite a few places, and we've decided that we'll fly back tomorrow. We'll take this opportunity to experience flying an airplane. Xinyang's mother, Chenping, said to Xinyang. Chapter 29 Obtain an A-level skill. The next day, Xinyang took Chenping and the others to the airport. Xin Hai and his group were eager to return home. Jiang Muxue might wake up within a month or two, and a few months after that, Xinyang and she might get married. The construction and decoration of the house will take quite a while. Dad, don't be too anxious. Maybe Muxue will wake up and not like me, and we'll just get a divorce. Xinyang said. Xin Hai glared at Xinyang, don't do anything reckless. Muxue is pregnant. If you cheat on me, I'll break your legs. Xinyang. Of course I would never cheat on my partner. I took money from the Jiang family, so I still have that much morality. But you can't be sure about things in your heart. Shenping, son, mom believes in you. Although the Jiang family is wealthy, you are capable now, and you have a child. The chances of success should not be low. I'll try my best. Xinyang said. Soon Xin Hai and Chenping entered the waiting hall, and Xinyang returned, going directly to Jiang Mushue's room. He had inquired with the system after the morning harvest. The emotion value has reached over 960. Jiang Mushua's mental strength hasn't recovered yet, but harvesting over 30 emotional points shouldn't be a problem. Mushue, your parents-in-law have gone back. I have some time now, let me give you a massage. Qin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 13. My mental strength hasn't recovered yet, so I didn't get many emotional points. Qin Yang quickly began to massage Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 9. Affection value plus 7. Qin Yang's massage technique was very powerful, and although he didn't give many emotional points each time, he did so very quickly. Jiang Mushua's mental energy was exhausted in a little over half a minute. Qin Yang gained over 50 emotion points. Finally, 1,000 points. I finally got 1,000 emotion points, and this is the first time I've spent so many emotion points on a lottery. System, please don't let me down. Give me one. Qin Yang said in his mind. He was a little nervous. He'll get used to it after a while, but this is the first time he spent 1,000 emotion points on a lottery. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the A-level mental piercing skill. The system voice sounded. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Getting an A-level skill is great. Getting a B-level reward with 1,000 emotion points is normal, but getting an A-level skill is considered very lucky. A flood of information rushed into Qin Yang's mind. With the system's assistance, Qin Yang quickly digested all of this. TSK, not bad, not bad. Qin Yang was delighted. Mental Pierce is a very good mental attack skill. He used to be able to attack with his mental power, which was fine for dealing with weaker opponents, but it wasn't enough against stronger ones. He considered using his mental energy to launch an attack. But while the idea was good, reality was far from ideal. This is just like an ordinary person boxing. Throwing a punch is easy, but mobilizing the power of your entire body to deliver the strongest punch requires a long period of practice. The problem was solved by acquiring the Mind Pierce skill. At the same time, his ability to control his mental power also increased. 3 steel balls appeared in Qin Yang's hand. Rise. 3 steel balls flew up at the same time. They flew rapidly around the room. Previously, he could only barely control the 3rd steel ball to fly. Now he can easily control 3 steel balls. Rise. Qin Yang quickly added the 4th steel ball. The 4th steel ball couldn't be as flexible, but now he can make the 4th steel ball fly too. You should know that it gets harder as you go on. It's quite impressive that you can control an extra steel ball so quickly. Hee, not bad. A while later, Qin Yang collected the steel balls. He was in a great mood. With improved control and significantly reduced energy consumption, he can sustain himself for longer periods during battles. I still have to spend 1,000 emotion points to try my luck at the lottery. Qin Yang said in his heart. He can now gain nearly 400 emotion points every day, and he can accumulate 1,000 emotion points in 2 or 3 days. This time frame is still acceptable. As for accumulating 10,000 emotion points for a lottery, that's not feasible for now. 20 or 30 days is too long. He still needs to improve his own strength as much as possible first. We need to hurry up and order a throwing knife. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Once customized, it can be used with steel balls or throwing knives at long distances and with blades or mental piercing at close range. The attack range of mental pierce is relatively short, with the strongest power within 10 meters, and the power will decrease beyond 10 meters. Uncle Jiang, I need your help. Qin Yang called Jiang Wancheng. You say. Qin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, I need a batch of throwing knives. The material should be high carbon steel, and the hardness should be increased as much as possible through heat treatment. The shape of the throwing knives must be able to withstand high-speed flight. Throwing knives don't need handles. As for the size, they need to be between 3 and 10 centimeters long, and the quantity should be 10,000 of each type. Jiang Wancheng agreed without asking any further questions. This was very simple for him. Give the order, and your subordinates will handle it. Xiaoqin, is there anything else? I need to chair a meeting immediately. Jiang Wancheng asked. No, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, would you like to get involved in business? If you'd like, you can participate in some of the Jiang family's businesses. Jiang Wancheng had never thought of this before. Qin Yang cannot easily interfere in the Jiang family's business. Jiang Wancheng's thoughts have changed. Xin Yang should now be able to manage some businesses. Uncle Jiang, I'm not interested. Xin Yang said. No matter how big the Jiang family's business becomes, it still belongs to the Jiang family. He hoped to make a name for himself. Xiaoqin, feel free to tell me if you have any ideas. I'm in a meeting. Zhang Wansheng hung up the phone after saying this. Xin Yang thought for a moment and then called his former manager. Manager Yang, when will I get my salary? Xin Yang said calmly. Yang Jida sneered on the other end of the phone. Xin Yang, you've already been fired for unexcused absence. You still want your wages? Don't bother me anymore, or you'll regret it. After saying that, Yang Jida hung up the phone. He quickly blocked Xin Yang's number. Boom. Xin Yang drove off in his Porsche 918, and an hour later he arrived at the gate of the old company. The security guard let him in without registering him. Brother Huang, why didn't you register that car? A security guard asked. The security guard who let them through said, Open your eyes. That was a Porsche 918, a car worth millions. Do you think we can afford to offend rich young men who drive cars like that? You can't afford to offend these rich young bosses. Xin Yang quickly parked the car. The company's general manager had already been notified by security, and Xin Yang walked over with a smile as soon as he parked his car. This rich young man might just get a big order. He was stunned when he saw Xin Yang get out of the car. As the company's general manager, he knew who was in the company. Wasn't Xin Yang an employee of the company? How come you're driving a Porsche 918? Moreover, Xin Yang's clothes were all designer brands. Chapter 30 Yang Jida was taken away by the police. Hello Mr. Qin, welcome to visit our company. General Manager Feng Bin approached Xin Yang warmly. Mr. Feng, do you recognize me? Xin Yang shook hands with Feng Bin and said calmly. Feng Bin smiled and said, Mr. Qin, of course, our company is not big, there are only so many people in total. Mr. Qin, you performed very well in our company before. Mr. Feng, I worked a lot of overtime last month, but I didn't get a penny of overtime pay. Last weekend they asked me to work overtime, but I refused, so Yang Jida told me not to come. You know about this, right? Xin Yang said with a half smile. He said he used his mental power. In Feng Bin's eyes, Xin Yang had suddenly changed. He was now exuding a powerful aura. Feng Bin had never felt this kind of aura from even the CEO. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. I heard Yang Jida mention this before, but he didn't say it like that. He said that you were fired because you had a bad attitude, refused to work overtime, and were absent from work without cause. Feng Bin bent down carefully and said. Xin Yang sneered, now you know what to do, right? Feng Bin nodded repeatedly. I know the company will fire Yang Jida, and your salary and overtime pay will be deposited into your account soon. That's it? Xin Yang snorted. The aura emanating from him had become much stronger. Feng Bin said in a trembling voice, Young Master Qin, I accept the punishment. As the general manager, I also bear some responsibility for this matter. I will not take a single penny of this year's year-end bonus. Yang Jida has committed embezzlement, and I will send him to jail. Xin Yang nodded slightly. If it's not resolved properly, I'll come back in a while. At that point, it won't just be him we deal with. After saying that, Xin Yang withdrew his imposing aura. Feng Bin quickly replied, Young Master Qin, I will definitely handle it well. I'm too lazy to go up. You figure it out. After Xin Yang finished speaking, he quickly got into his car and left. Although he has worked here for quite some time, he doesn't have any friends here, so there's no need for him to go up. Feng Bin returned to his office. He called Yang Jida. Not long after, Yang Jida arrived at Feng Bin's office. Mr. Feng. Yang Jida called out respectfully. He claims to be a manager, but he's actually just a minor figure. Many companies nowadays have people holding the title of manager. General Manager Feng Bin is different. He is a senior executive in the company. Yang Jida, we have discovered that you have embezzled funds. Stop what you are doing and wait for us to handle this. Feng Bin said with a serious expression. Yang Jida's expression changed. He did indeed commit numerous acts of embezzlement, accumulating millions over the years. Mr. Feng, I didn't. Yang Jida defended himself. Feng Bin, you don't need to explain anything to me. It's not that I investigated you, it's that you've ruined me. My year-end bonus is gone. Yang Jida, you've got some nerve. Do you even know that embezzlement is a crime punishable by imprisonment? Yang Jida's face showed panic. Mr. Fong, please help me. Please put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, and I'll get my money back. Fong Bin frowned. Headquarters is investigating. That's about the amount of influence I have there. Tell me first, roughly how much money did you embezzle? Let me see if I can help you. Yang Jida looked somewhat conflicted. He didn't really want to say it. Fong Bin frowned and said, if you don't want to talk, the door is over there. Go home and wait for your superiors to deal with you. If it weren't for your cooperation, I wouldn't even want to deal with you. Mr. Fong, let me tell you. Yang Jida quickly replied. I've been with the company for 7 years and have earned about 120. I will return all this money to the company. President Fong, you must plead with the higher-ups on my behalf. Fong Bin's face darkened. His subordinates embezzled over $1 million yuan. When the higher-ups hold them accountable, he himself will suffer the consequences. Yang Jida, you are truly a talent. Embezzling over $1 million yuan should result in a sentence of more than 3 years. Fong Bin said in a cold voice. Yang Jida, President Fong, I will return everything. President Fong, please talk to the higher-ups for me. I will return every penny. I have children, I can't go to jail. Fong Bin took a deep breath. Confess honestly where you embezzled money. If you have a very good attitude, the higher-ups might turn a blind eye. Yes, thank you, Mr. Fong. Fong Bin said with a gloomy face, hurry up, or the police will probably come to arrest you. Good. Yang Jida quickly explained everything. Fong Bin, go back and hand over your work first. Regardless of whether the higher-ups want to investigate your embezzlement, you will definitely not be able to work for the company anymore. If you hand over your work properly, the chances of being investigated by your superiors are lower. Yang Jida nodded. Mr. Fong, I will. Mr. Fong, I'm leaving my matter to you. After saying this, Yang Jida left the office, feeling terrified. Fong Bin dialed the number above. He told Yang Jida about his situation. Mr. Huang, it is my fault for failing in my management that my subordinates have done such a thing. I request that all my year-end bonuses be cancelled this year. On the other end of the phone, General Manager Huang said in a deep voice, Fong Bin, this kind of thing must not happen again. Also, Yang Jida must be dealt with seriously as a warning to others. Yes. Fong Bin breathed a sigh of relief. As time went by, it was time for Yang Jida and his colleagues to finish their work. It took Yang Jida quite a while to hand over the work to them. The police had already arrived at Fong Bin's office. Knock knock. Yang Jida knocked on the office door. Come in. After Fong Bin finished speaking, Yang Jida pushed open the door and entered. Yang Jida's expression changed drastically instantly. There were 2 police officers in the office. Yang Jida, I tried my best to plead for you. But your case is very serious, and someone has still called the police. You'd better watch yourself. Fong Bin said in a deep voice. Yang Jida, please come with us. One of the 2 policemen who came over said seriously. Yang Jida's face turned pale. Embezzling more than 1 million yuan carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years in prison. Yang Jida was soon taken away by 2 policemen. Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Qin Yang answered the call. Mr. Qin, it's me, Fong Bin. Yang Jida was just taken away by the police. He embezzled more than 1 million yuan and will be sentenced to at least 3 years. Fong Bin's voice came through. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Well done. Fong Bin, since such a thing happened to my subordinates, I propose to the company that my year-end bonus be cancelled for the entire year. Qin Yang hung up the phone quickly. Fong Bin breathed a long sigh of relief. He clearly remembered the powerful aura emanating from Qin Yang, and now he was nervous even just making a phone call. Fortunately, Qin Yang was fairly satisfied with how he handled the situation. At least 3 years in prison, that's a decent outcome. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Yang Jida provoked him, and he finally got his revenge. Chapter 31. Does music have therapeutic effects? As night fell, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushua's room. It had been 8 or 9 hours since the morning harvest, and Jiang Mushua's mental strength should have fully recovered by now. Xin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's. Xin Yang sensed the change. He gained the ability to pierce the mind, giving him stronger control over his mental energy, and now his connection with Jiang Mushue is even better. The original mental connection was like him holding a megaphone and shouting at Jiang Mushue from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Mushue could hear him, but that was all she could do. He is now only a few dozen meters away from Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue heard it even more clearly. And I could even vaguely see him. Enhancing mental strength has such an effect. Excitement gleamed in Xin Yang's eyes. Mushue, shall I show you our marriage certificate? Xin Yang took out the marriage certificate from the drawer. He was connected to Jiang Mushue with his spiritual power, and Jiang Mushue could vaguely see it. Mood value plus 22. Ha! Xin Yang discovered that he could sense Jiang Mushue's subtle emotional fluctuations. It turned out he had no sense of it at all. Knowing that Jiang Mushue was experiencing emotional fluctuations could only be addressed by the system. Mushue, can't you see clearly? Once my mental strength is stronger, you will be able to see it clearly. Xin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 15. Let me show you your current situation. Xin Yang sent her the message that Jiang Mushue was lying in bed. Jiang Mushue still couldn't see clearly. But she could tell that it was really her lying on the bed. Emotional value plus 14. Mushue, you've been in a coma for over 5 months, but don't worry too much, I'm sure I can bring you back to health. I'm good at kissing therapy and touching therapy, hee hee. Emotional value plus 12. Xin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue's lips, while simultaneously transmitting the image of their kiss to Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 13. Emotional value plus 10. In just 1 minute, Jiang Mushue ran out of mental energy. Xin Yang calculated that he had gained 106 emotional points this time. Jiang Mushue's mental strength has recovered considerably compared to the beginning. System, why is Mushue's mental energy being depleted so quickly? Xin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, it's perfectly normal for her to be in a vegetative state, with slow recovery and rapid depletion of mental energy. In normal people, the body and mind are in perfect harmony, and only a small amount of mental energy is needed to make the body move. In contrast, the body and mind of a person in a vegetative state seem to be separated. Xin Yang seemed to be deep in thought. Mushue's mental strength is gradually increasing, which means that her mental strength and body are gradually reconnecting. Yes. Xin Yang, system, how long do you estimate it will take for it to fully integrate? The system said, if it doesn't receive treatment, at the current rate, it will probably take about a year. Xin Yang. Jiang Mushue is more than 6 months pregnant. The baby is due in just over 3 months, and if she doesn't wake up before then, there will be serious problems. He cannot rely solely on such natural recovery. We still need to improve our strength to treat Jiang Mushue. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The past 2 days have been peaceful, and Xin Yang hasn't gone out to have any fun. He reads books in the morning and practices his mental strength in the afternoon. He can skillfully control all 4 steel balls simultaneously. System, 1000 emotion points for a lottery. Xin Yang said in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining B-level piano skills. Xin Yang. He secretly rolled his eyes. It's one thing to have obtained a B-level skill, but it's a piano skill, and what he hopes for most now is to improve his own strength. What's the use of piano skills? A vast amount of piano information flooded into Xin Yang's mind. Like calligraphy skills at grade B, piano skills at grade B are already considered very advanced in the field of piano. An average person with average talent might practice their entire life and still not reach grade B. Host, music might help Jiang Mushue recover faster. The system reminded Xin Yang. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. If only music could really speed up Jiang Mushue's recovery. System, why didn't you say so earlier? I can play world-class piano music using top-of-the-line equipment. Xin Yang complained in his mind. System, host, this won't work. The music needs to resonate with your mental energy. You have to play it yourself to produce this effect. Xin Yang frowned. Can't I just transmit my voice to Mushue? Definitely not. Xin Yang shook his head secretly. He quickly arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa. On the 3rd floor are Jiang Mushue's yoga room and music room. Inside the music room, there is a very valuable piano. Let's give it a try. Qin Yang sent his mental energy downstairs. The music room was right above the master bedroom, and he and Jiang Muxue were only separated by one floor. His mental energy could connect with Jiang Muxue. Bite. Qin Yang sat down at the piano and began to play skillfully. He was playing a piece that Jiang Muxue knew. There are musical scores in Jiang Mushue's boudoir. He has seen them and knows how to play all the pieces on them. The sound of the piano resonates with spiritual power. Qin Yang transmitted the music to Jiang Muxue through his mental power. Where did that music come from? Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong went up to the third floor together. When they reached the music room, they could clearly hear the music coming from inside. Has Madame arrived? Cheng Hong asked in a low voice. Li Wanyue shook her head. Liang Lan could play the piano, but she didn't come over. Now, the only one playing inside was Qin Yang. But how could Qin Yang play the piano? They knew a little about Qin Yang. It wasn't surprising that Qin Yang came from the countryside and knew calligraphy could be practiced in rural areas. But had Qin Yang ever practiced piano before? When the song ended, Li Wanyue knocked on the door. Come in. Qin Yang said from inside. Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong pushed open the door. What's up? Qin Yang looked up at Li Wanyue and the others and asked. Li Wanyue, Mr. Qin, we're all right. We heard the piano music and came to check on things. Mr. Qin, you play very well, almost as well as Miss Jiang. Qin Yang asked, is it loud downstairs? Li Wanyue shook her head. You can only hear a tiny bit of noise on the first floor, but it's louder on the second floor. The loudest noise should be coming from Miss Jiang's bedroom. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I just want her to be able to hear some sounds. Maybe the familiar piano music will wake her up sooner. You all go about your business. Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong left the room. They quickly arrived at Jiang Mushue's room downstairs, where the sound of a piano drifted down, not loud, but just loud enough to be heard. Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong began to massage Jiang Muxue. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so amazing. His calligraphy is superb, and his piano skills are also so high. Cheng Hong whispered. Li Wanyue, Mr. Qin is indeed very capable. I felt sorry for Miss before she married Mr. Qin, but now I realize I was just being narrow-minded. Cheng Hong said, no wonder Miss has taken a liking to Mr. Qin. Although Mr. Qin's family background is not very good, he is extremely talented and handsome. A look of worry appeared in Li Wanyue's eyes. I hope Miss will wake up soon. Chapter 32. The customized throwing knife is coming. Before he knew it, Qin Yang had been playing for an hour. He felt quite good playing it like that. System, has Jiang Muxue recovered at all? Back in Jiang Mushue's room, Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, I don't know. Wait 2 or 3 days, and you'll know whether Jiang Muxue has recovered somewhat by observing the increase in her emotional value limit. System, didn't you previously determine that Mushue's recovery would take a year? Can't you determine that now? Qin Yang asked. Host, that's based on the recovery speed. I don't know Jiang Mushue's recovery speed yet. All right. Just then, they heard the sound of a car outside the villa. Qin Yang looked out the window. Jiang Wancheng's extended Rolls-Royce arrived. Qin Yang quickly went downstairs. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan came together. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang. Qin Yang called out as he arrived outside the villa. Jiang Wancheng's driver was unloading several wooden crates from the vehicle. Xiao Qin, here's what you need. Jiang Wancheng said with a smile. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, let's move it to the gym. As he spoke, he picked up a wooden box with one hand. The box wasn't very big, but it weighed over 100 pounds. Mr. Qin, you are really strong. The driver, who had also picked up 2 wooden crates, exclaimed in surprise. He was the driver and also Jiang Wancheng's bodyguard. Before retiring, he was a top-ranking soldier in the army. He could move it. He hadn't expected Qin Yang could do it too. I exercise regularly. Qin Yang said with a smile. There were 4 boxes in total, which Qin Yang and his team carried inside in one trip. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan followed them into the gym. You may leave. Jiang Wancheng gave the instructions. The driver and the nanny who had come in with him both left. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, Xiao Qin, take a look. You want 10,000 pieces of each kind. This is the first batch of 200 pieces of each kind. If you think it's suitable, we can increase production later. Just tell me if there's anything that needs adjusting. Xin Yang nodded. He quickly opened one of the boxes. Inside were many neatly arranged throwing knives, the smallest being only 3 centimeters long and the longest 10 centimeters long, with thicknesses ranging from less than 1 millimeter to 2 millimeters. Xin Yang had a thought. A small throwing knife, only 3 centimeters long, flew up. Zhang Wancheng and the others looked on in astonishment. Call out. The next second, the small throwing knives flew around Xin Yang and his group at high speed. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. This small throwing knife is faster than a steel ball, which is relatively easy to control, but compared to this small throwing knife, the steel ball experiences much greater drag at high speeds. Zhang Wancheng had an expert design this little throwing knife. It is very aerodynamic. Xiao Qin, how are you? Xin Yang stopped throwing the knife and Zhang Wancheng asked. Xin Yang nodded, Uncle Zhang, this is excellent. It's 20% faster, and it's also very sharp. Its lethality is probably twice that of a steel ball. Lianglan asked curiously, Xiao Qin, how fast can this throwing knife reach as you control it? Xin Yang smiled slightly. A straight line attack with a small throwing knife can reach 600 meters per second. Controlling the flight speed at close range will significantly slow it down. The large throwing knife is heavy and flies slowly, but because of its weight, its kinetic energy is actually greater. Zhang Wancheng was shocked. 600 meters per second, that's faster than a pistol bullet. He had practiced shooting and his marksmanship was passable. He knew that some pistols had a muzzle velocity of less than 300 meters per second, and most pistols had a muzzle velocity of about 400 meters per second. The muzzle velocity of a rifle is typically 700 or 800 meters per second. Honey, how fast is a gun? Liang Lan inquired. Zhang Wancheng, the pistol has a muzzle velocity of about 400, while Xiao Qin's throwing knife has a muzzle velocity of 600. The speed is half that of the throwing knife, and the kinetic energy is more than doubled. The small throwing knife is about the same weight as a bullet. Its power is more than twice that of a pistol bullet. Liang Lan was shocked. Xiao Qin, you can't use this lightly. If you hit someone, they'll probably be killed instantly. Xin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, don't worry. My fists and feet are more than enough to deal with ordinary enemies. These throwing knives are for dealing with top experts. I won't use it unless there's a life-threatening situation. Zhang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, with a throwing knife like that, you could probably kill a Grandmaster of internal energy. Your strength should have reached the Grandmaster level. Real? Liang Lan's eyes lit up. She knew about the Grandmaster of Transformation. Those powerful individuals are no less powerful than them. The most skilled Grandmasters of internal energy have an even higher status. Zhang Wancheng could only treat even local high-ranking officials with utmost respect, let alone the top bigwigs in the capital. A master of internal energy transformation is different. Local officials had to treat masters of martial arts with utmost respect. Xin Yang smiled and said, if the distance is far enough, I can kill a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm. But if the distance is very close, I am no match for a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm. It depends on the actual situation. Zhang Wancheng nodded. That's impressive too. Time passes by every second. Xin Yang tested the other throwing knives. These throwing knives are well designed and have no problems. Little Qin, you need tens of thousands of each type of throwing knife? Zhang Wancheng asked. Xin Yang, I don't need that many in the short term, but I should still need them in the long term of training. Since we've already ordered them, we might as well order more at once. Zhang Wancheng nodded slightly. The rest are expected to arrive in about 10 days. Good. Lianglan, honey, let's go see Mu Shui. Soon Xin Yang and the others arrived at Zhang Mushue's room. Xiao Qin, is Mu Shui getting better? Lianglan grasped Zhang Mushue's hand and asked. Xin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, things are getting better. In addition, my communication skills with Mu Shui have improved. I can now transmit blurry images of the outside world to her. Zhang Wancheng and his group were overjoyed. Lianglan asked in a trembling voice, Xiao Qin, do you mean you can let Mu Shui know that we came to see her? Xin Yang nodded. Tears welled up in Liang Lan's eyes. Xiao Qin, then tell Mu Shui that we've arrived. Good. Xin Yang's mental energy entered Jiang Mushue's mind, and he transmitted images of Liang Lan and Jiang Wancheng to her. Mushue, your parents have come to see you. Emotional value plus 13. Jiang Wancheng was also very excited. He quickly asked, Xiaoqin, you can send blurry images to Mushue now, so will you be able to send her clear images in the future? Xin Yang nodded. It should be possible. But it's hard to say how long it will take. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. No rush, it's already pretty good as it is. Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang and asked, Little Qin, once Mushue has recovered a bit more, will she be able to communicate with you? Qin Yang nodded, it should be possible. But we don't know how much longer this will take. Liang Lan said happily, as long as there is hope, that's good. When you and the others said you can play the piano? Qin Yang smiled and said, I couldn't play before, but now my mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. I can remember everything I see, and I also have a stronger control over my opponents. You can learn it easily with just a little practice. Chapter 33's level items. Liang Lan stared at Qin Yang in shock. She can play the piano, and she's quite good at it, but she spent a lot of time learning to get to where she is today. Qin Yang can learn it with just a little practice? Shall we go upstairs? Will you play a tune for me? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded, and the three of them went upstairs. Bite. Qin Yang sat down at the piano and began to play. He was playing a piece that Jiang Mushue really liked. It was a piece that Liang Lan had taught Jiang Mushue before. The result of the song shocked Liang Lan even more. Honey, this skill level isn't much worse than yours, is it? Jiang Wancheng inquired. Liang Lan, indeed, he's not much worse than me. Compared to Mushue, Xiaoqin's piano skills are even a bit stronger. Xiaoqin, your learning speed is terrifying. Qin Yang felt ashamed in his heart. He didn't learn it quickly. He directly received the piano skills from the system. Of course, this cannot be said. That means we can only let Jiang Wancheng and the others misunderstand. Xiaoqin, did you only start learning calligraphy recently? Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang laughed and said, Uncle Jiang, you guessed right. My mental strength is strong now, and my control over my opponents is also strong. I can learn things very quickly, but it will be limited by my strength. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan were shocked. How long have Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue been married? How come Qin Yang's calligraphy and piano skills are so good in such a short time? Xiaoqin, you're really amazing. And your mental strength will increase in the future. Liang Lan said with a smile. She's like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more satisfied she becomes. The only downside is that Jiang Mushue hasn't woken up yet. If she does, she hopes Qin Yang and the others will hurry up and hold the wedding. Xiaoqin, you can learn other things, but most importantly, you need to improve your mental strength. Combat effectiveness is the most important thing. Jiang Wancheng gave his instructions. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, that's what I think too. I train my mental strength every day, and because I use up a lot of mental energy, I can learn other things. Jiang Wancheng nodded. The three of them went downstairs and returned to Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Wancheng and the others stayed with Jiang Mushue for another half hour before leaving. Mushue, your parents have left. They are very satisfied with me as their son-in-law now. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue were communicating. Emotional value plus 9. It's quite late now, a good time to tell ghost stories. Let me tell you one. Qin Yang began to speak. Emotional value plus 7. Mood value plus 6. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan returned home. Honey, do you think Xiaoqin and Mushue will break up? Liang Lan said with some concern. Jiang Wancheng asked in surprise, why would you think that? Liang Lan frowned, they have no feelings for each other. Xiaoqin is so outstanding now. You once said that the Grandmaster of Transformation Realm is very powerful, and Xiaoqin has already reached the strength of a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm. He is also very skilled in calligraphy and piano. Xiaoqin will definitely become more and more outstanding in the future. Mushue is still in a vegetative state. Jiang Wancheng frowned slightly. Liang Lan's concerns were not unfounded. Honey, Qin is very handsome and capable. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find a wife in Beijing's social circle, would it? Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. You mean? Honey, shall we entrust some of the business to Qin Yang to manage? Jiang Wancheng, I mentioned it to Xiao Qin before, but he said he wasn't interested. And there's a problem with that. If he takes care of those businesses, he'll have less time to spend with his daughter. Don't worry too much. Mu Shui is also very outstanding, and they have a child. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Sigh, I'll stop thinking about it for now. The most important thing now is for my daughter to wake up. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, I used to be worried, but now that I know Xiao Qin's strength, I'm not so worried anymore. Xiao Qin will find a way to wake Mu Shui up. Liang Lan nodded. She is much more confident now. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 2 days, Qin Yang has been practicing the piano 3 times a day, for half an hour each time. System, I can now get 130 emotion points at a time. I feel like the acquisition speed is faster than before. Has Mu Shui recovered a little? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, yes, host, Jiang Mu Shui has recovered somewhat. According to the latest situation, she should be able to wake up in 11 months. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Although Jiang Mu Shui couldn't last 11 months either. But such results were achieved in just 2 days, and if he plays the piano again, Jiang Mu Shui's condition will improve further. He can also gain more emotional points. Host, the effect will be better at the beginning. Don't think that 2 days can shorten a month, or that 20 days can shorten a month by 10 months. As long as it works, that's fine. One draw is done once for every 1,000 emotion points, and another draw is done once for every 100 emotion points. Qin Yang said in his mind. He currently has a little over 1,100 emotional points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-level amulet. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 5 points, bringing your total to 21 points. The system's voice rang in Qin Yang's mind. At the same time, warm currents surged within Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang felt his strength rapidly increasing. His physique was originally only 16 points, so an increase of 5 points is quite a lot. An S-level reward? Qin Yang's eyes widened. He was overjoyed. The chance of getting an S-rank reward is only 1%, but this time I was incredibly lucky and got an S-rank reward. It was still the defensive treasure he desperately wanted. Although he has the strength to kill a Grandmaster of Internal Energy, his defense is weak. Even an ordinary person could kill him if they got close. Not to mention the enemy shooting him. Having finally obtained the system, Qin Yang had no intention of dying. He hasn't gone out much these past few days. System, what kind of effects does an S-grade amulet have? Qin Yang asked in his mind. An S-grade amulet can withstand 1 close-range car bomb attack, or 3 to 5 sniper rifle shots, depending on the power of the bullets. What about rifles and pistols? Qin Yang asked. It can withstand about 15 rifle bullet attacks, or about 30 pistol bullet attacks. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. He was very satisfied. Having this greatly enhances his sense of security. However, Qin Yang had no intention of going out recklessly. Protective talismans are consumables. After all, what if he provoked a powerful enemy and the talisman was used up? Qin Yang quickly retrieved the protective talisman from the system space. The amulet is small. Qin Yang carefully placed it in his pocket. System, is this okay? Yes. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mu Shui lying on the bed. Jiang Mu Shui will need something like this in the future. It's alright now, as outsiders don't know that Jiang Mu Shui might wake up. Who would take such a huge risk to kill a person in a vegetative state? Jiang Wancheng would be furious if he killed her. In China, every murder case must be solved. The police will do their best to investigate the death of an ordinary person, let alone a wealthy heiress like Jiang Mu Shui. Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and Qin Yang answered the call. Qin Yang, it's me, Suyu. Chapter 34, Attending a Class Reunion? Qin Yang frowned. He had already blocked Suyu on WeChat, and they had never exchanged phone numbers. Suyu had gotten his phone number from someone else. What's up? Qin Yang said calmly. On the other end of the phone, Suyu said with some annoyance, Qin Yang, why did you block me on WeChat? We were classmates, after all. You didn't need to block me, did you? I'm hanging up now if there's nothing else. Suyu quickly said, wait a minute. There might be some misunderstanding between us. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner, and we can clear things up face to face. What do you think? Shin Young narrowed his eyes. So you invited him to dinner? A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken has ulterior motives. So you probably knew he had some money now and wanted to manipulate him, to lure him into her own fish pond. There is no misunderstanding between us. I just don't want to talk to you. Shin Yang hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Then he blocked Suyu's phone number as well. Asshole. Suyu was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. She knew Shin Yang liked her when she was in college, but at that time, she couldn't possibly be interested in Shin Yang, who came from an ordinary family. She thought that if she took a step back and offered to invite him to dinner, Shin Yang would come running over eagerly. But to her surprise, Shin Yang didn't even bother to say a word to her. The number you dialed is currently busy. After waiting a while, Suyu called Shin Yang again. Suyu frowned deeply. She called again a few minutes later. It's the same notification sound. Hateful. Suyu now realized she had been blocked. Beep beep. Suyu dialed another number. Brother Lu, Shin Yang isn't coming out, and he's even blocked me. The person on the other end of the phone said, after you've taken the money, you can think of another way. If you successfully sleep with Shin Yang, I'll give you another 50,000, otherwise, you'll have to return the 50,000. Suyu's expression changed slightly. She accepted the 50,000 yuan from the other party. She used all that money to pay off online loans, and she racked up a lot of debt in order to maintain her luxurious lifestyle. Now, the monthly loan collection calls feel like a death knell. Someone approached her and offered her 50,000 yuan to seduce Shin Yang, and she agreed without hesitation. She thought it would be a very simple task. We might be able to get a lot of money from Shin Yang then. To her surprise, when she called Shin Yang, he immediately blocked her. Brother Lu, are you sure you want to add another 50,000? Suyu asked. The person on the other end of the phone said in a deep voice, it's confirmed, but you only have 10 days. If you don't finish within the time limit, you'll have to return every penny of the 50,000 you owe. The other party hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Suyu took a deep breath. She had to find a way to get Shin Yang to sleep with her. Even if she couldn't get money from Shin Yang, getting another 50,000 yuan would ease her debt burden considerably. Classmates, I have some news. Yang Wu has come to Haicheng. We haven't gotten together much since graduation. How about we, his classmates in Haicheng, get together? Suyu posted in the class group chat. Several people responded quickly. Yang Wu, are you coming? Suyu tagged Yang Wu. Yang Wu saw the news quickly. He called Shin Yang. Old Shin, did Suyu contact you? I have a feeling that her organizing the class reunion wasn't really about the class reunion itself, but rather about you. Yes, she just called me. I blocked her on WeChat, and now I've blocked her phone number too. Shin Yang said. Yang Wu, old Shin, I have a bad feeling about Suyu contacting you at this time. Could it be that someone contacted her? If so, I guess someone couldn't resist taking action. Shin Yang said, that is indeed a possibility. Another possibility is that Suyu has discovered that I may be rich now. Yang Wu was deeply moved. People can change so quickly. Suyu was quite good in her freshman and sophomore years, but she has changed into what she is now in just a few years. Old Shin, don't be foolish and have a relationship with her. Shin Yang, I'd have to be crazy to do that with her. Even if she offered herself to me, I'd still be afraid of getting sick from having sex with her. Old Shin, you already know that. Would you like to attend this class reunion? Yang Wu inquired. Shin Yang said with a faint smile, you want to participate? If you didn't want to participate, you probably wouldn't even be asking me this. I have some ideas. It's been more than 2 years since graduation, and some people want to see me. Yang Wu spoke the truth. Shin Yang, then let's participate. I'd like to see if Suyu is acting under someone's orders. If Suyu was acting under someone else's orders to target him, Shin Yang believed that with his mental strength, he would be able to tell. Yang Wu, old Shin, you should dress poorly then. If Suyu is still fawning over you when you're dressed poorly, it means that someone must have asked Suyu to target you. Okay. Suyu and the others chatted enthusiastically in the group. There are more than a dozen people who want to attend the party. People from surrounding cities wanted to come and participate. I'll participate. Yang Wu sent a message in the group. He also tagged Qin Yang. Old Qin, if you have time, come to the class reunion too. I'll participate tomorrow if I have time. Qin Yang quickly replied with a message. Finally took the bait. Su Yu's eyes lit up. She believed she could win Qin Yang over once they met. She was the most beautiful girl in her class during college. Her makeup skills are much better now than they were back then. With makeup, she looks even better than she did in college. Someone actually paid 100,000 yuan to let me sleep with Qin Yang. Qin Yang is probably not simple now. I might be able to get hundreds of thousands or millions from him then. Excitement gleamed in Su Yu's eyes. It was getting late at night. Qin Yang entered Jiang Mushue's room. Mushue, I'm going to a class reunion tomorrow. The organizer is the most beautiful girl in my class back in college, and she seems to have feelings for me. Emotional value +1. Qin Yang. Jiang Mushue wasn't entirely unmoved by this. But there wasn't much emotion involved. Mushue, what should I do if she throws herself at me? I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Emotional value +1. It still only has a pitifully small amount of emotional value. Mushue, there is a way to avoid this. I will have sex with you first, and then I will be out of ammunition. That way, even if a celestial being descends to Earth, I will be able to resist. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue were talking. Mood value +25. Jiang Mushue quickly responded strongly. Mushue, you also think my method is very good, right? Emotional value +20. Emotional value +15. Jiang Mushue's emotions were fluctuating greatly. Qin Yang took a deep breath. He suppressed the urge to do that with Jiang Mushue. Feeling comfortable for a moment may reduce your emotional value later, so it's unnecessary. Compared to improving your strength, that little thing should take a back seat. Moreover, Jiang Mushue is now in a vegetative state. She was pregnant. It would be much better to wait until Jiang Mushue wakes up before doing that. Mushue, I was just teasing you. I have no plans to have sex with you right now. Let me give you a goodnight kiss. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue. Chapter 35. My wife's situation is special. The following evening, Qin Yang drove his Porsche 918 out. When they were about 100 or 2 meters from the agreed-upon restaurant, Qin Yang parked his car and walked over wearing his original clothes. He's been wearing this outfit for 3 or 4 years. I wore it when I was in college. Isn't that Qin Yang? Xiaolan, didn't you say Qin Yang has become successful? It seems like he wore that outfit back in college. 2 girls saw Qin Yang at the restaurant entrance. One of them whispered, the other is Guo Xiaolan, whom Qin Yang met before. Guo Xiaolan asked in confusion, I don't know either. Qin Yang quickly approached. Guo Xiaolan, who won? Qin Yang greeted him with a smile. Guo Xiaolan, Qin Yang, I'm sorry, I took your picture and posted it in the group without your permission. Fine. Qin Yang shook his head. The girl was probably going to post a picture of herself on Xiaohongshu, a Chinese social media platform, and he, a grown man, shouldn't bother with it. Qin Yang, where's your wife? Didn't you say you were getting married? Why didn't you bring your wife? Hu Wan inquired. Qin Yang said, my wife's situation is a bit special. Hu Wan asked, what's so special about it? This is a secret. Guo Xiaolan joked with a strange expression, Qin Yang, is your wife the kind who can't move from bed? Qin Yang. He knew which one Guo Xiaolan was referring to. But his wife is indeed bedridden and unable to move. Don't talk nonsense. My wife will definitely be able to move in the future. Qin Yang said. Guo Xiaolan chuckled and said, I heard they exist abroad, but they're expensive. You should really focus on finding a girlfriend. Qin Yang glanced at Guo Xiaolan. She was always carefree, but now she's even more unrestrained. Let's go in. Qin Yang and his 2 companions quickly arrived at the private room. There were 4 people in the private room, one of whom was Su Yu. When she saw Qin Yang, a look of doubt flashed in Su Yu's eyes. She felt that Qin Yang's clothes looked somewhat familiar. Moreover, this garment is definitely not from a major brand. Qin Yang, it's been a long time. Holy crap, Qin Yang, you've gotten so handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. The 2 boys in the private room greeted Qin Yang. They came from other cities. Xin Yang smiled and said, Wan Lei, Wu Wei, I remember you used to call him Godfather, why don't you call him that anymore? Oh my god. You expect us to call you Godfather when you're empty-handed? Wan Lei and Wu Wei each gave Qin Yang the middle finger. The feelings between men are very simple. Just a few simple words and I felt like I was back in the past. Suyu, Xin Yang, it's been a long time. Xin Yang looked at Suyu. Suyu had clearly dressed up carefully today and even had her hair done. She was even more beautiful than when she was in school, but in Xin Yang's eyes, Suyu was nothing now. Haven't seen you for a long time. Xin Yang replied coldly. Wang Lei handed Xin Yang a cigarette. Old Xin, let's go out for a smoke and wait for Ouyang Wu and the others. Good. Xin Yang and the other two left the private room soon. Don't you guys feel like Xin Yang's clothes look familiar? Suyu asked with some confusion. Gua Xiaolan said, he wore this when he was in college. I remember he wore this shirt at our graduation dinner. Huan even accidentally got oil on his shirt. Yes, that's true. Huan nodded. That's why she remembers it so clearly. Xiaolan, hasn't Xin Yang become successful? Another female classmate in the private room asked in confusion. Gua Xiaolan shook her head, I didn't say that. I just took a picture. I don't know if the clothes are counterfeit. If they are counterfeit, Xin Yang might be embarrassed to wear them. We are classmates and know each other very well. The other girl nodded slightly. That should be the case. If Xin Yang had really become successful, it's impossible for him to still have clothes from 3 years ago. Suyu's eyes showed a look of doubt. Is that so? If so, why would someone pay her to sleep with Xin Yang? Is it because Xin Yang is handsome? It's not impossible. Xin Yang was already quite handsome in college, and he's even more handsome now. No matter what, we must complete the mission. It would be best if Xin Yang had money, but even if he doesn't, I can still earn 100,000. Suyu thought to herself. Xin Yang and his friends were smoking outside the restaurant. Xin Yang doesn't usually smoke, but he'll occasionally smoke one if someone offers it to him, just for the atmosphere. Xin Yang, before you arrived, Suyu asked you several questions. She must be interested in you. Suyu doesn't have a boyfriend yet, is she waiting for you? Wang Lei and Wu Wei spoke up. They did not know Suyu's true situation. Xin Yang said calmly, I have no feelings for her. I came to the class reunion to see old friends. Wang Lei and Wu Wei were somewhat surprised. They knew that Xin Yang had feelings for Suyu in the past. You'd better not be interested in her either. Xin Yang reminded Wang Lei and the others of something. How? Wu Wei asked in a low voice. Xin Yang shook his head and said nothing more. Although he disliked Suyu, he didn't want to gossip about her behind her back. Ouyang Wu arrived before he had even finished his cigarette. Old Xin, is it just the 3 of you who came? Ouyang Wu inquired. Xin Yang shook his head, there are 4 people in the private room, all of them girls, Gua Xiaolan, Suyu, Huan, and Yang Kailan. Then I'll wait outside too. Soon everyone had arrived. A total of 13 people came. The group ate and drank, reminiscing about the past. The atmosphere was alright. It's only been a little over 2 years since graduation, and the friendships from university are still strong. Since the time has been short, unless everyone comes from a very well-off family, the gap between us isn't that big, so there's less room for comparison. In a few years, most of them will be married. The gap has widened, and gatherings are no longer very interesting. Xin Yang, are you married or not? A female classmate looked at Xin Yang and asked. Even if Xin Yang is poor, he's even more handsome now. If he's not married, some of them will definitely make their move. Xin Yang nodded and said, I'm already married. My wife's situation is a bit special, so it's inconvenient for her to come. You will see her later. Wang Lei asked, Xin Yang, do you have any photos? If we can't come in person, can't we at least look at some photos? Xin Yang shook his head. No photos were taken. Zhang Muxue is not in a good condition to have his picture taken. The photo on his marriage certificate is a composite image created using Photoshop. Wu Wei looked at Xin Yang with a strange expression. Xin Yang, you didn't find a rich woman, did you? Ask her if she still has any close friends. I don't want to work hard anymore. Xin Yang. So you seem to be deep in thought. Is that really the case? Xin Yang found a rich woman, but her children were not satisfied? With Qin Yang's image, finding a rich woman wouldn't be a problem. Classmates, let's have one last drink. It's been so long since we've been to karaoke, let's go sing some songs. Suyu said with a smile. Chapter 36 Suyu, someone asked you to seduce me? Everyone finished the beer in their glasses. Everyone, I have to rush back, so I won't be going to karaoke. Have fun. Qin Yang smiled. Come over for dinner and see your old classmates, that's fine. Then we can go to a karaoke bar. The karaoke bar is dimly lit. What if Suyu sits next to him and accuses him of touching her and molesting her? Suyu is entirely capable of doing such a thing. Qin Yang, since everyone is going, let's go together. Suyu said urgently. If she just grabs a bite to eat and then leaves, what will happen to her mission? Her plan was to go to the karaoke bar and drink more, and after singing, she and Qin Yang would go to a nearby hotel to get a room. She would put up a little resistance when they got into bed. She wants to earn 100,000 yuan. But her goal was not just the 100,000 yuan. If Qin Yang takes responsibility and gives her money, and makes her his girlfriend, she can slowly extract money from him. If he doesn't give her any, she can just make a quick buck. I don't want to go to karaoke either. I have things to do tonight, you guys have fun. Oh Yang Wu said, this meal is on me and Lao Qin. Suyu's eyes showed anxiety. Qin Yang noticed Suyu's expression and realized that something was wrong with her, she might be in trouble. Qin Yang knew that Suyu was very materialistic, and even though he was dressed very plainly, Suyu still had feelings for him. If they don't want to go, then so be it. No pressure. Wang Lei and the others chimed in. Suyu frowned secretly. She came to fish, and now that the fish had escaped, there was no point in her and the others going to the KTV. But since it was her suggestion to go to the karaoke bar, she couldn't refuse. Soon Suyu and the others arrived outside the restaurant. Everyone, there's a karaoke bar over there. You guys go first, and I'll go and try to persuade Qin Yang and the others. It would be best if we could all go together. Suyu pointed to a sign not far away. Everyone nodded. Suyu turned around and re-entered the restaurant. She quickly arrived at the private room. Qin Yang and Ouyang Wu were still drinking tea in the private room and had not yet left. Ouyang Wu, I have something I want to say to Qin Yang. Can you give us some space? Suyu said with a slightly shy expression. Ouyang Wu didn't leave, he quickly started recording. Qin Yang instantly unleashed a powerful aura. Suyu, did someone approach you and ask you to seduce me? Yes. Suyu couldn't help but say. As soon as the words left her mouth, Suyu's expression changed. Why did she just tell the truth? Also, how did Qin Yang suddenly become so terrifying? Qin Yang said coldly, so that's how it is. Who asked you to deal with me, and what did they want you to do? Explain it to me clearly. Suyu's face turned pale. The pressure Qin Yang was putting on her was immense. She felt that if she lied, she would be killed the next second. Brother Lu gave me 50,000 yuan to find a way to sleep with you. He will give me another 50,000 yuan after it's done. Suyu said in a trembling voice. Ouyang Wu raised an eyebrow just as he suspected. Which brother Lu? I don't know his name, but I have his phone number. As Suyu spoke, her hands trembled as she took out her phone. After she unlocked it, Qin Yang took her phone. Qin Yang scrolled through his recent call log. Qin Yang had written down all the recent call logs. Suyu has quite a lot of business. Oh Yang, did you record it all? Qin Yang looked at Ouyang Wu and asked. Ouyang Wu nodded, it's all been recorded. If this is made public, Suyu will definitely be ruined. Suyu knelt down on the ground with a thud. Qin Yang, Ouyang Wu, I beg you, please don't make this public, otherwise I won't be able to live with myself. Suyu said, tears streaming down her face. Qin Yang stared coldly at Suyu. Suyu looks pitiful, but he won't pity her. If Suyu's plan succeeds, he will be utterly disgraced. He might even end up in jail. Suyu, go back and slap yourself 100 times, record a video and send it to me. I want to release this video. We need to focus on the key points, superficial approaches don't count. Qin Yang said calmly. Ouyang Wu glanced at Qin Yang. Qin Yang really didn't know how to cherish women. 100 slaps would definitely make his face swell up. Good. Suyu gritted her teeth and agreed. It's better to slap yourself 100 times than to expose it. You can get out now. If you try any more tricks in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xin Yang said coldly. Suyu got up and hurriedly left the private room. Old Xin, you really don't know how to cherish women. Yang Wu laughed. Xin Yang looked at him and said, go and pity her. Yang Wu curled his lip. Then forget it, I'm not interested in her. Old Xin, Suyu is being manipulated by someone is targeting you. Why don't you reveal your true strength? Xin Yang shook his head. If I reveal my strength, some less powerful people might give up their ideas, but with the Jiang family's assets in the hundreds of billions, powerful enemies will still remain. They will resort to even more drastic measures. My strength is still growing rapidly, there's no need for that. Yang Wu nodded, that's true. Xin Yang, let's go. The two quickly paid their bill and left the restaurant. Yang Wu followed Xin Yang to his car. Holy crap, Lao Qin, is this your car? Yang Wu stared wide-eyed. Xin Yang nodded, my father-in-law gave it to me. Your family has a grandmaster of internal energy, so this isn't much to you, is it? Yang Wu was filled with envy. Who said that? Having a grandmaster of internal energy and being very rich are two different things. Unless you commit crimes and make money against your conscience, can a grandmaster of internal energy definitely make a lot of money? To make a lot of money, you still need to have a business mind. Xin Yang asked curiously, how much money do you have? Yang Wudao said, I estimate it to be around 1 billion. Martial arts families certainly don't lack money. You can't practice martial arts if you don't have money. But when it comes to being rich, you still have to be a business family like the Jiang family. Xin Yang pursed his lips. 1 billion or so, and you're telling me it's a small amount? Yang Wu shook his head and said, compared to ordinary people, assets of over 1 billion are indeed a lot, but compared to the top billionaires, this amount of money is completely insignificant. Xin Yang asked, how much are the assets of a martial arts family typically? Yang Wu, our family is considered to be of average means. We might have tens of billions, or maybe tens of millions. Less than I estimated. Xin Yang said. Yang Wu shook his head, what do you think? We live in a society governed by law. Even a grandmaster of internal energy can't act recklessly. The status of a grandmaster of transformation realm is quite high, but status does not equal money. Xin Yang nodded slightly. It seems that everyone envies each other. The rich envy the powerful, and the powerful envy the rich like my father-in-law. That's just how it is. Not long after, the designated driver Xin Yang had hired arrived on an electric scooter. Handsome, is this the car? The designated driver was a little stunned when he saw the supercar. Right. Xin Yang nodded. The designated driver said timidly, handsome, I can't drive this car. If I scratch it, I can't afford to damage it even if I sell myself. Don't worry about driving. If anything happens, you won't have to pay for it. Xin Yang smiled faintly. Chapter 37 The mastermind behind the scenes has been found out. The designated driver looked at his small electric scooter. His electric scooter is already quite small, but the Porsche 918's front trunk is extremely small, so it probably still won't fit. Xin Yang said, leave your car here and come back to pick it up by taxi later. I'll pay you the taxi fare. Well, okay. 2 minutes later, the designated driver finally started driving with trepidation. He was very nervous driving a car worth over 10 million yuan. Xin Yang, however, was not worried at all. In special circumstances, he can use his mental power to intervene. We still need to buy another car. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Although this car looks very cool and stylish, it's not comfortable to sit in, the chassis is too low and the ground clearance is too poor, and if you've been drinking, it's not easy to find a designated driver. It's a Porsche 918. Huan was shocked when she saw the pictures on her phone. She went out to buy something and happened to see Xin Yang getting into the car. Huan took a picture and then searched online, only to find that Xin Yang's car actually cost an outrageous 15 to 16 million. Moreover, this car has been discontinued for a long time, and even with the money, you might not be able to buy it. Xin Yang is deliberately pretending to keep a low profile. Does Suyu know that Xin Yang has become successful, so she is pursuing him? Huan thought to herself. She returned to the private room shortly after. Xiaolan, where's Suyu? Hasn't she arrived yet? Was Xiaolan, Suyu got her period and wasn't feeling well. She said she was going back first and told us to have fun. Oh. Huan wanted to tell Xin Yang about his situation, but she held back. If Qin Yang only drove a car worth 1 or 2 million, she would have told him directly. But Qin Yang was driving a supercar worth tens of millions. She was worried that Qin Yang would get angry if she told him. Suyu returned to her rented apartment. She still felt terrified when she thought of Qin Yang's eyes. How could Qin Yang have become so terrifying? Suyu muttered to herself, "Should I slap myself?" She certainly didn't want to slap herself. But what if Yang Wu takes a video and it gets leaked? In the video, she confessed to seducing Qin Yang, taking money from others, wanting to sleep with Qin Yang and then frame him. In the video, she even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Slap, slap, slap. After much hesitation, Suyu finally slapped herself. She didn't slap her too hard, but she didn't dare to slap her too lightly either. After 100 slaps, Suyu felt her vision go black, and both sides of her face were swollen from the slaps. Yang Wu, this is the video. Suyu sent the video of herself slapping herself to Yang Wu. Qin Yang blocked her. Yang Wu hasn't blocked her yet. Suyu, stop thinking about getting revenge on Lao Qin. Lao Qin is not someone you can mess with. If you anger him, the consequences will be severe. Yang Wu sent a message. I know. You already have 2 damaging videos of me, how could I possibly provoke him again? Suyu replied. That's good. Yang Wu quickly sent the video to Qin Yang. Qin Yang opened the video and saw that Suyu's slap was quite forceful. Old Qin, let me check on Brother Lu for you. Although I don't have money, I have some connections. Yang Wu sent a message to Qin Yang. Good. Qin Yang didn't stand on ceremony with Yang Wu. Although he possessed hacking skills, he was only at the C level, which was insufficient for intrusion investigations. He didn't want to trouble Jiang Wancheng with such a minor matter. 2 hours passed. Yang Wu sent me the information about Brother Lu. Old Qin, this Brother Lu is one of Du Chongming's men. Not long after the message was sent, Yang Wu called. Who is Du Chongming? Qin Yang asked. Yang Wu said, Old Qin, I told you before, there are 2 grandmasters of transformation realm in Haicheng. One of them is Du Chongming's grandfather, named Du Wanqing, who has a cultivation level of mid-transformation realm. Du Chongming's father was also a martial artist, with perfected internal strength. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be the grandson of a grandmaster of internal energy causing trouble. Yang, where is this Du Chongming? Yang Wu said, Du Chongming is also a martial artist, but his strength is very average. He is only at the late stage of Mingjin. With his talent, it will not be easy for him to reach the Njin level in the future. He was one of Jiang Mushue's suitors. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Du Chongming's father had a perfected level of internal strength cultivation, and his grandfather was a master of internal strength transformation, so his backing was quite strong. Yang, how much wealth does the Du family possess? How's your network? Qin Yang thought for a moment and then asked. Yang Wu quickly said, Old Qin, calm down. The Du family has assets of 4 or 5 billion. Du Wanqing is a grandmaster of internal energy. He has many friends and a very strong network of connections. The Du family has a strong influence in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Qin Yang exclaimed in surprise, 4 or 5 billion in assets? That's a lot. It's much stronger than your Yang family. Yang Wu felt somewhat helpless. Our family is from the north, and our business is mainly in the north. Nowadays, the development of northern cities is not as good as that of the south. There is nothing we can do, so we are slowly expanding southward. Old Qin, don't worry about the Du family. The Du family's centuries of accumulation are not so easy to deal with. Qin Yang said calmly, don't worry, I know. Even if I were to provoke them, I would deal with them slowly and gradually. Yang Wu, Old Qin, you should be careful. You need to know that the Du family isn't the only one secretly eyeing the Jiang family. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions. This piece of meat is too lucrative. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. He wasn't after Jiang Wanqing's assets. But Jiang Wanqing's assets will belong to Jiang Mushue in the future, and in the more distant future, those assets will belong to his and Jiang Mushue's children. He won't allow anyone to take it from him. Old Qin, I'm going to practice now, bye-bye. After Yang Wu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Qin Yang felt some pressure. Qin Yang wasn't worried about the Du family alone, his overall strength was definitely greater than Du Wanqing's now. However, the Du family's connections over the years were considerable. In addition, the Du family is not the only formidable enemy. We still need to seize the time to improve our strength. Qin Yang said in his heart. Beep beep. Suyu dialed Brother Lu's number. How about it? Brother Lu said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone. Suyu said in a trembling voice, I failed. Brother Lu, Qin Yang saw through my plan to set a trap for him. Brother Lu, please, I've tried my best. Grass. Then transfer that 50,000 yuan back. Brother Lu muttered curses. Suyu, Brother Lu, I've used up that money. I'll pay you back later. Brother Lu, please give me a little more time. Fuck. You've got some nerve, haven't you? You didn't get the job done, but you still managed to spend my money. Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Brother Lu roared angrily. Suyu, in a fit of desperation, said, Brother Lu, Qin Yang even looked at my phone. He might know your phone number now. Brother Lu. He now wishes he could beat Suyu to death. Suyu, where are you? I need to teach you a lesson. Brother Lu said through gritted teeth. Suyu dared not conceal the address and gave it to her. When Brother Lu arrived and saw Suyu, he was stunned. Suyu was quite pretty, but now her face was swollen like a pig's head. Brother Lu, I know I was wrong. I slapped myself 100 times. Suyu said. Brother Lu was seething with anger, but he couldn't vent it. Should we beat up Suyu? Suyu had already slapped herself so hard that her face was swollen. Let her vent her anger? He had no interest in Suyu in her current state. Grass. Brother Lu eventually left, grumbling and cursing. Chapter 38 received a sniper bullet. Brother Lu met Du Chongming at a nightclub. Young Master Du, I didn't handle things well. Suyu failed. Brother Lu is tall and strong, but he'll be obsequious in this situation. Du Chongming frowned and said, didn't you say that Qin Yang had pursued her and that she would definitely be able to win him over if she stepped in? Brother Lu, whose real name is Lu Xiong, said awkwardly, Young Master Du, under normal circumstances there shouldn't be any problem. Who wouldn't want to sleep with the beauties they used to chase? I never expected Qin Yang to be so vigilant. Du Chongming, Qin Yang's first refusal does not mean he will refuse a second or third time. With Suyu's qualifications, there is still hope of winning Qin Yang over. Lu Xiong's face showed a helpless expression. Young Master Du, it's not feasible for now. She took 50,000 yuan from me and spent it. She was afraid I would retaliate against her, so she slapped herself 100 times. Now her face is swollen like a pig's head, and she looks disgusting. Du Chongming frowned. The swelling should go down in a few days. We can let her try it then. Is there anything else? A conflicted look appeared in Lu Xiong's eyes. Explain. Lu Xiong said, she said Qin Yang saw her communication records. Will Qin Yang find out about me? Du Chongming glared at him. You can't even handle this small thing. If Qin Yang investigates Lu Xiong, he will find out about him. Du Chongming wasn't afraid of Qin Yang, an ordinary person, but Qin Yang was now the son-in-law of the Jiang family. If Jiang Wansheng made a move, the Du family would suffer great losses. His grandfather was a master of internal energy, no ordinary person, but Jiang Wansheng was the richest man in Haicheng, and he was not someone to be trifled with either. Young Master Du, it's my fault. Lu Xiong bowed his head and admitted his mistake like a good boy. Du Chongming, you should refrain from taking any action for now and observe the situation first. Qin Yang might not be able to find out, and he probably wouldn't want to trouble Jiang Wansheng with such a small matter. Go do something else for me. Lu Xiong, Young Master Du, what are your orders? Du Chongming said, go and find a beautiful woman. She has to be very pretty and look innocent and harmless. If Suyu fails, we'll arrange for her to have an online romance with Qin Yang. Lu Xiong was taken aback. Young Master Du, online dating? Du Chongming said, men are all lustful. Jiang Muxue is in a vegetative state now. I don't believe Qin Yang can resist the urge to cheat on her. He might not dare to steal from the locals, so you should look for someone from out of town. Lu Xiong, Young Master Du, you can do that to a person in a vegetative state. Du Chongming. He glared fiercely at Lu Xiong. Thank you for reminding me. Lu Xiong smiled awkwardly, realizing he had made a fool of himself. Du Chongming wanted to win over Jiang Muxue, how could he have said that? Du Chongming waved his hand, get lost. Lu Xiong quickly retreated. The next morning, Qin Yang got up and went downstairs for breakfast. Mr. Qin, the property management has delivered your package. Wu Jingdao, one of the 4 nannies. My delivery? Qin Yang was surprised. He hasn't bought anything online lately. Mr. Qin, I'm here. Wu Jing gave Qin Yang a relatively small cardboard box. Qin Yang did not open it rashly. He first sent his mental energy inside, and found that the cardboard box contained a wooden bullet. Qin Yang opened the cardboard box. He stared at the bullet inside the cardboard box. It was long, about the size of a sniper rifle bullet. The workmanship is exquisite. Mr. Qin, this. Wu Jing's expression changed. Although it was just a wooden bullet, its meaning was clear, it was a death threat against Qin Yang. Qin Yang toyed with the wooden bullet. Don't worry, guns are banned in China. They're just trying to scare me. If guns are really used, the other side will also be in big trouble. Even knowing that the other party wouldn't easily use a gun, Qin Yang would still have been worried before obtaining the S-level talisman. What if the enemy is using guns on him? He's likely to die. Qin Yang is now completely unafraid. An S-grade amulet can withstand a car bomb attack and can withstand 3 to 5 sniper rifle shots. The enemy would only have 1 shot against him if they used a sniper rifle. His physique is now 21. His reaction speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. If the enemy misses a shot, he will immediately hide. He might even be able to turn the tables and kill the enemy. Mr. Qin, you should still be careful. Wu Jing reminded her. Qin Yang nodded. After leaving Qin Yang, Wu Jing called Zhang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, is Mu Shui alright? Zhang Wancheng answered the phone somewhat nervously. It was still early morning when Qin Yang called him. Qin Yang, Uncle Zhang, Mu Shui is fine. I just received a package. Someone sent me a wooden bullet. There was nothing else inside. Zhang Wancheng's face darkened. This is threatening Qin Yang with death. If Qin Yang were just an ordinary person, he might not have been able to withstand such a threat of death. To actually issue a death threat, this is utterly lawless. Zhang Wancheng said in a deep voice, I'm at home, I'll be right there. Zhang Wancheng arrived in less than half an hour. He saw the exquisitely carved wooden bullet. Beep beep. Zhang Wancheng made a phone call. Director Huang, could you please send someone to my daughter and son-in-law's house? My son-in-law has received death threats. Zhang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Director Huang's expression changed on the other end of the phone. Zhang Wancheng is the richest man in Haicheng. If his son-in-law is killed, the entire city of Haicheng will be greatly shaken. Chairman Zhang, I'll arrange for someone to come over right away. 2 police cars arrived in less than 10 minutes. Several police officers got out of the 2 police cars. Chairman Zhang. The approaching criminal police captain, Su Zhe, was very polite. He had met Zhang Wancheng before. Zhang Wancheng handed the express box to Su Zhe. Captain Su, Qin Yang received this. Although it's just a wooden bullet, you should know what it means, right? Zhang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Su Zhe accepted the delivery box. His expression changed slightly when he saw the wooden bullets inside. Chairman Zhang, I understand. Mr. Qin, have you touched this bullet? Qin Yang shook his head. Su Zhe, we will take it back and check it to see if there are any fingerprints on it. Zhang Wancheng, the other party probably isn't that stupid. There's a high chance you won't be able to detect the fingerprints. Captain Su, I hope you can do your best to find out who sent it. Su Zhe nodded. Chairman Zhang, we will. Mr. Qin, have you offended anyone recently? Qin Yang shook his head, I rarely go out. The other party probably wants to kill me because I married Mu Shui. They were trying to scare me away. Su Zhe frowned slightly. That might make it difficult to detect. There are too many suspicious targets. Mr. Qin, do you have any other useful clues? Su Zhe inquired. Qin Yang shook his head, there are no other clues. Mr. Qin, this is my business card. Please let me know as soon as you have any new leads. Su Zhe and his group quickly said goodbye and left. Zhang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, it will be difficult for them to find out. This is just to give a warning to those who want to make a move. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Zhang, I know. Even if they find out, it's just a wooden bullet, and the police can't do anything to the other party. Jiang Wancheng frowned and said, "You're right. Even if the police find out, they can't arrest someone because of a wooden bullet. Xiaoqin, your Aunt Liang and I were inconsiderate in letting you get married. We never expected that some people would act so recklessly. Your life may be in danger." Xin Yang smiled. "Uncle Jiang, didn't you give 5 million? 5 million plus a house, that's quite a risk compensation." Cough. Jiang Wancheng coughed lightly. He was a little embarrassed. "Xiaoqin, we know that you will be in some danger if you marry Mu Shui, but we underestimated the madness of some people. They actually issued a death threat against you. I'll give you another 20 million as compensation." Xin Yang gasped for breath. Give him another 20 million? That's a huge sum of money. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to earn this much money in a lifetime. "Uncle Jiang, no need. You've already given me a sports car worth over 10 million. After a moment's consideration, Xin Yang refused Jiang Wancheng's offer of money. He didn't want to give Jiang Wancheng the impression of being greedy. 5 million plus a house plus a car worth over 10 million was already more than enough for Jiang Wancheng and the others. He lives in a big villa and drives a sports car now, and even if he had this money, he wouldn't know where to spend it. Besides, it's only 20 million. With his current abilities, he can't earn 20 million? Don't want?" Jiang Wancheng stared at Xin Yang in surprise. "Xin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you don't need to give any more. Mu Shui is carrying my child now. Although what happened that night was an accident, I also bear responsibility for the accident. Mu Shui is currently pregnant with my child. Even if I didn't gain psychic abilities, even if I knew there was danger, I would still try my best to help Mu Shui." Jiang Wancheng nodded. "I believe you will do this, but I'll still give you the money." Xin Yang wanted to say more. Jiang Wancheng raised his hand to stop him. "Listen to me, I know you must have the idea of earning money to support your family, but if you want to make money quickly, you still need a certain amount of capital. This 20 million isn't just for you. It's part of Mu Shui's dowry, for your little family. Now that Mu Shui is awake, you'll have to take care of her." Xin Yang nodded. "Uncle Jiang, I will. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of and protect Mu Shui." "Good." A smile appeared on Jiang Wancheng's face. Chapter 39: The Dowry Given by My Father-in-Law. Jiang Wancheng is gone. Xin Yang soon received a text message notification from the bank. The 20 million has arrived. He already had 1 million in his bank account, and with the addition of these 20 million, his balance reached an astonishing 21 million. There are many people with assets of over 20 million, but very few people have over 20 million in cash in their bank account. Wow, that's a lot of money. Xin Yang muttered to himself. With that kind of money, an ordinary person could live a comfortable life as long as they didn't squander it. Xin Yang went upstairs to Jiang Mushue's room. "Mu Shui, someone delivered a package to me. Inside the package is a beautifully crafted sniper bullet. Mood value plus 11. Jiang Mushue's emotions underwent a significant change. "Your father came over and gave me 20 million, saying it was your dowry and that I should use it to make more money so I can support you in the future. Emotional value plus 15. Xin Yang, Mu Shui, you need to wake up quickly. If I am assassinated, at least our child will still have a mother. How pitiful it would be for a child without a mother." At that moment, Xin Yang saw Mu Shui's stomach move slightly. He gently pressed his hand on it. The little one inside Jiang Mushue's belly was moving slowly. "Mu Shui, the baby is moving." Xin Yang conveyed his feelings to Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 15. After chatting with Jiang Mushue for a while, Jiang Mushue's mental energy was greatly depleted. Before it was fully restored, Xin Yang went upstairs and played the piano to help Jiang Mushue recover. Xin Yang figured it out. Jiang Mushue's piano playing was most effective when she was exhausted. Half an hour later, the piano playing ended. Xin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room once again. "Honey, I'm planning to go out and buy a car today. Let's start with a goodbye kiss." As Xin Yang spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue's small lips. Mood value plus 17. Emotional value plus 14. Before long, Jiang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted. Xin Yang took a taxi to the Volvo 4S store. Thanks to the development of domestically produced new energy vehicles, the price of gasoline cars has dropped significantly and is now much more affordable than before. Who won? Xin Yang called out. He learned that Hu Wan was selling cars here during a class reunion. Xin Yang thought Volvo was alright. He decided to come and support his classmate's business. Xin Yang, are you buying a car? Hu Wan quickly approached Xin Yang and asked him questions. Xin Yang nodded. Hu Wan asked doubtfully, don't you have a car? I saw you get into a supercar yesterday, that should be yours, right? Did you see it? Xin Yang said in surprise. Hu Wan, I went out to buy some things yesterday and happened to see you having a designated driver take your car back. I didn't tell anyone else. Xin Yang nodded, that's good. That supercar isn't suitable for everyday driving. I'm going to buy another car. Can you recommend a better one? I need one that's readily available. I can pay for it and drive it away right away. Hu Wan smiled and said, no problem. Hu Wan quickly recommended a car to Xin Yang, a Volvo CX-90, which was much more comfortable to ride in than that supercar. That's it. Xin Yang quickly and readily paid the payment. Xin Yang drove away in less than an hour. Hu Wan, was that your classmate just now? He's so handsome and rich. If you can win him over, you'll never have to worry about anything again. One of Hu Wan's colleagues came to her side to probe the tunnel. Hu Wan shook her head. There's no possibility between us. Hu Wan, could you introduce me to him? Hu Wan glanced at her colleague, who was a little prettier than her, but not by much. Lily, he's not from our world. He also owns supercars worth tens of millions of yuan. Hu Wan's colleague. She sighed helplessly. People who drive supercars worth tens of millions of dollars would never be interested in them. Comfortable. This car is so much more comfortable to drive than a supercar. Xin Yang drove the new car around for a bit. Ding ding. Xin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. It was his father, Xin Hai, who called. Xin Yang approached the car and answered the phone. Dad, have you found a construction company and are you ready to clear the site and start construction? Xin Hai, construction started yesterday. Son, did you send anything? I just received a package. Xin Yang's face changed. Dad, I didn't send a package. Open the package so I can see what's inside. Xin Hai hung up the phone. He opened the package after making a video call to Xin Yang. Xin Yang's expression immediately turned ugly. The package contained identical wooden bullets. Okay. Is this how you play it? Xin Yang exuded a chilling aura. Xin Yang wasn't too angry that the other party sent him this kind of thing, but the other party actually sent it to his parents as well. Son, you received this too? Xin Hai held up the bullet and asked. Xin Yang nodded, I received it this morning. Xin Hai, these are carved sniper bullets, son. Has someone issued a death threat against us? Dad, I'm sorry. I've dragged you all into this. Xin Yang frowned. Xin Hai said, what do you mean by involvement? This isn't Mu Shui's fault, nor is it yours. Don't take the blame for other people's problems. Don't worry too much. They're probably just trying to scare us. Xin Yang took a deep breath and said, Dad, don't let Mom see this. I'll find out who's behind this as soon as possible. Xin Hai, be careful. Don't worry about us, everyone in the village is someone we know. Xin Yang said, Dad, go and buy a few dogs. It's fine during the day, but I'm worried that strangers might approach you at night. Xin Hai nodded. Son, don't get a divorce over this. Don't be scared by such a trivial thing. Our family can't afford to lose face like this. Xin Yang, Dad, no way. By the way, Uncle Jiang gave me 20 million this morning. He said it was Mu Shui's dowry and told me to use the money to make more money. Xin Hai was taken aback. 20 million is too much for him. Son, I can't help you with your affairs anymore. You take care of yourself and the children. Don't worry about your mother and me, we'll be fine. Xin Hai spoke up. After chatting for a while, Xin Yang hung up the video call. Beep beep. Xin Yang called Suze. Hello, who is this? Suze's voice came quickly. Xin Yang said, Captain Su, this is Xin Yang. I wonder if you found anything about that wooden bullet. Suze, Xin Yang, there are no fingerprints on it. We are currently investigating how this package ended up in your hands. I will let you know as soon as I have the results. Xin Yang said, Captain Su, there's a new development. My parents just received the same package back in our hometown. Suze's expression changed slightly. Sending this item to Qin Yang and his parents at the same time changes the nature of the case. The other party might be serious. Qin Yang, can I see the photo? This is my WeChat ID, please add me. Qin Yang quickly sent the photos to Suze. Chapter 40 Jiang Mushue's birthday? Suze frowned when he saw the photo. The photo does indeed show identical wooden bullets. Qin Yang, we will do everything we can to find the target. Suze sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, Captain Su, please hurry, this is no joke, it threatens our lives. We'll try our best. Suze frowned. Although Qin Yang and his team were unharmed, if the situation isn't resolved, it could cause serious problems. Qin Yang has already called the police, and they will be held responsible if anything goes wrong. Back home, Qin Yang called Ouyang Wu. Ouyang, I received a wooden sniper rifle bullet, and my parents received one too. Do you think it could have been the Du family? On the other end of the phone, Ouyang Wu's expression changed slightly. Old Qin, I told you that your marriage to Jiang Mushue would be quite dangerous. This is most likely not the work of the Du family. Qin Yang, why? Ouyang Wu said, the Du family is a martial arts family, and they still have some sense of shame. Using wooden bullets to threaten ordinary people will make the Du family lose all face, including their ancestors. Du Chongming tried to seduce you, and you couldn't resist. That's your problem. If the Du family did this, then it's the Du family's problem. Qin Yang, Ouyang, you come from a martial arts family, so you know a lot about these things. Can you help me analyze this? Ouyang Wu considered it for a while. Old Qin, your parents should be fine. Their goal is to break you and Jiang Mushue up. If you don't listen, they'll assassinate you and have already achieved their objective. Assassinating your parents again would be superfluous. Killing you all would be a massacre, and the investigation into such a case would be far more thorough than that of an ordinary murder case. Qin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved as long as his parents were safe. Ouyang, thank you. Ouyang Wu, old Qin, you're just overthinking things. You should be able to figure this out yourself. The other party is after your own interests, not trying to confront the country. Ouyang Wu, old Qin, relax a bit. Jiang Mushue is your wife now. It should be others who are anxious. If you remain calm and wait for the other side to slip up, they will eventually reveal their true colors. Since they've made such a threat, they'll likely take action. They might attack you. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Attack him? He couldn't be happier. By doing this, he might be able to trace the source and find the other party. Old Qin, be careful. I don't want to eat at your feast yet. Qin Yang said irritably, screw you. Have you finished dealing with that matter? Do you need my help? Ouyang Wu, it's almost done. I'm going back once I've finished dealing with this. The family business is expanding southward, so I might be coming back soon. Qin Yang laughed and said, that's a good thing. That way we'll have more opportunities to meet in the future. Qin Yang felt much better after hanging up the phone. He went to the gym. Wah! While controlling the throwing knives as they flew through the gym, Qin Yang also trained with the equipment. His physique had become stronger, and even with the system, he still needed to adapt to his current power. If an ordinary person saw Qin Yang's training, they would probably be dumbfounded. His physique is 21, and his strength is much greater than that of an ordinary person. Before we knew it, it was the afternoon of the next day. Qin Yang also gained a lot of emotional points from Jiang Mushue. His emotional value is now 1000. System, I'm facing a death threat, and my parents are also facing a threat. I get one chance to win a prize with 1000 emotion points. Give me a surprise. Qin Yang said in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an A-grade spirit dog. Qin Yang was stunned. How could I have obtained a living creature? System, what kind of strength does an A-rank spirit dog possess? Also, can living things enter the system space? The system said, host, the living creatures drawn in the lottery can enter the system space, but other living creatures cannot. The A-level spirit dog has the strength of an early-stage grandmaster. It is intelligent and has a much stronger sense of smell than ordinary dogs. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. System, this reward is pretty good. Xin Yang quickly dialed Xin Hai's number and said, "Dad, do you still have that package you received?" "Exist." "Xin Yang, Dad, send it to me. Wrap it up to prevent others from touching it." "Xin Hai, is it the police who want it?" Xin Yang actually wanted the spirit dog to smell the bullet. Perhaps the bullet still carried the other party's scent. 2 more days passed. There has been no progress with Su Zhe yet. The package Xin Hai sent out arrived in Xin Yang's hands. "Rhubarb, smell this." Xin Yang opened the package and let a big yellow dog sniff it. This big yellow dog was the spirit dog he had drawn. It was a Chinese rural dog and looked very majestic. The big yellow dog quickly and carefully sniffed it. "Big Yellow, if anyone who comes to our house in the future carries the same scent, just tell me." Xin Yang gave the instructions. The big yellow dog nodded. It's a spirit dog, it understands what Xin Yang says. Xin Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He knew that if he didn't go out, the other party would definitely come to his door. The package was very well wrapped and no one else had touched it. As long as he could smell the same scent, it was definitely the person he was looking for. "Okay, go out and play." Xin Yang rubbed the big yellow dog's head and said, "This big yellow dog can protect his parents in the future. But now it must first find the enemy here." In the evening, Liang Lan arrived at Xin Yang's place. "Xiao Qin, where did you find this dog?" Liang Lan asked in surprise. "Xin Yang, Aunt Liang, I bought it from outside. I can communicate with it using my mental powers, and it's very obedient. Maybe it can find the person who sent the bullets in the future." Liang Lan nodded slightly. "I have a way to get them to come over." Xin Yang quickly asked, "What method?" "Liang Lan, Mushue's 24th birthday is in a few days. We can use that as an excuse to invite some people to attend." At this point, Liang Lan's eyes dimmed. If Mushue can't wake up soon, this might be her last birthday. "I came to talk to you about this so we can make arrangements for her." Xin Yang nodded. "Aunt Liang, don't worry too much. I think there's a high chance Mushue will wake up. The music therapy is working well, her condition has improved." Liang Lan nodded. "I hope Mushue can wake up, but we also have to be prepared that Mushue might not wake up. Let's celebrate Mushue's birthday." Xin Yang nodded. "Aunt Liang, I have no objection." Liang Lan, "Xiao Qin, your parents are busy. They just came to see Mushue a few days ago. Don't let them cause trouble. Don't tell them about Mushue's birthday. They are safer in the village." Xin Yang nodded. "Okay, Aunt Liang." "Aunt Liang, could you please invite the person who might be the problem? Maybe Rhubarb can smell it. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review. If the data isn't good and there's no volume, it'll just flop." Chapter 41, the mobile phone has been strengthened. Liang Lan shook her head. "This is not quite right. If we invite them, the people with problems won't come. If we don't invite them, the news will spread and they'll probably come." Xin Yang thought about it. Liang Lan's words also make sense. Didn't Mushue invite those people to her birthday parties in the past? Liang Lan nodded. "Mushue is quite low-key. In the past, she would only celebrate her big birthdays, and for ordinary birthdays, she would just get together with her very close friends." Then let's wait for them to take the initiative," Xin Yang said. "Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, come upstairs with me. I want to talk to Mushue. Could you please pass on my message?" The two quickly arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Xin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushue's. "Mushue, Mom has come to see you. Your 24th birthday is in 6 days, and Mom wants to throw you a big birthday party." There was a faint glimmer of tears in Liang Lan's eyes. Emotional value plus 15. Your maternal grandparents and uncles will all be coming. Your maternal grandparents haven't met Xin Yang yet, so this is a good opportunity for them to meet him. Mood value plus 18. Mushue, if you wake up soon, you might still be able to attend this birthday party. You can introduce Xin Yang to your friends yourself. Emotional value plus 20. Liang Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and spoke slowly. Xin Yang transmitted everything she said to Jiang Mushue using his mental power, and he transmitted not only her voice but also her image. The images are still very blurry. Of course, it's still possible to barely recognize people. After more than 10 minutes, Xin Yang said, "Aunt Liang, Mushue's mental energy has been exhausted and she can no longer send messages." "Is that all?" Liang Lan was puzzled. Qin Yang, when her mental state fluctuates greatly, she depletes her energy quickly. Each time I deplete her mental energy, I can restore some of it. Playing the zither can also help her recover better. Liang Lan nodded. Xiaoqin, can't we just play a piano piece? Qin Yang shook his head. Mu Shue's recovery relied on my mental strength. The piano music was just a medium. Mu Shue loves music, and my mental strength can better help Mu Shue when I play the piano. So that's how it is. Liang Lan nodded gently. Xiaoqin, you need to cultivate on your own. Won't doing this affect your strength? Qin Yang shook his head. Aunt Liang, it won't have much of an impact. I also need to relax when I'm not cultivating, and playing the piano is a pretty good way to relax. Besides, Mu Shue is my wife, so it's only right that I do this. Liang Lan smiled slightly. Xiaoqin, thank you for your hard work. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it's not hard work. Aunt Liang, you stay with Mu Shue a little longer. I'm going to the study to read. Good. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the study. System, 1000 emotion points, lottery. Qin Yang said in his mind. I just gained some emotion points and now I have a full 1000 emotion points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have won an A-grade enhancement talisman. The system voice sounded. A enhancement rune appeared in the system space. System, what's the enhancement rune for? Host, enhancement runes can be used to enhance items. Items enhanced with an A-grade enhancement rune must be less than 1 cubic meter in size, and the item must be a single, unified whole. Qin Yang, can it only enhance items? Yes, host. A small throwing knife appeared in Qin Yang's hand. If it were strengthened, its power would be greatly enhanced. No, we can't strengthen this. Qin Yang put the throwing knife away. He took out his recently purchased mobile phone. System, if I upgrade this phone, will it simply become more durable, or will its performance be enhanced? Performance will be enhanced. Qin Yang took out the enhancement talisman and used it on his phone. A yellow light enveloped Qin Yang's phone. This phone is changing rapidly, inside and out. Its signal is stronger. It also has a stronger ability to protect against viruses and other pathogens. The phone assistants on my phone are much better than before. It's not far from artificial intelligence. Xiaoyi, report on the status of your phone. The reinforcement is over, Qin Yang said softly. Xiaoyi, the phone's performance has been enhanced by hundreds of times, the signal strength by hundreds of times, and the storage space by thousands of times. The ability to resist hacking has increased 1,000-fold. Qin Yang was very satisfied with Xiaoyi's report. The enhanced phone boasts incredibly powerful performance. With this phone, he no longer needs to worry about being eavesdropped on. Xiaoyi, your data isn't syncing, is it? Master, no, that won't happen. Qin Yang examined the enhanced phone. It looks exactly the same as before the enhancement, but its software and hardware have undergone tremendous changes. Xiaoyi, how well do you resist the invasion now? Qin Yang asked. Xiaoyi, Master, you can rest assured that the chances of this phone being successfully hacked are extremely slim. Can it be used for anti-intrusion? Master, the phone doesn't have this function. Qin Yang had a slight regret. It would be great if we could also retaliate against other hackers. But if we have the ability to retaliate, our defensive capabilities will be somewhat weaker. After all, only an A-grade enhancement rune was used. Its enhancement capabilities are limited. If you strengthen your attack, your defense will naturally be weaker. Half an hour passed. Knock knock. Liang Lan knocked on the door. Qin Yang went over and opened the door. Liang Lan was outside. Liang Lan entered the study and said, Little Qin, do you have a photographic memory? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan casually picked up a book from the bookshelf. Xiaoqin, have you read this book? I'd like to see it. I have. Liang Lan flipped over to the middle. What does it say on page 123, line 5? Qin Yang read it aloud with ease. Liang Lan tried twice more, and Qin Yang answered correctly both times. You really have a photographic memory. Xiaoqin, just tell me what kind of books you need, and I'll have someone send them over to you. Liang Lan exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang, I can buy it myself. Liang Lan chuckled and said, some books are hard to buy, but some universities and private libraries have rare copies. I should be able to borrow them if I ask someone. Aunt Liang, thank you very much. Liang Lan left soon after. Once home, Liang Lan sent messages to some people. Is it Jiang Mushue's birthday? Jiang Mushue is still unconscious. It seems the Jiang family thinks the chances of her waking up are very low, and this is to give Jiang Mushue her last birthday celebration. I absolutely have to go to this birthday party. Liang Lan's message was only sent to a small number of people, but it soon became known to more people. Dad, Jiang Mushue is going to have a birthday party, and I want to go. You need to get me an invitation. The Lin family, Lin Junyao said to his father, Lin Xingda. Lin Xingda nodded slightly. Liang Lan did not invite Lin Junyao to the banquet, but if he took the initiative to invite him, the Jiang family would not refuse him. Brother Jiang. Lin Xingda quickly called Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng agreed not long after. It's all settled. You can go to the birthday party now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xingda said to Lin Junyao. Chapter 42 Plotting against Qin Yang. The next day, Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, Mushue's birthday party will have over 100 people attending, most of whom I didn't invite. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang, aren't there too many people? It might be quite crowded if so many people come. Liang Lan, there are indeed quite a lot of people. So I was thinking of changing the location. How about we find a manor and celebrate the birthday there? Qin Yang asked, is it convenient for Mushue to move like this? Liang Lan said, there's no problem with Mushue's transfer. She has no injuries, she's just over 6 months pregnant. There's no need to keep monitoring her brainwaves and heartbeat. Qin Yang thought about it. He can put the talisman on Jiang Mushue when the time comes with an S-level talisman protecting her, she will definitely be fine. Aunt Liang, since Mushue can move me, that is fine. We can hold it somewhere else so we don't have to make a mess of the house. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan smiled and said, since you have no objections, then it's settled. I'll find a manner to make the arrangements in advance. You don't need to worry about anything else, just protect Mushue. Xiao Qin, there's something else. Aunt Liang, please speak. Mushue's maternal grandparents and uncle will also be coming. They might not be very satisfied with you, so don't take it to heart. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He and Jiang Mushue have been married for some time now, but no one from the Liang family has come to visit. Is there something going on behind the scenes? Aunt Liang, I won't take it to heart. Liang Lan said, my father and brother are both soldiers. My father arranged a marriage for me when I was just born. Later, I got together with Mushue's father. My father broke his promise to his deceased comrade in arms, and he felt very guilty about it. After Mushue was born, my father discussed with us the idea of arranging a marriage between Mushue and the grandson of his comrade in arms. We didn't agree to that. He has always had some reservations about this. Qin Yang suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If your comrade is alive, canceling the engagement isn't a big deal, but if your comrade is dead, canceling the engagement would definitely make you feel bad. The older generation valued camaraderie among comrades in arms very much. Aunt Liang, I won't have any complaints about them. Liang Lan, my dad is a good person, but this incident made him not very satisfied with us. Back then, he and his comrade in arms had a life or death bond. The older generation thinks differently from us. In their view, arranging marriages between children is a good thing, but we are very opposed to it. Qin Yang asked, Aunt Liang, when are Grandpa and the others coming? Liang Lan, they live quite far from Haichang. They came here the day before, and they might go to your place that same day. Don't take my dad's senile words to heart. Qin Yang. Aunt Liang, don't worry. Zhang Haolong, Zhang Haowu, and Zhang Haoren gathered together. Big brother, what do you want with me? Zhang Haoren asked. Zhang Haolong, Haoren, it's Mushue's birthday, and we'll be meeting Qin Yang again. There will be quite a few young people there too. What are your thoughts? Zhang Haoren shook his head. What can I think? My calligraphy is pretty good, but he completely outclassed me. I can't even outdrink him. What do you guys think? Zhang Haowu frowned. Brother, Haoren, the three of us are brothers, so let's not play games. I was really upset about being humiliated by Qin Yang last time, and we have to find a way to get revenge this time. Zhang Haolong nodded, I'm not happy either. You guys just had a headache the next day because you drank too much. I shook hands with him, and my hand hurt for 5 whole days. Speaking of this, Zhang Haolong still feels a slight pain in his hand. Of course, this was just his illusion. Zhang Haoran, I'm also very unhappy with Qin Yang. Brother, if you have a good idea, I will definitely support you. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Haolong's eyes. He said in a deep voice, Qin Yang is not good enough for Mu Shui. We must do everything we can to separate Qin Yang and Mu Shui. We will try to stir up conflicts between him and others. There are quite a few talented young people coming this time. Zhang Haoran, I agree. Zhang Haowu said, Haoran, you're the smartest among us. Tell me, what other good ideas do you have to deal with Qin Yang? This guy stays home all day, so it's hard to make a move. It's a rare opportunity like this. Zhang Haoran smiled slightly. As far as I know, Mu Shui's maternal grandfather used to want Mu Shui to be betrothed to someone else when they were children, and he probably didn't agree to Qin Yang and Mu Shui being together. It would be best to make him fall out with Qin Yang. He's worth 10 of us. Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haowu's eyes lit up. Haoran, say it again. Zhang Haoran, I've investigated carefully recently, and Qin Yang and Mu Shui probably didn't have any contact before. Mu Shui's pregnancy is very likely an accident after she was drinking. Zhang Haolong narrowed his eyes. An accident after drinking? If that's the case, then Qin Yang did it on purpose. Given his alcohol tolerance, it's impossible for him to get drunk at the company's annual meeting. Zhang Haowu asked, Haoran, what evidence do you have? Zhang Haoran smiled slightly. Qin Yang used to live a very ordinary life. He rented a small apartment and wore very ordinary clothes. In particular, his job required long hours and little pay. If they had been secretly together before, Mu Shui would have made things much easier for Qin Yang if she had just helped him a little. Zhang Haowu was thinking. Haoran, what you said makes a lot of sense. But this still cannot constitute evidence. Qin Yang could say that he doesn't want to rely on Mu Shui, that he wants to earn money honestly and then marry her. He could also say that he doesn't want to take the money and is afraid that Uncle Jiang will find out. Zhang Haoran, it's been a long time since the incident. Mu Shui is unconscious again, and Uncle San and the others are testifying for Qin Yang, so it's very difficult for us to find concrete evidence. But it's not necessary. We can just tell some people about our doubts. Zhang Haowu said in a deep voice, I have a friend who is very good at hypnosis. If we can hypnotize Qin Yang, we might be able to get the truth out of him directly. Zhang Haoran, are you sure? Zhang Haowu nodded. My friend is a superhuman. As a superhuman, he wasn't very strong, but he learned hypnosis and is now a very good hypnotist. Zhang Haoran said, shall we arrange a meeting with Qin Yang? Have your friends secretly try to hypnotize Qin Yang? If the hypnosis is successful, then have Qin Yang say it in public. Zhang Haowu hesitated. This. You have to pay him a lot to get him to do it. Zhang Haoran, second brother, that's easy to say. He's your friend, so I'll cover all the expenses myself. How much? Zhang Haowu said, his fee is quite high. Even with my influence, it will still cost 300,000 to 500,000. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched. Although his family was richer than Zhang Haolong's family, he didn't have much pocket money, only a few 100,000 yuan a year. Okay, I'll go. Let's have dinner with Qin Yang tonight. Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 43 Mental Power Fusion and Improvement. Qin Yang received a call from Zhang Haolong. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. What good could come from Zhang Haolong inviting him to dinner? Brother-in-law, we are Mu Shui's cousins. We're inviting you to dinner. You wouldn't refuse us this small favor, would you? Zhang Haolong said that he was recording. Qin Yang laughed loudly. How could I not give it to you? Big cousin, where is the place? I'll definitely come tonight if I'm free. Zhang Haolong gave the address in time. The place is a bit far. Bye-bye, big cousin. Several hours later, as evening approached, Qin Yang received a message on his phone that the system space showed no intention of him going out. The appointment time is 6:30. Zhang Haolong and his group arrived at 6 o'clock. They had already discussed what to do when Qin Yang came over. But Qin Yang still hadn't arrived by 6:30. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Zhang Haolong tried calling Qin Yang but couldn't get through. Brother, don't worry, Qin Yang should be here soon. Let's be careful not to scare him away. Zhang Haowu said. Zhang Haolong nodded. They waited another 10 minutes or so, and this time Zhang Haowu called Qin Yang, but the call still couldn't be connected. Zhang Haoren frowned. Big brother, is that bastard Qin Yang going to stand us up and not come? I don't think so. Zhang Haolong's tone was not very certain. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and Zhang Haolong called Qin Yang again, but the call still went unanswered. Grass. Zhang Haolong's face darkened. Almost half an hour had passed since the agreed time, and Qin Yang still hadn't arrived. It was highly likely they'd been tricked by him. Qin Yang probably never intended to come for dinner. Brother Tiger, if Qin Yang didn't come, it's not my fault. I'll only return half of the 600,000 to you at most. A man in his 30s said with a smile. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a gentle smile, but Zhang Haowu knew that his friend was not someone to be trifled with. Zheng Heng, Qin Yang stood us up, and he stood you up too. Aren't you angry? Zhang Haowu said. Zheng Heng shook his head. I'm not angry. He didn't even know I was coming. He wasn't going to stand me up. What do I have to be angry about? Brother Tiger, my time is precious. I can wait another 10 minutes at most. Zhang Haowu nodded. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Heng stood up and said, Brother Hu, I'm leaving first. Brother Lon, Brother Haoren, you three can take your time eating. Although we added some things, it won't be a problem. Zheng Heng added drugs to the food. This drug was used by him to aid in hypnosis. Zheng Heng left soon after. The three of them, including Zhang Haolong, did not look too good. They spent 600,000 yuan to ask Zheng Heng for help, and even if they get a refund of 300,000 yuan, they still wasted 300,000 yuan. Zhang Haoren's heart was bleeding. He spent the money. Sorry, the number you dialed is. Zhang Haoren also called Qin Yang, but the result was the same as Zhang Haolong and the others. He couldn't get through. Grass. Zhang Haowu gritted his teeth. Should we tell them about this? Let everyone know that Qin Yang is a treacherous and untrustworthy person. Zhang Haoren took a deep breath. It's no use. Qin Yang said he would definitely come if nothing else happened. What can we say if he says he has something to do? Zhang Haolong frowned deeply. He should know I recorded it. They agreed readily on the phone, but they never actually thought about it. Zhang Haoren looked at the table full of dishes in front of him. Zheng Heng said it wouldn't have any impact, but if Qin Yang doesn't come, is it still necessary for them to take this stuff laced with drugs? Let's go. Zhang Haoren stood up. Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haowu nodded. They had lost interest in eating. Let's go to Qin Yang's place. Zhang Haolong gritted his teeth and said. More than half an hour later, they arrived outside the villa. Zhang Haolong knocked on the door, and Qin Yang said in surprise, Big cousin, what brings you here? I was just about to go out. Zhang Haolong said in a deep voice, What do you mean? We ordered food at the restaurant and waited for you for more than half an hour, and then came here from the restaurant, and you're only now getting ready to leave? Qin Yang looked surprised. Didn't we agree to meet at 8:30? It's only 7:40 now, that should be enough time to get there. Zhang Haolong's lips twitched. We made an appointment for 6:30. Qin Yang slapped his forehead and said, Big cousin, sorry, I misheard. I thought the appointment was for 8:30. I was a little confused as to why it was so late. Zhang Haolong and the others. They felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they had punched empty air. My three cousins, there are some really good restaurants nearby. Let's eat nearby. It's my treat. Let's drink until we drop. Qin Yang said with a smile. Zhang Haolong and the others' expressions changed slightly. No return, no drunkenness? It seems they'll be the ones who get drunk, while Qin Yang will still be perfectly fine. Zheng Heng left. The food was not prepared with any extra ingredients beforehand. There's no need for Qin Yang to get you drunk while you're having dinner with him. Let's do it another day. Zhang Haoren took a deep breath and said. I'm delayed today, I have something to do later. Zhang Haolong and his group left quickly. None of them suggested going upstairs to see Jiang Mushui. After Zhang Haolong and the others left, Qin Yang summoned De Huang. De Huang, do you want the person you're looking for to be among them? Big Yellow shook its head. Zhang Haolong and his group quickly drove away from the residential area. Damn it, they tricked us. I'll make them pay later. Zhang Haowu cursed and swore. Zhang Haolong drove with a dark expression. Jiang Haoren will deal with him slowly in the future. He's just a country bumpkin, how could he possibly outmaneuver us? Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haowu nodded. 2 days passed. Tomorrow is Jiang Mushue's 24th birthday. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather and others arrived in Haicheng. System: 1 draw for every 1,000 emotion points, 2 draws for every 100 emotion points. Qin Yang said in his mind. He had 1,200 emotional points after the morning harvest. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a level mental power. You already possess S-level mental power. Mental power fusion in progress. Qin Yang felt his mental strength rapidly increasing. Mental strength, like physical strength, can be continuously accumulated. You don't need to obtain high-level rewards, low-level rewards are also acceptable. Ordinary skills require higher levels to be fused. System: after the fusion, I'll still be S rank, right? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System: yes, host, there has been no upgrade, but your mental strength has been significantly enhanced compared to before. Okay, let's continue. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining C-level marksmanship. A wealth of information about marksmanship quickly flooded into Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Getting a C-level marksmanship with 100 emotion points is not bad. Even with 10 years of regular training, an average person might not reach this level. However, he had the marksmanship skills but no gun. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a level drawing skills. Qin Yang was stunned. My luck has really turned around. 100 emotion points actually earned me an A-level skill. Although all I gained was a drawing skill, what more could I ask for than 100 emotion points? Chapter 44, Conversation with Jiang Mushue. Beep beep. Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Aunt Liang. Liang Lan said quickly on the other end of the phone, Xiaoqin, my dad and my brother are here. I'm busy at the company, so they said they'll come to your place and be there in half an hour. You should get ready a little. Qin Yang, okay, I'll have Cheng Hong and the others prepare tea and snacks. Liang Lan, Xiaoqin, these things aren't very important. What's important is that you tidy yourself up a bit and look more energetic. Please forgive my parents if they say anything too offensive. I'll be right there once I'm done here. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Aunt Liang, don't worry. You have things to do at your company, so take care of those first. I'll do my best to entertain Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and the others. Liang Lan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiaoqin, my dad, and my brother are both soldiers. My dad is a general, and my brother is a colonel. Their presence might be a little stronger than that of ordinary people. Please be careful. A look of surprise appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather and uncle were so powerful, especially her maternal grandfather, who was actually a general. Aunt Liang, I understand. Liang Lan said, you don't need to be too nervous. You and Mushue have already registered your marriage. Legally, you are a married couple. They all know the law. Qin Yang asked, Aunt Liang, what are Grandpa and the others' hobbies? I can look at books on this topic. Liang Lan, my dad and my brother don't have many hobbies. They are very busy and spend less than a month a year at home. My mom likes to draw. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Does Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother like to paint? He has just acquired painting skills. It's still grade A. B-level skills are already very powerful. A-level skills are among the top 10 in the country, a truly exceptional level. Aunt Liang, I understand. I will definitely take good care of my grandparents. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan gave a few more instructions and then hung up the phone. Qin Yang asked Cheng Hong and the others to prepare tea and snacks. Not long after, an old Audi drove up to the villa. Qin Yang opened the door and went outside. 3 people got out of the car. The 2 elderly people and the middle-aged man. These 3 were naturally Jiang Mushue's maternal grandparents and uncle. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. Qin Yang called out. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather and uncle did not agree, but her maternal grandmother smiled and nodded. You must be Xiaoqin. You are handsome and well matched with our Xiuxue. Old man, son, don't keep such a long face. Little Qin has not offended you. Jiang Mushue's grandfather snorted softly, let's go inside and talk. Qin Yang and his group soon arrived at the villa. Jiang Mushua's uncle stared sharply at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, you and Mushua weren't a couple before. Mushua got pregnant after an accident while she was drinking, right? He believed he could tell if Qin Yang was lying. He is an armed police officer who deals with drug traffickers year-round. Qin Yang calmly asked, Uncle, is this important? Perhaps I can wake Mushua up. Jiang Mushua's uncle, Liang Guodong, said, Of course it's important. So many doctors couldn't wake Mushua up, what makes you think you can? Qin Yang said, After Mushua and I got married, her complexion has improved significantly compared to before. Liang Guodong. They've misunderstood something. In their view, Jiang Mushua had been nourished. They guessed that Jiang Wancheng and his group were looking for Qin Yang to have a relationship with Jiang Mushua in order to see if they could wake her up. Qin Yang, you should get a divorce once Mushua wakes up. We won't pursue the matter of you faking being drunk and having sex with her before. We can also give you some money. Jiang Mushua's maternal grandfather said in a deep voice. They knew Qin Yang's alcohol tolerance and also felt there was something wrong with him. Grandpa and Uncle, Mushua and I are really together, we are in love. Liang Guodong frowned, Qin Yang, are you sure? It's not difficult for me to get your communication records with Mushua. It will show the number of times you've contacted each other before. Qin Yang, I'm sure. Uncle, Mushua and I are afraid of this, so we don't usually contact each other by phone. We love each other, so we don't need to be together every day. What do you think? Liang Guodong sneered. Jiang Mushua's maternal grandfather said, Qin Yang, we understand that Wancheng and the others want Xiaoxue to wake up. We are not asking you to get a divorce right now, but you two are not suitable for each other. The best course of action is to take your money and leave when the time comes. Qin Yang, Grandpa, I appreciate your kindness. But I will not leave Mushua. Given the current situation of Jiang Mushua's maternal grandfather and the others, Qin Yang did not reveal his true situation. It is a question whether they would keep it a secret for him if they knew. They are soldiers. If they know of any powerful superhumans, they might report it. Qin Yang doesn't want to deal with the authorities for the time being. His current strength is not yet invincible, and he cannot predict what will happen when dealing with the authorities. Qin Yang, you don't need to rush to a conclusion. You still have time to consider it. It's not too late to decide after Xiaoxue wakes up. It was Jiang Mushua's grandfather who said calmly. Qin Yang thought to himself, divorce is impossible. Where will he find emotional support after the divorce? Dad, let's go upstairs and check on Mushua. Soon Qin Yang followed the two of them upstairs. Jiang Mushua's grandmother said happily, Little Qin, thank you. Mushua's complexion is much better than before. Grandma, I am Mushua's husband. Helping Mushua is what I should do. Qin Yang said with a smile. He connected with Jiang Mushua through mental energy. Qin Yang quickly noticed the difference. His mental strength increased, and his mental connection with Jiang Mushua became stronger. Mushua, your maternal grandparents and uncles are here. Qin Yang transmitted the message using his mental power. At the same time, he transmitted the images from the outside world to Jiang Mushua. With his enhanced mental strength, the transmitted images became much clearer. Mood value plus 25. Grandpa, Grandma. Qin Yang was stunned. He heard Jiang Mushua's voice through his mental powers. Honey, I just heard you speak. Who's your wife? I'm not your wife, Qin Yang. You're not allowed to kiss or touch me anymore, do you hear me? Qin Yang heard Jiang Mushua's voice again. Mushua, we've gotten our marriage certificate. Legally speaking, you are my wife. Mood value plus 18. I did not agree. Our marriage certificate is invalid. Qin Yang, Mushua, since you don't agree, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and talk to the staff there. Emotional value plus 15. Jiang Mushua, anyway, you're not allowed to kiss or touch me anymore. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook when I wake up. Qin Yang, Mushua, since that's the case, I think I need to hurry up and have a relationship with you. There's a saying that goes, familiarity breeds affection, what do you think? Mood value plus 21. Qin Yang, you mustn't do this. Chapter 45. Compete with Jiang Mushua's uncle. Jiang Mushua and Qin Yang were arguing. But her brainwaves and electrocardiograms remained unchanged. She was suddenly able to contact Qin Yang, not because she had suddenly become much better, but because Qin Yang's strength had increased. Mu Shui, you need to hurry up and recover. I can kiss you whenever I want before you're fully awake, hee hee. Qin Yang was transmitting a message. Mood value +6. Zhang Mushui gave the emotional points but didn't say anything. System, what's going on? System, Zhang Mushui's mental strength has decreased. When her mental strength falls below a certain level, she will be unable to communicate, but she can still receive your messages for the time being. Qin Yang was relieved. He stood up. Grandma, please keep Mushui company. Okay, Xiaoqin, you go ahead with your work. Zhang Mushui's maternal grandmother said with a kind expression. Qin Yang went out, and Liang Guodong followed him out. Qin Yang went to the gym on the basement level, and Liang Guodong came in with him. Qin Yang, do you know how dangerous you are right now? The Zhang family's influence runs deep. Liang Guodong said in a deep voice. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I know the water is deep, but even if it is, Mu Shui is carrying my child, shouldn't I save her? Uncle, no matter what, we have to save her first, don't you think? If Mu Shui doesn't wake up for 3 months, she might die. Liang Guodong took a deep breath. You have a point. You're in good shape, do you work out often? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong said calmly, shall we make a bet? We'll have a bench press contest. If you beat me in the bench press, I'll have no objections to anything you do with Mu Shui in the future. What if you win? Qin Yang said with a half smile. His physique is 21. Liang Guodong is not a martial artist. Even if he were a soldier, his physique would be 15 if he were not a martial artist. Liang Guodong said in a deep voice, if I win, and Mu Shui wants a divorce, you can't bother her then. How about that? Is my request reasonable? I'm not forcing you to get a divorce. If you two have a good relationship, I will approve of you. Qin Yang smiled and said, that makes perfect sense. I agree. But I'm much younger, wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Liang Guodong, I am older, but I am a soldier. Even in a management position, I receive regular training. Neither of us has gained an advantage. Let's settle this with the results. 3 chances, that's the highest possible. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle, you go first. Liang Guodong prepared barbell plates for himself. His first attempt was 120 kilograms, which wasn't his limit, but he still wanted to be steady on his first attempt. Lie down, Liang Guodong grips the barbell and suddenly exerts force. He successfully lifted the heavy barbell in no time. After holding the position for 3 seconds, Liang Guodong slowly lowered the barbell. Qin Yang, how is he? Liang Guodong looked at Qin Yang and asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle, please continue. Liang Guodong was puzzled. Wasn't that enough? In that case, he'll have to make things more difficult for himself. With gritted teeth, Liang Guodong added another 10 kilograms. The barbell reached 130 kilograms. Anyone who can lift that weight in the gym is a legend. When Liang Guodong was younger, lifting that weight wasn't difficult for him. It depends on the situation now. I can lift it up occasionally. Rise. Liang Guodong unleashed his full power in the second move. He lifted the 130 kilogram barbell, but his hands were trembling. This was his current limit. Clang. 3 seconds later, the barbell fell heavily. Liang Guodong stood up and took a deep breath. Qin Yang, it's your turn to lift them. I'll lift these too. He knew that he couldn't achieve a better result no matter how hard he tried. Qin Yang nodded. He added a 10 kilogram barbell to each side. Liang Guodong. Qin Yang's weight should be just over 70 kilograms. With that weight, how could Qin Yang lift a barbell weighing 150 kilograms? Drink. Lie down, Qin Yang roared. He lifted the heavy barbell. Having twice the physical strength of an average person is no joke. Liang Guodong stared at Qin Yang in disbelief. Even at his peak, he couldn't lift 150 kilograms. Qin Yang quickly put down the barbell. Uncle, how is it? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Chen Guodong's lips twitched. I lost, Qin Yang. How did you train? How could you lift 150 kilograms? You don't look that strong. Qin Yang lifted up his clothes. His 8-pack abs were as sharp as if they were cast from high-quality steel. Uncle, sometimes we don't know everything. Liang Guodong nodded. I didn't lose unjustly. Even at my peak, I wasn't as strong as you. I mean what I say, and I'm no longer involved in your relationship with Mu Shui. Xin Yang smiled and said, Uncle, you can tell me what to do. You are Mu Shui's uncle. If I do anything wrong, you can point it out. Chen Guodong felt a little more at ease. Xin Yang, this isn't your limit yet, is it? Can we add more? Xin Yang added 2 more barbell plates, but this time, the 2 plates together only weighed 10 kilograms. Xin Yang could lift an even heavier barbell, but it wasn't necessary. Rise. Xin Yang quickly lifted the barbell. Liang Guodong was amazed. It's not that no one in the army can lift such a heavy weight, but those who can generally weigh more than Xin Yang. Moreover, Xin Yang hadn't undergone that much training. Xin Yang, you're pretty amazing. But you're married to Mu Shui, so you need to be extra careful. Many people are willing to risk their lives for a few 100,000 yuan. The Zhang family has assets of hundreds of billions. That much money is enough to drive people crazy. Liang Guodong said solemnly. Xin Yang nodded, Uncle, I know. In any case, let's wait until Mu Shui wakes up before we talk about anything else. Upstairs, Zhang Mushua's grandmother said, Old man, you're too old for that. Don't make things difficult for a young man like Xin Yang. Is Mu Shui even suitable to marry your comrade's grandson? Her belly is so big. Zhang Mushua's maternal grandfather sighed. Old man, your daughter and the others aren't stupid. They have their reasons for arranging for Xin Yang and Mu Shui to get married. You should be able to see that Mu Shui's complexion has improved. If you stop me, I'll be furious with you if anything happens to Mu Shui. Zhang Mushua's maternal grandfather remained silent. Old man, go find someone to get some drawing paper and brushes. I want to draw a picture for Mu Shui. Why bother with all this fuss? Why not just take a picture? Zhang Mushua's grandmother glared at him, how can that be the same? It was drawn by myself, every stroke is filled with emotion. What emotions are involved when a photo is snapped? Zhang Mushua's maternal grandfather, alright, you're right. There is drawing paper and paintbrushes inside the villa. He quickly had the nanny bring over the drawing paper, brushes, and drawing board. Zhang Mushua's grandmother set up the easel. She slowly began to draw Zhang Mushua by the bedside. Zhang Mushua is now half lying on the bed. Her eyes were open, but they were empty and lifeless. Well. Zhang Mushua's grandfather sighed inwardly. He felt bad seeing Zhang Mushua like this. Honey, take your time drawing. After Zhang Mushua's grandfather finished speaking, he left the room. He went to the living room and found Xin Yang and Liang Guodong chatting and laughing while drinking tea. What's going on? Zhang Mushua's maternal grandfather was somewhat puzzled. How could her own son be turned by Xin Yang so quickly? Chapter 46 Xiaoqin, your painting skills are so high? Dad, I'm going to check on Mu Shui again. Seeing his father's unfriendly gaze, Liang Guodong quickly said. Uncle, I'll go with you. Xin Yang followed him upstairs. It would be awkward for him to be alone with Zhang Mushua's grandfather. Upon entering the bedroom, Xin Yang saw Zhang Mushua's grandmother painting. Her hands trembled slightly, and the drawing was mediocre. Mom, please stop drawing. Your old problem has flared up again today. Liang Guodong tried to persuade his mother. Zhang Mushua's grandmother shook her head, it's already started. Xiao Shui likes me to draw for her, so I'll finish drawing for her. She persisted in painting. But her hands gradually trembled more and more violently, and in this situation, Zhang Mushua's grandmother had no choice but to stop writing. Well. Xiao Shui, grandma is no longer useful. I can't even draw a proper picture for you anymore. Zhang Mushua's grandmother said sadly. Xin Yang said softly, Grandma, let me do it. I'll draw a picture for Mu Shui and give it to you when I'm done. Zhang Mushua's grandmother looked at Xin Yang in surprise. Xiaoqin, you can draw? Xin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong, Xin Yang, don't be so cocky. Don't let my mom's current painting skills fool you, she used to be quite good, and she had high standards. Zhang Mushua's grandmother smiled and said, Xiaoqin, don't listen to his nonsense. Don't feel pressured, just do your best. Xin Yang nodded slightly. Zhang Mushua's grandmother got up and took away her drawing paper. Xin Yang sat down. He quickly began drawing portraits of Zhang Mushui. Jiang Mushue's grandmother was stunned. As soon as Qin Yang made his move, she realized that he was no ordinary person. Qin Yang's skill level was probably much higher than her own at his peak. Mom, watch Qin Yang draw slowly. I'll go down first, Liang Guodong said. At the beginning, he couldn't tell Qin Yang's skill level, and he didn't have the patience to watch Qin Yang slowly draw. Liang Guodong arrived downstairs quickly. You and Qin Yang already have a good relationship right from the start. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather gave a soft hum. Liang Guodong said awkwardly, I lost the bet with Qin Yang, and I have to accept my loss. I can't oppose them anymore. What did you bet on? Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather frowned. Liang Guodong, I competed with Qin Yang in bench press. I only lifted 130 kilograms, while Qin Yang lifted 150 kilograms, and he probably hadn't even reached his limit yet. Jiang Mushue's grandfather was surprised. Qin Yang doesn't look particularly strong, so how come he's so powerful? Dad, a person cannot break their word. Now that I've lost the bet, I won't oppose them anymore. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather nodded slightly. If you lose, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. Jiang Mushue's grandmother in the bedroom was increasingly surprised. Qin Yang demonstrated an extremely high level of skill. In just over 10 minutes, Qin Yang finished the painting. The Jiang Mushue in the painting was stunningly beautiful, and her eyes were not empty and lifeless. Qin Yang had met Jiang Mushue many times and knew about her situation. Grandma, this is for you. Qin Yang raised the painting and smiled. Jiang Mushue's grandmother took the painting and exclaimed in amazement, Little Qin, I never expected your painting skills to be so high. Even at my peak, my skills were far inferior to yours. Your skill level is top-notch even nationwide. Qin Yang smiled. He has achieved an A-level drawing skill. His skill level is definitely top-notch nationwide. Jiang Mushue's grandmother wasn't that skilled. Her assessment actually underestimated Qin Yang's abilities. Grandma, I'm glad you're satisfied. Jiang Mushue's grandmother beamed, satisfied, very satisfied. Xiaoqin, I believe you and Mushue have feelings for each other, otherwise how could you remember her eyes so clearly? Qin Yang smiled. He and Jiang Mushue had no feelings for each other before. He has strong mental fortitude, which is why he can recall things so clearly. Grandma, Grandpa Mushue isn't very happy with me. I'd like to trouble you to put in a good word for me with him. Qin Yang said. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother smiled and said, No problem, Xiaoqin. Don't take Mushue's maternal grandfather's attitude too seriously. He's getting senile now, and his brain is all mush. Who's getting senile? Jiang Mushue's grandfather just pushed the door open and came in. Who else could it be but you? Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather. Jiang Mushue's grandmother said, I think Xiaoqin is a good person. As long as they truly love each other, I support them. If you want to forcibly break them up, then don't come home again. Jiang Mushue's grandfather's lips twitched. Is his wife completely siding with Qin Yang? Grandpa, Grandma, you two chat. Qin Yang quickly left the room. Jiang Mushue's grandmother unfolded the painting Qin Yang had drawn and said, Old man, take a look. This is a painting by Qin Yang. His skill level is much better than mine at my peak. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather looked surprised. Qin Yang's painting is indeed excellent. Did Qin Yang draw this? If it wasn't Qin Yang who drew it, then it must have been me. Look at that look in his eyes. Qin Yang didn't even look at Mushue's photo just now. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather examined her closely. The painting is indeed very good. But that doesn't prove they had feelings for each other before. That's what he said, but Jiang Mushue's grandfather's tone softened considerably. Grandpa and Grandma, you two chat. Qin Yang said with a smile. After saying that, he quickly left the room. Jiang Mushue's grandfather's lips twitched. Wife, that kid Qin Yang, wherever I go, he leaves. Who told you to keep such a long face? Jiang Mushue's grandmother said irritably, Old man, have you thought this through? It's fine if you discipline your daughter, but Mushue is just your granddaughter. How can you possibly discipline her? I think Xiaoqin is pretty good. He's handsome, and he draws so well too. Jiang Mushue's grandfather sighed helplessly. Alright, let's ask Mushue what happened after she wakes up. 2 hours later, Liang Lan arrived. She was surprised to find that Qin Yang got along fairly well with her parents and brother. Dad, you didn't bully Xiao Qin, did you? Liang Lan inquired. Jiang Mushue's grandfather rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Liang Lan pouted. Dad, you used to chase Wancheng away with a broom, don't you remember? Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather. Liang Lan, Dad, Qin Yang and Qin Yang are in love. If you try to break them up, be careful that Mushue won't come to your place anymore, and you won't be able to hold your great-granddaughter. Aunt Liang, my grandparents are very good to me. Qin Yang quickly replied. Liang Lan nodded, that's good. Mom, Xiao Qin is quite outstanding. He is good at calligraphy, as you should know, and he plays the piano very well as well. Grandma Jiang Mushue asked in surprise, Lan, isn't Xiao Qin good at drawing? Liang Lan was somewhat puzzled. No, he plays the piano very well, not much worse than me. Mushue's piano skills are not as good as his. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother said, we didn't listen to the piano, but Xiao Qin painted a picture of Mushue and gave it to me. His painting skills are top-notch in the whole country. Ah? Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Xiao Qin, you're such a good artist too? Qin Yang smiled and said, my drawing skills are better than my piano skills. Liang Lan clicked her tongue in amazement. She guessed that Qin Yang must have learned it recently. Qin Yang's learning speed is truly terrifying. Chapter 47 helped Jiang Mushue take a bath. Jiang Mushue's grandmother took out the painting Qin Yang had drawn. Lan, this was drawn by Xiao Qin. Liang Lan took the painting and she was very surprised. Qin Yang's paintings have a much better feel than his photographs. Mom, I didn't know Xiao Qin could do this. Xiao Qin, your drawing is so good. Draw another one when you have time. I want one too. Liang Lan carefully examined the painting. Qin Yang smiled and agreed. Aunt Liang, I'll go play the piano for Mushue. Yeah, okay. Liang Lan nodded. Qin Yang went to the third floor, while Liang Lan led her parents and older brother to Jiang Mushue's bedroom on the second floor. Soon, melodious piano music drifted down from upstairs. After the piece ended, Liang Guodong said, Sister, Qin Yang is so good at calligraphy, piano, and painting. Mushue, were you really secretly dating Qin Yang before? Liang Lan, how could it be fake? They're keeping it hidden because they're afraid we'll object. Jiang Mushue's grandmother smiled and said, Old man, Xiao Qin is very talented. It's normal for Mushue to be attracted to his talent. You're not allowed to keep giving Xiao Qin a stern look. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather remained silent. Liang Lan looked at her father, Dad. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather said, Qin Yang is quite talented, but I always felt that he and Mushue didn't have any feelings for each other before. Qin Yang's situation is a bit strange. He comes from an ordinary family, how did he learn all this? And if he's so capable, why does he have such an ordinary job? Liang Guodong nodded slightly, it is a bit strange. Liang Lan. She knew the reason perfectly well. Qin Yang hadn't done that before. But since Qin Yang hadn't revealed it himself, and she had promised him she would never tell anyone the secret. My own parents and brother were no exception. Geniuses all have some quirks. Dad, although Qin Yang's family background is ordinary, Qin Yang is very talented and he is a good match for Mushue. Liang Landau. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather said, I don't object now. We'll talk about it after Mushue wakes up. If Mushue and Qin Yang really have feelings for each other, I won't object. If not, then we'll talk about it another way. Liang Lan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine to not object for now. We'll talk about the future later. Half an hour later, Qin Yang came down from the third floor. Jiang Mushue's grandmother smiled and said, Xiao Qin, you played so well. With your careful care, I believe Mushue will definitely wake up. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather, Xiao Qin, you are very outstanding. If you two were really together before, I would also wish you well. Thank you, Grandpa. Qin Yang quickly replied. Soon Liang Lan left with Liang Guodong and the others, while Jiang Mushue's maternal grandfather and the others were heading to Jiang Wanqing's villa. Afternoon. Mr. Qin, can you do us a favor? Cheng Hong knocked on the door of the study and inquired. What's the matter? Qin Yang looked at Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong, we need to give Miss Jiang a bath. When you and Wu Jing went to the rented manor to make the arrangements. Yang Xin and I had some difficulty carrying Miss Jiang. If Jiang Muxue is not pregnant, Cheng Hong and the others can hold her without worry. However, Jiang Muxue was 6 or 7 months pregnant. One wrong move and it could easily cause miscarriage. Xin Yang nodded. He went to Jiang Mushue's room, where Jiang Muxue was only wearing her underwear. Although he had given Jiang Muxue a full body massage, he had never actually taken off her clothes to observe her like this before. Even while pregnant, Jiang Mushue's figure was extremely alluring. Mr. Qin, you can help me carry Miss Jiang into the bathtub. Cheng Hong Dao. Xin Yang, Cheng Hong, you two can go out now. I'll take care of bathing Muxue from now on. Cheng Hong and Yang Xin nodded. Yes, Mr. Qin. They all breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the room. Helping Jiang Muxue take a bath is not a simple task. As Jiang Mushue's belly grows bigger, it becomes more and more difficult to help her bathe. They cannot bear the responsibility if something goes wrong. Muxue, time for a bath. Xin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue. However, he did not send the video to Jiang Muxue for the time being. Mood value plus 21. Xin Yang, I don't want you to give me a bath, you hear me? Xin Yang heard Jiang Mushue's inner thoughts. I'm your husband, this is what I should do, you're welcome. Mood value plus 24. Xin Yang, don't do anything reckless. Cheng Hong and the others can bathe me, I don't need you to bathe me. Jiang Mushue's emotions fluctuated greatly. Xin Yang picked Jiang Muxue up in his arms and carried her into the bathroom, where hot water had already been prepared in the bathtub. Muxue, your belly is getting bigger and bigger. Cheng Hong and the others are not strong enough. It will be inconvenient for them to bathe you, and the risks of them bathing you will be much greater. Let me do it. Don't be shy, what part of your body haven't I touched? Mood value plus 19. Mood value plus 17. Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, you big pervert, you're not allowed to touch me, or I'll call the police and have you arrested. Xin Yang helped Jiang Muxue take off her clothes. Then he slowly placed Jiang Muxue into the bathtub. Call. Xin Yang's breathing became somewhat rapid. Beautiful, so beautiful. Half an hour later, Xin Yang finally finished helping Jiang Muxue take a bath. During this process, Xin Yang also gave Jiang Muxue a massage. People like Jiang Muxue who are in a vegetative state need a lot of massage, otherwise, lying in bed for too long can easily cause health problems. Muxue, I've finally finished giving you a bath. I've had such a tough time. Xin Yang contacted Jiang Muxue again using his mental power. Helping Jiang Muxue take a bath was easy for him, he was strong and had mental energy to assist him. The main difficulty was that he had to endure some hardship during the bathing process. Emotional value plus 15. Xin Yang, you big pervert, you big bad guy. I won't let you get away with this. Xin Yang heard Jiang Mushue's voice. Xin Yang didn't maintain mental focus while taking a shower. If he had, Jiang Mushue's mental focus would have been depleted long ago. Xin Yang, Muxue, I'm your husband. Isn't it much better for me to bathe you than for a nanny to do it for you? Although nannies are women, they're still outsiders, right? Yeah, right, I don't want you to help me take a bath. Xin Yang, then say it out loud. What you think in your heart doesn't count. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 11. Mood value plus 8. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was quickly depleted. System, how many emotion points did you gain this time? Xin Yang asked in his mind. In the past 2 or 3 days, he had not completely exhausted Jiang Mushue's spiritual energy, and he did not know how much he could gain at once. Host, a total of 165. Xin Yang's eyes lit up, things had improved quite a bit. One time he gets 165 points, 4 times a day he gets more than 600 points, and in less than 2 days he can get 1000 emotion points. It should only take a day, maybe a little longer. Mr. Qin, you've worked hard. When Xin Yang arrived outside, Cheng Hong said to him. Xin Yang, Muxue is my wife, it's only right. Just let me know whenever Muxue needs to take a bath. Okay, Mr. Qin. Chapter 48 Muxue, call me husband. In the middle of the night, Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Wife, it's past midnight, happy birthday. Xin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's. Mood value plus 18. Pervert, scoundrel, I'm not your wife. Xin Yang heard Jiang Mushue's angry voice. Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. It's not necessarily a bad thing that Jiang Muxue is angry. If she accepts him too easily, it will definitely be much more difficult for her to gain emotional points in the future. Honey, stop it, we have a marriage certificate. I can kiss you openly even if the police are around. Xin Yang sent the message with a smile. Mood value plus 23. Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, once I'm sober, I'll definitely call the police and have them arrest you. Xin Yang, wife, we need to arrest your parents first. They're the ones who made me marry you, and they even wanted me to have sex with you. I haven't done that yet. I've already considered your feelings a lot, taking it one step at a time, not sleeping with you right away. If it were someone else, do you think they would have had sex? Jiang Muxue. Honey, you have to consider your looks. With your looks, I've already been quite tolerant. Xin Yang sent the message with a smile. He wasn't actually that noble. If he didn't have an emotional system, he would have done that long ago. But since he has an emotional system, improving his strength is naturally the most important thing. Honey, it's your birthday today. You can't move, so I don't have anything good to give you. How about I give you my first time when I was sober? Mood value plus 25. Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, you can't do this. You can kiss me and touch me, but you absolutely can't do that with me, otherwise I'll definitely call the police when I wake up. Xin Yang, Muxue, if I don't help you, you won't wake up. Are you sure you want to threaten me by calling the police? Characteristics value plus 19. Jiang Muxue said, that time at the annual meeting was an accident. I don't want to have a relationship with you again in a confused state. If you had done that with me before I woke up, I would not forgive you. That incident already made me very sad. Xin Yang, call me husband and I'll agree. Jiang Muxue fell silent. Two emotion values appeared in quick succession. Xin Yang, are you sure you'll answer if I call you? Xin Yang, I'm sure, but it won't just be once. I think you have to call me husband this way every time you call him. Jiang Muxue fell silent again. After a while, Jiang Muxue called out, husband. Hey! Sweetie, here's a kiss for you. Xin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Muxue's alluring lips. Emotional value plus 12. Jiang Muxue's mental energy was exhausted in no time. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Liang Lan arrived at Xin Yang's place alone. Jiang Muxue needs to move to the rented manor. Xiao Qin, did you tell Muxue it's her birthday today? Liang Lan inquired. Xin Yang nodded, I wished her a happy birthday last night after midnight. Aunt Liang, I have some good news for you. What good news? Liang Lan quickly asked. Xin Yang smiled and said, the mental connection has been strengthened. Before, I could only transmit blurry images to Muxue, but now the transmitted images of the outside world are much clearer than before. It's not exactly high definition, but it's quite clear. In terms of movie quality, it's probably around 480p. Muxue can talk to me now. Liang Lan was overjoyed. Jiang Muxue can see the outside world, and Xin Yang can hear her speak, which is very, very good. Xiao Qin, did Muxue say anything? Liang Lan quickly inquired. Xin Yang, she said she would call the police and have me arrested when she woke up. Liang Lan. She quickly said, Xiao Qin, don't mind her. She just couldn't accept it for a moment and said it in anger. Auntie thinks you and Muxue can definitely make it work. Xin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, it's all right. Muxue is carrying my child. Even if she wakes up and calls the police to arrest me, I will do everything I can to wake her up. Liang Lan, she would never call the police to arrest you. If she did, she would arrest me and her father as well. Xiao Qin, can I talk to Muxue? Xin Yang nodded, of course. The two arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Xin Yang transmitted the external images to Jiang Muxue. Xiao Qin, can Muxue hear me now? Liang Lan inquired. Xin Yang nodded. Liang Lan held Jiang Muxue's hand. Muxue, your marriage to Xin Yang was a decision your father and I made after discussing it for a long time. After getting to know him, we think Xin Yang is very outstanding. I think it was the right choice to let you get married. Emotional value plus 12. Liang Lan, Muxue, you don't know now, but when you wake up, you'll realize how outstanding Xin Yang is. Today is your birthday, Mom wishes you a happy birthday. Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, could you please tell my mom that I received her birthday wishes and that I love her? Call me husband. Jiang Mushui. Honey, could you please tell me? Xin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, Mushui said she received your birthday wishes, and she also said she loves you. Tears welled up in Liang Lan's eyes. Mushui, mommy loves you too. Mood value plus 22. Xin Yang said, Aunt Liang, what else do you want to say? I have to disconnect the mental connection, otherwise Mushui's mental energy will be consumed very quickly, and she won't be able to see her own birthday banquet. Liang Lan wiped her eyes. Xiao Qin, let's leave it at that for now. Xin Yang nodded and immediately disconnected. Jiang Mushui's energy consumption was very low when his mental energy was not connected. Xiao Qin, thank you. Liang Lan said gratefully to Qin Yang. Xin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, why are you being so polite? Mushui and I are married now, we're family. Yeah, you're right. Liang Lan nodded. Xiao Qin, go have breakfast. I'll keep Mushui company. We'll head to the manor around 9 o'clock. Time quickly passed to 9 o'clock. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushui's room. Jiang Mushui has changed into a very beautiful dress. Xiao Qin, come and carry Mushui out. Liang Landao. Xin Yang nodded, and his mental energy connected with Jiang Mushui's. Mushui, I'll carry you out to a manor. Your birthday party is being held over there. As he spoke, Xin Yang picked up Jiang Mushui. Jiang Mushui saw the scene outside. Xin Yang quickly went downstairs and carried Jiang Mushui to Liang Lan's car. Big Yellow, come here. Xin Yang called for De Huang to get in the car. Big Yellow is a clever and intelligent dog, and it obediently lay down at Xin Yang's feet. Liang Lan sat in the passenger seat. Xiao Qin, more than 100 people will be coming today. Many of them have very powerful backgrounds. Some people are richer than our Jiang family, some don't have as much money but their families are extremely powerful, and some come from martial arts families with great martial prowess. Qin Yang nodded slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The person who sent him and his parents the wooden bullets should come. I wonder if we can find Da Wang. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review, thank you. Chapter 49. Are you qualified to welcome us? Haicheng, Rose Manor. The entire manor was filled with blooming flowers, a truly beautiful sight. Qin Yang and his group arrived at 9:50. Mu Shui is here, let's go over there quickly. I wonder how Mu Shui is doing now. Tang Yin and some of Jiang Mushui's friends had arrived early. They saw Liang Lan's car approaching quickly. As soon as the car stopped, the staff at the manor immediately went to open the door. Xin Yang carried Jiang Mushui out of the car. Da Huang got off the bus before even entering the manor. Mu Shui, can you hear me? Mu Shui, we've all come to see you. Wake up! Tang Yin and the others spoke up one after another. Xin Yang transmitted the external images to Jiang Mushui, who saw Tang Yin and the others, but her open eyes still lacked any sparkle. Liang Lan got off the bus at this time. Aunt Liang. Tang Yin and the others called out immediately. Liang Lan nodded, thank you for coming to celebrate Mu Shui's birthday. Let me introduce you. This handsome young man is Qin Yang. He and Mu Shui got married a while ago. Hello. Qin Yang greeted him with a smile. Tang Yin and the others were not very surprised. They already knew about Jiang Mushui's marriage. Hello. Qin Yang, you should treat Mu Shui better. Tang Yin and the other girls spoke, and Qin Yang nodded. He carefully placed Jiang Mushui in a wheelchair. The wheelchair had a slightly reclined back, so Jiang Mushui could sit comfortably. Qin Yang, please thank them for me. Jiang Mushui sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, Mu Shui, you can't do that. I suspect that your fall wasn't an accident at all, and even your loss of control that night might not have been an accident. Do you remember how crazy you were that night? Jiang Mushui. Emotional value plus 15. Qin Yang, Mu Shui, you need to calm down, otherwise your mental energy will be exhausted in no time. Jiang Mushui, Qin Yang, you actually remember that, which means you weren't drunk that night at all. You big pervert. Qin Yang was too lazy to explain. Making Jiang Mushui misunderstand and gain more emotional points is a good idea. Mu Shui, a stunningly beautiful woman, comes to your door on her own initiative and even takes off her clothes. If you were a man, could you resist her? Jiang Mushui. Qin Yang suspended his mental connection with Jiang Mushui. Continuing the connection would quickly deplete Jiang Mushui's mental energy. Today is her birthday, so let her see as much as possible. Qin Yang, Mu Shui seems to be feeling better. Tang Yin looked at Jiang Mu Shui carefully and said happily. Another girl said, she is indeed much better. When I saw Mu Shui last month, she didn't look this good. Maybe Mu Shui will recover soon. Liang Lan smiled and said, this is all thanks to Qin Yang. She meant that Qin Yang used his mental power to help Jiang Mu Shui. He even played the piano for Jiang Mu Shui as a form of therapy. But Tang Yin and the others didn't think so. They were all adults, and in their opinion, Jiang Mu Shui's improved complexion was likely due to Qin Yang's care. Ahem, Xiao Qin, you young people chat, I'll go see if there's anything else that needs adjusting. Liang Lan said, a little embarrassed. She realized something was wrong as soon as she said it. But they couldn't reveal that Qin Yang was a superhuman. Liang Lan quickly walked away. Tang Yin said, Qin Yang, go do other things. We'll keep Mu Shui company. How about you come back to take over in an hour? Qin Yang nodded. Tang Yin is a martial artist at the early stage of inner strength, so with her around, Jiang Mu Shui's safety is guaranteed. Even if she were attacked, Jiang Mu Shui currently carries that protective talisman. The system is tied to Jiang Mu Shui, she can't afford to get hurt. Uncle Jiang, is there anything I can do for you? Qin Yang approached Jiang Wancheng and inquired. Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Mu Shui's maternal grandparents had already arrived. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, you are Mu Shui's husband. It's Mu Shui's birthday, so you are the host and have to greet the guests. You greet the young people, and I will greet the older guests. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, no problem. But I probably don't know most of the guests who come. Jiang Wancheng, I'll send you a document. It contains detailed information about the guests who came today. With your photographic memory, you should be able to memorize it quickly. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng sent a rather large document to Qin Yang. Qin Yang clicked on it. The file contains photos of many people. Below each photo is a description of the person, including their name, age, background, parents, and spouse. This estimate was prepared by Jiang Wancheng's assistant. Some of the younger generation may not be people Jiang Wancheng knows. Qin Yang dragged it quickly. He can memorize a person's information in 3 seconds. Qin Yang finished reading it in just a few minutes. He memorized all the guests' information. The Du family is coming. That guy Luo Zihong is coming too. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. The list includes many talented young people. In addition, members of the Jiang family will also be coming. Old Master Jiang, Jiang Wanyue, and Jiang Wanchuan will be here today. Under normal circumstances, they don't need to come to a younger person's birthday party. But Jiang Mu Shui's situation was unusual. If she doesn't wake up, this will be her last birthday. Jiang Mu Shui's maternal grandfather and the others have arrived. Not long after, Qin Yang heard the sound of cars. He went outside and saw several supercars driving into the manor. The supercar parked, and several young men got out. Qin Yang recognized them instantly. They were all local rich kids from Haicheng, with even the least wealthy families possessing assets worth billions. Some have as much as 20 to 30 billion. Although their assets are much less than those of the Jiang family, they are still quite substantial even when viewed nationwide. Young Master Li, Young Master Lu, Young Master Sun, Young Master Wu, welcome to Mu Shui's birthday party. Qin Yang went up to him with a smile and said. The 4 rich kids sized up Qin Yang with hostile eyes. In Haicheng's elite circle of wealthy second-generation heirs, Jiang Mu Shui is the most dazzling goddess. They all want to marry her, but they all run into obstacles. Who would have thought that Jiang Mu Shui would actually marry Qin Yang? Moreover, Jiang Mu Shui is pregnant with Qin Yang's child. They were all extremely depressed when they thought about these things. Hey Qin, do you really think you're someone important? You've come to greet us, do you even consider yourself qualified? Sun Xiao, one of the 4, sneered. His name is Sun Rinchang, and according to records, he is rather arrogant. Qin Yang waved. 2 security guards nearby quickly came to Qin Yang's side. Mr. Qin, what are your instructions? One of the security guards asked. Today, all the security guards at the manor are from the Jiang family. They all know Qin Yang and know that he is the boss's son-in-law. Qin Yang pointed at Sun Rinchang, please ask him to leave. I don't want to see him at today's birthday party. Thanks. The 2 security guards nodded. Sir, please leave immediately. One of the security guards immediately said to Sun Renchang. Sun Renchang said with a gloomy face, Qin Yang, what do you mean? I came to attend the birthday party, and you're kicking me out? Qin Yang said calmly, today is my wife's birthday party. Since you think I'm not qualified to welcome you, then you should leave. You're not welcome here. You. Sun Renchang looked very unwell. If he's kicked out, he'll become a laughingstock. Chapter 50. The mastermind behind this has been found. Sun Renchang took a deep breath. Qin Yang, today is Chairman Zhang's daughter's birthday banquet. Although you are Zhang's son-in-law, you are not qualified to kick people out. Qin Yang was too lazy to say anything more to him. Please ask him to leave. If he doesn't go out, then you should send him out. Qin Yang said to the two security guards. The two tall security guards nodded. Zhang Wansheng had already instructed them that they should obey any orders Qin Yang gave. Qin Yang, are you going to go this far? Sun Renchang gritted his teeth and said. Qin Yang said calmly, we welcome guests, but if you're a troublemaker, then don't participate. See a visitor out. One of the security guards said to Sun Renchang, young master Sun, would you like to leave by yourself, or would you like the two of us to escort you? Sun Renchang looked at the other three. Brother Li, what do you say? Li Xiao coughed lightly and said, Brother Sun, you go first. Since we're already here, let's attend the birthday banquet. Brother Sun, you should go back first. The other two also indicated they would not leave. Sun Renchang got into his sports car with a dark expression, slammed on the gas, and sped away. Young Master Li, young Master Lu, young Master Wu, please come in. Qin Yang said with a smile. The three rich kids nodded. Even if they were unhappy with Qin Yang, they couldn't retaliate. They would be kicked out just like Sun Renchang, losing face completely. Time passes by every second. More and more guests are coming. Most of the guests this time were young people. Following Sun Renchang's example, the people who came later were much more polite. The circle of second-generation rich kids is only so big. Many people already knew that Sun Renchang had been driven away by Qin Yang before they even arrived. Mr. Qin, your dog is barking outside the manor. A security guard approached Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He told Da Huang that if it spotted the dog, it should bark, but Da Huang, being so intelligent, would never bark randomly if it didn't spot the dog. Uncle Jiang, I'm going to check on Big Yellow. Qin Yang said goodbye to Zhang Wansheng and got into a car. Qin Yang soon arrived outside the manor. The big yellow dog quieted down when it saw Qin Yang. Big Yellow, have you spotted your target? Qin Yang asked. Da Huang nodded. Is the target in the car that just went in? Big Yellow nodded again. What color car? White, black, yellow. Is the car a sedan, an SUV, or a sports car? After several inquiries, Qin Yang quickly identified his target. Da Huang smelled the scent of a sports car that had just entered. Woof woof. Big Yellow barked twice. It led Qin Yang to a cigarette butt. You mean this cigarette butt was dropped by the target? Big Yellow nodded again. Qin Yang patted Da Huang's head. Da Huang, well done. You can have some fun outside now, and come back with me when we leave. Don't bite people, and don't run too far. Big Yellow quickly ran off happily. Qin Yang returned to the manor. He looked at a young man in a white suit. This young man was handsome, much more handsome than he used to be, but his physical condition and mental strength had improved, and his appearance had also improved. The other person's looks were slightly inferior to his. Qin Yang recalled the other party's information in his mind. This young man was named Wei Jisheng. He came from another nearby city. The Wei family, like the Du family, was a martial arts family. The difference is that Wei Jisheng's father was a grandmaster of internal energy. Wei Jisheng's mother's family is a business family. Although their assets are not as abundant as the Jiang families, they are still worth tens of billions. Wei Jisheng and Jiang Muxue went to the same school. He was just 2 grades ahead of Jiang Muxue, making him her senior. If Jiang Muxue hadn't had a relationship with him, and things had progressed normally, Wei Jisheng's chances would have been very high. Qin Yang, is there a problem? Wei Jisheng noticed Qin Yang's gaze. He walked up to Qin Yang and asked him casually. Qin Yang, I've heard that the Wei family is a martial arts family, and I'm a little curious. Wei Jisheng smiled slightly. That's normal. Qin Yang, shall we go over there for a smoke? I can talk to you about this. Sure. Qin Yang and Wei Jisheng moved slightly away from the others. Wei Jisheng took out a pack of cigarettes. The cigarettes he was smoking were the same kind that De Huang had found. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to know about martial artists. This world is not as simple as ordinary people think. Powerful martial artists are much stronger than ordinary people. Wei Jisheng lit a cigarette. I could take on dozens of ordinary people by myself. Sharp. Wei Jisheng, Qin Yang, I know you and Jiang Muxue have absolutely no feelings for each other. Jiang Muxue's pregnancy was just an accident. I know Jiang Muxue, she doesn't want to be in a relationship at all. Qin Yang smiled slightly. That means you don't understand it deeply enough. And who are you to her? Why should she tell you if you're in a relationship? Wei Jisheng, I am Mushue's suitor, and I know very well who her suitors are. You are definitely not among them. You don't need to say that you're in secret contact. There shouldn't be such a thing. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. So you mean you had someone spying on Muxue? Wei Jisheng shook his head. I didn't do that, but I can pay someone to inquire. There are quite a few people in her company. These things are no longer important. The important thing is what you choose next. Qin Yang, Muxue is my wife now, and she's carrying my child, so of course I'll take good care of her. A sharp glint flashed in Wei Jisheng's eyes. Qin Yang, it seems you still don't understand. Although the Jiang family is wealthy, there are still quite a few families in our country that the Jiang family cannot afford to offend. Don't think that the Jiang family can protect you if you offend some powerful forces. Qin Yang, for example, your Wei family? Wei Jisheng said proudly, our Wei family is one of them. Although our Wei family is not as rich as the Jiang family, our family's strength and influence are definitely no less than the Jiang family's. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Even if you divorce Jiang Muxue, the child in her belly is still yours. With this child, you will definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the future. You don't need to take the risk. Qin Yang, in a society governed by the rule of law, would anyone dare to kill me? Wei Jisheng smiled. Qin Yang, you're too naive. Do you know how many people go missing in the country every year? Do you know how many of the people who die each year are murdered? Our Wei family is a relatively law-abiding family, but there are quite a few other families that don't follow the rules. Qin Yang sneered inwardly, you're the one who broke the rules first. The other families have not yet taken any action. Wei Jisheng had already sent him the wooden sniper rifle bullets and to his parents. This guy appears to be refined and cultured, but in reality, he is no saint. I believe that the country will crack down on unruly family forces with all its might, and such forces will not have a good end. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Wei Jisheng, Qin Yang, I'm giving you this advice out of good intentions. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your parents. What if something happens to them? Chapter 51 Qin Yang, what gift are you giving? Qin Yang was furious. Wei Jisheng is threatening his parents' lives again. Wei Jisheng, that bastard, must pay the price. Young Master Wei, even killing me might not achieve your goal. In this situation, would anyone intentionally kill someone? Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Wei Jisheng said calmly, I wouldn't do that, but some families are facing significant financial pressure. Even if there's only a 30% chance, do you think they might take action? With the Jiang family's assets exceeding 100 billion, and the potential profits being substantial enough, they can completely accept a slight decrease in the success rate. Qin Yang said, the police aren't just sitting around doing nothing. If they find out you're doing something like this, the consequences will be severe. Wei Jisheng smiled. Qin Yang, you're being naive. As long as it doesn't get detected, isn't that enough? Do you think all families are clean? Some people already have a lot of blood on their hands, so killing one or two more people is nothing to them. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Young Master Wei, what you said makes sense. Wei Jisheng, that makes a lot of sense. You should think about it. Money is important, but the safety of your family is more important than money. You should hurry up and divorce Jiang Muxue. After finishing his cigarette, Wei Jisheng turned and left. Qin Yang felt murderous intent in his heart. However, he naturally wouldn't make a move at this time. The birthday banquet was hosted by the Jiang family, and he was also the host. They would bear a great responsibility if Wei Jisheng got into trouble here. Most of the guests have arrived. Qin Yang arrived next to Jiang Muxue. Besides Tang Yin and the others, there were some men next to her at this time, and none of them looked very happy. Jiang Muxue is the goddess they want to pursue. But now Jiang Mushue's belly was much bigger, and she was carrying another man's child. Tang Yin, let me push Muxue. Tang Yin stepped aside, and Qin Yang pushed Jiang Muxue. Muxue, we have quite a few guests today. Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's, and he transmitted the scene he saw around him to Jiang Muxue in real time. Jiang Muxue saw Tang Yin and the others. I also saw the other people around me. Excuse me, please move aside. I'm showing Muxue around. Qin Yang spoke. People in front made way, and Qin Yang pushed the wheelchair forward. Jiang Muxue saw everyone who came today. She also saw the magnificent manner. Damn it, a beautiful flower has been stuck in cow dung. Although Qin Yang is quite handsome, how could a country bumpkin like him be worthy of Jiang Muxue? Gentlemen, today we must dampen Qin Yang's arrogance. A group of young people gathered together and discussed it. They accepted that Jiang Muxue was taken away by other second-generation rich kids, but they were all very unhappy that Qin Yang took her away. Why? In their eyes, they were far superior to Qin Yang. Their family backgrounds were also much better than Qin's. Xiao Qin, how are you? Zhang Wancheng approached Qin Yang and asked in a low voice. Qin Yang severed his mental connection with Jiang Muxue. He said, Uncle Jiang, I've found out. It was Wei Jisheng from the Wei family who sent the bullets to me and my parents. It was him? Zhang Wancheng was quite surprised. He had met Wei Jisheng several times. Wei Jisheng appeared gentle and refined, but it was actually him who secretly plotted against him. Qin Yang, are you sure? Qin Yang nodded, confirmed. Zhang Wancheng took a deep breath. Xiao Qin, the Wei family is a martial arts family, and Wei Jisheng's mother's family is a business family. They are both powerful in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. I don't object to you taking revenge, but be careful. Preserving yourself is the most important thing, understand? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Zhang Wancheng, Wei Jisheng's father, is a grandmaster, at the early stage of transformation realm. You'd better be patient while your strength is still insufficient. You haven't been awakened for long and are currently in a period of rapid growth. Time is on your side. A glint of light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Early stage of Grandmaster of Transformation? Before his mental strength was enhanced a couple of days ago, his overall strength was at the late stage of the Grandmaster of Transformation. After drawing a level mental strength, his strength increased significantly. Even if he hasn't reached the peak of the Transformation Grandmaster level, he should be considered one of the best among the late-stage Transformation Grandmasters. What kind of person was Wei Jisheng's father? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Wancheng, his reputation is quite good, but he definitely knows what Wei Jisheng did. Wei Jisheng wouldn't dare to do such a thing behind his back. He is the undisputed leader in the family. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Xiao Qin, this society is crueler than ordinary people see. You have to be able to hold back when you shouldn't act, but when you should act, you also have to seize the right opportunity. Zhang Wancheng paused here. Try not to let others find evidence against you. Qin Yang asked, Uncle Jiang, you don't object? If I take revenge, it might affect the Jiang family. Zhang Wancheng chuckled. Just be mindful of the degree and timing. Also, try not to go too far, otherwise the other party may retaliate fiercely, and then it will be a lose-lose situation. Qin Yang nodded, Uncle Jiang, I understand. I'm going to greet the guests. After Jiang Wancheng left, Qin Yang pushed Jiang Muxue into the banquet hall, which was very large and luxuriously decorated. The eyes of hundreds of people fell on Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue. Most of these people are young people. Many of their gazes were not very friendly. Muxue, it's your birthday today, and quite a few people have come with ill intentions. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue were communicating. His mental energy reconnected with Jiang Mushue's. Qin Yang, you'd better be careful. Many of them are not good people. Qin Yang heard Jiang Mushue's voice. Muxue, is this because you care about me? Jiang Muxue said, I'm not concerned about you. I just think the possibility of my death is not low. If I die, I don't want my child to be without a mother or a father. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Qin Yang, today is Jiang Mushue's birthday. We've all prepared nice birthday gifts for her. You're her husband, I wonder what you've prepared for her. Some people approached, and one of the young men asked. Another young man said, Young Master Yuan, we have all prepared nice gifts. Xin Yang is Jiang Mushue's husband, so his gifts will definitely be much better than ours. Xin Yang, I wonder if you could open our eyes? The third young man said. Hearing them say this, the others around them also chimed in. They disliked Xin Yang and wanted to embarrass him. Xin Yang smiled and said, On behalf of Mushue, I would like to thank everyone for their gifts. Since you want to know what my gift is, I might as well tell you. My gift is a painting. Xin Yang quickly had someone bring the painting over. This painting is not the one he gave to Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother. The painting by Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother was a pencil sketch. This painting was done with colored pencils. Wow! Xin Yang unfolded the painting, and some people around him exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 52 Was this drawn by Xin Yang? Xin Yang's painting is of Jiang Mushue. In the painting, Jiang Mushue is not lying in a hospital bed, she is in the garden of the Rose Manor. The flowers in the garden and the buildings in the distance are exactly the same as those in the Rose Manor. Xin Yang came by yesterday. After returning home, Xin Yang painted this picture. What a nice view! The scenery is beautiful, but the people are even more beautiful. Tang Yin and others exclaimed in admiration. Xin Yang smiled and said, Mushue can only attend today's birthday banquet in a wheelchair, so this painting came about. Mushue will definitely regain her senses and be able to stand up again. Mood value plus 18. Jiang Mushue did not speak. But she now knows clearly what's going on outside. Xin Yang, this painting of yours is quite good, but it must have cost you a lot of money. You don't have much money yourself, so this money should have been given to you by the Jiang family. Someone in the crowd spoke in a sarcastic tone. I have studied painting and my skill level is not bad. In my opinion, this painting was definitely painted by a top master in the country. It is not cheap to commission a painting from such a master. A wealthy young man commented. Xin Yang, I wonder who you commissioned this from. This master's skill is quite impressive, I'd like to commission one for me too. I have the same thought. The others around them echoed their sentiments. The young man who spoke first had a smug look on his face. Using money given by the Jiang family to buy gifts for Jiang Mushue was certainly not something to be proud of. Thank you all for your praise. I drew this myself. Xin Yang smiled faintly. Everyone around was stunned. This painting is of extremely high quality. Was it painted by Xin Yang? As far as they know, Xin Yang's calligraphy is excellent. Could it be that Xin Yang also has such high attainments in painting? Xin Yang, you're saying this is your painting? If it's your painting, I'll eat it. The young man who was appreciating the painting said. Everyone looked at him. The young man explained, Ladies and gentlemen, if this painting were of slightly lower quality, I would believe it was painted by Xin Yang, but this painting is of an exceptionally high quality. It's top tier nationwide. How could it possibly have been drawn by a young man like Xin Yang? Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother slowly walked over at this moment. I believe you. Everyone looked at Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother. The young man shook his head and said, Old man, it's no use even if you believe it. This could absolutely not have been drawn by Xin Yang. Jiang Mushue's maternal grandmother, I am Mushue's maternal grandmother. Yesterday, Xiaoqin drew a picture for Mushue in front of me. Although it is not this one, his painting skills are top-notch. Well. The young man who had just spoken immediately fell silent. It turned out that it was Jiang Mushue's grandmother who was speaking. Xiaoqin, your painting is even better than mine from yesterday. Xiao Xue would be very satisfied if she saw this. Jiang Mushue's grandmother carefully admired the painting. Xin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue, asking, Wife, are you satisfied? Jiang Mushue. I'm very satisfied with the painting, but not with the title. Xin Yang, understood. My darling wife, are you satisfied? Emotional value plus 16. Jiang Mushue fell silent, and the group of young people around her also fell silent. It turned out that Xin Yang had painted this painting himself. They just praised this painting, weren't they praising Xin Yang? Xin Yang, I heard your calligraphy is excellent. I didn't expect you to be so good at painting too. Amazing. Tang Yin broke the silence. It's really amazing. Xin Yang, you come from an ordinary family, yet you've achieved such a high level of success. Several girls spoke up one after another. They were all Jiang Mushue's friends. If Qin Yang weren't Jiang Mushue's husband, some of them might have already made their move. Although Qin Yang's family background was poor, he was handsome and very talented. Throughout history, many daughters of prominent families have admired talented men. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Thank you everyone." The group of young people felt uneasy. I intended to embarrass Qin Yang, but I didn't expect Qin Yang to pull off such a stunt. He is good at calligraphy and painting. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been a brilliant scholar. Liang Lan walked over with a smile at this moment. Everyone, Qin Yang is very talented, which is why Mu Shui likes him. Some people say that Mu Shui's pregnancy was an accident. Let me clarify that this is not the case. They have feelings for each other, and the child is the fruit of their love. Emotional value plus 15. Jiang Mushue, Qin Yang, my mother is talking nonsense. We have no feelings for each other. Qin Yang, it's okay, feelings will grow over time, let's take it slow. Emotional value plus 13. Qin Yang quickly severed his mental connection with Jiang Mushue. If this continues, Jiang Mushue's mental energy will probably be depleted very quickly. Big brother, what should we do? Jiang Haohu asked in a low voice from not far away. They originally wanted to say that Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue's incident was an accident caused by drinking, and that Qin Yang was not drunk at the time. Qin Yang is suspected of rape. Liang Lan actually said first that they had feelings for each other, and that it was normal for them to have feelings for each other, given Qin Yang's talent. Aunt Liang, I have a question. Du Chongming from the Du family stepped forward and spoke. You say. Liang Lan said calmly. Du Chongming, out of concern for Mu Shui, I had someone investigate, but we found absolutely no trace of their relationship. Is this normal? Liang Lan asked. You've also looked into Qin Yang, haven't you? Did you know about his calligraphy and painting skills before? This. Du Chongming fell silent instantly. He did indeed have someone investigate Qin Yang. There was absolutely no such discovery. Qin Yang performed only averagely in high school and college. Liang Lan glanced around and said, I know that someone else has probably conducted an investigation in secret. The results are probably the same as what Xiao Du found, but that may not be the truth. Xiao Qin and Mu Shui are truly in love. Their marriage was agreed upon by both Mu Shui's father and me. Zhang Haolong sighed inwardly. Liang Lan strongly supports Qin Yang. It's pointless for them to step forward now. They couldn't find any evidence that Qin Yang was very skilled in calligraphy and painting, which proves that their investigation wasn't very reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our meal. Zhang Longqing walked over and said with a smile. Zhang Haolong then approached and said, Qin Yang, none of us could outdrink you last time, so we have to have another go today. You're not going to be too scared to drink today, are you? Qin Yang smiled and said, drinking is no problem. But one thing is certain, everyone must drink the same amount. Who wants to sit at my table? Zhang Haolong immediately felt a little scared. Although his alcohol tolerance is quite good, compared to Qin Yang, his tolerance of about 2 Jin 1 kilogram of alcohol is really not enough. Du Chongming spoke up. He was a martial artist, and his alcohol tolerance was much higher than that of ordinary people. Count me in. Wei Jishang also stepped forward at this time. He was also a martial artist and could drink 3 or 4 Jin 1.52 caddies of liquor. Let Qin Yang get drunk, and perhaps he will speak the truth when he is drunk. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Haolong. Big cousin, what about you? You said you were going to fight me, you're not going to back out now, are you? Let's give it our all. Zhang Haolong gritted his teeth and said. With many people watching, one cannot afford to lose face, even if one loses the battle. Anything else? Qin Yang asked. Soon, several more people stepped forward. Some of these people were martial artists, and some had an excellent capacity for alcohol. Chapter 53, was that the bullet you sent? Qin Yang and 8 others sat down at a table. 4 of them were martial artists at the Dark Force level, while the other 4, although not martial artists, all had a very good capacity for alcohol. Qin Yang, I'm not a martial artist, I'm a cheater. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my daughter's birthday party. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Qin Yang to everyone. Zhang Wancheng, sitting at the next table, spoke into the microphone. Qin Yang stood up. All eyes were on Qin Yang. Zhang Wancheng smiled and said, this handsome young man is Qin Yang. He and Mu Shui have already registered their marriage. However, due to Mu Shui's special circumstances, they haven't held a wedding banquet yet. Qin Yang, raise a toast to everyone. Qin Yang nodded. He picked up the full wine dispenser and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mu Shui's birthday party. I'd like to toast you all." Gurgle. Qin Yang quickly finished all the wine in the decanter. This one weighs about 3 ounces. Good. Some people cheered. Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, "Everyone, let's eat. There aren't many formalities today, just eat and drink well." Soon everyone started eating. "Brother-in-law, you said everyone should drink the same amount, so this cup doesn't count, right?" Jiang Haolong said. Qin Yang nodded. "It doesn't count if I offer a toast, and it doesn't count if you offer toasts to others." Okay. Jiang Haolong and the others nodded in agreement. Du Chongming and the other 3 martial artists simply did not believe that Qin Yang could outdrink them. As martial artists, their physical condition is much stronger than that of ordinary people. The other 2 young masters from wealthy families besides Jiang Haolong, although not martial artists, have been drinking since childhood and have a high alcohol tolerance. They do not believe that they can outdrink Qin Yang. Only Jiang Haolong. He secretly groaned. He could drink 2 jin of baijiu, so his alcohol tolerance wasn't low. But he knew very well that his alcohol tolerance was far inferior to Qin Yang's. Qin Yang had drunk 4 or 5 jin of baijiu last time and was perfectly fine. Jiang Haolong originally planned for everyone to take turns drinking, which would make it difficult for Qin Yang not to get drunk. However, Qin Yang refused, insisting that everyone drink the same amount before he would drink. Some of the others agreed. In this way, he was forced into the task. "Everyone, let's get a different cup, this one is too small," Du Chongming suggested. Jiang Haolong quickly said, "Changing the glasses is fine, but don't go too far. Change them to baijiu glasses, not beer glasses." Wei Jisheng chuckled and said, "Who uses a beer mug to drink baijiu?" Jiang Haolong glanced at Qin Yang. Last time, Qin Yang suggested using beer glasses. After just 2 glasses, he was completely out of sorts. Soon the waiter brought over large wine glasses. About 2 ounces per cup. "Everyone, let's take a walk together first," Wei Jisheng suggested. The others nodded in support. Qin Yang thought to himself, "I just drank 3 ounces of wine. Are they going to give me a sudden attack?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "I have no objection." Soon everyone downed a drink. Qin Yang's glass of wine naturally entered the system space. His physical condition improved, his mental strength also increased, and his system space expanded, now reaching 600 or 700 cubic meters. Time passes by every second. Wei Jisheng and his group found various excuses to drink quickly. In just 10 minutes, Qin Yang had already drunk 1.5 jin of liquor, while the rest of Wei Jisheng and his group had drunk 1 jin and 2 liang. Jiang Haolong felt like he was about to faint. Although he can drink 2 jin of liquor, drinking that much in a short time is a bit too much for Jiang Haolong. "I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Haolong had no choice but to resort to induced vomiting. "Qin Yang, aren't you going to toast the other tables? You're Jiang Mushua's husband, and everyone's here to celebrate Jiang Mushua's birthday." "My deskmate is a rich kid," he said. "He's an ordinary person, and drinking so quickly puts a lot of pressure on him." Qin Yang nodded. "We should go and offer a toast. Let's pause at our table and everyone go and offer a toast." As Qin Yang spoke, he picked up his wine glass and went to Jiang Wancheng's table first. Jiang Mushue was standing nearby. His mental energy reconnected with Jiang Mushue. "Honey, now it's time for the toasting. It's your birthday banquet, but you can't move while sitting, so I can only toast the guests who came today on your behalf." Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue said, "Qin Yang, drink less. Some people are definitely hoping you get drunk so they can talk nonsense. Since you contacted me, they might say it too. Honey, don't worry, I can hold my liquor very well." Jiang Mushue. "Uncle Jiang, let me push Mushue around and offer a toast to everyone." After finishing this cup, Qin Yang said to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng nodded. "Shao Qin, drink a little slower." A dozen minutes later, Qin Yang pushed Jiang Mushue around in a wheelchair, and Jiang Mushue saw all the guests. Qin Yang didn't drink a full glass of wine at every table. The dozen or so tables drank about half a kilogram of liquor in total. During this time, Wei Jisheng and his group also toasted some people. But the most they drank was less than half a jin, 250 milliliters. Big cousin, I'm going to the restroom first, I'll come back to drink with you guys later. Let's drink until we drop tonight. Xin Yang returned to his table. I'm going too. Together. Du Chongming said to another young man. They certainly didn't want Xin Yang to secretly go to the bathroom and vomit. Xin Yang and his group returned quickly. Wei Jisheng gave Du Chongming a look, and Du Chongming shook his head slightly, indicating that Xin Yang had not vomited. Xin Yang, your alcohol tolerance is really good. Let's continue. Wei Jisheng smiled. Xin Yang nodded. All right, no one should back down today. Wei Jisheng wanted to get him drunk, and he wanted to get Wei Jisheng drunk as well. Time passes by every second. Zhang Haolong was the first to fall. Then two other ordinary rich kids also fell. Only 4 martial artists remained, Xin Yang, Wei Jisheng, and 2 others. As martial artists at the Dark Force level, they had a higher alcohol tolerance. But even drinking another Jin 500 milliliters of liquor was a bit too much for Wei Jisheng and the others. They had already drunk about 4 Jin 2 caddies. Even though they had vomited in the toilet, they still felt like they were about to die. Young Master Du, are you still capable? If you guys can't handle it, then we'll just give up and not drink anymore. Xin Yang pretended to be drunk. Why can't we do it? Du Chongming said, Xin Yang, let's drink 5 cups in a row. Whoever backs down is a coward. Xin Yang, whatever you want. Wei Jisheng and the other 2 young martial artists nodded. They all have the same idea. I want to get Xin Yang drunk. Perhaps if Xin Yang reveals that he and Jiang Muxue are not a couple, their marriage will be questioned. Gurgle. Gurgle. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Xin Yang finished 5 glasses of wine. Du Chongming, Wei Jisheng, and another young man finished their drinks, while another person couldn't take it anymore after the 4th cup. Wei Jisheng was also on the verge of collapse. His eyes were already very unfocused. Young Master Chang, I have a question for you. Xin Yang said to Wei Jisheng. You ask. Wei Jisheng said, his head spinning. Mind-piercing. Xin Yang used a slight mental attack, which wouldn't harm Wei Jisheng, but it would affect his judgment. Xin Yang, my parents and I received a package containing a bullet. Did you send it to us? Yes. Wei Jisheng answered without hesitation. Having drunk a lot of alcohol and been subjected to psychological attacks, Wei Jisheng was completely incapable of thinking rationally at this moment. Some people's expressions changed. Wei Jisheng was drunk and not sober. They knew that Wei Jisheng had jumped into a big pit dug by Xin Yang. Xin Yang, you. Wei Jisheng realized he had been tricked. Chapter 54 Guarding the Ring. Xin Yang, what did you mean by that just now? Someone nearby quickly asked what was wrong. Although Xin Yang has married Jiang Muxue, many people believe that Xin Yang and Jiang Muxue will divorce sooner or later, as Wei Jisheng is a strong competitor. Xin Yang, you can't say it. Wei Jisheng shouted. His mind was a little clearer now. Xin Yang ignored Wei Jisheng and said, Wei Jisheng sent me and my parents a bullet. He also told me that if I don't divorce Muxue, someone will kill my whole family. The police are looking for the person who sent the bullets. Wei Jisheng, you'd better explain this to the police properly when the time comes. Everyone looked at Wei Jisheng. This is enough to warrant him spending some time in the police station. Wei Jisheng quickly explained, that's not it, I didn't send real bullets, they were wooden bullets. Many people smiled. The number of competitors has likely decreased by 1. Whether it's a live bullet or a wooden bullet, both pose a death threat. Wei Jisheng's explanation confirms that this did indeed happen. Xin Yang said, they are indeed wooden bullets, 2 exquisitely carved wooden sniper rifle bullets. Wei Jisheng, do you have a sniper rifle hidden in your house? You're talking nonsense. I don't have any at home. Wei Jisheng quickly tried to explain. Zhang Wancheng walked over at this moment. He said sternly, Wei Jisheng, please leave. You are no longer welcome in the Zhang family. Wei Jisheng's face turned extremely ugly. Originally, Xin Yang had a good chance of getting a divorce from Jiang Muxue, but now all his hopes are gone. He also got himself into a lot of trouble. He's certainly not the only one present who's made death threats against others, but it's a different story when someone gets hold of his secrets. Uncle Jiang, I was just joking. Wei Jisheng quickly defended himself. Zhang Wancheng, go explain to the police. And don't call me Uncle Jiang anymore. Talk to your dad about this, he needs to give me an explanation. If anything happens to Qin Yang or his parents in the future, no matter what the reason, I will find someone to investigate it thoroughly. Wei Jisheng walked outside, looking dejected. At the door, Wei Jisheng turned around and looked at Qin Yang. His eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Yang sneered inwardly. Even if Wei Jisheng doesn't hold a grudge against him, he will definitely still retaliate against the Wei family if Wei Jisheng threatens him and his parents. This is just a small lesson for Wei Jisheng in advance. Wei Jisheng left soon after. Everyone was talking about it. Young Master Du, shall we continue drinking? Qin Yang asked. Du Chongming shook his head, let's stop here. We've had our fill of drinking today. We'll drink again when we have the chance. He had initially thought it was possible to get Qin Yang drunk, but now that Qin Yang was still very sober, if they continued drinking, they would likely be the ones who got drunk. Saying things you shouldn't, like Wei Jisheng did, would cause trouble. Okay then. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang stood up and walked towards Jiang Mushui. The way many people around Qin Yan looked at him changed. They originally thought Qin Yang was a country bumpkin who was weak and easy to bully, but they never expected that even Wei Jisheng would be defeated by Qin Yang. Wei Jisheng will probably have to stay in jail for a few days. For ordinary people, it's not a big deal, but for someone like Wei Jisheng, spending a few days in jail will greatly affect his future prospects. We need to be careful when dealing with Qin Yang in the future. This guy is cunning and resourceful, and he's not so easy to deal with. Zhang Haoren said in a low voice. Zhang Haohu, who was next to him, nodded slightly, he's quite ruthless. He exposed Wei Jisheng in front of so many people, and even the Wei family can't help him smooth things over. Wei Jisheng is going to be arrested this time. Zhang Haoren, I just checked, and he should be detained for 5 to 10 days. He's really making a fool of himself. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushua's side. Xiao Qin, you drank so much, are you alright? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded, and Lan, I'm fine. I'll take care of Mu Shui, you go and greet the guests. Liang Lan nodded. Many guests had finished their meals and were preparing to leave, so she and Jiang Wancheng had to see some of them off. After Liang Lan left, Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushui. Jiang Mushua's mental energy was originally quite low, but it recovered somewhat during the meal. Mu Shui, something just happened. Qin Yang told him about Wei Jisheng's situation. Jiang Mushui, Qin Yang, for the sake of profit, there will definitely be forces targeting you in the future. The chances of your parents dying are low, but the chances of you dying are high. You can divorce me. You don't need to have sex with me to treat me. As long as I'm conscious, I'll have my parents give you a lot of money. Qin Yang sent a message, I want the money, and I want the person too. Emotional value plus 15. Qin Yang, you're taking a huge risk. Your parents will probably be at some risk. You should think about it some more. Qin Yang wondered to himself, do I need to consider this? My system is tied to Jiang Mushui, we have to stick together. No need to think about it, it's great to have both people and money, hee hee. Emotional value plus 13. Qin Yang asked in his mind, system, what is my emotion value? 863. Qin Yang thought for a moment, 100 times per draw, 3 times. The Wei family might target me in the future, so system, you need to give me more trump cards to protect myself. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 6 points, bringing your total to 27 points. A warm current surged through Qin Yang's body, and every cell in his body was strengthened by the system's power. Physical enhancement? Good. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. His mental strength is currently S+, which is very strong. He is very powerful when using mental strength to attack, but he is still a bit weak when dealing with close-range attacks. Sometimes he doesn't have an S-grade amulet. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have won a grade B antidote pill. Taking it will neutralize most poisons. Qin Yang was excited. Good stuff. It is entirely possible that the enemy poisoned him. Even with his strong mental fortitude, he could still be poisoned to death. Qin Yang's physique is stronger than that of an ordinary person, but his current physique is still unable to withstand many poisons. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have won a grade B guardian ring. Qin Yang asked, system, what's the function of this guardian ring? System, host, it can provide defense, and unlike a talisman, its defense is more comprehensive. In addition, the guardian ring can recognize its owner and be upgraded. Qin Yang was puzzled. A more comprehensive defense means. System, it can withstand physical and mental attacks, and it also has an antidote function if its owner is poisoned. Qin Yang examined the guardian ring in the system space. This ring is very beautiful. System, how do I upgrade it? You can upgrade it by participating in the lottery. Qin Yang asked, how effective is its defense? System, it can only withstand 1 or 2 pistol bullets, but it can withstand many ordinary fist and foot attacks. Unlike a talisman, its power can be restored. Qin Yang nodded secretly. A grade B guardian ring offers quite good protection. Mu Shui, I have a gift for you. Qin Yang sent a message to Zhang Mushui. He crouched down and took out the guardian ring. Chapter 55 Dad, I want to kill Qin Yang. Qin Yang took Zhang Mushui's left hand. He put the ring on the ring finger of Zhang Mushui's left hand. The ring fits perfectly. Zhang Mushui's fingers are fair and slender, and they look very beautiful when she wears them. Emotional value plus 15. Zhang Mushui saw the wedding ring she was wearing. Mu Shui, how are you? Qin Yang sent a message to inquire. A faint smile appeared on his face. With this protective ring, Zhang Mushui is much safer now. His system can only function if Zhang Mushui is alive. Zhang Mushui is pregnant with his daughter. Ugly. Zhang Mushui replied against her will. She felt that the ring was still very beautiful. System, bind the guardian ring to Zhang Mushui. Okay. The guardian ring was quickly bound. The ring only works when Zhang Mushui wears it. If someone else takes it and wears it, it will have absolutely no effect. Qin Yang, I feel something is a little strange. I feel a special connection with this ring. Zhang Mushui asked in confusion. Qin Yang, call me husband and I'll tell you why. Zhang Mushui. Then I don't want to know. No problem, I won't tell you unless you ask. Tang Yin and the others walked over at this moment. Wow, this ring is so pretty. Qin Yang, where did you buy this ring? Tang Yin and the others quickly noticed the ring Zhang Mushui was wearing. Qin Yang, I found this at a street stall. It was the only one there. When I went back later, the stall owner wasn't there anymore. Tang Yin and the others were disappointed with the person they wanted. Mu Shui, we've come to say goodbye. Mu Shui, we're leaving now. Take good care of yourself. Tang Yin and the others said goodbye to Zhang Mushui. Zhang Mushui saw this scene through her mental connection. Thank you for coming to Mu Shui's birthday party. If you want to see Mu Shui in the future, you can come together as a group. Qin Yang said with a smile. Okay. Tang Yin and the others nodded. Zhang Mushui is in a vegetative state, and Qin Yang is a man, so it's not convenient for them to visit Zhang Mushui at Qin Yang's house alone. It would be much better if several people visited together. Tang Yin and the others left soon after. Thanks. Zhang Mushui's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Honey, what are you thanking me for? Nothing. Zhang Mushui said irritably, aren't you comfortable if you don't take advantage of others? You're my wife, so there's nothing wrong with me calling you wife. Do you still want to know about that ring? If you miss this opportunity, I won't tell you even if you ask me again. Zhang Mushui felt a strong urge to try it. She really wanted to know. She had a strange feeling when she first put on the ring, as if she had formed a connection with it. Honey, tell me. Zhang Mushui's muffled voice reached Qin Yang. I've already called him husband before, so it's not that hard to say it again. Good. This ring is a treasure that can protect you. Qin Yang sent a message to Zhang Mushui. A strange feeling arose in Zhang Mushui's heart. Qin Yang, since it's a treasure, why are you giving it to me? You can keep it yourself. Qin Yang, can I wear this ring? You can wear it without worry. I have something even better. He also has an S-grade talisman. That's much stronger than the current B-grade guardian ring. Qin Yang, why are you being so secretive? Your spiritual power can connect with mine, and you also possess such a treasure. Zhang Mushui asked curiously. No comment. Zhang Mushui. Emotional value plus 10. Not long after, Zhang Wanchang and the others saw off their guests. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan went to Qin Yang's side, and Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin, carry Mu Shui to the car, let's go back. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang and his group returned an hour later. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan arrived at Qin Yang's villa. Xiao Qin, let's talk. After Qin Yang carried Jiang Mushui to the bed, Jiang Wancheng said. Qin Yang and Jiang Wancheng went to the study. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, Wei Jisheng will go in, but it will only be with wooden bullets. Wei Jisheng will come out in about a week. Qin Yang nodded slightly. This was entirely expected. Jiang Wancheng said with a solemn expression, Xiao Qin, the Wei family will definitely not let this matter go so easily. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, I didn't intend to just let it go like this. Jiang Wancheng was somewhat worried. Xiao Qin, Wei Jisheng's father is a martial arts grandmaster, and his strength is extremely powerful. Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I am stronger than him. Jiang Wancheng was shocked. He took a deep breath and said, Are you sure? Xiao Qin, although your strength is not bad, you have never been in contact with a grandmaster of internal energy. Are you sure you are stronger than a grandmaster of internal energy? Qin Yang nodded. With his powerful psychic abilities and S-level protective charm, he would definitely win if he fought Wei Jisheng's father. That's good. Xiao Qin, what are your plans? Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, cripple Wei Jisheng's father. Jiang Wancheng had told him before that Wei Jisheng's father had extremely strong control over the Wei family, and he must know what Wei Jisheng had done. Jiang Wancheng said, If you cripple him now, various forces will likely suspect us. Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I won't leave any evidence. It's not necessarily a bad thing for others to suspect that we have powerful backers. Jiang Wancheng pondered. After a while, he nodded slightly. If others ask, we should not admit it. Let them be suspicious and think that there is a powerful person behind us. Jiang Wancheng cautioned, be careful in your actions. Don't forget that our country is a country ruled by law, and our country's most powerful force is our army. I know. Jiang Wancheng, Wei Jisheng's father is named Wei Chunshan. He is skilled in boxing. You must not let him get close. He should be coming tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded. Wei Jisheng took a car to another city. His father, Wei Chunshan, was already waiting for him to return home. Bang! Upon seeing Wei Jisheng, Wei Chunshan slapped him across the face. Dad, I was wrong. Wei Jisheng covered his face and lowered his head. Wei Chunshan's face darkened. Tell me, where did you go wrong? Wei Jisheng, my mistake was underestimating Qin Yang. I thought he was just an ordinary person and his alcohol tolerance would definitely not be as good as mine. I didn't expect this bastard to have such a good alcohol tolerance. Wei Chunshan took a deep breath. When you realize you're getting drunk, you should stop. Continuing will only make you look foolish. Wei Jisheng, Dad, I will turn myself in to the police station. Wei Chunshan said in a deep voice, remember this clearly, this was a moment of confusion on your part, and no one else knows about it. Your family won't ask anyone to speak on your behalf. Wei Jisheng nodded. He gritted his teeth, Dad, I'm going to kill Qin Yang. Wei Chunshan, there will be opportunities. Chapter 56 Wei Jisheng's father is here. Wei Jisheng said with a gloomy face, Dad, Jiang Wancheng has publicly said that he doesn't welcome me. Do I still have any hope of marrying Jiang Mushui? Wei Chunshan shook his head. Since Jiang Wancheng has made a promise, he will definitely keep it. At his level, it's easy for people to criticize him for not keeping his word. Don't even think about marrying Jiang Mushui. Wei Jisheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, it's all Qin Yang's fault. That bastard deliberately made me drink too much and tricked me into saying the wrong thing. Wei Chunshan said, you will have a chance to deal with Qin Yang in the future. Dad, where are Qin Yang's parents? Wei Chunshan glared at him, what do you think? Sending them wooden bullets to threaten them isn't a big deal, but if his whole family dies in a short time, the police will definitely investigate thoroughly. It is common knowledge that we have conflicts with him. Even if they can't find out the truth, our Wei family will still be the subject of gossip. Wei Jisheng said unwillingly, what if it's not a short time? I can't swallow this insult. Qin Yang has ruined my reputation. After considering for a moment, Wei Chunshan said in a deep voice, there must have been at least a 3-year interval between their accidents. Good. Wei Jisheng nodded. Wei Chunshan, son, your reputation is ruined. It will be much more difficult for you to go down the path of politics or business. But there is one path that no one can affect you on. That is martial arts. Strengthening oneself is the only true principle at all times. Wei Jisheng nodded and said, Dad, I know. I will work hard and strive to become a grandmaster of transformation realm as well. That way, our Wei family will have 2 grandmasters, which will be a great honor. Wei Chunshan nodded slightly. Dad, are you going to Haiqing tomorrow? Wei Chunshan frowned slightly. We have to go. Jiang Wanqing said it in public, and we have to give him an explanation. Although he is just an ordinary person, he is worth hundreds of billions. Our Wei family is in the wrong in this matter. Wei Jisheng, Dad, you should meet Qin Yang tomorrow and show him your strength so he'll be terrified in the future. If I go to jail, he won't have an easy time either. Wei Chunshan said calmly, let's talk about it tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Wei Chunshan took a car to Haicheng early in the morning. The 2 cities are not far apart, and it only took a little over 2 hours to get there. Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone rang. It was Jiang Wanqing who called. Hey, Uncle Jiang. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanqing said, Xiaoqin, Wei Chunshan is here. He wants to see me. I told him we should meet at your place. Wei Jisheng is threatening you and your parents. By the way, Wei Jisheng went to the police station by himself last night. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, when are you coming? About 20 minutes. Okay. Soon, 2 top-of-the-line luxury cars arrived in front of Qin Yang's villa. Jiang Wanqing and Wei Chunshan both got off the bus. Qin Yang arrived outside the villa. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wanqing said, Xiaoqin, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wei Chunshan, the father of Wei Jisheng. Mr. Wei will explain the situation regarding Wei Jisheng's problem. President Wei. Qin Yang looked at Wei Chunshan and called out. Wei Chunshan is a master of internal energy transformation and has an extraordinary demeanor. Wei Chunshan smiled and nodded. Qin Yang and his group soon arrived at the villa. The 3 sat down, and Wei Chunshan said, Qin Yang, my son actually sent bullets to you and your parents. This is very wrong, and I have already severely criticized him. He will also be punished by law. Qin Yang nodded. Wei Chunshan, your father-in-law knows I am a martial artist, a grandmaster of transformation force. As compensation, I will teach you some martial arts. What do you think? Qin Yang asked, President Wei, how powerful is a grandmaster of internal energy? Wei Chunshan smiled slightly. Shall we find a more open space? I can show you. Qin Yang and his group quickly arrived at the backyard of the villa. The backyard was right next to the lake, and the villas on both sides were quite far apart, so the backyard of the villa could not be seen from other places. Wei Chunshan went to an open space to begin the demonstration. Call. Wei Chunshan first demonstrated his movement techniques. His speed was 5 or 6 times that of an average person running. An average person runs at a speed of about 6 or 7 meters per second, while Wei Chunshan's speed reached 30 or 40 meters per second. This is even faster than a cheetah. Even if Wei Chunshan can't maintain this speed for long, it's still terrifying. Qin Yang, watch carefully. Next, I'll demonstrate my boxing skills. Wei Chunshan moved at lightning speed while throwing punches rapidly. Jiang Wanqing couldn't take it all in. Qin Yang's powerful mental strength was clearly evident. Boom! Finally, Wei Chunshan punched a large tree. The tree, as thick as a bull, was snapped in 2 by his single punch. Call. Wei Chunshan finished his practice and exhaled a breath of stale air. Qin Yang, how is he? If you can reach my level in the future, you can take on thousands of armed bandits one-on-one. Jiang Wanqing narrowed his eyes. Wei Chunshan didn't actually want to teach Qin Yang Kung Fu, he was taking this opportunity to show off his own skills. He was trying to intimidate Qin Yang. Mr. Wei, can you stop a bullet if you've trained to this level? Qin Yang asked. Wei Chunshan, this. I can dodge bullets when I'm prepared, but I'm not capable of stopping them. Qin Yang shook his head, then forget it. Studying for 20 or 30 years, only to be killed by a bullet in the end, I'd rather use that time to enjoy life. Wei Chunshan's lips twitched. He came to show off his strength and scare Qin Yang. How come showing such strength seems to be met with disdain? Qin Yang, you can come to me if you want to learn in the future. But you have to be able to endure hardship to learn this. Wei Chunshan said. Xin Yang shook his head, I'm not interested. I've suffered a lot in the past, and now I just want to relax and enjoy myself. Mr. Wei, please give me some other compensation. Wei Jisheng's actions have caused me and my parents great mental harm. We often wake up in the middle of the night now. Wei Chunshan. Fine, I'll give you 1 million in compensation for emotional distress. Wei Chunshan was furious. It would be easy for him to come up with 1 million, but he was very unhappy about being ripped off by Qin Yang. Qin Yang pointed to the tree. Mr. Wei, this tree is very valuable, I'll give you 300,000 yuan. And I'll give you 50,000 yuan for these paving stones that you trampled on. Just give me 1.35 million. Wei Chunshan looked at Jiang Wansheng. President Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Wansheng smiled and said, just round it up and give Shaoqin 2 million. It's just a small amount of money for you. Wei Chuanshan's face darkened. Jiang Wansheng was willing to break ties with him to support Qin Yang. Good. Wei Chunshan nodded. Qin Yang gave Wei Chunshan his bank account number, and Wei Chunshan quickly transferred the money. Mr. Jiang, farewell. Wei Chunshan, seething with anger, walked from the side garden to the front. Qin Yang and Jiang Wansheng arrived at the villa. Wei Chunshan returned to the car. Go back. Wei Chunshan said with a gloomy expression. Okay, boss. Wei Chuanshan's driver nodded and started the car. Mind-piercing. Qin Yang launched a mental attack from a distance of 20 or 30 meters. The further away a mental attack is, the less effective it becomes. A mental attack from a distance of 20 to 30 meters is only about 80% effective. But 80% is enough. Qin Yang's mental power pierced Wei Chuanshan's mind like a sharp knife. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review. Thank you so much. Only books with good data can go the distance. Chapter 57, First Use of Mental Attack. As a master of internal energy transformation, Wei Chunshan possesses considerable internal strength, which creates an energy barrier around his head. At the same time, Wei Chuanshan's mental strength is also stronger than that of ordinary people. Wei Chunshan was completely unfazed by ordinary psychological attacks. But Qin Yang's attack was no ordinary one. Qin Yang possesses S+ level mental strength, and his overall strength is at the late stage of the transformation realm, making him much stronger than Wei Chunshan. Wei Chunshan closed his eyes and fainted. He couldn't even let out a scream. Qin Yang's mental power wreaked havoc in Wei Chuanshan's mind. A significant portion of Wei Chuanshan's mental power was destroyed by Qin Yang's mental power, and the remaining mental power was also completely disrupted. In this situation, Wei Chunshan will become a vegetable. He needs a long time to allow his mental energy to recover. Wei Chuanshan's driver drove steadily. He was completely unaware of Wei Chuanshan's unusual behavior in the back seat. Qin Yang, you're not planning to target Wei Chuanshan anymore? Jiang Wansheng asked in confusion. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, I have already taken action. Wei Chuanshan will not die, but if no top expert helps him treat him, he will probably remain in a coma for 2 or 3 years. Jiang Wansheng was taken aback. When did you make your move? Qin Yang, after they started the car, they did not return, and the driver probably did not notice at the time. Jiang Wansheng was amazed. Qin Yang managed to easily deal with Wei Chuanshan from such a distance. There are security cameras outside the villa. If someone comes looking for you, you can show them the footage to prove that we have nothing to do with you. Jiang Wansheng said, however, the Wei family will definitely still suspect us. Qin Yang, let them have their doubts. I can hide my mental power very well. Even if a powerful person tries to examine me, they will not find anything. The system can hide his mental power. Jiang Wansheng nodded slightly. Others probably won't suspect you, but they're most likely to suspect that I have a powerful backer helping me. Another possibility is that we suspect some other powerful figure took the opportunity to try and shift the blame for Wei Chuanshan's accident onto us. Shaoqin, don't tell anyone about this, not even your Aunt Liang. It's just the two of us who know. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wansheng left quickly. He still had to go to the company. More than 2 hours later, Wei Chuanshan's driver arrived. He glanced back. Wei Chuanshan was fast asleep with his eyes closed. The boss probably didn't sleep well last night. Wei Chuanshan's driver thought to himself. He didn't get out of the car and waited quietly. If he opened the door and got out at this time, he might wake Wei Chunshan. 3 hours passed. Wei Chunshan's driver was somewhat puzzled. It took 2 hours on the way and 3 hours to get back, so it's been 5 hours already. Wei Chunshan usually sleeps for no more than 2 hours. Boss. Wei Chunshan's driver called out softly. Wei Chunshan lay there motionless. Wei Chunshan's expression changed slightly. Wei Chunshan knew his boss was a powerful grandmaster of internal energy, so even if he spoke softly, Wei Chunshan should be able to hear him. Boss. He quickly raised his voice. But Wei Chunshan remained lying there motionless. Something's not right. The driver quickly opened the car door and called the others. Wei Chunshan's second son, Wei Jipeng, quickly opened the car door. Dad! Wei Jipeng shouted loudly. Wei Chunshan remained motionless. Wei Jipeng reached out and checked Wei Chunshan's nostrils. He could feel the breath. Wei Jipeng breathed a sigh of relief his father was not dead. Uncle Li, tell me the specifics. Wei Jipeng said. The driver's name is Li Yuan, and he has been Wei Chunshan's driver for over 10 years. The boss and Jiang Wansheng went to Qin Yang's villa, stayed for a short time and came out. Nothing unusual happened. Li Yuan Dao. Wei Jipeng, did my dad get on the bus by himself? Li Yuan nodded, yes. The boss told me to come back, and I didn't say a word the whole way. Wei Jipeng, Mom, Dad might be practicing cultivation. Let's not disturb him. Dad's breathing and heartbeat are normal. Wei Chunshan's wife nodded. She wasn't a cultivator, but she knew quite a bit about it. Wei Chunshan had experienced similar situations when he was cultivating before. Alright, everyone, you can all leave now. Wei Chunshan's wife waved her hand and said. Wei Jipeng slowly closed the door, letting his father continue his cultivation. As night deepened, the night gradually came to an end. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushua's room. Honey, it's late at night, a perfect time to give you a massage. Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 15. I don't need it, Cheng Hong and the others must have given me a massage. Qin Yang, of course they've already massaged you, but I'm worried they didn't do a good job, so let me help you a bit more. You're welcome. As he spoke, Qin Yang pulled back the covers. Mood value plus 28. Mood value plus 26. Under Qin Yang's massage, Jiang Mushua quickly replenished her emotional energy, and her mental energy was exhausted in just 2 or 3 minutes. System, is your emotion value at 1000 yet? Yes, host. A lottery, worth 1,000. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the A-level mental suggestion skill. A flood of information rushed into Qin Yang's mind. With the system's help, Qin Yang quickly mastered the skill, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This skill was quite good. Suggestion is not an offensive skill. It has no effect on people with strong mental strength, but it can prevent ordinary people from being hypnotized by other strong people. Nice one. This can be used by my parents and Uncle Jiang. Qin Yang said in his heart. He didn't want his parents to worry about him every day, and he didn't want them to feel inferior when facing Jiang Mushua's parents, so Qin Yang had told his parents before that he was a superhuman. Given his abilities, the exposure of this secret wouldn't be a big problem. But it's best not to expose it. Mental suggestion skills can solve this problem for him. Uncle Jiang, you two go to the company a little later tomorrow. I need to talk to you and Aunt Liang about something. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Wansheng. Good. The next morning, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wansheng's place. Xiao Qin, have you had breakfast? What's the rush? After Liang Lan asked the nanny to leave, she smiled and inquired. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang, I've learned a skill. I can use mental suggestion on you so that even if someone hypnotizes you, you won't reveal your deepest secrets. Jiang Wansheng's eyes lit up. Xiao Qin, can you make me not reveal any secrets while I'm hypnotized? Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, have you ever been hypnotized? Jiang Wansheng shook his head. I don't think so. Hypnotizing someone is very easy, is it? Qin Yang shook his head. Hypnotizing someone is quite difficult. If you think you've never been hypnotized, then you probably haven't been hypnotized by anyone. But it's always better to be on the safe side. Jiang Wansheng nodded. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Uncle Jiang, relax. Jiang Wansheng relaxed his body in cooperation. Qin Yang quickly used his mental suggestion skill, and Jiang Wanqing's eyes became empty. Qin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, if someone asks you to reveal a secret, you won't say anything. Yes. Jiang Wanqing nodded blankly. The suggestion was imprinted deep within his soul. Unless one is far stronger than Qin Yang, one cannot hypnotize Jiang Wanqing. Uncle Jiang, wake up. Qin Yang quickly woke Jiang Wanqing up. Jiang Wanqing checked the time, only half a minute had passed. Qin Yang, is that all? Qin Yang nodded, it depends on what kind of mental suggestion it is. If it's a suggestion to do something you don't want to do, then it will be difficult. This kind of mental suggestion is easier to come by. Liang Lan smiled and said, Xiao Qin, give me one too. Liang Lan recovered quickly. Beep beep. Jiang Wanqing's phone rang suddenly at that moment. Qin Yang, it was Wei Chunshan who called. Please give 5-star praise. Chapter 58. Wei Chunshan is in a coma. Qin Yang was a little confused. Was Wei Chunshan alright? It shouldn't be. Wei Chunshan's mental strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, but his mental strength is still 20 or 30 times stronger than Wei Chunshan's. Wei Chunshan has internal energy defense, plus his mental strength for fighting on his own. He can't kill Wei Chunshan with a single blow from 20 or 30 meters away, but disrupting his mental strength shouldn't be a problem. The attack happened yesterday morning, but it's stopped now? Mr. Wei, what good news is there? Jiang Wanqing answered the phone and inquired. On the other end of the phone, Wei Chunshan's wife angrily said, My husband went to your place and now he's unconscious. What are you guys up to? Jiang Wanqing asked in surprise, President Wei is unconscious? Don't play dumb, you surnamed Jiang. Old Wei got into trouble after he went to your place. Don't you know why? Wei Chunshan's wife said sternly. Jiang Wanqing's tone turned cold. If President Wei is really unconscious, I can understand your feelings, but if you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for being impolite. Wei Chunshan's wife's expression changed. Before Wei Chunshan's incident, the Wei family's strength and influence were no less than the Jiang family's. Now that Wei Chunshan is in trouble, without him as a martial arts master, they are definitely not as powerful as the Jiang family. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions. If they target the Wei family in business, the Wei family will definitely face great trouble. Chairman Jiang, this is Wei Jipeng. My father had an accident and my mother is emotionally distraught. I hope you can understand. Wei Jipeng took the phone from his mother's hand. Jipeng, your father left safely. If you don't believe me, I'll have Qin Yang send you the surveillance video. Jiang Wanqing said. Wei Jipeng, Chairman Jiang, that would be very kind of you. You can just send the surveillance video to my dad, thank you. Jiang Wanqing agreed and hung up the phone. Jiang Wanqing laughed and said, Xiao Qin, it seems you succeeded. Send me the surveillance video when you get back. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I need to go back to my hometown. Jiang Wanqing thought for a moment and said, Go back later. With what happened to the Wei family, it would seem a bit guilty for you to leave now. Qin Yang nodded. He went back to his hometown for 2 reasons. The first thing was to give his parents a psychological suggestion, and the second thing was to take Da Huang back to protect his parents. Da Huang is a very intelligent dog, it's definitely the king of dogs. If you have other dogs at home, Da Huang can keep them all obedient. Ordinary strangers can't even get past an ordinary dog when they approach. The martial artist possessed the strength of a grandmaster in the early stages of the Great Yellow Transformation realm. Surely a grandmaster-level expert wouldn't go and kidnap his parents, would they? With Da Huang protecting him, his parents are still quite safe in the village. On the Wei family's side. Dr. Shui, please take a look at my dad's condition. He remains unconscious. Wei Jipeng said urgently. They summoned a very skilled doctor, who was often the one to treat illnesses among the Wei family members. Dr. Shui Jingfu nodded. He placed his fingers on Wei Chunshan's pulse point. Shui Jingfu quickly replied, It seems there's no problem. President Wei's pulse is normal, it's strong and very good. Dr. Shui, my dad came back around 1 or 2 p.m. yesterday, and he still hasn't woken up after 20 hours. No matter how I call him, he doesn't respond. Wei Jipeng said. Shui Jingfu said in surprise, It's been so long? Then there must be some problems. Let's move Mr. Shui to the medical room. Wei Jipeng carefully carried Wei Chunshan out of the car. The Wei family has a private medical clinic. He quickly carried Wei Chunshan to the hospital bed in the medical room. Xue Jingfu put him on the equipment. Using the equipment, Xue Jingfu discovered the problem. Mrs. Wei, Mr. Wei's brainwaves have serious problems. I suspect he has become a vegetable. Wei Jipeng and the others' expressions changed drastically. Dr. Xue, you're not mistaken, are you? Wei Chuanshan's wife asked in disbelief. Xue Jingfu, my initial assessment is this: I am not a martial artist, so I don't know if this is what it means to be possessed by demonic possession. If it is the latter, I may wake up soon. Wei Jipeng frowned. Jiang Muxue is in a vegetative state, and her father is also in a vegetative state? Dr. Xue, what if it's not a case of qi deviation? Wei Jipeng inquired. Let me check it again. Xue Jingfu gave Wei Chunshan a detailed examination. Madam Wei, Mr. Wei has no wounds, ruling out physical attacks. He is also not poisoned, ruling out toxin attacks. If he is not suffering from qi deviation, there is only one possibility. He suffered a powerful psychological attack. Xue Jingfu spoke up. As a skilled doctor, he had come into contact with martial artists and people with superpowers. Psychic attack? Wei Jipeng frowned. Xue Jingfu nodded. President Wei is a martial arts master. If it was a mental attack, the opponent's strength must be at least 2 realms higher to have made President Wei like this so easily. Wei Jipeng gasped. Late stage of Grandmaster of Internal Energy? Xue Jingfu, a mid-stage Grandmaster of Internal Energy doesn't have that kind of strength. He has a good understanding of the strength of martial arts practitioners and those with superpowers. Dr. Xue, can you cure my father? Wei Jipeng inquired. Xue Jingfu shook his head. I don't have that ability. I've dealt with similar cases before. They would wake up after being in a coma for a while. The human brain is amazing, it has the ability to heal itself. How long were you unconscious? Wei Chuanshan's wife asked. Xue Jingfu thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. He might wake up in 10 days or half a month, or it might take 8 or 10 years. If he is well cared for, the recovery time will be faster. Dr. Xue, thank you. Wei Jipeng said. Xue Jingfu, you can wait 2 days and see. If he still doesn't wake up after 3 days, then it's probably not a case of qi deviation. If it's confirmed that it's not qi deviation, then we can only wait. You could also send President Wei to the United States for a look. There are more people with superpowers there, and they have more experience in this area. Wei Jipeng nodded. Xue Jingfu quickly took his leave. It must be Jiang Wansheng and his gang who are behind this. Wei Chuanshan's wife said angrily. Wei Jipeng frowned. Mom, that's not necessarily true. I haven't heard of any superhuman with such power behind the Jiang family. It's possible that our other enemies took the opportunity to make their move. If it was a powerful figure behind the Jiang family who made the move, why choose this time? Why not wait a while before making a move? Wei Chuanshan's wife calmed down a bit. Son, are you implying that someone is taking advantage of this to target us and make the Jiang family take the blame? Wei Jipeng nodded slightly. That's possible. Otherwise, I don't understand why the Jiang family is taking action now. Just then, Wei Chuanshan's phone rang. Wei Jipeng picked up the phone and unlocked it using Wei Chuanshan's fingerprint. Jiang Wansheng sent over the surveillance video. Wei Jipeng opened the video, which was in very high definition. The video showed that Wei Chunshan walked to the car by himself, and everything seemed normal during the process. Mom, there is no evidence to suggest that it is related to the Jiang family. But I still went to see Qin Yang and check on the situation. Wei Jipeng frowned. Chapter 59. Wei Jipeng was cheated when he came to the house. More than 2 hours later, Wei Jipeng arrived at Qin Yang's place. Qin Yang, my name is Wei Jipeng, and I am Wei Jisheng's younger brother. Wei Jipeng said from outside the door. Qin Yang nodded. Come in. I heard that General Manager Wei had an accident. Didn't we give you the surveillance video? When Wei Jipeng arrived at the villa, he said, we received the video you provided, but I still need to come and take a look. I also need to check the nearby surveillance footage. Qin Yang nodded. His expression showed no abnormality. Qin Yang, what do you think about my dad being in an accident? Wei Jipeng stared into Qin Yang's eyes and asked. Qin Yang said calmly, your brother provoked me, so I sent him in to reflect on his actions. Our feud is over. To be honest, I don't care whether your father lives or dies. Since you've asked me a question, I'll ask you one too. What do you think of your brother's behavior? Wei Jipeng shook his head. Sorry, I can't judge my brother. Qin Yang, I want all the surveillance videos in this area. Qin Yang shook his head. I've given you the surveillance video at the entrance, and it's been confirmed that this matter has nothing to do with us. I have no obligation to give you the surveillance videos from other places. We're not friends. Wei Jipeng. He took a deep breath. I'll pay for it. Qin Yang smiled and said, Sure, since you're paying for it, there's no problem. There are about 10 security cameras around the villa. You can pay 100,000 yuan for the video from each camera. You tell me which camera's videos you want. Wei Jipeng's face darkened. Qin Yang, 100,000 yuan for a single camera video? Aren't you being a bit too greedy? Qin Yang shrugged and said, There's nothing I can do. I'm poor, and now that I'm married, I have to support my wife. I need to find a way to make money. I won't force you to buy or sell if you don't want it, then forget it. Wei Jipeng's lips twitched. Qin Yang's family was not well off. But how could Jiang Wancheng, with assets worth hundreds of billions, let Jiang Mushue go hungry? 20,000 each. Wei Jipeng negotiated the price. Qin Yang shook his head, 100,000 for a surveillance video. Decide soon. If you don't want it, I'll destroy the video, and then you won't have it anymore. Wei Jipeng took a deep breath. Okay, I'll take it. Qin Yang led Wei Jipeng around outside. There are 12 surveillance cameras in total, front, back, left, and right. Excluding the one we gave you, there are 11 left. Which ones do you want? Wei Jipeng said in a deep voice, all of them. Since he wants it, he'll definitely want everything, to see if he can find any clues. Qin Yang chuckled and said, It's 1.1 million in total. I'll copy the video for you after you transfer the money. Wei Jipeng quickly transferred the money to Qin Yang. Thank you, boss. Qin Yang was all smiles. 1,100,000, that's no small sum. Although Jiang Wancheng had given him 20 million before, he figured he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to make money. With that money, he now had nearly 24 million in total. Of that, 20 million was Jiang Mushue's dowry. Jiang Mushue is still in a vegetative state. He can use that money, but the 20 million will still have to be given to Jiang Mushue later. Don't miss the video. Wei Jipeng said in a deep voice. Qin Yang chuckled and said, Don't worry about that. Since I've taken the money, I'll definitely copy all the videos for you. Wei Jipeng left half an hour later. Qin Yang secretly shook his head. Wei Jipeng could never have discovered anything. That 1.1 million is gone for good. Wei Jipeng then went to the property management office in the community. The property management office wouldn't let him copy the video, but he was allowed to watch it himself. Wei Chunshan showed no unusual behavior while he was in the community. There weren't even any cars around when Wei Chunshan left. Wei Jipeng frowned. Qin Yang appeared relaxed. He didn't notice anything wrong and thought it was probably unrelated to Qin Yang and Jiang Wancheng, or that Jiang Wancheng knew about it but Qin Yang was completely unaware. Most likely, Wei Jipeng believed it was the work of another enemy. Jiang Wancheng publicly demanded an explanation from his father, fearing that the enemy might use this to launch a covert attack on his father. This way, the Jiang family could openly take the blame. Well. Wei Jipeng let out a long sigh. The Wei family may face other troubles in the future. The Wei family has many enemies. His father was a master of internal energy, which could have intimidated the enemy. Now that his father has become a vegetable, the enemy will definitely be eager to make a move. Beep beep. Wei Jipeng dialed his mother's number. Mom, I've got the surveillance video around Qin Yang's villa. Wei Chuanshan's wife quickly asked, Son, do you think Qin Yang knows about this? Wei Jipeng, I felt that he was unaware of the situation. He seemed normal, and I didn't notice anything unusual. But this guy asked me for 1.1 million yuan to copy the video. Wei Chuanshan's wife. You'll give it to him if he asks for it? Wei Jipeng said helplessly, he said if I don't want them, he'll destroy those videos. What can I do? Maybe we can find some clues? Mom, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to contact the traffic management department to see if we can access the nearby road surveillance footage. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Honey, I have to go back to my hometown for a bit. I should be back tomorrow. Let's kiss goodbye before I leave. Mood value plus 25. Jiang Mushue, you can just go back directly, no need to say goodbye. That won't do. As Qin Yang spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue. Mood value plus 27. Mood value plus 24. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was completely depleted in just 2 minutes. The time has increased compared to before. In the past, Jiang Mushue's mental energy would be exhausted in just half a minute. System, I'm going back to my hometown. Is there a way to get Mushue's emotional value by phone or video call? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, it's fine once she wakes up, but she's not responding to anything right now, so what's the point of video calling her? Well. Qin Yang frowned slightly. Going back will cost me a lot less emotional points, but it's necessary to give his parents some positive reinforcement. No one suspects him yet, so no one will try to hypnotize his parents, but what about later? System, host, it would be good for you to go back to your hometown so that Jiang Mushue's mental strength can be fully restored. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Jiang Wancheng. Uncle Jiang, someone from the Wei family has already contacted me. I'm planning to go back to my hometown and will be back tomorrow. Jiang Wancheng, who from the Wei family has come? Qin Yang said, Wei Chuanshan's son, Wei Jipeng, spent 1.1 million to buy the surveillance video footage near the villa. Jiang Wancheng's expression was strange. You still took money from him? Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, the Wei family and I don't get along. He wants the video, but I'm not going to give it to him without paying. Jiang Wancheng chuckled and said, he's probably furious. Xiaoqin, why don't you go back to your hometown tomorrow? I've prepared some gifts for you to take back to your parents. Come pick up your gift tonight. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, is that really necessary? It's necessary. Bringing some gifts back is a must. I have to go now, I have things to do. Jiang Wancheng hung up the phone after saying this. Please give me a 5-star review, thank you everyone. Chapter 60. Returning to his hometown, Qin Hai was blackmailed. That evening, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wancheng's place. Uncle Jiang, are these all? Qin Yang said blankly. A large pile of gifts was displayed in the center of the living room, including 2 cases of unopened mitai, 2 cases of Zhonghua cigarettes, several boxes of various teas, and quite a few boxes of health supplements. There are also all sorts of local specialties. Right. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Qin Yang said helplessly, I can't possibly carry all of these things, Uncle Jiang. I'll just pick 2 things at random. He has a system space, but that's a secret. This strength can be revealed later, but it's not the right time yet. Jiang Wancheng, did you bring Big Yellow? Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng asked him to bring Da Huang over, but he didn't know why. Liang Lan smiled and said, Uncle Jiang means that it's a bit troublesome for you to arrange shipping for Da Huang. The company will send someone to deliver your car and Da Huang to your provincial capital overnight. You can pick up your car at the airport tomorrow. Qin Yang was stunned. Could it be like this? He thought for a moment and said, Aunt Liang, there's no need to send anyone. I'll drive back tonight. It's only a little past 8 o'clock now, and I'll be home by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I didn't get home until the afternoon after flying back. Liang Lan, Xiaoqin, isn't this a bit much? It's quite a distance, and you'll have to drive all night. Qin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, it's nothing. With my current mental strength, I can go 10 days without sleep without any problem. Aunt Liang, I'm leaving now. Mushue, please keep an eye on things. Liang Lan nodded. Since you're going back tonight, I'll go to your place later. Tomorrow I'll postpone some things and stay home with Mushue. Qin Yang and his group quickly loaded the gifts into the car. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, when you come back, don't drive anymore. You can leave this car at home for your dad to drive. I've talked to your dad, and he has a driver's license and can drive. This car is also part of the gift. I ordered a Cullinan for you. You can drive a Cullinan from now on. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Wancheng in surprise. Did you give him another car? Liang Lan smiled and said, when your uncle Jiang saw you driving this car the other day, he felt it wasn't high class enough, so he ordered a Cullinan for you. The new car will arrive soon. Uncle Jiang, this car is also very good. Qin Yang said. Jiang Wanchang waved his hand, it's too low class. If you drive this car, people might think we don't value you enough. Having a good car can reduce some unnecessary trouble. This car would be quite suitable for your dad to drive in the village. Xin Yang, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Xin Yang drove away quickly. Xin Yang had already harvested the emotional points once after dinner, so he didn't need to go back to harvest them again. A night passed. The next morning, Xin Yang drove back to the village and saw a car parked in front of his house. Xin Hai and the others were puzzled, as they did not know that Xin Yang had bought such a car. Dad, Mom. Xin Yang got out of the car and called out. Son, why are you back? Chen Ping said in surprise. Xin Yang chuckled and said, I came back because of something, Dad. Is that house under construction across the street ours? Xin Hai nodded. The village had wanted us to move there before, but we didn't want to move. Now that they're building new houses, we're moving to a different place. Once the new houses are built, this old house will have to be demolished. Xin Yang nodded. The new house is in a better location. However, Xin Hai and his family didn't have much money before, and the village's subsidies for demolishing this house were simply not enough to build a new one. Mom and Dad, come and get your things. Xin Yang opened the trunk of the car. Seeing the room full of things, Chen Ping said, Son, why did you buy so much stuff? It's a waste of money. Xin Yang, Mom, I didn't buy these. They are gifts from Uncle John and Aunt Liang. The gifts include this car. Xin Hai and Shen Ping were shocked. A trunk full of gifts, plus this car? Xin Hai quickly said, Son, how can we accept such a valuable gift from Mu Shui's parents? Dad, you can keep it. This is nothing to Uncle Jiang and the others. And with my abilities, I can also give back to Uncle Jiang and the others. Xin Yang said. They moved all the gifts from the trunk into the house, which surprised Xin Hai and his group. These gifts were worth 1 or 200,000 yuan. Dad, put down your phones first. Xin Yang told Xin Hai and the others to put down their phones. Then he and Xin Hai went to another room. Dad, I've mastered a mental skill. This time I'm coming home, mainly to give you some mental suggestions. Xin Yang said. He explained what suggestion is. Xin Hai breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. We were a little nervous when you told us that you are now a psychic, afraid that we might accidentally let it slip. Chen Ping smiled and said, there's one advantage to this, your dad hasn't been drinking lately, afraid he'll say the wrong thing if he drinks. Son, let me go first. Xin Yang quickly gave Chen Ping a mental suggestion. She wouldn't say anything when hypnotized, and even if she fell asleep, she would never say this in her sleep. As for letting it slip, that's even more impossible. Not long after, Xin Yang also gave Xin Hai a mental suggestion. Son, is it okay for you to drink alcohol now? Xin Hai asked. He's been craving alcohol lately because he hasn't had any. Xin Yang nodded, drinking is no problem. Even if you get drunk, Dad, you will never tell the secret. But it's best not to get drunk, as it's very bad for your health. Xin Hai nodded. Xin Yang, Dad, didn't I tell you to buy a few dogs? Xin Hai said somewhat helplessly, we bought dogs, all of them are adult dogs. They can't be tamed in a short time. They bark loudly, and there's no one around the new house, so we keep them there. How many? Xin Yang asked. Xin Hai, you wanted us to buy more dogs, so I bought 5. We can't even stand their barking at night. Xin Yang laughed and said, this problem is easy to solve. Da Huang is the king of dogs. I'll take Da Huang to talk to them and reason with them. Xin Hai led Xin Yang to the new house. The foundation for the new house has been laid and the first floor is under construction. Xin Yang approached with Da Huang. The 5 previously boisterous wolfhounds lay down even before being attacked, they knew they were no match for Big Yellow. Xin Yang patted Da Huang's head. Da Huang, from now on they are your soldiers. You only have one goal, to protect my parents. If they disobey you, then teach them a lesson. Big Yellow nodded. Xin Hai asked in surprise, Son, it can understand you? Xin Yang nodded. Dad, Da Huang is very smart and understands human nature. You can just tell it what you want it to do. If you're going to town, you should take Da Huang with you. Da Huang is very strong in combat. Xin Hai nodded. Just then, a car pulled up and stopped on the side of the road. 2 tattooed men got out of the car. Xin Yang knew one of them. He was a local bully. Xin Hai frowned. Two tattooed men approached, one of them grinning and saying, "Xin Yang, you've gotten a lot more handsome in the past 6 months. Looks like money really does support people." "Uncle Hai, you've damaged my antiques. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? This is my 3rd time here. If you don't give me an explanation, you can forget about continuing to build the house." Xin Yang looked at Xin Hai. "Dad, what antique?" "Xin Hai, he left a bag of porcelain shards here. When the car hit it during construction, he said it damaged his antique. Let us pay you 200,000. Chapter 61. Xin Yang takes action to subdue the village tyrant. Xin Yang stared coldly at the other party. "Uncle Hai, are you saying I tried to scam you with a piece of porcelain?" "Xin Yang, you're a college graduate, tell me, shouldn't you pay for breaking someone else's property?" Sun Ming, the village bully, clenched his fist and grinned maliciously. The other person pulled a switchblade from his pocket. "Brother Sun, why waste words with them? If they don't compensate you today, we'll teach them a lesson." Xin Hai's expression changed. The other party actually pulled out a knife. Although he knew his son had become a superhuman, he wondered if Xin Yang could handle the opponent who had a knife. "Sun Ming, put this porcelain piece worth 200,000 yuan in a bag and place it where it's easily bumped." Xin Yang sneered. Sun Ming snorted, "I'll just leave it like this, is there a problem?" "Xin Yang, that porcelain piece is worth more than 200,000, it's worth 400,000 to 500,000. For the sake of us being from the same village, I'll be merciful and only ask you to pay 200,000. Either you pay compensation, or you stop building the house." Xin Hai was furious. "Sun Ming, you're trying to extort money from our whole village." Sun Ming glared at him. "Uncle Hai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Where did I extort you? If you say that, don't blame us for being impolite." Xin Yang stepped forward. "Come on, I'd like to see how impolite you are." Another bully named Guo Quan, a tall and strong man, approached Xin Yang with a switchblade in his left hand and slapped him hard with his right. Bang! Ah! Xin Yang kicked out instantly. Guo Quan, who weighs nearly 200 pounds, was kicked down by Xin Yang. He screamed and fell heavily to the ground. "Xin Yang, I'll fuck your grandpa." Sun Ming's expression changed and he immediately stepped forward to try to attack Xin Yang. Xin Yang reached out his hand. He calmly caught the fist that Sun Ming was swinging at him. Bang! Xin Yang slapped Sun Ming hard across the face with his other hand, leaving Sun Ming somewhat dazed. Snap! Snap! Xin Yang slapped Sun Ming several more times with both hands. Sun Ming tried desperately to pull his hand away, but he couldn't. Xin Yang's left hand gripped his fist like an iron claw. "I'll fight you to the death." Guo Quan stood up and lunged at Xin Yang again. This time he used a switchblade. Ah! Sun Ming let out a huge scream. Xin Yang pulled his hand away, and Guo Quan's switchblade pierced his arm, drawing blood immediately. "Brother Sun, I didn't mean to." Guo Quan quickly pulled out his switchblade and attacked again. Xin Yang released Sun Ming and grabbed Guo Quan's wrist. He pressed down hard, easily pinning Guo Quan's hand down, and the switchblade in his hand pierced his own thigh. Ah! Guo Quan also screamed in agony. "What are you yelling for?" Xin Yang slapped Guo Quan hard to shut him up. After several slaps, Guo Quan's face was swollen on both sides. "Son, stop hitting him," Xin Hai quickly replied. He was afraid that if the fighting continued, someone would die. Xin Yang released Guo Quan, who fell to the ground, clutching his thigh with his hand, blood seeping from between his fingers. "Sun Ming, tell me, what exactly happened? I'll beat you to death if you tell even one lie." Xin Yang took out his phone and started recording. Sun Ming's face showed fear. He said, "Xin Yang, I thought your family had become rich and wanted to get some money out of you. I took the porcelain shards to blackmail you." Xin Yang said, "So you're extorting my dad at knife point?" A look of hesitation appeared in Sun Ming's eyes. Xin Yang took 2 steps forward. "Explain." Sun Ming quickly replied, "I didn't bring a knife. Guo Quan brought one. He said that would make you more obedient." "Xin Yang, you're trying to extort 200,000 yuan, aren't you?" Sun Ming was reluctant to answer. "Xin Yang, I'm from the same village as you, please don't call the police. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble," Sun Ming said in a trembling voice. Xin Yang snorted coldly, answer what I tell you to answer. Is it 200,000? Sun Ming, I originally only wanted 100,000 yuan, but Guoquan felt that 100,000 yuan was too little and he also wanted to share 100,000 yuan, so we proposed that you compensate us a total of 200,000 yuan. Xin Yang, I'll give you 20,000 yuan as compensation, please don't call the police. We're both injured, and calling the police will only cause you trouble. Xin Yang said calmly, what trouble do I have? The wounds on your body were caused by Guoquan accidentally stabbing you with a knife. The wounds on his body were caused by him stabbing himself. Dad, call the police. They should be sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. Sun Ming and Guoquan's expressions changed drastically. Sun Ming knelt down with a thud, Uncle Hai, please don't call the police. If you do things this ruthlessly, we will definitely take revenge when we get out. Xin Yang narrowed his eyes. Sun Ming, making such threats is an even more serious offense. Dad, call the police. I'll try to use my connections to get them a longer sentence. Xin Hai nodded, and Guoquan said sternly, you dare. I still have brothers. If you dare to call the police to arrest me, your family will never have peace. Don't blame me for not warning you. Xin Hai dialed the police. Xin Yang then dialed Jiang Wancheng's number, Uncle Jiang, do you know anyone in our hometown province? 2 men are trying to extort money from my dad at knife point. Have. Jiang Wancheng hurriedly replied on the other end of the phone. Xiao Qin, are you alright? Xin Yang, I've already subdued them. My idea is to punish them severely. Also, they said they have brothers. Can we have another crackdown? Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, I will report this situation to the relevant department in your area right away. Okay, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Xin Yang hung up the phone after speaking. Jiang Wancheng quickly made a phone call, Deputy Secretary Yang, I have something I'd like to report to you. More than 10 minutes passed. 2 police cars quickly arrived at Xin Yang and his group. They had already received orders to take Sun Ming and the others away. As for Xin Yang, they could just ask him in person. Officer, I just recorded a video, and they confessed to their crimes. Xin Yang sent the video to one of the police officers. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The police quickly took Sun Ming and Guoquan away. They were extorted for 200,000 yuan at knife point and had organized crime connections. They should be severely punished. They will be sentenced to at least 7 or 8 years, if not more than 10. Brother Hai, well done. Sun Ming, that scourge, has finally been arrested by the police. Some villagers in the surrounding area clapped and cheered. They were somewhat shocked. Xin Yang and Xin Hai's family have always been honest and law-abiding, but unexpectedly, they won the conflict with Sun Ming and his group. Sun Ming and another person were taken away by the police covered in blood. Dear uncles and aunts, thank you all for your support. Xin Yang smiled and said, there's nothing else, everyone can go now. Everyone left. What happened? Chen Ping rushed over when she saw the commotion. She was working inside the house. She only found out when her neighbor told her that the police had arrived. Xin Yang laughed and said, Mom, it's nothing. Sun Ming and another person came to cause trouble and were taken away by the police. Xin Hai was slightly worried, Son, what if they have accomplices? Xin Yang, if they are sentenced to 7 or 8 years, will their so-called brothers stand up for them? And perhaps their brothers will also go to jail. Dad, if something like this happens again, please tell me sooner rather than later. Our family isn't afraid of these things. Please give me a 5-star review, thank you brothers and sisters. Chapter 62, The Grandmaster of Huajin, died just like that? The Du family. Du Chongming hurriedly returned to the family's old residence. He saw his father practicing martial arts with his grandfather, Du Anqing. Grandpa, Dad. Du Chongming called out. Du Anqing paused his practice and looked at Du Chongming. Chongming, you are a martial artist, you need to be more steady in your actions. If you are impulsive, you will not amount to much in the future. Yes, Grandpa. Du Chongming took a deep breath. I just received some news, so I rushed back to tell you. What news? Du Chongming's father, Du Jingwei, inquired. Dad, Wei Chenshan from the Wei family has become a vegetable. Du Anqing and Du Jingwei were somewhat incredulous. Wei Chenshan was a master of internal energy transformation, how could he have become a vegetable? Why are you so worried about Wei Chenshan becoming a vegetable? Du Jingwei was somewhat puzzled. Du Chongming, Dad, Wei Chenshan went to the Jiang family. He became a vegetable after going to the Jiang family. I have some conflicts with Jiang Mushua's husband, Qin Yang. What contradiction? Du Chongming hesitated for a moment. Du Jingwei frowned. Stop stammering, just say it. Du Chongming said, I tried to seduce him, hoping to make Qin Yang cheat on me so that Qin Yang and Jiang Mushua would get divorced. Qin Yang didn't fall for it, and he might already know that it was me. Could there be an extremely powerful figure behind the Jiang family? Du Anqing shook his head. Won't. Jiang Xingwei used to be a healing type ability user. He treated many people and accumulated a lot of goodwill. In the past, the Jiang family did have a lot of powerful people supporting them. But he has lost his powers for more than 10 years. In that long time, many people have already repaid his debts. Du Jingwei, Dad, are there any left that haven't been cleared? Du Anqing nodded slightly. There will be some, to some extent. But that little bit of personal favor makes it hard for people to target the Wei family. The Wei family's strength and influence are no weaker than the Jiang family's, and the Jiang family has been declining in recent years. Du Chongming breathed a sigh of relief. Son, what exactly happened? Du Jingwei inquired. Wei Jisheng sent bullets to Qin Yang and his parents. Although the bullets were carved from wood, they were still a death threat. Zhang Wancheng demanded that the Wei family give an explanation. After Wei Chenshan went back, he couldn't move at all. Du Anqing pondered for a moment and said, it's not necessarily an attack. Perhaps Wei Chenshan encountered a problem during his cultivation. Problems during cultivation can lead to unconsciousness. Dad, shall we go take a look? Du Jingwei said. The Du family and the Jiang family are both based in Haicheng. If something happens to Wei Chenshan in Haicheng, they should be wary. Has a powerful expert arrived in Haicheng? 2 hours later, Du Anqing and his group arrived at the Wei family's house. Uncle Du, welcome. Wei Chuanshan's wife greeted him politely. As both are martial arts families, the two families usually have some interactions. I heard that something happened to Chunshan, so I came to check on the situation. Du Anqing said. Uncle Du, could you please check if my husband has been attacked? Soon Du Anqing arrived at Wei Chuanshan's bedside. Wei Chunshan lay there quietly with his eyes closed. The condition of a person in a vegetative state is somewhat different. Jiang Mushue can open her eyes and eat liquid food, but Wei Chunshan cannot. Du Anqing quickly began to check on Wei Chuanshan's condition. 5 minutes later, Du Anqing said, Chuanshan's meridians are fine, so he shouldn't have been attacked by a martial arts master. As for his mental state, I don't know. Have you made any other discoveries? Wei Chuanshan's wife shook her head, not yet. We got the surveillance footage of my husband at the Qin Yang villa, but we didn't find anything wrong in the video. Uncle Du, can you tell if it was an attack? Du Anqing shook his head. I can't tell. When problems arise during cultivation, mental confusion can have similar symptoms to those of a mental attack. Even top-tier psychic abilities might not be able to distinguish between them. Wei Chuanshan's wife frowned. Du Jingwei, sister-in-law, let me say a few words. Given the current situation of the Wei family, if it really was done by someone else, you might find someone else who will suffer the consequences. If the other party can turn Brother Wei into a vegetable, they can also turn the rest of the Wei family into a vegetable. Wei Chuanshan's wife's expression changed. Du Anqing said, if it really was an attack, the opponent could turn Chunshan into a vegetable without anyone noticing, so the opponent's strength should have reached the late stage of the transformation grandmaster. You need to be careful. Wei Chuanshan's wife took a deep breath and said, thank you, Uncle Du. Du Anqing comforted him, perhaps it's just a problem with your cultivation. If that's the case, you'll probably wake up in a day or two. Don't be too anxious. Wei Chuanshan's wife nodded. At the Haicheng Detention Center, Wei Jipeng met Wei Jisheng. Little brother, has Dad been to the Jiang family's house? Is there any hope for me to pursue Jiang Mushued in the future? Wei Jisheng inquired. Wei Jipeng remained silent. Wei Jisheng, Jiang Wancheng doesn't give Dad any face? Dad is a grandmaster of internal energy. Wouldn't it be better for me to marry Jiang Mushue than for Qin Yang to marry her? Brother, something happened to Dad. He fell into a coma after taking a car home from Haicheng. Wei Jipeng said with a grim expression. What? Wei Jisheng's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Dad is a grandmaster of internal energy, how could he be unconscious? Wei Jipeng, how could I make such a joke? Dad went to Qin Yang's place. He was fine when he got in the car and left. The car didn't stop on the way, but he collapsed when he got home. The doctor said Dad might become a vegetable. Wei Jisheng. He was dumbfounded. How did things suddenly turn out like this? He came in, and his father also had an accident. If his father becomes a vegetable, their family's strength will be greatly reduced. Is it the Jiang family who's behind this? Wei Jisheng inquired. There is no evidence to suggest that the Jiang family was behind this. Brother, I'm here to tell you to be careful and keep a low profile. For the time being, please do not take any further action against Qin Yang. With Dad in an accident, we're going to have a lot of trouble ahead. Wei Jisheng nodded, I understand. Beep beep. Wei Jipeng's phone suddenly rang. Mom, I saw my brother. Wei Jipeng answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Wei Chuanshan's wife sobbed, Jipeng, come back quickly, your father is dead. What? Wei Jipeng suddenly stood up. Mom, what did you say? Wei Chuanshan's wife said in a trembling voice, I just went into the room and saw that your father was not breathing. I have already called the police. I'll be right back. A look of fear appeared in Wei Jipeng's eyes. Little brother, what's wrong? Wei Jisheng inquired. Wei Jipeng said in a hoarse voice, Mom said Dad is dead. She called the police. I have to go back immediately to see what's going on. Ah? Wei Jisheng was completely dumbfounded. Not long after, Qin Yang received a call from Jiang Wancheng. Xiaoqin, I just received news that Wei Chunshan is dead. Jiang Wancheng's solemn voice came over. Qin Yang was stunned. Wei Chunshan is dead? That shouldn't be the case. Wei Chunshan is a grandmaster of internal energy. He only attacked Wei Chunshan once. He shouldn't have died. Even a grandmaster of internal energy isn't that fragile. Uncle Jiang, I'll hurry back. Chapter 63, Gained Fighting Skills. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang was filled with doubt. System, could my previous attack have killed a grandmaster of internal energy? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, this possibility is very low. Qin Yang pondered. He also felt the possibility was very low. His mental piercing skill came from the system, and Qin Yang knew exactly what kind of power it was. It had strong penetrating ability, but not strong destructive ability. Mental piercing is like a needle piercing the brain, causing shock and destroying a small portion of mental power. However, it is enough to kill an ordinary person with weak mental power. But Wei Chunshan is a master of the transformation realm. His mental penetration would consume a lot of energy. Wei Chuanshan's mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. I shouldn't have killed him. It's highly likely that the Wei family has other enemies who have made a move. Qin Yang said in his heart. Son, is something the matter? Chen Ping went to Qin Yang's side and asked him questions. She could tell that Qin Yang's expression was rather serious. Qin Yang, Mom, I have to go back tonight. Something happened in Haicheng, and I need to go back and take care of it. Chen Ping was taken aback. So urgent? She thought Qin Yang would stay for at least a day or two after returning. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang and the others have a lot on their plate. Mushue's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and I'm not very at ease. Chen Ping nodded. Are you having dinner? Qin Yang chuckled and said, Of course I'll eat. Mom, you cook early so I can finish dinner and go home sooner. At that moment, Qin Yang heard the sound of a car. When he went outside, he saw a van arrive. 7 or 8 people got out of the van, men and women. One of the older men looked a bit like Guaquan. You people surnamed Qin are utterly heartless. You actually let the police arrest my man. If you don't get the police to release him today, I'm not done with you. One of the women angrily cursed at Qin Yang. The others also joined in the clamor. Qin Yang said in a deep voice, Listen up, everyone. Guoquan extorted 200,000 yuan from us at knife point. That's a huge amount. He will definitely be sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. I suspect you are accomplices, and that you and Guoquan are part of a criminal gang. Do you want to go to jail too? The expressions of those who came over changed. If they are classified as a criminal gang, that would be terrible. Don't listen to his nonsense. We are just my brother's relatives. We are not some kind of gang. A man shouted. Qin Yang, can't family members commit crimes together? If you leave now, I won't pursue it, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Maybe each of you will be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. Some of the people who came over were starting to consider turning back. They knew what kind of person Guaquan was, and if they came to help him, they might actually end up in jail. Rhubarb! Qin Yang shouted loudly. Woof, woof! Big Yellow rushed out with 5 other dogs. Big Yellow was quite large, and the other 5 were all large wolfhounds, which looked even larger than Big Yellow. Woof woof! 6 dogs barked wildly at the group. The people who came over all changed their expressions drastically. Big Yellow and the others were not on a leash. Their eyes were fierce, as if they would pounce on them and tear them apart at any moment. Run! Everyone quickly retreated to the car. The Rhubarb and the others quickly quieted down. Qin Yang said, if you come here to cause trouble again, I will have someone investigate your ancestors for 18 generations. Once a problem is found, you will go to jail. Also, my dog remembers you. If you come any closer and get bitten, don't blame me for not warning you. Oh, by the way, the more you make a scene, the heavier Guaquan's sentence will be. The Gua family started their car and slunk away. Shen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Beep beep. Qin Yang's phone rang. It was Qin Hai calling. He had seen quite a few people arriving at the new house. Son, what's the matter? Qin Yang smiled and said, Dad, it's nothing. Some people from the Gua family came to cause trouble, but I dealt with them. Come back early for dinner, and I'll leave after dinner. So urgent? Qin Hai said in surprise. Qin Yang, Mu Shui needs someone to take care of her now. Aunt Liang and the others are very busy, and I'm not very comfortable with just a nanny taking care of her. Qin Yang returned home in the middle of the night. He went to Jiang Mushue's room immediately. Honey, have you missed me? Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's, and Jiang Mushue saw Qin Yang and heard his voice. Emotional value plus 20. I wasn't thinking about you. Qin Yang sent a message with a smile, didn't you think about it? But you used me. I just said whether my wife missed me or not. Your use of me means you acknowledge that you are my wife. Jiang Mushue. Mood value plus 23. Qin Yang said, Wife, you must be having a hard time all by yourself while I'm not home. There's a saying that goes, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. You can't see or hear anything when I'm not home. Jiang Mushue was deeply moved. That's true. Originally, she had little mental strength and felt nothing, but now that her mental strength has recovered a lot, she can't see or hear anything, and that feeling is very unpleasant. Each day felt like an eternity. Qin Yang, why are you back so soon? Didn't you go back to your hometown? It feels like it hasn't been that long. Jiang Mushue said. Qin Yang, I left after having dinner yesterday, and it's now the middle of the night of the second day, only 30 hours have passed. A warm feeling welled up in Jiang Mushue's heart. Qin Yang must have been worried about her to come back so quickly. Honey, let me check if Cheng Hong and the others have been slacking off or if they've been doing your oral care properly. As Qin Yang spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue. Mood value plus 30. Mood value plus 25. 2 or 3 minutes later, Jiang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted. She had provided a total of more than 200 emotional points this time. Your mental strength has recovered quite a bit. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Jiang Mushue only provided 42 emotion points the first time, and just now she provided 215 emotion points. It's already more than 5 times. Baby, daddy's home. Qin Yang connected with the fetus again with his mental energy. The fetus couldn't speak, but Qin Yang could sense its emotions. Qin Yang played with his daughter for a while. He had already noticed a problem. He plays with his daughter, tells her stories, and so on. This depletes her mental energy, but it will be stronger after she recovers. When she is born, her mental strength will be much stronger than that of other babies. Her learning ability will be stronger. They will be smarter. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Liang Lan was here last night, but she left early this morning. Qin Yang reaped another emotional reward. System, grant me a lottery draw with 1,000 emotion points. Qin Yang said in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining AB level fighting skill. A massive amount of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind. Excitement gleamed in Qin Yang's eyes. Although his physique has reached 27 points, he lacks combat skills, resulting in relatively low close combat ability. Now, finally, we have the ability to fight. Chapter 60 For the police came to question. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the gym. This gym is quite large, so you can work out comfortably. Call. Qin Yang unleashed a set of punches with incredible speed. This set of punches was much more powerful and fierce than some of the punches found online. Combined with his 26 points in physique, it was extremely lethal. After finishing his fist techniques, Qin Yang switched to palm techniques. Rank B combat skills include a variety of martial arts techniques, such as fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, staff techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, etc., and each technique is quite powerful. Call. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. He tried all the techniques fist, palm, and leg, and he was certain that his close combat ability had improved several times over. System, even without using my mental power, I should already have the strength of the Dark Force level, right? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, you are currently in the mid-stage of Dark Force. In the late stage of Dark Force, your strength will increase significantly. Your martial arts skills are quite good. You should be hard-pressed to defeat someone in the mid-stage of Dark Force. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Not bad. Ouyang Wu only has the cultivation level of the mid-stage of Dark Force, while Tang Yin only has the cultivation level of the early stage of Dark Force. Even without considering spiritual power, their strength is quite good among the younger generation. If I need to make a move in the future, I can expose this first. System, if my physique continues to improve, will I be able to gain internal energy? Yes, host. Qin Yang quickly asked, what level of physical condition is required? Host, what physical constitution is needed to generate internal energy? This is uncertain. It could be 40 points or 50 points. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Even at 50 points, it won't take long. If you spend 1,000 emotion points to draw a prize that increases your physique, it might instantly raise your physique to 50 points. Bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Qin Yang walked over and opened the gym door. Outside the door, Cheng Hong respectfully said, Mr. Qin, Captain Su is looking for you. Qin Yang nodded. He went upstairs to the villa entrance, where two policemen were standing. One of them was Su Zhe, whom Qin Yang had met before. Captain Su, please come in. Qin Yang said with a smile. Su Zhe nodded, and they entered the villa. After the three of them sat down, Cheng Hong poured a cup of tea for Qin Yang and the others. Cheng Hong, go help Yang Xian and the others. Qin Yang gave the instructions. Cheng Hong nodded and left. Su Zhe asked, Mr. Qin, did you know that Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, is dead? Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang told me, Captain Su, you didn't come here because you suspect I killed him, did you? Su Zhe shook his head. Mr. Qin, we know it couldn't be you. Wei Chunshan is a martial artist, and you simply don't have that kind of strength. We're just here to find out what's going on. Wei Chunshan was unconscious before he went home. He was with you before he fell unconscious. Did you notice anything unusual? Qin Yang, he performed a set of boxing moves in the backyard, saying that if I wanted to learn, he could teach me. But Captain Su, you should know what his real intentions were. He trampled on a lot of the paving stones in the backyard and also smashed a tree. I made him pay some money back. Su Zhe asked, can we go take a look? Sure. Qin Yang led them to the backyard. The damaged trees and paving stones have not yet been restored. The bluestone paving stones are quite thick, and 20 or 30 of them are broken. Trees as thick as a bowl have been knocked down and are lying to the side. Mr. Qin, where were you yesterday afternoon? The officer who came with Captain Su asked. Qin Yang looked at the other person. I'm back in my hometown. My family was building a house, and two village bullies came looking for my dad twice. I sent one of my dogs back to protect my parents. My hometown is in H province, which is over 1,000 kilometers away from here. Su Zhe coughed lightly and said, Mr. Qin, we are not doubting you. This is a routine inquiry, and we must get to the bottom of it. Clear. Qin Yang nodded. Su Zhe, Wei Chunshan is dead, what do you think? Qin Yang smiled and said, good riddance, Captain Su. Wei Jisheng sent bullets to my parents, even though they were fake. I don't want them to be happy. I want to set off some firecrackers since Wei Chunshan died. Su Zhe. He said, Mr. Qin, you mustn't do that. Wei Jisheng has already been punished by law for his wrongdoings, and you will be punished by law if you do something wrong. Xin Yang smiled. Captain Su, setting off firecrackers is only punishable by a fine, right? I'll accept the penalty. Su Zhe shook his head and said, don't provoke the Wei family. Wei Chunshan just died, and the Wei family is in a time of grief. If you provoke them, they might target you. Do you have CCTV footage of Wei Chunshan while he was here? Xin Yang nodded. Yes, Wei Jipeng had already taken one copy. Su Zhe, Mr. Qin, could I have a copy? Can. After returning to the room, Xin Yang made a copy for Su Zhe and the others. Captain Su, how did Wei Chunshan die? Xin Yang asked. Su Zhe, the forensic examination results are not yet available. Just then, Su Zhe's phone rang. He answered the phone. Captain Su, the autopsy results have just come out. Wei Chunshan died of asphyxiation caused by external force, ruling out poisoning and other causes of death. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhe said, the results are in. Wei Chunshan died of suffocation. He was murdered. Mr. Qin, thank you for your cooperation. Let's go. Su Zhe and his group left the villa soon after. Xin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed someone else who killed Wei Chunshan. He wasn't ready to kill. If Wei Chunshan really died at his hands, Xin Yang didn't know if he could handle the situation with his current strength. Beep beep. Xin Yang dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. Uncle Jiang, Captain Su, and another policeman just arrived. They asked me some questions and took away the surveillance video. Wei Chunshan died of asphyxiation caused by external force. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wancheng exclaimed in surprise, suffocation? Wei Chunshan was murdered. Xiaoqin, be careful, don't let the Wei family take their anger out on you. After all, Wei Chunshan was fine before he went to your place. Xin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, I will be careful. I will stay home and watch over Mu Shui, and she will be fine. You and Aunt Liang should be careful. Jiang Wancheng, the Wei family doesn't dare to touch us. Your Aunt Liang and I will be fine. You can rest assured. Xiaoqin, how are your parents? Xin Yang said, the village bully was taken away by the police. I also dealt with the family members of one of the village bullies who had caused trouble in the past. The other village bully is a bachelor and has no family. My parents are both fine. Jiang Wancheng said, those two guys who extorted 200,000 yuan with a knife should both get 10 years or so in prison. If your parents have any trouble in the future, just tell me. Okay, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, there's one more thing. The Cullinan I ordered for you has arrived at the 4S store. I'll send you the address. You can go and drive it back when you have time. I have something else to do, I'll hang up first. Chapter 65 Jiang Mushui's defense was broken. More than a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Xin Yang has already picked up the Cullinan, but he hasn't driven it much. He's rarely left the villa this past week. Liang Lan sent him many books. He spent part of his time cultivating, part of his time studying, and part of his time taking care of Jiang Mushui. Giving Jiang Mushui a massage, a bath, and so on. System, what is my current emotional value? Xin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, your current emotional value is 9,085. Xin Yang took a deep breath. It wasn't easy. His emotional value is finally close to 10,000. He can collect a little over 1,000 a day now. By tomorrow morning, his emotional value should exceed 10,000. I've never drawn a 10,000 point prize before. Xin Yang wanted to give it a try. Even if he draws a medical skill with 1,000 emotion points, getting an A-level medical skill would be good enough, but it wouldn't solve Jiang Mushui's problem at all. He needs a much more powerful skill. Beep beep. Xin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but Xin Yang answered it anyway. Xin Yang, it's me. Wei Jisheng's cold voice reached Xin Yang's ears. Wei Jisheng, is something the matter? Xin Yang said lightly. Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth. Xin Yang, I'm out. Shouldn't we settle our scores? What debt? Xin Yang asked in surprise. You sent me bullets, and I sent you to the police station. We're even now. He he. Wei Jisheng's sinister laughter rang out. You ruined my relationship with Jiang Mushue, damaged my reputation, and my father went to your place and came back dead. We need to settle all these things. Qin Yang said, Wei Jisheng, are you joking? Mu Shui is my wife, she has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's not that I've ruined your reputation. It's that you're a bad person to begin with. As for your father, I suspect he was suffocated to death by your own people. Maybe it's your brother. Wei Jisheng shouted sternly, Qin Yang, do you believe I'll kill you? Qin Yang said calmly, I recorded the call. If I die, the police will come after you first. Do you want to go back in? Wei Jisheng. Qin Yang said, Wei Jisheng, you have a good talent for cultivation. Even if your reputation is ruined, you can learn from your father and become a powerful martial artist in the future. I reckon the Wei family will still be in your hands. After all, you are the eldest son. Now that your father is dead, things are different. It will be difficult for you to become a top expert and you will not be able to control the family by force. Your reputation is ruined. You're not as good as your brother for a marriage alliance, and you're not as suitable as your brother for taking over the family business either. Wei Jisheng frowned. He thought about it carefully and realized that Qin Yang's words were not without reason. Wei Jisheng, think about it carefully. Is your main task now to target me? If you go after me, you'll offend the Jiang family, and your chances of taking control of the family will be even lower. Do you want to give up the family's billions in assets? Qin Yang bewitched him. Wei Jisheng's expression changed. How could he possibly give up so many family assets? Wei Jisheng, your father is already in trouble. Even if Mu Shui and I divorce, do you think you still have any hope? You're just wasting your energy on me. It's just to prove to others that you are easily swayed by your emotions, and that someone like you is simply not suited to manage a family. Your biggest opponent right now isn't me, but your brother. Your father's accident has harmed your interests, but your brother is different, he is likely to benefit. Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yang, don't talk nonsense. My brother is not that kind of person at all. Don't even think about sowing discord between us brothers. Qin Yang said calmly, I'm just stating the facts. If you think what I said makes sense, then think about it carefully. If you think what I said is unreasonable and you want to continue targeting me, then come on, I'll be happy to oblige. Wei Jisheng sneered and said, Qin Yang, you are just an ordinary person, while I am a martial artist. We'll see. After saying that, Wei Jisheng hung up the phone. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. The Wei family is a large and powerful family. Wei Jisheng and Wei Jipeng are brothers, but also rivals. He doesn't believe that their relationship can be that good. He planted a seed of doubt in Wei Jisheng's heart. This seed will sprout and grow. Wei Jisheng's focus will likely shift, and if the Wei family falls into internal strife, it will naturally be good news for him. Sooner or later his strength will be exposed, and then Wei Jisheng and the others will know that Wei Chuanshan's vegetative state is most likely related to him. If the Wei family is still very united and powerful by then, it won't be good news for him. Wei family. Wei Jisheng frowned as he pondered carefully. Although he hated Qin Yang, he also felt that Qin Yang's words were not without reason. He was talented, and his father's accident almost ruined his future path to becoming a grandmaster. His younger brother, Wei Jipeng, was different. Wei Jipeng is a better student and spends more time studying. His business management skills are better than his. Of course, Wei Jisheng was not convinced by this, as he felt that if he put his heart into it, he would definitely be no worse than his younger brother. The forensic examination results indicate that the death was caused by asphyxiation due to external force. Surveillance footage from the surrounding area shows that no outsiders entered the premises. Wei Jisheng muttered to himself. He knew that martial arts experts could easily infiltrate, but this situation could also be caused by someone from within their ranks. Little brother, is that you? A sharp glint flashed in Wei Jisheng's eyes. He temporarily put aside the matter of seeking revenge against Qin Yang. As long as he controlled the family, revenge could come sooner or later. If the family fell into his brother's hands, he wouldn't even have time to cry. The next morning arrived quickly. Honey, today is a good day. Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's. What auspicious day? Jiang Mushue asked. Qin Yang calls her wife now, but she's too lazy to argue. Anyway, even if she did argue, Qin Yang wouldn't pay any attention to her. And she had been kissed and touched by Qin Yang many times, and he had even given her several baths. Compared to all that, calling her wife was nothing. Today is our 1-month wedding anniversary. Qin Yang relayed the message. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. Emotional value plus 20. Jiang Mu Xue. Honey, you're 7 months and 10 days pregnant. You only have 2 months left to be conscious. If you don't wake up in 2 months, we'll have to find a stepmother for our child. Mood value plus 25. Qin Yang, how about I pick one of your best friends? Tang Yin is quite pretty, what do you think? Mood value plus 30. Mood value plus 28. Jiang Mushue's mental strength caused a great fluctuation. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. It's a good thing that Jiang Mushue's mental energy fluctuates greatly, as it can raise the upper limit of her mental energy. Qin Yang, you're not allowed to do anything reckless. Qin Yang, wife, don't you think it's a good idea? If something really happens to you, and you want to find a stepmother for the child, Tang Yin is your best friend, so she will definitely treat the child better. Jiang Mu Xue. She said angrily, Tang Yin wouldn't even look at you. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Jiang Mu Xue is very vulnerable. It's estimated that her mental strength limit can be increased. Jiang Mu Xue's mental energy was quickly exhausted. System, spend 10,000 emotion points to draw a prize. Qin Yang said in his mind. The emotional value has reached 10,000. P.S. Single female lead. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 66 Qin Yang, don't look for Tang Yin. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining A-level hacking skills. Your original C-level hacking skills will be merged. The system's voice rang in Qin Yang's mind. It's only grade A. Qin Yang was a little disappointed. Hacking skills are very, very useful. With this, it would be very difficult for him, his parents, in-laws, and others to be eavesdropped on. However, A-level hacking skills are not strong enough. System, host, 100 emotion points normally earns as C-level reward, and 10,000 emotion points normally earns an A-level reward. The combination of 2 hacking skills is at an A+ level. Looking at the whole country, your hacking level should be around 5th or 6th. Qin Yang nodded slightly. A massive amount of information flooded into his mind, and with the help of the system, it was quickly processed. Before long, all the information was digested. So strong. A look of amazement appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. A-level hacking skills are indeed quite good. Such hacking skills might get you caught if you try to hack into others, but they are more than enough for defense. Even the most skilled hacker would find it difficult to infiltrate his system silently. Qin Yang arrived at the study soon. He turned on the computer and checked its condition. The computer had many vulnerabilities, and some software even had eavesdropping functions, but this computer did not have a recording device. The eavesdropping was pointless. As for using the computer to obtain other secrets, it's equally pointless. He doesn't use the computer often, and when he does, he just watches movies and looks up information. Crackling. Qin Yang tapped the keyboard quickly. He first cleaned up his computer and strengthened its security. Then, Qin Yang connected to his enhanced phone, which was naturally impossible for others to hack. Using this phone as a springboard, Qin Yang hacked into Qin Hai's phone. With this springboard, Qin Yang is much safer. Even if he is discovered, no one will know who he is. There are no signs of intrusion. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. If Qin Hai and his team's phones have been hacked, he has a very high chance of finding out with his current abilities. We need to develop a defense software. Qin Yang stepped back first. He quickly wrote defense software on the computer. The defense software he created was a virtual system, and hackers could only enter this virtual system when they broke in. 1 hour, 2 hours. Qin Yang was busy from morning until afternoon. The virtual system he created had 5 layers, and the strength of the attacker could be judged by the number of layers the hacker could penetrate. Call. Qin Yang let out a long sigh. Finally got it done. He passed the virtual system on to his parents, and it soon started running on their phones. Novice hackers can't even get past the first layer. The software won't issue warnings for the first or second layers, it will just silently record the intrusion information. If the third layer of software is breached, it will send him a message. Cheng Hong, all of you come here for a moment. Qin Yang went downstairs and gave the instructions. Soon, all 4 nannies, including Chung Hong, arrived in front of him. "Mr. Qin, what are your orders?" Li Wenyue inquired. "Qin Yang, there are 3 things. 2 of them require your cooperation, and the third is that your salaries will increase by 5,000 each month." Li Wenyue and the others were overjoyed. Their salaries are not low, but an increase of 5,000 is still a lot. "Mr. Qin, please give us your instructions, and we will certainly cooperate," the 4 nannies said in unison. "Qin Yang, first, I need to install a security software on your phones to defend against hacker attacks and prevent hackers from eavesdropping through your phones." "Don't worry, we won't eavesdrop on you. Your chat history will not be recorded." Li Wenyue and the others hesitated. But they quickly nodded in agreement. If Qin Yang wanted to eavesdrop on them, he wouldn't have needed to say it. "The second thing is that I will give you some mental suggestions to prevent you from accidentally knowing some secrets and telling others." Yang Xian asked in confusion, "Psychological suggestion?" "Qin Yang, mental suggestion can prevent you from revealing some secrets you know after being hypnotized. If you can't accept this, you can resign, but before you resign, you must accept the mental suggestion that you cannot reveal the secret." Li Wenyue asked, "Mr. Qin, besides preventing us from revealing our secrets, is there anything else about this mental suggestion?" Qin Yang shook his head. "I will use psychological suggestion in front of you. This has no other purpose." Li Wenyue and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Their salaries were already quite high, and an additional 5,000 would make it even higher. The work wasn't particularly strenuous either. Where else can you find a job like this? As for secrecy, there's no problem with wealthy families needing to keep things secret. Then let's get started. Qin Yang gave Li Wenyue and the others psychological suggestions. They asked questions if someone hypnotizes them. Their answer was that they knew nothing about secrets. "Alright, you guys go ahead with your work. I will install security software on your phones. You won't be able to see this security software," Qin Yang said. He returned to his study and installed the security software for Li Wenyue and the others. Call. With this settled, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If one's strength is sufficient, there's no need to keep it a secret, but right now, his strength hasn't reached that level. Secrecy is still very important. "Once I've finished my business, I'll go tease Mu Shui," Qin Yang muttered to himself as he arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. "Honey, have you missed me?" Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue. Mood value plus 27. Qin Yang thought to himself, such a strong emotion right from the start. Could it be that the suggestion this morning to find Tang Yin to be the child's stepmother had a significant impact on Jiang Mushue, and she is still emotionally affected by it? "I miss you, my foot." Qin Yang chuckled. "Wife, you want to hear ghost stories? I can grant you that request." Jiang Mushue. "Qin Yang, if I die, don't look for Tang Yin again." Qin Yang, "Wife, what's the reason?" "Tang Yin is your best friend. She's beautiful and knows martial arts. If you leave, don't you think she's a good person?" Mood value plus 37. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. The sentiment value increased with each increase. The highest single increase was only 34. Since the single instance increased, the overall mental strength should also have increased. "Honey, you're not worried that she knows martial arts, and that when the stepmother beats the child, it will be much harder, are you?" Mood value plus 38. Jiang Mushue, "Qin Yang, I'm not worried about that. I just think it would be awkward if you two were together." Qin Yang chuckled and transmitted his voice. "What are you embarrassed about? If you really leave, you won't know anything about it. I think Tang Yin is a very good person. She cares about you quite a bit too. They will probably take good care of our daughter because they love her." Mood value plus 39. Qin Yang was extremely surprised. Jiang Mushue's emotional level was getting higher and higher, something he had never experienced before when he kissed her or massaged her. "System, what's going on? Is this more exciting than kissing or anything like that before?" Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, the different points you stimulated, the physical stimulation, and the verbal stimulation, stimulated different areas of Jiang Mushue's brain. "So that's how it is." Qin Yang muttered in his heart. "Qin Yang, don't even think about making a move on Tang Yin. Maybe I can wake up." Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Wife, what do you mean by this? You're not getting a divorce?" Please give me a 5-star review. Brothers and sisters who give me a 5-star review will get +1 in looks. Chapter 67 Another S-level skill. Mood value +35. Jang Mushua, whether we get a divorce or not, I'll talk about it after I wake up. You can't expect me to be thinking about finding a stepmother for my daughter while I'm still alive, can you? Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. 2 pieces of good news. First, Jang Mushua's mental strength has increased significantly. Secondly, Jang Mushua might care about him a little. Mushua, that's not right of you. If you don't agree to be my wife, don't I have to think about the long term? If you leave, Tang Yin won't come back. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to cultivate our relationship? Xin Yang sent a message to Jang Mushue. Jang Mushue. Mood value +30. I promise to give you a month after I wake up. If we're compatible by then, we won't get a divorce. Xin Yang pursed his lips, giving you a month? Are you trying to find free labor to take care of you during your postpartum period? I think it's better to make plans sooner rather than later. Birds of a feather flock together. Mushue, several of your best friends are quite good looking. But I feel that Tang Yin is the most suitable. Mood value +26. Jang Mushue said angrily, don't even think about it. Tang Yin is a martial artist, and her requirement for a boyfriend is that he must be a martial artist. He has to be able to beat her. She could beat you down with one hand. Xin Yang smiled and said, what a coincidence. She wants to find a martial artist as her boyfriend, and I happen to know martial arts. Jang Mushue, Tang Yin is a true martial artist. Even if you know martial arts, it's just fancy footwork and not up to par at all. That's not what she likes. Xin Yang smiled and said, I know Tang Yin is a martial artist, and I know she is at the early stage of dark force. My strength at the middle stage of dark force is slightly better than hers. Jang Mushue. 3 months. I'll give you 3 months to try living together. Don't do anything reckless right now. Xin Yang chuckled and said, 3 months is a bit short. How about this, 6 months? When you wake up, we'll try living together for 6 months. If we still don't have feelings for each other after 6 months, then we'll get a divorce. Emotional value +20. Good. A little while later, Jang Mushue agreed. Honey, you need to take a shower today. Let me help you. Mood value +18. Emotional value +15. Jang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted before she even started washing. System, how many emotion points did you gain in total? Xin Yang asked in his mind. The highest total I gained was 256 emotion points. The system said, Host, this time the total is 318 points. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. From 256 to 318 points, an increase of 62 points. This is the largest increase ever. The largest increase before was probably less than 20 points. Wow, 318 points. Harvesting 4 times a day, even if it's not more than 1,200 points, getting 1,000 emotion points is definitely not a problem. It seems we need to stimulate from multiple angles. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. He had previously stimulated her with a lot of kissing and hugging, which repeatedly stimulated one area of Jang Mushue's brain. Although the harvesting speed was fast, the stimulation area was not wide enough. That evening, Jiang Wanchun and Liang Lan arrived. Xiaoqin, did you call us over? Is there good news? Liang Lan asked expectantly. Xin Yang smiled and said, there is some good news. Mushue's mental strength has increased significantly today, and perhaps her brainwaves will change soon. A look of surprise appeared in Liang Lan's eyes. Has anything changed now? Xin Yang shook his head, there haven't been any changes yet, but at this rate, there might be changes within a week. However, changes in brainwaves don't mean that he will wake up immediately. Liang Lan nodded. They quickly arrived at Jiang Mushue's room upstairs. Xin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushue's, and Jiang Mushue immediately saw Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan. Mom and Dad. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Xin Yang's mind. Xin Yang, wife, you can call me Dad, but Mom is out of the question. Emotional value +20. Jiang Mushue said angrily, I wasn't calling you. Jiang Wancheng said, Xiaoqin, if Mushue's brainwaves change, outsiders might know about Mushue's condition. Her risk will increase. If Jiang Mushue's condition doesn't recover, no one will do anything to her, but killing a person in a vegetative state who might never wake up again will cause her a lot of trouble. But things changed once her condition began to improve. Jiang Haolong and the others certainly don't want her to wake up. Qin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, I will protect Mu Shui. Jiang Wancheng pondered for a moment and asked, do you think it's still necessary to use instruments for monitoring? Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, I can tell that Mu Shui doesn't need monitoring equipment to have any problems. But outsiders aren't stupid. Once the equipment is removed, they will definitely be able to tell that Mu Shui's condition has improved. Others know how much you care about Mu Shui. Jiang Wancheng frowned. That was indeed true. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, Cheng Hong, and the other three. Qin Yang said, I gave them a raise, and I've already given them a mental suggestion. Even if someone hypnotizes them, they won't be able to find out anything from them. But other people also came to visit. People will definitely know that Mu Shui's condition has improved. Liang Lan said, try to delay as much as possible. We'll be safe as long as we can, one day at a time. Honey, let's hire a few more bodyguards to guard this place later. Both male and female bodyguards are required. Jiang Wancheng asked, Xiao Qin, what do you think? Qin Yang nodded, I think it's a good idea. Although there are many security guards in the community, having a few more bodyguards outside the villa can still deter anyone who wants to cause trouble here. Jiang Wancheng nodded, then it's decided. We'll add 8 bodyguards, 4 men and 4 women, working in 2 shifts, day shift and night shift, with 2 men and 2 women, for top-notch bodyguards each. Can. Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, why don't you talk to Mu Shui for a bit? I'm going upstairs to play the piano. Mood value plus 26. Jiang Mushui was quite surprised. Qin Yang could play the piano? She had heard piano music many times before, but she thought it was just music playing on the radio and didn't know it was Qin Yang playing it. Soon, beautiful piano music began to play. Mood value plus 23. Mood value plus 21. Jiang Mushui contributed emotional points as she listened to the music, but her mental strength had not yet recovered, so she contributed less than before. Honey, I'd like to discuss something with you. Liang Lan whispered beside Jiang Mushui's bed. You say. Liang Lan, honey, although Mu Shui hasn't woken up yet, I think Xiao Qin is a very good person after spending time with her. Should we have Xiao Qin start calling us mom and dad? Mood value plus 30. Qin Yang's mental energy was still connected to Jiang Mushui's. Moreover, Jiang Mushui could hear Jiang Wancheng and the others talking. Jiang Wancheng pondered for a moment and said, I've thought about it too, but if Mu Shui doesn't wake up by then and doesn't make it through, will he feel so embarrassed to look for her again after he changes his mind? Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait until Mu Shui's brainwaves respond before we talk about it. Liang Lan nodded slightly, alright then. Mood value plus 27. Mood value plus 25. Jiang Mushui's mental strength seems to have increased again. Half an hour passed in a flash. Jiang Mushui's mental energy had long been exhausted. System, grant me one chance to draw a prize with 1,000 emotion points. Qin Yang said in his mind. He currently feels that it's better to spend 1,000. It's heartbreaking to draw a bad one when you're trying to win 10,000. It takes quite a while to accumulate 10,000 emotion points now. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-level mind link. Qin Yang was stunned. I only got an A-level skill with 10,000 emotion points. With 1,000 emotion points, I miraculously drew an S-level skill. System, can't I connect with Mu Shui telepathically? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, this is different. Chapter 68 The Effect of Mind Link. What's the difference? Qin Yang asked. A flood of information was still pouring in, and he hadn't digested it yet, nor did he know what made this skill different. The mind link can make you more connected, and more importantly, it allows 2 people to have a mind-to-mind conversation. Qin Yang was stunned. This thing actually allows other people to have a telepathic conversation. System, if it's just like that, I don't think this skill should be rated S. System, mind link allows you to connect with others from a distance. The distance is related to your level of mental compatibility. The more you connect, the higher your level of compatibility. Given your current situation in Jiang Mushui's, you can still contact each other even when you're 10 kilometers apart. You can also find out the other person's location through this. Qin Yang pondered. In that case, this ability is definitely worth S rank. This ability is very useful. He currently maintains a mental connection with Jiang Muxue, but the maximum connection distance is only about 20 meters. However, the mental link skill can actually increase the connection distance to 10 kilometers. The distance was very short, and what he shared with Jiang Muxue was only the scene around her, which was not enough to fully stimulate Jiang Muxue to obtain emotional points from him. It's much more convenient to live far away. System, my mental strength seems to have improved somewhat. Qin Yang said in his mind. System, Mind Link is a psychic ability, and this ability will more or less enhance your mental strength. This is just a side effect, secondary. Qin Yang walked down from the third floor. It's a pity that Jiang Mushua's mental energy is depleted, otherwise he would love to try out the effects of the Mind Link right now. System, with this skill, the images I share with Jiang Muxue should be much higher definition than before, right? Qin Yang asked. System, host, it depends on the distance. The distance is very close with your current strength, there's no difference between you and Jiang Muxue seeing it with your own eyes. At 500 meters, the image quality is 4K at 1000 meters, it's 2K at 5000 meters, it's only 480p and above 7000 or 8000 meters, there's no image at all. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It's not hard to understand that the signal gets worse the farther away you are. This is so much better than before. Little Qin. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan came out of Jiang Mushue's room. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, why don't you sleep here tonight? Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Wancheng asked in confusion, is something the matter? Qin Yang, I have just mastered a skill that may allow Muxue to have a telepathic conversation with you. Jiang Wancheng and the others looked at Qin Yang with surprise and delight. Liang Lan quickly asked, can we talk to Muxue? Qin Yang said, it's not about speaking with your mouth, it's about connecting with your hearts. Perhaps I can build a spiritual bridge for you. Well, we'll stay here and keep watch tonight. Tears welled up in Liang Lan's eyes. Their precious daughter had become a vegetable, causing Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan immense pain. Jiang Wancheng reached out and patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, little Qin, thank you. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, no need to thank me. We're family. Saying thank you is too formal. That's true. Jiang Wancheng nodded with a smile, Xiao Qin, when can we have a telepathic conversation with Muxue? Qin Yang, Muxue just exhausted her mental energy. She can recover some of it in an hour to have a mental conversation, but you will need to wait until 11 or 12 at night to recover more. We'll wait. Liang Lan quickly said, we've waited so long, there's no rush. Let Muxue recover more of her mental strength before we contact her again. Jiang Wancheng nodded as well. Qin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, please come to the study with me. Qin Yang and the others soon arrived at the study. Uncle Jiang, I've written a defense software that can resist hacker attacks and prevent eavesdropping. I've installed it on my parents in Changhong. Are you trying to pretend? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng asked in surprise, you studied computer technology? Qin Yang nodded, I have a photographic memory and a good learning ability, so learning some computer skills is not difficult. However, with any skill, the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. So, what's your current level? Jiang Wancheng asked curiously. Qin Yang smiled and said, they should be in the top 10 nationwide. But it's hard to say exactly where they'll be. Some network experts are good at attacking, while others are good at defending. A close difference doesn't necessarily make for a good ranking. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan were shocked. It hasn't been long, yet Qin Yang's network technology has become so advanced. Liang Lan exclaimed in amazement, calligraphy, painting, piano, and now with the power of internet technology, what else can you do, Xiao Qin? Qin Yang smiled slightly. That's all I know. I need to learn more. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath, Xiao Qin, this is not all. The things you know are things that many people can't achieve in their entire lives. That's right. Liang Lan nodded. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, do you want to install the software? Your information and calls involve company secrets. If it's inconvenient for you to install it, that's fine too. Jiang Wancheng, there's nothing inconvenient about installing it. Our phones have security software, but it's probably not as good as yours. Liang Lan smiled and said, we only have one daughter, Muxue. You've already received our most precious gift. It's no big deal that you know about company secrets. Our assets will eventually be given to you anyway. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. They took out their phones. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang hacked into Jiang Wanqing's phone. Uncle Jiang, your phone's defenses are okay, but they're not enough against really powerful people. Jiang Wanqing, core secrets are not stored on mobile phones. Even if they are hacked, the problem is not that serious. Qin Yang quickly installed the software. Liang Lan's is simple. Her security software and Jiang Wanqing's were created by the same person, so Qin Yang, being familiar with the process, installed his own software. Uncle Jiang, the original software is still there. If a hacker intrudes, they will encounter that first. My software provides your phone with a virtual system. That software is also isolated from the real system. Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Wanqing, even the people who used to provide us with security can no longer obtain our information? Qin Yang nodded. Gradually, it got to midnight. Qin Yang and Jiang Wanqing arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Xiaoqin, it's okay if you fail. Don't feel pressured. Liang Lan comforted Qin Yang. Qin Yang thought to himself, he felt no pressure. He had obtained the skill from the system, and his skill proficiency was already maxed out. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan, on the other hand, seemed quite nervous. Only one at a time. Aunt Liang, who wants to go first? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wanqing, let your Aunt Liang go first. Liang Lan didn't say a word. She wasn't going to be modest at this moment. Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's. Wife, do you want to talk to your mother? If you do, call me husband so I can hear you. Husband. Jiang Mushue called out without hesitation. Chapter 69. Jiang Mushue communicates with her parents. Honey, hurry up. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Liang Lan's mind. She wanted to urge Qin Yang. But she didn't expect that Qin Yang had already connected her with Liang Lan. Mushue, it's Mom. Jiang Mushue heard Liang Lan's voice. Mood value plus 40. Jiang Mushue wanted to crawl into any crack in the ground, but her mother overheard her urging Qin Yang on. She had just been calling Qin Yang husband very affectionately. Mom, what did you hear? Jiang Mushue asked hesitantly. Liang Lan was incredibly excited. They could actually communicate telepathically. She said, Mushue, Mom heard you very clearly. You called Qin Yang husband. You two have a good relationship. Mood value plus 38. Jiang Mushue. Mom, Qin Yang tricked me into calling him that. He made me call him husband in order to let me communicate with you. Liang Lan thought to herself, you're married, so it's perfectly normal for you to call him husband. Besides, he's already invited us here. Even if you don't call him that, does he mean he won't let us talk to him? Mom, why are you taking his side? Liang Lan, Mushue, if it weren't for Qin Yang, you might have died, and we wouldn't be able to speak to each other. Your parents had no choice but to let you marry Qin Yang, but now it seems like it was the right decision. Jiang Mushue, Mom, I miss you so much, so very much. Mom too. The mother and daughter talked for 2 minutes quickly. Jiang Mushue provided a lot of emotional points, but also consumed a lot of mental energy. Aunt Liang, we need to switch to Uncle Jiang. Mushue's mental energy is limited. When she is emotional, her mental energy is consumed very quickly. Qin Yang provided Liang Landao. Liang Lan nodded, and Qin Yang immediately cut off contact. Soon after, Qin Yang had Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Mushue re-establish contact. Dad. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Jiang Wanqing's mind. Hey. Mushue, are you alright? Jiang Wanqing was extremely excited. Emotional value plus 20. Jiang Mushue, I used to live in a daze every day, but then I could hear Qin Yang's voice, and after that, I could see what the outside world looked like through Qin Yang. Now I can see very clearly. Jiang Wanqing, your condition is getting better and better. With Xiaoqin's help, we believe you can definitely recover. Dad, I will wake up. 2 more minutes passed, and Jiang Mushue's mental energy was almost depleted. Qin Yang cancelled the mental link. At this point, Jiang Mushue could still contact him, but she could no longer have a spiritual connection with others. Wife, how is it? Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue. Thanks. Honey, all you did was say thank you, not even a proper address? Honey, thank you, is that alright? Improvise. Emotional value plus 7. Jiang Mushue quickly exhausted her remaining mental energy. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, how did your chat with Mushue go? Xin Yang asked. He could have eavesdropped on Jiang Mushui and the others' conversation, but Xin Yang didn't do so. That wouldn't have been honorable. Very good. After more than half a year, I was finally able to talk to Mushui again. Liang Lan said with immense joy. Tears glistened in her eyes. She had just shed tears. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. Xiao Qin, you can take whichever sports car you like from my garage, or even all of them, it doesn't matter. Xin Yang chuckled and said, Uncle Jiang, really? Don't regret it if I drive them all away. Jiang Wancheng shook his head. Don't worry, I will never regret it. Xin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you should keep it for yourself. I rarely drive that Porsche 918. I spend most of my time at home cultivating or studying. Aunt Liang, Uncle Jiang, I've been able to let you communicate with Mu Shui. You must keep this a secret. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan nodded. Telling this to others could very likely cause trouble. Xiao Qin, will Mu Shui's mental strength be restored by tomorrow morning? Liang Lan inquired. The time we spent talking was too short. It wasn't enough for her. Xin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng, is this difficult for you? Won't it be a huge drain on you every time we contact each other? Xin Yang smiled and said, It's not difficult for me, but Mu Shui's mental energy is consumed very quickly when we practice. However, this is not a bad thing for Mu Shui. Every time she is exhausted and then recovers, her mental strength will increase a little. Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin, I heard Mu Shui call you husband. Jiang Wancheng was somewhat surprised. How could that be? He had just overheard Jiang Mushui complaining about Qin Yang. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Aunt Liang, Mu Shui, and I weren't close before, and we had absolutely no feelings for each other. She just wanted to divorce me as soon as she came to her senses, so I would tease her sometimes. Liang Lan smiled and said, That's good. Let Mu Shui call you that more often, and she'll get used to it. Deep down, she'll accept you as her husband. You have children, and being together is the best thing for you. Xin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng, it's late, you should go to sleep early. Honey, let's go to sleep too. We have a lot of things to do at the company tomorrow. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan went to their room. Honey, I can finally talk to Mu Shui again. Liang Lan's tears flowed again. Jiang Wancheng hugged her and said, Don't cry. Now that we can communicate, you can talk to Mu Shui anytime you want. Liang Lan, we can't come too often. Mu Shui's mental energy is limited. Communicating with us will deplete her energy, which will reduce the time she has to communicate with Qin Yang. We still need to let them communicate more and build up their relationship. Jiang Wancheng nodded. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Qin Yang then had Liang Lan and the others talk to Jiang Mushui again. Xiao Qin, there's something I need to tell you. Mu Shui is calling you husband, so shouldn't you change how you address us too? I'll cook some dishes myself tomorrow. The title will be officially changed tomorrow. Liang Lan said with a smile. Qin Yang asked in surprise, Aunt Liang, aren't we going to wait until Mu Shui is awake? Jiang Wancheng, Mu Shui's condition has improved a lot. We believe you can definitely bring her back to her senses. Besides, she already knows the situation, so changing how she addresses you is no problem. Is there a problem with this? Xin Yang shook his head, Uncle Jiang, I'm fine. Liang Lan smiled and said, Then it's settled. Come to our place for dinner tomorrow, and I'll cook for you myself. Although I'm not a very good cook, it's still edible. Honey, you need to prepare a gift for Qin Yang. Jiang Wancheng nodded, That's only right. Xiao Qin, bring Mu Shui over tomorrow. You'll change your address, and Mu Shui needs to be there to witness it. Qin Yang nodded slightly, Okay, Uncle Jiang. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review, thank you. Chapter 70, Win Enlightenment Through Lottery. Before we knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Mushui's mental strength has almost recovered. Honey, would you like to see the view outside? Xin Yang connected with Jiang Mushui through his mental energy and asked her. He wasn't at home at the moment, but in a nearby park where the flowers were in full bloom and the scenery was quite beautiful. Think. Jiang Mushui's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. It's quite convenient. He lives 2 or 3 kilometers away from home, but he can instantly establish a mental link when he wants to contact Jiang Mushui. Qin Yang knew something about the principle of this connection. Mental power is actually a kind of energy, similar to electromagnetic force, and energy can be transmitted very far in an instant. However, Qin Yang only had a superficial understanding of how to accurately locate specific targets, as the knowledge contained in S-level skills was insufficient. Wife, you know what I mean. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 25. Husband. Jiang Muxue called out quickly. She'd been called that many times already, and she was getting used to it. She was tired of only being able to look at the bedroom or other things in the villa every day. Good. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. The next second, Jiang Muxue shared Qin Yang's video. Jiang Muxue saw trees, flowers, lush green grass, and people relaxing in the park. Mood value plus 30. For ordinary people, this is a very common thing, something they can see every day if they want to, but for Jiang Muxue, she has lost these things for a very long time. Although I went to the rose garden for my birthday, the rose garden is different from the parks I usually visit. Qin Yang, didn't I go out? Jiang Muxue quickly asked, puzzled. She did not see Qin Yang pushing her wheelchair. No. It's not convenient for you to come to the park right now. I'll take you there when you're feeling better. Qin Yang relayed the message. Then how did you let me see it? This park is the Ginkgo Park near my home, about 2 or 3 kilometers away. Jiang Muxue was very puzzled. Qin Yang said, I have mastered a skill that allows you to communicate with your parents, and also allows them to communicate with you directly from a distance. Mood value plus 41. Jiang Muxue was very surprised. When Qin Yang asked her to talk to her parents, she didn't realize it at the time, but now she does. Qin Yang's mental strength is definitely much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Jiang Muxue knew that there were people with superpowers in this world, and Qin Yang's strength was probably much greater than that of ordinary people with superpowers. Qin Yang, what level of strength do you possess? Jiang Muxue asked curiously. You guess. Mood value plus 30. Fine, I won't tell you. I'm not that interested in knowing anyway. Jiang Muxue snorted. That's good. I didn't mean to tell you anyway. Mood value plus 35. Jiang Muxue. She was itching to know, but she held back and didn't ask. Time passed slowly, and Qin Yang wandered around the park. The distance was only 2 or 3 kilometers, and the image quality Jiang Muxue saw was equivalent to 1080p, which was quite good. Qin Yang, what's the current situation with my company? Jiang Muxue asked. She used to be in charge of a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, and she had devoted a lot of energy and passion to that company. After graduating, she only took over this one company. Didn't you ask Aunt Liang before? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Muxue, I didn't have time to ask that. You can't hear my conversation with my parents? I could have listened if I wanted to, but I didn't. Your company is probably being managed by professional managers now. Jiang Muxue said, the company is 5 kilometers away. I can contact them if it's 2 or 3 kilometers away, but can I contact them if it's 5 kilometers away? I want to see what the company's current situation is like. Qin Yang, this. Honey, is it okay? Qin Yang smiled and said, since you've called it that, how could it not be allowed? However, at a distance of 5 kilometers, the view you see won't be as clear as it is now. Only 480p is available now. Jiang Muxue, that's enough to see clearly. I've put a lot of effort into this company, and I want to know the situation. But I can only go see it for you tomorrow. Your mental energy has been depleted and you can't hold on any longer. Good. A few minutes later, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely exhausted. System, lottery, 1,000 points. Qin Yang said in his mind. His points have reached 1,000 again, and he can now get more than 300 emotion points at a time, so reaching 1,000 points is still easy. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your comprehension has increased by 2. The system's voice sounded in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang was stunned. He had actually gained enlightenment? Soon Qin Yang felt a cool and refreshing sensation in his mind, as if his brain and soul had been cleansed. System, what is comprehension? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, you should have already discovered that even if your mental strength increases, there is a threshold to your comprehension speed. Once you exceed this threshold, your comprehension speed will no longer increase. Qin Yang did indeed feel it. As his mental strength increased, he could feel his memory improving, but as his mental strength increased from S to S+, Xin Yang discovered that his comprehension speed did not increase. It's useless to be able to remember more things but not understand them all. It's like a car getting a better engine, but the tires aren't strong enough, so the grip is insufficient and the power is wasted. Host, there are many people with superpowers in the world. Their mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but their intelligence is often inferior to that of ordinary people. The same goes for psychics. Your mental strength has increased a lot now, but if you were to learn something on your own, could you learn it quickly? Xin Yang shook his head slightly. He can memorize it and imitate it, but this is just imitation, not true understanding of the skill. Host, this involves comprehension. Even with strong mental strength, one may not become a top scientist, but if one also has strong comprehension, then there is no problem. Xin Yang nodded slightly. System, if I use 1,000 emotion points to draw a lottery, will my comprehension only increase by 2 points? System, comprehension is very difficult to improve. It's quite good that drawing 2 points of comprehension from 1,000 points of emotion value is a good thing. All right. Xin Yang closed his eyes and felt it. He had read many books, but even though he had read them, he still only had a vague understanding of some things. Now, Xin Yang found that he had grasped some of the concepts. Comfortable. Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. This kind of basic ability improvement is really great. What if something happens to Jiang Mushui and the system can't draw prizes anymore? With the basic ability improvement, he can still rely on himself in the future. Beep beep. Xin Yang's cell phone rang. It was Li Wanyue who called. Xin Yang frowned slightly. Li Wanyue and the others had never called him before. Why were they calling now? Had something happened? Hello? Xin Yang answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Li Wanyue said urgently, Mr. Qin, several rich kids have arrived here. They want to come in, but we're stopping them. Stop them, I'll be right back. Xin Yang said in a deep voice. Chapter 71 Xin Yang vs 5 Playboys. Li Wanyue and her group blocked the entrance to the villa. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Mr. Qin instructed us that we really cannot let you in without permission. Li Wanyue gripped the doorframe with both hands and said. A young man in front of her cursed, get out of the way. Who do you think you are? Even if Qin Yang were here, he wouldn't dare stop us. Li Wanyue gripped the doorframe tightly and did not move. Yang Xian and Sheng Hong, you two get ready to make a call. Yang Huan, you get ready to call the police. Cheng Hong, you get ready to call the master. Li Wanyue shouted loudly. Yang Xian and Sheng Hong nodded. They all took out their phones. There are 4 of them, and the other one is now recording a video on her phone. The rich kid behind him said, Brother Lu, let's wait a bit longer. Xin Yang will be back soon. It would be troublesome if we really attracted the police. The rich second generation at the front glared fiercely at Li Wanyue. Since you put it that way, young Master Chen, then we'll do as you say. Several rich kids withdrew from the group. Li Wanyue and the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Several security guards arrived quickly. Seeing this, Li Wanyue and the others were finally completely relieved. Squeak. Not long after, Xin Yang drove back. He saw Li Wanyue and the others standing at the entrance of the villa, with several security guards and 5 young men standing under a tree outside the villa, all of them dressed in designer brands. Did you try to force your way into my home? Xin Yang got out of the car and said coldly. One of the 5 youths, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exhaled smoke rings and said, Who said we forced our way in? We just want to go in and see Jiang Mushui, is that not allowed? Another young man said calmly, Xin Yang, we are from S City, and we are all Jiang Mushui's friends. Jiang Mushui's mental strength has recovered slightly. Xin Yang's mental energy connected with hers. Mushui, are those 5 your friends? They tried to force their way in but when you and the others stopped them. Xin Yang asked. Jiang Mushui, they are not my friends. I met them at a party in S City once. They are all playboys from S City, and they have quite a background. They tried to befriend me, but I ignored them. I didn't expect them to come to Haiching together. Mood value +8. Xin Yang, wife, their behavior is quite strange. It seems like they're deliberately trying to cause trouble. What do you think? Jiang Mushui analyzed, that's possible. Their families are all quite domineering. I've heard they've swallowed up other families using various methods. Each of them is not as good as our Jiang family, but if the 5 families join forces, our Jiang family is not as good as them. Mood value +6. Qin Yang ended his mental link with Jiang Muxue. If he continued, Jiang Muxue's mental energy would be completely depleted, and he would be unable to contact her if he needed to. Qin Yang, you need to fire these nannies of yours. They have no sense at all, daring to block us. The third young man glanced at Li Wanyue and the others and said. Qin Yang looked at Li Wanyue and the others and said, Li Wanyue, you did a good job. Each of you will receive a bonus of 5,000 this month. Qin Yang, what do you mean? The 5 of us are friends with Jiang Muxue. We came all the way from S City, and your nanny Wen Ti let us in. Instead of firing them, you're giving them bonuses? The young man who spoke first said sternly. Qin Yang looked at the young man and said coldly, whether you are my wife's friends or not, you trespassed without my permission, so there's nothing wrong with them stopping you. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. First, you'd better get out of here right now. Second, I'll beat you up and then you can get out of here too. The strongest of the 5 grinned and said, Qin Yang, you're nothing special, but you've got quite the nerve. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can beat all 5 of us? If you want to practice, I'll practice with you. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Let's make it clear first, whoever calls the police after losing is the other party's grandson. All 5 of you can come at me together, don't blame me for bullying you. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. According to the information obtained, Qin Yang is good at calligraphy and painting, but he is not a martial artist. Even if he has practiced martial arts, how could he possibly take on all 5 of them by himself? No problem. Okay, we agree. The 5 people spoke in unison. Such a big talk, I'd like to see what you're capable of. The strongest young man grinned maliciously. Qin Yang is 1.8 meters tall, but this young man is even taller, probably over 1.85 meters, and he looks much stronger. You come here. Qin Yang waved. Drink. The other party took the initiative and slammed his fist hard at Qin Yang. Qin Yang quickly dodged the opponent's fist. Then he kicked out. The kick landed heavily between the opponent's legs. Ah! The other party screamed in agony. He instantly lost his fighting ability and collapsed to the ground in pain. Hiss! The other 4 gasped in shock. Their legs involuntarily clenched together. Qin Yang's kick didn't land on them, but they felt it all too well. It's your turn. Qin Yang charged towards the 4 people. Get him. Damn, are the 4 of us afraid of him? 2 of them reacted quickly and went to meet Qin Yang. Qin Yang threw a punch at one of the men, who dodged it, but this was just a feint. He then kicked another man in the groin. Ah! This person also contracted the virus. His eyes widened and he screamed in agony as well. The security guards around were all from the military, and they were speechless. Qin Yang's groin kick was truly masterful. You! The third youth was so frightened that he backed away. Qin Yang instantly stepped forward and kicked again. The young man had his legs together, so he wasn't kicked in the groin, but he took a hard kick to the stomach. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 spoiled young men collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 also realized what was happening. They rushed towards Qin Yang. Look at your feet! Qin Yang shouted, and the remaining 2 men's expressions changed. They hurriedly protected their groins, but Qin Yang threw a punch, which landed heavily on one of them in the face. Even though Qin Yang didn't use his full strength, this person was still in great pain. I give up. The last one left shouted. All 4 of his companions were badly beaten so quickly. Even if Qin Yang used tricks, his strength was definitely greater than his. Giving up so quickly? That's no fun. Qin Yang said, still wanting more. Don't call the police. There are surveillance cameras here. You broke into a private residence and agreed to a sparring match. You were beaten up in a 5-on-1 fight. If the video gets out, you'll be the ones who lose face. All 5 of them glared fiercely at Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, You've come here at this time, haven't you been used as pawns? Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, got into trouble after he came to my side. He was a grandmaster of Transformation Realm. Is someone suspecting that the Zheng family has a top expert behind them, and they don't want to take action themselves, so they're trying to lure you 5 idiots into stepping in? The 5 people's expressions changed subtly. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. It really was true. It's unclear which faction is instigating them. I don't want to know who lured you here. If you continue to provoke us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Yang said lightly. It's the Du family. One of them spoke up. Chapter 72 Mushui, please persuade Tang Yin. Are you sure it's the Du family? Qin Yang looked at the young man who had spoken. That's right, it's the Du family. The young man gritted his teeth and said. Qin Yang shook his head inwardly. He had strong mental power, and he could tell from the other party's expression that the other party was not telling the truth. The Du and Jiang families are both located in Haicheng. Is this a case of the two families fighting each other so that they can reap the benefits? Well done, Du family. Humph. Qin Yang snorted coldly. Would you like to continue sparring with me? If so, I can give you a break first, and we'll continue later. Fear was evident in the eyes of the group. The two men who were kicked in the groin were still in pain, but it was better than when they were kicked. They just wanted to go to the hospital immediately to check if there was anything wrong. Let's go. One of the young men said with a gloomy expression. They quickly got into their car and drove away. Qin Yang's groin kick was extremely vicious and powerful. They weren't confident they could beat him in another fight. If they got kicked again, they might lose everything. Mr. Qin, we apologize for being late. One of the security guards said. Qin Yang waved his hand. The speed is not bad. You can't possibly rush over as soon as you see someone coming. Mr. Qin, should we arrange for a few people to stay here permanently? Qin Yang shook his head. No need, professional bodyguards will be here soon. Just do your jobs. The security guards nodded. They left Qin Yang's villa soon after. Li Wenyue, you did a good job. Qin Yang praised him. Mr. Qin, this is what we should do. Qin Yang arrived at the villa and called Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, what's the matter? Jiang Wancheng quickly answered the phone and inquired. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, 5 spoiled brats came to S-City. They tried to force their way into the villa to see Mushui, but I beat them up. Jiang Wancheng immediately remembered which 5 people it was. Jiang Mushui had complained to them after she went to S-City before. Xiao Qin, their target might not be Mushui. They might just be deliberately trying to provoke conflict. Jiang Wancheng said. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, that's what I think too. By forcibly breaking into the villa and doing such a thing, even if Mushui and I divorce, they won't have any hope. But I can't bear to see them do this, so we still have to deal with them. Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, let them beat us up. None of them are as strong as our Jiang family. If they want to swallow up our Jiang family, they should see if they have the strength to do so. Uncle Jiang, when will the bodyguards arrive? Also, I want to install a security door with a combination lock on Mushui's room, so that even if someone breaks in, they can't get into Mushui's room without the password. Jiang Wancheng, the bodyguard can arrive tomorrow morning. When you bring Mushui over tomorrow, I'll have someone come and install a security door. Uncle Jiang, I can find someone myself. It's alright, it's just a matter of giving instructions. It might not be that quick for you to have a security door custom made. Brother Lu, does it still hurt? The young man driving asked. In the passenger seat, Brother Lu Hongyi had a dark expression. He had finally gotten over the pain, but when the other person asked him if he felt a bit of pain again. When Qin Yang kicked him, he was in so much pain that he wanted to roll on the ground. That damned Qin Yang. Lu Hongyi gritted his teeth. Now that he's climbed up to the Jiang family, he doesn't know who he is anymore. I'll kill him sooner or later. Brother Lu, should we call the police and accuse him of intentional assault? A young man in the back row said angrily. He was kicked in the abdomen by Qin Yang, and it still hurts. Lu Hongyi cursed. If we try to break in and call the police, we won't be able to explain ourselves, and we'll lose face if Qin Yang releases the video. Go to the hospital for a checkup to see if there's anything wrong. They rushed to a hospital. The examination results showed nothing serious. It didn't even qualify as a minor injury. Qin Yang was quite careful with his kick. Previously, it was difficult to control one's strength simply because of physical strength, but later Qin Yang obtained B-level fighting skills, which allowed him to control his power better. Several people walked out of the hospital. Brother Lu, what do we do next? Another unlucky guy who had been kicked in the groin by Qin Yang asked. Lu Hongyi, let's do nothing for now and see if Qin Yang will fall for it, and whether the Jiang family will clash with the Du family. If we take action now, the Jiang family will definitely not clash with the Du family. The other four nodded. Their family had high hopes for the Jiang family, but the Jiang family had assets worth hundreds of billions, and Jiang Xinghua was still alive and had some connections. The Jiang family was not someone to be trifled with. In the afternoon, people from the security door company arrived at Qin Yang's place. They carefully measured the dimensions. Mr. Qin, we will get everything ready as soon as possible. We can come over tomorrow afternoon to install it for you. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After the security door company personnel left, Jiang Muxue asked, Qin Yang, why do we need to replace this door with a security door? Her mental strength has recovered considerably. At this moment, her mental energy was connected with Qin Yang's mental energy. Your 5 good friends wanted to force their way in. Although your dad said he would arrange some bodyguards, if a martial artist tries to force his way in the future, the bodyguards may not be able to stop him. It's better to have a security door. Qin Yang said. Even a security door can't stop a very skilled martial artist, but it can still stop someone at the level of internal energy without any problem. Even a master of internal energy transformation, or a top-tier master of internal energy, would still have some sense of propriety and wouldn't break down the door. Qin Yang, thank you. Jiang Muxue said. She knew Qin Yang was doing this for her safety. Qin Yang chuckled and said, no need to thank me. You're my wife. If someone were to force their way in and even touch such a beautiful wife, I would feel like I'd lost out. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 35. Muxue, have your parents told you about me changing how I address them? What do you mean by changing how you address me? Jiang Muxue asked in confusion. Jiang Wanchang and Lian Lan did not mention this to her. Qin Yang, we're going to your parents' house for dinner tomorrow. I'm calling them Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang now, but tomorrow, I'll officially start calling them Mom and Dad. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 43. Why didn't they discuss this with me? Qin Yang smiled and said, you're in a vegetative state. What's the point of discussing things with someone in a vegetative state? Anyway, you can't speak or argue with them. Mood value plus 40. Qin Yang, I object. They are my parents, not yours. Didn't we agree that I would wait until I'm sober and spend some time getting ready for marriage before deciding whether to continue? Qin Yang, your objection is invalid. There's nothing I can do, it's just that your parents chose me. Mood value plus 35. Qin Yang, you need to think about yourself. If I die, and you call them Mom and Dad, won't the girl be more bothered if you want to remarry? Jiang Muxue tried her best to persuade Qin Yang. Qin Yang, then I'll have you contact Tang Yin and persuade her to become my child's stepmother? Mood value plus 45. Qin Yang was very surprised. Jiang Muxue had already expended a lot of mental energy, yet her emotional value still managed to break through. Human potential is indeed limitless. Please give 5-star praise. Chapter 73. Jiang Muxue's brainwaves have changed. Jiang Muxue said angrily, Qin Yang, even if you look for someone else in the future, can't you at least look for someone other than my best friend? Qin Yang said, wife, I'm with you every day, I don't have time to meet other pretty girls. The pretty girls I've met recently are all your best friends. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 40. Qin Yang smiled broadly. Jiang Muxue's mental strength limit has definitely increased, and the emotional value he can obtain each time will also increase significantly. Win-win. Of course, Jiang Muxue certainly doesn't think that way now. Honey, isn't this a good thing? If you pass away in the future, you'll know your best friend inside and out, and you can rest assured that she'll become your child's stepmother. Qin Yang sent the message with a smile. Jiang Muxue said angrily, I'm going to tell my parents what you said, and they'll give you a good scolding. Qin Yang, maybe your parents think it's a good idea. If you leave, I'll definitely have to find another wife in the future, someone they know well, so they can feel at ease, haha. Mood value plus 35. Mood value plus 30. After harvesting all the emotional points, Qin Yang asked in his mind, system, how much did I get in total? 418. A look of surprise appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. Before this harvest, the limit was only around 320, and Jiang Muxue's limit has likely increased by more than 100 this time. Jiang Muxue wasn't at her peak just now. If she had more time to fully recover, her score would have been more than 418. Qin Yang estimated that it would likely have exceeded 430. System, Muxue's mental strength has increased. Once she recovers, it should be reflected on the brainwave monitor, right? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, you'll know once she recovers. Qin Yang went upstairs and started playing the piano. This way, Jiang Mushua's mental strength can recover faster. Before we knew it, it was evening. Qin Yang usually harvests after dinner, but this time he didn't harvest so quickly, he waited quietly. Jiang Mushua's mental strength gradually recovered. Qin Yang kept an eye on the brainwave monitor next to him, but after waiting for an hour or so, there was still no change in the brainwave monitor. System, what's going on? Mushue should have recovered almost completely, there's no change. Qin Yang said in his mind. System, host, when you don't contact her, her brain is like it's in standby mode. What kind of fluctuations could there be? Qin Yang slapped his forehead. I've made a fool of myself. System, why didn't you remind me? System, host, I don't get your thoughts when you don't call out to me, so how can I remind you? All right. Qin Yang quickly connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushue. Honey, what do you think? Should I invite Tang Yin and the others over for dinner? To help everyone get to know each other and so on. Mood value plus 45. Jiang Mushue contributed emotional points before she even spoke. Excitement gleamed in Qin Yang's eyes. He noticed a slight change in the brainwave monitor. The change was subtle, but noticeable nonetheless. Qin Yang quickly ended the contact. Beep beep. Qin Yang quickly called Liang Lan. Liang Lan was on her way home from work when she answered the phone and asked, Xiao Qin, what's up? Aunt Liang, Mushue's brainwaves have changed. Would you and Uncle Jiang like to come and take a look? Liang Lan was immediately filled with excitement. Your Uncle Jiang has something to do tonight and can't come, so I'll come over right away. Liang Lan quickly instructed the driver to change direction. Half an hour later, she arrived at Qin Yang's group. Xiao Qin, nothing has changed. Liang Lan asked with some doubt. She had seen Jiang Mushue's brainwaves countless times, and she knew exactly what they looked like. They were exactly the same as before. Qin Yang, it can only be seen after mental stimulation. His mental energy reconnected with Jiang Mushue. Qin Yang, what are you doing? You say a few words and then disappear. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang, Tang Yin just called, and I answered the phone. Mood value plus 44. Jiang Mushue's mental strength changed rapidly, and the brainwave monitor also showed a change at this time. Liang Lan looked at the brainwave monitor with surprise. Xiao Qin, Mushue's brainwaves have indeed changed. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang, why don't you talk to Mushue? Qin Yang quickly connected Liang Lan and Jiang Mushue's mental energy. Mushue, it's Mom. Your brainwaves have changed somewhat. Liang Lan was overjoyed and thought to herself. Mom, did Qin Yang ask you to come? When did he call? Liang Lan said, of course he asked me to come. About half an hour ago, right? Is there a problem? No. Jiang Mushue realized that Qin Yang was talking nonsense. It wasn't that he lost contact with Tang Yin because of her call, but rather that Qin Yang called Liang Lan to come and check on her brainwaves because of a change in his brainwaves. Mom, are you going to have Qin Yang change how he addresses me tomorrow? Liang Lan, Mushue, did Qin Yang tell you? Your father and I have such plans. You've been married for so long, and you've improved quite a bit. The chances of you waking up are not low. It's time for Qin Yang to change how he's addressed. Mood value plus 35. Mom, you didn't even ask for my opinion. Couldn't you wait until I'm sober and have me try living with Qin Yang for a while? What will you do then? Jiang Mushue said sullenly. Liang Lan, this is between us and Qin Yang. It's not like you're asking him to change his address to Qin Yang's parents now. You can decide when to change your address yourself in the future. Jiang Mushue. She said dejectedly, Mom, you're being unreasonable. Qin Yang can only call you Mom and Dad after I marry him, right? I haven't agreed to it yet, so it's inappropriate for him to call you that now. We think it's a good idea. If you think it's inappropriate, then stand up and refute it. Liang Landau. Mood value plus 40. Jiang Mushue, Mom, Qin Yang has strong mental power. You haven't been hypnotized by him, have you? I am your daughter. You have to support me. Liang Lan, Mushue, it's because we support you that Qin Yang changed his mind. Why don't you cherish such a good husband? Jiang Muxue thought to herself. She couldn't see what was so good about Qin Yang. I'm getting angry at her every day. Muxue, we've already made up our minds. Unless you stand up and object now, your objection will be invalid. Jiang Muxue was speechless. Liang Lan smiled happily. As she laughed, tears welled up in her eyes, and the electrocardiogram machine showed changes in Jiang Muxue's heartbeat. Mom, Qin Yang is no good. He's a big pervert. Liang Lan, Muxue, Qin Yang is your husband. Even if he does something to you, it's perfectly normal. But Jiang Muxue wanted to say that Qin Yang was trying to make a move on Tang Yin. But she didn't say it aloud. Qin Yang was just saying it. He probably hasn't taken any action yet. Mom, aren't you afraid he's after our family's money? Liang Lan, if he wants our money, then give it to him. If you recover, the money your father and I have will be yours. If you don't recover, the money your father and I have will still belong to him and the children. What's the difference? Jiang Muxue. That makes so much sense she couldn't refute it. Chapter 74. Mom, Qin Yang is the master of Huajin? Muxue, your father and I are only worried about one thing: if you wake up, Qin Yang will still divorce you. Jiang Muxue said, Mom, you've got it backwards. It's me and Qin Yang who are getting a divorce, not him who initiated it, right? I didn't say it the other way around. Mood value plus 35. Jiang Muxue. Mom, I strongly suspect that Qin Yang hypnotized you. Liang Lan, although our family is relatively wealthy, Qin Yang has already reached the level of a grandmaster of internal energy at a young age. His future is limitless. Jiang Muxue was very surprised. She knew that Qin Yang was a grandmaster of internal energy and had strong mental power, but was Qin Yang's strength really that strong as a grandmaster of internal energy? Mom, are you sure? He should have that kind of ability. Liang Lan thought of Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family. He was at the early stage of the Transformation Realm Grandmaster. Qin Yang was able to deal with him silently, so he must be at least at the middle stage of the Transformation Realm Grandmaster. Muxue, you and Qin Yang should get along well. Qin Yang is very handsome, talented, and capable. You and he have a child. Where can you find someone better? If you divorce him, who gets custody of the child? Will you take the child and find a stepfather for the child, or will Qin Yang take the child and find a stepmother for the child? Liang Lan tried to persuade Jiang Muxue. Can I not get married while I'm raising a child? Liang Lan, is being a single mother good for a child? Besides, given Qin Yang's abilities, if he wants a child, it's questionable whether you can even get the child. Just wait and see if Qin Yang finds a stepmother for the child. Mood value plus 30. Qin Yang wondered to himself, what were Liang Lan and the others talking about? Jiang Muxue's emotional fluctuations were much greater than in ordinary conversation. Although curious, Qin Yang didn't eavesdrop. Jiang Muxue and the others wouldn't know if he did, but he himself would. Mom, do Qin Yang and Tang Yin have a lot of contact? Jiang Muxue asked. Liang Lan, Muxue, why are you asking this? Does Qin Yang have feelings for Tang Yin? He doesn't have much contact with Tang Yin. Tang Yin has been here twice. The first time I came alone, then a few other people came once, and then we met again on your birthday. Jiang Muxue, Mom, I was just asking. A few minutes later, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was exhausted. Her contact with Jiang Muxue was cut off. The fluctuations on the brainwave monitor have returned to their previous levels. Xiaoqin, does Muxue's brainwaves only show abnormalities when we're in mental contact? How much longer will it take before her brainwaves show abnormalities even when we're not in mental contact? Liang Lan inquired. Currently, only mental stimulation causes abnormalities. Then, Muxue's brainwaves will also react to external physical contact, sounds, and so on. The timing is uncertain, but it should be soon. Qin Yang smiled. Liang Lan hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiaoqin, Muxue told me that you have feelings for Tang Yin. Is that true? Tang Yin is quite pretty, but not as pretty as Muxue, is she? Her family is far less wealthy than ours. Although she is a martial artist, you are much stronger than her, so that aspect doesn't appeal to you. Qin Yang. He coughed lightly and said, Aunt Liang, that's not true. I did it on purpose to stimulate her mental strength. Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled expression. Many areas of Mu Shue's brain are closed off. When I stimulate her, the intense fluctuations in her mental energy affect some areas, and those areas are gradually activated. I told her that if she didn't wake up by then, we should find a stepmother for the child from among her best friends. She reacted strongly and her energy has increased a lot in the past 2 days. Qin Yang explained with a smile. Liang Lan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Xiaoqin, if Mu Shui doesn't recover in the future, her father and I won't have any objections if you marry someone else. But if she does recover, we still hope that you two can be happy together. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, don't worry, I will do my best to help Mu Shui recover. Once she recovers, if she lives a good life with me, I definitely won't get a divorce. Divorce is out of the question. Even if they divorce, he will still cling to Jiang Mushui. Otherwise, where would the emotional value come from? That's good. Liang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoqin, do you have any objections to changing how you address Mu Shui? Bring her over early tomorrow. Qin Yang wondered to himself, Jiang Mushui has no objections? Didn't she have quite a few objections when we were talking? Aunt Liang, Mu Shui asked me to go to her company. I'll go there tomorrow morning and bring Mu Shui over in the afternoon. Qin Yang said. You took Mu Shui to her company? Is Mu Shui's current state not good? Liang Lan was somewhat worried. Qin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, we won't take her. She's at home, and I can already contact her remotely. I can share what I see and hear with her. A look of shock appeared in Liang Lan's eyes. Her company must be at least 5 kilometers away from here, right? How can you still maintain a mental connection with Mu Shui from that far away, Xiaoqin? Qin Yang nodded. Mu Shui and I often connect mentally, and we can connect over a relatively long distance. When it comes to other people, the connection distance is greatly reduced. Liang Lan was amazed. Qin Yang's strength is likely greater than they estimated. That's really good. Go out for a walk, and Mu Shui will be able to see and hear you. Liang Lan said happily. Qin Yang nodded. I went to the park this afternoon. Mu Shui was quite excited. Her mental strength has increased a lot. Liang Lan, you don't have an identity at Mu Shui's company yet. I'll call her father and arrange an identity for you. Beep beep. Soon, Liang Lan dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. Honey, Mu Shui wants Xiaoqin to go to her company tomorrow. You should hurry up and arrange a better identity for Xiaoqin. Liang Lan Dao. Jiang Wancheng, is Xiaoqin next to me? Yes. I'm on speakerphone. Liang Lan then turned on speakerphone. Xiaoqin, from now on you will be the chairman's assistant. Not just the company that Mu Shui manages, but all the branches of the Jiang Group, you will have the authority to inspect them. You can go and see the head office if you want. Qin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, is that really necessary? You can just give me a regular position. The chairman's assistant is a senior executive in the company. Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, this arrangement is quite good. I am the chairman, and you, as the chairman's assistant, don't have to do anything. When you want to do something, your status is not low. I will announce your appointment shortly. I have something else to do, I'll hang up first. Jiang Wancheng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Liang Lan smiled and said, Xiaoqin, this position is quite good. You can manage things if you want, or you can choose not to. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang, I don't have time to manage things. Mu Shui wanted to see how the company was doing, so I went over to check on things. Maybe it can even help Mu Shui increase her mental strength. Liang Lan nodded slightly. That's fine. Our family is not short of money, but we lack strong people. Our money will all belong to you and Mu Shui in the future. If you become stronger, it will be great if you can protect this business in the future. Qin Yang nodded without saying a word. The Jiang family's businesses belong to the Jiang family. In his view, he still needs to make money in the future. Jiang Wancheng and his group are still quite young. Are we going to wait until they're gone decades before we inherit their estate? We can't wait. Chapter 75 Going to Jiang Mushui's company. Liang Lan returned home. Jiang Wancheng had just returned from the company and asked in confusion, Wife, Xiaoqin and Mu Shui are coming over tomorrow. Why did you go to Xiaoqin's place again? Honey, Mu Shui's brainwaves are showing unusual activity, and her electrocardiogram has also changed. Liang Lan said happily. Jiang Wancheng, is Xiaoqin asking you to witness this? Liang Lan nodded. I took a picture of it for you. She opened her phone, and Jiang Wancheng saw the video. He could also see that Jiang Mushua's brainwaves had changed. Well, Jiang Wancheng was overjoyed. It was absolutely the right thing to let them get married. They were in a coma for 5 months with no improvement, but now that they're married, there's a constant stream of good news. Liang Lan, now, stimulation is needed for changes to occur, but Qin Yang said that changes should occur soon even without stimulation. Mu Shui will react to touch and sounds from the outside world. Very good. Jiang Wancheng was all smiles. Liang Lan asked, Honey, we're changing how we address each other tomorrow. You said you'd prepare the gift, but what gift did you prepare? We've already given you the car, you're not going to prepare another one, are you? Jiang Wancheng shook his head. How could that be? I've already told Qin Yang that he can drive those cars as he pleases. Liang Lan, so what gift did you prepare? Jiang Wancheng said, I'm going to give him 2% of the shares, just like we're each giving him 1% of the shares. He only has the right to dividends from this share. Liang Lan was taken aback. Honey, you're quite generous. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions. 2% of the shares are worth 2 billion. Even if it's just the right to receive dividends, this gift is still extremely valuable. The Jiang family's company is doing very well now. With a 2% stake, they receive about 100 million in dividends every year. Jiang Wancheng, when Mu Shui came of age, I gave her 2%, and I thought I would give Xiaoqin 2% as well. Liang Lan nodded. This gift is still presentable. Honey, has Qin been assigned a chairman's assistant position? It's all arranged. Why would Mu Shui want Xiaoqin to go? When did their relationship become so harmonious? Jiang Wancheng asked in confusion. Liang Lan said, Xiaoqin can transmit everything he sees and hears to Mu Shui through mental connection from a distance of 5 kilometers. Hiss. Jiang Wancheng was somewhat incredulous. 5 kilometers is quite far, how could it transmit that far? Honey, we've probably underestimated Xiaoqin's abilities. She's probably stronger than we thought. Jiang Wancheng nodded. The stronger he is, the better. Knowing how to hide his strength is also a good thing for us. There are many geniuses in the world, but many of them die before they can grow up. Liang Lan nodded. Beep beep. Qin Yang called his father, Qin Hai. Son, what is it? Qin Hai asked. Qin Yang usually calls him when he has something to say, or when he can't get through to his mother. Dad, I'm going to Uncle Jiang's for dinner tomorrow. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang said that I should call them Mom and Dad tomorrow. Qin Yang said. Qin Hai was taken aback. Aren't you going to wait until Mu Shui wakes up before changing your mind? Qin Yang, I can communicate with Mu Shui now. She had some objections, but she was persuaded by her mother. I will take her there tomorrow so that she can witness it. Dad, do you have any objections? Qin Hai laughed and said, What objections could we possibly have? It's a good thing that Mu Shui's parents accepted you so quickly. Son, what's the matter? At this moment, Chen Ping approached Qin Hai and asked him a question. Qin Yang repeated it to Chen Ping. Son, of course we have no objections. We just hope that Mu Shui will wake up soon and that she and her daughter will be safe. Qin Yang, Mom, is everything alright at home? Have Guo Quan's family members come to cause trouble again? Chen Ping smiled and said, They didn't come to cause trouble. 2 of the 8 people who came that day had committed other crimes and were arrested. Some of them even brought gifts as an apology. However, we didn't take the items. Qin Yang, how's Da Huang? Qin Hai laughed and said, Da Huang is very powerful. It has completely subdued all 5 wolfhounds. Not only them, but all the other dogs in the village listen to it too. The village is safe now. Qin Yang muttered to himself, Da Huang is a spirit dog. Its strength at the early stage of the transformation realm master is no joke. Let alone dogs, even tigers would be no match for it. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushua's company. He was familiar with the company, he used to be an employee there. Jiang Mushua's company is a metaverse technology company. She believes that the metaverse may replace the internet, and in the future, people can instantly travel to all parts of the world from home, and even enter virtual worlds like in novels. Jiang Wancheng disagrees. But Jiang Mushue likes it. She only has one daughter, and she invests 3 to 500 million yuan every year. Even if it goes down the drain, it doesn't matter. Hello, how can I help you? When Qin Yang arrived at the company gate, his car was stopped. The security guard was very polite. After all, he's driving a Cullinan right now. I am Qin Yang, the assistant to the chairman of the board at the head office. I've come to take a look. Qin Yang took out his identity token. His ID card was delivered to him this morning. Mr. Qin, I need to verify this. The security guard glanced at the ID card. Qin Yang nodded, and soon the security guard made a phone call. After a short while, the security guard said, "Hello Mr. Qin, your identity has been verified. Welcome to visit us." Qin Yang, so a security guard surnamed Chen resigned? The security guard said, "You mean Chenin? He used to be a security guard here, but he was fired for some reason. I joined the company after that." Qin Yang frowned secretly. He was quite familiar with Chen and was a very good person and very serious about his work. How could he have been fired by the company? Open the door. Qin Yang said calmly. The barrier was quickly raised, and Qin Yang drove in. After parking the car, Qin Yang connected with Jiang Muxue through his mental energy. "Wife, I have a feeling that something might have happened at the company." It turns out that the security guard Chenin was fired. He was a veteran and a conscientious worker, so he shouldn't have been fired under normal circumstances. Jiang Muxue asked in surprise, "Chenin was fired?" She also knew Chenin. She personally recruited Chenin back then. You've been in a coma for so long, there might be changes in the company. Qin Yang relayed the message. At this moment, someone quickly walked out of the building. When this person saw Qin Yang, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He recognized Qin Yang. Wasn't Qin Yang fired from the company before? The security guard just reported that the chairman's assistant has arrived. What is going on? Manager Peng, it's been a long time. Qin Yang said with a smile. The person who came out was Peng Guangming, a project manager. Qin Yang was not in his project team, but they knew each other. Qin Yang, you've become the chairman's assistant? Peng Guangming found it hard to believe. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. What, doesn't it look like it? If you like it, please give it a 5-star review. Thank you everyone. Chapter 76 Changes in Jiang Mushue's company. Peng Guangming glanced at the car Qin Yang had driven up, then at Qin Yang's clothes. It looks like him, but I can hardly believe it. Manager Peng, has there been any change in the company? Qin Yang asked. Peng Guangming hesitated before saying, "This. Mr. Qin, there are some things I don't know much about either." Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Peng Guangming didn't say anything, his expression indicated that the company was definitely facing significant problems. "Mr. Qin, please come in." Qin Yang followed Peng Guangming into the company. "Manager Peng, I'd like to go take a look at my old office first." "You don't need to come alone." Qin Yang walked towards his old office. Gu Guangming's eyes showed hope. Qin Yang had actually become the chairman's assistant. He wondered if anything would change. "Honey, have you noticed something's wrong?" Qin Yang asked in his mind. Jiang Muxue, the company must have undergone considerable changes. Qin Yang soon arrived at his original office. "Qin Yang, why are you back?" "Qin Yang, you've been rehired?" "Wow, Qin Yang, how did you get so much more handsome?" Several former colleagues in the office said in surprise. The atmosphere in their office used to be quite good, the relationships between colleagues were harmonious, and there was nothing messy or chaotic. This is inseparable from Jiang Mushue's previous management. "Brother Hui, why is there so few people in our project team?" Qin Yang asked, puzzled. The project team originally had more than 20 people, but now it has less than 10. The brother Hui Qin Yang was referring to as Chen Hui. He sighed and said, "Our project team is likely to be laid off, and some of the others have been transferred to other project teams. Some have already left the company." Qin Yang asked in confusion, "Why is this happening?" "Our company belongs to President Jiang, who is the heiress of the group." Chen Hui walked over and closed the door. "About a month after you left, Qin Yang, general manager Jiang became a vegetable. Not long after, a new general manager came. At first, things were fine, but then things gradually changed. Working hours have been extended considerably. The bonuses that existed before are now basically gone. Shen Hui shook his head helplessly. Xin Yang, where is manager Zhao? Their original manager was Zhao Haichen, a good person with strong abilities, from whom Qin Yang learned a lot. Manager Zhao resigned a few days ago. If you were to rejoin the company now, the timing wouldn't be ideal. Mood value plus 46. Jiang Mushua's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang, call my dad and ask him what's going on. You can only get this kind of service if you call me husband. Jiang Mushue. Husband. She still obediently called out. She had put a lot of effort into building this company, and now that it had turned out like this, Jiang Mushue found it hard to accept. Brother Hui, you guys go ahead with your work. Qin Yang arrived outside the office. Beep beep. Qin Yang quickly dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. Uncle Jiang, are you aware of the current situation at Starry Sky Technology? Qin Yang asked. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wancheng said doubtfully, I haven't been to Xingchen Technology for the past 3 months. General Manager Dai Changren is a professional manager, and there's nothing wrong with the information he reports. For the entire Jiang Group, Xingchen Technology is a very small company. Jiang Wancheng is too busy to handle everything. Moreover, coming to Xingchen Technology and thinking about the past and Jiang Mushua's current situation made him feel sad. Uncle Jiang, Xingchen Technology has undergone a lot of changes. My original project team has been almost entirely laid off. Have you asked Xingchen Technology to change its development direction? Jiang Wancheng, no. Mu Shui has become a vegetable. Even if the company she manages doesn't make money, we won't change its development direction. Qin Yang said, then I'll go ask the company's general manager. Qin Yang soon arrived at the general manager's office on another floor. Mr. Qin, welcome to Xingchen Technology. General Manager Dai Changren smiled and extended his hand. Qin Yang shook hands with him. Manager Dai, has the company's business been adjusted compared to 6 months ago? Dai Changren's expression changed slightly. There have indeed been some adjustments. Qin Yang said, the head office's task for you should be to maintain the existing business and ensure the company's normal operation. Why do you want to adjust the company's business? Dai Changren frowned. As the general manager, I have the right to make appropriate adjustments to some of the company's operations for the sake of the company's development. Mood value plus 30. Honey, ask him what adjustments he made. Jiang Mushua's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. This time, she directly called Qin Yang husband. She figured Qin Yang wouldn't pay any attention to her if she didn't call out to him. Manager Dai, please tell me about the changes that have occurred in the company. Qin Yang asked. Dai Changren was reluctant to speak. However, Qin Yang, as the chairman's assistant, has the right to inspect and inquire. The specific adjustments are as follows. Mood value plus 35. Mood value plus 32. As Dai Changren spoke, Jiang Mushua's emotions fluctuated greatly. Dai Changren had implemented sweeping reforms in her company, which went against Jiang Mushua's original intentions. Manager Dai, why did you do this? Tell me the truth. As Qin Yang spoke, he exuded a powerful aura, causing Dai Changren's expression to change as he felt immense pressure. Dai Changren's eyes flickered slightly. You know perfectly well that this company belongs to President Jiang. President Jiang is the heiress of the group, and she won tea like your reforms. I guess there are 3 possibilities for why you did this. First, you're trying to make money. Second, you're bringing your people in. Third, someone instructed you to do this. A hint of panic flashed in Dai Changren's eyes. No, that's not how it is. Qin Yang said, when you first arrived, you didn't dare to do anything reckless, but since President Jiang hasn't been in a days, you've gradually become bolder. Dai Changren gritted his teeth and said, don't talk nonsense. I absolutely did not do those things. Everything I do is for the company's development. Qin Yang, if you confess honestly now, your crime will be less serious and you might not have to go to jail. But if you remain stubborn, the company's auditors and legal department are not to be trifled with. Your expression just now revealed a problem. Dai Changren's heart was racing. Qin Yang sat down. I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. If you don't confess, the company will send people to investigate you thoroughly soon. If a problem is found, we will definitely call the police. Half a minute passed quickly. Dai Changren's face turned pale. He said, someone contacted me and asked me to do this. I can make some money. He planted some people in here. he pocketed all the big profits. Who? Xin Yang asked. Dai Changren took a deep breath. Zhang Wanyue from the Zhang family. Mood value plus 47. Zhang Mushue's mental strength fluctuated greatly. Zhang Wanyue is her uncle. Chapter 77 Gain investment skills. Zhang Mushue knew that Zhang Wanyue was interested in their family's assets, but she still interfered in the company she managed. Doing this while your niece is in a vegetative state is utterly shameless. Was it Zhang Wanyue who personally contacted you? Xin Yang asked. Dai Changren shook his head. It wasn't him who approached me personally, but his wife who contacted me and talked to me on his behalf. I agreed 3 months ago after losing some money gambling. I only got a small share of the benefits, the rest they took. Xin Yang asked, how much benefit did you receive? How much benefit did Zhang Wanyue and his group take from the company? This. Dai Changren looked hesitant. If you don't tell me, I'll call the police. Dai Changren quickly said, I'll talk. I only received about 1 million in benefits so far, while they received 7 or 8 million. As for whether they received benefits for planting people in, I don't know. Mood value plus 40. Zhang Mushue was very angry. They've already reaped so many benefits in 3 months. Giving them more time would completely drain the company. Mr. Qin, I will definitely make up for the money I took. The company must not call the police. Dai Changren said, his heart pounding with fear. 1 million or so is already a huge sum of money. If he takes advantage of his position to make so much money, he'll be in jail for a long time if the police are called. Xin Yang said calmly, I will report it. As for how to deal with you, that's a matter for the higher-ups to consider. Honey, ask him to restore the company to its original state as much as possible. Zhang Mushue's voice rang out. Xin Yang quickly told Dai Changren. Dai Changren quickly agreed, okay, I will get back. I will find the people who resigned as soon as possible. Jobs are hard to find now, and many of them probably haven't found work yet. Xin Yang said calmly, you have 3 days. I will come to check on you after 3 days. If you haven't recovered, even if I don't call the police, you won't have a good time. Yes. Dai Changren nodded quickly. Xin Yang sent a message to Zhang Mushue, wife, is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I'm leaving. Honey, take a stroll around. I want to see what the company looks like now. Zhang Mushue sent a message. She's getting more and more comfortable calling him husband now. Take me around. Xin Yang said to Dai Changren, especially the departments that are undergoing major changes. Yes. Dai Changren led Xin Yang around, and Zhang Mushue saw what Xin Yang saw, causing her to fluctuate significantly. Honey, you can stop reading here for now. If I keep looking, I'll lose all contact with you. About 10 minutes later, Xin Yang sent a message to Zhang Mushue. Xin Yang severed his mental connection with Zhang Mushue. System, what's your current emotion level? 1135. Xin Yang, there will be 2 draws, one for 1,000 yuan and the other for 100 yuan. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a level cooking skills. Your original cooking skills were B level. With the combination of the two, your cooking skills will reach a plus level. Xin Yang shook his head secretly. How did I win the cooking skill lottery? Although 1,000 emotion points would normally grant a B level skill, drawing in a level skill would be quite good. However, with a nanny cooking, even though he already had B-level cooking skills, he had never cooked before. Xin Yang is not very picky about food. He thought the food the nanny cooked tasted pretty good. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a level futures investment technology. Xin Yang was stunned. 100 emotion points, and you got an A-level skill? With a normal emotional value, you'd only get a C-level reward. The chance of getting a B-level reward is only 1%, and the chance of getting an A-level reward is definitely less than 1 in 1,000. Moreover, this technology is quite good. With a level futures investment skills, his futures investment level could rank among the top 10 in the country, making money a sure thing. A massive amount of information flooded into Xin Yang's mind. With the system's help, Xin Yang quickly digested and absorbed the information. Cool. Xin Yang was overjoyed. Zhang Mushue's company is his lucky place. He won extra prizes both times in the lottery. Although the type of reward I drew the first time wasn't ideal, it was still an A-level reward. The second time, I drew a C-level reward as usual, and surprisingly, I got an A-level reward. It's still a valuable investment skill. He doesn't want to focus on making money for the time being. But he still has a strong desire to make money. With A-level investment skills, he can make money from home. He has over 20 million in principal, which is more than enough. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you need? Dai Changrun asked anxiously. Qin Yang, no, I'll come back in 3 days. Qin Yang left quickly. Dai Changrun breathed a sigh of relief. He dialed the phone number of Jiang Wanyue's wife, Wu Yuji. Mr. Wu, something has happened. Wu Yuji's expression changed slightly on the other end of the phone. What's going on? Dai Changrun, Qin Yang has become the chairman's assistant. He just arrived. He used to work for this company, so he easily noticed the changes in the company. Wu Yuji frowned secretly. Even if Jiang Wansheng went to Xingchen Technology, he might not have been able to discover the problem. Qin Yang used to be a company employee, and when he went there, he could easily see the changes in the company. Don't panic. You're the general manager now, and you have the authority to decide on company operations. So what if Qin Yang notices the changes? Wu Yuji said in a deep voice. Dai Changrun, Qin Yang was very imposing just now, and I panicked, so I told Qin Yang the truth. Are you stupid? Wu Yuji's expression changed. Dai Changrun had a bitter face. Looking back, he realized he had been a bit foolish, but he felt terrified when facing Qin Yang. It was as if Qin Yang would send him to hell if he didn't tell the truth. Mr. Wu, what do we do now? Dai Changrun inquired. Wu Yuji gritted her teeth and said, You stay calm. I'll have my husband go find the old man. He'll step in. Jiang Wansheng won't call the police to arrest me over something like this. If I'm fine, you'll be fine too. Dai Changrun, Qin Yang told me to restore the company to its original state. Just do as I say. Wu Yuji hung up the phone, her face looking quite grim. She quickly told her husband, Jiang Wanyue, about the situation. Wife, you take responsibility. I didn't know about this. You made the decision on your own. I will ask Dad and my third brother to plead for you. You will be fine. Jiang Wanyue said in a deep voice. Inside the car, Qin Yang was holding a laptop. He just hacked into Dai Changrun and Wu Yuji's phones. Qin Yang recorded all of Dai Changrun's and Wu Yuji's conversations, as well as Wu Yuji's and Jiang Wanyue's conversations. Jiang Wanyue was indeed aware of it as well. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Before we knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The people installing the security door have arrived. Qin Yang inspected the security door they brought. The security door was made of titanium alloy, and even a person with perfect internal strength would find it difficult to break through by force. Mr. Qin, our installation will be very noisy and dusty, you see. Qin Yang, I will take my wife away. Soon, Qin Yang carried Jiang Mushue downstairs. Honey, let's go to your parents' place. You've called me husband so many times, it's time for me to change how I address you. Jiang Mushue. Please give me a 5-star review. May good people have a peaceful life. Chapter 78 Wife, are you so excited to go back to your parents' home? Half an hour later, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wansheng's house. Mu Shui, we've arrived at your parents' house. Qin Yang used his mental energy to connect with Jiang Mushue and send her a message. Mood value plus 40. Jiang Mushue's mental energy fluctuated greatly. Even after she became a vegetable, she still came here, but she was not conscious before, and in her mind, she hadn't been here for a long time. Honey, are you so excited about going back to your parents' house? Jiang Mushue. Qin Yang got out of the car, and Jiang Wansheng and the others came out. Qin Yang opened the passenger door and carried Jiang Mushue out. Xiao Qin, did you drive Mushue here yourself? Liang Lan said in surprise. Qin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, I drive slowly. I can easily bring her here by reclining the seats a bit. In special circumstances, his mental strength can support Jiang Mushue. Go inside quickly. Jiang Wansheng said with a smile. Qin Yang severed his mental connection with Jiang Mushue, and then he reconnected Jiang Mushue's mental connection with Liang Lan. Mom, I'm home. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Liang Lan's mind. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Liang Lan was overjoyed. Jiang Mushue was still asleep, but Liang Lan was already very satisfied with her current condition. Xin Yang and his group soon arrived at the villa. Xin Yang then connected Jiang Mushua's mental energy with Jiang Wansheng's. Dad, how did Star Technology end up like this? Jiang Mushue complained. Jiang Wansheng was a little embarrassed. This is something your father didn't handle well. After hiring a professional manager, your father went to see him a few times at first, but after you didn't wake up, your father lost the mood to go anymore. I didn't expect this kind of problem to occur. Not to mention Xingchen Technology, when Jiang Mushue had problems, Jiang Wansheng didn't care about many things in the entire Jiang group. He only dealt with the most important matters. After Jiang Mushue and Xin Yang got married, things improved, and Jiang Wansheng was able to devote himself fully to the management of the group once again. Dad, uncle, and the others have gone too far. They're targeting my company because of my appearance. Jiang Mushue was quite angry. Jiang Wansheng, I will handle this matter. Mushue, what do you think about letting Xin Yang manage Xingchen Technology? Since you can contact Xin Yang, it's equivalent to you managing it. Good. Jiang Mushue naturally had no objections. She didn't want her company to become a mess again. Jiang Wansheng looked at Xin Yang. Little Xin, that's enough. Xin Yang nodded. He severed the connection between Jiang Wansheng and Jiang Mushue, and the spiritual power that had been connected to Jiang Mushue quickly disappeared. Xiao Qin, you two chat first. Auntie went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes for dinner. Liang Lan said with a smile. She cooked the meal herself today, and gave the nannies the day off. Xin Yang nodded. Jiang Wansheng said, it's rare for your Aunt Liang to cook. Her dishes are just average, but she went out to buy groceries early this morning and personally washed and cooked them. Her heart is in it. Xin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang's cooking might taste pretty good too, it's just that you're used to eating good food. Xiao Qin, you're right. Some people are just picky eaters. Liang Lan's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Wansheng said, Xiao Qin, put Mushue in the wheelchair, and we'll push her around the neighborhood for a walk. Before long, Xin Yang and his group arrived outside the villa. Jiang Wansheng, Xiao Qin, I can make my older brother and sister-in-law pay a certain price for Xingchen Technology, but calling the police to arrest them might not be an option. My dad is too old to handle such a shock. Besides, if this happens between us brothers, it will have a huge negative impact on the entire group if word gets out. Xin Yang nodded slightly. This was something he had expected. It's common for family members in large families to try to gain personal benefits. When this happens, it's usually handled internally, and the police are unlikely to be notified. I'm sorry you had to see this. My older brother and the others, sigh. Jiang Wansheng sighed. I used to take good care of them, and even let them manage the branch offices. As a result, the company got thinner and they got fatter. Later, we stopped letting them manage the branch offices and let them start their own companies. I took care of their business, but the products they produced were of inferior quality. I stopped cooperating with them after that. Xin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you have already done more than enough. Jiang Wansheng sighed. My dad is a superhuman who has healed many people. My company's success is inseparable from that. So, I have to give my family the help I deserve. It's just that my older brother and his colleagues have disappointed us time and time again. Just then, Jiang Wansheng's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his father, Jiang Xinghua, calling. Dad. Jiang Wansheng answered the phone. Jiang Xinghua's voice came over. Wansheng, I heard about Xingchen Technology from your older brother. It was your sister-in-law who secretly did it without his knowledge. The loss isn't too big. I'll have them return the money. Don't call the police. Dad, they made less than 10 million. But the company's losses are far more than 10 million. Jiang Wansheng said in a deep voice. Jiang Xinghua, I'll make up for whatever losses Xingchen Technology has incurred. Jiang Wansheng. He said helplessly, Dad, you don't need to make up the difference. My older brother and the others will make up the 10 million. I'll tell Qin Yang not to call the police. Jiang hung up the phone excitedly. Did you hear that? Jiang Wansheng looked at Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang nodded, and Jiang Wansheng said helplessly, my dad is actually a very good person. He's been good to me and my older brother. I'm able to get back on my feet thanks to my dad's support. He embodies traditional values. He thought that Mushue was a girl who would get married sooner or later, so he wanted my older brothers to get more. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, this is an internal matter of the Jiang family. I will have no objection to how you handle it. Jiang Wancheng, the property that your Aunt Liang and I own will definitely belong to you and Mushue, and to your children. But my dad is getting old, so we have to consider his feelings. Clear. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, you and Aunt Liang are still young, I think your property is your own. Mushue and I can work hard on our own. I shouldn't have much trouble supporting Mushue and the child in the future. Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, your Aunt Liang and I plan to retire before we turn 55 and travel around while we're still young. We'll help you work hard for a few more years. Xiao Qin, are you aware of the current situation of the Wei family? Qin Yang shook his head. Jiang Wancheng, Wei Jisheng and Wei Jipeng have gotten into a fight. Wei Chunshan is dead. The brothers have turned against each other. The Wei family is in a bad situation. Qin Yang smiled. It seems the previous attempts to sow discord were effective. Xiao Qin, the Ninth Bureau has intervened in Wei Chunshan's death investigation. Qin Yang asked, the Ninth Security Bureau is? Jiang Wancheng, the Ninth Security Bureau is entirely composed of martial artists and people with superpowers. They specialize in handling certain special incidents. Chapter 79, someone from Security Bureau 9 is coming. Qin Yang's heart tightened. Although he didn't kill Wei Chunshan directly, he was the one who made Wei Chunshan fall into a coma. Will the Ninth Security Bureau investigate him? Uncle Jiang, did the Ninth Security Bureau only get involved? Qin Yang asked with some doubt. Jiang Wancheng said, they intervened a few days ago, right? When a murder occurs, the Ninth Security Bureau won't intervene immediately. The first to intervene will definitely be ordinary police officers. The Ninth Security Bureau will only intervene if the police cannot find out the truth. They have a lot to do. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Wancheng, the Ninth Security Bureau has contacted me. They may also contact you, so be careful. Qin Yang felt some pressure. He is quite strong now, but not strong enough. In the late stage of the Transformation Realm Grandmaster, his strength is considered relatively strong, but he is still inferior to the top Transformation Realm Perfection experts. Moreover, the Ninth Security Bureau has more than just one or two experts. Xiao Qin, experts from the Ninth Security Bureau are looking for you. Can you hide your abilities? Won't you be discovered immediately? Jiang Wancheng asked in a low voice. Qin Yang smiled slightly. Uncle Jiang, don't worry about that. His true strength can be concealed by the system. The improvement in mental strength and even physical constitution can be concealed, so that no one can find anything during an examination. That's good. Jiang Wancheng breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qin, you didn't kill Wei Chunshan. If you were found out, just say that you only taught him a lesson and that you didn't expect him to be killed by someone else. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, there won't be any problems. The Ninth Security Bureau won't be able to detect it. If I reveal my strength later, my strength will definitely be stronger than it is now. Even if I admit it, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, have those 5 families in S City made any moves? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng shook his head, there's no movement for now. Since they say it was the Du family's doing, they definitely want to see us fight with the Du family. They probably won't make any moves anytime soon. Do you think we should cooperate with the Du family? They plotted against the Du family, and the Du family must be furious. Qin Yang pondered. Du Chongming approached Suyu to seduce him? Du Chongming also had designs on Jiang Mushue. He and the Du family were adversaries, but adversaries were not necessarily incompatible with each other. Uncle Jiang, if we confront the Du family about this, will they join forces with those 5 families to target us? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng shook his head, it's probably not very likely. The 5 families' main sphere of influence is now S City. In Haicheng, our Jiang family, the Du family, and others are the strongest. The Du family certainly doesn't want them to invade Haicheng. On this point, the Du family's interests align with ours. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, if they don't take any action for now, we won't either. We'll contact the Du family again if they make a move. Jiang Wancheng nodded. He knew that Qin Yang's strength was still rapidly improving, and the longer he could delay, the stronger Qin Yang would become. Beep beep. Jiang Wancheng's phone rang again at that moment. It was Liang Lan who called. Wife, what's wrong? Liang Lan asked, Husband, where did you go? My older brother and sister-in-law are here. Jiang Wancheng frowned. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice, Xiaoqin, my older brother and sister-in-law are here. You continue to push Mu Shui around the neighborhood, and I'll go and see them off. Xin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, I should go back too. After all, it was I who discovered the problem at Xingchen Technology today. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Not long after, Xin Yang and his group returned to the villa, where Jiang Wanyue and his wife Wu Yuji sat on the sofa. Xin Yang, what are you doing here? Get out. Jiang Wanyue looked at Xin Yang and shouted coldly. Even among ordinary people, he has a very strong presence. If Xin Yang were just an ordinary young man, he would definitely be intimidated by him. Xin Yang looked at them in surprise. I'm not surprised to see you here, but what's wrong with you, uncle? Haven't the police been looking for you yet? Jiang Wanyue and the others' expressions changed. Wu Yuji asked in a panic, Xin Yang, did you call the police? Xin Yang smiled and said, yes. You should immediately withdraw the police report. Wu Yuji said with a grim expression. Jiang Wanyue looked at Jiang Wancheng, third brother, this is an internal matter of our Jiang family. When did it become Xin Yang's place to point fingers at us? Jiang Wancheng remained expressionless. Big brother, Xingchen Technology belongs to Mu Shui. Now that Mu Shui is in a vegetative state, Xin Yang is Mu Shui's husband, so of course he has the right to manage Xingchen Technology. Jiang Wanyue took a deep breath. I was unaware of this matter. Your sister-in-law did do something wrong, and I've already criticized her. Do you think we can just let this go? Jiang Wancheng said coldly, Big brother, Dad asked me to help you out. I've helped you a lot over the past 1 or 2 decades, so don't be ungrateful. For Dad's sake, this is the last time. Hand over the money you embezzled, and I'll let you off the hook. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not showing brotherly affection. Jiang Wanyue said sternly, Third brother, don't forget that your success today is inseparable from your father's abilities. You think all your money is yours? Jiang Wancheng, Dad has indeed helped me a lot, I don't deny that, but hasn't Dad helped you and second brother? Not only Dad helped, but I also helped you and second brother a lot. You can't blame others for not being able to get up. Jiang Wanyue, your assets are the assets of the entire family. Don't even think about having it all to yourself. Jiang Wancheng scoffed, does the law recognize this? Dad's almost 80. How much longer do you think he can last? If you keep messing around, don't blame me for being ruthless after Dad's gone. Jiang Wanyue's expression changed. He knew that his third brother had a net worth of hundreds of billions, which meant he must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he knew he would never be able to beat him in the future. Brother, you have tens of millions in assets. If you behave yourselves, you can live a very comfortable life, which is definitely better than going to jail. Think it over carefully yourselves. Jiang Wancheng said coldly. A hint of fear flashed in Jiang Wanyue's eyes. Your sister-in-law took a total of 8 million from the company, and we will return that money. Jiang Wanyue gritted his teeth and said. Jiang Wancheng, you'd better hurry. Just then, a police car drove up. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the police cars approaching. Jiang Wanyue and Wu Yuji's expressions changed drastically. Wu Yuji quickly replied, We'll return it right away, in half an hour. Honey, let's go quickly. Jiang Wanyue and Wu Yuji quickly arrived at the garage, drove the car inside, and soon drove away. Xiaoqin is from the 9th Security Bureau. Jiang Wancheng said softly. This police car had come looking for him before. I wonder what the situation is now that I've come back. Please give me a 5-star review, thank you everyone. Chapter 80 Suspicion of Security Bureau 9. The 2 people from the 9th Security Bureau arrived at the villa quickly. One of the men was middle-aged, and the other was young. Xin Yang sensed a faint threat emanating from them. Xin Yang could tell that the middle-aged man was a martial artist, while the young man had stronger mental power, so he was naturally a superhuman. Chairman Jiang, that car that just left was? The middle-aged man inquired. Jiang Wancheng, they are my elder brother and sister-in-law. If you suspect they are experts, you can go find them. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Chairman Jiang, you're joking. We know your elder brother and sister-in-law's situation very well. Liang Lan then came out of the kitchen. Honey, what's going on? Liang Lan asked in confusion. Zhang Wancheng, they're from the Ninth Security Bureau. They came to find out about Wei Chuanshan's death. Honey, you go ahead with your work. I'll talk to them. Oh. Liang Lan nodded. Xiaoqin, pour them a cup of tea. The middle-aged man quickly said, Ms. Liang, no need. We'll just sit for a while, find out what's going on, and then we'll leave. All right. Liang Lan returned to the kitchen. The middle-aged man looked at the young man next to him, whose name was Wang Qing. He shook his head and said, Captain Zhang, Chairman Zhang and Qin Yang's mental strength is at the level of ordinary people. They did not awaken any superpowers. Captain Zhang, do you suspect that I or Qin Yang are superhumans? Zhang Wancheng asked with a smile. Team leader Zhang called out to Zhang Shengang, who said, Chairman Zhang, I made some reasonable suspicions based on some evidence. If I have offended anyone, I hope you will forgive me. Fine. Zhang Wancheng shook his head. Why do you suspect us? Zhang Shengang, first, Wei Chunshan had an accident with Qin Yang second, you had a large number of throwing knives made, and those throwing knives didn't have handles, only blades. Third, Qin Yang defeated Lu Hongyi and 4 others. Fourth, Qin Yang's calligraphy and painting were mediocre before, but now they are very impressive. Why is there such a difference? Qin Yang laughed and said, so you came here mainly to find me, suspecting that I have become a powerful superhuman? Zhang Shengang looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, please answer a few questions. Qin Yang nodded. No problem, feel free to ask any questions you want. Zhang Shengang asked, as far as we know, Chairman Zhang gave you the throwing knives he forged. What are you going to do with them? We also found out that you bought a large number of steel balls and blades. What did you do with those steel balls and blades? Qin Yang shook his head. Have no idea. Zhang Shengang was taken aback, you don't know? Qin Yang's answer was beyond his expectations. Qin Yang, I suddenly wanted to buy these things, but after I brought them home, I searched the whole house the next day and couldn't find them. These things mysteriously disappeared. Zhang Shengang and the others stared into Qin Yang's eyes, are you sure? Qin Yang nodded, this is very strange. I clearly took the item home, but it just disappeared. If you don't believe me, you can go to my house and look for it. We will. Zhang Shengang said in a deep voice. You defeated Lu Hongyi and 4 others. How do you explain that? It's very difficult for an average person to beat 5 people. Besides, some of Lu Hongyi and the others are even taller than you. Qin Yang, I had never practiced martial arts before, but suddenly I learned some things. I don't know how I learned them. Is this some kind of superpower? Wang Qing shook his head, your mental strength is relatively weak, so you definitely don't have any special abilities. If what you said is true, it's possible that some powerful person in the shadows directly instilled these abilities in you. Is this how you acquired your calligraphy and painting skills? Qin Yang nodded. About the same. Could you please check if I have the potential to become a martial artist? Qin Yang looked at Zhang Shengang and the others with anticipation. Let me check you out. Give me your hand. Zhang Shengang said. Qin Yang reached out his hand, and Zhang Shengang took his pulse. Zhang Shengang was a grandmaster of internal energy, and a surge of internal energy entered Qin Yang's body. A few minutes later, Zhang Xian just withdrew his hand. The system concealed the truth from him, and he did not discover anything unusual. Qin Yang asked expectantly, Captain Zhang, do I have the potential to become a top martial artist? Zhang Shengang shook his head. It's a pity that your aptitude for martial arts is only average, and given your age, you don't have the potential to learn martial arts. Qin Yang asked, so what's going on with me? How come I suddenly know how to fight, play the piano, and paint? Could it be that Mu Shui brings good fortune to her husband? Wang Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Captain Zhang, do you think it's possible that Zhang Mushue has awakened a superpower? She may have become a space-type ability user. Zhang Shengang was taken aback. Zhang Mushue is in a vegetative state, but she has become a superhuman? He thought of Zhang Mushue's grandfather, Zhang Xinghua, who was a superhuman. It was possible that someone in their family had a superhuman. It's not impossible for someone who accidentally becomes a vegetable to awaken into a superhuman. Zhang Shengang and the others looked towards the window. Zhang Mushue sat in her wheelchair by the window, basking in the sun. Chairman Zhang, let's check on Zhang Mushue's condition. Zhang Shengang said. Zhang Wancheng nodded. Zhang Shengang and Wang Cheng arrived at Jiang Mushue's side. Jiang Mushue's eyes were open, but they were completely lifeless. How about it? A little while later, Zhang Shengang asked. Wang Cheng shook his head. Her mental fluctuations are very weak. It is unlikely that Jiang Mushue is a superhuman, let alone a top-level S-class superhuman. An S-level superhuman is equivalent to a martial artist at the transformation realm level. Zhang Shengang nodded slightly. He trusted Wang Cheng's judgment quite a bit. Although Wang Cheng was young, he was an A-level ability user. But if Jiang Mushue isn't a top-tier superhuman, how do you explain what happened to Qin Yang? Cough. Jiang Wancheng coughed lightly. Captain Zhang, I must say your suspicions are somewhat valid, but I think your investigation shouldn't be limited to us. Is it possible that someone is deliberately targeting us? You all know I have some money. Zhang Shengang and the others muttered to themselves, Jiang Wancheng isn't just rich, he's a super rich man with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Given the Jiang family's situation, it's not impossible that someone deliberately orchestrated this to bring trouble to them. Chairman Jiang, I apologize for disturbing you. Qin Yang, when are you free? We'd like to visit your home. Zhang Shengang glanced at Qin Yang and the others and said. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, I'll go back with them. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Go early and come back early. Qin Yang quickly got into his car and drove away, while Zhang Shengang and Wang Cheng followed behind him in the police car. Wang Cheng, is there anything unusual about Qin Yang and the others? Zhang Shengang asked. Wang Cheng shook his head, I haven't found anything unusual. I can confirm that Chairman Jiang and Qin Yang are just ordinary people. I'm not so sure whether Jiang Mushue is an ordinary person now. Oh? Wang Cheng, Jiang Mushue is, after all, in a vegetative state, and her mental state is currently in an abnormal state. Captain Zhang, I think we need to send someone to protect Jiang Mushue. If she is a space ability user, she is very important to the country. Zhang Shengang nodded slightly. Wang Cheng, is it possible that Qin Yang is a superhuman, but his strength is too great for you to tell? Wang Cheng smiled. Captain Zhang, the possibility is extremely slim. Even if he is a top-tier S-class ability user, he can't hide it from me. My specialty is reconnaissance. Chapter 81. I just glanced at two masters. 20 minutes later, Qin Yang returned to the villa. Cheng Hong, is the security door installed? Qin Yang asked. He noticed that the installation company's vehicle was gone. Mr. Qin, they left 10 minutes ago. We just finished cleaning. Cheng Hong replied. Qin Yang nodded, you guys take a break. Captain Zhang, come with me. He led Zhang Shengang and the others to the gym. Qin Yang said, after I brought those throwing knives over, I put them in the gym, and they all disappeared the next day. I checked the surveillance footage and found nothing. Zhang Shengang and his group looked around and found that there was nowhere to hide anything in the gym. They quickly realized that the throwing knives that Jiang Wancheng had sent over were not here. Qin Yang, why didn't you call the police? Wang Cheng inquired. Qin Yang, my calligraphy and painting skills came about in a strange way, but they are undoubtedly beneficial to me. I'm afraid that if I call the police, it will be no good. Moreover, I bought a lot of steel ball blades and even customized throwing knives. I couldn't explain myself even after calling the police. Zhang Shengang, Qin Yang, we'd like to look around somewhere else too. Good. Qin Yang led them to look around elsewhere. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang and his group saw the upstairs room. Qin Yang led Zhang Shengang and the others to Jiang Mushue's room first. The door to Jiang Mushue's room has been replaced. The newly installed titanium alloy gate looks very sturdy. Mu Shui usually sleeps here. Captain Zhang, even if Mu Shui is a superhuman, even if she took action, she only taught Wei Chunshan a lesson. The real culprit behind Wei Chunshan's death is definitely someone else. Qin Yang said. Zhang Shengang nodded. They carefully searched the room, but found no hidden razor blades or throwing knives. Half an hour later, Zhang Shengang and his team had checked everything. Qin Yang, there's something I want to discuss with you. Considering that Jiang Mushue might be a space ability user, we'll be sending 2 people here to protect her. Zhang Shengang said. Qin Yang secretly rejoiced. Bai Dian had 2 experts protecting him. But he frowned slightly and said, Captain Zhang, won't sending people to protect us affect our lives? Zhang Shengang, Qin Yang, don't worry about that. Our people won't enter the villa and won't affect your lives. Our people will rent the villa next door. Qin Yang, can't it be a woman protecting Mu Shui? I don't want a man spying on us nearby every day. Can. Zhang Xingang nodded. Thanks. Qin Yang smiled. Zhang Xian took out a business card. This is my business card. If you find anything, please contact me immediately. Good. Qin Yang nodded. After Zhang Xingang and the others left, Qin Yang also left. It was almost 5 o'clock, and he still had to go to the Jiang family's place for dinner. Wang Qing, have you noticed? Inside the car, Zhang Xingang asked. Wang Qing shook his head. I didn't find anything. I've been paying attention to Qin Yang's expression and I can't tell if he's lying. Either he's not lying, or he's much better than me. But the latter possibility is extremely slim, unless. Zhang Xingang, unless what? Wang Qing said, unless he is an SS-level psychic. Zhang Xuangang's expression changed slightly. There was once an SS-level superhuman in China. That superhuman acted recklessly and caused enormous destruction. In the end, the army was mobilized to resolve that big problem. Could Qin Yang be an SS-level ability user? Zhang Xingang said. Wang Qing, there's no precedent in the world for someone directly becoming an SS-level ability user, so it's impossible for him. Captain Zhang, I think we need to adjust our investigation direction. Wei Chunshan didn't die here. Wei Chunshan's death was 100% the work of someone else. Zhang Xingang nodded slightly. Wang Qing, also, the other party is very strong. They only managed to knock Wei Chunshan unconscious. Even if we find the person, and he didn't kill him, what can we do? Sparring between martial artists and those with supernatural abilities is permitted. If a fight between martial artists and superpowered individuals results in injury or disability, the Ninth Security Bureau generally won't intervene unless the injury is particularly severe. Wei Chunshan was in a coma for a short time. This short period of time is not enough to conclude that he has become a vegetable. Zhang Xingang nodded slightly. Let's go to the Wei family. As for Qin Yang, we'll have some of the more powerful experts from the Bureau come and take a look. The Ninth Security Bureau naturally has even more powerful individuals. However, the number of strong individuals is limited. The authorities were not entirely satisfied with some of Wei Chunshan's actions, and it was questionable whether even top experts would come. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wancheng's place. Xiao Qin, how are you? Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, it's nothing. They suspect that Mu Shui is a space-type ability user, and the Ninth Security Bureau will send 2 people over to protect her. Jiang Wancheng said in a low voice, You said that on purpose? Their reasoning is reasonable, and my suspicions are reasonable too, there's nothing wrong with that. Qin Yang laughed and said, Mu Shui's situation can't be hidden. Soon others will know that Mu Shui's brainwaves are abnormal. With the Ninth Security Bureau protecting Mu Shui, she is much safer. With bodyguards, security doors, a protective ring, and the protection of the Ninth Security Bureau, Jiang Mushua's level of protection is extremely high. This doesn't even include the additional property security guards, nor Qin Yang himself. Aren't you afraid they'll find out about you? Jiang Wancheng said softly. Qin Yang shook his head, that's no problem. Unless I encounter a fatal danger, I won't expose myself. And even if I do expose myself, it's not a big problem. I didn't kill Wei Chunshan. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Ah. Inside the kitchen, Liang Lan suddenly cried out in pain. Qin Yang and the others rushed to the kitchen. Liang Lan cut her finger with a knife, and blood flowed out. Aunt Liang, let me help you stop the bleeding. Uncle Jiang, hurry up and get the medicine. Qin Yang said, and as he spoke, he instantly used his mental power to suppress Liang Lan's bleeding blood vessels. Jiang Wancheng quickly brought the medicine. Liang Lan smiled and said, Don't be so nervous, it's just a small cut. It only hurt a little when I cut myself. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you help Aunt Liang with this. I'll take care of the remaining 3 dishes. Xiao Qin, you can do it? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang smiled and said, I used to know how to cook, and I've been watching videos to learn a lot recently, so it shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Wancheng helped Liang Lan treat her wounds. Qin Yang skillfully started cooking, and after more than 10 minutes, 3 dishes that looked delicious and appealing were served. Liang Lan prepared 7 dishes. With these 3 dishes, the table is full. Xiao Qin, did you make this? It looks delicious. Liang Lan pushed Jiang Muxue over and said in surprise. Honey, Xiaoqin's stir-fry looks much better than yours. Jiang Wanqing took out 2 bottles of fine wine from the wine cellar. Don't eat my cooking anymore. Liang Lan glanced at Jiang Wanqing and snorted softly. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Xiaoqin, can Muxue see what's happening outside? Jiang Wanqing said. Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue's. Honey, do you want to eat all this food? If you want to eat it, I'll chew it up and feed it to you. Jiang Muxue. Chapter 82. Such a huge fee for changing one S words? Uncle Jiang, we've already connected with Muxue. Qin Yang smiled and said, she can see us and hear us. Jiang Wanqing said in a deep voice, Muxue, your father has made a lot of money and made many wise decisions. Letting you marry Qin Yang is definitely one of the wisest decisions ever. Liang Lan said, Muxue, you and Qin Yang already have a child. Today, Qin Yang changed his mind. Your parents hope that you will live a good life together and grow old together in harmony. Jiang Muxue said sullenly, Qin Yang, what kind of spell did you cast on my parents that made them believe you so much? Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, we will. Qin Yang smiled. Liang Lan smiled and said, Little Qin, aren't you going to change how you address me? Mom, let me toast you. Qin Yang picked up his wine glass and said. Mood value plus 50. Jiang Muxue's mental strength fluctuated greatly, even her own mother was being called by someone else. He's still a man. A little sadness. Yes, we have to drink this wine. Liang Lan said with a smile. She also drank a small glass of Baijiu Chinese liquor. Dad, let me toast you. After toasting Liang Lan and Qin Yang then toasted Jiang Wanqing. Mood value plus 45. Jiang Muxue, Qin Yang, they are my parents, not your parents. It's wrong of you to call them that. Honey, what else should I call your parents if not mom and dad? Qin Yang replied. Jiang Muxue. Xiaoqin, we've prepared a gift for you. Liang Lan said with a smile, honey, hurry up and give it to Qin Yang. Jiang Wanqing took out a document and a pen. We gave Muxue 2% of the shares. Xiaoqin, you call us mom and dad, and we'll give you 2% of the shares in return. Once you sign your name and go through the procedures, 2% of the shares in the Jiang Group will belong to you. Based on the current situation, you can receive a dividend of 80 to 90 million yuan every year. Jiang Wanqing said with a smile. Qin Yang was surprised. Give him 2% of the Jiang Group's shares? Although it's not a large percentage, the Jiang Group's assets are worth hundreds of billions. 2% of that is worth 2 billion. Jiang Wanqing and the others previously said that Jiang Muxue was conscious and that they would give her 100 million yuan. Now they are giving her 2% of the shares directly, which means they really recognize her. Even if Jiang Muxue dies, the shares given to her cannot be taken back. Mood value plus 48. Jiang Muxue was also taken aback. His own parents actually gave Qin Yang so much change of address fee. Jiang. Dad, this is too expensive and inappropriate. Qin Yang shook his head. Liang Lan smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with it. As long as you and Muxue are doing well in the future, all our money is yours. Giving you some money early is nothing. Xiaoqin, this is your fee for changing your address. Sign it and accept it quickly. Jiang Wanqing said. Qin Yang looked at the contract that Jiang Wanqing had taken out. Many people will probably say he's a kept man after signing this contract. But being a kept man is really delicious. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Swish. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he signed his name on it. Mood value plus 40. Jiang Muxue remained silent, simply contributing her emotional points. Liang Lan smiled and said, that's right. Xiaoqin, let me contact Muxue so I can talk to her. Good. Qin Yang quickly connected Liang Lan and Jiang Muxue's mental energy. Mom, you're all too good to Qin Yang. It's like Qin Yang is your own son. Jiang Muxue complained. Liang Lan said, Muxue, don't talk nonsense. If Qin Yang were our biological son, how could you marry him? We're being nice to him because of you. Jiang Muxue said sullenly, Mom, did Grandpa say something like this when he asked you to marry his comrade's son? Liang Lan. Muxue, this is different. When your grandfather told me, I was already with your father. You didn't have a boyfriend, and you and Qin Yang had a child. Without Qin Yang, your chances of waking up are extremely low. Jiang Mushuet, Mom, are you giving Qin Yang so much to prevent me from divorcing him when I come to my senses? No. If you feel it's really not right for you, then you must get a divorce. Your father and I won't be stingy with this little bit of money. Liang Landau. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Liang Lan smiled and said, I've finished talking to Mu Shui. Xiaoqin, why don't you let her talk to her dad? Qin Yang quickly connected Jiang Mushui and Jiang Wancheng. Dad, you're selling your daughter and then paying her back. Jiang Wancheng said, my daughter has grown up so much, it's time for her to be raised. Mood value plus 35. Jiang Mushui said angrily, Dad, I'm not a pig. Almost. Jiang Mushui. Jiang Wancheng said in his mind, Mushui, your father has been in the business world for a long time and has a good eye for talent. Trust your father, you will never find anyone better than Qin Yang. Dad, you must have been hypnotized by Qin Yang. Jiang Mushui and the others soon finished chatting. Liang Lan smiled and said, let's start eating. We've been so busy talking that if we don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Let me try it first, Xiaoqin, and see how it is. Soon, Liang Lan's chopsticks reached for a dish that Qin Yang had cooked. Liang Lan was stunned when she put the food in her mouth. The dishes Qin Yang cooked tasted surprisingly good. Given their family's circumstances, they had eaten many delicacies, including state banquets in the capital. Qin Yang's cooking is absolutely delicious. It's delicious? Jiang Wancheng also quickly took a bite. This. Xiaoqin, your cooking skills are definitely top-notch nationwide. Jiang Wancheng exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm glad you like it, Mom and Dad. As he spoke, he picked up a spoon and scooped up some soup. Wife, you can't have meat, so here's some soup for you. Qin Yang fed the soup to Jiang Mushui. He made this soup. With high-quality ingredients, Qin Yang's soup is extremely delicious. Jiang Mushui swallowed unconsciously and drank the soup. Qin Yang, I've tasted a little bit of it. Jiang Mushui's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. You've tasted it? Can you taste anything when you eat those liquid foods? Qin Yang asked. Cannot. Qin Yang fed Jiang Mushui some of the dishes Liang Lan had made. Some of her dishes included soup. And now? This has no taste. Qin Yang pondered to himself that this situation must be because his cooking was delicious, which greatly stimulated Jiang Mushui's taste buds. Soon, Qin Yang fed Jiang Mushui another spoonful of what he had made. Qin Yang, I can feel it again. However, the feeling isn't particularly noticeable yet. Liang Lan asked curiously, Xiaoqin, what's going on? Qin Yang said happily, after drinking the soup I made, Mushui could taste it, and her perception has improved. Real? Liang Lan was overjoyed. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng said, Xiaoqin's cooking is absolutely delicious. Mushui's liquid food is bland, so she can't taste it. It's perfectly normal that she can taste it when she drinks Xiaoqin's soup. Honey, am I wrong to say that Xiaoqin's cooking is better? Liang Lan glanced at him. No problem, humph. Chapter 83 Husband, you can't do this. After finishing the meal, Jiang Mushui drank a lot of soup. Qin Yang, my sense of taste has become stronger. Jiang Mushui's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Would you like to eat my cooking again in the future? Or would you like to continue eating bland liquid foods? Qin Yang relayed the message. Jiang Mushui. Qin Yang, why are you always so infuriating? Qin Yang thought to himself, it's all for the emotional points. Stimulating Jiang Mushui will give me more emotional points, and Jiang Mushui's mental strength will recover faster. Because you need to be disciplined. Emotional value plus 20. Qin Yang was extremely surprised. Jiang Mushui's emotional value had just dropped to 10, but after he said that, she was able to give him 20 emotional value points. Without a doubt, her mental strength limit had increased. I don't want to eat your cooking. Disconnect from my mind right now, I don't want to talk to you. Jiang Mushui said angrily. Mushui, if you're so disobedient, when we get back I'll have to prepare whips and candles for you. Your body might already be sensing something. Mood value plus 23. Jiang Mushui immediately provided more emotional points. Her mental power fluctuated even more intensely. Honey, you can't do this. Jiang Mushui readily yielded. Qin Yang, Mushui, why can't we do this? This is just a little fun between us as husband and wife. Maybe if we do this, you'll wake up in a bit of a panic. Jiang Muxue. Husband, I beg you. Mood value plus 25. Jiang Muxue was genuinely worried about Qin Yang doing this. Even if Qin Yang did it, she was too embarrassed to tell her parents. Your performance so far is alright, we'll see how you perform later. Qin Yang relayed the message. Jiang Muxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad, I'll take Muxue back now. Qin Yang said to Zhang Wancheng and the others. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, you've had quite a bit to drink. Don't go home tonight. With you by my side, Muxue will be fine even without the equipment. You and Muxue can sleep in Muxue's room. Mental strength plus 26. Jiang Muxue's mental energy was still connected, she could see and hear, and Liang Lan's words surprised her. Although Qin Yang had been married to her for over a month and they had kissed and touched each other, they had never actually slept together. Mom, let's go back. Dad, could you ask the driver to give us a ride? Qin Yang thought for a moment and said. Jiang Muxue's body is not feeling anything right now, so sleeping at this time will definitely weaken the stimulation to her mental energy, and her mental energy limit will increase much less. It's not worth sacrificing your strength improvement just to take a nap. If his strength increases slowly, Jiang Muxue might die. I won't be able to sleep then. The emotional value is gone too. Good. Zhang Wancheng nodded. Jiang Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang, your decision is good. What's your name? Husband. Half an hour later, the driver took Qin Yang and the others home. Qin Yang carried Jiang Muxue to the bed. Li Wanyue installed the monitoring equipment for Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's brainwaves showed no change, her mental energy was greatly depleted, making any change difficult. Muxue's mental strength limit has increased. I wonder if she'll regain her sense of touch once she recovers. Qin Yang said in his heart. After taking a shower, Qin Yang went to his study to read and study. As night fell, he went back to Jiang Muxue's room, where her mental energy had recovered. Qin Yang was surprised to find that Jiang Muxue's brainwaves had changed, and were the same as when she was stimulated before. It should be noted that he currently has no mental connection with Jiang Muxue, and he hasn't even touched her, so there's absolutely no stimulation. Qin Yang looked at the electrocardiogram on the side. The electrocardiogram has not changed for the time being. His mental strength has definitely increased a lot this time. He probably already has some sensitivity to external touches and the like. Qin Yang said in his heart. He reached his hand under Jiang Muxue's blanket. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. About 7 or 8 seconds. Jiang Muxue's brainwaves finally changed, her heartbeat quickened, and her electrocardiogram also showed some changes. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Jiang Muxue is not yet sensitive to external touch, but she has already started to react, which is a qualitative change. The next step is to gradually strengthen her reaction. Muxue, how are you feeling? Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue's. Mood value plus 66. Qin Yang, you big pervert, don't touch me. Jiang Muxue's embarrassed and annoyed voice reached Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang was delighted. The maximum value for emotions has increased significantly. Previously, the highest I could get in terms of emotion points was just over 50. It actually rose to 66. You're my wife. Touching your own wife, is that lust? That's love. Muxue, let me give you a good massage. Qin Yang's words further provoked Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 68. Jiang Muxue gave more emotional points. Qin Yang was delighted. If he can give so much in one go, each harvest should exceed 500, and he can get more than 2,000 emotion points every day. A few minutes later, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely depleted. System, how many emotion points did you just gain? 563. Qin Yang's face broke into a broad smile. As expected, it exceeded 500, and by quite a bit. System, 1 draw per 1,000 points. Qin Yang said in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 7 points. Your current physique is 34 points. A warm current surged through Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang was overjoyed. His physique had finally improved again. Not bad, not bad. The system said that once his physique reaches 40 points, he might be able to possess internal energy. Now he is only 6 points away from 40 points, so maybe he will be able to possess internal energy with the next upgrade. Even if it doesn't work next time, the one after that should be fine. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Bang, bang. Xin Yang was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. Yang Xin, what's the matter? Xin Yang got up, opened the door, and asked. Yang Xin said excitedly, Mr. Qin, Miss Zhang's brainwaves have changed. Miss Zhang may be waking up soon. Xin Yang, I know. Mu Shui changed last night. Call Chang Hong and the other two to Mu Shui's room. Xin Yang arrived at Zhang Mushua's room, and Chang Hong and the others arrived soon after. Xin Yang said, Mu Shui has changed. You must keep this a secret and not tell anyone. If others find out, Mu Shui may be in danger. Chang Hong and the other three nodded. Li Wenyue said, Mr. Qin, we won't say anything, but if any guests come over, they might notice something is amiss. Xin Yang, don't let anyone in without my permission. Apart from Mu Shui's parents, everyone else needs to make an appointment to see Mu Shui. Yes. Li Wenyue and the others said in unison. Xin Yang looked at Jiang Mushui, who was lying down. He could deplete Jiang Mushui's mental energy, making others temporarily unaware that Jiang Mushui had recovered considerably. Delay it if you can. Even if it takes a week, his strength will increase significantly. Chapter 84 Tang Yin lives next door. Xin Yang waved, and Li Wenyue and the others left. Beep beep. Xin Yang dialed Lian Lan's number. Xiao Qin, what's the matter? Lian Lan asked with a smile on her face on the other end of the phone. Mom, when Mu Shui's mental energy is strong, her brainwaves change even without stimulation. When stimulated, her electrocardiogram also changes. Xin Yang said. He was still a little uncomfortable calling Liang Lan mom, but since they were married and he had changed how he addressed her, he just had to get used to it. Liang Lan's eyes lit up. She lowered her voice and asked, Has Mu Shui's mental strength improved again? Yes, her mental strength improved significantly yesterday. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, were busy these past 2 days. We're on our way to the airport now. We'll come see Mu Shui as soon as we get back. We're relieved to have you taking care of her. Okay. Xin Yang hung up the phone after speaking. Jiang Wancheng asked, Wife, what's wrong? Liang Lan leaned closer and whispered, Mu Shui's mental strength has improved. Even without stimulating her brainwaves, there have been changes. The chances of Mu Shui waking up have increased. Jiang Wancheng was overjoyed. Very good. On Xin Yang's side, he asked in his mind, System, if I don't connect my mental energy to Mu Shui, can I maintain the effect for a longer time by just touching and stimulating her? Yes, host. So, how will her mental strength increase? System, host, she can maintain this state for longer, but that doesn't mean her mental strength will increase more. Her current response to external stimuli is still relatively weak. Insufficient stimulation intensity cannot activate dormant areas of the brain. Xin Yang nodded slightly. He connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushui's. Good morning, honey. Jiang Mushui didn't say anything, and Xin Yang continued, Wife, I just found a candle in the drawer. Mood value plus 68. Good morning, honey. Jiang Mushui's reluctant voice rang out. Xin Yang chuckled and said, Wife, the candles at home are ordinary ones, but we need low-temperature candles for playing games. I'm afraid you can't handle a regular candle. Jiang Mushui. Mood value plus 69. Xin Yang, I'm just kidding you. I'm going for a run. With my mental energy connected, you can enjoy the scenery around you. Jiang Mushui was quite hopeful. Xin Yang quickly ran to the street outside. During rush hour, there were many pedestrians on the street. Xin Yang jogged along while admiring the beautiful women on the street. 1, 2, 3. Xin Yang passed on everything he saw to Jiang Mushui. Mood value plus 30. Mood value plus 25. Jiang Mushui would give some emotion points every now and then, but not much, and far from exceeding the limit. Call. After running for a while, Xin Yang stopped and walked slowly. Wife, birds of a feather flock together. Some of the women you meet on the street are pretty, but most of your best friends are prettier than them. Especially Tang Yin. Xin Yang's voice sounded in Jiang Mushui's mind. Mood value plus 70. Jiang Muxue said, Xin Yang, I can see it now. You're a big pervert. Once I've sobered up, we'll get a divorce after the 6-month trial marriage period. Xin Yang, if we get a divorce, I'll take the child with me and marry your best friend. Mood value plus 72. Jiang Muxue. I'm going to tell my parents to stop talking to you. Xin Yang said, Muxue, now that you have a sense of touch, I think it's about time to have a deeper conversation with you. Otherwise, if you tell them, they might kick me out. I would lose a lot of money if I did that. Mood value plus 74. Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Jiang Muxue's mental energy is recovering quite quickly with a little stimulation. She can generate even more emotional points. Given this situation, even if he doesn't acquire medical skills in the future, Jiang Muxue's chances of recovery are relatively high. Xin Yang, husband, I won't tell mom and dad, please don't do anything rash. Jiang Muxue immediately softened. She certainly doesn't want to do that with Xin Yang right now. Like I said, it all depends on your performance. Before long, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was exhausted. System, has the emotion value exceeded 600 this time? Yes, host, 618. Xin Yang was very happy. With the increase in the upper limit, the amount of emotion points he could obtain each day had increased significantly. Should we accumulate it to 10,000? Xin Yang said in his heart. I can now earn about 2,500 emotion points every day, and it will only take 4 days to accumulate 10,000 emotion points. Never mind, let's wait a little longer. Let's start accumulating them after we have 3 days. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. System, what is my current emotion score? 1,084. 1,000 points for a chance to win a prize. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining B-level marksmanship. You already possessed C-level marksmanship, and the two can be fused. After fusion, your marksmanship will reach B+ level. A flood of information rushed into Xin Yang's mind. Good. Xin Yang was fairly satisfied. A normal emotional value of 1,000 would earn a B-level reward, which is average. A B+ level of marksmanship is already quite good. In general military units, this level of marksmanship is already considered top-notch. Beep beep. Xin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Xin Yang's heart tightened slightly. It was Zhang Shengang calling him. What did Zhang Shengang want with him at this time? Captain Zhang, is there anything I can help you with? Xin Yang answered the phone and asked. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Shengang said, Xin Yang, the 2 people we sent have arrived at your neighborhood. You know one of them, she's Jiang Muxue's friend. Xin Yang was stunned. Tang Yin? Zhang Shengang, yes, Tang Yin is a martial artist. She is a member of our 9th Security Bureau. Because she is friends with Jiang Muxue, we asked for her opinion. She agreed without hesitation. The other person is Tang Yin's friend from the 9th Security Bureau. They moved into the villa on your left. Xin Yang asked in surprise, isn't that villa occupied? Zhang Shengang, they have houses elsewhere. We'll coordinate with them and they can move to another place for a while. This is no big deal for Security Bureau 9. Captain Zhang, what kind of superhuman is the other one? Xin Yang asked. Zhang Shengang said, Xin Yang, you don't need to know this. Xin Yang, Captain Zhang, I'd like to know. If someone with strong hearing is a superhuman, what if I'm doing that at home? Will they hear me? If it's a perspective-based design, then it's even worse. Zhang Shengang. He considered for a moment and said, the other one is a psychic, who can launch mental attacks. In addition, she is a good shot. Both she and Tang Yin are armed. Captain Zhang, thank you. Zhang Xian just hung up the phone. Xin Yang pondered. Tang Yin is actually from the 9th Security Bureau, and she's one of the people who came to protect Jiang Muxue. That's quite impressive. Xin Yang naturally had no interest in Tang Yin. He couldn't gain emotional points from her, and she wasn't as pretty as Jiang Muxue. But now that she's here, we can use her to provoke Jiang Muxue. Chapter 85 Wife, please help me choose one. Not long after, Xin Yang ran back home. Tang Yin, is that Xin Yang? He's quite handsome, he doesn't seem as bad as you say. A beautiful woman in the villa next to Xin Yang's asked. He is Xin Yang. I didn't say he was bad. It's just that my best friend is very outstanding, and I feel that he is not good enough for her. Tang Yin said, Xiaoyu, let's go say hello to Qin Yang. Okay. The beautiful woman nodded. Her name is Su Xiaoyu. She looks gentle and weak, but she awakened her superpowers at the age of 8 and is now a B-level mental ability user. Her mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Su Xiaoyu's marksmanship is also excellent. When she and Tang Yin work together, ordinary martial artists are no match for them. Soon Tang Yin and her group arrived at the entrance of Qin Yang's villa. Tang Yin rang the doorbell, and Cheng Hong opened the door. Hello, Ms. Tang Yin. Cheng Hong was very polite. Cheng Hong, please invite them in. Qin Yang's voice came from the balcony to the doorway. Cheng Hong invited Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu in, and Qin Yang went from the balcony to the living room. His mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was completely depleted before, but it has recovered somewhat now, so her mental energy needs to be used up. Honey, is that beautiful woman next to Tang Yin also your best friend? She looks really pretty. If you leave in the future, do you think she'd be suitable to be the child's stepmother? Mood value plus 33. Jiang Mushue, who normally contributes around 20 odd emotion points, actually contributed 33. Qin Yang, I'm not dead yet. You've been planning all this time to find a stepmother for your child. Jiang Mushue angrily sent a message. Qin Yang said, Wife, do you mean that if you're alright, I don't need to find a stepmother for the child in the future? Jiang Mushue, after we get divorced, you can find someone else, but the child will stay with me. My parents are rich, and all our family's assets will belong to the child in the future. Taking her away will only harm her. Mood value plus 30. Qin Yang greeted Tang Yin and the others with a smile. Tang Yin, I heard you moved next door. You'll be neighbors from now on. Jiang Mushue. Tang Yin moved next door? Tang Yin, Qin Yang, let me introduce you. This beautiful lady is Su Xiaoyu. You probably already know why we're here, so I won't say anything more. With Cheng Hong and the others present, she couldn't say much. Martial artists and people with superpowers are generally unknown to ordinary people. Qin Yang, hello. Su Xiaoyu smiled. Qin Yang, hello, thank you for your help from now on. You just moved in, so you probably haven't settled in yet. Why don't you have lunch here? Mood value plus 25. Jiang Mushue can see and hear. Her mental energy was fluctuating considerably. If she weren't currently lacking in mental strength, the emotional value she gave would likely have exceeded the previous limit. Qin Yang, I'm skipping dinner. Let's go see Mu Shui. Tang Yin said. Qin Yang nodded. Honey, Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu are equally good looking, and I'm having a hard time choosing. Could you help me decide? Mental strength plus 23. I'd pick you, you big dummy. Jiang Mushue angrily sent a message. They are all very outstanding. Do you think you can win over whoever you pick? You're dreaming. Qin Yang casually transmitted his voice. I'm not outstanding, but your father has already given me 2% of the shares. Yours plus mine, 4% of the shares are worth 4 billion. With my current wealth in billions, don't I have any appeal? Mental strength plus 19. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was rapidly depleted. Qin Yang led Tang Yin and the others toward the elevator. When the elevator reached the second floor, Qin Yang severed the mental connection, and Jiang Mushue's brainwave monitor quickly returned to normal. The instruments would change when she had a lot of mental energy, but now her mental energy is much less than at its peak. Qin Yang, this door. When Qin Yang and the others arrived at the door, Tang Yin asked in surprise. Qin Yang, someone tried to force their way in before, so I replaced this door with a titanium alloy security door. Even if a martial artist comes here, it will be difficult for them to break in. Tang Yin nodded. Replacing the door with this one definitely makes it much safer. Qin Yang quickly opened the door. He recorded his own face into the system, which allowed him to unlock the room with his face. Cheng Hong and the others entered the room using a password. Mu Shui. Tang Yin arrived at Jiang Mushue's bedside. Jiang Mushue's eyes were closed at the moment. She looked like a sleeping princess. Even though she was several months pregnant, her beauty was still exceptional. Tang Yin, Jiang Mushue is so beautiful. Su Xiaoyu said in surprise. She has always been confident in her appearance, but compared to Jiang Mushue, even though Jiang Mushue's looks have declined now, Su Xiaoyu feels ashamed of herself. Mu Shui was prettier before. Tang Yin looked at Jiang Mushue sadly and said, Xiaoyu, you are a psychic, can you check on Mushue's condition for me? Good. Su Xiaoyu cautiously extended her mental energy. With a thought, Qin Yang also extended his mental energy, keeping pace with Su Xiaoyu's mental energy. If Su Xiaoyu acted recklessly, he would stop her instantly. Time passes by every second. Su Xiaoyu had no idea that Qin Yang possessed mental power. Although she is a psychic, she is only a B-level psychic, while Qin Yang's psychic power is S+ level, and the two are far apart. About 10 minutes passed. Su Xiaoyu withdrew her mental energy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Tang Yin, I'm sorry, I'm not capable enough to help Jiang Mushue. Su Xiaoyu said. Tang Yin sighed softly, it's alright. It's normal that you can't help. Uncle Jiang and the others have consulted many people. If it were easy to treat, Mushue would have recovered long ago. Let's go. Qin Yang, please take good care of Mushue. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu left quickly. Shen Hong, if Tang Yin and the others come over, you can invite them to sit in the living room. If they want to visit Mushue, you should politely decline and say that I instructed that others can only visit Mushue if I am present. Qin Yang went downstairs and said to Cheng Hong. If Tang Yin and the others looked directly at it, they would find something amiss. Although they were generally reliable, there was no need to take the risk. Cheng Hong nodded, okay, Mr. Qin. I will talk to them all. Before long, it was afternoon, and Jiang Mushue's mental energy had recovered. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Honey, you didn't take a shower yesterday, so let's take a shower today. Mood value plus 78. Jiang Mushue's mental energy fluctuated violently. Honey, calm down, it's not the first time. You're already sensitive to touch, so it's not good for Cheng Hong and the others to bathe you. From now on, I'll bathe you and make you smell nice. Jiang Mushue, it's fine if they wash me. Xin Yang, I don't want you to wash me, you should have Cheng Hong and the others wash me. Xin Yang started to undress Jiang Mushue. Honey, if you object, just say it out loud. If you don't say it, I'll take that as your agreement. Mood value plus 80. Jiang Mushue felt incredibly shy. Xin Yang had given her baths several times before, but she didn't feel anything then. Now she can feel anything. It feels completely different now. Please give 5-star praise. Chapter 86, Lust is a Knife Above Your Head. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted not long after she finished washing. She could see Qin Yang bathing her, and she could feel his touch. Her mental energy was being depleted very quickly. Even with improved mental strength, it's still too much to handle. System, Mushue's mental strength has been increasing quite rapidly recently. Qin Yang said as he dressed Jiang Mushue. System, host, Jiang Mushue has just regained her sense of touch, so her improvement will definitely be quite rapid in the short term. Touch can stimulate parts of her dormant brain. After this stage, the improvement will be much slower. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Qin Yang quickly helped Jiang Mushue lie down again. Mr. Qin, it's time for Miss Jiang's massage. Yang Xian and Cheng Hong went into the room. Qin Yang said, you don't need to prepare dinner for Mushue and me tonight. I'll cook something myself. Yang Xian and the others were surprised. Qin Yang can cook? Mr. Qin, Miss Jiang can only eat liquid food. Yang Xian reminded her. Qin Yang nodded, I know that. I can definitely process the dishes I make into liquid food for Mushue to eat. Jiang Mushue cannot chew consciously, she can only swallow unconsciously. Food must be processed into liquids so that she can swallow it easily. Beep beep. In the afternoon, Qin Yang was working out at the gym when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Wansheng calling. Dad, what's going on? Qin Yang answered the phone and asked. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wansheng said, Shao Qin, the cause of Wei Chunshan's death has been found, and the murderer has been caught. The murderer who killed Wei Chunshan was his nanny. Ah! A look of surprise appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. Wei Chunshan, a master of internal energy transformation, died at the hands of his nanny? Dad, what's going on? Why would Wei Chunshan's nanny kill him? Qin Yang was somewhat incredulous. Jiang Wansheng, his nanny, was very beautiful. She had been pregnant with Wei Chunshan's child before, but Wei Chunshan wouldn't allow her to have the baby, so she had to have an abortion. This incident made her hold a grudge. Wei Chunshan was a master of internal energy with extremely strong strength, but in the end he died at the hands of his nanny. Lust is a dangerous thing. Xin Yang. He sensed a hidden meaning in his father-in-law's words. It's likely that Jiang Wanqing knows Tang Yin and the others have moved in, and given Jiang Mushua's current situation, he's afraid she might make a mistake. Dad, you're right. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanqing coughed lightly. Xiaoqin, if something happens to Mushua in the future, and you marry someone else, your mother and I will not have any objections. We can also prepare a big gift for you. You can't do anything reckless now. Xin Yang smiled and said, Dad, did you know Tang Yin and the others were here? Yes, Captain Zhang told me. I might get closer to them doing so might help Mu Shui recover faster. Jiang Wanqing, Xiaoqin, is this even possible? Are you sure that doing this will help Mu Shui recover faster? Sure. Xin Yang said firmly, Dad, don't worry, I won't be too timing. Mu Shui is enough for me. Since you think it's beneficial to do this, then do it your way, but be mindful of the limits. Jiang Wanqing gave his instructions. If it were an ordinary son-in-law, he wouldn't bother with any admonitions if he cheated, he'd just kick him out. But Xin Yang is different, they approve of him. I still need to remind them of what needs to be said. Evening. Xin Yang was busy in the kitchen. His A+ level culinary skills allowed him to work with ease, and he prepared 4 delicious dishes in about an hour. These foods can all be easily processed into liquid foods. Not long after, Xin Yang carried the tray to Jiang Mushue's room. The fragrance quickly filled the room. Xin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushue's. Xin Yang, I think I can smell a faint fragrance. Jiang Mushue's voice echoed in Xin Yang's mind. Xin Yang sent the image to Jiang Mushue, who saw the plate and exclaimed in surprise, Xin Yang, was that the smell of food I just smelled? Xin Yang smiled and said, Wife, your sense of touch and taste have recovered somewhat, and your sense of smell is back too. I estimate that your hearing will recover somewhat soon as well. I cooked tonight, would you like some? Jiang Mushue recalled the scene when Xin Yang bullied her that afternoon. In no mood. Xin Yang raised the bed a little. Jiang Mushue went from lying down to half lying down. With a thought, Xin Yang sent a ball of food flying into Jiang Mushue's mouth. Mood value plus 85. Jiang Mushue was extremely surprised. She knew that Xin Yang had very strong mental power, but Xin Yang had never used his mental abilities in front of her. As soon as the food reached Jiang Mushue's mouth, she swallowed unconsciously, and the food was quickly swallowed. When things go smoothly, she swallows quickly. When things don't go smoothly, she might not swallow. Feeding Jiang Mushue was not easy for Cheng Hong and the others. But it was simple for Qin Yang. If Jiang Mushue doesn't swallow, he can control the food to go directly into Jiang Mushue's stomach. Honey, how does it taste? Xin Yang asked with a smile. It's just so-so. Xin Yang said, is it just so-so? It seems you're not suited to my cooking. I'll give it to Tang Yin and the others. They should think it's good. Mood value plus 86. Jiang Mushue, although it's just so-so, it's still passable, and I can still eat it. Xin Yang stood up, don't force yourself. I'll have Cheng Hong and the others feed you something else. I'll bring 2 bottles of good wine and have dinner with Tang Yin and the others. I'll be live streaming for you later. Mood value plus 87. Jiang Mushue said angrily, Xin Yang, you're already married. What's the meaning of you going to have dinner with them? Don't bother them. Xin Yang, Mushue, are you jealous? Who's jealous? I'm not. Once the trial marriage period is over, I'll kick you away. Jiang Mushue said quickly. Xin Yang pointed to the plate, are you still going to eat this? Eat? If you want to eat it, you know what I mean. Jiang Mushue savored the taste of the dishes she had just eaten. Xin Yang's cooking was excellent, and the dishes she had just eaten were incredibly delicious. Honey, I want to eat. Jiang Mushue compromised. Anyway, he'd already called her that many times, so one more time wouldn't make a difference. Xin Yang quickly fed Jiang Mushue another dish. It smells so good. Jiang Mushue muttered to herself. After finishing the meal, Xin Yang asked, Wife, have you noticed that your sense of taste has become stronger? It seems to have improved a little bit. Jiang Mushue thought for a moment and said. At first, I noticed that the flavor was a bit bland. Xin Yang, your sense of taste will be enhanced when stimulated. If you behave well, I will cook you a meal every day for the next week so you can eat something good. If you don't perform well, I have other ways to motivate you. For example, I can add salt or bitter melon juice to your food. Mood value plus 33. Jiang Mu Shui. Xin Yang, you often mention my best friend, saying you want to find a stepmother for your child. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Xin Yang, I'm not trying to provoke you. We don't have much of a relationship yet. If you leave, I won't marry you? Mood value plus 35. Jiang Mushu snorted, go find them. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chapter 87 Finally have internal strength. Honey, don't be in such a hurry. I'm just thinking about the future. Right now, you're my wife, and I still love you. Come on, let's give each other a kiss. As Qin Yang spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue's lips. Jiang Mushue could already feel the touch she felt Qin Yang's kiss and sensed the intrusion of his tongue. Mood value plus 30. Mood value plus 26. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was depleted in no time. System, how much did we get in total this time? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Host, this time you have a total of 705 emotion points. Qin Yang was quite satisfied. The harvest had increased significantly in the past 2 days. He had harvested 4 times a day and had already harvested more than 2,800. He estimated that in another 2 days, he could harvest more than 3,000 a day. You can accumulate emotional points to draw 10,000 at that time. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed Lian Lan's number. Xiao Qin, is there good news again? Lian Lan answered the phone and asked expectantly. Qin Yang smiled and said, Mom, there's good news. Mu Shue's sense of smell has recovered somewhat. Now her sense of taste, touch, and smell have all returned to some extent. Her hearing and vision are also expected to begin to recover next. Lian Lan was overjoyed. Very good. If I weren't out, I would come over right now. Xiao Qin, is there anything you want? I'll buy it for you. A car, a house, whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Qin Yang, Mom, I don't want anything. I eat well and live well now, and I have money too. This gigolo is so delicious. Jiang Mushue's parents would give him things all the time. Xiao Qin, if you want anything, don't be shy with your mother. I have money in my private bank account. Okay. Lian Lan happily hung up the phone. My sense of taste, touch, and smell have recovered somewhat, and I expect my vision and hearing will recover somewhat in the next few days as well. With such improvement, how far is Jiang Mushue from regaining consciousness? Xin Yang took out his phone. He had already opened a futures account for himself, and transferred 23 million yuan out of his bank account, leaving only a few 100,000 yuan. The price has reached its target. At this point, crude oil futures are very likely to fall. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. He possesses exceptional mental strength and a photographic memory, and he also has a level futures investment skills and a strong ability to analyze various intelligence data. The market is currently bullish, but Qin Yang analyzes that there is an 80-90% chance of a decline. This drop could easily be more than 10%. Qin Yang quickly poured all 23 million into it. Moreover, it was leveraged tenfold. If, as he estimates, the price drops by more than 10%, he could earn over 30 million with a tenfold leverage. Of course, if his judgment is wrong and crude oil prices continue to rise, he may also suffer a margin call and lose all 23 million. Qin Yang wasn't too worried about this. Even if his judgment is not so accurate in the short term, crude oil prices will still rise a bit, but probably not by that much. His chances of being liquidated are extremely low. Even if we assume the worst, so what if we get liquidated? With his current abilities, if he wanted to make money, surely he could earn back 20 million? Of the 23 million, 20 million was Jiang Wancheng's dowry for Jiang Mushue. He could use it, but the remaining 20 million would have to be given to Jiang Mushue later. As night deepened, the night gradually came to an end. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Wife, your father gave you a dowry of 20 million yuan. He transferred the money to my account and said I could use it. I used it to buy crude oil futures. Leveraged by 10 times. Mood value plus 50. Jiang Mushue said, this is very unwise of you. The futures market is not something ordinary people can handle. With 10 times leverage, a 1% fluctuation will result in a 10% loss. You could easily be wiped out. Xin Yang shook his head secretly. Jiang Muxue could give a maximum of 80 or 90 emotion points, but when she told her this news, she only received 50 emotion points. It seems she's not good with money. Or perhaps the number 20 million shouldn't be a trigger for her. 20 million is a lot for ordinary people, but Xingchen Technologies Jiang Group invests 3 to 500 million every year. For Jiang Muxue, losing this money is simply a loss. It seems unlikely that trying to stimulate Jiang Muxue to gain more emotional points using this method will work. Muxue, if this money is lost, no one will come after you if something happens to you in the future. If nothing happens to you, I'll just repay you with my body later. Mood value plus 90. Jiang Muxue said irritably, thank you, but no need. Qin Yang, you'd better not speculate in futures. Countless people have lost a fortune because of this. There are many financial giants in the international futures market. Your little bit of money is nothing in front of those financial giants. Qin Yang laughed and said, don't worry, wife. I'm not fighting against them. I'm just making some money along the way. We're already married. Once you recover, we can't let you keep asking your parents for money for everything, can we? Jiang Muxue snorted, I don't want you to support me. And once the trial marriage period is over, it's goodbye to you. Wife, you're being naughty. The low-temperature candles I ordered online have arrived. It's late at night and everyone's quiet, how about we try them out? Mood value plus 92. Jiang Muxue's mental strength was fluctuating greatly. Husband, please let me go. Qin Yang smiled and thought Jiang Muxue was quite cute. You're lucky you bowed your head quickly. If you go any slower, I'll let you taste the whip and the candle. Mood value plus 93. Jiang Muxue. Honey, it's getting late. Let me give you a massage, and then I need to go to sleep. As Qin Yang spoke, he reached his hand under the covers. Mood score plus 88. Mood value plus 80. Jiang Muxue quickly contributed her emotional points. After she finished, Qin Yang asked the system and found that he had gained a total of 756 emotional points this time. Harvesting 4 times a day, the total yield barely exceeds 3,000. Reaching over 3,300, you can accumulate 10,000 in 3 days. System, how many emotion points do I have? 1,633. Qin Yang, I'll try my luck with the lottery once I have 1,000 emotion points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 8 points. Your physique has reached 42 points. Congratulations, host, you have gained internal energy. As the system voice faded, a warm current appeared, spreading throughout every cell of Qin Yang's body. Comfortable. Qin Yang felt lightheaded. Before long, Qin Yang sensed the presence of internal energy. He had just acquired internal energy, and it was still relatively weak. But Qin Yang also felt that his strength had improved a lot. System, I now possess internal energy. Should I obtain internal energy through future lottery draws, or continue to improve my physique? Qin Yang asked. System, host, these two things don't conflict. You can gain internal energy and continue to improve your physique. You are equivalent to a martial artist who cultivates both internal and external skills. Chapter 88. All 5 senses are here. Qin Yang was delighted. He's cultivated both internally and externally. He has internal strength, a powerful body, and strong mental power. He'll be a well-rounded warrior from now on. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Mr. Qin, Miss Jiang seems to be able to hear. As Qin Yang stepped out, Li Wanyue said to him. How did you find out? Qin Yang asked. We were preparing to clean Ms. Jiang's mouth this morning when something accidentally fell to the ground with a loud noise, and Ms. Jiang's brainwaves showed a noticeable change. We tried calling her, and she responded to the sound. Li Wanyue said excitedly. Qin Yang quickly finished his breakfast and went upstairs. He gently pushed open the door to Jiang Mushue's room and noticed that Jiang Mushue's brainwaves had changed compared to before. But this change is not yet significant. Wife. Qin Yang called out to Jiang Muxue. Immediately, Jiang Mushue's brainwaves underwent a noticeable change. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. After her senses of touch, taste, and smell returned, Jiang Mushue's hearing also returned somewhat, and her body was recovering. Qin Yang stared into Jiang Mushue's eyes. Her eyes are beautiful, but they still lack vitality. Qin Yang thought for a moment, then turned on his phone's flashlight and pointed the flash at Jiang Mushue's eyes. Soon, Jiang Mushue's pupils changed. Although her eyes were lifeless, she could still perceive light. My five senses are starting to return. Mushue probably won't be long before she regains consciousness. Qin Yang said in his heart. He connected his mental energy with Jiang Mushue's. Honey, did you feel something just now? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Mushue, Qin Yang, did you just call me? Also, I think I saw a little bit of light. Qin Yang sent a message with a smile, calling you? I just called my wife, are you sure you're calling you? Mood value plus 80. Jiang Mushue, we're married now, so for the time being you should call me me. As for the future, humph. Qin Yang, in the future, you might be called Tang Yin, or Su Xiaoyu, or one of your other best friends. I am very adaptable. Mood value plus 83. Jiang Mushue, are you deliberately provoking me? I'm constantly recovering, and you're using this method to make me recover? Qin Yang. It won't work to make Jiang Mushue realize this. Just now, Jiang Mushue didn't give enough emotional points. Yesterday, she gave a maximum of 93. Wife, yes and no. I am indeed helping you recover, but if you really leave, I will have some thoughts about Tang Yin and the others. Tang Yin's long legs are very eye-catching. Miss Su has a youthful appearance, and her attractiveness is off the charts. Qin Yang said with a smile. Mood value plus 95. Jiang Mushue, Qin Yang, do whatever you want. Do you think I'd be jealous if you say that? Qin Yang thought to himself, Jiang Mushue is stubborn, but her mood has improved since I said that. Honey, let me give you a massage first. Then I'll take you outside to get some sun, which will stimulate your optic nerve, and I can also talk to Tang Yin and the others. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he began to massage Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue could already feel the touch. Qin Yang's hand seemed to be electrified, and she felt a tingling sensation where it touched her. Jiang Mushue's mental energy was greatly depleted in just a few minutes. Qin Yang severed the mental connection. Jiang Mushue's brainwaves returned to their previous state, and Su Xiaoyu could not possibly detect anything unusual in this state. Qin Yang lifted Jiang Mushue into the wheelchair. The wheelchair had a slanted back and a headrest, so Jiang Mushue had no problem going out in it. Su Xiaoyu quickly spotted Qin Yang and his group. Tang Yin, Qin Yang has taken Jiang Mushue out the door. Tang Yin went to the window and saw Qin Yang pushing Jiang Mushue out the door. Let's go and take a look. Tang Yin and the others quickly arrived at Qin Yang's side. Su Xiaoyu sensed Jiang Mushue's condition, and she was still the same. Qin Yang, why did you push Mushue out? Tang Yin inquired. Qin Yang, the weather is great today, so I thought I'd bring Mushue out to get some sun. I won't go out, we'll just take a walk around the neighborhood. Don't worry about me. Tang Yin thought for a moment and said, we'll walk with you. Good. Qin Yang nodded. He pushed Jiang Mushue forward, and the three of them chatted idly. Qin Yang had read a lot of books and was very knowledgeable. Tang Yin and the others were quite happy to talk to him. Before we knew it, an hour had passed. Qin Yang pushed Jiang Mushue back into the villa. He connected with Jiang Mushue using his mental power and then transmitted the scene from outside to her. Honey, I had a really good chat with Tang Yin and the others. Which one do you think is better? Mood value plus 45. Jiang Mushue's mental strength had not yet recovered, but seeing Qin Yang and the others walking and chatting, and hearing what Qin Yang said, caused her mental strength to fluctuate considerably. Wife, Su Xiaoyu is a psychic, and so am I, so we have a lot in common. But since we are both psychics, close compatibility is our weakness. Tang Yin can complement me in this aspect. If you really want to find a stepmother for your child, which one would be better? Qin Yang asked Jiang Mushue earnestly. Mood value plus 48. Jiang Mushue snorted, you're kidding me. They're all excellent. Do you think you can just find them whenever you want? Qin Yang, wife, your husband is pretty cool too. It shouldn't be a problem to match them. Jiang Mushue. Qin Yang pushed Jiang Mushue to the music room on the third floor. He sat down in front of the piano, and Jiang Mushue could see it. This was the first time she had seen Qin Yang play the piano. Bite. Qin Yang soon began to play. He played Jiang Mushue's favorite piano piece, which was also her best skill. Jiang Mushue saw it and listened to it, and she realized that she was not as good as Qin Yang. 1 song, 2 songs, 3 songs. Jiang Muxue discovered that Qin Yang was far superior to her in piano. Qin Yang actually plays so well. Jiang Muxue thought to herself. She had heard Qin Yang play the piano many times, but before she only heard the sound and had no visuals, so she actually found it hard to believe that the person who had played the piano for her before was Qin Yang. In her memory, Qin Yang was just an ordinary person. "Honey, let me draw a picture for you to see." Qin Yang stood up and said with a smile. Qin Yang quickly found an easel, paper, and brushes. He started drawing next to Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue could clearly see what Qin Yang had painted. Jiang Muxue quickly realized something was wrong. Qin Yang was drawing a woman, but it didn't seem to be her. As the image gradually became clearer, Jiang Muxue realized that Qin Yang was actually drawing her best friend, Tang Yin. "Muxue, you are more familiar with Tang Yin. Take a look and see if my drawing is accurate, and if there are any mistakes. How about I give this to Tang Yin?" Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 30. Although Jiang Muxue knew that Qin Yang might have deliberately provoked her, how could Qin Yang remember it so clearly? Qin Yang did not look at the photos. He drew it based on his memory. "It's drawn very well. You can deliver it, I think that's fine," Jiang Muxue said calmly. Chapter 89. Tang Yin cooperates in acting. "Honey, what if Su Xiaoyu feels uncomfortable if I only draw one for Tang Yin? How about I draw one for Su Xiaoyu too, and give them to both of them?" Qin Yang asked in a serious tone. Mood value plus 29. "Jiang Muxue, I don't care whether you send it or not. Just disconnect. I want to rest for a while." She felt uneasy. But she couldn't bring herself to tell Qin Yang not to see her off. "Okay, then I'll take you back to your room. I'll draw one for Su Xiaoyu later and then give them to them separately." Qin Yang smiled. Mood value plus 27. Jiang Muxue remained silent, but still contributed emotional points. Qin Yang quickly took Jiang Muxue to the second floor, picked her up, and carried her to her bed. "Wife, Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu are just backup options. You are my wife now. Let's kiss first." Qin Yang then kissed Jiang Muxue. "Qin Yang, don't kiss me, go kiss Tang Yin and the others." Jiang Mushue's annoyed voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Mood value plus 24. Emotional value plus 20. Before long, Jiang Mushue's mental energy was exhausted. Qin Yang held the painting of Tang Yin in his hand. He pondered, wanting to give Jiang Muxue a greater stimulus and help her recover more mental strength in a short period of time. Strong medicine is needed. He really intended to give the painting to Tang Yin. However, he needed to consider whether to tell Tang Yin the truth. If you tell Tang Yin, she won't misunderstand. Tang Yin might even cooperate with him, for example, by taking the medicine alone with him or going on a date alone. If he didn't tell her, Tang Yin's reaction would be more genuine, but she's a martial artist, and she might just attack him directly. Will he resist then? Moreover, if Tang Yin isn't told, she might leave. "I still need to tell Tang Yin," Qin Yang said in his heart. Jiang Muxue has recovered to this point. Even if she tries to hide it, she can't keep it from Tang Yin and the others for long. An hour passed. Beep beep. Qin Yang dialed Tang Yin's number. He now had both her and Su Xiaoyu's phone numbers so he could contact them immediately if anything happened. "Qin Yang, what's wrong?" Tang Yin quickly answered the phone and inquired. "Tang Yin, could you please come over here? There's something I need to discuss." "Good." Tang Yin arrived at Qin Yang's side very quickly. "Qin Yang, what is it?" "Come with me." Qin Yang led Tang Yin to the study on the second floor. He took out the painting he had finished that morning and handed it to Tang Yin. "Tang Yin, this is for you." Tang Yin was puzzled. She unfolded the painting, and upon seeing herself in it, Tang Yin's face instantly turned icy. "Qin Yang, what do you mean by this? Muxue is my best friend. She's like this now. Are you trying to seduce me, trying to have an affair? You're that kind of person, I'm not." Qin Yang stared at Tang Yin, who was furious. With his keen eyesight, he could tell that Tang Yin wasn't faking it. "Tang Yin, calm down." Qin Yang quickly replied. "Tang Yin, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I will tell Uncle Jiang and the others so they can see the truth about you." Qin Yang said. "Tang Yin, listen to me first. Although Mu Shui is not yet fully awake, her 5 senses may have recovered somewhat, and she can hear us talking." Tang Yin was stunned. Xin Yang, she doesn't respond to normal speech, but when I say that if she doesn't wake up, or if she dies, I will find a stepmother for the child, her brainwaves change. When I suggested finding one of her best friends, like you, her brainwaves fluctuated more. Tang Yin seemed thoughtful. Are you deliberately trying to provoke her? Xin Yang, Mu Shui has become a vegetable. Many areas of her brain are currently dormant. Stimulating her will greatly increase her chances of recovery. Your painting of me is. Xin Yang said, I drew your picture and showed it to her. I don't know if she can see it, but when I said it was for you, her brainwaves changed quite a bit. Tang Yin, you want me to cooperate in stimulating Mu Shui? Are you sure this kind of stimulation will have a good effect? Xin Yang, I used to stimulate her body, and she recovered a lot. I think it was effective. Tang Yin pondered. After a while, she said, I need to check on Mu Shui's condition. Xin Yang led Tang Yin to Jiang Mu Shui's bedroom. An hour later, Xin Yang still couldn't connect, and her EEG and ECG were no different from before. Mu Shui, if you don't wake up by then, would you agree to let me become the child's stepmother? Tang Yin sat down on the edge of the bed and said softly. She stared intently at the brainwave monitor, but there were no changes. Xin Yang, nothing has changed. Tang Yin looked at Xin Yang and whispered. Xin Yang, Tang Yin, your voice is too soft. In Mu Shui's current condition, do you think she can hear you when your voice is so soft? Tang Yin nodded slightly. She leaned close to Tang Yin's ear, ready to speak again, but Xin Yang was there, and she was embarrassed to speak loudly. Cough. Xin Yang coughed lightly. I'll go out first. You and Mu Shui chat for a while. Keep an eye on the brainwave monitor. Also, don't tell anyone about this. Let people know that Mu Shui has recovered somewhat, otherwise she might be in danger. Mu Shui's condition might not be an accident. Tang Yin nodded. She breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Yang quickly left the room and closed the door, but his mental energy remained inside. He could see what was happening inside the room and hear the sounds. Tang Yin was about to speak. Xin Yang quickly connected with Jiang Mu Shui's mental energy. Jiang Mu Shui's mental energy had not recovered much yet, and without connecting, she could not hear Tang Yin's words. Mu Shui, I am Tang Yin. Tang Yin raised her voice as she spoke. She noticed a slight change in Jiang Mu Shui's brainwaves. Mu Shui, there's something that's really bothering me. I can't tell anyone else, and you can't hear me, so I can only tell you. What do you think I should do? Tang Yin said, holding Jiang Mu Shui's hand. Jiang Mu Shui's brainwaves did change, but Tang Yin didn't explain it clearly. The changes weren't significant. Mu Shui, you are my best friend. I was shocked and worried when you married Xin Yang, so I secretly investigated Xin Yang's situation. I discovered that Xin Yang is actually very outstanding. His calligraphy is excellent, even surpassing Jiang Haoran's. His painting skills are extremely high, perhaps already at the level of a master. He's also very handsome. Tang Yin spoke while secretly observing. She noticed that Jiang Mu Shui's brainwaves had fluctuated significantly. The electrocardiogram also showed changes. I think I've fallen for Xin Yang. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. Mood value plus 43. Xin Yang's eyes lit up in the study. With Jiang Mu Shui's current limited mental strength, it would be quite good if she could give 30 points of emotional value, but she actually gave 43 points of emotional value all at once. Xin Yang, tell me, aren't you bored? You discussed it with Tang Yin and had her say that on purpose, right? Jiang Mu Shui sent a message to Xin Yang, is there any point in you doing this? I don't care about what she said at all. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Why give so many emotional points if you don't care? He said slowly, you asked me to deliver the painting, and Tang Yin accepted it. Then she said she wanted to spend some time alone with you. Chapter 90 obtained the spiritual detection skill. Mood value plus 40. Jiang Mu Shui was skeptical. Could Tang Yin really be serious? Tang Yin was her best friend, and she trusted Tang Yin's character. She knew Tang Yin wouldn't take advantage of her current situation to have an affair with Xin Yang, but it wasn't impossible for them to develop feelings for each other. In Jiang Mu Shui's room, Tang Yin was pleasantly surprised her words had indeed made Jiang Mu Shui's brainwaves much stronger. Perhaps this will actually stimulate Jiang Mu Shui to wake up sooner. Mu Shui, the bureau needs to select someone to protect you. They asked me about it, and I immediately agreed. This way, we can protect you and also keep an eye on Xin Yang. I originally just wanted to watch quietly from the sidelines, but today Qin Yang actually gave me a painting. And the painting he gave me was actually of me. I admit, my heart is in turmoil. Tang Yin gave her all in her acting, her voice and her expressions made it seem as if she were telling the truth. If Jiang Muxue were awake and in front of Tang Yin, perhaps she could tell the difference, but right now, she is still in a vegetative state and her mental strength is not much. Mood value plus 50. Qin Yang was amazed. Tang Yin's intervention is proving very effective. If Jiang Muxue were in good form, the emotional score she gave would definitely exceed 100, possibly even 100 and 100 and 100 and 101. The daily emotional value harvest should exceed 3,300. Inside the room, Tang Yin continued her performance. Qin Yang asked in his mind, "System, what is my current emotional value?" Host, 1,875. Qin Yang, once we reach 2,000, we'll draw $2,000 prizes. After drawing Qin Yang this time, I plan to start saving up. I can accumulate 10,000 points in 3 days, which is a good speed. Although it's painful to spend 10,000 points and get a bad one, you have to spend 10,000 points to get a better one. The chance of getting an S-level skill by spending 10,000 points is not low, and there is even a possibility of getting an SS-level skill. Good host. Tang Yin continued. Jiang Muxue also provided emotional points from time to time, and before long Qin Yang's emotional points exceeded 2,000. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for winning a grade B reward. Your internal energy has increased by 5 points. After the increase, your internal energy is now 23 points. Qin Yang shook his head secretly. It's just a B-level reward, nothing special. However, the increase in internal energy is quite practical. He had inquired with the system and learned that most late-stage Dark Force martial artists typically gain only 4 or 5 points of internal energy per year. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the A-level skill, Mental Detection. A massive amount of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind, and with the system's help, he quickly processed it. Cool. Qin Yang was delighted. This skill is extremely good. He can now use his mental powers to observe his surroundings. He can see Tang Yin and Jiang Muxue from his study. But this is only a very simple use of his abilities. Using his mental energy in this way consumes a lot of his energy, and the detection range is also short. Having acquired an A-level mental detection skill, Qin Yang's detection range can be increased from a dozen meters to 1 or 200 meters. Moreover, the original mental detection method was too crude, and Qin Yang dared not use it against people with strong mental strength, because he knew he would be discovered if he did. It's different now. The current mental detection is very covert. Even if used face-to-face by a mental ability user of the same level, they might not be able to detect it. Furthermore, mental detection is now much faster and more detailed than before, a world of difference. Mental piercing, mental suggestion, mental detection, 3 mental skills, not bad, not bad. Qin Yang said in his heart. He felt that the system said the rewards were random, but in reality, what kind of skill reward he received wasn't so random, it was still related to his situation. The rewards weren't random, he could basically use them. Jiang Muxue's bedroom. Tang Yin was puzzled. Jiang Muxue's brainwaves remained unchanged. She got up and left Jiang Muxue's room. The study door was closed, so Tang Yin knocked on it. Qin Yang opened the door and asked, "Tang Yin, have you found anything?" Tang Yin, verbal stimulation is indeed effective. But Muxue's brainwaves didn't change when I spoke just now. Will there be any problems? Qin Yang shook his head. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's probably because Muxue's energy is very weak right now. Once her energy is depleted, she won't react to the outside world. It'll be fine once she recovers. I feel that with each bout of exertion and recovery, she has more energy. She is constantly recovering. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as it helps Muxue recover as soon as possible, I can cooperate with you in acting, but we're just acting, okay? Qin Yang smiled and said, of course. We can talk to Muxue together in the future. Maybe Muxue will wake up when she gets anxious. Tang Yin nodded. Tang Yin, you must not tell anyone about Muxue's current condition, otherwise her danger will increase. Tang Yin quickly took her leave. Qin Yang started reading, filled with anticipation, wondering how much Tang Yin had increased Jiang Muxue's spiritual power. 6 or 7 hours passed. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. His mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue's, and Jiang Muxue's mental energy had fully recovered. Honey, I never expected Tang Yin to like me. She thought I wouldn't know when she was whispering to you, but little did she know, you and I both knew perfectly well. Mood value plus 112. Jiang Mu Xue. Qin Yang was overjoyed. As expected, it exceeded 110, and Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength must have increased considerably. Qin Yang, you guys are definitely putting on an act. Qin Yang smiled and said, whatever you say. Honey, since Tang Yin likes me too, if you leave, I'll ask Tang Yin to be the child's stepmother. Mood value plus 115. Whatever you want. I just got pregnant with your child by accident. My parents messed around, and we became husband and wife in name only. In reality, I have nothing to do with you. Qin Yang, why do I smell a sour smell? Are you jealous? Jiang Muxue snorted, you're overthinking it. Even if I were still alive, I wouldn't object to you going to nightclubs every day, let alone if I died and you went to Tang Yin. Mood value plus 99. While chatting with Jiang Muxue, Qin Yang used his mental detection ability to carefully examine her, and found that Jiang Muxue's 5 senses had all increased somewhat. Qin Yang felt that her eyes were no longer so dull. Before long, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was exhausted. Qin Yang gently touched Jiang Muxue's belly. Jiang Muxue was already 8 months pregnant. Clinically, a pregnancy period is considered to be 4 weeks. Although it is said to be 10 months of pregnancy, the due date is usually just over 9 months later, leaving them with little time. That's why Qin Yang tried every means to provoke Jiang Muxue. Seemingly sensing Qin Yang's touch, the little one inside Jiang Muxue's belly nudged her with its tiny feet. Little rascal. Qin Yang's face showed a look of doting affection. Let me tell you a story. Qin Yang connected with the child using his mental power, and then he gently began to tell a fairy tale. Ya. A childish voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Chapter 91. Jiang Haolong's parents meet. The next day, Qin Yang arrived at Xingchen Technology. Dai Chengren stood trembling in front of Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, I have returned all the money I took. Please, Mr. Qin, let me go and don't call the police. Qin Yang glanced at Dai Chengren. Dai Chengren was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. He embezzled over 1,000,000 yuan. If Qin Yang reports this to the police, he will face a lengthy prison sentence. However, if Qin Yang calls the police, it won't just be him who suffers. Jiang Wanqing's sister-in-law, Wu Yuji, will also have to go to jail. Qin Yang took out his phone and started recording. Dai Chengren, tell me everything clearly about how you colluded and how you embezzled company property. If you tell me everything clearly, I may not call the police. If you're hiding anything, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yang said calmly. Hesitation crossed Dai Chengren's eyes. He explained everything clearly. Qin Yang only needed to make one phone call to deal with him. Not going to talk? Then I'll just call the police. Dai Chengren quickly said, Mr. Qin, if you call the police, Ms. Wu Yuji will also be implicated. She is Jiang Wanyue's wife, and the Jiang family will be thrown into turmoil. Qin Yang smiled. Dai Chengren, I am not a member of the Jiang family. If the Jiang family falls into chaos, it won't be a bad thing for me. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Dai Chengren quickly took a deep breath and said, I'll talk. Mr. Qin, I hope you won't call the police after I tell you. I can still give you benefits in the future. Qin Yang pressed the record button. Dai Chengren spoke honestly, explaining in detail how Wu Yuji contacted him, how she asked him to plant people, and how she embezzled company property. 5 or 6 minutes later, Dai Chengren finished speaking. He said, Mr. Qin, I have no choice. Ms. Wu is Jiang Wanyue's wife. If I don't listen to her, she will definitely not let me off the hook. Qin Yang finished recording. He asked, has the company returned to what it was before? Dai Chengren nodded, they basically returned. A small number of them have found new jobs, but Xingchen Technology offers very good benefits. When we talked to them about it, the vast majority of them chose to come back. Only a very few did not return. Qin Yang considered for a moment and said, Dai Chengren, you are a professional manager, so you do have the ability. You continue to manage the company for now. If you do well, I'll let you off the hook. If you don't, you'll go to jail. Dai Chengren secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Qin, I will definitely manage the company well. However, Qin Yang, just what? Dai Chengren said earnestly, Mr. Qin, Star Technology's main focus now is on artificial intelligence and the metaverse, both of which are money-devouring behemoths. Although Xinchen Technology has investment from its parent company, how long can the parent company continue to invest if there are no results? Although Chairman Jiang holds absolute control of the Jiang Group, other shareholders may still have objections. Qin Yang pondered. After a while, he said, Dai Changren, in your opinion, what are the prospects for the development of artificial intelligence and the metaverse? Dai Changren, the prospects are very good. But both require a lot of capital. It will be difficult for Xinchen Technology to compete with the world's top companies. Investing a lot of money in these two areas could very likely result in losing everything. Qin Yang's mental energy was connected to Zhang Mushue's, and she heard what Dai Changren said. In fact, others had said the same thing to her, including Zhang Wancheng. Honey, what do you think? Qin Yang sent a message to Zhang Mushue. Zhang Mushue, I know it might fail, but I'm interested in both areas and I want to continue. If it fails, I'll consider it a contribution to the domestic industry. Okay, I support you. Qin Yang relayed the message. In his view, artificial intelligence and the metaverse do indeed have a bright future, but many companies are destined to be just there to play along and will be eliminated. Even normal star technology will be phased out. But now there is this exception, him. He might acquire the relevant technology at any time. Qin Yang, thank you. Honey, it would be even better if you said thank you to your husband. Oof. Zhang Mushue didn't call out. She was still a little angry, even though she felt that Tang Yin was probably acting, and that Qin Yang and Tang Yin were deliberately provoking her to recover sooner. But she still felt a little uncomfortable. Manager Dai, you're right. But if Mushue wants to do this, then there rests no reason for it. What you need to do is try your best to do things well. Clear? Qin Yang said lightly. Dai Changren nodded. Mr. Qin, I understand. I will do my best to fulfill my duties until President Jiang recovers. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He had leverage over Dai Changren, and he believed that Dai Changren would behave well, or he would end up in jail. I'm leaving first. After leaving Dai Changren's office, Qin Yang went to the project team he used to work for. Manager Zhao, it's been a long time. Qin Yang greeted his former manager, Zhao Haichen, with a smile. Qin Yang, did you really marry President Jiang? Zhao Haichen said in disbelief. It turns out Zhao Haichen was unaware of this matter, but the news has been circulating within Xinchen Technology for the past 3 days. Qin Yang was originally just an ordinary employee of Xinchen Technology, but he ended up marrying the president of Xinchen Technology. Moreover, Zhang Mushue is the only daughter of the group's president. Yes. Qin Yang chuckled. Zhao Haichen chuckled and said, Qin Yang, I can't call you that anymore. I have to call you President Qin from now on. President Qin, what are your instructions for this inspection? Qin Yang, Manager Zhao, you guys do a good job. If you do well, you'll definitely get your salaries and bonuses. Receive. Zhao Haichen smiled. Qin Yang walked around the entire company and, through Qin Yang and Zhang Mushue, saw the current state of the company. Star Technology has returned to its original track. After the inspection, Qin Yang prepared to leave. Qin Yang saw Zhang Haolong as soon as he arrived at the parking lot. Brother-in-law, my parents want to talk to you. Zhang Haolong faced Qin Yang and said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said with a half smile, Big cousin, I'm not very familiar with your parents, what do we have to talk about? Zhang Haolong said in a deep voice, You'll know when you get there, Qin Yang. My parents are elders. They have something to discuss with you. Are you going to refuse and be disrespectful? Okay, you lead the way. Qin Yang got into his car. Zhang Haolong drove ahead, taking Qin Yang with him. Qin Yang, my uncle and the others are looking for you with no good intentions. You'd better not go. Zhang Mushue's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. It wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Honey, don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhang Mushue snorted, Who's worried about you? You're always irritating me, but I'm not worried about you. Half an hour later, Zhang Wancheng parked his car in front of a restaurant. Qin Yang also parked his car. Qin Yang, my parents are inside. When you see them, you'd better be polite. If they say anything to you, you'd better agree. Zhang Haolong said in a deep voice. Qin Yang said with a half smile, Big cousin, aren't you supposed to call me brother-in-law? Why are you calling me by my name now? A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Haolong's eyes. Qin Yang, if you cooperate well, you'll be my good brother-in-law, otherwise, you're nothing. Chapter 92 Qin Yang, you have no martial ethics. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what Zhang Haolong and his gang were up to. Let's go. Qin Yang said calmly. Zhang Haolong led Qin Yang into the restaurant, and soon they arrived outside a private room. Qin Yang first used his mental energy to quietly probe into the room. There were 3 people in the private room. 2 of them were Zhang Haolong's parents, and Qin Yang didn't recognize the other one. He exuded a strong aura, and Qin Yang judged that he should be a martial artist. Qin Yang, come in. Zhang Haolong opened the door to the private room. Qin Yang calmly followed them into the private room. Zhang Wanyue and Wu Yuji's gazes fell on Qin Yang, while the other sipped his tea without looking at him. Uncle, aunt. Why did you call me here? Qin Yang spoke. Zhang Wanyue was, after all, Zhang Wanqing's older brother, so he still had to show them the proper courtesy before they showed their fangs. Zhang Haolong closed and locked the door to the private room. Zhang Wanyue looked at the middle-aged man sipping tea, Mr. Chao, that is Qin Yang. Lu Hongyi and the other 4 had some conflicts with Qin Yang before. Qin Yang, Mr. Chao was invited by the Lu family. You beat up Lu Hongyi and his men, so he came to our Zhang family. Since my 3rd brother wasn't around, he came to me. We had a meal together and talked about this. It's better to resolve a feud than to let it fester. Zhang Wanyue smiled. He acted like a peacemaker, thinking of Qin Yang's best interests. The middle-aged man, Xiao Xian, said coldly, let me correct you. I was not invited by the Lu family. I was invited by the Lu family and 5 other families. Qin Yang, you hid Lu Hongyi and the others. You don't think this matter is over and done with, do you? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. He felt it definitely wasn't Xiao Xian who contacted Zhang Wanyue, it was probably Zhang Wanyue who proactively contacted the Lu family to target him, and the Lu family then discussed the matter with the other 4 families. They sent Xiao Xian over together. Xiao Xian's strength wasn't very impressive, so Qin Yang confidently used his mental detection, sending his mental energy into Xiao Xian's body. Qin Yang quickly determined that Xiao Xian was only at the early stage of internal strength. Qin Yang considered this level of cultivation to be quite ordinary. After all, even excluding his spiritual power, he was already at the late stage of dark force. Tang Yin and Ouyang Wu were both young people, one was at the early stage of dark force, and the other had the cultivation of the middle stage of dark force. But for ordinary people, Xiao Xian is already very impressive. Below the dark force level, there is also the bright force level, and even martial artists at the bright force level are much stronger than ordinary people. Qin Yang pulled out a chair and sat down. He said calmly, they came looking for trouble and tried to force their way into my house. I'm already being lenient by not causing them any further trouble. What more do they want? Wu Yuji coughed lightly and said, Qin Yang, Mr. Chao, let's talk this out and not get angry. Qin Yang glanced at Wu Yuji. With his S+ mental strength, he could easily tell that Wu Yuji didn't genuinely want to help him. Xiao Xian said in a deep voice, President Zhang, President Wu, I'll give you some face. Qin Yang will compensate Lu Xiao and the others 1 million each, and they can also kowtow and apologize. That'll be enough. Qin Yang was delighted. He scoffed, are you out of your mind? They tried to break into my house and I taught them a lesson. They deserved it, and I have to compensate them. Add kowtowing and apologizing? Xiao Xian stood up and said coldly, Qin Yang, don't think you're anything special just because you know a few fancy moves. You may be able to beat Lu Hongyi and the others because you've practiced martial arts, but you're nothing in front of a true master. Qin Yang, I know there are martial artists in China. Are you a martial artist? Xiao Xian said proudly, that's right, I am a true martial artist, and the true way of martial arts is the art of killing. Would you like to give it a try? At this point, Xiao Xian grabbed a bottle of Baijiu Chinese liquor, and with a forceful squeeze, he crushed the thick bottle. Zhang Wanyue kindly advised, Qin Yang, if you soften your stance, we'll put in a good word for you, and the matter will be over. We ordinary people shouldn't fight with martial artists. If a martial artist gets angry, one slap from him could kill us. Qin Yang pondered. He was naturally not afraid of someone at the early stage of dark force. Even without using his mental power, he could easily defeat the opponent by revealing his late-stage dark force strength. But he doesn't want to reveal it now. He's already planning to participate in a lottery for 10,000 emotion points. If he's lucky, his strength will increase soon. With S+ level mental strength and late-stage dark force cultivation, this level of power wouldn't be invincible even in China, let alone the whole world. Exposing it now carries some risks. May I have your name? Xin Yang asked. Chao Xian said domineeringly, My name is Chao Xian, Xian is in Constitution. Xin Yang, you just got lucky. Don't think you're so great. There are many powerful people in this world, and this world is much more dangerous than you think. Xin Yang deduced that the other party was not lying. I'm going out to make a phone call. Chao Xian said coldly, You can make phone calls, but you can't go outside. You can make phone calls from this private room. He thought Xin Yang was looking for Jiang Wancheng. He has the alliance of 5 major families, including the Lu family, behind him. Even if Xin Yang tells you Wancheng, Chao Xian is not afraid at all. Beep beep. Xin Yang quickly made a phone call. Hello? Zhang Xuangong's voice came over. Xin Yang said, Captain Zhang, a martial artist extorted 5 million from me and forced me to kneel down and admit my mistake. I want to know, is it permissible for a martial artist to target others like this? The other person's name is Chao Xian. Chao Xian's expression changed slightly. Zhang Shengang, martial artists shouldn't do that. The other party is right next to you, right? Put it on speakerphone so I can talk to them. Xin Yang turned on speakerphone. Chao Xian, right? Where are you from? Chao Xian tentatively inquired, and you are? Zhang Xuangong's authoritative voice rang out, My name is Zhang Shengang, captain of the 7th Special Operations Division of the 9th Security Bureau. There is a martial artist named Chao Xian in S City. Is that you? Chao Xian. He felt like a million curses were running through his mind, and Xin Yang actually made a direct call to the 9th Security Bureau. I am. Chao Xian took a deep breath and said. He knew very well that lying about this kind of thing was pointless. Zhang Shengang said, Is what Xin Yang just said true? You can lie, but you should know that if you lie, you will definitely be found out here. Chao Xian frowned deeply. If he shifts the blame to the Lu family and others, his crime will be less severe, but the Lu family and other clans will not let him off the hook. Say! Zhang Shengang shouted. I have your location confirmed. If needed, the 9th Security Bureau will be here soon. Chao Xian gritted his teeth and said, What Xin Yang said is true. Zhang Shengang, you should know the rules. Go to the entrance of your restaurant and wait. A police car will be here to pick you up soon. You can try to escape, but with your cultivation level, there is absolutely no way you can get away. Chao Xian. Extorting 5 million might land him in jail for 10 years. Even if the Lu family and others bail him out, he still can't escape 3 years in prison. Captain Zhang, I understand. Chao Xian said with a grim expression. Zhang Shengang, don't you dare lay a hand on Xin Yang. If you do, your crime will be compounded. Yes. Chao Xian gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Xian just hung up the phone. Chao Xian glared at Xin Yang with a grim expression. Xin Yang, you have no sportsmanship. You actually reported this directly to the 9th Security Bureau. Chapter 93 Xin Yang is a good boy. Xin Yang asked in surprise, Do I need to talk about it? You said I'm all show and no substance, and I'm not a martial artist. Isn't it a bit much to ask me to talk about martial ethics? Chao Xian. He glared fiercely at Xin Yang. Xin Yang said, You look very angry. If you're angry, then vent your anger. I'm standing right here, so hit me if you want. You. Chao Xian clenched his fists. He desperately wanted to beat Xin Yang to death, but he restrained himself from doing so. He knew very well that if he did, it would definitely take more than 10 years. You win. Chao Xian said fiercely. Xin Yang smiled and said, Go in and reform yourself well, try to get out as soon as possible, and be a good person when you come out. Chao Xian opened the door, slammed it shut, and left. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he would lose his temper and take action. He could accept 3 years in prison, but 10 years? Even if he could endure it, could his wife endure it? Uncle, you are so kind. Xin Yang looked at Zhang Wanyue and the others with a half-smile. Zhang Wanyue's expression was not good. Their original plan was for Chao Xian to teach Xin Yang a lesson, and then they would step in and kindly persuade Xin Yang not to speak recklessly out of gratitude. Perhaps Xin Yang will discover the dangers of marrying into a wealthy family and then take the initiative to propose a divorce to Zhang Muxue. The result was unexpected. Xin Yang made a phone call, and Chao Xian estimated that he would be able to get in. Xin Yang, your parents just want to help you. The Lu family and other families are all powerful. If they join forces, they are stronger than our Jiang family. You can't afford to offend them. Jiang Haolong said in a deep voice. Big cousin, I've brought you something. Xin Yang smiled. What? Jiang Haolong was taken aback. What was Qin Yang going to give him? Was Qin Yang trying to repair their relationship with a gift? Bang! Xin Yang raised his hand and slapped Jiang Haolong across the face. Jiang Haolong was knocked to the ground. Xin Yang's slap was very hard, and the man was stunned. Xin Yang, what are you doing? Jiang Wanyue said sternly. Xin Yang kicked Jiang Haolong in the stomach again, and Jiang Haolong clutched his stomach and curled up in pain. Xin Yang, stop! Wu Yuji said angrily, and she tried to pull Xin Yang away. Xin Yang, you'd better stand still, otherwise if I'm not happy, I'll call the police, and auntie, you might have to go to jail for more than 10 years. Wu Yuji's body stiffened. Xin Yang, my third brother will not allow you to call the police. Jiang Wanyue said sternly. Xin Yang, then I'll call and ask. Xin Yang quickly dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. He put the phone on speakerphone, and Jiang Wancheng asked in confusion, Xiaoqin, what's going on over there? He heard Jiang Haolong's pained voice. Xin Yang, Dad, my eldest cousin said that my uncle and aunt wanted to see me, but when I got there I found that there were other people there. The other party was a martial artist, sent by the Liu family and other families. They demanded 5 million and wanted me to kneel down and kowtow to admit my mistake. I called Captain Zhang and that person left. Wu Yuji said angrily, Jiang Wancheng, Xin Yang just hit Haolong. What right does he have to hit Haolong? He even threatened to call the police and have me arrested. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wancheng quickly understood that this situation was very likely due to his elder brother contacting the Liu family and other families to put pressure on Qin Yang through outsiders. Since Qin Yang couldn't fight his elders, he beat up Jiang Haolong instead. Xiaoqin, you can handle it yourself. If you want to call the police, I will fully support you. Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Jiang Wanyue and Wu Yuji's expressions changed. Jiang Wanyue quickly explained, Third brother, I thought it was better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, so I arranged a dinner party. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to say that. This is a misunderstanding. Jiang Wancheng, brother, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, let Qin Yang handle it himself. Little Qin, I have something to do here, I'll hang up now. After saying that, Jiang Wancheng hung up the phone. Jiang Haolong had already stood up by this time. Bang! Xin Yang slapped Jiang Haolong hard again, this time landing on the other side of his face. Ah! Jiang Haolong screamed as he was knocked down again. Jiang Wanyue shouted, Xin Yang, what exactly do you want? Don't take advantage of my third brother's support to act recklessly. My father is still alive, and he is still in charge of the Jiang family. Xin Yang looked at Jiang Wanyue. Uncle, do you want aunt to avoid jail time? If I call the police, she'll be in there for over 10 years. By the time she gets out, you'll have countless mistresses. Jiang Wanyue. Xin Yang then looked at Wu Yuji and said, Aunt, if I were you, and I had to go to jail for this long, I would tell you everything, and that way the punishment would be lighter. Moreover, if the two of them go to jail together, the uncle won't have time to find a mistress, and there won't be any illegitimate children to claim the inheritance. Wu Yuji. Jiang Wanyue said angrily with a dark face, Xin Yang, what exactly do you want? If you call the police, the entire Jiang family will be disgraced, and the third son will be affected as well. Xin Yang looked at Jiang Haolong. Uncle, please don't hit my eldest cousin, please don't break his legs, otherwise if my aunt goes to jail, it will be inconvenient for him to visit her in prison. Jiang Wanyue and the other two. Xin Yang, aren't you being a little too cruel? Jiang Wanyue said in a cold voice. Xin Yang, uncle, what you're saying isn't right, is it? I was telling you not to hit my eldest cousin, how is that cruel? I meant well, and you say this to me. Never mind, I'm leaving. Aunt, you'd better go home right away and tell them what needs to be said. The police will be looking for you within 2 hours. Wu Yuji, honey, call Dad. Tell him to find Jiang Wancheng and have him persuade Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and said, let's fight together. Uncle, you call Grandpa Mu Shui, and I'll call the police. I'll accept the punishment for hitting Jiang Haolong. Jiang Wanyue did not take out his phone. No fight? If you're not going to call, I'll be leaving now. Auntie, hurry up, 2 hours will pass quickly. Xin Yang smiled. After he finished speaking, he opened the door and left unhurriedly. Honey, how about you call Dad now? Wu Yuji asked. Zhang Wanyue, why did Qin Yang choose to call the police after finding out? Wu Yuji frowned. She didn't want to be arrested and spend over 10 years in prison. It was quite possible that Zhang Wanyue would have found a mistress during this time. Perhaps by the time she got out, he'd have several illegitimate children. Go back first, Zhang Wanyue said with a gloomy expression. Half an hour later, Zhang Wanyue and his group arrived at his home. Beep beep. Zhang Wanyue called Zhang Wancheng. He knew he couldn't call his father now. The only way was to call Zhang Wancheng, persuade him, and get Zhang Wancheng to talk to Qin Yang. Third brother, do you know what Qin Yang is planning to do? The call connected, Zhang Wanyue said in a deep voice. What? Zhang Wancheng was somewhat curious. Zhang Wanyue said coldly, he told me to break Haolong's legs. Only then will he choose not to call the police. Third brother, Haolong is your own nephew. Qin Yang has gone too far, shouldn't you try to persuade him? Zhang Wancheng, I don't believe Qin Yang would do such a thing. Doing this is illegal. He's a good kid. Zhang Wanyue. He took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang is cunning. He didn't say it directly. He just hinted that I should break Haolong's leg, otherwise he would call the police in 2 hours. Zhang Wancheng said, Brother, you probably misunderstood Qin Yang. He would never have given such a hint. I'll talk to him when I get back. Zhang Wanyue frowned. He recorded it, but Zhang Wancheng's answer was watertight, so his recording was in vain. Chapter 94, So Honest Without Anesthesia? Zhang Wanyue frowned and said, Third brother, I'm begging you, please talk to Qin Yang and tell him not to call the police. I can't really break Haolong's leg. Zhang Wancheng, brother, don't joke around. Qin Yang has no such plans. Don't overthink it. Brother, I have to go now. Zhang Wancheng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Wu Yuji said in a trembling voice, Husband, what should we do? If Qin Yang calls the police, we're afraid we'll be in jail for a long time. Us? Zhang Wanyue looked at Wu Yuji and said. I am all alone. Wu Yuji quickly replied. Zhang Wanyue pondered, my wife said that we probably have this in mind, if I don't find a way to save her, she'll drag me down with her. Qin Yang might not call the police. He might just be trying to scare us. Zhang Wanyue paced back and forth. Wu Yuji, honey, shall we bet? Qin Yang dared to call the police and send Xiaoxian to jail, dared to beat Haolong in front of us, and even dared to beat Lu Hongyi and the others. He is much braver than the average person. Zhang Wanyue remained silent. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and only half an hour remained of the 2 hours Qin Yang had mentioned. Zhang Wanyue approached Zhang Haolong with a wooden stick in his hand. Dad! Fear flashed in Zhang Haolong's eyes. Zhang Wanyue took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Haolong, your leg is broken, but it will recover in 2 or 3 months. If your mother is arrested, she will be imprisoned for more than 10 years. Just bear with it, it'll only be a moment. Haven't you always wanted a sports car? Once you've recovered, I'll buy you one. Zhang Haolong nodded. Dad, come here. As he spoke, he lifted his left leg and placed it on the bed. Then Zhang Haolong closed his eyes, and Zhang Wanyue raised the stick and slammed it down on Zhang Haolong's calf. Ah! Zhang Haolong screamed in agony. He felt excruciating pain. This blow hurt much more than the one Qin Yang had given him. But an embarrassing thing happened. Although Zhang Wanyue used a lot of force, Zhang Haolong was strong and his stick failed to break Zhang Wanyue's leg. Dad, it hurts. Zhang Haolong's nose and eyes were stinging from the pain. Haolong, put your legs in a good position and I'll do it again. Just one more time, it'll be over soon, just bear with it. Zhang Wanyue touched Zhang Haolong's leg, which had been hit. Qin Yang, I'll curse your ancestors. Zhang Jialong cursed inwardly as he put his leg back in place. Zhang Wanyue, fearing another failure, smashed the pot with all his might. Ah! Zhang Haolong screamed again. This time, his screams were even louder. His shin bone had finally broken from the blow. Honey, what are you doing? Wu Yuji rushed in. She went upstairs as soon as she heard the first scream, and by the time she arrived, Zhang Wanyue had already broken Zhang Haolong's leg. What else can we do? Haolong's leg has to be broken. If Qin Yang calls the police, you'll be going to jail. Zhang Wanyue said with a grim expression. Wu Yuji, honey, you're too impatient. I found a doctor, and he'll be here soon with the anesthesia. Can't you wait until he administers the anesthesia before you get yours? Jiang Haolong. Hearing his mother say that made him feel even more pain. Jiang Wanyue was dumbfounded. You didn't tell me? Wu Yuji said angrily, where did I not say? I told you I found a doctor, and the doctor will be here soon. Jiang Wanyue, you didn't mention anesthesia. I thought you called the doctor to treat Haolong. You can't just wait for the doctor to arrive and administer the anesthesia in front of him. I will. Jiang Haolong felt like dying. Wu Yuji, son, just bear with it, the doctor will be here soon and he can give you anesthesia. Honey, take a picture and send it to Qin Yang. Jiang Wanyue quickly took the photos. He didn't have Qin Yang's WeChat, so he sent the photo to Jiang Wancheng, third brother, are you satisfied now? Jiang Wancheng quickly sent a voice message. Big brother, are you crazy? How could you break Haolong's leg? Even if you are his father, this is serious intentional injury. If he calls the police, you might go to jail. Jiang Wancheng was very shocked. Jiang Wanyue's face darkened, didn't I say I hit him? Haolong was hit on the leg by something that fell over. Jiang Wancheng suddenly realized and said, oh, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I was just saying, even if Haolong is wrong, he shouldn't act like this. Jiang Wanyue's face darkened. He did not reply to Jiang Wancheng's messages again. Honey, do you feel that Jiang Wancheng has changed? Wu Yuji asked. Jiang Wanyue, he has changed, but he hasn't. That's just his personality. If you provoke him once, he might be able to tolerate it, but if you provoke him again, he might not be able to tolerate it anymore. Wu Yuji said, you are his older brother, but you are no longer as important to him as Qin Yang. With Mu Shui dead, Qin Yang is an outsider. I just don't understand why he values Qin Yang so much. Jiang Wanyue's heart stirred. Perhaps Qin Yang's marriage to Mu Shui will stimulate Mu Shui, and Mu Shui's condition will improve, making her recovery very likely. Wu Yuji, the possibility is not low. Let's go see Qin Yang and check on Mu Shui's condition. Jiang Wanyu shook his head and said, let's wait a bit. We need to see Mu Shui when Qin Yang isn't around. If he is, he definitely won't let us in. Wu Yuji nodded. Qin Yang received a photo forwarded by Jiang Wancheng. In the photo, Jiang Haolong's left leg was bent abnormally, and he was pale with pain and his forehead was covered in sweat. So honest, without anesthesia? Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Beep beep. Soon after, Jiang Wancheng called. Xiao Qin, my older brother and the others must hate you to the core. You have to be careful in the future, they won't let this go. Jiang Wancheng gave his instructions. Qin Yang, they are Mu Shui's elders. I tolerated them this time, but if it happens again, I will not tolerate it even if they are Mu Shui's elders. Jiang Wancheng said, we'll go back tomorrow. After we get back, I'll talk to my older brother and the others and make things clear. If they cause any more trouble, I won't tolerate it anymore. Xiao Qin, how is Mu Shui now? Qin Yang smiled and said, Dad, Mu Shui is doing quite well. Her senses have improved. She can even taste the extra salt I put in her food. When she is in a very good mental state, she can hear you if you call her a little loudly. Jiang Wancheng was overjoyed. With her 5 senses restored and even enhanced, Jiang Mushua's chances of recovery are very high. Xiao Qin, let's take the earliest flight back tomorrow. Jiang Wancheng said. He is now eager to go home. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Wancheng and his group returned. They went straight to Qin Yang's place after their return. Mu Shui, can you hear me? I am your mother. Liang Lan whispered in Jiang Mushua's ear. The EEG monitor suddenly changed. Liang Lan was overjoyed. Qin Yang had not yet established a mental connection between her and Jiang Mushua, but Jiang Mushua had already shown signs of change. Xiao Qin, let me connect with Mu Shui. Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan and Jiang Mushua quickly connected their mental powers. Mom, I heard your voice. Jiang Mushua said happily. Chapter 95, Xingqian Technology Independence? Mu Shui, did you hear what I just said? Liang Lan asked expectantly. I heard you. You asked me if I could hear you, and I said you were my mother. But your voice was a little soft just now. Your voice is much clearer now. Well. Liang Lan's tears quickly flowed. Jiang Muxue has been recovering very quickly these past few days. At this rate, she may wake up soon. Mood value plus 118. Mom, don't cry, I'll be alright. Mom, where have you been these past 2 days? Tang Yin moved in next door, and Qin Yang even gave her a painting. Liang Lan, what kind of painting should we send? Jiang Muxue, Qin Yang painted a picture of Tang Yin. Tang Yin wasn't in front of him, and he didn't use a photograph, but the painting he made looked exactly like Tang Yin. Mom, can I sleep separately from him after I wake up? Liang Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and said, Muxue, from what you said, it seems you care about Qin Yang. No, that's not true. Jiang Muxue quickly replied, I don't care about him at all. Mood value plus 116. Liang Lan, Muxue, don't overthink it. Qin Yang was able to draw Tang Yin from memory because he has an exceptionally strong memory and can remember everything he sees. Photographic memory? Jiang Muxue muttered to herself. Mom, Qin Yang and Tang Yin are deliberately trying to provoke me, aren't they? Liang Lan, Muxue, that's possible. But if you don't take care of your own happiness and someone else takes it away, then you can't blame anyone else. Qin Yang is very outstanding, and it's possible that Tang Yin likes him. Mood value plus 110. After chatting for a while, Liang Lan said to Qin Yang, Xiaoqin, why don't you let Muxue talk to her father for a bit? Good. Qin Yang nodded. He quickly connected Jiang Muxue and Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Muxue, Dad, Xingchen Technology has spent a lot of money, but the probability of achieving results is low. What do the other shareholders think? Jiang Wancheng, they didn't have any objections before, because Xingchen Technology used to spend less money. But now they have some objections, and some shareholders want Xingchen Technology to become independent. Dad, does Star Technology really have no future? Well, there's still potential, but the chances are low. Jiang Wancheng answered truthfully. Jiang Muxue, Dad, why didn't you stop me before? Jiang Wancheng's eyes showed a look of doting. It's rare that you are interested in artificial intelligence and the metaverse. Letting you run this company to train and develop yourself is a good idea. Even if you fail, you will still gain management experience. Jiang Muxue said, Dad, if I die, Star Technology should continue to operate in other areas. But the company shouldn't fire employees who perform well. You won't die. Jiang Wancheng made a resolute decision about the tunnel. Dad, I meant if. No ifs. Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Muxue finished their conversation quickly. He asked, Xiaoqin, given Mushue's current condition, what do you think is the likelihood of her fully waking up? Qin Yang smiled and said, Dad, very high. Mushue's recovery speed has been quite good recently. She may wake up within 3 days at the earliest. The chances of waking up within half a month are 70–80%. The chances of waking up within a month should be 90%. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan were overjoyed. Although Jiang Muxue could still die, the situation was much, much better than before. Xiaoqin, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Jiang Wancheng said. Dad, please ask. Jiang Wancheng, some shareholders in the group want Xingchen Technology to become independent. Although I have absolute control, some shareholders have significant backgrounds and I have to take their opinions into consideration. What do you think? Qin Yang analyzed, given the current situation, it will be extremely difficult for Xingchen Technology to develop and make big money. The chance of success is definitely less than 10%. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. Yicheng, what you said is too conservative. Those shareholders had people conduct assessments, and the success rate was less than 1 in 1,000. Even with their full support, Xingchen Technology's success rate was less than 1%. Qin Yang said, they want Star Technology to be independent, so let Star Technology be independent. I think that's fine. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, tell me your reasons. If we go independent and lose the group's support, where will Xingchen Technology get so much funding for development? Qin Yang asked, will it be given to Muxue after she becomes independent? Jiang Wancheng shook his head. If we become independent, our idea is that you and Muxue will each hold half of Xingchen Technology's shares. Your current shareholdings in the group will remain unchanged. Qin Yang was surprised. This is like giving him another big gift. Dad, why are you giving me shares again? Jiang Wancheng, when I think about it, I think there's only one way, you join in. You can learn calligraphy, painting, piano, cooking, hacking, etc. in a short time. If you study it, it's not impossible to conquer metaverse technology. Your technology is worth half the shares. Xin Yang, Dad, you still trust me quite a bit. Right now, I know absolutely nothing about artificial intelligence and the metaverse. Jiang Wancheng smiled. With your learning ability, as long as you put in the effort, I believe you are very likely to create miracles in the future. Xin Yang considered for a moment and said, Dad, if the other shareholders insist on making Xingchen technology independent, then let them have it. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Then I'll agree to let Star Technology become independent. If Star Technology develops and no outsiders share the benefits, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Not long after, Jiang Wancheng and his group left. They had just returned to Haicheng and had to rush to the company, where there were still many things waiting for them to handle. Honey, you didn't say anything bad about me just now, did you? Xin Yang connected with Jiang Muxue through his mental energy and asked her. Jiang Wancheng and his group did not exhaust Jiang Muxue's mental energy. Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, you're lying to me. There's nothing between you and Tang Yin. You're just deliberately trying to provoke me. Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Honey, do you care about this a lot? Looks like you're jealous. Mood value plus 50. Jiang Muxue snorted, who's jealous? Tang Yin and I are best friends. I just don't want you to ruin us all by yourself. Xin Yang laughed and said, then you'd better wake up soon. If you die, I might very well go looking for her. Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 55. Honey, Star Technology is going to become independent, and your dad will give me half of Star Technology's shares. Jiang Muxue said, that's no problem, I have no objection, but you have to answer one question truthfully. You and Tang Yin were deliberately acting to provoke me, weren't you? Tang Yin is her best friend, and now she is in a vegetative state. If Tang Yin gets together with Xin Yang, it would be a deep betrayal in Jiang Muxue's eyes. She will feel very uncomfortable. Xin Yang pondered, realizing that too much stimulation was inappropriate. Jiang Muxue had asked repeatedly, showing great concern about this. If you go too far and break her heart, that wouldn't be good. Silly wife, of course I'm doing this on purpose to provoke you. Xin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Muxue. Mood value plus 68. I knew it would be like this. Chapter 96. Jiang Muxue's fingers moved. Honey, acting with Tang Yin used to boost your mental strength, but now it's useless. What should I do? Should I use the whip candle I bought online? Xin Yang said with a hint of helplessness. Mood value plus 66. Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, don't you dare do anything reckless. If you do, I will definitely not let you off the hook when I wake up. Xin Yang chuckled and said, why won't you let me off the hook? Are you going to drain me dry in bed, or give me a few suns so I'll be exhausted? Jiang Muxue. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. We can no longer act with Tang Yin to provoke Jiang Muxue, and given that she has already been stimulated and improved quite a bit recently, Jiang Muxue's mental strength has improved very little in the past 2 days. Host, your emotional value has reached 10,000. The system's voice rang in Xin Yang's mind. Xin Yang paused his massage of Jiang Muxue and thought to himself, system, spend 10,000 emotion points to draw a prize and give me a better reward. The first lottery draw only yielded an A-level hacking skill. Although the usual reward is an A-level, it's still a bit disappointing to only get an A-level reward with 10,000 emotion points. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining S-level ancient medical skills. The system voice sounded. A flood of information rushed into Xin Yang's mind. Xin Yang was overjoyed. He had long wanted to acquire medical skills, and now he finally had them, and they were even S-level medical skills. With the system's assistance, Xin Yang quickly digested the information. So strong. Xin Yang muttered to himself. A-level medical skills are already among the best in the country, while S-level medical skills are undoubtedly among the best in the world. Moreover, he obtained ancient medical skills, some of which have long been lost. A box of silver needles appeared in Xin Yang's hand. He had stored a considerable amount of emergency supplies in his system space. He hadn't known how to use silver needles before, but he had bought them anyway, so he could use them immediately once he acquired the relevant skills. Xin Yang took out a silver needle and gently inserted it into Jiang Muxue's head. 1, 2, 3. In just a few minutes, Xin Yang inserted 20 or 30 silver needles. The purpose of the silver needles is to stimulate Jiang Muxue's brain, allowing it to quickly recover from its dormant state. Time passes by every second. Xin Yang would flick or pinch the silver needles, and sometimes he would even transmit a trace of his internal energy into Jiang Mushua's brain through the silver needles. Half an hour passed before we knew it. Xin Yang carefully removed all the silver needles. I don't know how effective it will be. Xin Yang thought to himself, his expression becoming somewhat tense. When I was massaging Jiang Mushue just now, she could provide about 50 points of emotional value. Now that the treatment is over, I don't know how much the emotional value will increase. The next second, Xin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mushue's. Xin Yang, what did you just do? Jiang Mushue asked. Xin Yang, Su Xiaoyu just came over. She stayed here for more than half an hour. I think she has feelings for me. I can't help it, your husband is very charming. Mood value plus 85. Jiang Mushue scoffed, you're just bragging. I'd never believe you. Xin Yang was overjoyed. Before treatment, my emotional value was only around 50 points, and it would only recover to around 60 points in half an hour. Now, it has skyrocketed to 85 points. Moreover, 85 points may not be the current limit. Honey, if you don't believe me, that's fine too. Let me continue massaging you. I've massaged your upper body enough. Now I'll massage your lower body. Xin Yang said with a smile. Mood value plus 92. Xin Yang quickly began the massage. He measured that Jiang Mushue's emotional value had increased to over 90 points, which was at least 30 points higher than before. The original peak value was around 120. After this treatment, Jiang Mushue should be able to provide 150 emotional points each time. The massage ended not long after. Jiang Mushue's mental energy has been completely exhausted. Beep beep. Just then, Xin Yang's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that the crude oil futures price had reached its peak. Without hesitation, Xin Yang quickly sold all his shares. The principal amount is 23 million. Profit of 37 million. Xin Yang's futures account has reached 60 million yuan. Looking at the long string of numbers in his account, Xin Yang was extremely excited. Xin Yang wasn't this excited when Zhang Wansheng gave him 2% of the shares. Shares are just shares, and besides, they were given to him by someone else, not earned by him. He earned those 37 million himself. This is still in cash. He can get out quickly if he wants to. Stay calm, stay calm. Just over 30 million, not even a small goal. Xin Yang went to his study and quickly began to study. 2 hours later, he concluded that crude oil prices were not expected to fluctuate significantly and the market was uncertain, so there was no need to invest at the moment. Gold futures, on the other hand, are likely to experience a significant price movement. This rally should also see a rise of over 10%. Xin Yang said in his heart. Without hesitation, he bought all the gold futures, using a 10x leverage. His 60 million yuan investment could be amplified to 600 million yuan, and if the price rose by more than 10 points, he could make a profit of 80 to 90 million yuan. Of course, if the prediction fails and the price falls, it will drop tenfold, which is something most people simply cannot withstand. As night deepened, the night gradually came to an end. Jiang Mushue's mental strength has fully recovered. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Honey, how are you feeling? Xin Yang connected with Jiang Mushue's mental energy and asked. Jiang Mushue said happily, Xin Yang, I can see a little bit now. Before, I could only feel the light, but now I can see your blurry figure. Mood value plus 153. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. Jiang Mushue's mental strength indeed increased significantly. Honey, feel the fingers on your left hand. Xin Yang said. He took a lighter and a stun gun out of his pocket. Crack. Xin Yang pressed the stun gun on the lighter. A small bolt of lightning struck Jiang Mushue's index finger. Jiang Mushue's fingers trembled. Mood value plus 155. Jiang Mushue, Xin Yang, what are you going to use to shock me? Xin Yang laughed and said, a lighter-shaped stun gun. Mushue, concentrate and see if you can move your finger. Can I move now? Jiang Mushue asked. Xin Yang, you have to believe in yourself. With your current mental strength, it's possible. Jiang Mushue tried her best to control herself. 2 minutes later, Jiang Mushue's index finger twitched slightly. The movement was small, but Xin Yang saw it clearly. Mushue, did you see that? Your index finger just moved, you did it. Xin Yang sent a message with delight. Mood value plus 160. I saw it. Jiang Muxue was overjoyed. Although she could swallow liquid food before, it was unconscious, a conditioned reflex of the body. This time was different. This time she controlled her movements herself. Muxue, try again. Xin Yang opened his phone and started recording a video. After the first time, it was easier the second time. After about a minute, Jiang Muxue's fingers moved again. Xin Yang clearly photographed it. Chapter 97. Jiang Muxue woke up. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Beep beep. Xin Yang called Liang Lan. Mom, if you and Dad have time, could you come over to my place? Liang Lan quickly asked, Xiaoqin, what's the matter? If something's wrong, we can make time to come over. Xin Yang Muxue's fingers moved last night. Ah. Liang Lan was overjoyed. Xiaoqin, we're coming right away. Liang Lan and the others arrived within half an hour. Xin Yang first showed them the video, and they clearly saw that Jiang Muxue's finger moved in the video. Xiaoqin, how come Muxue can move all of a sudden? Jiang Wancheng asked. Xin Yang, I treated Muxue last night, and her mental strength has improved a lot after the treatment. Afterwards, I asked her to control her finger movements with all her might, and she did it. You treated Muxue? Liang Lan asked, puzzled. Xin Yang nodded, I studied medicine. I read many ancient books and finally learned ancient medical techniques. Muxue has recovered to a point where she is ready for treatment. As Xin Yang spoke, he took out a box of silver needles from the drawer. Xiaoqin, you're using silver needles for treatment? Jiang Wancheng said in surprise, I've consulted many traditional Chinese medicine doctors before, but none of them could help me. Xin Yang smiled and said, the situation is different now. Muxue's consciousness used to be very weak, but now it has increased 20 or 30 times. If we let some traditional Chinese medicine doctors treat her now, it might be effective. Xiaoqin, do you need to find a skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Liang Lan inquired. Xin Yang shook his head, there's no need. In terms of ancient medical skills, there are probably few people better than me. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan stared at Xin Yang in shock. Xin Yang's learning ability is truly terrifying. Xiaoqin, since you say so, we believe you. Are you going to treat Muxue again now? Jiang Wancheng asked. Xin Yang nodded slightly, I'll try again. This acupuncture technique stimulates Muxue's brain nerves, and there's a good chance it will wake her up directly. But this acupuncture technique can only be used 3 times a month. Liang Lan's heart tightened. Is this the second time? If he hasn't woken up after 3 attempts, is it very difficult for him to wake up? Xin Yang said, this is the second treatment. Even if she doesn't wake up after 3 treatments, Muxue's mental strength will be greatly enhanced, and her chances of waking up will increase significantly. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, do you mean if it succeeds, we should wake up immediately, and if it doesn't succeed, we'll have to wait? Xin Yang nodded. He laughed and said, Dad, don't worry. With my current medical skills, I can at least guarantee that Muxue will recover 99% of the time, if not 100%. Jiang Wancheng and his group were overjoyed. There's not much difference between 99% and 100%. Xiaoqin, you should start now. We'll keep an eye on things, we won't bother you. Liang Lan looked forward to the authentic place. Xin Yang took out silver needles and began to apply them. Although they had confidence in Xin Yang, Liang Lan and the others were still worried as they watched the silver needles being inserted into their daughter's head. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, Xin Yang finished the acupuncture and removed the silver needles. Wife, why aren't you awake yet? Xin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue. His thunderous voice resounded in Jiang Muxue's mind. Jiang Muxue was startled. Her body trembled. The next second, under the tense and expectant gazes of Jiang Wancheng and the others, Jiang Muxue's eyelashes trembled slightly. She opened her eyes. Unlike before, Jiang Muxue's eyes were no longer lifeless. She saw Xin Yang and Jiang Wancheng. Mood score plus 208. Dad, Mom. Jiang Muxue's weak voice rang out. Hey! Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan responded, and Liang Lan's tears quickly welled up. Jiang Wancheng's eyes also reddened. Their beloved daughter had finally returned. Wife. Xin Yang called out with a smile. Mood score plus 204. Jiang Muxue. She looked at Qin Yang and said, I'm not your wife. Lian Lan wiped away her tears and said, Muxue, don't be willful. If it weren't for Qin Yang, your father and mother would have lost you. Muxue, how are you feeling now? Can you turn your head? Can you move your hands and feet? Jiang Muxue slowly moved her head a little, then she raised her left hand slightly. I can move, but I feel no strength in my hands and feet. Qin Yang laughed and said, it would be strange if you could feel strength in your hands and feet after lying down for so long. Your muscle atrophy isn't severe, thanks to Yang Xian and the others. Jiang Muxue has been in a coma for 7 months. Without professional massage, the muscles in an ordinary person's legs will atrophy within a month, and their calves can shrink to half their original size within 3 months. Jiang Wancheng asked, Xiaoqin, Muxue is awake. She shouldn't be going back, right? Mood value plus 195. Liang Lan's heart tightened, and Jiang Muxue also looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and said, it shouldn't be. The dormant areas of Muxue's brain have been reactivated. Unless there are special circumstances, she won't regress. Liang Lan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Muxue also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mood value plus 190. Having been in a vegetative state for so long, Jiang Muxue didn't want to suffer like this anymore. Xiaoqin, Muxue needs rehabilitation training. Do we need to call a doctor? Or can she manage on her own? Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang, Dad, I can do it myself. I'm helping Muxue with her rehabilitation training, and it's actually much faster. Jiang Muxue, Dad, I want to find another doctor. Jiang Wancheng looked at Jiang Muxue and said, Muxue, making money isn't easy these days. Since Qin Yang can help you with your rehabilitation training, why bother hiring others? Save some money. Mood value plus 192. Jiang Muxue was speechless. Ordinary people should save this money. But their family doesn't seem to be that poor yet. Liang Lan smiled and said, Muxue, your dad and I still have to go to the company. You two can chat for a while. We're leaving first. Jiang Muxue quickly said, Mom, don't go. I just woke up. Why are you leaving so soon? Liang Lan, although you weren't awake before, we still chatted. You two must have a lot to talk about. We'll come back tonight. Liang Lan and Jiang Wancheng left soon after. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, why are you looking at me like that? We agreed to a 6-month trial marriage, and when that's over, I'll divorce you. What's the date today? Qin Yang leaned closer to Jiang Muxue and said, Wife, I noticed you're awake, and your eyes are bright and you look even more beautiful. You're my wife during our 6-month trial marriage period, so there's nothing wrong with me kissing you, right? As Qin Yang spoke, he kissed Jiang Muxue's alluring lips. Mood value plus 210. Mood value plus 195. It took Qin Yang a while to release Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's pretty face turned red, and she said in embarrassment and annoyance, Qin Yang, even if we are married, you can't do this. This is a forced kiss within marriage. The female lead has finally woken up. Guys, please give this a 5-star review, thank you. Chapter 98 Signing an Agreement with Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang said with a smile, Wife, don't get excited. We've kissed countless times already. You should be used to it by now. Jiang Muxue glared angrily at Qin Yang. I won't hold what happened before against you, but if you continue like this from now on, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Qin Yang, you're kicking me while I'm down. I went through all that trouble to wake you up, and you call the police to have me arrested? You've hurt me so much. I need to find another girl to soothe my wounded heart. Mood value plus 180. Jiang Muxue. She said, Qin Yang, we're married and about to have a child. I can give you a chance, but you can't force yourself to kiss me. You have to get my permission before you can kiss me. Qin Yang lowered his head and moved closer to Jiang Muxue. Muxue, I want to kiss you now, do you agree? Jiang Muxue. She said irritably, I don't agree. You just kissed me, why would you kiss me again? Qin Yang, stop thinking about this kind of thing all the time. Qin Yang sat up straight and said calmly, Muxue, don't say I forced you to be with me. Our agreed upon 6-month trial marriage period is cancelled. If you want a divorce, we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau anytime. Jiang Muxue was stunned. Qin Yang's behavior made her very uncomfortable. She even felt a slight pang of sadness. Qin Yang, since I agreed to a 6-month trial marriage, I will not go back on my word. Jiang Muxue said. Qin Yang nodded slightly, then 6 months. After 6 months, if we feel it's not right, we can file for divorce. I apologize for kissing you just now. I won't do it again. Mood score plus 200. Jiang Muxue stared blankly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang has always been very mischievous, and he would kiss and touch her even if she objected. Now that Qin Yang is so serious, she is not used to it. Qin Yang, you. Jiang Muxue felt a slight panic. She was used to Qin Yang being around into his nonsense, and now this made her feel that Qin Yang might leave. Qin Yang, today is October 25th. We've been in a trial marriage for 6 months, until April 25th next year. If either party wants a divorce, the other party has to cooperate. I'll go print out a contract. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he got up and left the room. Jiang Muxue stared blankly at the closed door. She should have been happy that Qin Yang did this, but she found that she couldn't be happy at all. Did I say something wrong? I probably shouldn't have said I wanted to call the police and have him arrested. Jiang Muxue murmured to herself. With a printer at home, Qin Yang drafted the contract and printed it out in no time. Swish. Qin Yang signed his name first. He took 2 contracts to Jiang Muxue. Muxue, I printed 2 copies of the contract. We'll each keep 1. You just need to sign your name. Qin Yang placed the contract and pen in front of Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue is now half lying down. She looked at the contract Qin Yang had prepared. Qin Yang, we don't really need to sign. I believe we will both keep our promise when the time comes. Jiang Muxue said softly. Qin Yang, it's better to sign a contract. A contract can better protect the interests of both of us. Jiang Muxue remained silent for a while. She picked up the pen with some difficulty and signed her name. She felt a pang of sadness as she signed her name. It seems like half a year has passed, and they have already divorced. Mood value plus 210. Muxue, let me call your mom and find you a rehabilitation therapist. Rehabilitation training inevitably involves physical contact, and I'm not suitable for that. As Qin Yang spoke, he took out his phone to make a call. Jiang Muxue, no, there's no need to find someone else. You can help me with my rehabilitation training. I can accept normal physical contact. Didn't you say you could help me recover faster? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Since you have no objections, I can help you. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you on purpose. Jiang Muxue felt a tightness in her chest. Qin Yang, who was usually an unserious person, had suddenly become serious, and she felt that the distance between her and Qin Yang had widened considerably. Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Qin Yang walked over and opened the door. Yang Xian and Chang Hong were standing outside the door. Yang Xian said, Mr. Qin, we're about to give Miss Jiang a massage. Is now a convenient time? Qin Yang smiled and said, come in. Yang Xian and the others arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. They saw Jiang Muxue looking at them. Moreover, Jiang Muxue's eyes were no longer blank and lifeless. Yang Xian, Cheng Hong, thank you. Jiang Muxue said softly. Miss Jiang, you're finally awake. Yang Xian and Cheng Hong were overjoyed, and soon the other 2 nannies arrived as well, equally delighted. You can go out now. Don't tell anyone that Muxue has woken up. Qin Yang gave the instructions. Yes. Cheng Hong and the other 3 quickly left the room. Jiang Muxue said, Qin Yang, help me up. I want to walk around. I've been lying down for too long. Qin Yang shook his head. Muxue, what are you thinking about? You've been in a vegetative state for so long, and you've only just woken up. How can you stand up without rehabilitation training? Jiang Muxue was taken aback. Can't you stand up? Qin Yang, some people in a vegetative state can regain some mobility within 3 to 6 months after waking up. I will treat you, so you don't need that long. But it will still take half a month. Disappointment flashed in Jiang Muxue's eyes. After lying in bed for so long, she really wanted to walk around, but she didn't expect that she would need to stay in bed for another half month. Muxue, I'm going to give you acupuncture now. The acupuncture needles will stimulate your body to recover faster. This requires taking off some clothes. You can also choose not to receive this treatment and still recover, but it will take longer. Xin Yang said. Jiang Muxue blushed slightly. Take it off. You've bathed me so many times, you've already seen everything. Xin Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Muxue still has some difficulty moving around, so he helped her take off her pajamas, but he didn't take off her most intimate clothing. Xin Yang did not lay a hand on Xin Yang during the entire process. This made Jiang Muxue feel a little uncomfortable. In the past, when Xin Yang took off her clothes, his hands were never idle. Time passes by every second. A large number of silver needles fell onto Jiang Mushue's body. Xin Yang would occasionally flick or pinch the silver needles, and strands of internal energy would cause the silver needles to enter Jiang Mushue's body. After more than half an hour, the treatment was over. Xin Yang helped Jiang Muxue get dressed. Muxue, next we'll do leg-raising exercises. My mental energy will help you lift your legs. Xin Yang said. Jiang Muxue nodded. She was unable to lift her leg on her own, but soon Jiang Muxue felt an invisible force that helped her lift her leg. System, why are the intervals between the emotion points Muxue provides getting longer and longer? Xin Yang asked in his mind. After Jiang Muxue woke up, she provided emotional points very quickly at first, but the intervals kept increasing. The last time she provided emotional points was 10 minutes ago. System, host, Jiang Muxue has woken up. Her mental energy won't be depleted so easily. But the emotional value she can provide is still limited. She needs time to recover after obtaining it. Chapter 99 Changes in Emotional Values. System, I just harvested 2,600 emotion points. Can I harvest 4 times a day now? Xin Yang asked again. Jiang Muxue needs 12 hours to recover. Host, you only need to harvest twice a day. There won't be much difference between harvesting twice and harvesting 4 times. Xin Yang felt a little disappointed. If only we could harvest 4 times a day, that would be great. With so many harvests each time, we could get 10,000 emotion points a day. Xin Yang, I have no strength left. It hasn't been long since training started, Jiang Muxue said weakly. Xin Yang, I will enhance your support. If you want to be able to get out of bed and walk normally in half a month, this amount of training time is not enough. Oh. Jiang Muxue gritted her teeth and continued her rehabilitation training. The training ended half an hour later. Xin Yang said, Muxue, for the first 3 days of this training, you will train once in the morning, once at noon and once in the evening. Starting from the 4th day, I will add other programs for you. Jiang Muxue was dumbfounded. Xin Yang, you need to train 3 times a day? I feel that training once a day is already very strenuous. I'm pregnant. Xin Yang, I've already considered this. I've used my mental energy to assist you in your practice, and I'll also use my internal energy to help you clear your meridians. Jiang Mushue's eyes showed surprise. Xin Yang, you still have internal energy? Xin Yang nodded slightly. I have internal energy, it's a secret, even your parents and my parents don't know. Muxue, I need to give you a soul suggestion. Jiang Muxue asked in confusion, what is a soul suggestion? Xin Yang said, if someone hypnotizes you, it's easy to get some secrets out of you. But if I use a spiritual suggestion on you, you won't tell. You won't say it even if you're asleep and dreaming. Jiang Muxue looked at Xin Yang and said, Xin Yang, you didn't hypnotize my parents, did you? They treat you no worse than they treat me now. Xin Yang shook his head. I obtained their consent to give them a spiritual suggestion, and they will not reveal any important secrets, that's all. Don't worry, I won't hypnotize you into being with you. Jiang Muxue nodded, you can do it. Xin Yang stared into Jiang Mushue's eyes. He quickly gave Jiang Muxue a spiritual suggestion. Jiang Muxue would never reveal any secrets. This included the fact that she could communicate with him even when she was unconscious. That's fine. You should know very well that I'm not implying anything else to you. Xin Yang said. Jiang Muxue nodded, I know. Xin Yang, I'm going to help you clear your meridians now. My hands need to touch your feet. Is that okay? Mood value plus 180. Jiang Muxue gave another emotional value. The way you assign emotion points now is different from before. Before, as your mental strength decreased, the emotion points would decrease until they disappeared completely. Jiang Mushue's mental strength is quite high now, and she gives a lot of emotional points. However, if she takes too much in a short period of time, the interval between her actions will become longer and longer. Xin Yang, why are you being so polite now? Jiang Muxue felt a little uncomfortable. Xin Yang was polite to her, and she should have been happy, but she found that she couldn't be happy at all. Xin Yang chuckled and said, "The situation is different. Before, you were in a vegetative state, so I had to stimulate you as much as possible so that your mental strength could improve quickly and you could wake up sooner. You're awake now. I need to be careful, otherwise what if you call the police and have me arrested?" Jiang Muxue. She said coquettishly, "You're a grown man, don't be so petty. I was just saying that. I won't call the police to arrest you unless you go too far." Xin Yang raised an eyebrow. "What does excessive mean? Would it be too much for me to kiss you?" Jiang Muxue. "If I agree, it won't be excessive. Also, if you help me unblock my meridians and touch my leg, that doesn't count." Xin Yang shrugged. "You need to agree before you can kiss, you little rascal. It's no big deal if we don't kiss. Let me clear your meridians first." As Xin Yang spoke, he grabbed Jiang Muxue's delicate foot. Jiang Muxue's heart trembled slightly. Although Xin Yang had touched her entire body, she was still unconscious at that time, but now she is fully awake. "Don't move." As Xin Yang spoke, a wisp of internal energy entered Jiang Muxue's feet. Jiang Muxue has been bedridden for so long, and many of her meridians have become congested. Unblocking these meridians will help her recover faster. A dozen minutes later, Xin Yang finished. He had only slightly cleared his blockage. His internal energy was no longer sufficient. He only possesses internal energy at the late stage of dark force. Xin Yang is already very strong among the younger generation, but his internal strength in the later stages of dark force is still somewhat lacking. "Muxue, how are you feeling?" Xin Yang asked. Jiang Muxue said, "I felt a tingling sensation just now, but now I feel like my legs have some strength back." Xin Yang stood up. "You should rest. I've exhausted my internal energy and need to cultivate to recover it." Xin Yang left Jiang Muxue's room soon after. Jiang Muxue stared at the door Xin Yang had closed, her expression complex. For the past long time, Xin Yang has been calling her Muxue. Although he used to call her Muxue, he often called her his wife. "What's wrong with me? Could it be that I've already fallen for Xin Yang?" Jiang Muxue murmured to herself. When Xin Yang arrived at the study, he didn't cultivate. He had gained internal energy through an improvement in his physique without a cultivation technique. He had no idea how to cultivate it. His physique is strong, and he recovers quickly even without cultivation. Ding ding. Xin Yang made a video call to his mother. "Son, is something the matter?" Xin Yang's mother, Ping, quickly connected to the video call. Xin Yang knew they were busy with the recent house construction, so he would usually contact them after dinner. "Xin Yang, Mom, Muxue has woken up." "Woke up?" Ping was overjoyed. "Xin Yang, yes, Muxue woke up today." "Mom, tell Dad the news, but you two have to keep it a secret." Ping quickly said, "Son, now that Muxue is awake, your father and I will come to Haicheng to see her tomorrow." Xin Yang shook his head. "Mom, please don't come. Although Muxue has woken up, my relationship with her is special now. She will feel very awkward if you come and see her. I'm telling you this just so you won't worry." Ping hesitated and said, "Muxue is awake. Isn't it inappropriate for us not to come and check on her?" "Mom, I'll explain the situation to Muxue. Please come over when our relationship is more stable," Xin Yang said. "Well, okay." Ping nodded. "Son, you have to be good to Muxue. Muxue is carrying your child." After chatting for a while, Xin Yang hung up the phone. He turned on his computer and started studying the gold price trend. He couldn't afford any unexpected events after investing 60 million. Half an hour passed. Bang, bang, bang. There was a rapid knock on the door. Xin Yang went over and opened the door. Sheng Hong said, "Mr. Qin, Grandpa Jiang has arrived. He's in the living room." Chapter 100 Dialogue with Jiang Xinghua. Xin Yang frowned secretly. Grandpa Jiang actually came. Sheng Hong and the others could stop others from coming in, but they really couldn't stop Grandpa Jiang from coming in. "I see." Xin Yang quickly went out and downstairs. Jiang Xinghua sat on the sofa, and Xin Yang approached. "Old Jiang, what brings you here so suddenly?" Jiang Xinghua frowned as he stared at Xin Yang. "Xin Yang, you forced Wanyu to break Haolong's leg? Don't you owe me an explanation for this?" Xin Yang thought to himself, so that's what it is. Jiang Xinghua favored sons over daughters. Jiang Haolong is his eldest grandson. Jiang Xinghua must be upset that Jiang Haolong's leg was broken. Cheng Hong, you all go and do other things first. Xin Yang waved his hand. Cheng Hong and the others bowed and left the living room. Xin Yang, old Jiang, you have been very good to your son and grandson. The Jiang family's current success is inseparable from your hard work over the years. Jiang Xinghua's expression softened slightly. They love to hear nice things. Xin Yang continued, but you should know one thing, you're almost 80 years old. You should be enjoying your retirement long ago, and there are some things you shouldn't be concerned about anymore. What did you say? Jiang Xinghua's expression turned cold again. Xin Yang said, please don't get angry, sir. Let me analyze this from an outsider's perspective. You seem to be trying to get some benefits for your eldest and second sons, so that my 3 grandsons can have a better life in the future. Jiang Xinghua gave a soft snort. Xin Yang, have you ever thought about this? When you were here, they could barely maintain a semblance of harmony, but after you're gone, they'll completely turn on you. Do you think your uncle and his group can win? You may seem to be helping them, but you could actually be the one to kill them. Jiang Xinghua's face darkened, utter nonsense. Xin Yang said, old Jiang, you should know that Uncle Mu Shui and his family have done a lot of outrageous things over the years. If Mu Shui's parents call the police, they'll be arrested. They haven't gone in yet because you're still here. But if you continue to show such favoritism, they'll be courting death if they continue to go too far after you're gone. Xin Yang paused at this point. Maybe Mu Shui's parents won't call the police, but I will. If they misbehave, I'll definitely send them all to jail. Jiang Xinghua. Xin Yang, you know Jiang Haolong broke his leg, but do you know why he broke his leg? Jiang Xinghua shook his head. Jiang Wanyue and his group naturally wouldn't say that. Xin Yang said, the Lu family of S City and others are eyeing High City. Some time ago, they sent people over to deliberately provoke us and even tried to provoke us into fighting with the Du family of High City. We weren't fooled. My uncle knows we have a grudge against the Lu family and other clans, and he wants to use them to target us. What do you think of this letting the wolf into the house approach? Jiang Xinghua frowned. His preference for sons over daughters stemmed from his valuing of family. He knew that the Lu family coveted Haicheng, and naturally, Jiang Xinghua disapproved of Jiang Wanyue's behavior. They were in the wrong. Jiang Xinghua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Xin Yang, you are very wise. I'm sure you know that Uncle Mu Shui and the others can never win against her parents. The more you help them, the more they will take advantage of you, and the worse they will be in the future. Is it something you want to see when they turn against each other? Jiang Xinghua was speechless. Xin Yang, your idea of passing on your assets within the family is good, but even if you give 100 billion in assets to Uncle Mu Shui and the others, can they handle it? If you do your best to support Mu Shui's parents, even after you leave, out of respect for you, Mu Shui's uncle and his family won't have a bad life. It's up to you to choose. Jiang Xinghua was deep in thought. Although Xin Yang's words were not very pleasant to hear, Jiang Xinghua felt that Xin Yang's words still made sense. If things continue like this, the entire Jiang family will fall apart. Xin Yang, I heard from Wancheng that you've started calling them that again? Jiang Xinghua asked. Xin Yang nodded slightly, yes. Jiang Xinghua, since you've started calling them by their names, you should call me by my names too. Your calligraphy is quite good. I have a nice calligraphy brush that I'll have someone bring it to you later. Grandfather. Xin Yang stood up and called out. Jiang Xinghua said, Wancheng and the others recognize you, so you must have helped Mu Shui recover quite a bit. I'll go see Mu Shui. Xin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Mu Shui's. Mu Shui, your grandfather is here. He wants to come up and see you. Jiang Mu Shui, should I continue to pretend to be in a vegetative state? Xin Yang thought about it. Stop pretending. Your grandfather is a superhuman. Although he has some problems, his mental strength is still much stronger than that of an ordinary person. He was able to tell that you had woken up. Xin Yang and his group quickly arrived upstairs. Xin Yang pushed open the door and entered Jiang Mu Shui's room. Jiang Xinghua followed him inside. Grandfather. Jiang Mu Shui looked at Jiang Xinghua and called out with a smile. Jiang Xinghua was stunned. He hadn't expected that Jiang Mu Shui had already woken up. When others told him, he only thought that Jiang Mushue had recovered somewhat, but it turned out that Jiang Mushue had actually woken up. Xiaoxue, it's so good that you're awake. But you woke up, why didn't you tell Grandpa? Jiang Xinghua spoke up. Jiang Mushue, Grandpa, I just woke up today. Jiang Xinghua nodded slightly. Xiaoxue, Grandpa has a question for you. Were you and Qin Yang secretly dating before? Jiang Mushue looked at Qin Yang. She nodded shyly. Grandpa, why are you asking this? Jiang Xinghua, Grandpa made Qin Yang change his address. If you two weren't together before and you and Qin Yang didn't have feelings for each other, then Grandpa will have to make Qin Yang change it back. Grandpa, there's no need to change it anymore. Jiang Xinghua nodded slightly. You're awake. Do your parents know? They weren't here today. Jiang Mushue, they came this morning. They have things to do at the company, so Dad said they'll come over tonight. Jiang Xinghua nodded. Qin Yang said, Grandpa, Mushue has woken up. I think it's best not to let others know about this for the time being. Jiang Xinghua was puzzled. Qin Yang, Mushue fell unexpectedly before, and then got very drunk. Normally she wouldn't get that drunk. We suspect that someone might be up to something. Mushue is still very weak, let her rest first before we talk about it. Jiang Xinghua nodded slightly. Qin Yang, if it wasn't an accident before, do you suspect Uncle Mushue and the others? Qin Yang said, I do have some doubts, but it's also possible that other forces are doing this on purpose to disrupt the Jiang family and cause it to fall apart. Grandpa, what if it turns out that it was my uncle and his family who did it? Jiang Xinghua, if that's the case, I will be the first to not forgive them. This kind of harming family members cannot be tolerated. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Xinghua is not senile, given that the Jiang family has developed to this extent. Chapter 101 The Inescapable Law of Fragrance. After seeing Jiang Xinghua off, Qin Yang returned to Jiang Mushue's room. Mushue, were we secretly dating before? Qin Yang chuckled. Jiang Mushue blushed slightly and said with a soft hum, Don't overthink it. I'm just saying this so that my parents won't feel awkward. They've already told everyone that's how it is. If I say no, they're lying. Then there is something wrong with them having someone get our marriage certificate. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He looked at Jiang Mushue's hand. Where's the ring I gave you? Jiang Mushue, I've taken it off and kept it safe. I'll wear it again when we're truly together. Qin Yang said, put them back on first. Jiang Mushue didn't know what Qin Yang was planning, but she still opened the drawer next to her, took out the ring, and put it on. Qin Yang took a few steps back. He grabbed a cup and threw it at Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue's pupils suddenly contracted. The cup hit her head with pinpoint accuracy. When the cup was only centimeters away from Jiang Mushue, an invisible force stopped it. The cup fell onto the blanket covering Jiang Mushue. Mood value plus 220. Jiang Mushue looked at Qin Yang in alarm. Qin Yang, what are you doing? You almost hit me. Qin Yang said, it's impossible for it to hit you. The ring you're wearing isn't an ordinary ring, it has defensive capabilities. Currently, it can withstand up to the speed of a handgun bullet. Mood value plus 210. Jiang Mushue was shocked. She looked down at the ring she was wearing, a gift from Qin Yang, which surprisingly possessed such power. It can withstand handgun bullets if it were auctioned, even if it sold for 100 million, many wealthy people would be vying to buy it. Qin Yang, was it that blocked the cup just now? Jiang Mushue said in disbelief. Qin Yang nodded, I just made a move, setting up a mental defense network in front of your head, but it was blocked before the cup even made contact. Your ring's current defensive energy is enough to withstand 1 or 2 pistol shots. It will take some time to replenish its energy after it is depleted. Jiang Mushue touched the ring she was wearing. Qin Yang, this is too precious. I cannot accept such a precious gift from you. Jiang Mushue said, preparing to take off the ring. Qin Yang, this ring can recognize its owner, it's already bound to you, and it won't have any effect on others. Jiang Mushue was surprised. Qin Yang, is this ring really that magical? It can actually recognize its owner, just like the treasures in novels and TV shows. Where did you get this? Qin Yang said, don't worry about where you got it. Wear this and don't take it off. If you are attacked, hide immediately. Jiang Mushue nodded. Qin Yang, thank you. A warm feeling welled up in Jiang Mushue's heart. She had told Qin Yang before that she would divorce him after she woke up, but she never expected that Qin Yang would give her something so precious. Jiang Muxue knew that Qin Yang had already given her a lot of time. At that time, her parents had not yet given Qin Yang any shares. "You're welcome," Qin Yang said calmly. He gave Jiang Muxue this protective ring to protect her, but it was also for his own benefit. If Jiang Muxue died, where would he get emotional points? Moreover, Jiang Muxue was pregnant with his child. "Qin Yang, could you please tell Cheng Hong and the others that I don't want to eat liquid food for lunch, I want to eat regular meals?" Jiang Mushue's eyes revealed anticipation. Qin Yang nodded. "Muxue, you must keep the function of this ring a secret, and it's best not to tell anyone." You should get some rest." Qin Yang turned and left the room. At noon, Qin Yang brought a tray to the bedroom. He had cooked the meal himself. Jiang Muxue had just woken up, and this was the first meal she had eaten since waking up. "Qin Yang, did you make this?" Jiang Muxue looked at the food Qin Yang brought over and asked him a question. The food that Wei Hong and the others made didn't look this good. Although Jiang Muxue was eating liquid food, she could share Qin Yang's vision when they were in a mental connection, and she knew what the food Wei Hong and the others were cooking looked like. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Muxue slowly picked up the spoon to eat. She couldn't use chopsticks yet, but she could barely use the spoon. Jiang Muxue was stunned when she put the food in her mouth. She felt that Qin Yang's cooking was incredibly delicious, far superior to the liquid food she usually ate. The liquid diet she ate ensured her nutritional intake, but the taste was naturally not very good. As she ate, tears streamed down Jiang Mushue's face. "Muxue, isn't it tasty?" Qin Yang asked, puzzled. Jiang Muxue shook her head. "It's just too delicious." Jiang Muxue finished eating in about 10 minutes and asked, "Qin Yang, is there any more?" "I don't feel full yet." "Qin Yang, there is more, but you can't eat it yet. This is the first meal, so you have to take it easy and let your stomach adjust. This is different from the liquid food you ate before." "All right," Jiang Muxue muttered. "Will I still be able to eat your cooking tonight?" "Qin Yang, that's different. I also have some things to take care of." Jiang Muxue looked at Qin Yang with her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Husband." Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue. "Muxue, what's your name?" Jiang Mushue's face turned red, and she quickly said, "It's nothing, I didn't say anything just now." "Qin Yang, you should go about your own business." Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue with a half smile. He was physically strong and had better hearing than the average person. He had actually just heard Jiang Muxue whispering husband to him. "I think I heard someone call me husband." Jiang Muxue quickly denied it. "No, Qin Yang, you must be hallucinating. I didn't call out." "Qin Yang, really you didn't call?" "I was thinking that if you had, I would have made more delicious food tonight. Since you didn't call, then forget it." "Husband." Jiang Muxue called out again. This time her voice was much louder. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Muxue, are you serious? You're calling me husband just for a bite to eat?" Jiang Muxue pouted. "I've been on liquid food for 8 months. Besides, I've called you many times before, so calling you again isn't a big deal. Qin Yang, I just called you husband. I'm going to have a big meal tonight." Qin Yang smiled and said, "There won't be a big meal, so you have to take it easy, but the food will be even better tonight. You should rest for a while first, and then you'll start your rehabilitation training." Jiang Muxue nodded. Qin Yang carried the tray and left the room. Jiang Muxue thought to herself, "Qin Yang saved me and gave me such a precious ring. It's not unacceptable for me to occasionally call him husband during our 6-month trial marriage." Jiang Muxue raised her hand. "The guardian ring looks even better now. Where did Qin Yang get this ring? He used to be just an ordinary person, how did he become so powerful?" Jiang Muxue thought to herself. She developed a strong curiosity about Qin Yang. Chapter 102 Liang Lan persuades Jiang Muxue. That evening, Jiang Wanshan and his group arrived at Qin Yang's place. "Muxue, how are you feeling?" Upon seeing Jiang Muxue, Liang Lan immediately inquired. Jiang Muxue nodded. "Mom, I feel pretty good. I didn't dare to sleep this afternoon, but I was so sleepy that I fell asleep in the end. I woke up after 2 hours." That's good, that's good." Liang Lan and Jiang Wansheng both breathed a sigh of relief. They were also worried that Jiang Mushue would fall asleep and never wake up. Honey, you two chat. Jiang Wancheng stayed in the room for a while before leaving. Xiaoqin, Grandpa Mushue called me. He knows Mushue is awake. Has he come over? Jiang Wancheng went downstairs and found Qin Yang to ask him questions. Qin Yang nodded. Grandpa did come. Dad, I talked to Grandpa about some things, and I'd like to tell you. Qin Yang recounted his conversation with Jiang Xinghua, and Jiang Wancheng laughed after listening. I don't even dare to say these things to my dad. You're quite bold. Qin Yang, Dad, you and your uncle are brothers. If you say that you will target them if they cause trouble in the future, Grandpa may not believe that you will take drastic measures. I'm different. If they mess around, I'll really take them down. Jiang Wancheng sighed softly. I'm the youngest of 3 brothers, and I've helped them the most, but they still resent me. Qin Yang said, Dad, you are brothers. In their eyes, you should be living similar lives, but you now have much more assets than they do. They are psychologically unbalanced. Jiang Wancheng said, that's a secondary reason. The main reason is that I was too lenient with them in the past. I thought that I had received a lot of help from my father, and now that I've become successful, I have an obligation to help them more. The result, sigh. Hopefully my dad will talk to them and they will behave themselves. Qin Yang thought to himself that the possibility of this was probably very low. Jiang Wancheng has assets worth hundreds of billions but no son. Jiang Wanyue and Jiang Wanchuan's greed has already been aroused. How could they give up just because Jiang Xinghua said something? Moreover, if it weren't for the accident, Jiang Wanyue and his group would have been the most likely people to harm Jiang Mushue in the past. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Mushue hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Mushue, is there something you want to tell your mother? Lianlan peeled an apple for Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue nodded gently and said quietly, Qin Yang kissed me today, and I said if he kisses me again without my consent, I will call the police and have him arrested. Lianlan. Jiang Mushue continued. Qin Yang leaned closer and said he wanted to kiss me, asking if I agreed. I said no. He seemed angry. Lianlan quickly said, it's normal for him to be angry. What did he say? Jiang Mushue, originally, we had a 6-month trial marriage period. He said that if I wanted a divorce, I could get one anytime. I said that since I had promised 6 months, I would not go back on my word. Then he went and printed the contract. A divorce can be granted if either party agrees after 6 months, and the other party must unconditionally cooperate with the divorce. Qin Yang used to call me wife every day, but he hasn't called me that even once in all this time today. Lianlan frowned. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Jiang Mushue nodded slightly. Lianlan, the doctor said it was very difficult for you to wake up, the chance was less than 1 in 1,000. We were almost in despair, but Qin Yang saved you and gave you a second life. Qin Yang is handsome, very capable, and extremely skilled in calligraphy, painting, cooking, and more. If you get a divorce, are you sure you can find someone better? Jiang Mushue shook her head slightly. Putting everything else aside, Qin Yang is the child's biological father, and for that reason, she won't be able to find anyone else who is as good as him in the future. Lianlan said, you and Qin Yang are destined to be together, so you should cherish it. If you don't cherish it, it will leave you. If you really get divorced and Qin Yang marries Tang Yin, let's see how you feel then. Mood value plus 230. Qin Yang downstairs looked somewhat surprised. What did Lianlan and Jiang Mushue say to each other? Jiang Mushue actually had such a strong emotional reaction. Mom, do you expect me to take the initiative? Jiang Mushue said coquettishly. Lianlan, Qin Yang has been taking the initiative for so long, and you've already woken up. Is there a problem with you taking the initiative now? If you two get divorced in the future, don't hold me and cry. Jiang Mushue. Lianlan handed a piece of apple to Jiang Mushue. Mushue, Qin Yang is definitely a good man. If you don't take the initiative, other vixens will. Don't let some toxic motivational quotes on the internet influence you. Happiness is something you should seize when it comes your way. Jiang Mushue nodded slightly. Mom, stop nagging, I know. Jiang Xing's family home. Jiang Wanyue and Jiang Wanchuan have arrived. Jiang Xinghua called them over. Sit. Jiang Xinghua greeted them. Jiang Wanyue and the others sat down, and Jiang Wanchuan asked, Dad, why did you call us back? I had something to do and rushed back. Jiang Xinghua, I called you back for one thing. I'm getting old and won't be involved in family matters anymore. Jiang Wanyue and the others' expressions changed. Dad, you're not even 80 yet, you're still young. Jiang Wanyue said. Jiang Xinghua glared and said, almost 80 years old, and you still call yourself young? How long do you expect me to help you? Jiang Wanyue gave an awkward smile. Jiang Xinghua took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. If I continue to help you, after I leave, your conflict with Wancheng will intensify, and you will not have a good outcome. Stop thinking about getting any benefits from Wancheng. We must hurry up and repair the relationship. Jiang Wanchuan frowned. The third son only has one daughter, Muxue, who is still in a vegetative state. Will all of the third son's property go to Qin Yang and his daughter in the future? Dad, you're so foolish. What will happen to Haolong, Haohu, and Haoran then? Jiang Wanyue, Dad, Qin Yang is an outsider, and what the third son owns is also our Jiang family's property. Can you bear to see a large amount of property end up going to an outsider? Our Jiang family is now a first-class family. If we lose those assets, we will be nothing. Jiang Xinghua said in a deep voice, I don't have many years left to live. After I'm gone, do you think you can defeat Wancheng? Do you want to go to jail? Jiang Wanchuan took a deep breath. Dad, I believe you can live for another 10 years or so without any problems. You can't just stand by and watch the Jiang family's assets flow out of the country. Even if you don't care about us, you should at least care about Haoran and the others, right? Qin Yang, an outsider, will live a very comfortable life, while Haolong and the others will have nothing? Jiang Wanyue, Dad, if you don't help us in our situation, it's the same as helping Lao San. If you help Lao San, it's the same as helping Qin Yang. The two tried to persuade each other. Jiang Xinghua said in a deep voice, Stop talking, my mind is made up. I've helped you enough over the years. If I continue to help, it might harm you. You all need to save me some trouble from now on. Chapter 103 Jiang Muxue takes the initiative to get close. Before we knew it, it was the afternoon of the next day. Muxue, you need to take a bath today. I'll run the water for you and then call Yang Xin and the others to help you. Qin Yang said after assisting Jiang Muxue with her rehabilitation training. Don't. I don't need them to wash me, I can manage on my own. Jiang Muxue said quickly. She was already awake, and Yang Xin and the others helped her wash up. Jiang Muxue felt uncomfortable, even though they were women too. Qin Yang, you can't wash yourself right now. Even if you weren't pregnant, it's not appropriate for you to wash yourself right now since you just woke up. Jiang Muxue turned her head to one side. Her face and ears turned quite red. Mood value plus 240. Then, you wash it for me. Qin Yang asked in surprise, I'll wash you? Muxue, are you sure you don't want their help and want me to wash you? Jiang Muxue said shyly, You heard me clearly, why are you still asking? It's not like it's the first time you've washed me. In a bit, turn your back and use your mental power to assist me. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue with a smile. Jiang Muxue blushed and said, Although Yang Xin and the others gave me a bath, I wasn't conscious at the time. I feel very uncomfortable if they bathe me now. I was conscious when you washed me earlier. Qin Yang said with a faint smile, I can wash you, but not for free. Doing so would consume a lot of my mental energy. Jiang Muxue rolled her beautiful eyes at Qin Yang. Honey, please help me. Jiang Muxue said in a slightly coquettish tone. Qin Yang chuckled and said, That's more like it. I'll go run the water for you, and you can take a bath in a little while. Qin Yang went to the bathroom to relieve himself. Jiang Muxue covered her face. She felt her face getting hot. She had been so bold as to let Qin Yang help her take a bath. Although Qin Yang had bathed her many times before, the situation was different before she woke up. Mood value plus 243. Qin Yang asked in his mind, System, Muxue has woken up, but she only gives me a little over 200 emotion points each time, and the increase is very slow. Is this how it will be from now on? 10,000 emotion points correspond to an A-level lottery draw, and above that are S-level, SS level, and SSS level rewards. If he can only get a few thousand emotion points every day, when will he be able to get an SSS level reward? System, host, Jiang Muxue is an ordinary person, and the amount of emotional value we can provide is almost at her limit. Qin Yang's heart stirred. System, do you mean we need to make Muxue stronger? Is it possible to draw a treasure that will allow her to become stronger quickly? That's possible. Qin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if there was a way to get more emotional points. Making Jiang Muxue stronger was something he wanted to do if given the chance. A stronger Jiang Muxue would be less likely to die. Mood value plus 238. Qin Yang soon came out of the bathroom, and Jiang Mushue's heart tightened. She provided another emotional value. Mu Shui, you look quite nervous. If you don't want me to wash you, I'll go and call Yang Xian and the others. You can still regret it now. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Jiang Muxue retorted stubbornly, who's nervous? You've already seen and touched me completely, so what's there for me to be nervous about? Emotional value plus 235. Qin Yang chuckled inwardly. You say you're not nervous, but your emotions are building up so quickly? The water was ready shortly afterward. Jiang Muxue said shyly, Qin Yang, lie down on that recliner and close your eyes. You're not allowed to peek. If I don't have enough strength, can you use your mental power to help me? Qin Yang, Muxue, are you burying your head in the sand? You know I can see things more clearly with my mental power than with my eyes. And I have a photographic memory. Mood value plus 236. Jiang Muxue said, embarrassed and annoyed, lie down quickly and cover your eyes with something. You can't open your eyes unless I say open them. Okay. Qin Yang lay down on the recliner. He used his mental power to help Jiang Muxue get out of bed and slowly led her into the bathroom. Emotional value plus 248. Jiang Muxue slowly took off her clothes. She felt incredibly shy. Although Qin Yang wasn't in the bedroom with her, she knew very well that he had definitely seen everything clearly. Stay calm, stay calm. Anyway, Qin Yang already saw everything. Besides, he's my husband, he's not an outsider. Jiang Muxue thought to herself. 20 minutes later, Jiang Muxue finished washing up. This time, she gave Qin Yang a total of over 3,000 emotion points. His total emotion points reached over 11,000. System, draw a lottery. 1,000 points and 10,000 points, once each. Qin Yang said in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for winning an A-level reward. Your internal energy has increased by 30 points. Your internal energy has reached 53 points. The system voice sounded. Soon, a large amount of internal energy surged out of Qin Yang's body, and this pure internal energy quickly merged with his own internal energy. System, is this 1,000 points? Qin Yang asked. Yes, host. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He was lucky. He'd won an A-level reward with just 1,000 points in the lottery, and what's more, it was internal energy. 30 points of internal energy was quite a lot. Most martial artists at the late stage of Dark Force gain only 4 or 5 points of internal energy per year. 30 points of internal energy is equivalent to 6 or 7 years of their cultivation. System, have I reached the pinnacle of Dark Force? Yes, host. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an A-level lightness skill. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into Qin Yang's mind. My internal strength has improved, and I've also gained lightness skills. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. I only got an A-level reward from the 10,000 point lottery, which wasn't a surprise, but I did get an A-level reward from 1,000 points, which is pretty good. Normally, you get one A-level and one B-level reward. Qin Yang, I'm dressed. Jiang Muxue called out from inside the bathroom. Qin Yang got up and went into the bathroom. Jiang Muxue quickly said, what are you doing in here? I asked you to use your mental power to help me to bed. Qin Yang shrugged. There's no other way. My mental energy has been depleted. I can't use my mental energy to help you back, so I can only carry you. As Qin Yang spoke, he bent down and picked up Jiang Muxue. Jiang Mushue's heart raced. Qin Yang quickly carried Jiang Muxue out. Muxue, would you like to lie down and rest in bed now, or go to the 3rd floor? I'll play a few tunes for you. Go to the 3rd floor. Jiang Muxue said in a delicate voice. Qin Yang carried her to the music room on the 3rd floor. There was a sofa in the music room, and Qin Yang put her on the sofa. Soon Qin Yang began to play the piano. Jiang Muxue had heard Qin Yang play the instrument many times, but seeing her in person still shocked her. In her previous impression, Qin Yang was just an ordinary person. Qin Yang now seems like a completely different person. The song ends. Wife, how is it? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Muxue and asked with a smile. Jiang Mushue's eyes lit up. Yesterday and today, Xin Yang called her Mu Shui. This was the first time he had called her wife since she said those things. Very good. Honey, the baby is moving, and she thinks it sounds beautiful. Jiang Mushue touched her belly and said softly. Chapter 104, Husband, is there poison in the food? Xin Yang came to Jiang Mushue's side. He placed his hand on Jiang Mushue's belly. The little one inside Jiang Mushue's belly was very active, and Xin Yang could clearly feel the little one moving. Honey, is the baby all right? Jiang Mushue asked with a hint of worry. Xin Yang shook his head and said, no problem. I told you this before you even woke up. Jiang Mushue, although you said it before, I wasn't awake then. I was afraid you were lying to me on purpose. Are you sure the baby is really okay? Xin Yang, there's a problem. Ah? Jiang Mushue's expression changed. Mood value plus 252. Xin Yang smiled and said, don't worry. I often communicate with the baby using my mental energy, so her mental energy is definitely much stronger than that of ordinary children. She will be even smarter by then. Jiang Mushue rolled her eyes at Xin Yang. This is a good thing. You deliberately exaggerated your breathing to scare me. Can you let me establish a mental connection with the baby? Of course you can. But she can only convey simple messages at this point. And it might be a while before she can convey any messages at all. Xin Yang then connected Jiang Mushue with the child. He returned to the piano. Soon Xin Yang began to play a cheerful tune. Jiang Mushue's face lit up with joy. She sensed the baby's happiness through a spiritual connection. After the song ended, Jiang Mushue said, honey, the baby seems to really enjoy listening to you sing. She was very happy just now. Xin Yang looked at Jiang Mushue with a smile. Mushue, you're quite adept at calling me husband now. Jiang Mushue's pretty face turned slightly red. It's because your cooking is so delicious. I can satisfy my stomach with just a word. It's a good deal. Xin Yang chuckled and said, is that all there is to it? Certainly. Jiang Mushue said coquettishly, don't overthink it. Baby seems to want to hear more, play another song. Xin Yang bounced up again. Jiang Mushue listened intently. Whether the baby really wants to hear it is debatable, but since she's a good pianist and can understand it, she definitely wants to hear it. Evening, at a restaurant. A man wearing a baseball cap entered the private room. Jiang Wanyue was the only person in the private room. Are you a scorpion? Jiang Wanyue inquired. The man who entered said in a low voice, I am Chao Xian. How was he arrested? He was arrested as soon as he arrived here. Don't you owe us an explanation? Jiang Wanyue gestured for the other party to sit down and said, Xin Yang knows people from the 9th Security Bureau. He called the police directly, and Chao Xian was taken away by the 9th Security Bureau. Security Bureau 9? The scorpion frowned slightly. He didn't want to be targeted by Security Bureau 9. Jiang Wanyue, Wei Chunshan from the Wei family died before. Before he died, Wei Chunshan went to Qin Yang's place. The 9th Bureau of Security investigated him, and Qin Yang left his phone number. The scorpion tapped the table lightly. President Jiang, you secretly contacted the Liu family. You didn't just tell me about this, did you? If you have anything else to say, please say it directly. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Wanyue's eyes. I want to let someone die silently. Can you do it? Scorpion laughed. You've come to the right person. The reason I'm nicknamed Scorpion is because I'm skilled with poison. Tell me, who do you want to poison? Leave it to me. Jiang Wanyue remained silent for a long while. Your target is the child in Jiang Mushue's belly. The scorpion was stunned. Poisoning an unborn baby? I've killed a lot of people, but I've never done anything so inhumane. President Jiang, this is against the natural order. Jiang Wanyue asked, can you do it? It must be silent and discreet, so that people will think it was a natural miscarriage. Scorpion, I do have that ability, but killing an unborn baby is not a good task. You have to pay more. Jiang Wanyue. He said, killing an infant carries the least risk. Given Jiang Mushue's current condition, a miscarriage is to be expected. Killing someone else would likely be investigated by the 9th Bureau. Scorpion took a sip of tea and said calmly, do you think the 9th Security Bureau won't intervene after you kill Jiang Mushue's child? I can handle it, but like I said, it'll cost extra. Jiang Wanyue frowned. I don't have much money. But I promise you, if I acquire a large amount of my third brother's assets, I will give you 30 million in the future. The scorpion gave a half smile, giving me a worthless check? Jiang Wanyue, if it succeeds, I will deliver the money. If it fails, I will still give you 3 million. This matter is in the best interests of the Liu family. Are you going to answer or not? The scorpion pondered. After a while, he said, President Jiang, if you obtain a large amount of Jiang Wancheng's assets, I want 100 million. If you agree to this task, I will accept it. 100 million? Jiang Wanyue considered it for a while and then nodded. If it really succeeds, I can accept giving Scorpion 100 million. President Jiang, wait for my good news. The scorpion smiled and said, Jiang Wanyue, you absolutely must not be discovered. If you are discovered, you absolutely must not expose me. As long as you stubbornly refuse to betray me, I will give you 10 million. Scorpion said calmly, this is simple. Don't worry, if I'm exposed, I'll commit suicide immediately. If I'm caught, I definitely won't survive. If I commit suicide, the Liu family will treat my family better. Jiang Wanyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If you commit suicide, I will still give money to your family. The scorpion stood up. Mr. Jiang, you will get the results within 3 days. The scorpion quickly turned and left. Jiang Wanyue's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Third brother, if you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. The family's money is not yours alone. If Jiang Mushua's unborn child is poisoned, given her current condition, she will likely die as well. If Jiang Mushua and her child die, leaving only Qin Yang, can Jiang Wancheng leave his assets to Qin Yang in the future? He has 2 sons, and he is the eldest son of the Jiang family. He and his sons are very likely to benefit from this in the future. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang brought the food to Jiang Mushua's room. Jiang Mushua had been eating his cooking for the past 2 days, and she kept calling him husband, giving him plenty of emotional support. Thank you, husband. Jiang Mushua happily began to eat. She was in a very good mood every time she ate. Qin Yang's cooking was just as good as that of the top chefs. Honey, the ring is a little hot. Jiang Mushua asked in confusion. Qin Yang's expression changed, and he quickly took away the plate in front of Jiang Mushua. Mushua, open your mouth and don't move. Jiang Mushua opened her mouth. Qin Yang's spiritual energy entered Jiang Mushua's stomach. The food Jiang Mushua had just eaten flew out in a line and landed in the trash can. Mushua, drink more water. Qin Yang then made Jiang Mushua drink a large glass of water. The water was quickly drawn out of her stomach by Qin Yang's mental energy. Husband, what's wrong? Jiang Mushua asked. Qin Yang didn't answer and quickly checked Jiang Mushua. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mushua, you were just poisoned, but the poisoning was mild. It's all right now. He had an antidote pill in his system space, but Jiang Mushua's condition was mild and he had treated her promptly, so she didn't need to use it. Mood value plus 256. Honey, is there poison in the food? Jiang Mushua said with some fear. Chapter 105 Investigate the Poisoning Killer. Qin Yang said, the ring I gave you can not only withstand physical attacks, but also mental attacks. It can also help detoxify you if you are poisoned. If you are poisoned, it will give you a fever warning. Jiang Mushua looked down at the ring on her hand. This ring actually has such an ability. Quite a few wealthy people have been poisoned, so even if it doesn't have an antidote, having a warning ability is extremely valuable. Most poison assassinations can be effectively neutralized if treated promptly upon discovery of poisoning. Honey, this ring is amazing. Jiang Mushua exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yang, Mushua, you should rest for a while. The food you were given was definitely not poisonous. In this situation, someone must have poisoned the food. I'll check it out. Jiang Mushua nodded. Honey, be careful. Qin Yang took the remaining food and the trash can outside. System, can you determine which food is poisonous? Host, we cannot make a direct judgment. But I can tell if you get poisoned after eating it. The system replied. Jiang Mushua only ate a little bit of the food, leaving a lot behind. Qin Yang tasted a little rice, but the system didn't react, so he started tasting the dishes one by one. Host, the crab meat is poisonous. The system notified me. Qin Yang frowned secretly. The crab was still alive when he processed it, yet it was poisonous? System, is the crab itself poisonous, or was it poisoned by someone? The system said, it must be that someone poisoned it. If this toxin stays in the crab's body for too long, the crab will die. This toxin is not naturally formed. By the way, host, its toxicity is not high enough to kill Jiang Mushue, but it may cause her to miscarry. It is very difficult to detect poisoning afterward. Xin Yang's face turned extremely gloomy. In this situation, the other party's purpose is very clear, to cause Jiang Mushue to miscarry. If Jiang Mushue has not yet woken up, and she miscarries, there is a high probability that both mother and daughter will die. Xin Yang arrived downstairs quickly. He called Cheng Hong and the other 3 women to his presence. Where did you buy today's crabs? Xin Yang asked. Li Wanyue asked doubtfully, Mr. Qin, is there a problem? All the dishes are delivered by special personnel. The quality of the dishes has always been very good. Who sent it? Li Wanyue, the person who delivers the vegetables, is named Feng Ping. He is a long-time employee of a boutique organic fresh food store. We just need to send him a message and he will deliver the vegetables we need. Li Wanyue took out her phone as she spoke. She showed the message to Qin Yang. The crabs delivered today are poisonous. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Li Wanyue and the others' expressions changed, but Qin Yang noticed their expressions and found nothing unusual. I'm sure it has nothing to do with you. Don't make a fuss. I'll investigate the reason in secret. Li Wanyue and the others nodded repeatedly. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the study on the 2nd floor. He hacked into Feng Ping's phone, but found no abnormalities in the information. He then checked the store's security camera footage. Surveillance footage showed that the restaurant still had several crabs left. The murderer didn't know which crab Feng Ping would bring, so it's most likely that he didn't poison the crab in the store, but rather on Feng Ping's way there. Qin Yang said in his heart. He quickly checked the route Feng Ping had taken. Feng Ping had brought the crabs by electric bike in a plastic bag, stopping at traffic lights along the way. If poison is administered during travel, unless one is a telekinetic, even a martial artist would find it difficult to slip poison into a plastic bag. Qin Yang said in his heart. He was well aware that he was a martial artist and had the ability to control objects. The murderer must be among the people waiting at the red light. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Feng Ping only passed through 9 intersections in total, and he stopped at 5 of them at red lights. The cars waiting at the traffic light nearby all had their windows closed. It's highly unlikely that the murderer was inside one of the cars. If we rule out the possibility that the murderer was in the car, then the remaining possibilities are pedestrians and other people riding motorcycles. There were 40 or 50 people at the 5 intersections combined. Qin Yang first ruled out those riding bicycles with children, and also temporarily ruled out the elderly. After eliminating them, there were still more than 20 suspects left. At this stage, it becomes difficult to rule out any possibilities. Unless they borrow the police system to identify the suspects. However, hacking into such a system is much more difficult, and the consequences of being discovered are also much more severe. If an accident happens between the child and Mu Shui, the biggest beneficiaries in the future will be Jiang Wanyue and Jiang Wanshuan. Qin Yang quickly hacked into Jiang Wanyue's phone. But he found no clues on it. Jiang Wanshuan was the same. Qin Yang frowned. Was he really going to hack into the police station system? His strength is not yet strong enough to allow him to do whatever he wants. After thinking for a while, Qin Yang went downstairs. Li Wanyue, call Feng Ping and tell him that the crab that was delivered today died. You ate the dead crab and now you have a stomachache. Qin Yang gave the instructions. Li Wanyue nodded and quickly made a phone call. On the other end of the line, Su Ping hurriedly said, Ms. Li, I'm so sorry, it was our mistake. I'll send you an even bigger one right away. Li Wanyue, we've already eaten today, let's make it up tomorrow. Please don't make this kind of mistake again. Of course, of course. Su Ping quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, Li Wanyue asked, Mr. Qin, is there anything else we can do to help? Qin Yang shook his head. He got Jiang Mushue another meal. Honey, what's going on? Jiang Mushue saw Qin Yang and quickly asked him. Qin Yang, the poison isn't very potent, its direct target isn't you, but the baby in your womb. What? Jiang Mushue was furious. Emotional value plus 265. She wasn't this angry when the murderer targeted her. The murderer was actually targeting an unborn baby. Such behavior is utterly inhumane. Honey, have they found out who the murderer is? Jiang Muxue suppressed her anger and asked. Xin Yang shook his head and said, not yet. The poison is unusual, and the person who poisoned it must be unusual as well. It won't be easy to find this kind of assassin. But I have found some suspects. Give me some time, and I will definitely find the murderer. Jiang Muxue nodded. Husband, the murderer actually tried to poison our child. He and those who orchestrated it deserve to die. Xin Yang, the other party may not only want to poison the child. If you are still not awake, and something happens to the child, the possibility of something happening to you is also very high. Jiang Muxue nodded. Emotional value plus 260. Xin Yang kissed Jiang Muxue on the forehead. Wife, don't be afraid, I will definitely find out who is behind this. No matter who he is, he has to pay the price. Jiang Muxue, honey, give me a hug. Chapter 106, the first SS level reward. Xin Yang reached out and hugged Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue rested her head on Xin Yang's shoulder and whispered, I'm not afraid of getting into trouble myself, but the murderer is targeting the baby. What if something happens to the baby? Xin Yang, if the ring gets hot in the future, tell me immediately. If you are eating, stop eating immediately and try to induce vomiting. If you suddenly feel like this without having eaten anything, and you are in the room, leave the room immediately. Jiang Muxue nodded slightly. Husband, if the enemy continues to use poison, even if we manage to dodge it on the first day, it will be difficult to dodge it on the 15th. Mood value plus 240. Xin Yang frowned secretly. Jiang Muxue is recovering quickly. She will definitely be going out in the future, and the risk is very high if the enemy continues to poison her. Jiang Muxue's guardian ring has many functions, but it is only a B-grade ring after all, and its defensive effect is limited. Xin Yang gently patted Jiang Mushue's back. Muxue, I will find the mastermind behind this as soon as possible. He won't have a second chance to poison her. Jiang Muxue felt a little relieved. Xin Yang asked in his mind, System, what's my emotion value? 12,080. There will be 3 draws, each worth 10,000 and 2,000 respectively. Let's draw the 2 $1,000 prizes first. System, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained C-level English skills. Your English has reached native speaker level. A flood of English information rushed into Xin Yang's mind. Xin Yang was fairly satisfied. He has a photographic memory and learns English very quickly, but even so, it will still take him quite a while to master the language. 1,000 emotion points saved a lot of time, which is not bad. Lottery in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level mental power. Xin Yang was delighted. His mental strength increased rapidly. System, my mental strength was already S+ before, and now I've obtained a level mental strength. Does that mean I've reached SS level? Xin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, you are still at the S+ level. Obtaining 3 A-level mental powers will allow you to reach the SS level. There is a significant difference between S-class and S-class. You are now among the top S-class ability users. Xin Yang pondered this in his heart. His overall strength was originally at the late stage of Transformation Realm, and now it should have reached the peak of Transformation Realm. Among all the experts at the perfected Transformation Realm, he is probably not the strongest, but there are likely no more than 10 perfected Transformation Realm experts in the entire Qinyang region of China. System, continue. Xin Yang said in his mind. There are still 10,000 emotion points left to draw in the lottery. Draw in progress. Congratulations, host, for winning an SS level reward. Jiang Mushue's guardian ring has been upgraded from B level to SS level. Xin Yang was shocked. The first SS level reward has appeared, and this time, 10,000 emotion points were enough to obtain an SS level reward. With 10,000 emotion points, one would normally receive an A level reward, but by sheer luck, one directly received an SS level reward. System, how are the effects of the SS grade guardian ring? Xin Yang quickly asked in his mind. SS grade guardian rings can withstand ordinary bombs, such as grenades, landmines, car bombs, rockets, etc., but they cannot withstand missile attacks. Ordinary firearms can withstand a large number of bullets, and sniper rifles can withstand 30 or 40 bullets. Xin Yang secretly clicked his tongue. So strong. With such physical defense, what is there to fear? Although it still couldn't withstand a missile attack, where would a missile attack come from in a Chinese city? What about mental defense and detoxification abilities? System, both of these have been improved. Mental defense can withstand attacks from top-tier S-class mental ability users and can neutralize 99.99% of deadly poison. Is there anything else? Xin Yang asked expectantly. System, host, this is already excellent. The Guardian Ring is better than many other items of the same level. Its defenses are very comprehensive. Xin Yang nodded secretly. That made sense. S-grade amulets can only block physical attacks, while Guardian Rings can block physical attacks, mental attacks, and poison attacks. Its original drawback was that its level was too low and its effect was limited, but now it has been directly upgraded to SS level. Honey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Muxue asked in confusion while eating. Xin Yang, I'm examining this ring, and I feel like it's been stimulated and enhanced. It's been enhanced? Jiang Muxue said in surprise. I'm not sure yet, let me check it more carefully. A few minutes later, Xin Yang said with surprise, Muxue, the defensive capabilities of this ring have indeed been enhanced, and greatly enhanced from the original level. You know what a Grandmaster of Internal Energy is, right? Jiang Muxue nodded. Tang Yin is a martial artist, and she told me about it. Grandmasters of Transformation Realm are extremely powerful. There are only a little over 100 Grandmasters of Transformation Realm in the entire country of China. Xin Yang said, with this ring on, an attack from a Grandmaster of Internal Energy won't be able to harm you in the slightest for a short time, not even a top-tier Grandmaster of Internal Energy. Ah? Jiang Muxue couldn't believe it. Emotional value plus 260. Xin Yang laughed and said, pistols, submachine guns, and even sniper rifles are now hard to hurt you. Their ability to resist mental attacks has also improved. The same goes for detoxification ability. Most poisons should be ineffective against you. Jiang Muxue stared blankly at Xin Yang. Honey, this ring is so precious, can I give it back to you? Xin Yang, this ring is a guardian ring. Once it recognizes its owner, it's impossible for it to change its owner. Besides, you need this, but I don't really need it. There are very few people in the entire country who are better than me. Mood value plus 245. Jiang Muxue asked in shock, really? Honey, you're not bragging, are you? There are over 100 Grandmasters of Internal Energy in China, and you're stronger than many of them? Xin Yang nodded. Although I haven't interacted with other powerful individuals, my current strength should be at the peak of the Transformation Realm Grandmaster level. There are probably fewer than 10 experts of this level in the entire country of China. Jiang Muxue couldn't believe it. Xin Yang smiled and said, don't tell anyone. I'm just telling you so that you'll think of me if you encounter any danger. Jiang Muxue looked at the ring on her hand. Honey, with this, what danger could I possibly be in? Xin Yang shook his head, that's not necessarily true. Your short-term defensive capabilities are very strong, but once the energy of the protective ring is depleted, your defenses will be gone. If you are attacked by a strong person, you can tell them that I have protected you and make them think about the consequences of continuing to attack. Jiang Muxue chuckled, the protection you're providing is so strong, it makes the other party think you're much stronger than him? Xin Yang nodded. That's it. If you really encounter such a situation, just say so. If you don't encounter such a situation, you must keep it a secret. Jiang Muxue nodded. Honey, I'll keep it a secret. Xin Yang, Muxue, there's one more thing. The Ninth Security Bureau suspects you have spatial abilities, which is why they send Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu to protect you. They'll probably find out you're awake very soon. Just pretend you don't know anything. Chapter 107 The Poisoner was found. Jiang Muxue asked in confusion, husband, why do they protect me when they suspect I have spatial abilities? Are people with spatial abilities special? Why do they suspect I have spatial abilities? Xin Yang, if a world war breaks out, space-age ability users could become mobile arsenals. They could quietly deliver large quantities of weapons to the front lines. It can even be used to deploy giant mushrooms in enemy countries. Jiang Muxue suddenly realized. So if such a superhuman is discovered, an enemy country might send an expert to kill him first. Xin Yang nodded. The reason why Security Bureau 9 suspects you is because of this. With a thought, Xin Yang put away the chair next to him. Jiang Muxue stared blankly at the vanished chair. Honey, aren't you a psychic? You also have spatial abilities. Are you a dual attribute user? Xin Yang laughed and said, I guess I'd say I am. I put some things away before, and the Ninth Security Bureau didn't notice. I told them those things suddenly disappeared. They suspect that you have spatial abilities. Your grandfather was an Esper, and they suspect that you have awakened your Esper abilities. Jiang Muxue, if they ask, I'll say I know nothing. I have a protective ring, so even if an expert checks, they probably won't be able to find out. Xin Yang nodded. No matter what they ask, just pretend you don't know. As Qin Yang spoke, he put the chair out. Jiang Muxue, honey, I understand. I'll distract the Ninth Security Bureau and buy some time so your strength will be even greater. Even if people find out later, there won't be any problems. Qin Yang smiled and said, You understand correctly. My strength is improving quite quickly. It won't be long, maybe 1 or 2 months, or 2 or 3 months, before I become invincible in the country. Now, you can get more than 10,000 emotion points in 2 days, and in 1 or 2 months, you can draw 20 or 30 times with 10,000 emotion points. His strength will definitely be greatly improved. Honey, you're so cautious. Jiang Muxue chuckled, You said you were in the top 10 nationwide, but you still keep it a secret. Xin Yang, if I were alone, I wouldn't be afraid of anything, but now I have you and the child, and I also have my parents, so of course I have to be more careful. Thank you, husband. Jiang Muxue looked at him with tender affection. In her eyes, Xin Yang protected her every day, and he even gave her a treasure like a guardian ring. Little did Jiang Muxue know that Xin Yang's improvement was largely due to the amount of emotional points she provided. That crab died, and Jiang Muxue didn't eat it? The scorpion frowned slightly. He had already poisoned the crab, but he was still keeping an eye on it. As a result, he received news that the crab had died and Jiang Muxue hadn't eaten it. Li Wanyue and the others had stomach aches after eating the crab. The toxicity was mild, and since Li Wanyue and the others were adults, they didn't suspect anything, and their stomach aches were consistent with this. Could it be that I added too much medicine? That crab was already near death and didn't make it? The scorpion thought to himself. If the crab itself is already dying, absorbing the poison he administered could very well lead to its death. Jiang Muxue was not sent to the hospital. She probably really didn't eat it. The scorpion pondered to itself. Although Li Wanyue and the others are highly skilled medical professionals, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it if Jiang Muxue ate it. We'll send another one tomorrow, so let's continue tomorrow. A glint of light flashed in the scorpion's eyes. Jiang Muxue was not taken to the hospital, and Qin Yang and his group did not call the police. Poison Scorpion believed that Qin Yang and his group had not discovered it. As for why they still chose to poison the crabs, the reason is simple. Although there is no scientific basis for this claim, there is a folk belief in China that pregnant women should not eat crabs, as it may cause miscarriage. When Li Wanyue bought the crabs, the shop assistant reminded her that Jiang Muxue was pregnant and it was best not to eat them. Li Wanyue said that Qin Yang had requested it, and that Qin Yang had made it himself. She spoke out to avoid risks, so that if Jiang Muxue really ate it and something happened, there would be outsiders to testify. Having secretly figured all this out, Poison Scorpion saw poisoning the crab as the best option, so that if Jiang Muxue got into trouble, Qin Yang would be held responsible. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Foam Ping, hurry up and deliver the crabs to Jiang Muxue. The Jiang family is one of our major clients. The owner of the premium fresh food store personally selected a large crab. Okay, boss. Foam Ping quickly got on his electric scooter and set off. The distance wasn't far, and the scooter would be faster. Qin Yang checked the real-time monitoring. Nowadays, most cameras are high definition, so the view is quite clear. Qin Yang quickly noticed someone who had also appeared in yesterday's surveillance footage. He changed his clothes, his motorcycle, and even wore a wig, but Qin Yang possessed the ability to remember everything he saw. He can determine that they are the same person by the similarities. 2 intersections later. Suspicion shifted slightly closer to Foam Ping. The surveillance footage shows him making subtle hand movements. The man soon changed his position at the next intersection, and Qin Yang located the hotel he was staying at through surveillance footage. He deliberately changed his appearance. There's a 99% chance it's this person. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. He quickly arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue, I found a suspect. I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Muxue's heart tightened. Do you have to go yourself? Honey, can't you just call the police? Xin Yang said, I found out by hacking into the surveillance system. If I call the police, it will be difficult for me to explain. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Mushue said worriedly, honey, be careful. If I take any risks, it's better not to arrest him at all. Xin Yang smiled and said, don't worry, I'm very cautious. Jiang Mushue smiled gently. That's true. They're among the top 10 in the country and they're still so low-key. Most people would want everyone to know they're in the top 10 in their city, let alone the top 10 in the whole country. Xin Yang set off soon after. The distance wasn't far. In less than 20 minutes, Xin Yang's taxi arrived near the hotel. Master, this is enough. Xin Yang went downstairs to a nearby coffee shop. The coffee shop is only a little over 100 meters from the hotel. His mental strength has increased, and now his mental detection can reach a maximum distance of 200 meters. Xin Yang's mental energy quickly spread out. He has identified the target as being in room 508 of the hotel through surveillance footage from the elevator and hotel corridors. Found it. Xin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. The target is currently sitting on the sofa in the room. His appearance has changed a lot compared to when he was on the street. Xin Yang ordered a cup of coffee and waited quietly. He has strong mental strength, but he can't hypnotize. The other party is a martial artist, so it won't be easy to force information out of them. It's better to let them reveal it themselves. Half an hour passed before we knew it. The man in the room made a phone call. Boss, there was a small mishap yesterday, but I sent the gift again today, and it should be successful. Don't forget the promised benefits after you succeed. The person on the other end of the phone said, don't worry, as long as the mission is successful, you'll definitely get your share of the rewards. The other party hung up the phone after he finished speaking. A cold glint flashed in Xin Yang's eyes. Although the other party only spoke briefly, he could already tell who was on the other end of the phone. Chapter 108. Xin Yang kills someone for the first time. Jiang Wanyue. Xin Yang gritted his teeth. It's hard for an average person to discern something from a single sentence, but Xin Yang has a photographic memory and remembers the voices he hears very clearly. He had just met Jiang Wanyue a few days ago. The voice on the other end of the phone was definitely Jiang Wanyue's. Xin Yang quickly typed on his laptop. He had previously hacked into Jiang Wanyue's phone and installed a backdoor inside it. Xin Yang discovered that Jiang Wanyue's phone had no call records. He was just using a different phone. Xin Yang quickly checked the nearby signal base stations. He knew the start and end times of the call, and with that information, he found the phone that Jiang Wanyue had hidden. The defense is quite strong. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. This phone's network defense was even stronger than Jiang Wanyue's on the surface, but Xin Yang's hacking skills were a plus level, and it took him some time to break through it. He discovered that the phone call logs had been deleted, as had other records, but this actually made things easier for Xin Yang. The deleted information must be important. He just needs to recover the deleted information. Jiang Wanyue found a very skilled person. Deleted information is generally beyond the reach of even the most skilled internet users. However, Xin Yang's skill level far surpasses that of the person he hired. Xin Yang is fully capable of recovering. Xin Yang recovered the deleted information in about 10 minutes, and also copied the other information on his phone. Based on this, he was 100% certain that Jiang Wanyue was the one who had hired someone to poison his child. Jiang Wanyue contacted the Liu family, who had arranged for the assassin. Jiang Wanyue, the Scorpion, the Liu family. Xin Yang felt murderous intent in his heart. After putting away his laptop, Xin Yang went out and hailed a taxi, which would pass by the hotel. They were getting closer and closer to the Scorpion. When he was in the coffee shop, the two were about 160 or 170 meters apart. He could see the Scorpion with his mental power, but the attack power would be greatly reduced when the distance was far. Scorpions are something martial artists need to get close to. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. Now. Xin Yang used his mental power to rupture a blood vessel in the Scorpion's brain. This blood vessel is small, but it is located in the brainstem. A brainstem hemorrhage exceeding 5 milliliters can be fatal. Ah! The Scorpion cried out in pain. He covered his head with his hands. Xin Yang sat calmly in the taxi. He had killed the Scorpion because it was dead. He could have chosen to call the police, but there were many things he couldn't explain if he did. How did he discover it was poisonous? How did he find the Scorpion? Front desk, help me. Scorpion picked up the phone in the room and said painfully, his head throbbing with pain. He felt that he might not be able to get to the hospital on his own. "Sir, what's wrong?" The receptionist immediately inquired. "I have a headache, take me to the hospital." After speaking, Scorpion felt his consciousness begin to blur, the phone fell to the ground, and he collapsed to the ground. The taxi had driven about 200 meters by then. Knock, knock, knock. "Sir, we're coming in." Soon the hotel manager arrived at the room with two people. After knocking, he swiped his card to open the door. Upon entering the room, they saw the Scorpion lying on the ground. "Quick, save them." The manager's expression changed and he quickly said. The two waiters immediately prepared to lift the Scorpion, but the manager put his hand in front of the Scorpion's nose to check for breath. He was shocked to find that the Scorpion seemed to have stopped breathing. "Wait a moment," the manager said, placing his hand on the Scorpion's chest. "My heart has stopped beating. Quickly, perform CPR." "He has stopped breathing and his heart has stopped beating," the manager quickly replied. They immediately began CPR on the Scorpion, but several minutes passed and the Scorpion still did not regain its heartbeat. About 10 minutes later, the hospital's ambulance arrived. They hurriedly put the Scorpion into the ambulance. "I'm sorry, he is already dead," the accompanying doctor said regretfully after the examination. "Doctor, what caused his death?" the manager inquired. "Doctor, we can't be sure yet, but based on experience, it's most likely a brain disease." The ambulance quickly took the person away. The manager called the police, and they arrived quickly. After understanding the situation, the police determined that homicide had been ruled out and that the death was caused by the individual's own illness. The corridor surveillance footage shows that no one else went in. The Scorpion even called himself to ask to be taken to the hospital. He didn't say anything else, so it's likely that no one else killed him. The doors and windows of the room were also locked. Qin Yang returned home. He hadn't figured out how to target Jiang Wanyue yet. Jiang Wanyue had to die, but not now. If Poison Scorpion died, people would become suspicious if Jiang Wanyue died immediately as well. "Honey, is everything alright?" Jiang Mushue asked. Qin Yang shook his head. "I've got the wrong person. The suspect I found is fine." "Oh." Jiang Mushue expressed her doubts. But since Qin Yang didn't say anything, she didn't ask any further questions. "The Scorpion is dead?" Shin Feng, the head of the 9th Security Bureau branch in S City, received the message. Scorpion is linked to several murder cases. Although it cannot be confirmed that he is the perpetrator, he is a suspect and is marked in red in the police's internal system. Once it was confirmed that the person was a red-clad individual, the police reported it to the 9th Security Bureau. Shin Feng then received the message. The person the 9th Security Bureau contacted for Qin Yang was Zhang Xiangang, who wasn't from S City. Wei Chunshan was a grandmaster of internal energy, and Shin Feng, the branch manager, wasn't strong enough. Shin Feng led his men to the hospital. "It really is a poisonous Scorpion." "Doctor, what was the cause of this person's death?" Shin Feng inquired. The doctor said he had no wounds on his body, but the CT scan showed that he had lost a lot of blood in his brainstem, which should be the direct cause of his death. Shin Feng nodded. The doctor went outside. A man next to Shin Feng asked in confusion, "Captain Shin, Scorpion is from S City, what is he doing in our Haicheng? And he was a martial artist, how could he just die like that?" Shin Feng said, "When martial artists fight each other, the possibility of brain injury is not small. How many people have died because of this? Do you think it's possible he was murdered?" Another person next to him said, "Captain Shin, Scorpion is a martial artist, the door is closed, there's no one in the corridor or the rooms on either side, can we kill him from a great distance? This would require an S-class ability user, right?" Shin Feng nodded slightly. He considered for a moment and said, "Examine carefully and see if we can find out why Poison Scorpion came to Haicheng." Yes. They found the phone shortly afterward, but it had no call history or other records, which was very strange. Shin Feng and his team found a technical expert to prepare for the restoration. But their efforts were in vain. Qin Yang helped Scorpion completely clean up his phone. Even if they found a network expert more skilled than Qin Yang, it would be extremely difficult to restore the cleaned phone. Restoring is much more difficult than erasing to restore, the other party's skills would have to be far superior to Qin Yang's. "Captain Shin, this phone has never been used before," the expert technician reported after a thorough inspection. Never used it before? Carry it with you and use it only in critical moments? Shinfeng thought to himself. Back in his office, Shinfeng made a phone call. Old Zhang, something's happened here. Scorpion died in one of our hotels. The current assessment is that it was a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. The person on the other end of the phone was Zhang Xiangang. He said, "Why did you contact me if you suddenly had a brain hemorrhage? Is there something suspicious?" Chapter 109 Zhang Xiangang as suspicion. Shinfeng, we haven't found anything suspicious yet, but the system records that poison scorpion is related to several murder cases. Is someone like that coming to Haicheng for tourism? Zhang Xiangang said, Brother Shin, it's normal for poison scorpion to die from a cerebral hemorrhage. If there's nothing suspicious, don't create unnecessary trouble. I know a lot about poison scorpion. There are some people he may have killed, but there is no evidence to arrest him. His death isn't necessarily a bad thing. Shinfeng, old Zhang, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Wei Chuanshan's case? Poison scorpion died in his room. There was no one in the corridor, and no one in the next room either. If someone really killed him silently, then that person is most likely a master of the transformation realm. Could it be related to the person who made Wei Chuanshan unconscious? There probably isn't another ability user of this level in Haicheng. Zhang Xuangong's heart skipped a beat. That's quite possible. After all, experts at the transformation realm are rare, and in China, there are even fewer superpowered individuals with transformation realm level strength. Many superpowered individuals cannot kill silently. Brother Shun, can you help me investigate something? Can you find out where Jiang Mushua's husband, Qin Yang, is at this time? Investigate Qin Yang? Shinfeng asked in surprise, is it necessary to investigate an ordinary person like him? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xiangang said, an ordinary person? Brother Shin, Qin Yang's calligraphy and painting skills are extremely high, and he didn't know how to do them before. Does he count as an ordinary person? Shinfeng was puzzled. Old Zhang, didn't you already have it checked? Qin Yang has no internal energy, and his mental strength is also very weak. Although he is skilled in calligraphy and painting, he can't kill people with those skills. Zhang Xiangang, I have a feeling something's wrong. You should quickly find out where Qin Yang was during that time period. Good. Shinfeng quickly ordered an investigation. A dozen minutes later, someone arrived in front of Shinfeng. Captain Shin, the Qin Yang you asked me to investigate, he happened to be near the hotel when the scorpion died. Shinfeng was taken aback. Are you sure? Yes, we checked the surveillance footage near his home and found that he left home during that time period. He took a taxi to a coffee shop near the hotel. Shinfeng, how far is the coffee shop? The coffee shop is exactly 186 meters away from Scorpion's room. Captain Shin, there's a coincidence. When Scorpion called the front desk, Qin Yang happened to be passing by the hotel in a taxi. Shinfeng's pupils contracted slightly. How coincidental is it, and how precise is the timing? The team member said, it was only 7 or 8 seconds apart. 7 or 8 seconds after Qin Yang's taxi left, Scorpion made the phone call. Shinfeng took a deep breath. What a coincidence! Qin Yang happened to arrive there. The Scorpion was in trouble just as his taxi passed by. All right, go do something else. Shinfeng waved his hand, and the team member left. Shinfeng quickly dialed Zhang Xuangang's number and told him the news he had just received. Zhang Xiangang was somewhat incredulous. He had only asked Shinfeng to do a casual investigation, not really expecting to find anything, but Shinfeng gave him such a big surprise. Brother Shin, don't act rashly. I'll be in Haicheng right away. Zhang Xiangang said in a deep voice. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiangang quickly led his men to set off. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Xiangang arrived in Haicheng and met Shinfeng. Brother Shin, let's go see Qin Yang. Zhang Xiangang said. Shinfeng nodded, do you need to bring more people? Zhang Xiangang, we're not going to arrest anyone. Is there any law that says we can't go there at that time? Let's go take a look first. Shinfeng coughed lightly, if he's very strong, and if he killed the poisoned scorpion, what will he do to us? Zhang Xiangang said irritably, we're just going to ask about the situation. Even if he killed the person, would he kill us? Why are you getting more and more timid? Soon, Zhang Xiangang and the other 3 drove off, and more than half an hour later they arrived at the residential area where Qin Yang lived. Xiao Lu, you stay in the car. Zhang Shengang, Shenfeng, and another person, Wang Cheng, got out of the car. Wang Cheng had been to Qin Yang's place with Zhang Shengang before. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Cheng Hong opened the door and saw Zhang Shengang and the others. Hello, is Qin Yang home? Zhang Shengang asked. Cheng Hong nodded. Captain Zhang, Mr. Qin is at home. Please wait a moment while I inform him. Qin Yang is currently in his study upstairs. He soon received a report. Zhang Shengang and the others actually arrived now. Could it be that they've found a clue so quickly? Qin Yang said in his heart. The power of Security Bureau 9 seems to be extraordinary. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the downstairs living room. Captain Zhang, come in quickly. Cheng Hong, from now on, when Captain Zhang and the others come, just let them come in directly. Yes, Mr. Qin. Cheng Hong nodded. Zhang Shengang and the others sat down in the living room, and Cheng Hong and the others served tea and then quickly left. Qin Yang, there's something we've come to ask you about. Zhang Shengang spoke. Qin Yang nodded. Captain Zhang, please ask away. Zhang Shengang, you're usually at home. What were you doing near the Marriott Hotel today? Marriott Hotel? Qin Yang asked with a puzzled look. Zhang Shengang, the coffee shop you went to is next to the Marriott Hotel. You passed by the Marriott Hotel. Qin Yang said, so that's what it is. Someone asked me to go there today, saying it was something extremely important, but when I got there, no one came to see me. I stayed for about an hour and then left. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhang Shengang was puzzled. Could it be that someone deliberately let Qin Yang pass through there? Qin Yang, would you mind if we examined you again? Qin Yang, feel free to inspect if you want. Zhang Xian placed his hand on Qin Yang's pulse point, and soon he confirmed that Qin Yang indeed had no internal energy. He looked at Wang Cheng, who shook his head slightly. Wang Cheng is a person with psychic abilities. He had just carefully examined Qin Yang's mental strength. Qin Yang, has anything unusual happened lately? Zhang Shengang asked. After a few seconds of contemplation, Qin Yang said, yes, Captain Zhang, to be honest, Mu Shui has regained consciousness. We're keeping it a secret for now because we're worried about her safety. Zhang Shengang asked in surprise, Zhang Mu Shui is awake? Can we go up and take a look? Qin Yang nodded, that's fine, but I have a small request. Please keep this a secret. We suspect that Mu Shui's previous accident was not an accident. Good. Zhang Shengang and the others nodded in agreement. Qin Yang led Zhang Shengang and the others upstairs. Qin Yang opened the door, and Zhang Shengang and the others followed him into the bedroom. Mu Shui, let me introduce you. This is Captain Zhang from the 9th Security Bureau, this is Captain Shen, and this is Wang Cheng. They're here to gather some information. Qin Yang spoke. Zhang Mu Shui nodded slightly. Gentlemen, I cannot get out of bed yet. My apologies. Ask whatever you want. Wang Cheng tried to bring his mental energy close to Zhang Mu Shui's head. If Zhang Mu Shui was a superhuman, she would definitely resist. It would be very risky for someone else's mental energy to enter her head. His spiritual power was dispersed as soon as it got close to Zhang Mu Shui. He intensified his mental effort. The result was the same. Please give me a 5-star review, thank you everyone. Chapter 110 Zhang Mu Shui's second personality? Wang Cheng was shocked. He is an A-level mental ability user with strong mental power, but his mental power was easily dispersed. Could Zhang Mu Shui be an S-level mental ability user? But they had previously suspected that Zhang Mu Shui was a spatial ability user. Or perhaps his mental power was shattered by spatial forces? Mu Shui, just now Wang Qing tried to get close to your head with his mental energy. He wanted to test whether you are a superhuman. Pretend that you felt something was wrong. Qin Yang's voice echoed in Zhang Mu Shui's mind. Zhang Mu Shui looked at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng was startled. Had Zhang Mu Shui discovered it? Is Zhang Mu Shui really a superhuman? Ms. Zhang, I apologize. I just used my mental power to try and test whether you are a superhuman. I was just testing you, I had no intention of hurting you. Wang Cheng confessed. If Zhang Mu Shui is an S-level spatial ability user, then he, an A-level mental ability user, is nothing in front of her. Zhang Mu Shui said, I know about people with superpowers. My best friend Tang Yin is a martial artist, and she told me about it. Something seemed a little strange just now, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Shengang. Captain, Jiang Mushue might be a superhuman. My mental energy was shattered by an invisible force when I got close to her. Zhang Shengang was surprised. Wang Qing's mental strength is very strong. Could it be that Jiang Mushue's strength is much stronger than Wang Qing's? Ms. Jiang, are you a superhuman? Zhang Shengang asked directly. He looked into Jiang Mushue's eyes, waiting for her answer. He thought he might be able to tell if she was lying. Jiang Mushue, Captain Jiang, I'm not. I would like to become a superhuman, but I don't have the luck. If I were, perhaps I wouldn't be in a vegetative state. There's nothing wrong with what she said. She has a protective ring, but she doesn't have any superpowers. She's just telling the truth. Ms. Jiang, have you left here today? Zhang Shengang asked again. Jiang Mushue said, I can't leave. Although I'm awake, I still need to do rehabilitation training. Right now, I feel like I don't have much strength in my hands and feet. Qin Yang asked in confusion, Captain Zhang, what exactly are you investigating here? What happened? Zhang Shengang shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't say. Qin Yang, can you and Wang Cheng leave temporarily? Qin Yang frowned slightly and said, I'm leaving? Captain Zhang, is there something I can't know? Zhang Shengang, I'd like to conduct a test. Qin Yang, could you please cooperate? Thank you. Wang Qing, could you and Qin Yang take a walk around the area further out of the neighborhood? Okay. Wang Cheng nodded. Qin Yang, let's go. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He knew that Zhang Shengang still had some doubts about him, thinking that Wang Qing's mental power might have been intercepted by him, so he wanted to get him away a little. Not long after, Qin Yang drove off. He drove straight out of the residential area. Soon Wang Qing called Zhang Shengang, Captain, we are more than 500 meters away from the villa. At such a distance, even if Qin Yang were an S-class ability user, there would be absolutely no way he could defend Jiang Mushue. Okay. Zhang Xian just hung up the phone. Ms. Jiang, I need your cooperation in taking a test. Jiang Mushue nodded, no problem, Captain Zhang. How can I cooperate with you for the test? Zhang Xian was pondering. Jiang Mushue was a patient who had just woken up and was pregnant. He couldn't frighten her, but he also had to test whether Jiang Mushue had any special abilities. Understanding and managing martial artists and superhumans within the country is the responsibility of the 9th Security Bureau. Especially the top experts, they need to understand them as much as possible. A powerful S-class expert is capable of killing tens of thousands of people. One person is equivalent to an army. Hidden top experts are a destabilizing factor for the country. Ms. Jiang, please close your eyes. As Zhang Shengang spoke, Jiang Mushue nodded and closed her eyes. Zhang Xuangang's fist slammed into Jiang Mushue's head in an instant. Jiang Mushue couldn't see and wouldn't be frightened. If she were a superhuman, she would definitely be able to tell. If she were a superhuman, this little action wouldn't scare her, and it wouldn't affect her or the baby in her womb. Bang! The fist was only centimeters away from Jiang Mushue when a dull thud sounded, and Zhang Xuangang's fist was blocked. Zhang Shen felt as if his punch had landed on rubber. Fortunately, he only used 1/10 of his strength in that punch, and his fist was unharmed. Even without this force, Zhang Shengang could have easily stopped his punch, since he used very little force. Captain Zhang, what's wrong? Jiang Mushue opened her eyes upon hearing the sound. Ms. Jiang, did you feel anything just now? Zhang Shen looked into Jiang Mushue's eyes and asked, but Jiang Mushue shook her head. I didn't feel anything, I only heard a voice. What was it? Zhang Shengang was puzzled. Jiang Mushue didn't seem to be lying. What force blocked his fist just now? Captain Zhang, is the testing finished? Zhang Shengang nodded and said, it's over. Ms. Jiang, thank you for your cooperation. How are you feeling? Jiang Mushue nodded. Zhang Xian called Wang Qing, Wang Cheng, where are you? You can come back now. Wang Qing, Qin Yang drove away from the community, and we were about 1 kilometer away from Qin Yang's villa. We'll be right back. Zhang Shengang thought to himself, it seems it's not Qin Yang. Qin Yang couldn't possibly help Jiang Mushue from such a distance. Is Jiang Mushue the expert? But Jiang Mushue had not left the villa, and after careful observation, he realized that Jiang Mushue did not seem to be lying. Is there a hidden expert among them? Zhang Shengang thought to himself. This seems to be the most likely possibility at present. It's also possible that Jiang Muxue has awakened her supernatural abilities without realizing it. Her defense might be an unconscious action. Qin Yang and Wang Cheng returned quickly. Captain Zhang, is the test over? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Shengang nodded, it's over a long time ago. Ms. Zhang, we won't disturb your rest anymore. Qin Yang, let's go downstairs and talk. Qin Yang and Zhang Shengang arrived at the downstairs living room. Zhang Shengang said, Qin Yang, I just conducted a test, and the test content was as follows. Jiang Muxue didn't feel anything just now, so it shouldn't affect her. She can withstand attacks, have you noticed that before? Qin Yang shook his head, I didn't find anything. She just woke up, she's always been lying down before. Who would attack her? Zhang Shengang thought for a moment and asked, Qin Yang, you said someone sent you a message before, who sent the message? Qin Yang, I don't know who sent it. At first I thought it was a prank, but the message is gone. There is none left? What's the meaning? Zhang Shengang said doubtfully. Qin Yang said, it means exactly what it says. The message arrived on my phone, and I just finished reading it and then mysteriously deleted it myself. Chapter 111. Jiang Wanyu was terrified. Zhang Shengang, can I see your phone? Qin Yang said, you can look around here, but you can take my phone, it concerns my innocence. Wang Cheng chuckled. Qin Yang, a fellow traveler. Qin Yang. Zhang Shengang said, you should watch less unhealthy stuff, especially you, Wang Cheng. You don't have a girlfriend yet, and watching too much of that stuff is bad for your health. You are a psychic, and your physical constitution isn't very strong. Wang Cheng looked somewhat embarrassed. Captain Zhang, do you understand? Zhang Shengang retorted irritably, what do you think? I'm a man too, even though I'm 20 years older than you. Do you think I wouldn't understand what you're saying? Qin Yang opened the text message. He handed the phone to Zhang Shengang. Team leader Zhang, I received this message via text message. The other party asked me to go there because it was something extremely important. I waited there for an hour, but no one came to find me. Zhang Xian just glanced at it casually. He's not a tech whiz and can't figure out anything. He did this simply to observe and see if Qin Yang was lying through the conversation. Without a doubt, none of them noticed that Qin Yang's S+ level mental strength made it impossible for them to tell that he was lying. Captain Zhang, what exactly did you discover? I'd like to know for Mushue's safety. The other party lured me there, perhaps it's related to us. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. After considering for a moment, Zhang Shengang said, someone died. The other party died inside the Marriott Hotel. Ah? Qin Yang looked surprised. He possesses strong mental and internal strength, as well as excellent self-control. His display of surprise at this moment was perfectly timed. Who died? Qin Yang quickly inquired. Zhang Shengang, the deceased was a martial artist named Chen Ku. He was also skilled in using poison and was involved in several murder cases, but we have not found any evidence to arrest him. Qin Yang, if you don't have any evidence, arrest him first. Once you've caught him, use the great memory restoration technique on him. Zhang Shengang. Now we emphasize civilized law enforcement. Our Security Bureau 9 can't act recklessly like this. It might find some criminals, but it will bring more trouble. Qin Yang was secretly delighted. This was good news. Even though he had killed Poison Scorpion, the 9th Security Bureau had no evidence against him. Captain Zhang, how did Chen Ke die? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Shengang, he suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. There is no evidence to suggest that it was a homicide, no case has been filed, and I did not come here because of Chen Ke's death. So, you've come here too. Zhang Shengang, I'm here on 2 occasions. First, the cause of Wei Chuanshan's death has been determined, but the Wei family suspects that his coma was directly related to his death. This case is not closed yet. Qin Yang frowned, are they still causing trouble? Wei Chunshan is dead, aren't they afraid that powerful figure will come after them? Zhang Shengang nodded, they're scared, so they didn't come looking for you. They're just making a scene to warn other forces not to think they're easy to bully. I have other things to do, and this case was originally put on hold. Qin Yang, what's the second thing? After considering for a moment, Zhang Shengang said, Qin Yang, there might be a powerful figure behind Jiang Muxue, or there's another possibility that Jiang Muxue has developed supernatural abilities without realizing it. If it's the former, if you find out about this strong person in the future, please tell him. We'd like to communicate with him. It would be a dereliction of duty for our security bureau to be completely unaware of an unknown and powerful superhuman. Xin Yang nodded. Zhang Xiangang said, if it's the second possibility, and Jiang Mushue has superpowers without realizing it, then you're in quite danger. She might not be able to control her power at all. She might be a space-type ability user. If things go wrong, half of your body could end up in another dimension. Xin Yang, Captain Zhang, what you're saying is pretty scary. Wang Qing, standing nearby, said, when a superhuman awakens, it takes a relatively long time for them to control their power. There was a superhuman who lost control and killed his entire family. After he came to his senses, he chose to commit suicide. If Jiang Mushue really is a superhuman, we hope you can tell us as soon as possible so we can help her. Xin Yang, if Mushue really is a superhuman, I will contact you. If Wei Chuanshan's coma was caused by her, you won't make things difficult for her, will you? Zhang Xiangang shook his head. No, don't worry about that. It's normal for martial artists to get injured during sparring. Besides, Wei Chuanshan was fine when he left, so the reason he fell into a coma might not be that. Xin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Zhang Xiangang stood up and said, Xin Yang, if there are any abnormalities, please contact us immediately. Okay. Soon, Zhang Xiangang and his group said goodbye and left. At Zhang Wanyue's home. How so? Zhang Wanyue paced back and forth in the room. He had received news from the Liu family that Poison Scorpion had died at the hotel. The police notified Scorpion's family of his death, and they then informed Liu's family of the news. Poison Scorpion was a martial artist, how could he die like this? Did he die from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage or was he murdered? Zhang Wanyue muttered to himself. He thought of Wei Chuanshan. Wei Chuanshan went to Qin Yang's place and fell into a coma. Now that Poison Scorpion has poisoned Jiang Mushue and he is dead, are these two things really just coincidences? If it's not a coincidence. Zhang Wanyue was terrified. He felt that Qin Yang probably didn't have that kind of ability, but his younger brother was a billionaire, and who knew what kind of friends he had. If Scorpion's death wasn't an accident, then what was he doing here? The person who killed him probably knows. The other party probably knows me too. Zhang Wanyue became increasingly frightened as he thought about it. Poison Scorpion was at least a martial artist with considerable strength, while he was just an ordinary person the other party could kill him with ease. What to do? What to do? Zhang Wanyue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Even if the other party doesn't kill him, but Poison Scorpion dies, and Poison Scorpion's belongings end up in the hands of the police, will the police find anything? He even spoke with Scorpion on the phone. Although he wasn't using his own phone, the police could still find out if they put in a full investigation. Bite. The sound of text messages rang out. Zhang Wanyue quickly took out his phone. Death is drawing ever closer. Are you ready? Zhang Wanyue's pupils suddenly contracted. His already unpleasant expression turned even more unpleasant. Who posted this? Zhang Wanyue looked at the sender. The sender's number was clearly 84s, and while the font is usually black, this one was red. Zhang Wanyue was stunned for a moment. The text message he had just received suddenly disappeared. Zhang Wanyue looked for it, and it was indeed gone. Is it a prank? Zhang Wanyue had this wishful thinking, but he knew that the possibility of it being a prank was extremely low. The person who sent him the message is very likely the one who killed the Scorpion. Now the other party is playing cat and mouse with him. Zhang Wanyue broke out in a cold sweat. He is now in his own home, in his room, but he feels no sense of security, as if he will die at any moment. Didn't the Scorpion die in the hotel room? Should we call the police? Such a thought popped into Zhang Wanyue's mind. But he quickly rejected it. He estimates he'll spend the rest of his life in jail if he calls the police. Chapter 112. Zhang Wanyue threatens the Liu family. The 2 chapters posted yesterday have been significantly revised. Those who read them on October 13th can take a look again. After much deliberation, Zhang Wanyue decided to seek help from the Liu family. The Scorpion is dead. He was sent by the Liu family. Shouldn't the Liu family do nothing about it? The person who killed the Scorpion might also retaliate against the Liu family. Zhang Wanyue left home and went to another place. He used another phone to call someone from the Liu family. Hello? Lu Hongyi's father, Lu Kongming, answered the phone. Mr. Lu, it's me. The line is safe. Zhang Wanyue said in a deep voice. Lu Kongming, why are you calling it this time? Scorpion is dead. You should be keeping a low profile now. The police might be able to find out that you had contact with Scorpion. Zhang Wanyue said, this is a borrowed phone number. This phone number doesn't belong to you either, so who can find out? President Lu, Scorpion did not die from disease. Lu Kongming frowned. The Scorpion S family has arrived. The hospital told them that he suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and the police also told them that homicide has been ruled out. How do you know he didn't die of illness? Don't tell me you went over to investigate. Zhang Wanyue, President Lu, I'm not that stupid. A mysterious person sent me a text message saying that death is approaching and asking if I'm ready. The text message disappeared after I read it. Aside from this matter, I haven't offended anyone recently, so I'm certain that Scorpion was killed. Lu Kongming frowned. Zhang Wanyue actually received such a death threat. The possibility that poison Scorpion killed him is indeed very high. If the other party knows Zhang Wanyue, could it be that they also know him? President Lu, this was probably done by my third brother. I suspect he has powerful friends, or he's hiring a skilled assassin. Zhang Wanyue said in a deep voice, the Scorpion was killed directly. I received a warning, which may just be a reminder. Lu Kongming, President Zhang, that's not necessarily true. The other party may not want to kill two people in the short term, which might lead the police to link the two cases together. Another possibility is that the other party wants to torment you for a period of time. Zhang Wanyue. Both of these guesses are heartbreaking. Mr. Lu, the other party might also come after the Lu family. You need to send someone to handle this. Lu Kongming, Zhang Wancheng isn't that stupid. He knows that going against our Lu family might not necessarily bring him any advantage. Zhang Wanyue frowned. President Lu, I am now facing a death threat. Won't your Lu family send someone to help me? If I die, some things may be exposed. Lu Kongming narrowed his eyes. He hates being threatened like that. Mr. Jiang, we will send someone to handle this. But I hope you won't threaten me like that again, okay? Lu Kongming said calmly. Okay. Zhang Wanyue was startled and quickly said. The Zhang family is stronger than the Lu family overall, but he is not the head of the family, and Zhang Wanyue has much more money than him. Moreover, the Lu family has 4 allied families, and the combined strength of the 5 families is even greater than that of the Zhang family. President Zhang, please don't worry. The chances of Zhang Wancheng sending an assassin to kill you are not high. He may not acknowledge you as his older brother anymore, but he can't ignore his father's feelings, right? Your father is quite old and has health problems. Lu Kongming said calmly. Zhang Wanyue's mood eased a bit. President Lu, there shouldn't have been any major problems when my father was alive, but he's getting old, so these issues need to be addressed. You still need to hurry up on your end. Lu Kongming, don't worry, we will. But since Poison Scorpion just died, we need to wait a bit. Poison Scorpion was a martial artist, and the 9th Security Bureau might have his eye on him. Mr. Lu, what was the cause of Scorpion's death? Lu Kongming, the Scorpion died of a cerebral hemorrhage, which is a good result. The family will not cause any further trouble. His body will be cremated soon. The Scorpion has connections with the Lu family. The death of the Scorpion caused a disturbance among the family members, which was detrimental to the Lu family. Some things can't withstand close scrutiny. If it's discovered that the Scorpion was sent by them, and that Zhang Wanyue conspired with them to commit murder, then we'll be in trouble. Okay, that's settled. Zhang Wanyue quickly hung up the phone. Third brother, you're pretty ruthless. But who will have the last laugh is not necessarily true. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Wanyue's eyes. In the evening, Zhang Wancheng and his group arrived at Qin Yang's place. Dad, Mom. Zhang Muxue saw them and quickly called out. Liang Lan asked, Muxue, are you feeling better? Aha! Zhang Muxue nodded. Qin Yang is very capable. He helped me with rehabilitation treatment, and the results were very good. I can walk to the bathroom by myself without any problems. I should be able to move around freely in about a week. Zhang Wancheng, we still need to be careful. You not only just woke up, but you've also been pregnant for so long. You guys keep talking, I'm going to go talk to Qin Yang. Jiang Wancheng turned and walked out. Mu Shui, how are things going between you and Qin Yang? Qin Yang is a very good person, don't just think about divorce. Liang Lan sat down on the edge of the bed and asked. Jiang Mushui said, I don't want a divorce. Qin Yang is really a good person. Mom, your decision to let us get married was absolutely the right one. A look of surprise appeared in Liang Lan's eyes. Has Jiang Mushui's opinion changed so much in just 2 days? Mu Shui, you've changed quite a bit. Liang Lan said with some surprise. Jiang Mushui said, he used to make me angry a lot, but he hasn't made me angry much since I woke up. Liang Lan, he used to be angry with you for a reason. If he hadn't been angry with you, your mental strength wouldn't have grown so quickly, and you probably wouldn't be awake now. Your belly is so big, the later you wake up, the more dangerous it will be. Jiang Mushui nodded. She wondered to herself if there were other reasons. But Qin Yang told her not to mention the existence of the guardian ring. Mu Shui, have you two been behaving intimately? Liang Lan inquired. Jiang Mushui doesn't plan to divorce anymore. Qin Yang and she already have a contract, so Qin Yang will bring up divorce later. Have. Jiang Mushui blushed and said. Qin Yang helped her take a bath, and they hugged and kissed, but nothing more. Liang Lan nodded and said, that's good. As long as you have a close relationship, your relationship will only get better and better. You're awake. Now I'm worried about your relationship. Jiang Mushui said sweetly, Mom, don't worry. I will handle my feelings. Jiang Wancheng went downstairs to the gym and found Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, I heard that Captain Zhang and the others came today. What went wrong? Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang said, it's still Wei Chuanshan's case. The Wei family is still causing trouble, and Wei Chuanshan's case is not closed. In addition, they suspect that I or Mu Shui are superhumans. Qin Yang didn't plan to talk about the scorpion. Jiang Wanyue wants to kill his child, so he has to die. But Jiang Wanyue and Jiang Wancheng are brothers, so there's no need to discuss killing him with Jiang Wancheng. He can just do it himself when the time comes. Did they find anything? Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang, they have ruled out suspicion of me, but now they are more suspicious that Mu Shui is a superhuman. Jiang Wancheng shook his head secretly. This means the correct answer has been eliminated. They suspect Mu Shui might be involved in something, right? Qin Yang shook his head, there won't be any problems. I don't think they have much motivation to investigate Wei Chuanshan's case. Who told him to be unconscious? What good would it do to find out? Jiang Wancheng nodded. Xiao Qin, the board of directors has passed a resolution that Xingqian Technology has become independent, and you and Mu Shui will hold the shares. The future development of Star Technology depends on you. Qin Yang said, I don't have time to deal with it for now. Whether I'll focus on it in the future depends on the situation. He hasn't drawn the relevant technology yet. It's no use trying. Chapter 113 Jiang Mushui and Chen Ping video. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Qin Yang was still having breakfast with Jiang Mushui when his cell phone rang. It was his mother Chen Ping calling him via video. Mushui, my mother's video. You eat first, I'll go take a video call. Qin Yang spoke. Jiang Mushui blushed slightly and said, Husband, why are you going out? Just answer the video here. But can I call you uncle and auntie for now? I'll change my name when we meet again in the future. Qin Yang smiled and nodded, of course. I also called your parents uncle and aunt for a while before. Then I'll take the call. Emotional value plus 268. Jiang Mushui's heart beat faster and she looked a little nervous. Now she already cares about Qin Yang. Qin Yang will be her husband in the future, and Qin Yang's parents will be her parents-in-law. It is inevitable that she will feel a little nervous. Qin Yang connected the video. Mom, what's going on so early in the morning? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Chen Ping looked at the phone screen carefully. Son, aren't you in Mu Shui's room? Is Mu Shui sleeping? Qin Yang, no, we are having breakfast. Qin Yang said as he turned the phone towards Jiang Mushui. Emotional value plus 270. Jiang Mushui's face turned red and her heart beat faster. Qin Yang could clearly hear her heartbeat. Hello, Auntie. Jiang Mushui shouted in a panic. Chen Ping was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Qin Yang would actually let him meet Jiang Mushui directly. She called the video just to let Qin Yang see her secretly. Mushue, hello, hello. Chen Ping reacted quickly and said, how do you feel? Did Qin Yang bully you? If he bullies you, tell your auntie. I won't let him off. Jiang Mushue glanced at Qin Yang. Auntie, Qin Yang used to bully me. He would tell me ghost stories, and he would tell them in the middle of the night. Qin Yang. Chen Ping smiled and said, when auntie comes, she'll help you deal with him. How can he still rebel? Qin Yang said, Mom, please don't come for the time being. Mu Shui has woken up, but she still needs about a week of rehabilitation training. Mu Shui, we'll come visit you in a few days. We've been very busy these past few days, so we'll have some free time in a few days. Chen Ping said. Jiang Mushue quickly said, okay, auntie. Auntie, you have already come to visit me. Actually, it will be Qin Yang and I'll go back to visit you when the time comes. Emotional value plus 268. Chen Ping was all smiles. Mushue, you will be 9 months pregnant in a few days. You can't run around. Just stay at home and take good care of yourself. Son, you have to take good care of Mushue. Qin Yang nodded, Mom, where is Dad? Chen Ping, your dad has gone to the new house. The house is being built very quickly, and the roof will be completed in the next few days. Mushue, is it convenient for me to video call you again tonight? Auntie, I'm free. Jiang Mushue said quickly. Emotional value plus 261. She knew that Chen Ping wanted to video call again in the evening so that Qin Yang's father could also see her and talk. Then auntie can call me again around 7:30 in the evening. Chen Ping said with a smile. Qin Yang, Mom, why are you looking for me so early? Is everything going well in the village? Is anyone causing trouble? Chen Ping, there's not so much trouble in the village. I came to you because I wanted to see Mu Shui. I wanted you to secretly take a video and see, but now there's no need to do that. You guys have breakfast first. Don't bully Mu Shui, do you hear me? Qin Yang quickly hung up the video. Jiang Mushue laughed and said, Stinky husband, you are not allowed to bully me in the future, do you hear me? Otherwise I will complain to my aunt. Qin Yang, when did I bully you? God knows, I tell you stories, help you bathe, give you massages, etc. I am a good person. Poof. Jiang Mushue snorted softly. Qin Yang said, hurry up and finish your breakfast. I'll give you a massage later. You still need a massage while you're lying down. I'll serve you from head to toe. Massage the key areas more. Emotional value plus 266. Jiang Mushue said coquettishly, I don't need it. I'm already awake, you just need to help me walk a little. And there are some places I can press myself. After she woke up, Qin Yang had helped her take a bath, but he did so using his mental power. I have never massaged her whole body with my hands. Massaging your hands and feet can help clear the meridians in them. After breakfast, Qin Yang said with a smile, Mu Shui, shall we start the massage? I'm very skilled. No, no. Jiang Mushue shook her head repeatedly. Although she already accepted Qin Yang in her heart, she was still very shy when Qin Yang gave her a full body massage. After teasing Jiang Mushue for a while, Qin Yang didn't insist. The more shy Jiang Mushue was, the easier it was for her to show her emotions. And Jiang Mushue looks very beautiful when she is shy. System, how much emotion value is it? Qin Yang asked in his mind. 11,300. One draw, 1,000, one draw, 10,000, let's begin. Lottery draw. Congratulations host, your physical fitness has reached +8. Your physical fitness has reached 50 points. A trace of warm current quickly emerged, and Qin Yang's physical condition quickly improved. Physical fitness is enhanced in all aspects, which is very good. If you improve both inside and outside, you will have fewer weaknesses. System, Mu Shui already has the SS level reward, but I don't. You know what I mean. System, host, I have no emotions, I don't understand. In the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level futures investment technology. Host, you originally had a level futures investment technology. After the integration, your futures investment skills will be S+. Qin Yang was delighted. Although I didn't get an SS level reward, getting an S level reward in the 10,000 emotion point lottery is pretty good. Furthermore, the S-level futures investment technique is very practical. This level is definitely top-notch in the world. When he makes a profit from this wave of gold futures, his capital will reach 150 million yuan. If he suffers a big loss in the futures market, he will be very distressed. As your technology improves, the possibility of losing money will be greatly reduced. Of course, there is still a possibility of loss. No matter how good the technology is, it cannot stop some people from manipulating the market. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Zhang Mushue looked at Qin Yang and asked. Qin Yang said with a smile, I was thinking, my mother must be very happy, my daughter-in-law calls her, although she still calls her aunt. Zhang Mushue blushed. Mushue, I told you that your father gave you 20 million as a dowry. Now that the money is gone, I can only pay it back with my body. Qin Yang said. Zhang Mushue said, who wants you to pay with your body? If you lose, you lose. It's hard for ordinary people to make money in the crude oil futures market. There are too many financial tycoons in it. He. Qin Yang chuckled. I'm kidding you, it's not a loss. Your 20 million is just your investment. When the profit comes, I'll give you half. Zhang Mushue smiled sweetly and said, is there any difference? We are husband and wife, and this is our common property after marriage. Even if you don't give me a share, half of it is still mine. How much did you earn? Chapter 114 Husband, you are not allowed to drive. You guess? Qin Yang said with a smile. Zhang Mushue thought for a moment, 5 million? Qin Yang should only have a capital of more than 20 million, and making a profit of 5 million in such a short time is already very good. Mushue, you need to be more ambitious. Zhang Mushue asked in surprise, did he make 10 million? Qin Yang, I made a profit of 37 million from crude oil futures. Adding the principal of 23 million, I have already invested 60 million in the gold futures market. Ah? Zhang Mushue was stunned. Emotional value plus 260. Hubby, you're making so much money so quickly? Qin Yang said with a smile, I have made a lot of money in gold futures. The current floating profit is 40 million. The total funds in the account have reached a small goal. Zhang Mushue couldn't believe it. With a capital of 23 million, Qin Yang has made a profit of 77 million so quickly. How much money can he make in a year at this rate? Honey, Xingchen Technology has become independent. If you don't have money then, just invest some. Zhang Mushue said in a delicate voice. Qin Yang chuckled and said, didn't you tell me that after we get married, half of the money I earn will be yours? Zhang Mushue said weakly, I was just saying it. I didn't expect you to make so much money so quickly. If it's 3 or 5 million, I'll be fine with half of it. You earn too much. Qin Yang said, whether to invest money depends on your performance. If you perform well, there is no problem in investing money. Zhang Mushue was puzzled, what should I do? Qin Yang said with a smile, you know what I mean. You can use your hands and mouth more and fight for the good things yourself. Emotion plus 275. Zhang Mushue. Her face turned red and she glared at Qin Yang with her beautiful eyes. Stinky husband, you are not allowed to drive. Qin Yang asked in surprise, what car? Mushue, what are you thinking? I said move your hands and mouth, give me a massage, and be sweet. What makes you think of driving? Emotional value plus 280. Zhang Mushue glared at Qin Yang angrily, I know you must have been driving. You bad guy, you clearly drove the car, but you dare not admit it. Qin Yang smiled and said, okay, I'll drive you tonight. No. Zhang Mushue shook her head repeatedly. In the evening, Zhang Wanyue attended a dinner party. Mr. Jiang, you seem a little out of shape. Someone next to Zhang Wanyue said in surprise. Zhang Wanyue said helplessly, I'm old, and my sleep quality isn't very good. I didn't sleep all night last night. I only took a short nap at noon today. Mr. Jiang, since you haven't rested well, let's go early. We'll have plenty of opportunities to drink later anyway. Another humane. Zhang Wanyue picked up his glass and said, everyone, I'm sorry. I'll treat you all to a good drink some other day. The dinner party soon ended. Zhang Wanyue called a designated driver to drive home. Bite. His phone received another text message. Countdown, 7 days. Zhang Wanyue's hair stood on end, and a chill rushed to his head. The number that sent him the message turned into 7 fours, and these 7 fours were red like before. The message disappeared before he could take a screenshot. Originally there were 8 fours, but now it's 7. Will it be my death when it reaches 0? Jiang Wanyue was frightened. Although he is not as rich as Jiang Wanchang, he also has assets of 40 to 50 million and lives a comfortable life. He doesn't want such a good life to leave him. Boss, are you sick? The designated driver asked after glancing at the rearview mirror. Jiang Wanyue looked a little scary. He only made a little money, and he didn't want Jiang Wanyue to die in the car. Jiang Wanyue took a deep breath and said, "It's okay. I drank a little too much and I feel a little uncomfortable. Just hurry up and drive the car back." Good. The designated driver increased the speed slightly. When Jiang Wanyue got home, his wife Wu Yuji asked, "How much did you drink, honey? You look so pale. Can't you take care of yourself and drink less?" "I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well last night." Jiang Wanyue quickly lay down on his bed. He was very sleepy, but he couldn't fall asleep when he thought of the death threat. Maybe you won't be able to wake up after falling asleep. He knew that Wei Chenshan of the Wei family became a vegetable before his death. Would he also become a vegetable? Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone rang. He was next to Jiang Muxue, and Jiang Muxue's heart tightened. Judging from the voice, Qin Yang is video chatting, and the person calling him at this time should be his mother. Qin Yang's father should be here too. Emotional value plus 270. Qin Yang quickly connected the video and called out, "Dad, Mom. I'm here with Mu Shui. Let Mu Shui talk to you." As he spoke, he turned the phone towards Jiang Muxue. At this moment, he knew that his parents didn't want to talk to him anymore. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Jiang Muxue shouted nervously. "Hello, Mu Shui." Qin Hai said quickly. Jinping smiled and said, "Mu Shui, Qin Yang's father is very happy to know that you've woken up. He also planned for us to come and see you tomorrow." Jiang Muxue quickly said, "Auntie, don't worry, I still spend most of my time in bed. It would be better if you came later. Qin Yang and I can accompany you around then." Jinping smiled and nodded. Qin Hai said, "If Qin Yang bullies you, tell us, and I'll beat him with a stick." Qin Yang said unhappily, "Dad, you two have discussed this, right? You all say that I'm bullying Mu Shui, so you're going to punish me." Jiang Muxue laughed and said, "Thank you, uncle. If Qin Yang bullies me, I will definitely tell you." Qin Hai nodded. They were very happy. Jiang Muxue's words meant that she recognized Qin Yang. If she didn't recognize him, they would definitely divorce in the future. So what else was there to say? Then she didn't need their support at all. "Mu Shui, you have to get better soon. You're pregnant, so be careful when you get out of bed and walk," Chen Ping said. "Qin Hai, son, don't worry about anything else for now. Your most important task now is to take good care of Mu Shui. If Mu Shui gets hurt or bruised, it's your responsibility." Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Muxue is due to give birth in about half a month. You definitely have to be careful. The guardian ring can protect her from external harm, but she herself may still bump into things or fall. After chatting for a while, Chen Ping hung up the phone. Jiang Muxue said in a soft voice, "Husband, did you hear that? Your parents said you can't bully me. If you bully me, I'll tell them." Qin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Muxue's little mouth. His hands also began to move. "How can you complain if I bully you like this?" Qin Yang's voice sounded in Jiang Muxue's mind. It is very convenient that you can talk while kissing after establishing a mind link. Emotional value plus 270. Chapter 115. Do you believe that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished? System. Mu Shui's emotional value has increased slightly recently. Didn't you say it couldn't increase? Qin Yang asked in his mind. When Jiang Muxue just woke up, her emotional value was only about 240 at a time, but now it is more than 270. It didn't take long for it to rise by about 30 points, which was not bad. With a peak increase of about 30 points, he could gain an extra 1,000 or 2,000 points of emotional value in a day. Host, it's because of the Guardian Ring. It's SS level, and it has a certain nourishing effect on Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Does the Guardian Ring have such an effect? System. Host, we have almost all the powerful treasures. The nourishing effect of the Guardian Ring is quite good. So that's how it is. Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. This is good news for him. Although the increase is slow, at least the upper limit of emotional value is still increasing. Now I can gain 1 or 2,000 emotion points every day, and in the future it will be more than that. I can accumulate 10,000 in a few days. A night passed. Zhang Wanyue had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep well last night and woke up from his dreams several times. After waking up, it took him a long time to fall asleep again. Drop. The sound of text messages rang out. Zhang Wanyue shuddered. He was now afraid of the sound of text messages. Without opening the text message immediately, Zhang Wanyue first picked up another phone and turned on the video recording mode. Although he didn't intend to call the police, he recorded it in case he needed to call the police in the future. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wanyue opened the text message. His lips twitched. The person who sent him the text message was 10,086. Zhang Wanyue dragged his tired body outside, and his wife Wu Yuji was shocked when she saw his appearance. Husband, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to bed early yesterday? Wu Yuji asked. Zhang Wanyue, I went to bed a long time ago, but I woke up 6 or 7 times in the middle of the night. I probably didn't sleep for 3 hours in total. Go to the hospital and get me some sleeping pills. If this continues, I'm going to collapse. Wu Yuji, husband, what happened? If you have anything to say, tell me. Don't carry it alone. Zhang Wanyue frowned. It's better for you not to know about this. Find the Lu family and ask them to send assassins to kill Qin Yang. The more people know about this kind of thing, the greater the risk. Honey, I received a strange text message. The number is weird, 6 fours, and it's red. Wu Yuji said. Zhang Wanyue's expression changed. Where's that text message? Wu Yuji took out her phone and said, let me look for it. Hey, why is the text message gone? I didn't delete it. Zhang Wanyue was terrified. Wife, do you still remember the content of the text message? Wu Yuji nodded. I remember. That message was so mysterious. It said something about giving away money to ward off disasters, and that if I donated most of my money, all disasters would go away. I'll donate it, sir. Zhang Wanyue frowned. That's all? Yes, that's all. Wu Yuji was puzzled. Is there a problem? Someone must have deliberately sent these messy text messages. Zhang Wanyue's face was gloomy. This text message was not sent randomly. The number that sent the text message only had 6 fours left, which meant that he only had 6 days left to live according to what was said before. You're right. It must have been sent randomly by someone. If the other party sends it again, you must tell me the content of the text message. Zhang Wanyue said in a deep voice. Wu Yuji, husband, are you hiding something from me? What does this text message mean? Nothing, don't ask. Zhang Wanyue said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he went out without even having breakfast. He arrived at Zhang Wancheng's side before Zhang Wancheng left. Brother, why are you here so early? Zhang Wancheng asked. He was not very welcome to Zhang Wanyue's visit, but after all, they were brothers, so he still had to be polite on the surface. Let's go to the study and talk. Zhang Wanyue said in a deep voice. When the two of them arrived at Zhang Wancheng's study, Zhang Wanyue said with a gloomy face, Third brother, I am your eldest brother after all. Why do you have to be so ruthless in doing things? Zhang Wancheng frowned. Brother, I don't understand what you are saying. You guys were messing around at Xingchen Technology, and I didn't call the police. I just asked you to pay me back. Is that what you call absolute? Zhang Wanyue stared at Zhang Wancheng and gritted his teeth. You know that's not what I'm talking about. You sent someone a text message threatening to kill me. Are you so heartless? Zhang Wancheng's heart moved. Someone sent a death text message threatening to kill Zhang Wanyue? Then it is most likely that Qin Yang did it. Qin Yang has strong hacking skills and has this ability. Brother, did you provoke someone? I didn't do this, don't make trouble for me. Zhang Wancheng said coldly. If Qin Yang sent a death text message to threaten Zhang Wanyue, he believed that Zhang Wanyue must have done something else. And this was not just a matter of greed for money. Can you swear it wasn't you? Zhang Wanyue said sternly. Zhang Wancheng snorted coldly and said, boring. Although it wasn't me, I never swear casually. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Jiang Huanyue said sternly, "Third brother, if I die, you won't have an easy life either. The news that you killed me will definitely spread all over the city. You could end up in jail for life." Jiang Wancheng pointed at the door and said, "Get out. If you don't, I'll ask security to ask you to leave. Then you might lose face." Jiang Huanyue slapped the table. "Third brother, let's wait and see." Jiang Wancheng said, "Get out of here right now, or I'll use my power to make you a pauper very quickly." "I mean what I say." Jiang Huanyue turned around with a dark face, opened the door and left. Jiang Wancheng did not rush to Qin Yang immediately. He went to the company as usual. It was not until the evening that he and Liang Lan came to Qin Yang's place. "Xiao Qin, I have something to ask you." Jiang Wancheng and Qin Yang came to the study here. "Dad, what's going on?" Qin Yang asked. "You sent a text message threatening Uncle Mu Shui? He ran to my place this morning and went crazy. He thought I did it." Jiang Wancheng asked directly. "Qin Yang, something happened a few days ago. Mu Shui was poisoned when she ate crab. Someone poisoned her. I found that person from the surveillance footage." Jiang Wancheng's face changed. "Mu Shui was poisoned. Are she and the child okay?" Qin Yang said, "Mu Shui and the child are fine. The man who poisoned them died of a cerebral hemorrhage as punishment for his evil deeds." Jiang Wancheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Death from sudden cerebral hemorrhage, is that such a coincidence?" "I happened to be in the area at the time, and the Night Security Bureau contacted me, but they confirmed that I had nothing to do with the other person's death." Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. "It has nothing to do with you." He knew it must be Qin Yang who took action. But if Qin Yang didn't say it, he naturally wouldn't say it either. "Qin Yang, Dad, Uncle is so scared because he is related to the killer who died. The killer was sent by Uncle after contacting the Lu family. He probably thought the killer was killed." A cold light flashed in Jiang Wancheng's eyes. "Xiao Qin, the consequence of Mu Shui's poisoning is..." "Qin Yang, the poison is relatively mild, but it will cause miscarriage. Given Mu Shui's previous condition, the possibility of her death from miscarriage is also very high." "Dad, do you believe in retribution?" Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Yang. He knew that Qin Yang was asking whether Jiang Huanyue should die. After a brief silence, Jiang Wancheng nodded and said, "I believe it." Chapter 116. Jiang Wancheng invests in Qin Yang. "Dad, I believe it too," Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. He understood what Qin Yang meant. Qin Yang is going to kill Jiang Huanyue. Jiang Huanyue is his elder brother, but Jiang Huanyue murdered his granddaughter and his daughter. Jiang Wancheng will not kill his elder brother himself, but he will not stop him either. "Xiao Qin, if something happens to Uncle Mu Shui, they will frame me, and there will probably be quite a stir. Some people will definitely take the opportunity to check me out. The investigation will be very intense," Jiang Wancheng said meaningfully. He was reminding Qin Yang to be careful, because if someone found evidence, Qin Yang would have no choice but to go into exile overseas. With Qin Yang's strength, even if he was exposed, Jiang Wancheng knew that Qin Yang should have no problem escaping. "Dad, you have to be careful then," Qin Yang said. "Jiang Wancheng, my elder brother did something like this, and evil will be punished. Even if I get implicated, it doesn't matter. After all, our country is a place where the law is upheld." Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, "That's it. Xiao Qin, you have a strong learning ability. What have you learned recently?" Qin Yang said, "I learned some English, which I think will be useful when I go abroad. I also learned some futures trading technology, which will make it easier to make money when I go abroad." Jiang Wancheng muttered to himself, "This means he is well prepared." "Xiao Qin, how is your futures trading skills?" Jiang Wancheng asked curiously. "I think I've reached the world's top level. Aside from the one in the Black Palace, I'm no match for anyone else in futures trading." Jiang Wancheng was amazed. Qin Yang's futures trading skills are surprisingly so impressive. No one can compare to the one in the Black Palace. Jiang Wancheng said with a smile, "How much did you earn?" Qin Yang said, "The principal is 23 million, and the profit is 90 million. By the end of this wave, the profit is estimated to be 130 million. Jiang Wancheng couldn't believe it. It has only been a short time, and Qin Yang has already made several times the profit? This way of making money is much faster than robbing a bank. "What are you doing now?" Gold futures can still rise. Crude oil is not fluctuating much at the moment, so there is not much room for profit. Jiang Wancheng, I still have some money in my personal treasury. I'll give it to you to manage, and we'll split the profits equally. Sure. Dad, how much money do you have in your little treasury? Xin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng, not much, just over 2 billion. Even though the company has hundreds of billions in assets, if the assets are not sold, they are just assets. This is just a small amount for an individual. Xin Yang. It's not much, only a few billion. No wonder many companies have gone bankrupt completely, but their bosses are still very carefree, with enough money in their personal accounts to last for several lifetimes. Dad, how much do you want to invest? Xin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng, how much can you control? You have to understand that if you have too much money, the risks will inevitably increase, and some financial giants may target you. Xin Yang said, 10 billion is not a big deal. If it's not a very sure opportunity, I won't act rashly. 10 billion? If it's 10 billion, and I give you 1 billion, with 10 times leverage plus your own money, it will be more than 10 billion. Jiang Wancheng said. Xin Yang, I'm talking about before the leverage is added. Jiang Wancheng asked in surprise, are you sure? 10 billion in principal plus leverage is over 100 billion. Many companies are able to control huge amounts of funds because they have so many people. Xin Yang nodded slightly. His mobile phone has been enhanced to assist him. Although his mobile phone is not smart, it is already very powerful. He only needs to give instructions when operating it. He said 10 billion was a bit conservative. 10 billion renminbi converted into US dollars is about right. Xiaoqin, I'll transfer 2 billion to you. Go for it. If you lose, it's mine. If you make a profit, we'll split it in half. Jiang Wancheng said. He would not let someone else handle the 2 billion yuan in the slush fund, not even his best friend Jiang Wancheng would do that. Xin Yang is different. The precious daughter is already Qin Yang's. In addition, he has a clear understanding of Qin Yang's strength. Dad, don't feel bad if you lose money. Jiang Wanyue said with a smile, if it's gone, it's gone. You have to invest when the benefits clearly outweigh the risks. If I don't dare to invest in this, how can the group develop? How much money my little treasury has depends on you. Jiang Wanyue quickly called the bank, and the bank had dedicated staff to serve high-end customers like him. It just so happens that Qin Yang and the bank card are from the same company. The money arrived in a short time. Xiaoqin, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go and keep Mu Shui company. Jiang Wancheng said this and left the study. Qin Yang quickly transferred 2 billion yuan in funds, and with a tenfold leverage, the funds were magnified to 20 billion yuan. For a small futures market, this amount of funds was very large. But this money is just average for the gold futures market. This amount of money will not affect the global gold market at all. In the short term, I estimate it can still rise by 6-7%. To be on the safe side, I'll sell it when it reaches 5%. The profit will be around 1 billion yuan by then. Qin Yang said in his heart. This is the advantage of large amounts of capital. He originally only had tens of millions of yuan in capital, so even if he made a profit of several 100%, the profit would still be less than 100 million yuan. Of course, if the amount of capital is large and the losses occur, it will be painful. If it was just the previous A-level futures technology, Qin Yang would not accept Jiang Wancheng so much money. Now he is S+S futures investment technician. There is a high probability of making money. Ding dong. The doorbell rang downstairs. Cheng Hong opened the door and Tang Yin was outside. Tang Yin said, Cheng Hong, I saw Uncle Jiang and the others coming. I came to meet Uncle Jiang and the others and then see Mu Shui. She didn't know yet that Jiang Mushui had woken up. She came alone to see Jiang Mushui because she was not feeling well, but now that Jiang Wancheng and the others were here, there would be no problem. Miss Tang Yin, please wait a moment. Cheng Hong and the others quickly reported to Qin Yang. Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushui's room and said, Mushui, Tang Yin is here. Do you want to see her now? Jiang Mushui, Captain Jiang has seen me. Security Bureau 9 already knows I'm awake. Tang Yin has seen me, so there's no need to worry about whether to report it to the higher-ups. I want to see her. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Mushui hasn't seen her friends since she woke up. Tang Yin is her best friend, so it would be nice to let them meet each other. Jiang Muxue was barely able to get out of bed and walk, and her guardian ring was also SS level, so it would be fine even if she woke up and was exposed. I'll go get her up. Xin Yang quickly went downstairs and met Tang Yin. Xin Yang, I saw Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang coming. I came to see Mu Shui. Is she feeling better? Tang Yin asked. Xin Yang smiled and said, go up and take a look. Tang Yin's eyes lit up. After Xin Yang said this, Jiang Muxue probably felt much better. Soon Tang Yin followed Xin Yang upstairs. Tang Yin was stunned. Jiang Muxue was actually awake. Emotional value plus 275. Jiang Muxue was very happy to see Tang Yin. Tang Yin, why don't you recognize me when I wake up? Tang Yin came back to her senses and said excitedly, Muxue, you woke up. When did you wake up? I woke up after I got mad at you. Jiang Muxue snorted. Tang Yin. Chapter 117 Jiang Muxue and Tang Yin's conversation. Tang Yin chuckled and said, it's good that you woke up. If being angry can help you wake up earlier, I think it's not bad. Liang Lan smiled and said, Tang Yin, you young people can chat. Muxue, your father, and I will go back first. Jiang Muxue nodded. Soon Qin Yang accompanied Zhang Wancheng and the others downstairs. Muxue, Qin Yang said that it could stimulate you, and I thought it made sense, so I played along with him. Qin Yang is indeed handsome and talented, but he's not my type. The first requirement for the boyfriend I want is that he must be able to beat me. Tang Yin giggled. Jiang Muxue muttered in her heart, and Qin Yang was satisfied. Although Tang Yin was a warrior, her cultivation was not very high. Jiang Muxue knew that Qin Yang had the strength of a top-level master of Huajin. I don't care. You cheated on me anyway, so you have to treat me to a good meal. Jiang Muxue snorted. Tang Yin curled her lips, you've been quietly together with Qin Yang, and you haven't even invited me to dinner. You, a wealthy woman, actually want me to treat you. That's unfair. Jiang Muxue shook her head secretly. She had never been with Qin Yang before. They had a child by accident and her parents arranged for them to get married. They just developed feelings for each other now. Okay, I'll treat you then. Jiang Muxue said. Tang Yin smiled and said, that's more like it. Since you're so well behaved, I'll give you some information. Su Xiaoyu seems to have feelings for Qin Yang. Emotional value plus 278. Jiang Muxue. She frowned slightly. Tang Yin, are you sure? Tang Yin, I live with her now, how can I not know what she's thinking? The boyfriend I want must be stronger than me in terms of fighting ability. Amelia Su is different. She likes talented people. Jiang Mushue's frown deepened. Tang Yin looked at Jiang Muxue in surprise. You look a little worried. There's no need to worry. If you wake up, can Amelia Su still compete with you? You are prettier than her, and your family is richer. And most importantly, you and Qin Yang are about to have a child. Tang Yin smiled and said, Su Xiaoyu's only advantage over you is that she is a superpower and her combat power is stronger than yours. Having said that, Tang Yin tilted her head and thought about it. No, she has another advantage. Jiang Muxue asked, what other advantages are there? Tang Yin blinked, her breasts are bigger than yours. Emotional value plus 270. Jiang Muxue looked down. Her scale is actually not small, but she has met Amelia Su, and Amelia Su is indeed better than her in this aspect. Coupled with Amelia Su's baby face, Amelia Su's lethality to men is still very strong. Tang Yin, are Qin Yang and Su Xiaoyu okay? Jiang Muxue asked. Tang Yin shook her head, don't worry. Su Xiaoyu has feelings for Qin Yang, but she hasn't taken any action at all. Now that you're awake, she won't take any action. She's still a very good person. Jiang Muxue nodded. Tang Yin, Muxue, what's wrong with you now? When will you be able to fully recover? Jiang Muxue, I need to do rehabilitation training. I should be able to walk around inside the villa tomorrow. After 2 or 3 days of adaptation, I can slowly go out and move around. Very good. Tang Yin was delighted. At first, I was quite skeptical of Qin Yang. I didn't expect that he could actually wake you up. The two chatted until 8 o'clock in the evening. After Tang Yin left, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room. Didn't someone have feelings for Tang Yin? He was thinking that after I died, she would be the child's stepmother. Now that Tang Yin is here, Why has someone never shown up since then? Jiang Muxue snorted. Qin Yang, why show up? The weather's getting cold and Tang Yin is wearing long pants. Without her long legs to look at, what's the point of me showing up? Emotional value plus 280. Jiang Muxue rolled her beautiful eyes at Qin Yang. Besides looking at Tang Yin's legs, did you also peek at Amelia Sue's breasts? Qin Yang shook his head. No peeking. When I see Amelia Sue, I always look at her openly. Emotional value plus 282. Jiang Muxue grabbed a pillow and threw it at Qin Yang. Qin Yang reached out to catch it. Jiang Muxue said angrily, Qin Yang, don't stay here with me. Go to Tang Yin's villa. Qin Yang, Muxue, you're being unreasonable. You were very determined to divorce me before. In this situation, it's reasonable for me to seek other resources around me, right? I just looked, I didn't do anything. Emotional value plus 275. Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang sat down and held Jiang Muxue's hand. Muxue, you are still jealous of them. There is no need. When you wake up, they will all stand aside. Jiang Muxue said angrily, you just know how to irritate me. I'm awake now and I don't need you to continue to provoke me. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Still need it. If Jiang Muxue's emotions had not fluctuated greatly, he would have gained less emotional value and suffered a huge loss. The current daily emotional value that can be harvested is around 8,000. If it is lower than this number, it will be a loss that day. Wife, this is good. Maybe if you stimulate yourself enough, you'll become a superpower. Qin Yang said with a smile. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yang and said, nonsense. If you can become a superpowered person just by being stimulated, then our country would be filled with superpowered people. Qin Yang, try to stay away from Amelia Sue. Qin Yang asked doubtfully, why? Jiang Muxue snorted lightly, no reason, anyway, you should try to stay away from Amelia Sue in the future. Qin Yang pinched Jiang Muxue's beautiful face. Okay, I'll listen to you, wife. Emotional value plus 260. Jiang Muxue laughed sweetly and said, that's weird. Husband, move your head closer and I'll give you a kiss as a reward. The next second, Jiang Muxue's little mouth was kissed by Qin Yang. Emotional value plus 248. Emotional value plus 235. After the emotional value was harvested, Qin Yang's emotional value reached 10,000. System, 10,000 emotion points lottery. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level disguise technique. A lot of information entered Qin Yang's mind, and at the same time his body also absorbed some special energy. So strong. Qin Yang secretly praised in his heart. This disguise technique was different from what he knew. Ordinary disguise techniques required the use of other things, but this one could directly change one's appearance. Although major changes are not possible, there is no problem in making minor changes to height, face, hair, pupils, fingerprints, etc. When he is changed in every aspect, it would be difficult for even acquaintances to recognize him, let alone strangers. This disguise technique is really good. With this, you can create an alibi for murder. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. The range of his mental power is only so far, and when killing a poisonous scorpion, he needs to be only a few dozen meters away from it. If Jiang Wanyu was killed and he was still nearby, it would be strange if the Ninth Security Bureau did not list him as a key suspect. System, give you a thumbs up. Qin Yang said in his mind. Chapter 118. The assassins have arrived at Qin Yang's hometown. Qin Yang returned to his bedroom and stood in front of the mirror. A stranger appeared in his mind. This stranger was 7 or 8 centimeters shorter than him, with brown hair and brown pupils. His face is quite different from his. Some special substances in Qin Yang's body moved, and with their help, Qin Yang's appearance changed. In just 2 minutes, Qin Yang turned into the person in the mirror. System, this isn't a disguise. This is simply a supernatural power. Qin Yang said in his mind. System, host, you are right to think so. This disguise technique is essentially a supernatural power. It seems that we need to prepare more clothes in the system space. Qin Yang said in his heart. He was damn unrecognizable, but his clothes stayed the same, they didn't fit him anymore after his height change. Return to your original appearance. Qin Yang muttered to himself in his mind. It only took him half a minute to return to his original appearance. It took a little longer to return to his original appearance, but it took much less time to return to his original appearance or his previous appearance. TSK, this ability is very practical. Xin Yang's face was full of smiles. This ability also allows fingerprints to change, so even if the police extract the fingerprints, they will not be able to find him. The next day, Zhang Wanyue woke up. He had taken sleeping pills and slept well last night, but he still looked not in good condition. The death threats put him under tremendous pressure. If the poisonous scorpion had not died, Zhang Wanyue would not have worried, but now that the poisonous scorpion is dead, would he be the next one? Beep beep. Zhang Wanyue found an unfamiliar phone and called Lu Kongming. Boss Lu, the line is safe. Zhang Wanyue spoke when the call was connected. He said this to indicate that he was using an unfamiliar phone number, and also to let Lu Kongming know that there was no one around him. On the other end of the phone, Lu Kongming frowned and said, "No line is absolutely safe. Didn't I tell you? Don't contact me recently. It's dangerous." Zhang Wanyue took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to look for you either, but I'm almost driven crazy. I face death threats from him every day. If the other party is not joking, I only have 5 days to live, including today." Lu Kongming, I understand how you feel, but don't be impatient. The other party might just be trying to scare you. Zhang Wanyue said angrily, "How can I not be anxious? This incident didn't happen to you, so of course you wouldn't be anxious. The poisonous scorpion is already dead, and the other party has already killed people. What if it's not a scare? This trouble isn't just mine. Mr. Lu, I hope you can take some action." Lu Kongming was silent for a moment and then said, "We have already taken action. Don't ask for details." Zhang Wanyue, Boss Lu, are you sure? I'm sure, don't worry. Zhang Wanyue breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Boss Lu, I hope your actions are effective. I haven't received any death messages yet. The more you help me, the more benefits you will receive in the future." Lu Kongming, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. No more. Zhang Wanyue hung up the phone. Bite. The next second he received a text message. Sender, 44444, the font is still red. Zhang Wanyue, when you step into the abyss, it will completely devour you, including your accomplices. Zhang Wanyue's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to take a screenshot of the text message before it disappeared again. How could that be? Zhang Wanyue felt his hair stand on end. He was clearly using an unfamiliar phone number, so how did the other party find out? Was he being monitored in real time? Zhang Wanyue looked left and right. But he didn't see any suspicious faces around. Huanyan village where Qin Yang's parents live. A stranger wearing a mask arrived in the village on a motorcycle. A big black dog on the side of the road saw the stranger. Woof woof. The big black dog barked. All the dogs in the village listened to Da Huang. Strangers entering the village from anywhere will be discovered, and the dogs that spot strangers will immediately give an alert. Da Huang was 1 kilometer away from the big black dog, but he had S+ level hearing and his hearing was much stronger than that of ordinary dogs. He heard the big black dog's voice at home. Woof! Da Huang barked a few times. Several large wolfhounds quickly left to make preparations. It would be fine if the other person was just passing by. If you continue to approach them, they will become more alert. What's going on? The man who approached felt a little panicked. He was a killer, and his intuition told him that he seemed to be being targeted, but he didn't notice it. It's just an ordinary village, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? The man thought to himself. His mission this time was not to kill anyone, he just came to beat Qin high up and break his leg. It was an easy task for him. Woof woof! 100 meters away, a big wolf dog appeared and barked at him several times. The man in the mask continued to move forward. Just a wolfhound. Although he is not a martial artist, he has practiced martial arts, and with his fighting ability, it is not difficult for him to deal with a dog. Soon a second large wolfhound appeared. The man's expression changed slightly. He was absolutely confident that he could handle one big wolf dog, but if two came at him together, he would most likely be bitten. I came all this way to perform a simple mission, and I ran into 2 dogs. I can't just give up on the mission, right? The man thought to himself. He continued to move forward. When he was only 40 or 50 meters away from Qin Yang's house, the 3rd and 4th wolfhounds appeared. The man looked grim. If he was outnumbered 2 at a time, he might be bitten. If he was outnumbered 4 at a time, facing 4 large wolfhounds, he would have little chance of winning. He didn't bring a gun with him. Whose dog is it? Take care of it. The man shouted loudly. Xin Hai and the others did not show up, but De Huang came out. It looked smaller than the 4 big wolfhounds, but it lowered its head when it approached the 4 big wolfhounds. The man was secretly amazed. De Huang circled around the man and smelled a faint smell of gunpowder from him. He also felt that this man had bad intentions. Woof! De Huang cried out. It turned and ran quickly into the house. The 4 big wolfhounds were still surrounding the man, and they bared their teeth when he tried to move. Woof woof! De Huang came in front of Xin Hai. It wrote the numbers 110 on the ground with its right front paw. De Huang, do you want me to call the police? Xin Hai asked. De Huang nodded, and Xin Hai quickly called the police. Director Zhao, I'm Xin Hai. Could you please send someone over here? Xin Hai dialed someone's cell phone. The person on the other end of the line was Zhao Bin, the director of the town's police station. He quickly said, Brother Hai, it's me. I'm free right now. I'll bring someone over right away. Last time, the county launched a severe crackdown. Zhao Bin knew that the crackdown was related to Qin Yang, so he added Xin Hai's phone number when dealing with the matter. Thank you, Director Zhao. Xin Hai Dao. Zhao Bin quickly took 2 people and set off. Xin Hai thought for a moment and called Qin Yang, son. A stranger approached and was surrounded by the big yellow ones. De Huang asked me to call the police. Chapter 119 The Tragic Assassin. Qin Yang's expression changed slightly. Da Huang is now an S+ level spirit pet. He is powerful and smart at the same time. There must be something wrong with the opponent. Dad, De Huang told you to call the police, so hurry up and call the police. Xin Hai, I just called the police. Son, what should I say when the police come? Someone was walking on the street and our dogs surrounded him. It seems like we are in the wrong. If the man didn't have a weapon on him, the police couldn't arrest him. Xin Yang thought for a moment and said, Dad, take a picture of him for me. Can I get closer? Xin Hai asked. Xin Yang, there's no problem as long as De Huang is around. Good. Xin Hai went outside and approached the man. Hello, could you please take off your mask? Xin Hai spoke politely. The other person said in a deep voice, Why should I pick it? I'm walking on the road, am I in your way? Get your dog out of the way, or I'll call the police. Xin Hai, I won't bother you with this. I've already called the police. Now, could you please take off your mask? Snort. The other party snorted coldly and ignored it. Xin Hai looked at De Huang. De Huang jumped up, swept his front legs, and slapped the other person hard in the face. The other person's body tilted and he was almost knocked down, and his mask fell to the ground. The killer was a little dazed after being beaten. He was a killer, with several lives on his hands. He had practiced martial arts before, and 4 or 5 ordinary people were no match for him. Yet, he was slapped in the face by a dog. This is an utter disgrace. Crack. Xin Hai quickly took a photo and sent it to Qin Yang. Captain Zhang, please help me check someone. Qin Yang sent the photo to Zhang Xiangang. The previous chapter about Zhang Xiangang has been revised. If you find it strange, you can read chapters 110 and 111. Zhang Xiangang called quickly and asked, Qin Yang, why did you ask me to investigate this person? I can investigate, but we have a rule that we can't just do it casually. Captain Zhang, this guy went to my hometown, and my parents' dogs surrounded him. They might have smelled something different. Xin Yang said, I suspect he is targeting my parents. Xin Yang felt that the other party might be from the Lu family, and he knew very well how Lu Kongming and Jiang Wanyue contacted him. He also knew that Lu Kongming would take action. Perhaps Lu Kongming felt that targeting Jiang Wancheng would have a great impact, and that targeting Jiang Wancheng would break the rules, and he would then be easily ostracized by the other wealthy people. Lu Kongming chose to target his parents. This can also indirectly put a pressure on Jiang Wancheng, and the troubles faced by Jiang Wanyue may be solved. Xin Yang, your reason is a bit forced. Zhang Xiangang said. Xin Yang, Captain Zhang, you guys came here to investigate, and I fully cooperated. Didn't you suspect Mu Shui was a powerful psychic? Why did you come here to investigate? Okay, I'll help you check it out. Zhang Xiangang quickly logged into the internal system.
The internal system information of Security Bureau Number 9 was very comprehensive.
10 seconds passed and Zhang Xiangang was stunned. The information actually matched.
The other party is called Su Chunwei, a killer. Several people have died at his hands. After being wanted, he fled to other countries.
Ding ding. Zhang Xiangang quickly called Qin Yang. Qin Yang, are your parents okay? I found out that the person is a killer.
His real name is Su Chunwei, and he is responsible for several deaths. Zhang Xiangang said hurriedly.
Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. There was indeed something wrong with this person. Captain Zhang, my parents are fine.
Fortunately, I was afraid they'd get into trouble, so they got a lot of dogs.
Qin Yang said. Zhang Xiangang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good.
Tell your parents to be careful and don't get close.
Su Chunwei might be deliberately showing weakness when he was surrounded.
Qin Yang muttered in his heart that Su Chunwei was definitely not showing weakness on purpose, and 10 of him could not beat De Huang.
Captain Zhang, how come a killer like Su Chunwei hasn't been apprehended long ago? Qin Yang asked.
Zhang Xiangang, professional killers are difficult to catch. They are good at hiding and often flee far away after completing their mission.
Su Chunwei once left the country after being wanted. He must have received a mission and is running back now.
Qin Yang, Captain Zhang, my dad called the police.
They should be here soon. Please have someone handle this. Otherwise, the police over there won't be able to arrest anyone. Good. Zhang Xiangang agreed. Qin Yang, where is your hometown? Qin Yang told Zhang Xiangang. Zhang Xiangang quickly dialed a number. He contacted the 9th Security Bureau in the provincial capital, Qin Yang's hometown. The police car soon arrived at Qin Yang's parents' place. Comrade Police, you've arrived at the perfect time.
Please judge for yourself. I was walking peacefully on the road when these dogs surrounded me. Su Chunwei said hurriedly when he saw the police get out of the car.
Brother Hai, what's going on? Zhao Bin asked.
If what Su Chunwei said was true, it seemed that Qin Hai was in the wrong. Even if Qin Hai had someone above him, he couldn't arrest Su Chunwei for no reason. Qin Hai gave Zhao Bin a cigarette.
Director Zhao, please wait a moment. My son said you should receive a call soon. Su Chunwei shouted, everyone, come quickly.
I'm clearly the victim, but the police are siding with the dog owner.
This is blatant partiality. Is there any law left? Zhao Bin frowned secretly. There were some people watching the excitement in the distance.
Now is the era of self-media, and if it is not handled properly, the impact will be bad.
Beep beep. Zhao Bin's cell phone suddenly rang.
Seeing the number displayed above, Zhao Bin stood up straight before answering the call. Director Song, this is Zhao Bin.
Director Song on the other end of the phone said, Zhao Bin, have you arrived?
Listen carefully, the man surrounded by dogs is called Su Chunwei, and he is a murderer. You must control him immediately. We must ensure the absolute safety of the people around us. Zhao Bin was shocked. This man turned out to be a murderer.
Director Song, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Bin took out the handcuffs and said, come back with us and cooperate with the investigation.
Don't worry, if you have no problem, we will never wrongly accuse you. Su Chunwei frowned secretly.
He felt exposed. Just as Zhao Bin was about to handcuff him, he instantly grabbed Zhao Bin and prepared to take Zhao Bin away.
Just then, Da Huang moved.
Da Huang jumped up instantly and bit Su Chunwei's hand.
Ah! Su Chunwei screamed. The bones in his wrist were bitten off by Da Huang.
Although his hand was not broken, there were deep wounds on it.
You dare to resist arrest?
Zhao Bin said sternly. If Da Huang hadn't come to his aid just now, he would most likely have been captured and held hostage by Su Chunwei.
Woof! Woof! The other two big wolfhounds also took action.
They each bit Su Chunyun's legs.
Ah! Su Chunwei screamed again.
Chapter 120 Lu Kongming harbors murderous intent.
Some people watching the excitement around were terrified. Qin Hai's dogs usually don't bite people.
They look big, but they seem very docile when walking around the village. I didn't expect that they would be so fierce when biting people now.
Hey, Da Huang, stop it now.
Qin Hai coughed lightly.
Da Huang and the others stopped immediately. Su Chunwei grimaced in pain.
Da Huang only bit him once, but the dogs together bit him more than 10 times.
And every bite is a good bite. Brother Hai, thank you for your dog's help, Zhao Bin said after handcuffing Su Chunawei.
Xin Hai rubbed his hands and said, Director Zhao, all my dogs have been vaccinated, but he still needs a rabies shot.
I'll pay for it. Zhao Bin waved his hands. Brother Hai, that won't work. He wants to hold me hostage. He's attacking a police officer. Your dog is saving people. How can I ask you to pay for the vaccine again? Su Chunawei gritted his teeth and said, You can't arrest me. I'm not a Chinese citizen. You have no right to arrest me.
Zhao Bin looked at the villagers around who were watching the excitement.
Everyone, this man is a murderer. We arrested him not out of favoritism or abuse of justice.
If you took any photos or videos, please delete them immediately. The villagers were shocked that the man who was caught was actually a murderer.
Su Chunawei looked ashen.
Originally, he thought that Zhao Bin only knew him but didn't know what he had done, so he still had a chance to escape. But now, in this situation, it is impossible for him to escape.
Su Chunawei, you are under arrest.
Take him in the car.
Zhao Bin looked at Su Chunawei and said. The other 2 policemen took Su Chunawei into the car.
Zhao Bin said with a smile, Brother Hai, I have to thank you for making this trip so that I can get a credit for nothing.
If you need anything in the future, just call me. Zhao Sua, thank you for your help. Come in for a cup of tea? Xin Hai greeted with a smile.
Zhao Bin shook his head.
We have to go back quickly. I guess it won't be long before someone from the county comes to pick us up.
Soon Zhao Bin got into the car and left.
Da Hai, your dogs won't bite people, right? Someone was worried about the tunnel from a distance.
Xin Hai, Uncle Lu, don't worry, they are very obedient and will definitely not bite anyone. They surrounded Su Chunawei because they found something wrong with him.
Everyone felt relieved.
These dogs used to be very well behaved.
Beep beep.
Qin Yang received a video call from Qin Hai. Dad, what's going on? Qin Hai, son, the person has been arrested.
How did the yellow ants determine that the person was suspicious? Qin Yang said, there are 2 possibilities.
The first is that he may have the smell of gunpowder on him. The second is that he is a killer with murderous aura.
Dogs have much better perception than humans.
Next to Qin Hai, Chen Ping said, Son, Su Chunawei is a killer.
He's here to kill us. Wouldn't you be in greater danger out there? Qin Yang, Mom, I'm not in any danger.
When you come to see Mu Shui, drive over and bring Da Huang with you.
Da Huang can protect you. Chen Ping, we're planning to drive here. We can bring some of our local specialties with us.
It's just that those things are worthless.
Qin Yang smiled and said, Mom, it's nothing.
The last thing Mu Shui's parents lack is money, you don't have to worry about it.
Chen Ping nodded. Their family conditions are very ordinary, while the Jiang family is very rich.
If they didn't know how strong Qin Yang is, they would feel inferior when facing the Jiang family.
But now it's not so bad.
Dad, it'll take a long time to drive here, so please be careful on the road.
Qin Yang warned. Xin Hai nodded. Before we knew it, it was night.
In S City, Lu Kongming walked around the house.
Honey, what's wrong? Lu Kongming's wife asked in confusion. Lu Kongming waved his hand, nothing, go and do your thing. I'm thinking, don't disturb me. All right. Lu Kongming's wife left obediently. Lu Kongming frowned. Although Su Chunawei did not know his identity, he was the one who sent Su Chunawei out.
Half an hour ago was the latest time Su Chunawei reported that he was safe today. But there was no news. Lu Kongming felt that something might have happened to Su Chunawei.
Damn it, how could this happen? Lu Kongming really couldn't understand it.
How could Su Chunawei, a killer, go to the countryside to teach a peasant a lesson?
Did Qin Hai have bodyguards? It's not impossible.
The Jiang family is rich, so even if Qin Yang doesn't have a lot of money, he should still have enough money to hire 2 bodyguards for his parents.
I was careless. We should just go find the warriors. Lu Kongming frowned secretly.
It is not appropriate to look for warriors anytime soon.
After something like this happened, the defenses are likely to be heightened, and there may even be police officers secretly watching. Jiang Wanyue's place. Lu Kongming was thinking. He was very upset that Jiang Wanyue actually threatened him. Jiang Xinghua of the Jiang family was a big shot, as was Jiang Wancheng, and Jiang Wanchuan could barely be considered one. He looked down on Jiang Wanyue. Now Jiang Wanyue actually threatens him.
Moreover, if something happens to Jiang Wanyue in a few days, he might have a backup plan and some information might be exposed.
Why not just deal with Jiang Wanyue directly? This thought popped up in Lu Kongming's mind.
Jiang Wanyue was dealt with by others, he was very passive, he didn't know what news Jiang Wanyue was going to release. It would be different if he dealt with Jiang Wanyue on his own.
He can kidnap Jiang Wanyue. Force all the information out of Jiang Wanyue's mouth.
If Jiang Wanyue dies, the Jiang family will also be affected.
Even without Jiang Wanyue, we still have Jiang Wanchuan.
We can find a way to cooperate with Jiang Wanchuan then. A cold light flashed in Lu Kongming's eyes. In the morning, Xin Yang harvested emotional value again.
Jiang Muxue was panting. Stinky husband, doing bad things so early in the morning.
Jiang Muxue said coquettishly.
Xin Yang said with a smile, how could I? I'm just giving you a massage, it's good for your body. Jiang Muxue rolled her eyes at Xin Yang and asked, does a massage involve pressing on one spot for 80% of the time? Xin Yang nodded, of course. Key areas definitely need more massage.
Jiang Muxue turned her head to the side and snorted, nonsense, I'm not going to pay attention to you unless there's a big meal for lunch.
Xin Yang smiled. The big boss Jiang Muxue is sometimes very cute. Okay, I'll make you a big meal at noon.
Xin Yang pinched Jiang Mushue's delicate face and said.
System, 1 draw per 1,000 emotion points, 1 draw per 10,000 emotion points.
Xin Yang said in his mind. Now the daily emotional value exceeds 8,000, and it is quite easy to obtain 10,000 emotional points.
Lottery draw.
Congratulations to the host for gaining +2 in understanding. Xin Yang soon felt his mind became much clearer.
Comprehension is a very good thing. His understanding has increased and he can learn many things on his own. Lucky draw.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level piano skill. Host, you originally had a B-level piano skill, and your piano skill has been upgraded to A+.
A lot of information and experience flooded into Xin Yang's mind. Chapter 121 Jiang Wanyue has disappeared. A+ piano skills should be in the top 3 in the country?
Xin Yang muttered in his heart. What he wanted to improve the most was his own strength.
But improving piano skills was not without benefits.
Jiang Muxue liked to listen to it, and so did the baby.
Wife, are you getting up? I'll help you walk around the house. Xin Yang smiled.
Jiang Muxue said in a delicate voice, Princess, please get up.
Princess, please get up.
Xin Yang said with a smile. Jiang Muxue stretched out her hand, and Xin Yang helped her get up.
Jiang Muxue walked slowly. Husband, you should know what the baby looks like. Who does the baby look like? Xin Yang, you'll know when the baby is born. Anyway, with our looks, how could she be ugly?
Jiang Muxue laughed and said, baby must look like me.
If you look like you, you'll be useless. You weren't as handsome as you are now. Not long after, Xin Yang helped Jiang Muxue downstairs. Honey, can I go out for a walk? Jiang Muxue asked expectantly. Emotional value plus 280.
Xin Yang had pushed her outside before, but after she woke up, she had not left the house by herself.
Just barely. Xin Yang said.
Jiang Muxue recovered very quickly. She has not fully recovered yet, but she can walk.
Honey, I want to go for a walk outside. I don't go far. I just walk around my garden. Jiang Muxue shook Xin Yang's arm and acted coquettishly. Okay, I'll take you out for a walk. Xin Yang agreed.
As long as Jiang Muxue goes out, the news of her awakening will spread quickly and a lot of trouble will come. But Jiang Muxue has recovered so much, we can't let her stay at home all the time.
She now has an SS-level guardian ring, so her safety is guaranteed. And his strength is no longer what it used to be.
His mental strength is S+, and he also has mental skills. His internal strength and dark energy are perfect, and his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people. He can't be called invincible, but his strength is already very strong.
Hubby, if I go out, there might be trouble. Or I'd better not go out.
Jiang Muxue said hesitantly when she reached the door.
Xin Yang smiled and said, I'll take care of everything. You're almost recovered, so why are you still staying at home? You've been holding it in for so long, you must be going crazy. Thank you, husband. Jiang Mushue looked at Qin Yang and said. She knew that she showed up to others to cause trouble for Qin Yang. Thank you for what? We are husband and wife. Qin Yang took Jiang Mushue's hand and walked out of the house. Villa next door. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Wasn't Jiang Mushue a vegetable? When would Jiang Mushue wake up and be able to walk? Tang Yin, come here quickly. Amelia Su shouted hurriedly. Tang Yin quickly came to her side and asked, What's wrong? Look there. Su Xiaoyu pointed at Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue. They could clearly see Qin Yang and the others. Tang Yin, I knew Mushue had woken up a long time ago. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry I didn't tell you this. Qin Yang suspected that Mushue's previous accident was not an accident. They asked me to keep it a secret. Su Xiaoyu said, They asked you to keep it a secret, so you shouldn't tell me. But the bureau sent us here. Does the bureau know that Jiang Mushue has woken up? If you don't report it, I'm afraid the bureau will hold you accountable. Tang Yin, Captain Jiang also knows this situation. Su Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Zhang Shengang is a director of the 9th Security Bureau. Now that he knows about it, Tang Yin has nothing to do with it. Xiaoyu, Mushue and Qin Yang have a very good relationship, you. Su Xiaoyu blushed and said, Tang Yin, you don't have to tell me, I know. Now that Jiang Mushue is awake, I will definitely not become a disgusting third party. Tang Yin nodded. Jiang Mushue is her friend, and so is Su Xiaoyu. It would be awkward if the two of them became rivals in love. Tang Yin, now that Jiang Mushue has woken up, is our mission almost over? Su Xiaoyu said with some reluctance. This mission is so cool. I live in a big villa and drink tea, appreciate flowers, watch TV, and practice yoga every day. Tang Yin, it probably won't be over for the time being. Although Mushue is awake, she is over 9 months pregnant. She will definitely be at home most of the time. She will definitely have to observe confinement after giving birth. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. That's good. This villa is very comfortable to live in. I haven't had enough of it yet. Tang Yin, actually, a villa becomes just like that after living there for a long time. Su Xiaoyu, Tang Yin, I am different from you. You were born into a martial arts family. Your family is already rich. You have lived in a villa since you were a child. My parents are ordinary people. I just had the good fortune to awaken my powers. Tang Yin smiled and said, With your current strength, you will get better and better in the future, and so will your parents. Aha! Su Xiaoyu nodded, Shall we go meet Jiang Mushue? Good. It wasn't long before Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu arrived next door. Jiang Mushue's gaze fell on Amelia Su. Emotional value plus 265. Jiang Mushue compared them silently. Su Xiaoyu is indeed older than her, and not just a little bit older. Mushue, let me introduce you. She is my friend from the 9th Security Bureau, her name is Su Xiaoyu. Her and my mission now is to protect you. Tang Yin introduced with a smile. Hello, Xiaoyu. Jiang Mushue and Su Xiaoyu shook hands. Hello, hello. Su Xiaoyu was a little nervous. The Jiang family is a wealthy family, and Jiang Mushue is the daughter of a wealthy family. Besides, she had some thoughts about Qin Yang before. Xiaoyu, you are so beautiful. Jiang Mushue praised with a smile. Amelia Su shook her head and said, No, no. Miss Jiang, compared to you, I am just an ugly duckling. Jiang Mushue, you are Tang Yin's friend. Tang Yin is my best friend. You can just call me Mushue. You are so beautiful. Who dares to call you an ugly duckling? What do you think, husband? Qin Yang muttered in his heart and asked him. Then he just said it straight. You can also gain some emotional value by evaluating the evidence. Qin Yang nodded, Miss Xiaoyu, you are very beautiful. Emotional value plus 280. Amelia Su blushed slightly. Mr. Qin, thank you for the compliment, but I know I am much worse than Mushue. Qin Yang, Mushue, you guys come bask in the sun and chat. I'm going out for a bit. He secretly bought some clothes. I have to put those clothes into the system space. They will be needed when I deal with Jiang Wanyue in a few days. Jiang Mushue nodded. Qin Yang left quickly. He rented a warehouse anonymously online and bought a lot of clothes anonymously.
He asked the delivery man to deliver those clothes directly to the warehouse. The warehouse was about 20 or 30 minutes away from him. When Qin Yang drove past the road in front of the warehouse, all the things in the warehouse disappeared in an instant.
Before I knew it, it was midnight. Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang.
He had just taken off his clothes and was getting ready for bed.
Dad, what's wrong? Qin Yang answered the phone and asked.
The call was from Zhang Wancheng. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Wancheng said in a deep voice, "Xiao Qin, something happened.
My eldest brother is missing. Are you and Mu Shui okay?" Qin Yang was very confused. Why did Jiang Wanyue disappear? He hasn't made a move yet. Chapter 122 Jiang Wanyue's tragic death. Dad, Mu Shui and I are fine.
I was just about to go to bed, but Mu Shui was already asleep.
Qin Yang said.
Zhang Wancheng murmured in his heart, Qin Yang was at home, and even if his elder brother's disappearance was caused by Qin Yang had proof of his absence.
That's good. Maybe someone is targeting our Jiang family, so be careful. Zhang Wancheng hung up the phone after saying this. Qin Yang went to the study and turned on the computer. This computer was not using a wired network, but was connected to the hotspot of Qin Yang's mobile phone.
This phone has been enhanced with an enhancement card, so even someone with better hacking skills than him cannot hack into it.
Qin Yang quickly locked onto Jiang Wanyue's phone. He left a backdoor in Jiang Wanyue's mobile phone, so he could locate and monitor Jiang Wanyue's mobile phone in real time, and he could also analyze the information obtained with his own mobile phone.
His cell phone can tell him if there is any situation.
Jiang Wanyue changed his phone to call Lu Kongming, and that's how he found out. My phone is not turned on at home. Jiang Wanyue went out without his cell phone.
Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He was not monitoring Jiang Wanyue in real time. If Jiang Wanyue went out without his cell phone, he really had no way to deal with it.
How could it be considered missing when it wasn't that long? Did he disappear, or did he hide on purpose? Jiang Wanyue was fine during the day.
All in all, he has been missing for less than 12 hours. The police would not have filed a case in such a short time. Maybe he ran to his mistress's house.
Beep beep. Qin Yang called Jiang Wancheng again. Dad, how long has uncle been missing? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng, about 10 hours. Qin Yang was puzzled, just such a short time? How could someone be considered missing after more than 10 hours? Jiang Wancheng explained, his phone is at home. He's the boss and has a lot of things to do every day. Even if there's something urgent, why hasn't he come back to get his phone for so long? And he had an important meeting in the afternoon and didn't attend.
My sister-in-law thinks she's missing.
Qin Yang, Dad, how did you know?
Zhang Wancheng said helplessly on the other end of the phone, my sister-in-law called the police, and the police called me to find out the situation.
I'm glad you and Mu Shui are okay. Go to bed early.
Qin Yang hung up the phone and thought. Nowadays, everyone carries their cell phones with them all the time.
It is indeed abnormal for someone like Jiang Wanyue to be away from his cell phone for more than 10 hours. Wrong.
If Jiang Wanyue was just hiding on purpose, he wouldn't have left his phone at home.
Wouldn't that just wait for the police to investigate?
Qin Yang said in his heart.
Could someone like Jiang Wanyue not have some secrets in his phone? Even if he didn't, who would want their phone checked? Jiang Wanyue should be very clear that if he disappears, the police will definitely check his mobile phone.
If he planned to disappear, he could just turn off his phone and remove the SIM card.
The Lu family? Qin Yang muttered to himself.
If Jiang Wanyue had not disappeared himself, he felt that it was very likely that the Lu family had come looking for him.
He knew that Jiang Wanyue had threatened Lu Kongming before. It would be nice if the Lu family could kill Jiang Wanyue.
Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face.
Jiang Wanyue must die. But Jiang Wanyue is Jiang Wancheng's elder brother after all.
Even if Jiang Wancheng does not object, he will feel more or less uncomfortable if he kills Jiang Wanyue.
If the Lu family gets rid of Jiang Wanyue,
he had an unexpected gain from sending the death text message.
Crackling. Qin Yang tapped the keyboard quickly. He tried to find some clues from Lu Kongming.
If Lu Kongming really did this, he would get the evidence and send Lu Kongming to jail.
But it's a pity.
After searching for half an hour, Qin Yang found nothing.
Forget it, if I can't find anything, then forget it. We can't send Lu Kongming in like this.
I'll deal with him myself later. Xin Yang felt murderous intent in his heart.
Su Chunawei went to their village to find his parents.
Whether this was instructed by Lu Kongming remains to be confirmed.
But it is a foregone conclusion that Lu Kongming and Jiang Wanyue conspired to poison Jiang Mushue, and he absolutely deserves to die.
If S City was not far away from High City, he would have gone to S City to kill Lu Kongming by now.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. At Jiang Wanyue's home, Wu Yuji was very anxious. "Mom, don't worry too much.
Maybe Dad got drunk at someone else's house,"
Jiang Haohu asked.
"Wu Yuji, something must have happened to your father. He can hold his liquor quite well. Even if he was drunk yesterday, he should have sobered up long ago after so much time has passed."
And he goes to someone else's house to drink without his phone? Zhang Haolong, I also feel something is wrong. Dad receives a lot of calls every day. He never leaves his phone.
Even if he forgets to bring it with him when he goes out, he never calls back. The situation is very unusual.
Let's wait until noon. If there's still no news, there's definitely something wrong.
Wu Yuji said with a grim expression, "If anything happened to your father, it must have been someone your third uncle hired to do it." Zhang Haowu, "Mom, even though there are conflicts, Dad and third uncle are brothers.
It shouldn't be like this, right? Besides, third uncle has legal ways to target Dad. Kidnapping is a felony." Wu Yuji frowned.
Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haowu didn't know, but she knew that her husband Jiang Wanyue had been worried these days, and he was afraid that he had done something very deadly in secret. It is hard to say what Jiang Wanchang will do in this situation.
That's what your dad said.
He said he felt something might happen in the next few days, and if anything happened, it would be your third uncle's fault,
Wu Yuji said in a deep voice. An unfinished building. Ah!
A homeless man screamed. He came here hoping to find a place to stay for a few days, but unexpectedly he saw a man lying in a pool of blood.
Are you all right?
The tramp approached cautiously. When he got closer, fear appeared in his eyes. The other person had already died, and his death was extremely miserable.
His fingernails had all been pulled out.
There were many knife wounds on his chest. The homeless man took out his cell phone tremblingly.
"Hey, I want to call the police. I found a body,"
the homeless man said nervously.
"Wah!"
Within 10 minutes, 3 police cars arrived here and the police set up a cordon inside the unfinished building.
"Hurry up and identify the deceased. By the way, check if anyone has been reported missing," the leading policeman said in a deep voice.
Wu Yuji reported her missing yesterday, and they quickly identified her.
The deceased was none other than Jiang Wanyue. Half an hour later. Ding dong. The doorbell of Jiang Wanyue's house rang. "Comrade police, you're finally here. My husband has been missing for almost 24 hours. You have to investigate,"
Wu Yuji said hurriedly when she saw the police outside the door. One of the 3 police officers who came over said, "Ms. Wu, we have found your husband.
We regret to inform you that he has been murdered." "Ah?"
Wu Yuji's face changed drastically.
Chapter 123 I didn't kill him. "Comrade police, are you sure?"
Wu Yuji said in a trembling voice. Although she and Jiang Wanyue occasionally quarreled, quarrels were quarrels, and she did not want Jiang Wanyue to die.
"The deceased is definitely your husband. A body was found in an unfinished building.
We later confirmed that the deceased was your husband, Jiang Wanyue. We need to investigate and collect evidence at your home." The police's words chilled Wu Yuji's heart.
She nodded blankly. "Come in and investigate." 3 policemen arrived at the house. Zhang Haolong shouted from inside the room, "Mom, are the police here? Have they found my dad?"
One of the policemen looked at Wu Yuji and said, "The one who spoke is."
"It's my eldest son Haolong." 3 policemen arrived at Zhang Haolong's room first.
Zhang Haolong was a little confused. There was no need for 3 policemen to inform him of the situation.
Wasn't there so much police force now? "Ms. Wu, what's wrong with your son's leg?"
one of the police officers asked. Wu Yuji really wanted to tell the truth, but if she did, Xin Yang would call the police and she would have to go to jail and eat the government's food for her serious economic crimes.
"It was my husband who hit me,"
Wu Yuji said with a bitter face. The 3 policemen were a little surprised.
So cruel?
They had seen some people who were good at disciplining their sons, but they had never seen anyone so cruel as to break their own son's legs.
Comrade police officer, where is my dad? Have you got any news about my dad?
Jiang Haolong asked.
Ms. Wu, please talk to him. Which room is Mr. Jones? Let's take a look.
Wu Yuji pointed at the door and said, my husband is in that room.
Two of the policemen walked towards the room.
Jiang Haolong looked at his mother and had a bad feeling in his heart.
Mom, what's going on with Dad?
Wu Yuji trembled and said, the police said, he's dead.
Someone found your father's body in an unfinished building. What? Jiang Haolong was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it. His father was fine yesterday, why did he die today? Ms. Wu, may I ask if your husband has any grudges against anyone?
Your husband's case is very likely a vendetta.
A policeman next to Wu Yuji asked. Wu Yuji was a little hesitant. If he told Jiang Wancheng, would he call the police?
Jiang Wancheng was probably well aware of some of the things they did. If Jiang Wancheng called the police, she would go to jail for more than 10 years.
My third uncle.
Jiang Haolong said angrily.
Who is your third uncle?
Jiang Haolong gritted his teeth and said, you should know my third uncle.
He is Jiang Wancheng, the richest man in our Haicheng. Wu Yuji sighed secretly.
Now that Jiang Haolong had said it, there was no hesitation.
My husband's mental state has been very bad recently. He thinks he's going to die.
He told me that if he dies, he's most likely been murdered by Jiang Wancheng.
Wu Yuji said in a deep voice. Go on. The body camera you mentioned will record it. The policeman said.
Wu Yuji, I don't know the details, but police officers, you must find the murderer.
It must be Jiang Wancheng. His son-in-law Qin Yang is likely an accomplice as well.
Jiang Haolong gritted his teeth.
Beep beep. Qin Yang's cell phone rang. It was Jiang Wancheng calling. Xiao Qin, come to my house. Jiang Wancheng said. Qin Yang, Dad, is it urgent? I was just about to cook for Mu Shui. Can you come back after dinner? It's a bit urgent, please come over.
Qin Yang connected his mind to Jiang Mushui and said, Mushui, your father has something urgent and asked me to come over. Only Cheng Hong and the others can make your lunch.
Honey, what's going on? Jiang Mushui asked. Qin Yang, I don't know what it is yet. Your father said last night that your uncle is missing. It might be this. Emotional value plus 282. Hubby, don't cut off the mental connection. I want to see it. All right. Qin Yang drove off quickly.
When he got to Jiang Haolong's side, he saw two police cars.
Xiao Qin, Mu Shui's uncle is dead.
Several policemen came over to understand the situation. Qin Yang got out of the car and said to Liang Lan, who was waiting outside.
Qin Yang nodded.
They soon arrived at the living room of the villa.
Four policemen came and the atmosphere in the living room was a little solemn. Emotional value plus 285. Jiang Mushui could also see the situation here from home. Dad. How did Uncle die? Qin Yang asked.
Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath and said solemnly, someone found Uncle Mu Shui's body in the unfinished building. He suffered inhuman torture before his death.
Emotional value plus 283. One of the police officers asked, Qin Yang, can you tell me where you were yesterday afternoon at around 3 or 4? 3 or 4? Qin Yang thought about it.
At that time, he had just left the community. Tang Yin and the others were accompanying Jiang Mushui, and he drove out for a while.
I went for a drive during that time. The specific route is.
Qin Yang told Jiang Wancheng the route he drove, and his face changed slightly. He already knew the location of the accident, as Qin Yang happened to be driving past there.
Is this a coincidence?
He agreed with Qin Yang killing Jiang Wanyu, but he thought Jiang Wanyu was tortured to death, which was a bit too much. All 10 of Jiang Wanyu's fingernails were pulled out, and more than 10 deep screws were driven into his feet. In addition, his chest was also cut with many wounds.
Although Jiang Wanyu deserved to die, it didn't have to be this way. Qin Yang, did you get off the bus halfway? Another police officer inquired.
Qin Yang shook his head, I didn't get out of the car.
Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu came to accompany Mu Shui yesterday.
I felt a little awkward sitting next to them, so I drove out for a stroll.
Jiang Wancheng frowned secretly. Nothing to do, why not go out for a walk?
Please don't let Xiao Qin do this.
Jiang Wancheng thought to himself. Emotional value plus 285.
Jiang Muxue could see and hear what was happening here. She also knew that Jiang Wanyue had poisoned her before.
Could it be that Qin Yang killed Jiang Wanyue in revenge for her? Comrade police officer, you won't doubt me, will you? Qin Yang said.
The leading police officer shook his head and said, Qin Yang, we asked you to come here just to understand the situation.
Do you have any grudge against Jiang Wanyue?
Qin Yang said, it's a bit of a grudge.
I guess.
They previously randomly stuffed people into star technology, causing it to be in a mess, but I wouldn't hold a grudge and kill him for such a small matter.
And I didn't have any shares in Xingqian technology before.
Jiang Wanqing said in a deep voice, officers, you've asked quite a few questions.
I still need to go to the company. Do you think we should stop here for today? The 4 policemen quickly said goodbye and left. Jiang Wancheng is the richest man in Haicheng. He has very powerful connections in this small area of Haicheng. Xiao Qin, come with me. Jiang Wancheng called Qin Yang into the study. Emotional value plus 285. Jiang Mushue's heartbeat quickened and became urgent. Xiao Qin, I support you no matter what.
Jiang Wancheng said in a firm tone. Qin Yang, Dad, I didn't kill him.
Chapter 124 Jiang Wanchuan's strangeness. Jiang Wancheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, what do you think of Uncle Mushue's death? Qin Yang, I think it was the Lu family who did it.
My uncle called Lu Kongming and threatened him to take action. He said that if he died, some things would be exposed.
Uncle thought he could use these to control Lu Kongming, but their power is not equal. Threatening Lu Kongming with such means would have very serious consequences. Jiang Wancheng thought of it instantly. You mean Lu Kongming sent people to capture him and torture him to force him to reveal what he was hiding?
Qin Yang nodded, that should be the case. This kind of threat is like walking on a tightrope, it's very dangerous.
Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. If his backup plan is gone, do you think Lu Kongming can be involved in the police investigation? Qin Yang shook his head.
He recorded the conversation between Jiang Wanyue and Lu Kongming, but during their conversation Jiang Wanyue only called him Mr. Lu. Based on this, it was impossible for the police to catch Lu Kongming.
This evidence alone is not enough. But there is one benefit to releasing this.
This would cause the police to cause trouble for Lu Kongming, which would anger him. Wu Yuji and the others would likely be in trouble, and Lu Kongming would not let them have an easy time in the future.
This is perfect. His original plan was to threaten Jiang Wanyue with death text messages and force him to donate a lot of money. After his death, Wu Yuji and the others would have a much worse life. The Lu family's actions interrupted his plans. But the situation now seems to be pretty good. Jiang Wanyue died tragically, and he hasn't dirtied his hands yet.
Wu Yuji and the others did not donate the money, but Lu Kongming will cause trouble in the future and they will not have a good life.
Dad, the Lu family is very powerful. It's useless unless there's irrefutable evidence. Qin Yang said.
Jiang Wanyue, the police probably won't look for you anymore, but the 9th Security Bureau might come looking for you again.
Emotional value plus 280.
Jiang Muxue was still listening quietly.
It's okay, I didn't do this. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Liang Lan knocked on the door of the study. Husband, dad, and second brother are here, they want to see you.
Jiang Wancheng rubbed his temples.
Headache. How did his father find out so quickly?
Soon Qin Yang and the others arrived in the living room together. Jiang Wancheng called out, Dad, second brother.
Grandpa, second uncle.
Qin Yang shouted the same thing.
Jiang Xingguo's face showed sorrow. Wancheng, your elder brother was murdered. No matter who the murderer is, you must find him and bring him to justice.
Jiang Wancheng comforted him, don't worry, Dad. I will definitely do it, but the police are a little suspicious that it was me. It's not appropriate for me to intervene in this matter for the time being.
Not you. Jiang Xingguo shook his head.
Even if Yu offended you, you killed him, but you would never let your eldest brother die so miserably.
Jiang Wanchuan, I also believe it wasn't you. Third brother, when did Mu Shui wake up? Why didn't you tell us when she woke up?
They already knew that Jiang Muxue showed up yesterday.
Qin Yang said, I asked Dad not to tell you yet.
Mu Shui fell down before, and even got drunk at the annual meeting. I suspect someone may have done something behind the scenes.
Jiang Wanchuan's pupils shrank slightly. There was something slightly unnatural about his expression.
These changes are so small that ordinary people cannot see them, but Qin Yang is not an ordinary person and he can see them very clearly.
Could it be that Mu Shue's previous accident was related to second uncle?
Qin Yang said in his heart.
Jiang Wanchuan nodded. I see, it would be better to wait until Mu Shue's condition stabilizes before showing up. Xiao Qin, after I finish dealing with my brother's affairs, I'll go visit Mu Shue. It shouldn't be a problem, right?
Qin Yang, of course no problem. Dad, I have nothing to do here, so I'll go back first.
Jiang Wancheng nodded. Qin Yang drove away quickly. Jiang Mushua's voice rang in his mind. Husband, is there someone secretly watching the Lu family? The Lu family knows the route you are driving. And then you took your uncle to a nearby unfinished building? Qin Yang said, I've already checked. There's only one unfinished building in the surrounding area. Uncle should have been kidnapped there a long time ago. It just happened that I passed by that place.
The murderer might have known about it and chose to kill me when I passed by.
Mu Shue, I wasn't the one who killed your uncle.
Jiang Mushue, it doesn't matter if you killed him. He wanted to kill me and our child. He deserves to die.
Emotional value plus 280.
Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face.
Wife, have you eaten yet? Jiang Mushue said sullenly, I've eaten.
But the food Cheng Hong and the others cook is much worse than what you, my husband, cook.
Qin Yang said with a smile, I'll do it for you tonight. In Security Bureau 9, Zhang Xian just received a call. Brother Shen, what's the matter? Zhang Xiangang asked after answering the phone. On the other end of the phone, Shen Feng said, Old Zhang, have you received the news? Zhang Wanyue was murdered yesterday. Ah? I don't know. Zhang Xiangang was stunned. He knew about Zhang Wanyue's situation. Zhang Wanyue was Zhang Wancheng's elder brother. How could he be killed? Brother Shen, what's going on?
Shen Feng, he was killed yesterday afternoon. His death was horrible. All his fingernails were pulled out, and screws were drilled into his feet.
Zhang Xiangang took a breath of cold air. Either of these is extremely painful. The case has reached Security Bureau 9? Zhang Xiangang asked. Shen Feng, not yet.
He's not a warrior, and there's no evidence to suggest this matter is related to warriors. If you don't investigate, just hand it over to us, the Criminal Investigation Department, and we can disband it.
So you called me. Shen Feng said, I have a little understanding.
Qin Yang happened to pass by the crime scene at that time.
It's not Qin Yang.
Zhang Xiangang said directly.
Old Zhang, are you so sure? Zhang Xiangang, Qin Yang is just an ordinary person. We have already verified this. He doesn't have this ability. Even if he does, he didn't do it. Zhang Wanyue's death was so tragic.
Even if Qin Yang had a grudge against Zhang Wanyue, he wouldn't let him die so miserably. After all, he is a member of the Zhang family.
Shen Feng, I don't think it was him, but it was a bit too coincidental that he passed by the crime scene twice. The time of the deceased's death also matched perfectly.
Zhang Xiangang, if someone is protecting Jiang Mushue, and this person doesn't want Qin Yang to be with her, it's entirely possible that he deliberately created this coincidence.
We can't take coincidence as evidence. Shen Feng smiled and said, Old Zhang, I know. Isn't this just a casual chat between us in private?
I feel that this case will most likely be referred to our 9th Security Bureau.
Would you like to come over and take a look?
Zhang Xiangang said, Director Liang is free recently.
I'll talk to him and see if he's willing to make the trip. Shen Feng's eyes lit up.
The Director Liang that Zhang Xiangang mentioned is a deputy director of the 9th Security Bureau.
He is an S-level psychic and very powerful. He is a different deputy director from other deputy directors. Chapter 125. The deputy director of the 9th Security Bureau is here.
Zhang Xiangang quickly called Director Liang.
Director Liang, I have something to tell you.
Zhang Xiangang said very politely. Although he is a master of Huajin, he is only in the early stage of Huajin, and his strength is much weaker than that of Director Liang. The two people's identities and status are also very different.
Xiangang, I just got back in Mai but hasn't even warmed up yet, what's going on? Director Liang Guanjian on the other end of the phone said somewhat helplessly. There are only so many S-level experts in the 9th Security Bureau, and the top S-level experts are even fewer. They are very busy and need to take action in many things. Director Liang, this should be of interest to you. Go ahead. Zhang Shengang said, there is a suspicion that an S-level psychic has appeared in Haicheng.
His strength has reached at least the mid-S level, and there is a high possibility that he has reached the late S level.
Liang Guanjin's eyes lit up.
It would be great if China had one more late-stage S-class expert, and if this expert could join the Ninth Security Bureau. On the other hand, if the other party is a problematic person, China will have a headache if it has another S-level trouble.
Shengang, is the other party good or evil? Liang Guanjin asked hurriedly. Zhang Shengang, Director Liang, I don't know yet.
I haven't met him yet, I only know that he is very powerful. It's possible that he's killed someone before, so he can't be considered completely good, but he's probably not a bad person either.
Liang Guanjin, come and pick me up.
I'll go with you.
After hanging up the phone, Liang Guanjin explained the situation to his wife. Husband, you just returned home yesterday. Isn't it half a month's vacation? Why do you want to go out now? Liang Guanjin's wife said depressedly. Liang Guanjin, wife, there's nothing we can do. The country needs it. The country is facing pressure in all aspects right now. There are only so many top experts in the Ninth Security Bureau. Just wait a few more years. Liang Guanjin's wife sighed slightly. Wait a few more years.
You said the same thing 5 years ago, and you said the same thing 10 years ago. I waited until the 5th generation aircraft took to the skies and the 3rd aircraft carrier was built.
What are you waiting for now? Liang Guanjin said awkwardly, wife, I'll be right back. Shengang told me that an S-class expert has appeared.
He's very powerful and might be able to join our Ninth Security Bureau. His wife said, go quickly and come back soon.
Safety is the most important thing.
Wei Chunshan from the Wei family in Haicheng died a while ago.
Don't let your guard down just because you're still strong. Good. Not long after, Zhang Shengang arrived here. Liang Guanjin got in the car. Shengang, are we going to Ruli? Haicheng. Liang Guanjin was stunned and asked, going to Haicheng? Wei Chunshan of the Wei family fell into a coma in Haicheng, right? Is this S-level expert related to Wei Chunshan's coma? Zhang Shengang, it's possible. I'll tell you the details on the way.
In the afternoon, Zhang Shengang and Liang Guanjin arrived in Haicheng, and Shinfeng took them directly to Qinyang.
Director Liang, let me call ahead and tell them.
It wouldn't be nice if we just barged in without telling them.
Zhang Shengang said. Liang Guanjin nodded. Zhang Shengang called Qinyang and said, Qinyang, are you home? I'll bring an expert to take a look. We are not here to investigate Zhang Wanyue's case. Qinyang's heart stirred.
Zhang Shengang probably brought some powerful people with him.
Captain Zhang, I'm at home, just come over.
Qinyang said with a smile. It's good that a powerful person came to the Security 9 Bureau, so that the other party can completely confirm that he is not a person with superpowers.
Okay, we'll be there in about an hour. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Shinfeng drove to Qinyang's villa, and Liang Guanjin said, there are no masters in the villa. Qinyang and Jiang Muxue are probably not powerful psychics. Zhang Shengang said regretfully, I thought Jiang Muxue was a powerful psychic, but it seems I was overthinking it.
There must be a powerful psychic behind her.
Qinyang came out of the villa. Captain Zhang, I knew you would come again. Qinyang chuckled. Zhang Shengang, Zhang Wanyue's case has not yet reached the Ninth Security Bureau. We are not here for this. Qinyang, let me introduce you. This is Director Liang, one of the big bosses in our Ninth Security Bureau. Qinyang looked at Liang Guanjin. He restrained his mental power and could not judge Liang Guanjin's strength. Hello, Director Liang.
Qinyang said with a smile.
Liang Guanjin smiled and said, I'm the deputy director.
Shengang said there might be a powerful S-level expert here, so I came to take a look.
We don't have any bad intentions. Qinyang nodded.
Director Liang, Captain Zhang, Captain Shin, please come in.
System, what is Director Liang's strength? Qinyang asked in his mind.
The system said, his mental power is S-level, about 70% of yours.
I don't know what skills he has mastered. 70%.
That should be the strength of the late stage of Huajin. Qinyang said in his heart. Soon they arrived at the villa.
Jiang Muxue was sitting on the sofa. She quickly stood up and said, Captain Zhang, Captain Shin, we meet again. Qinyang introduced with a smile, Muxue, this is Director Liang.
Director Liang is the leader of Captain Zhang and the others.
Hello, Director Liang.
Jiang Mushue said quickly. Liang Guanjin said with a smile, Mushue, I held you in my arms when you were a child.
So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now you are about to become a mother. Just call me Uncle Liang. Jiang Mushue, Uncle Liang. Director Liang, please sit down. Qin Yang invited Liang Guanjin and the others to sit down.
Liang Guanjin said, Xiaoqin, I came here this time because I want to know who the S-level expert behind Mushue is. Safety 9 is eager to recruit talented individuals.
Qin Yang, Captain Zhang used to think I was. Do you think I have the potential to become a powerful psychic? Liang Guanjin shook his head.
Your mental power is average, so I'm afraid you don't have it.
But Mushue's mental power is much higher than that of ordinary people now. Mushue may awaken and become a superpower in the future.
Zhang Shengang, Director Liang, Ms. Jiang has strong defenses around her.
Liang Guanjin looked at Jiang Mushue and asked, Mushue, let me check your defense. Don't worry, it won't hurt you at all. Jiang Mushue nodded.
She knew the guardian ring was very powerful.
Liang Guanjin might not even have the strength to hurt her.
Liang Guanjin's mental power gathered together, and Qin Yang and the others saw the translucent mental sword with their naked eyes. A small sword slowly approached Jiang Mushue's head.
Emotional value plus 276. Mushue, don't worry. I was just testing it out. You'll be fine. Liang Guanjin said with a smile. The translucent sword was soon only 5 centimeters away, and Liang Guanjin's eyes showed surprise.
He found that his mental power was blocked, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier on Jiang Mushue's body.
Liang Guanjin slowly increased his mental strength. 30%, 40%, 50%.
Liang Guanjin became more and more surprised. With his strength, 50% of his mental power was a lot, but he was completely unable to penetrate this invisible barrier.
60%, 70%, 80%.
A minute later, Liang Guanjin had already used all his strength, but even so, the barrier was still quite solid.
Liang Guanjin was completely numb. What is the strength of that powerful person in the dark? Chapter 126 Security Bureau 9th Division recruits people. Liang Guanjin moved his mind and the sword formed by his mental power disappeared. Director Liang, why don't you continue?
Zhang Shengang said doubtfully.
Liang Guanjin.
He said helplessly, don't continue. I've already used all my mental strength. Even with my full strength, I can't shake this invisible barrier.
Emotional value plus 280.
Although Jiang Mushue knew that the guardian ring was very powerful, she was still very surprised by the current situation. Qin Yang muttered in his heart, it would be strange if you could shake it.
The guardian ring is an SS-level treasure. Zhang Shengang couldn't believe it.
It was normal that Wang Qing could not detect it before, he was only an A-level psychic, but Liang Guanjin was a top S-level psychic, and his mental power was the strongest in the 9th Bureau of Security.
Director Liang, you're completely unable to shake it. Could this barrier be an SS-level barrier?
Shen Feng said in shock.
Liang Guanjin nodded, that's possible. If it's just an S-level barrier, it shouldn't be so strong. Emotional value plus 275. Qin Yang asked, Director Liang, is Mushue a person with special abilities? Liang Guanjin shook his head.
This barrier blocks external mental power, but I can still sense Mushue's mental power. Her mental power is not strong, so she is definitely not a psychic. Zhang Shengang said, it seems that there is a powerful person hiding nearby, and his mental strength has reached SS level.
Liang Guanjin nodded.
He could sense that Qin Yang's mental strength was not strong.
Moreover, Zhang Shengang had asked Qin Yang to leave the test last time. There must be an extremely powerful person nearby.
It's normal for him not to be able to detect the other party if it is SS level.
Friend, can I meet you? Our 9th Security Bureau is eager to recruit talented people. If you join the 9th Security Bureau, your status will definitely be no lower than mine. Liang Guanjin stood up and asked loudly. No one around said a word. Liang Guanjin felt a little regretful.
There was nothing he could do if the other party didn't show up.
How could he force an SS-level expert? Qin Yang looked at Liang Guanjin with anticipation. Director Liang, is it possible that the child in Mushue's belly has SS-level strength? Emotional value plus 270.
Jiang Mushue looked a little strange.
Liang Guanjian burst out laughing. I can sense the little guy's mental strength.
Its mental strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary child, but even if it is 100 times stronger, it still cannot reach the SS level standard.
Xin Yang looked regretful.
He was very clear about the child's mental condition, he just asked on purpose.
Liang Guanjian smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed. The child's mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary children.
I have a feeling that this little guy will definitely be very smart in the future. There's a good chance she'll awaken her special abilities in the future."
Emotional value plus 273.
Zhang Muxue touched her belly and was overjoyed.
Director Liang, you just said that the Night Security Bureau is eager to recruit talents. Isn't the current situation in the country not very good? Xin Yang asked.
Liang Guanjian, the situation is a bit tense. The US is unable to control us with all its tactics, so they might want to use this card.
Of course, they don't dare to move rashly.
We have many strong men, and if they move, they will suffer great losses.
Xin Yang nodded slightly.
Since the situation is relatively stable for the time being, there is no need for him to stand out and he should just continue to hide. If the situation becomes extremely bad and the country needs help, he will definitely step forward to help. Muxue, if you know that strong man, please tell him later.
We need his help. Liang Guanjian looked at Zhang Muxue and said. Zhang Muxue nodded slightly. Liang Guanjian stood up and said, "That's it. Xiaoqin, I'm sorry to bother you. This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly."
Okay.
Liang Guanjian and the others left quickly. They didn't ask about Zhang Wanyue's death at all. Zhang Wanyue's case was not transferred to the Ninth Security Bureau. Even if it was transferred to Liang Guanjian, he would not care about such a trivial matter.
Honey, was there anything wrong with my performance just now?
Zhang Muxue asked.
Xin Yang chuckled and said, "No problem, they should have completely ruled out that we are people with special abilities.
Let's just wait quietly for the baby to be born." Aha! Zhang Muxue nodded.
Honey, let's go for a walk outside.
Good. Xin Yang helped Zhang Muxue out of the house. He asked in his mind, "System, is the emotion value at 10,000? More than 11,000. Lottery, 1 draw for 1,000 and 1 draw for 10,000.
The emotional points he gets every day are less than 10,000, and he doesn't want to accumulate emotional points to draw 100,000 for the time being. It's okay if you get a good reward, but if you spend 100,000 emotional points and get a bad one, you'll vomit blood."
In the lottery.
Congratulations to the host for winning a firearms set. It contains dozens of firearms, with 100 magazines for each type of bullet.
The system voice sounded.
Xin Yang immediately checked the system space. His strength continued to increase, and the system space had reached nearly 1,000 cubic meters.
Now the system space was empty.
There were guns placed in the corner of the system space.
Xin Yang roughly estimated that there were about 60 or 70 types.
There were 100 magazines next to each gun.
The total number of bullets is estimated to be more than 100,000. TSK, this is not bad.
Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. His marksmanship is B+, which is very good, but it was useless without a gun before.
With so many guns these days, marksmanship has its place. Guns are still very useful.
Xin Yang's strength is very strong, but he can't use it in close combat. However, his hidden weapons are not as effective as sniper rifles at long distances, and his hidden weapons cannot produce the firepower of a heavy machine gun.
Lottery draw.
Congratulations to the host for gaining +8 in comprehension. Xin Yang felt that his mind became much clearer. There were some things that he had not understood before even after reading books, but now that his comprehension had greatly improved, he understood them quickly.
I actually gained some enlightenment. Not bad, not bad. Xin Yang was delighted. With his improved comprehension, he can learn independently.
With his current comprehension, if he learns enough knowledge, he may be able to understand the heavenly book left by Mr. Qian. Although the improvement is fast using the system, Xin Yang doesn't feel very secure.
What if the system runs away one day?
You won't be afraid of this if you improve your learning ability.
Director Liang, you really didn't notice?
Zhang Shengang asked after the car drove quite far away.
Liang Guanjian said, "Isn't there a discovery? It has been confirmed that there is an SS-level strongman. This is a major discovery."
Zhang Xingang said, but the other party doesn't want to join the 9th Security Bureau.
This discovery doesn't seem to be of any use. Liang Guanjian shook his head. You can't say that. Why would they join just because I say so?
The fact that they're protecting Jiang Muxue shows that they care about her and are trying to gain her favor through her. If the country faces major trouble in the future, I believe they will still help.
That's enough.
Zhang Shengang said, the Wei family is still making a fuss about Wei Chunshan's death and wants us to continue investigating.
Liang Guanjian said, tell the Wei family that Wei Chunshan's murderer has been found. The case is closed.
If they have any objections, please let them come to me.
Zhang Shengang nodded.
He was also annoyed by the Wei family's affairs.
Chapter 127 Online Public Opinion Storm.
Hubby, come and look at this. Jiang Muxue sat on the garden bench and looked at Qin Yang.
What's wrong?
Qin Yang came to Jiang Muxue's side. Jiang Muxue handed the phone to Qin Yang. Husband, the news that my uncle was killed has been exposed online.
This news has spread all over the internet.
Many people in the comments section suspected that my father was the one who committed the murder.
Qin Yang took a look at the message. This matter is very hot.
Jiang Wancheng's net worth of hundreds of billions already brings him a lot of traffic, and someone even posted Jiang Muxue's old photos online, which made her even more popular due to her good looks.
Muxue, don't worry about this.
The Jiang group has gone through so many ups and downs over the years.
Your father should be able to handle this. Qin Yang smiled and comforted. Do you know what the worst case scenario is?
Jiang Muxue,
what is it?
Qin Yang held her hand and said, the worst case scenario is that the Jiang group goes bankrupt, and your parents are left with only a few $100 million in their bank account.
Jiang Muxue chuckled. This worst case scenario is not unacceptable.
But the Jiang group is my father's hard work, and if the Jiang group collapses, many people will lose their jobs, and many people who bought Jiang group stocks will also suffer heavy losses.
Dad won't let that happen.
Qin Yang, Dad certainly won't give up easily.
I just want you to know that the worst that can happen is not that bad. Don't worry too much.
Jiang Muxue rested her head on Qin Yang's shoulder. Hubby, it won't be long before the news of our marriage spreads, and maybe someone will suspect you.
Do you suspect that I killed my uncle and took over the Jiang family's assets?
Qin Yang smiled faintly.
Jiang Muxue, if someone leads the discussion, many netizens will probably make this connection.
I feel that someone will definitely lead the discussion.
Qin Yang nodded slightly. There are many forces that are eyeing the Jiang family's assets. Marrying Jiang Muxue is the best way to obtain the Jiang family's assets, but there is a prerequisite: he must be driven away first.
Now that Jiang Wanyue has died, it is a good opportunity.
Liang Guanjian and Zhang Xian just arrived at the airport. Liang Guanjian just returned to China yesterday after completing his mission.
It's a rare day off, so he has to stay at home and spend time with his family.
Director Liang, look at this.
Zhang Shengang handed the phone to Liang Guanjian.
Liang Guanjian frowned and said, Shengang, is someone deliberately using the Navy to manipulate the situation? I think the speed of this spread is a bit abnormal. Zhang Shengang, I think so.
Liang Guanjian said in a deep voice, notify the internet police to restrict the spread of this news and then find the troll army.
Zhang Shengang nodded. He quickly made a call.
If it was just him who made the request, it might not be fulfilled, but the one who made this request was Liang Guanjian, who was the deputy director of the 9th Security Bureau and held a high position of power.
The internet police quickly took action.
Related news quickly disappeared from the internet, and videos mentioning it were taken down. Many Water Army accounts were blocked.
Boss, the situation is not good. Many of my accounts have been blocked. It's the same with me. My accounts have also been blocked.
Everyone in a certain Water Army studio was in a panic. They only had 7 people, but they controlled many accounts.
When they received the task, they rushed forward frantically. Some accounts have been blocked before, but not as many as this time. Not good, I'm afraid it's going to be bad luck.
The boss of this Water Army organization had an ugly look on his face. In the past, they just blocked the account, but this time he was afraid that their lair would be discovered, and the police might be on the way.
Everyone turn off your phones. Take the computer hard drive off and hide it somewhere else. They acted quickly.
But as soon as they finished dismantling the building and got outside, the police arrived and they had no choice but to squat on the ground and surrender.
It's over.
The leader of this water army organization was disappointed. In order to make money, they took on all kinds of tasks, and their various crimes combined would result in several years of imprisonment.
This kind of thing happens in many places. Ha! Jiang Wancheng discovered the changes on the internet. Although there is still relevant news on the internet, the relevant discussions are less than 1% compared with before.
It's impossible to achieve such a massive internet ban, even if I spent a lot of money.
Jiang Wancheng thought to himself.
He first called his father. Dad, some people online said I was the murderer of my eldest brother.
Did you have this news suppressed?
Jiang Xingwa said on the other end of the phone, no.
I don't have many favors left. This matter is not fatal, so it's not worth using the remaining favors. Wancheng, a storm is coming, you must be careful. Jiang Wancheng, Dad, I know. Soon Jiang Wancheng hung up the phone.
After thinking for a while, he called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, many people online say that I am a murderer.
This news has been blocked. Do you know what happened?
Blocked?
Qin Yang said in surprise. He was holding Jiang Mushuet in the sun and didn't notice this. Yes, there used to be a lot of related news, and if it fermented further, there would be even more. Now there is very little news. Jiang Wancheng said. Qin Yang thought of Liang Guanjin.
Zhang Shengang probably doesn't have such power, but given Liang Guanjin's status and position, a phone call would probably be enough.
Dad, I might have guessed it. Come over tonight and I'll tell you in detail. Qin Yang said. Jiang Wancheng, okay, this is really timely.
If public opinion continues to ferment, it will cause a lot of trouble.
Now that it has been suppressed, it will be easier to resolve. Is Mu Shui okay? Qin Yang smiled and said, Mu Shui is fine. We were outside in the sun and she just fell asleep. That's good.
If she sees the news and gets worried, comfort her.
Jiang Wancheng hung up the phone after saying this.
Although the news has been blocked, many people already know that he will have a lot of things to do next.
Beep beep. Qin Yang called Zhang Shengang. Captain Zhang, was it Director Liang who suppressed the news? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Shengang, I saw the news online and told Director Liang about it.
Director Liang saw that there were some online scams and asked me to contact the internet police to handle it.
Qin Yang muttered to himself, it was indeed like that. Captain Zhang, thank you. Please also say thank you to Director Liang on our behalf. He wrote it down. He owed Liang Guanjin a favor for this matter.
He has very strong hacking skills, but even with his strong hacking skills, it is almost impossible for him to deal with this kind of thing.
It would be easy for Liang Guanjin to handle it using the state machinery.
In the evening, Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan arrived at Qin Yang's place. Qin Yang cooked a large table of dishes. This was the first time they had dinner together after Jiang Mushue woke up.
Xiao Qin, your parents are coming over? Liang Lan asked after Qin Yang and Jiang Wancheng drank a glass of wine.
Qin Yang nodded. Mushue has woken up, and my parents want to come and see her.
I guess they'll be here in the next 2 days. They are the elders.
You and Mushue should have gone back, but Mushue is about to give birth, so it's really not convenient right now.
Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin, wait for your parents to come over, and we will discuss with them when to hold the wedding banquet. Jiang Mushue was stunned. A shy look appeared on her face. Emotional value plus 288. Chapter 128. The trouble is being directed at the Lu family. Mom, I don't want to have a party anytime soon.
Jiang Mushue said in a delicate voice.
Liang Lan looked at Jiang Mushue, why?
Jiang Mushue said, I've gained weight now, and I need time to get back in shape. It's cold in winter, and wearing such thick clothes doesn't look good.
Qin Yang smiled and said, Mushue, don't worry. We can't have a wedding that soon.
The roof of our house has just been completed, and it will take more than a month to air out before we can start decorating.
The renovation will take 2 to 3 months. After the renovation is finished, it will take at least a month to ventilate the room. Jiang Mushue did the math.
This way the wedding will be held in April next year, she will have enough time to recover and the weather will be warmer.
That's good.
Jiang Mushue said with a sweet smile.
Liang Lan frowned slightly. So late? If we hire more people, we might be able to shorten the renovation time. Jiang Mushue, Mom, it's better to be warmer.
Even if the renovation time is shortened, I still want to hold the wedding in April.
The temperature in March is still a bit low. Okay. Liang Lan said helplessly.
She and Jiang Wancheng both hoped that Qin Yang and the others would hold the wedding earlier. Although Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue have already obtained their marriage certificate, in the minds of Liang Lan and the others, if they haven't held a wedding banquet, it seems as if Qin Yang and his wife haven't officially gotten married yet.
After having a good meal and a good drink, Qin Yang and Jiang Wancheng went to the study. Xiao Qin, what happened today? Jiang Wancheng asked.
Qin Yang told Jiang Muxue about Liang Guanjin's coming, but he did not mention that Jiang Muxue had SS-level defense.
He only said that Liang Guanjin failed to break the defense even with his full strength. Did Director Liang block the relevant comments? Qin Yang nodded, yeah. I owe him a favor for this matter.
I have good hacking skills, but it's impossible to resolve it so quickly using hacking skills.
Jiang Wancheng, the cyber troll army is very cunning nowadays.
They have split up into small groups, and many of their servers are located overseas. It would be very troublesome to find them all and report them to the police one by one.
Even if we do report them, the local police may not handle the matter quickly. Qin Yang nodded.
Technology and power each have their merits.
Dad, is the company in any trouble now? Jiang Wancheng laughed and said, such a large company has troubles every day. It's just a matter of whether it's easy or difficult to deal with. After the public opinion is suppressed, it's not difficult to deal with it.
Being able to calm down the public opinion storm so quickly, some forces can see that our Jiang family is not easy to mess with.
Few dare to jump out and become enemies. Qin Yang nodded.
Jiang Wancheng said, I have discussed my brother's case with the city. If there was no evidence, the police would not look for me, nor would they come to disturb you and Mu Shui.
But someone died, and my eldest brother died tragically.
This is a serious case, and the police will definitely continue to investigate.
Qin Yang nodded.
I'll release some evidence tonight.
The Lu family did something like this, so don't think about staying out of it.
Lu Kongming felt much more relieved about the Lu family. He was the one who sent people to kidnap and murder Jiang Wanyue.
He was originally worried that some evidence would be exposed after Jiang Wanyue's death.
Since no evidence has been exposed for such a long time, it should be fine.
The people he sent out to torture Jiang Wanyue wanted Jiang Wanyue to confess all the hidden evidence. Before I knew it, it was midnight. An anonymous email was sent on time at midnight. This email was sent to the police, to the media, and not just one media outlet. Haicheng Police Station. Although it was early in the morning, there was still someone on duty. Bite. An email was received in the public mailbox.
Xiaoli, who was on duty, sat in front of the computer with instant noodles in his hand.
He opened the email while eating the noodles. The email is an audio and text message. I am Jiang Wanyue, and I am still alive.
But if this email was sent out, I would be dead, and the person who killed me would most likely be Lu Kongming from the Lu family.
If I was tortured to death, the murderer must be Lu Kongming. After reading the text, Xiaoli quickly clicked on the audio. Boss Lu, it's me. The line is safe. Boss Lu, I'm facing death threats right now. Won't your Lu family send someone to help me? If I die, some things might be exposed.
Qin Yang only cut out a part of the audio, which included Jiang Wanyue speaking and Lu Kongming speaking.
Jiang Wanyue's case.
Xiaoli quickly made a phone call. Soon the criminal investigation team in charge of the case received the news.
Check this Lu Kongming.
The captain of the criminal investigation team said in a deep voice. Soon they found the information from the internal system.
Captain, Jiang Wanyue is probably referring to the Lu family in S City. Lu Kongming is the eldest son of Lu Hongwu, the current head of the Lu family.
The captain thought for a moment and said, let's check to see if he has spoken publicly. Also, compare the audio in this email with Jiang Wanyue's.
Yes.
Soon the audio comparison results of Jiang Wanyue came out.
Captain, the audio comparison is consistent. It is confirmed that this email was sent by Jiang Wanyue.
One of the team members said. The captain said, we can only prove that the voice is his. Whether he sent the email remains to be determined.
Perhaps it was sent by a hacker.
Please urge the network technical team to give me the results as soon as possible.
Lu Kongming is an important figure in the Lu family.
He gave a public speech and someone found the video soon after.
The audio comparison results came out soon. It was confirmed that the person who spoke with Jiang Wanyue was Lu Kongming. Captain, even if the email was sent by someone else, Lu Kongming is still a major suspect in Zhang Wanyue's case. The criminal investigation team is a humane one.
The captain of the criminal investigation team nodded slightly. This audio alone certainly cannot lead to a conviction, but it can give their investigation a new direction.
Half an hour passed. Beep beep.
Captain Zhou, we haven't found any signs of hacking.
This email was most likely sent by Zhang Wanyue himself. The captain of the criminal investigation team asked, "How confident are you?" "How much?" "Our technology is pretty good."
Unless their hacking skills are among the best in the country, it would be impossible for them to completely hide it from us. The police officer on the other end of the phone said confidently.
Thank you for your hard work.
I'll treat you to a meal now that the case is solved. Captain Zhou hung up the phone after saying this.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The media that received the news quickly released the news. Beep beep. Lu Kongming's phone rang. He answered the phone in a daze. "Hello? Dad, something happened. The conversation between you and Zhang Wanyue was posted online. Zhang Wanyue even said in an email that if he was tortured to death, you would definitely be his murderer."
Lu Kongming's son Lu Hongyi said on the other end of the phone.
"What?" Lu Kongming woke up instantly. "Son, when did this happen?"
Lu Hongyi said, "The media just released the news, but some media outlets said the email was received early yesterday morning.
Perhaps the police also received the email last night." "How so?" Lu Kongming frowned.
His people had tortured Zhang Wanyue like that, and his people judged that Zhang Wanyue was not lying. Zhang Wanyue should have told everyone all his backup plans.
Why is there still mail? Were their conversations tapped? Chapter 129 Lu Kongming suspects Qin Yang.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Kongming quickly checked on his mobile phone. He found the news easily.
Zhang Wanyue must have been silenced by Lu Kongming.
I heard that he has many wounds on his body.
Lu Kongming must have tortured Zhang Wanyue to reveal his hidden secrets. I said Yu Wancheng shouldn't be the murderer.
They are brothers after all, so he wouldn't be so cruel.
Lu Kongming first looked at the comments. The comments from the onlookers made him look very unhappy. They are telling the truth.
After clicking on the audio and listening to it, Lu Kongming's face became even uglier.
This audio recording did record his conversation with Zhang Wanyue. But Lu Kongming was not sure whether it was recorded by Zhang Wanyue or someone else. Hastily,
Lu Kongming cursed in his heart. He knew that the police would definitely investigate next. This audio was not fatal, but it would cause him a lot of trouble, and potential opponents might take the opportunity to attack him.
Why has everything been so bad lately? Lu Kongming walked back and forth in the room.
He sent a poisonous scorpion to poison a vegetative person, but failed, and the scorpion was killed by someone else. Instead, he hired a killer to teach a farmer a lesson, but the killer was caught.
Moreover, the assassin sent was captured by a dog. Dealing with Zhang Wanyue also caused trouble.
The person he sent to deal with Zhang Wanyue was a psychic with strong mental power, so he should be able to tell whether Zhang Wanyue was lying.
Calm down, calm down. Lu Kongming took a deep breath. Zhang Wanyue received a death message.
The other party dared to do this, which shows that he is very confident in his hacking ability. I'm afraid this recording wasn't left by Zhang Wanyue, but was tapped by the other party during a previous call.
Lu Kongming felt a chill rising on his back.
They were not using their own mobile phones and were already very cautious, yet their calls were still eavesdropped on by others.
Qin Yang?
There was a look of suspicion in Lu Kongming's eyes. Qin Yang is very good at calligraphy and painting, which means that Qin Yang may have a strong learning ability. It is not impossible that Qin Yang has strong hacking skills. Zhang Shengang and his men contacted Qin Yang. They confirmed that Qin Yang was not a powerful psychic, but Lu Kongming did not let anyone get close to him.
He did not know this.
Instead, he was more suspicious of Qin Yang.
Of course, there is also a high possibility that Zhang Wancheng is up to something.
Zhang Wancheng is worth hundreds of billions and can afford to hire a master.
Beep beep. Lu Kongming's cell phone suddenly rang.
Seeing the caller ID, Lu Kongming's face changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment and answered the phone. "Dad. Come back quickly, the police are here looking for you."
Lu Hongwu, the head of the Lu family, said in a deep voice. He is a warrior, a master of the Huajin level.
He had reached the middle stage of Huajin before, but now that he is old, his overall strength has fallen back to the early stage of Huajin.
Good.
Lu Kongming hung up the phone after saying that.
His face was gloomy.
The police came so quickly.
Jiang Wanyue died in Haicheng, while he was in S City.
This case involved police from other areas, so it shouldn't have been resolved so quickly.
Unless the Haicheng police had already started the action last night. Lu Kongming arrived home half an hour later. Mr. Lu, is it you, Mr. Lu, in this recording?
Zhou Rong, a criminal police officer from Haicheng, asked.
Yes. Lu Kongming nodded.
He knew that this denial was meaningless.
With current technology, there were plenty of ways to conduct identification. You and he were talking on the phone using a private cell phone. What were you discussing? What secrets did Jiang Wanyue know about you? Zhou Rong asked.
Lu Kongming said calmly, Officer Zhou, I am the boss Lu inside.
I don't deny that. But I didn't kill Jiang Wanyue, nor did I order anyone to kill him. Why do we need to change our phone number to communicate? This involves our personal privacy and it is not convenient to disclose. I don't know what secrets Jiang Wanyue knows about me.
I don't care if there are many people who know my secrets.
Zhou Rong frowned secretly. Lu Kongming, with just this audio, you shouldn't think I killed Jiang Wanyue, right? I'm very busy. I hope you won't bother me again after you finish asking.
Lu Hongwu said calmly, Officer Zhou, our Lu family is not a small family that can be bullied.
If you have no other questions, you can leave. Farewell. Zhou Rong stood up and said. He knew they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him today. After the police left, Lu Hongwu and Lu Kongming put down their phones and went to the study. Lu Hongwu sat down and asked, Kongming, did you hire someone to do this?
Yes. He did not lie to his father Lu Kongming. Lu Hongwu frowned and said, You used to be very cautious, but why are you so impulsive now?
You've been making mistakes like this one after another recently.
Lu Kongming said helplessly, I'm also quite puzzled. I sent Duxi to poison Jiang Mushua's child. With his ability, he should be able to do it easily.
And no one will suspect anything.
But it turned out that Duscorpion died of a cerebral hemorrhage. He was most likely murdered by someone else. I sent a professional killer to teach Qin Yang's father a lesson. That was cautious enough, but he still got into trouble.
The one I sent to kill Jiang Wanyue was Can Lang.
With his ability, he should have been able to tell whether Jiang Wanyue was lying, but the result was.
Lu Hongwu was in deep thought.
From what Lu Kongming said, there seemed to be no problem. He was already cautious enough, but problems still occurred one after another. Dad, I suspect Qin Yang has become a superpower.
Lu Hongwu, reason.
Lu Kongming said, he's very good at calligraphy and painting, but he was mediocre before.
How did he become so good at both so quickly?
And he can beat Hongyi and the other 5 all by himself.
Lu Hongwu nodded slightly. Something's true, but not much.
Even if his awakened superpowers enhance his learning abilities, it would be difficult to learn painting and calligraphy in a short period of time. As you suspect, he would also need to learn hacking techniques.
If you have such learning ability, would you prioritize calligraphy or painting?
Lu Kongming shook his head. Such ability is the icing on the cake, and with such ability you can definitely learn something more practical. Lu Hongwu, there are few people with special abilities in our country, but there are many in countries like the United States.
As far as I know, no one has such a terrifying learning ability.
You are more sensible to suspect Jiang Wancheng.
Lu Kongming, what should I do now?
Lu Hongwu said, I'll first find other companies and work together to suppress the online hype.
Don't go anywhere for the time being.
Just stay home and read a book to cultivate your character.
Let's talk about it after this is over.
Lu Kongming, Dad, Jiang Mushue is awake, and she should be giving birth in about a week. Lu Hongwu pondered and said, now that Jiang Mushue has woken up, the forces targeting her will surely increase significantly.
It's not the right time for us to be the first to intervene. Let's wait for the other forces to come first.
Someone will probably target Qin Yang, don't worry.
Lu Kongming nodded. Dad, I shouldn't be in trouble with this case, right?
Lu Hongwu said, if it's just that recording, you should know that nothing will happen.
Lu Kongming secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems that his identity as heir is not a big problem for the time being.
Chapter 130 Obtain New Superpowers. Late at night. Xin Yang's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was reminding him that the international gold price had risen to the level he expected. This speed is faster than expected, Xin Yang muttered in his heart. He quickly turned on the computer and started studying. After some research, Xin Yang judged that gold could still rise slightly, but there would most likely be a pullback afterwards. That last little bit won't make any money, Xin Yang said in his heart. He gave orders to his mobile phone, and the smart butler in the phone began to be sold in small batches. Selling in large quantities will hardly affect the price of gold, but selling in large quantities will easily be discovered by the big sharks in the market. In about 10 minutes, Xin Yang cleared all his stocks. The previous investment of 60 million made a profit of 90 million. The 2 billion yuan that Zhang Wansheng transferred to him later did not make a profit of 1.5 times, but only 0.5 times. However, with the 2 billion yuan in principal, the profit was as high as 1 billion yuan. He can get half of the 1 billion profit. 150 million plus 500 million, he already has 650 million. Xin Yang's heart beat faster. The shares that Zhang Wansheng gave him were worth more, but he always felt that those shares were not his, because he had earned the money with his own hard work. And this is cash. Crackling. Xin Yang typed quickly on the keyboard, checking and analyzing various materials. His mental power can cover the computer screen, and he can read all the information on the screen in 1 second. At this time, the advantage of high comprehension comes into play. Relying on his strong comprehension, he can analyze the information quickly. There are no opportunities for crude oil for now. Soybean prices are likely to fall next, so you can short them. Copper prices are likely to rise. Xin Yang was busy until dawn. 3.15 billion is a lot of money. He did not put all his eggs in one basket, but bought several types of futures, which made it less noticeable. The profit is lower, but the risk is also lower. No matter how strong the investment ability is, he still has to prepare for black swan events. Call. Xin Yang let out a long sigh. After working so long, I'm still a little tired, but it's worth it. According to Xin Yang's estimate, this investment should bring in 2 billion in profits within a month. Even if it falls short of expectations, 1 billion is not a big problem. What else can I say if I can earn such a profit after working hard all night? Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Zhang Mushue pushed open the door and poked her head in. Husband, didn't you sleep last night? I went to your bedroom and found that the quilt on the bed was still in good condition. Mum. Xin Yang stood up and nodded. Zhang Mushue came into the room and said, Husband, why don't you take care of your body? How can you not sleep? Xin Yang put his arm around Zhang Mushue. He smiled and said, Don't worry, honey. I'm in good health. You'll know later. I'll definitely feed you well every day. Emotional value plus 288. Zhang Mushue. Her face flushed and she said coquettishly, Who told you that? It's okay to stay up all night when you're young, but what will you do when you're old? Xin Yang muttered in his heart, Old? As he continues to grow stronger, he will probably live for hundreds of years. It's not that easy to grow old. Don't worry, I know my limits. Gold futures prices reached their peak last night, so I sold gold and bought some other futures. Xin Yang lowered his head, kissed Zhang Mushue and said with a smile. Zhang Mushue's eyes lit up. Has it risen to the right level? Honey, how much do you earn? Xin Yang, I made 590 million myself. Zhang Mushue was stunned. Emotional value plus 290. Husband, how is that possible? Your original capital is 60 million. No matter how much it increases, you can't make that much. Xin Yang chuckled and said, Your father invested. He transferred 2 billion to me and asked me to help him manage it. If there is a loss, it will be his. If there is a profit, he will give me half. He made 500 million. Emotional value plus 285. Zhang Mushue's eyes were full of disbelief. Husband, so you made a total of 500 million plus 590 million? Xin Yang nodded. Zhang Mushue stared at Xin Yang in a daze. It was already amazing to make tens of millions last time, but this time, Xin Yang actually made more than 1 billion. Hubby, this money is so easy to make. Xin Yang smiled and said, The recent fluctuations are huge. Under normal circumstances, the fluctuations in gold, crude oil, etc. are not so large.
In that case, you may not be able to make 300 to 500 million in a month. And if it goes wrong, it will result in losses. John Mushue, this is still normal. If you can earn so much in 10 days or half a month, it's too exaggerated.
Xin Yang, the financial market is like this.
When opportunities arise, you can make a lot of money, but most of the time you have to be able to endure the loneliness.
Jiang Mushue said, although it makes money quickly, I still prefer industry. Industry can revitalize the country. Xin Yang nodded.
He smiled and said, you can go into business in the future, and I'll take care of the kids.
I'll also make a few $100 million in the financial market.
Jiang Mushue looked at Xin Yang in surprise.
Husband, are you at home taking care of the baby?
You are so capable. Xin Yang smiled and said, the child needs someone to take care of him. I don't feel comfortable letting my parents or a nanny take care of him.
Besides, I know a lot that I can teach the child in the future. Jiang Mushue nodded slightly. Thank you, husband. Xin Yang smiled and said, what are you thanking me for?
It's so comfortable to stay at home and take care of the kids.
I think it's more comfortable than going to the office. Having meetings every day is really annoying. Jiang Mushue chuckled and said, hubby, if you do this, aren't you afraid that people will say you're a gigolo? Afraid? Can they afford such a free meal?
Xin Yang said with a smile.
Half an hour later, the morning's mood was harvested.
The emotional value has reached 10,000 again.
System, 10,000 emotion points lottery. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level spatial ability. Xin Yang was stunned.
He hadn't gained any other superpowers for such a long time, and he thought he couldn't gain any other superpowers, but it turns out he can. Warm currents surged through Xin Yang's body, and every cell in his body, including his mental strength, was undergoing significant changes.
System, I can gain different superpowers.
Xin Yang said in his mind.
System, host, I didn't say you can't. It's just that before you gain a new ability, you need to digest the old one. The more existing abilities you have, the harder it is to digest them. System, can superpowers be given to others? Xin Yang asked.
He himself is very strong, but Jiang Mushue and his parents, including Jiang Wansheng and Liang Lan, are just ordinary people.
Enemies can target them.
System, I can't give them supernatural powers, but you, the host, may be able to obtain elixirs, genetic potions, etc., which can improve their own strength.
So you haven't drawn one in such a long time? System, host, the reward is random. Xin Yang shook his head secretly. He felt that the rewards were not completely random. The rewards should be random and useful.
He didn't get a lot of random things. I had previously tricked Captain Zhang into believing that Mushue might have spatial abilities, and now I actually have them myself. Xin Yang muttered in his heart.